The young man was taken away by special forces as soon as he returned to the country, simply because he went abroad to be a mercenary during his vacation. Wang Xiaoming, right? Let's go with us. What's wrong? Police uncles? What's wrong? What are you doing while others are on vacation during the summer? Part-time work to earn tuition. Do you need to work part-time abroad? Because firearms cannot be possessed within the territory. So the photo on the foreign hit list is really you? Well, it was a bit ugly when it was taken. I wanted to retake it. As expected, more than a dozen police cars really stopped at the school gate, followed by dozens of special police rushing down from inside. All the special police were fully armed, directly surrounding Wang Xiaoming's beef waffle stall tightly. Wow, what's going on? Not only Xiao Pang, but all the students eating beef waffle nearby were shocked and stopped their actions at that moment. At this moment, a figure resembling a leader slowly walked out from the special police and headed straight towards Wang Xiaoming's stall. My name is Fu Jian, and I am the director of the Linjiang Public Security Bureau. In an instant, everyone gasped in shock, while Wang Xiaoming nodded and said nothing. Meanwhile, the chubby boy beside him was stunned. That police officer, our manga has a business license, which the school specifically helped him obtain. Tommy glanced at the chubby boy and said, I know, what do you want to do, officer? Is it a crime to eat beef waffle? It's not against the law. Fujiko didn't feel like saying much, immediately clenching her fist towards the person behind her. Unrelated people leave immediately. In an instant, dozens of guns were aimed at Wang Xiaoming, scaring all the students around away. Only the chubby boy stood beside Wang Xiaoming, at a loss. Go back first, Xiao Pang. I'll find you again when you come back. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Fujiko laughed directly. Classmate Wang Xiaoming, I would like to ask you to come with us for a while to understand something. Is that okay? Although it was a question, the tone made it hard to refuse. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Sure, it was so casual and easy that Fujiwara found it hard to believe. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Alright, let's go. With that, Fujiwara made a gesture inviting Wang Xiaoming to proceed, and all the special police officers made way for him. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiaoming wanted to pick up his scissors, but was sternly refused by Fujiwara. Sorry, Wang Xiaoming, you can't bring your weapon. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming could only shrug, while Fujiwara waved her hand, and immediately a special police officer stepped forward to take the scissors and put them in a bag. When Wang Xiaoming left, everyone present erupted in discussion. Wow, what did Ming do? So many special police are looking for him. Who knows? Why does it seem like the director is still being very polite to him? Brother Ming wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? What kind of trouble could a student get into that would require so many SWAT officers? In the principal's office at the school, all the teachers gathered there, looking at each other in confusion, with no one knowing what had actually happened. Soon, this matter spread throughout the school, and everyone had a question in their minds. What exactly is Wang Xiaoming's identity? At this time, Wang Xiaoming was sitting in the police car, heading towards the Linjiang Public Security Bureau, remaining silent all the way. My name is Wang Xiaoming, and I am a time traveler. I am currently a college student at Linjiang University. I usually enjoy playing basketball, reading books, and making beef waffle. I excel in both academics and character, developing comprehensively in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, and every teacher likes me. I also like to do part-time jobs during the summer vacation, all for my sister. But in fact, all of this is just my superficial disguise. I actually have another identity. Before I traveled through time, I was a mercenary, and after traveling, I gained a killer system, where completing tasks and eliminating targets allows me to gain various attribute bonuses and skills. In addition to physical attributes, I have reached an astonishing level, and several skills have also been leveled up to the maximum, such as perfect aim LVMAX, and now that I have been found by the country, it is also part of my plan to find a way to treat my sister through the country. The Linjiang Public Security Bureau seems to have a big shot visiting today, requiring dozens of police cars for escort and many special police for protection. Who could this person be? In the small dark room, Wang Xiaoming sat opposite Fujiko. Fujiko couldn't help but click his tongue at the exaggerated, explosive muscles hidden on this child. Then, he keenly noticed a scar at the rolled-up part of the short sleeves. This is a bullet hole, right? The M1911 is a type of 11.43mm caliber semi-automatic pistol developed by the US in the early 20th century. This gun uses a short recoil operation principle, and the 11.43mm large caliber bullet has great lethality. Being hit by this gun wouldn't feel good, would it? Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "It's okay, at least I didn't hurt my bones." Then your muscles are quite strong. Fujiwara teased as she prepared to touch Wang Xiaoming's biceps, but just as she brushed against his clothes, Wang Xiaoming, who had been sitting in his seat a second ago, suddenly sprang up and executed a hold, capturing Fujiwara. "Hey, what are you doing?" let go of the director. You little brat. In an instant, everyone watching outside rushed in, but Fujikawa waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Wang Xiaoming also immediately let go of Fujikawa. Sorry, muscle reflex. Ha ha, alright, I'll get straight to the point. This person is you, right? Fujiwara took out a photo, and the person in it showed 8 teeth. Yes, it's me. What have you been doing during your vacation? Part-time. Why work part-time abroad? Because firearms cannot be possessed in the country. That makes a lot of sense. I am speechless. Fujiwara was taken aback, then continued to ask, so why are you on the assassin leaderboard? Because the commission is high. You are ranked 11th. Codename 7. The dark web bounty killer list has a total of 100 people, and you are in 11th place. Codename 7. Assassin 7. Sounds cool, right? I've looked at your missions. You've never missed, so why haven't you made it to the top? Because there are fewer tasks assigned, but you clearly need a lot of money. Why don't you take on some tasks? Fujikawa was puzzled. Through investigation, he learned that Wang Xiaoming had a sister who needed medical treatment, which required a lot of money. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, because I have 3 principles of not killing. I do not kill kind people, I do not kill loyal people, and I do not kill innocent people. You still have quite a few principles. Fujiwara smiled. You never take on domestic tasks? Wang Xiaoming nodded. I am an extremely law-abiding good citizen. Suddenly, Fujiwara, who was drinking water, spat it out directly. You're a good citizen? Which good citizen ranks 11th on the global dark web assassin leaderboard? Don't joke around. It seems you really obey Chinese law. I am very patriotic and I also respect Chinese soldiers. Listening to Wang Xiaoming's words, Fu Zhen felt that she could not communicate anymore, and Wang Xiaoming continued. Not only do I not accept Chinese missions, but I also will not allow other assassins to enter Chinese territory. This is my deterrent. Tomi raised an eyebrow and said, you're quite impressive. The other assassins are very wary of you. Wang Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders. Officer, is being powerful illegal? Which law prohibits me from being powerful? Previously, Wang Xiaoming completed tasks for personal employers to earn commissions, but this was too slow and the commissions were too low, making it impossible to achieve his goals. So Wang Xiaoming decided to change partners, switching from personal employers to the state. It was precisely because of this that he deliberately exposed flaws to allow the state to find him. Otherwise, no one in this world could find him. How about it? You should have all verified my abilities. Do you need to hire me? The price is very reasonable, and the scope of services is wide. Whether you want to assassinate the Eagle Sauce governor, or the Cherry Blossom congressman, or even blow up something, I can do it all. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. There was no helping it. Hearing such a thing from a student was truly shocking. Fu Jiang then stated that he could no longer communicate. There really is a commission. It just depends on whether you can take it. After saying that, he left. Immediately after, another man entered. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Chen Xiao, the head of the National Security Department. Hello, Wang Xiaoming. The head of the national security has risen in status, and surely has more say now. Those watching outside were stunned. The head of national security is here. Isn't that incredible? Hello, Wang Xiaoming. Actually, regarding our country's laws, there is indeed no way to take any measures against you. Wang Xiaoming smiled and shrugged. Joke, people like us who are assassins. Who isn't a high-end talent familiar with the laws of various countries? However, for someone as dangerous as you, we really cannot rest easy letting you roam outside. So what? Wang Xiaoming asked. So I specifically applied to my superiors, and the country will assign you a commission to see if you accept it. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, as long as the commission is sufficient, I'll do any job. No, it's not a dirty or tiring job. Not only is it not a dirty or tiring job, but it is also a job of the highest honor. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming showed a puzzled expression for the first time. What is it? We want you to participate in the Olympics and win enough gold medals for our country. The more gold medals, the higher our commission. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming was shocked throughout. You, what did you say? How's that for a challenging enough commission? The higher-ups have given the order. A gold medal, a small goal. Also, we'll do everything in the country to save your sister from her illness. It was Wang Xiaoming's turn to be confused. No, I'm a part-time summer assassin and you're asking me to go to the Olympics? What's the difference between that and me taking a watermelon knife and slashing my way from Sakura to Eagle Jam, killing people without a second thought, and you asking me if my eyes are dry? Do you accept it then? Chen Xiao took out a power of attorney. Wang Xiaoming didn't even look at it and took it directly. Bottoms up. Chapter 3, Opening Ceremony of the Olympics. Why are you there, Ming? And when Wang Xiaoming signed the power of attorney, the system also made a noise. Now releasing quest, attack. The Olympics. Help China get as many Olympic gold medals as possible. and the system will finally give out rewards based on the number of gold medals. Rewards include but are not limited to skills, attribute points, weapons, medicines. It's not just state commissioning. 1 gold medal for 1 small goal. The system even issued a quest. Awards are given out based on the number of medals. This further left Wang Xiaoming with no reason to refuse. If at the end of the day the state can do nothing about his sister's illness, one is also able to gamble a handful of system rewards. So, here's the question. Chen Xiao asked to Wang Xiaoming, "What are you good at? We're enrolling you here." Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but think as he listened to this. Well, dig the hole, bury the man, find the point, pop the head, dissect. Stop. I'm asking, what are you good at in the Olympic events? That's a lot. I'm good at any physical fitness program, Wang Xiaoming said, except for the kind of ping pong basketball soccer this kind. All of them. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Chen Xiao stroked his chin and thought, shooting which is necessary, like any gymnastics, swimming, running? No problem. Alright, I know. I'll apply with the above to enroll you. Immediately after that, Chen Xiao asked his last question. By the way, I have another question. You ask. Wang Xiaoming said carelessly. Desert Eagle, is it good? Not good to use. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. It's too powerful. It's easy to explode a watermelon. Explode. Exploding watermelon. In an instant, Chen Xiaoi froze as a whole. Is that something a student should say? Soon. However, he was reacting. This man is not a human being. This man is not a human being. Okay, nothing else is a problem. One last collection of your information and you're good to go. You can report tomorrow. After saying that, Chen Xiao was ready to leave. But just now when he walked behind Wang Xiaoming, it was the short sleeves he was wearing that shocked him. He then took out his wallet, took out a few $100 bills from it, and placed them in front of Wang Xiaoming. Report tomorrow. Go buy some better clothes. Look at your collar. It's rotten. Thanks, boss. At this point it was no more than a few days before the start of the Olympics. The Chinese team, all the competition program teams, have all assembled at this time, and the chartered plane is ready to go to the destination. But, at this point, they are still waiting underneath the airplane. Only because I heard there was one more person on the firing squad who hadn't returned. Coach, isn't our shooting team already full? The captain of the shooting team asked to the coach, and the coach just shook his head. I don't know. There's a temporary addition up there that I haven't seen. Who's the son of the family to gild the lily again? The captain was obviously not feeling good inside. The coach was also helpless. I guess so, but I hear the shooting is pretty good. Due to Wang Xiaoming's identity, the people above did not tell the coach of the shooting team the details, but only a general situation. Even the head of the Olympic team only had a general idea that the man was a good shot. It's here to help the shooting team get a medal. After all, the Chinese shooting team, compared to other countries, has always been at a disadvantage. It's been years since I've won a medal. And hearing the coach's words, the shooting team members were chagrined. It's their own fault that they're too good at it. That's why the top can only bully their shooting team. And even this kind of male child who comes over to gild the lily, has to be stuffed into their shooting team. Good shooting? No one believes it. This kind of male child has no real strength. At best, it's just a hobby shooter. And then you want to come along for the ride. I just don't know who the cockney is anymore. Soon, a figure just appeared in front of the airport. It's none other than Wang Xiaoming. Sorry for being late. At this time, Wang Xiaoming had just changed his clothes, all sporting designer footwear. After all, Chen Xiao had said yesterday that this face should still be given. Hello guys, my name is Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming extended his hand, but not many people gave good looks to Wang Xiaoming's enthusiasm. Just casually touching base with it, he was ready to board the plane. The captain of the shooting team at this time was relying on his status to lecture Wang Xiaoming. Do you know how many of us have been made to wait for you by you alone? And what's with this outfit? Don't you know we all have to wear team uniforms? Sorry, I don't know about this. Wang Xiaoming froze. Emotionally, a set of clothes bought for nothing? Looking at Wang Xiaoming's naive appearance, the firing squad leader simply wondered who on earth had stuffed him in. At that moment, he was pulling out a plastic bag from the package. Inside was the wrapped team uniform, and a handful of it was thrown to Wang Xiaoming. It was only due to the force of the throw that it was too strong, and all of a sudden it was thrown behind Wang Xiaoming. Just when the crowd thought that Wang Xiaoming couldn't catch it, only to see Wang Xiaoming bending backward in a single motion, easily holding the clothes. However, because his figure was bending backward too much, the next moment he was about to fall backward. Watch out! Someone in the group spoke up and warned. However, the next second Wang Xiaoming's action directly shocked everyone, only to see Wang Xiaoming make an iron plate bridge, hard enough to stop his impending fall. In an instant, the crowd gasped. You can! Good hands! It was only until this time that the shooting team captain had changed his opinion of Wang Xiaoming a little. It seems that this young man in front of him really has some kung fu in his hands. However, it didn't mean that he would be able to accept Wang Xiaoming. But with that flexibility, you should be on the gymnastics team, not on our shooting team. Wang Xiaoming, however, hemmed and hawed. Didn't the shooting competition start first? I'll report to you guys first. I'll go back to gymnastics when it's over. What do you mean? Without waiting for the crowd to understand, Wang Xiaoming followed the front team onto the airplane as if he had never seen the world. And it was at this point that the gymnastics coach who was on the sidelines came slowly to the crowd and spoke to a few people. Our gymnastics team. It looks like we've added someone as well. It seems to be this kid. For a moment, everyone was stunned. How many programs did he, in the end, sign up for? Soon the time was to come to the opening stage of the Olympics. Wang Xiaoming followed the Olympic team and walked in the opening meeting of the romantic capital. The feeling of enjoying the expectant stares from so many of the country's people is something completely different. Seeing the camera, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but wave his hand at it in greeting. And at that moment, in front of the screen, all the people from Linjiang University were all stunned. Asterisk. Isn't that Ming? When did he go to the Olympics? Day? So many SWAT teams came for him that day. Just for the Olympics? My day. This is my Ming. Ming is awesome. And at the opening ceremony, there was a little fat man staring unblinkingly at the Chinese team that was walking by. Holy, why does that guy look so familiar? Holy, it can't really be Ming, can it? Chapter 4, Weak Chinese Shooting? Doesn't matter, I'll take a shot. The opening ceremony was concluded. At night, the crowd stayed in the Olympic Village. The food in Paris, I must say, is really bad. All the members of Wasia were in a state of bitterness. It's bland and tasteless, and the dishes are one-dimensional. Many people are extremely uncomfortable. After all, in the city of romance, it's the escargot that has the most snails, apart from salads, and they basically do nothing else but steam and fry. It's just that for Wang Xiaoming, eating anything is the same. Once in the rainforest, on a mission, even raw snake meat was a delicacy. Only, though, you can eat anything, but it's true that this Parisian food, too, is a little worse. Not only that, but this opening was met with disdain. The unsettling scene was stomach-churning to watch. It even has an Olympic version, Burning Winter. Tell me, what do you call this? It's just polluting the eyes. Captain Zhaoan looked at the crowd and said, and the others laughed out loud. Captain, do you understand? This is a slackness that belongs only to Parisians. It's called art. It had to be said that although the opening ceremony was thunderous, but because of this, it brought Wang Xiaoming and a few of his teammates closer to each other. Seeing that you all aren't too used to eating, I'll get you something good to eat tomorrow, Wang Xiaoming said. I say, Ming, what kind of good food can you get here? It's all French food. What with the salads and snails? I'm going to puke. I want to eat screaming chicken now. Don't want to eat this fried chicken. Wang Xiaoming, however, gave the crowd a reassuring expression. Cold chicken is not necessarily available, but other things are still possible. Wait for my good news tomorrow. The crowd did not understand the meaning of Wang Xiaoming's words, but they did not take it to heart. The discussion continued, and the talk came down to business. Ugh, do you guys have any confidence in this shooting competition? No one chimed in, all groping at the TV. Captain Zhaoan continued, if I could go back with a gold medal, my family tree would have to single me out. Captain, you're still very strong. This time go for it, you have a chance to win the gold medal. But us? Forget it. A few of the team members were immediately comforting, but Zhaoan is shaking his head. This time I watched several strong opponents. I'm afraid, although the words are not clear, the indication is clear enough. At this point, the room was filled with a downcast atmosphere. It was as if everyone's confidence had been shattered at this moment. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming immediately was standing out. It doesn't matter, I'll make a move. For a moment, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. The next second, there was laughter. Zhaoan smiled and said to Wang Xiaoming, Xiaoming, honestly, at first I had quite a problem with you, but after spending time together, I realized you're still good, but being overly ambitious, that's where you're wrong. This time, it's better to work on gaining experience. In response, Wang Xiaoming didn't say much and just shrugged his shoulders. Soon it was time for the airsoft shooting competition. Shooting has always been the weaker sport for the WAC. Not to mention ping pong, diving and gymnastics are no match for it. That's why shooting has always been a pain in the ass for WAS, though not a big program. But that's even more upsetting, isn't it? A country this size can't win a single medal for shooting? Who can stand that? Every year, the Olympics have the most broadcast program stations, and the athletes who are famous and have the best hopes of winning a gold medal. Basically anyone who watches TV will recognize it. However, when it was the turn to give Wang Xiaoming a shot, a thought appeared in everyone's mind except for the students of Linjiang University. Who the hell is this guy? Never heard the man's name before this. Immediately it was a bold guess. This must be going for gold plating. There are just too many of these people. That's right. It looks like he's a son of some family. Ugh. Never mind. By the looks of it, it would have been the shooting team, which wasn't supposed to be a popular sport anyway. Yeah, there was no hope in the first place. So what the hell? If you want to be gold-plated, so be it. No one reported expectations for Wang Xiaoming. Ming go, brother Ming. Wang Xiaoming, who was watching his other teammates prepare under the field, suddenly heard shouts from above. When he looked up, he instantly saw a familiar figure. Fatty, what are you doing here? Ming, didn't I tell you? I'll be coming to the Olympics over the summer. Oh, this look, wait and see me perform. Wang Xiaoming said. My day. Ming, you're great. You came to the Olympics without saying a word? Usually hiding deep enough. Wang Xiaoming, however, waved his hand. What hidden depths? This is my part-time job. Just making money. Fatty obviously didn't believe it, but, by this time, was ready to start the match. The helpless man could only resign himself to the fact that he couldn't disturb his own Ming. And sitting back down, his dad just wondered, he's your classmate? Yeah, awesome. I've never heard of such a person on the national team before. Ha, I also just found out today that brother Ming is an Olympian. Fatty said excitedly, Ming will definitely win the gold medal. Obviously, Fatty was full of hope for Wang Xiaoming, and after he finished speaking, an audience member from Sakura Nation on the side was snickering and turned his head to Fatty. Just him? He can win the gold medal? The strongest person in your shooting program is Captain Zhaoan. Even he is no match for us. With a little guy like him? The gold medal this time must belong to us. Sakura. Hearing little Sakura's shout, little Fatty was immediately just unconvinced. What are you barking at? Dare to bet with me. Whoever doesn't dare is a puppy. How much to bet? 5,000. No, 10,000. Renminbi. Not your little day money. Little Fatty's fire was clearly coming up. It wasn't just about his own Ming's reputation. It was about the prestige of his country. Just bet. Obviously, the little life over there was also very bold, and immediately they were betting against each other. After the appointment, Fatty's father was shaking his head. Way, you're too intentional. It's obvious that it's a sure loss. A businessman, who is affected by his opponent's provocation in this manner, is not qualified. The little fat man is not convinced. Dad, you also said the businessman. The businessman, even this kind of steady business are not dry? The little fat man's father sighed. Do you hardly think your classmate can really win a gold medal? Must. For some reason, little Fatty just had an innate sense of trust in Wang Xiaoming. The fat father, on the other hand, snorted. If he wins the championship, I'll add another 10,000 to your allowance. Thank you, Dad, for your generosity. And naturally, Wang Xiaoming at the bottom didn't know what was happening. It's following the others as they do their checks. Like physicals, urine tests, whatever. The airsoft design competition, 2, is about to begin. The whole place was abuzz with people. Chapter 5. How did you make it to the finals without even a shot? Unlike the Olympics in a previous life, the Olympic air pistol shooting competition in this world is just 2 rounds. 1 qualifying round, 1 final round. The qualifying rounds are round numbers only and the final rounds are accurate to the number of decimal rings. The top 8 qualifiers advance to the finals. And the favorites to win the air pistol shooting this time around are mainly 2 men. One is Sakura's Yoshi Nidiahachi, and the other is Faye Murray of the Land of Romance. Both are people who have had very good results before. This time, too, it's all about the gold medal. It could also be argued that everyone else, for these two, is running along for the ride. Game on. All the competitors from different countries were organized and put on all their equipment. Most shooters competing will wear professional glasses with 2 lenses, one to help focus and the other to help block out light, as well as a pair of professional noise-proof earplugs. The more specialized ones are the kind of eyewear that are specially made for the purpose. All sizes, size to best fit you. As for Wang Xiaoming, he had joined in halfway, so he definitely could not enjoy this kind of treatment. Even all the equipment was issued by the coaching staff. Countries are also broadcasting and live streaming the game live. The media's focus, of course, is on the 2 frontrunners for the title. Next up, the most powerful players from their own countries. On Wang Xiaoming's side, there was not a single media report on him at all. At best, it's a quick scratch. Giving a picture is leaving. After all, no one would hold out hope for a character with a reputation like his. As for winning the championship? Don't be funny. This never heard of guy can win the title? It's a pipe dream, isn't it? It's just that there's a Chinese cameraman who can't bear to do it. After all, they're all players from their own country. But just before he could shoot Wang Xiaoming for a few seconds, he was scolded away by his own leader on the side with a curse. He was then called to the sidelines and began to lecture. Are you stupid? Hurry up and give the Captain Zhaoan and Diao Xiao shots. Why are you giving so many shots to a hopeless one? You're stupid. But, I see he's also our player. Do you think he can win the championship? Can he win a gold medal? This looks like he's here to pad his game. Are you stupid? Oh, got it. And no one in front of the Chinese screen cared. It was just that the students of Linjian University had long been cursing at this time. How the is this cameraman filming without giving me the Mingo shot? I'm so convinced. I want to see Ming. Hang the hair. I want to complain. In this regard, Wang Xiaoming was not aware of this at all, as he was working hard to bring the equipment issued by the coaching team. Having never used this before, he was a bit frazzled at the moment. I should have known I wouldn't have pretended yesterday. I can't believe I was so confident that I used. Last night, a couple of his teammates just asked him if he'd ever used official gear. The ever-confident Wang Xiaoming didn't take this seriously at all. It's just an outfit. How hard can it be? But after he actually started wearing it today, he realized what a piece of it was that was really hard to wear. Just as his hands were scrambling to put it on, the referee's gun went off at the side, and the match had begun. Bang 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 bang. Sakura's player, Kogi Nidiahachi, was the first to finish shooting. 5 shots all 10 rings. The Romance Nation contestant also finished shooting. The scores were quickly revealed. 5 shots and 10 rings. Immediately after that, all the rest of the contestants finished the race one by one. The Chinese player, Captain Zhaoan, played very well. Also 5 shots and 10 rings. 50 rings. The other player, Zhao Xiao, also played okay, with 4 shots of 10 rings and 1 shot of 9 rings. 49 rings. The full results, which are about to be revealed. The top 8 scores at this point in the rankings are 50 rings, 50 rings, 50 rings, 50 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 48 rings, 46 rings. Meaning, as long as there are a few players left, they can make the top 8 and advance to the finals if they have more than 46 rings. Looking at their own countries, 2 players are into the final. A moment on the field of the Chinese audience all boiled. People have started waving flags in their hands, and at this time, Wang Xiaoming also debugged his equipment and shot up at the stake. Bang bang bang. 3 shots, 10 rings, no doubt. But just as he had 2 shots left to fire, the glasses, which had not been worn in the standard way because they were not worn in the standard way, suddenly fell off all at once. Wang Xiaoming, who had obscured his vision for a moment, did not tense up and panic, but went through his head's previous memories of the target. Proctor fired the last 2 rounds. Bang bang. It was just a pity that the accident still affected his play. 1 shot 9 rings, 1 shot 8 rings, final score, 47 rings. The whistle for the end of the match blew and all lowered their handguns, and the final score was set on the big screen. 50 rings, 50 rings, 50 rings, 50 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 49 rings, 48 rings, 47 rings. Cherry Blossom Country 1 place. 1 place for Romantic Country. Figure Turkey 1 place. Pretty Country 2 places. Wasia Kingdom. Upon seeing the flag logo on the big screen, all of the countrymen who had just boiled over. Once again, it's boiling over. Surprisingly, 3 Chinese players advanced to the final. That Wang Xiaoming, who was not favored by everyone, even made it to the finals. 47 rings, exactly 8th in the rankings. Can you? I thought you were vain. After getting off the field, Captain Zhaoan cheerfully patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. Wang Xiaoming, however, laughed modestly. It's just luck. Luck is also part of strength. Zhao Xiao, another teammate, also said happily. After all, their country has 3 of them in the final, so the probability of getting the championship gold medal is greatly increased. And at that moment the live broadcast pop-ups were flying. Holy, I didn't even watch him shoot just now, and this is in the finals without a word? Ooh, this kid can be lucky. Surprisingly, he made it into the top 8. Can. I had thought he was just here to pad. It seems that God favors my Huaxia this time. It feels like the gold medal is secure this time. 3 in the final. Did anyone see how he just hit the target? No, the broadcast didn't even give much of a shot. It just started sweeping. Did the ING live cameraman grow up eating rocks? And at this time, the cameraman from before was looking at his leader. Leader, should we give that player more shots next? But the leader just glared. Just a little more than 2. You don't really think the winning shot is on him, do you? It's just luck. And although the cameraman said yes, he didn't feel the same way anymore. Picking up his phone, he looked at the live broadcast of a pop-up screen that cursed his mother. Torn for a moment, he chose his mother between his leader and her mother. Next, be sure to give this player a little more footage. And at this time in the audience, the little fat man who had just bet against little Sakura was the whole person was excited. Non-stop hand-wringing. You guys scored 1. We scored 3. You're going to lose. However, that Sakura spectator was disdainful. It's all just luck. The gold medal. It must belong to us. Chapter 6 Crisis. China is about to be at the bottom? The finals are divided into 4 groups, 2 people per group. Instead of 2 against 2, the highest value is taken directly after shooting and the gold medal is awarded. The final, on the other hand, is to be taken to 1 decimal point after the ring count. That means that basically there will not be the same number of rings, for the fairness and impartiality of the competition. It is also taken to a stricter judgment. As for shooting competitions, the Chinese team has not placed in 4-hole Olympics. The best one was only a bronze medal. It can be said that this time, as long as the 3 of them achieved a silver medal, it would be a huge breakthrough. How about it? Captain, are you nervous? Diao Xiao was a bit nervous tomorrow, and at this point, the hand holding the cup she was drinking from was shaking a bit, because he was the first group to compete on stage. It's okay, not nervous. While Zhaoan said that he wasn't nervous on his lips, his thighs that had been shaking had already betrayed his heart. Zhaoan was about to ask Wang Xiaoming about his status when he just turned his head and was shocked by Wang Xiaoming. Holy, what are you doing? Only to see that Wang Xiaoming was actually sitting on a chair with his head tilted back to doze there. Ha, what's going on? Has the match started? In an instant, Wang Xiaoming jumped up. The characteristics of the profession let it look left and right, observing everything in its eyes. It hasn't started. What's the point of shouting at me if it hasn't started? I'll squint some more. Zhao and Diao Xiao couldn't help but be convinced by the sense of pre-game ease from Wang Xiaoming. For a while, the 2 men were a little envious. At the end of the day it's all about gold plating, and what the race actually results in doesn't really affect him that much. Not to mention, he's blown through to the finals. That should be enough for his resume. Shaking their heads, the 2 shook the unrealistic thoughts out of their heads. People can't be compared to each other, and they shouldn't be compared to him. Doesn't make sense. The main thing the 2 are doing right now is trying to get in shape, contenders for the title. And at that moment, that Sakura Nation player was adjusting his mind by taking a walk. As he passed in front of the Huaxia team, he noticed Wang Xiaoming who was napping. He glanced at Wang Xiaoming disdainfully, then mouthed. Zhao and Diao Xiao looked at the Sakura Nation player who passed by his place and suddenly mouthed something. I don't know what he's saying again, but by the look on his face it's definitely not something good. Just as they wanted to rush up and ask for clarification, they suddenly realized that the snoozing Wang Xiaoming had already arrived in front of the Sakura Nation's player at an unknown time. The Sakura Nation player who was about to leave was also suddenly startled by Wang Xiaoming who appeared in front of him. Say it again. Wang Xiaoming's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. Little Yoshi Nidia Hachi instantly froze. Die you? Sigh. His subconscious was to apologize to Wang Xiaoming. However, Wang Xiaoming did not get out of the way. Speak Chinese. Even though Kogi Nidia Hachi is from Sakura, he still understands some basic Chinese language, only to see him say, with some trepidation, yeah, Patchets, get lost. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, little Yoshi Nidia Buster then hurriedly walked away. And at this time Zhao and Diao Xiao gathered around. What just now? That little day to say what? Wang Xiaoming smiled. Nothing. He said that I look handsome, like his father. Zhao and Diao Xiao. The match started soon. The first group to take to the ring was Diao Xiao and the Romantic Nation players. The screen also showed the results of the 2 men. Romance Nation players, 10, 5, 10, 1, 9, 6, 8, 7, 8, 3, 47. 2 rings. Diao Xiao, 10, 6, 10, 1, 9, 3, 9, 8, 4, 47. 4 rings. By 0, 2 ring, a close win. Except that the final wasn't even a group showdown. Instead, 4 groups of 8 people with aggregated scores were pitted against each other. With a score like that, it may seem okay, but basically, it's out of the question for the gold medal. Diao Xiao walked off the stage with his head hanging down. Seeing this, Zhaoan and also the coach hurriedly consoled. It's okay, doing already very well. Next is not still have me. Well, go captain. Diao Xiao cheered Zhaoan on. Zhaoan is the second group to compete. Once up, Joanne was in great shape. 10, 8, 10, 6, 10, 6. For a split second the whole crowd was buzzing with hope of winning the title, as long as the next 2 shots aren't a surprise. And true to form, Zhaoan's next 2 shots were not unworthy of the cheering and pep talk he received from the crowd. Bang bang, 10, 3, 10, 4, final score, 52, 7 rings, even counting all the years. That's a pretty good score. Definitely has hopes of winning gold. As soon as he stepped off the stage, Zhaoan was the one who hugged his teammates, and his tightly clenched fists represented the excitement he felt at this time. The crowd cheered. People feel like they're about to witness the birth of a miracle. The one who competed with Zhaoan was a Sakura Nation player. He was seen standing on the stage, serious and upright. Adjust your gear, aim at the target, and shoot. 10, 6, 10, 7, 10, 5, 10, 6, 42, 4 ring. In other words, for the following shot, he had to hit 10, 3 rings at the very least to win over Zhaoan. Everyone at the scene held their breath, quietly waiting for the results. Bang! When the last number appeared on the big screen at the scene, the hearts of all the Chinese country's viewers went cold. 10, 9. Surprisingly, it's 10, 9. The most perfect shot. Overall performance. 53, 3 ring. A distant 0, 6 rings ahead of Zhaoan. It could be said that at this point, he was almost an early lock for the title, because it's really hard to get over that score. Wow. A bank. Buckle your cockwad. Buckle your cockwad. Daddy Yami. Daddy ya. Death to you. Death to you. The entire Sakura Nation crowd was abuzz. A whole lot of boiling. In their eyes, the gold medal was simply on the line, and the third division is not out of the question. There was no such thing as more than 53. 3 rings, but it was another 52. 9 ring. In other words, at this point, Sakura country is ranked first. Huaxia can only be third at best. Not to mention there's a fourth group. The audience in the country of China is already getting frustrated. And in the last group, it was Wang Xiaoming and the pretty country players. The beautiful country's players come up and go. Bang, 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 bang. 10, 5, 10, 8, 10, 8, 10, 7, 10, 2. Final grade. 53, 0 rings. Ranked second. The country of China, which is no longer in the running for a medal. The entire Huaxia audience was disheartened, and some had even begun to leave their seats in preparation to watch other matches. The players under the field also lowered their heads at this time, just like a frosted eggplant. No one made any noise. What's going on? Didn't I say I'd make a move? You, Zhaoan didn't say anything, just gave a bitter smile, then patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. Go for it. No one is holding out hope for him. The audience is also starting to leave the stage in droves. The Sakura Nation viewers who bet against Fatty are even going to make Fatty pay. What for? My brother Ming hasn't even come on yet. The Sakura Nation spectator laughed. Just him? Casually. He glanced down the field, and then he was shocked. Buckle your cock. What is your Chinese country's player doing? And the sharp-eyed audience also noticed Wang Xiaoming at this moment. Everyone had been shocked by how he looked at that moment. Chapter 7 10. 9 rings? 10. 9 rings. Still 10. 9 rings. As the two Chinese title hopefuls were completely disqualified at this point. Not just disqualified, but at this point just not even eligible to win a medal. Because the top 3, all have been born. Many of the Chinese players had already started to walk towards the field, because they knew that this time, there was really no chance. As for Wang Xiaoming, he had long been forgotten by them. One spectator, however, was clashing with a Sakura Nation spectator. Ding Hao was a shooting enthusiast, and he was naturally full of passion and motivation for the Huaxia air pistol shooting competition. He's the one who yells the loudest in every game. When Zhaoan's results came out, he thought for a moment that Huaxia already had hopes of winning the championship. Even the flag, he had taken out and was ready to wave it. But when the Sakura Nation results came out, his heart cooled a little. But it was fine. No more gold medals. At least there's silver. However, as the third set of matches ended, the fourth set of pretty country results came out. In an instant, his heart had gone all cold. Not to mention the silver medal. The bronze medal is gone. It's hopeless. There's no hope. So there's no point in staying here. Just as he was getting a little disheartened and ready to leave the stage, an insensitive Sakura Nation audience member actually taunted them. Ha ha ha, you Chinese even want to win the gold medal. Don't be delusional. Hurry up and go home. That's right. Go go go. Oh, the gold medal is ours again. Ha ha ha. These few Chinese-speaking Sakura Nation viewers look like they've come over to mess with people's minds. Otherwise, how could this Chinese language be spoken so well? But Ding Hao, who already had a belly full of depression, instantly just couldn't stop it. In a flash, he rushed towards the Sakura Nation spectator who had started the fight. Nima. The two wrestled for a moment, but in the next moment security appeared and pulled them apart, then asked them to leave the arena. Just as the two were being invited halfway through the show, the crowd in the arena was letting out a gasp. The two immediately were looking downward. This one was a direct shock to both of them. Everyone else had all their gear on and their goggles on regular. And he, Wang Xiaoming, surprisingly, he didn't bring any gear, just a regular short-sleeve uniform towards the competition table. The state of it is such that it's almost as if you're not here to compete, but as if you're here on vacation. Even, halfway through the walk, there was a yawn. The rest of his teammates were shocked. Hey, Ming, you didn't bring your goggles. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoming just waved his hand. Don't use that. It affects my state. In an instant, the live broadcasts all exploded. Is this our player? Even though we don't expect anything from him, we can't be this lazy, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's all it takes to make a good play? Players who come up by luck just can't. The mentality is too bad. That's right. A little bit of a deficit and you're already swinging for the fences. Is this a competition? Is this a vacation? State funds are just emptied by these people. Damn it. I feel like I'm going to be humiliated this time. I don't even have a bronze medal. Ugh. No one expects anything from him when they look at him hanging around. Instead, they all started bashing it. And in front of the screen, the head of the National Security Group, at that moment, was standing next to a big leader. I just saw the big leader say, "This is the person you found? Is it really okay?" The person in charge, Chen Xiao, smiled and said, "Chief, don't worry. Other than that, shooting is definitely his strong point." Just looking at Wang Xiaoming's appearance at this moment, the big leader just shook his head. I hope. And inside Kyoto's most powerful hospital, Kyoto Hospital, inside a quiet hospital room, there was a little girl inserting in 4-tube and was watching Wang Xiaoming on TV. Instead, his mouth was there muttering, "Brother, make sure you cheer up." Maybe some people were cheering for Wang Xiaoming, but it was definitely a minority. The vast majority of people are just looking at him funny. Even the Sakura Nation crowd on the field had started celebrating early. They were waving the flags in their hands and kept shouting something that no one else could understand. I'm sure it's a cheering word that belongs to Sakura Nation alone. It was as if the gold medal, this time, was already in their pocket. Not only that, but the Sakura audience on stage actually began to create a human wave. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoming, who was over here, slowly walked up to the competition stage. Its leisurely pace has again become an option criticized by many online viewers. Big brother, you'd better hurry up. So slow to marry a daughter-in-law? I'm convinced, and I'm still dragging my feet. Everyone else has finished fighting. Forget it, I don't even want to watch. Can you do it or not? Even if you don't get a medal, there's no need to give up on yourself. That's right, you represent the country. Can't you have some spirit? Don't give the rest of the country a laugh. Finally, with half of the Chinese audience on the field already gone, Wang Xiaoming had arrived at the competition stage. Casually, he raised his gun without even aiming it. He was seen with one hand in his pocket and a smile at the corner of his mouth. A small pear swirl slowly appearing. But this state is like eating and drinking half of your usual meal, relaxed and laid back, just where everyone couldn't notice. Wang Xiaoming's eyes were already fixed on the center of the target. That 10-9 rings out. Bang! A shot. 10-9 rings. In an instant, the noise in the arena was half as loud. The Sakura Nation audience hadn't taken it seriously, just assuming he was lucky. One more shot. Another 10-9 rings. The Sakura Nation flag wavers on the field had stopped moving their hands. The viewers in the country of China have been burning with hope. Another shot. 10-9 rings again. The audience ready to leave the stage stopped in their tracks. The standing audience has sat down. The audience in front of the screen also stopped posting pop-ups. Keep shooting. Still 10-9 rings. The security guards dragging the two fighting Ding Hao stopped their hands. Ding Hao straightened his clothes and stared daggers at Wang Xiaoming on the field. The little people who stopped waving the Sakura national flag began to sweat on their palms and prayed. Off target. Off the mark. The spectators of the Huaxia country had already taken the originally put away national flag in their hands, and the uncontrollable trembling of their hands betrayed their mood. Wang Xiaoming's friend Little Fatty's hand was about to transfer the password and stopped at the last place. The coaching staff that was packing up and getting ready to go back. Teammates were turning back to do so at this point. The arena was quiet. Not only the spectators but also the referees. Even the wind, at the moment, has no clamor. Bang! Last shot. Everyone stared intently at that target on that big screen. No one dares to bat an eye at this point. Just be afraid you're missing out on something. Pop! The bullet went through the target. A number popped up. In an instant, the whole room was abuzz. Chapter 8. The year I put one hand in my pocket and then the gold medal arrived. 10-9 rings. 10-9 rings. It's really 10-9 rings. Wang Xiaoming, he has created a miracle for China. At this point in the TV broadcast, the broadcast host jumped straight up in his chair in shock. This was followed by non-stop jumping and spinning, and all the viewers in front of the TV, watching this match, kept dancing their hands in front of the screen. They were glad that they hadn't just turned the TV off and that they hadn't just changed the channel. Otherwise, it was a scene that would have gone down in history. This was a scene that was enough to seal the gods, and they would have no chance to see it. Ha ha ha, awesome. This guy is awesome. Yeah, champions, we're champions. Ooh, I just thought, it's gone. But it turns out that there's another village in the dark. By the way, what's this young man's name? Wang Xiaoming. His name is Wang Xiaoming. He's my brother Ming. He's my brother. At this time, the Olympic site. Wang Xiaoming's good buddy little fatty was already dancing in the audience. Not only that, but he proclaimed to all the spectators that the player who won the championship was his good brother, Wang Xiaoming. Ha ha ha, gold medal. Win. Win. Hey, hurry up and transfer the money. Little fatty gave a tug to the disoriented Sakura Nation spectator on the side. Remind him that it's time to pay. After all, one had just pressed the password to the last digit. But who could have guessed the outcome until the last minute? And that Sakura Nation's spectator. His face was full of stupefaction. He simply couldn't believe what was happening. Obviously the gold medal was a handful of pinches last second. How come they're so easy to staff in the blink of an eye? Moreover, he was going to make 200,000 yen all by himself. And in this instant, it turned out that he had to give away so much money. Between one and the other, he or she lost $400,000. Hesitantly he could only open his backpack and take out cash from it. Nima, who wants your small day coins? Give it to me. Give it to your fat master. Go change it into huaxia coins. Seeing the little cherry blossom surprisingly took not Chinese coins, little fatty roared directly. And then he was looking at his own father. How about it? Old man, is my brother awesome? The fat father looked at the little fat man who had gone crazy at this point, and could only silently memorize in his mind what he was calling him at this moment. Wait until you get back and give him his favorite 7-pack. But it has to be said, the fat father also couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His face was red, and it was obvious that the whole person was very exuberant. The spectator who was about to be asked out for fighting, Ding Hao, was directly ripping his clothes off at this point. Since I couldn't find the flag, I had to resort to this. Naked and just waving his shirt frantically at the entrance, the mouth kept cheering, not caring that he had been set up by a couple of security guards. Ha ha ha, I'll be back. I'll be back. And the crowd, long ago, went wild. Individuals, whether they are professional athletes or not, understand the difficulty of shooting a 10-9 ring. It's simply not something humans can do anymore with just effort. And the Sakura Nation spectators who had thought they were winning and were already waving their national flags were like frosted eggplants at this point. The waving flag was lowered with it, and everyone sat down quietly. This scene, at once, gave the side of the Huaxia country audience a laugh. They could still remember the faces of this group of Sakura Nation when Wang Xiaoming's results didn't come out. It was called arrogance. It was called madness. Smile. Why don't you smile? Is it natural not to smile? Ha ha ha, let's just tease them. They really think they can win the gold medal. Laughing my ass off. In the end, a small country is a small country. Sulk, brothers, show them the Wasia red that is uniquely ours. In an instant, as if on command, the flags in everyone's hands were all waved. It was as if a red starburst had been lit in the entire arena, which then filled every corner. A star can start a prairie fire. And at that moment, outside the arena, some of those who had exited early got the message. Immediately was turning back toward the arena. This filled the heads of those who had not received the news with confusion. Brothers, what are you doing? Isn't the competition over? We didn't get a medal. What, no medal? 5-9 rings. What's the fuss? Aren't we all done competing? Isn't there a Wang Xiaoming? Grass. Stop pulling me. I won't be able to make it to the flag waving if I keep pulling. Grass. Take me one. For a while, the audience that had just surged out due to disappointment was now rushing back in a rush, only to come back and realize the game was over. And on the screen was the red flag that belonged to them alone, hanging in the first place. All the ones who left early regretted it. A loss. Damn, I should have known better. Which one of you brothers has the video from just now? Can you show it to me? I missed Matty back in the day. I missed Wang this year. I'm such a... And in the coach's box below the field, the coach of the Huaxia shooting team just burst into tears when he saw the scene. The side is crying and shouting over there. No matter how much the players on the sidelines pull, they can't. I am such a sinner. I almost didn't let him play. If I had really made this decision at that time, I would definitely have to be on the top 10 sinners in Chinese history. I'll be damned. I deserve to die. And the shooting captain, Zhao and Diao Xiao, has long been hugging each other off stage. The two men punched each other one by one. The punches made each other cough. Grass. Even if your eyes are so accurate, you're still so handsome. You're going to get a lot of notes from girls tomorrow. Damn, I'm really envious. Wang Xiaoming is really deep. *********. I apologize for just calling you a poser. I thought you really just wanted to get on stage and come down without your gear. Ming, you'll be my Ming from now on. A few teammates kept waving their fists on the stage. All of them were happy and shocked for Wang Xiaoming. And Wang Xiaoming's status on the team has increased. The one person they had least expected to win the gold medal, the best ranking, was achieved. And in an instant, all the doubts and ridicule of the people were all reduced to nothing. All that remains is praise and pride. And Wang Xiaoming on the stage just gave the camera a smile, and then he was shaking his head. Shots were fired. Looking around seemingly casually, but actually watching vigilantly. It was a habit he'd picked up since he'd been an assassin. Subconsciously observe your surroundings after killing your target. Not only that, but he subconsciously began dizzying movements with his hands. What is he doing? Chapter 9. Why are you acting so much like a killer? The Wasia spectators under the field were cheering, but the next second, seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, everyone froze for a moment, only to see that under the disliked faces of all the media cameras shooting at the moment, Wang Xiaoming actually subconsciously made strange movements to the gun in his hand. Wipe the gun. Wipe the fingerprints. Dismantled the gun in one fell swoop. He then turned around, wanting to dispose of the air pistol in his hand, but when he had just made a turn, he realized that the whole place was silent. Then he reacted. Right, it's the Olympics. He's in the Olympics. So, without moving his face, he assembled the gun in his hand and then handed it to the referee with feigned goodwill. And such an action instantly caught the attention of everyone on the scene, and set off a wave of shock. The crowd, which had just been waving flags, was stunned. The eyes were full of disbelief and shock. No, why are this dude's moves so familiar? Why does it seem like that? A plot from a TV show I've seen. Killers dispose of guns after killing. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? This Ming, so handsome this hand. That's right, it's hard for us not to remember him this way. Not only the live audience, but also the live broadcast, the audience in front of the TV station. It was also directly shocked by Wang Xiaoming's hand. Holy, so skillful. Wiping the gun. Wiping the fingerprints. Dismantling the gun. Am I onto something unimaginable? Dog head. My brother Ming is just humorous. You guys say, could it be that this Wang Xiaoming really has some extraordinary origin? Maybe it's the hidden assassin who came to the Olympics on a mission, but got shouted up to the competition table by mistake. Little Ming must often fantasize that he is a killer, and usually imitates a killer by polishing his gun and wiping his fingerprints after a workout. I can't believe brother Xiaoming is also a middle-aged teenager. I'm also a middle-aged teenager. I equals Wang Xiaoming. I'm going to write a novel that's my part-time summer killer. And you're yelling at me to join the Olympics. Speed shift. No book smashing. Speed shifts. Sleepless nights. And this scene was spread to all parts of the world, and people were all stunned by it. This was followed by a hearty laugh. No one was really stupid enough to think that Wang Xiaoming was a killer. Just in his heart, he thought that Wang Xiaoming grew up with a killer dream, fantasizing that he was a killer. After all, Wang Xiaoming was only 20 years old, still a kid, and shooters from other countries were directly impressed by the scene. Many people believe that this is the secret magic weapon of training shooting in the country of China. So, imagining yourself as a killer adds to training? Looks like I'm going to be wiping my gun for fingerprints and dismantling it after shooting too. The coaches of the Chinese team present, as well as the members of the shooting team, were shocked for a moment, and then they recovered their madness. Several people frantically hugged Wang Xiaoming, who walked off the stage. A Mingo on the left, a Mingo on the right. Jiao Xiao, on the other hand, became curious. Brother Ming, did that last move of yours mean anything? Or are you imitating some movie? This killer isn't too cold? When this question came out, Wang Xiaoming was a bit embarrassed. How should he answer? However, Captain Zhaoan instantly just gave Wang Xiaoming a good excuse. You little cutie, you know why the gap between yourselves and Wang Xiaoming is so big now? Why, Captain? Jiao Xiao wondered. Zhaoan continued. It's because Wang Xiaoming treats every gun like his own child. Even the organizing committee's gun, which was used for the competition, was meticulously cared for by him, cleaning it and wiping off his fingerprints. Not to mention the final dismantling of the gun, just for better man-gun understanding. After Zhaoan explained it this way, instantly a few of them all revealed a sudden realization. He couldn't help but give Wang Xiaoming a thumbs up. Brother Ming, no wonder you're so powerful, so you have such a deep affection for guns. Hearing the compliments of several people, and Zhaoan's explanation, Wang Xiaoming helplessly bristled. But you guys are right. I do have the strongest bond with guns. They are like my brothers. These words instantly resonated with all the players, and the camera on the side recorded all these words. Until this moment, Wang Xiaoming's image in front of the global television set was another point taller. The saying that success comes from hard work is once again ingrained in everyone's mind. Shooting coaching staffs from other countries were also exchanging quiet words in private. It was immediately decided that this set of movements of wiping the gun and wiping the fingerprints and dismantling the gun should be integrated into the daily training in the future. At this moment in the Chinese National Security Bureau, the big leader in front of the screen looked at Wang Xiaoming in the screen and secretly nodded. Not bad. Not bad. Ding ah. This person you found is indeed very good. Talent like this, and efforts like this, must be publicized more. as a role model for our young people in China. When you do something, you must be single-minded and fully committed. The more the big leader spoke, the more energized he became, while Ding Hao on the side secretly wiped the sweat from his head. A big deal? If you knew who he really was, would you still publicize it? Of course. At this time, Ding Hao would not speak for the time being, and for Wang Xiaoming's promise, he also had to fulfill it in time. And at the Olympic site, a sea of Chinese cheering and shouting also once again let the global people feel the passion of China. As for Wang Xiaoming, he was surrounded by all his teammates and went to be interviewed. It's a routine process for the final. Whether it's the Chinese media or the global media, all of them will ask questions to the medalists. And the dark horse Wang Xiaoming, the one who blew up big time, must be the focus of this interview. Just as he was heading for the interview area, his cell phone vibrated. When he opened his cell phone, Wang Xiaoming realized that a small goal had arrived. There's also a message below: keep up the good work. One goal, a small goal. The interview went as promised, with some general questions largely skimmed over, and the questions that most left all the viewers wanting to know more came one after the other. Hello Wang Xiaoming, this time you not only took the first gold for China, but also broke the global record of air pistol shooting. What do you think about this? Wang Xiaoming said. I'm very happy and excited. His mouth said so, but Wang Xiaoming's face was indifferent. Then may I ask, what is it that brings you to this Olympics? As far as we know, you should be a newcomer. Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment. Well, actually, coming to the Olympics is my part-time summer vacation. Ha ha, it seems that Wang is usually a hard-working person. So may I ask what kind of part-time job you usually do? Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, slowly spat out a few words. Chapter 10, Wang Xiaoming? That's Mad Xiaoming. I usually sell beef stroganoff on the side. Selling beef stroganoff? The reporter was directly confused. Aha! Wang Xiaoming nodded. I'm working hard at school to earn a little tuition. The few journalists who heard this didn't think anything special of it, but the teammates on the sidelines blew up. What's the deal? I thought it was stuffed in with the kids of gilded bigots. Why do you have to work and study now? And tuition? Is it possible that we all guessed wrong at the beginning? The reporter went on to ask. I saw that you issued encouragement to two of your teammates during their back-to-back losses. May I ask what you were saying? Wang Xiaoming froze. What did he say? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered. Oh, I'll tell them it doesn't matter. I'll make a move. For a moment, the scene was awfully quiet. All the reporters had their mouths wide open, and then the corners of their mouths couldn't help but smile. Here comes the biggest news break of the day. Madness. The young man in front of him was just too crazy. And in front of the screen, live on air, in the first moment, all the audience also all heard Wang Xiaoming's words. Instantly, pop-ups were flying. That's too cool for me to throw. Doesn't matter, I'll take a shot. Awesome, awesome. That's the real big man. Mad. Really mad beyond measure. What's wrong with being mad? When will the law not allow people to be mad? People have the strength to be crazy. That's right. The first gold in China. I have a feeling that in the future, he should not be called Wang Xiaoming, and should be called Mad Xiaoming from now on. Mad Little Ming. That's a good title, eh? The reporter went on to ask. So you'll be participating in the remaining events such as the next 25 air pistol rapid fire, 10-meter air rifle, etc. Wang Xiaoming smiled. I only need to make a slight move. Just before he finished his words, he was pulled down by the coach. Sorry, it's Wang Xiaoming's first time to participate in the Olympics, so he doesn't understand some things very well yet. Ask me anything. Immediately afterward, Wang Xiaoming saw the coach of the shooting team fighting with the reporters there. After all that talk, not a single useful thing came out of it. In this regard, Wang Xiaoming had to sigh. These coaches are all some kind of humanistic monsters. Although he himself was a super killer on the list, he was indeed not good at this aspect of human affairs. After all, the ones who need to use their own favors are lying under their guns. And what Wang Xiaoming had just said was not yet finished though, but it has been imprinted on the hearts of all viewers. All the viewers of the Chinese country were all excited with passion, but viewers in the rest of the country are not buying it. One by one, they were spitting and mocking up. Isn't it said that the best character of a Chinese person is humility? I don't think he's humble at all. That's right. Really think you can bag a gold medal in a shooting competition? Too arrogant. Too much disregard for our crew. Humph. If you're so cocky now, your fall will hurt more later. Although a bit strong, this kid's character is just too flamboyant. It doesn't match my impression of outstanding young people in China. I don't like it very much. The shooting coach over there, after dealing with the reporters, returned to the team. He looked at Wang Xiaoming with some excitement, but there was some embarrassment in it. First of all, Xiaoming, congratulations on achieving the first gold in China for us. You're really too good. After saying that, he then rubbed his hands and said to Wang Xiaoming, in fact, except for the air pistol, We don't have many people who have reported a few other items. Not much is how much? Wang Xiaoming asked. The coach held up a finger. Air rifle we had no hope. All air rifle events we reported up one person. But the flying saucer we reported up quite a few. Wang Xiaoming, however, shook his head. Replace the person with me. I want to participate in all these programs. All to participate? Air pistol 25 rapid fire, 10-meter air rifle, 50-meter rifle in 3 positions, men's multi-directional skeet, men's two-way skeet? Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment. Well, I won't participate in the 3 poses. I personally don't like kneeling. All the others change their names to me, and when the time comes, I'll return the 4 gold medals to you. After saying that, he left the team and walked towards the podium to receive the gold medal. The coach and a few players were left in place, dumbfounded, mad, just mad as hell. But I love it so much. A female member of the firing squad covered her reddened face and said shyly, and the rest of the team looked at their coach. Coach, do we really have to replace him altogether? The coach was a little hesitant, but Wang's strength was evident to all in the previous air pistol 10-meter match. Just could it be luck? The thought had just appeared in his mind before he instantly shook it out of his head. Luck? Who's lucky enough to have 5, 10, 9 rings in a row? He'd trade everyone here being single for the rest of their lives if they had that kind of luck. Thinking of this, he immediately was to go and find the Olympic Organizing Committee to start a series of replacement process. He, in the end, chose to believe Wang Xiaoming, though crazy, but strong. For a while, Wang Xiaoming's name instantly swept through every corner of China. There were even countless more viewers who rose up in unbridled anticipation for Wang Xiaoming. What do you guys say? Will crazy little Ming continue to compete next? Who knows about that? I'd like to think Ming competes in every shooting competition. Ugh, as awesome as Mad Kodomine is, can one person participate in more than one program? Of course it's allowed. As long as you're as strong as you can be and as fit as you can be, you can participate in all of it, as long as it's not transgender. Then Ming will enter another air rifle and another frisbee. Don't even think about it. It's awesome enough for a guy to get a gold medal in one field in his entire life. More than 6 billion people in the world, and you want him to be the king of all? That's right. He was just saying that for fun in his previous interview. How can anyone have so much energy? Although everyone was expecting Wang Xiaoming to continue with his next project, but people also know that with so many athletes around the world, it's not easy to shine in one sport in your lifetime. Want to drill something else? Even if it was Mad Xiaoming, they didn't think that they had the ability. Just, on the next day, in just 1 day's time, the network of the country of Huaxia is the emergence of several hot searches. It's all about Wang Xiaoming, and all the viewers saw the hit for a split second. All of them were excited and shocked. Everyone didn't expect this to happen and couldn't believe that it would. This Wang Xiaoming, is really crazy to the point of no return. Chapter 11, the whole internet is hot and overwhelming. According to reliable sources, China's first gold medalist, Wang Xiaoming, will compete in all shooting events except for 3-position shooting, so please look forward to his performance. Shocked, Wang Xiaoming is not happy with his first gold medal. He even said he wants to take all the gold medals. Wang Xiaoming officially changed his name to Mad Xiaoming. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? Please pay attention to Phoenix Frontline Olympics for your report. Crazy, Wang Xiaoming, Wang Xiaoming. For a while, all the hot searches were all over the place, and they all became Wang Xiaoming. Although the Chinese audience was very supportive of Wang Xiaoming in their hearts, there were still many who questioned it. Can he really? Would it be claptrap for one person to participate in so many programs? Was his previous gold medal luck? And in addition to the Chinese media, the media in other countries began to disparage Wang Xiaoming in a big way. An unheralded, first-time Olympian rookie with no semblance of respect for the older players, the seniors. As a young man, there is no humility at all. Taking a gold medal should have taught him how hard-earned it was, but he's delusional enough to try to take a shooting slam? What a ridiculous thing to say. When this report came out, instantly, Wang Xiaoming's image in the hearts of viewers in other countries was greatly reduced. Everyone began to boycott Wang Xiaoming, and there were few who began to expose Wang Xiaoming online. At this time, Wang Xiaoming was oblivious to all of this, and as night fell, the people of the Olympic village ate dinner. The firing squad then went back to their dormitory and rested. Only Zhao En's crowd, who had returned to the dormitory, realized that Wang Xiaoming hadn't returned for a long time. He waited for nearly an hour before he heard footsteps coming from outside. They then smelled a pungent scent. Wang Xiaoming appeared in the doorway, carrying a bag in his hand. And the scent, it's coming from the bag. This flavor. Zhao En sniffed his nose and glanced at Wang Xiaoming. Barking chicken? Wang Xiaoming, however, shook his head and took out the contents of the bag. Although it's not screaming chicken, it's almost as good as screaming chicken. So you guys will just eat it. Receiving the lotus leaf-wrapped object that Wang Xiaoming threw over, Zhao trio hurriedly unwrapped it. The moment they unwrapped it, several people were drooling. Holy, squawking pigeon. In his hand was clearly a pigeon wrapped in lotus leaf clay. Its fragrance instantly drilled into the nose of several people. Already too late to think about what several people immediately is to take out the drink. Gulping up. Brother Ming, where did you get this pigeon? At this time, except for the Captain Zhao who was still a bit embarrassed, the others had all called Wang Xiaoming as Brother Ming. Wang Xiaoming smiled. Made it myself. Ah, pigeon bought it. Bought? You can buy pigeons here? Diao Shao was a bit unsure. Zhao, on the other hand, was surprised at the flavor of the squawking pigeon. It's okay, Wang Xiaoming, you can do this craft, but it seems like open flames are prohibited here. Dig a pit, bury it, use the residual heat, use no open flame, Wang Xiaoming explained. After all, the best thing one can do is dig a hole. A few people were so excited to eat that they didn't have time to care anymore where it came from, and halfway through the meal, Zhao asked about Wang Xiaoming's upcoming participation in the full shooting competition. I mean, Ming, are you really going to enter the whole competition? Wang Xiaoming shook his head. No, I thought I wasn't going to participate in the 3 postures. You this, also too bull. You have to know that you are so flamboyant if the back did not get a medal, but will be those domestic keyboard warriors sprayed to death. Zhao said with concern. Do you have confidence in the 25 speed shooting tomorrow? After all, he had actually experienced the feats of the domestic keyboard warriors, and see back in the day, the Wahoo Flyers were once sprayed with skepticism. Even the #1 basketball player in China can be sprayed as inferior to street baller Wu Ride-a-Hare. If Wang Xiaoming is so crazy now, and when the time comes, he doesn't get a single medal, he doesn't know that with Wang Xiaoming's age, which is only 20 years old, how does it hold up to the net exposure of so many people? In response, Wang Xiaoming but smiled and said, tomorrow's project, hand to hand just, Zhao bristled, but don't talk big now, it's better to take it easy, Diao Shao also said as she ate. Yeah, Ming, speed shooting is still a bit different from 10-meter air pistol, you have to hit the target instantly, there's no time for you to aim. Wang Xiaoming did shake his head and said, no, you guys might have misunderstood what I meant, I'm not talking about a gold medal for 25 speed shooting. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Zhao nodded his head with satisfaction. That's right, don't set your goal so high at the beginning, strive for silver, bronze and gold. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xiaoming's next words instantly caused him to spray out all the water in his mouth. I don't mean a gold medal in 25 speed shooting, I mean, I want them all. Put. Not only Zhao, but the other 2 members of the team also spewed out water at once. Cough cough cough. Ming, you can't be kidding? Wang Xiaoming smiled. Do I look like I'm joking to you? In an instant, all 3 people inside the dormitory were shocked. In the meantime, inside the Chinese National Security Bureau, the big leader looked at the hot searches that were all over the online media, and he couldn't help but be a little angry. Looking at Chen Xiao, he said, this person you're looking for does have some strength, but isn't it a bit too arrogant? One person trying to bag the shooting Grand Slam? Participate in every event? How much energy does he have alone? Chen Xiao, on the other hand, helplessly said to the big leader, Chief, just don't worry, I have confidence in him. Humph, it better be, soon. The time was to come to the next day. There's still a bit of a lot of items to compare today. Yesterday there was only one air pistol event for the men. The rest of the day was all women's shooting. And today, it's an all-men's program. All the Chinese spectators had long been waiting in the audience. Quietly, he watched the emergence of spicy male figures in the players' lane. Soon, the Chinese shooting team was on the field, and Wang Xiaoming's figure appeared in the sight of the crowd. In an instant, all the Chinese audience exploded. I didn't expect him to show up. Is it true that he's going to participate in all the shooting events? As soon as Wang Xiaoming appeared, all the media reporters surrounded him. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, are you going to participate in the next 25 air pistol speed shooting competition? Wang Xiaoming nodded. The reporter continued. And do you have any outlook for the next 25 air pistol speed shooting? Is it preparing for a gold medal? Obviously, the reporter is here to make things happen, and he knows what's being discussed the most online at this point. It's natural to extend the heat on this thing, and in the face of the reporter's question, Wang Xiaoming just stretched out a hand and put up 5 fingers. The crowd in front of the screen is unsure. However, the next sentence Wang Xiaoming turned around and said directly made everyone's eyes widen. Chapter 12 stretching out 4 fingers means I'm going to take 4 gold medals. Just as everyone was waiting for Wang Xiaoming's reply. However, he saw Wang Xiaoming raise 5 fingers to the camera. The reporter thought that Wang Xiaoming was trying to greet the crowd and hurriedly greeted the cameraman to give Wang Xiaoming a close-up. Who knows? Just after zooming in on Wang Xiaoming's handsome face, he saw him slowly retract his thumb. Only 4 fingers left. Are you saying that you're going to participate in all 4 remaining programs? The reporter guessed keenly. Instantly, the live streams all exploded. I didn't realize that all those hot takes were real. Wang is really going to participate in all the men's solo shooting events. This is too counterintuitive. One person's energy is limited. How can you get good grades when you're in so many programs? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I thought it was a joke, but it turns out he really wants to participate? I'll be damned. That's a bit loaded. All of them participating. Isn't that taking up a team slot? Without giving his teammate a chance. Won't he be cursed if he doesn't get a medal at the end of the day? However, the next thing that happened was that Wang Xiao shook his head at the camera, followed by, "That's not what I meant. I meant 4 gold medals. Arrogant. It's so pretentious, but I love it. It's only ing pussy when you get it right, and when you don't, it's a disgrace. That's right, too crazy." Crazy little Ming really didn't call him wrong, laughing to death. "Although I admit that your excellency is very impressive for taking the first gold, but it's too much of a mouthful to presume to take the remaining 4 golds. In an instant, all the spectators all exploded. Everyone felt at first that Wang Xiaoming was pretending. Combined with his actions during the previous match, he subconsciously awarded the title of King of Push to Wang Xiaoming. Inside a small district at the magic capital of China, a man was losing his smile as he watched himself on TV. This man was none other than Fu Chuanji, who helped China win its first gold medal in shooting 16 years ago. At the time, he was in high spirits after taking his first gold. It was also trying to continue to ride the wave of success, taking part in the next few shooting events in succession. Only, he was not as arrogant as Wang Xiaoming, who participated in all the programs. He just entered a 25-speed shooting competition. It's just a shame that the idea is good and the reality is poor. Taking his first gold, this is the time to end it, is the best applause and flowers waiting for him. However, I did not expect 25-speed shooting, and I did not control my mind for a while due to excessive joy. Surprisingly, I ended up at the bottom of the list. The runner who took the first gold was bottom of the second score. That would make anyone who heard it snicker. The main thing was that he himself had also put down a tough word before the race to get a second gold medal for China. In an instant, online bashing followed suit. As for myself, I had to choose to retire at my best age. So when he saw Wang Xiaoming on TV, it was as if he saw himself once. Young and frivolous, innocent, rotten. This gold medal, is it for you to take whenever you want? Shaking his head, he stopped paying attention to Wang Xiaoming and directly changed the channel. He couldn't bear to see Wang Xiaoming's expression after he failed because it would show him himself. And at this moment, the scene has long been boiling over. Looking at the arrogant Wang Xiaoming in the big screen, spectators in other countries have long since begun to spew their anger. Asterisk 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 Q. Xiaoming Wang, get out, 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 out. At this time the shouts of letting Wang Xiaoming roll removed rose and fell. And the audience in the country of China is certainly all in one place at this point. When faced with a foreign enemy, people know that they have to be united. So, the scene became one where the audience of the Chinese country and the audience of other countries were spraying each other. Various containing Mon vocabulary constantly, which is included in the other side of the ancestors' 18 generations. But while cursing the fight, the world's vocabulary can't match that of Wasia. Nay, the number of spectators from other countries on the scene crushed the Chinese audience. The voice alone was able to overpower the Chinese audience. It was like the little fat man's voice was muffled, still drowning in the sea of people. It is also fortunate that the site organizing committee began to maintain order. Otherwise this scolding, do not know to continue until when it. But even so, when Wang Xiaoming passed by the audience, there were still many foreign spectators who were angrily spraying at him. What with the beach and the sun and all that. What's more, a foreign fairy directly rushed to the front and raised her middle finger at Wang Xiaoming. Asterisk 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 you beach Wang. You're. Looking at this fat-headed foreign fairy, Wang Xiaoming's eyes went cold for a moment, subconsciously looked around, then suddenly realized that it seems that you can't kill people here. Just said to the woman, fat head, and left. And the woman obviously didn't understand what Chinese meant. It was only after her companion on the side explained that she reacted, and she instantly lost control of her emotions, just about to jump out of the audience. I'm glad it was stopped, or there would have been an accident. Everyone knows that lies don't break hearts, only the truth is a quick sword. Obviously, this spoke to the heart of the foreign fairies, and this scene all fell in the eyes of the Chinese audience. Everyone was silently expecting Wang Xiaoming's play in their hearts. Brother Ming, make sure you get a medal, and slap these foreign devils in the face. Ming, if you win a medal, you'll be the father of all foreign devils. Damn, can't stand it. Come on Ming, shut these guys up. Everyone was cheering for Wang Xiaoming. No one wants to be belittled by foreigners when it comes to national righteousness. What's wrong with 4 Olympics without a medal? For once, we were able to take our first gold right off the bat. We're not satisfied with the first gold. We're going to take the full shooting slam. Soon, with the ready whistle blowing, all the athletes from all the countries started to get ready. Check your equipment and adjust it. Wang Xiaoming was the only one who just sat in his position, not moving. No one dared to disturb him at this time, because everyone knew that the essence of the contestants should never be disturbed before the competition. Whatever he does is his business. You interrupt him, you might miss the gold medal. The first event entered was, naturally, the men's air pistol single 25 rapid fire. 25-meter rapid fire, 60 rounds of rapid fire using a small caliber rapid fire pistol against a rapid fire target at a distance of 25 meters. Each 5 rounds for a group. Each group of shooting time is divided into 8 seconds, 6 seconds and 4 seconds. 3 kinds of rapid fire target concealment by electronic equipment control. It's safe to say the difficulty has gone up a notch. After all, it's impossible to leave much time at all for aimed shots. As soon as the target comes out, your bullets are going to pour out. Soon after, a whistle blew and the game began. Chapter 13, 25 speed shot. He's actually controlling the score? At the sound of a whistle, the men's single 25 speed shooting match is about to begin. All the contestants were ready for a round to decide the winner. There was a huge crowd and a lot of hooting and hollering. Soon, everyone came to the competition stage, and on the side of Wang Xiaoming, surprisingly, was the last hand's opponent, Sakura Nation's little Yoshi Cole bar player, only to see him staring at Wang Xiaoming with a deadly stare. His eyes filled with wariness. Ming Jun, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Looking at the inexplicable Sakura Nation player, Wang Xiaoming just glanced at him and then turned his head. The implication of not taking Sakura seriously was unmistakable. This one directly pissed Sakura off. Turning his head, he thumped the first round directly after shooting, then arrogantly looked at Wang Xiaoming. But at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was standing still, not moving at all. This made the audience all confused. The speed shooting competition is actually divided into 3 smaller stages. The first stage is only 5 seconds. Wang Xiaoming didn't start launching until the last second, when all the players' results came out. 13 shots a second. The results don't seem to be very good though. After all, he broke the world record in the 10m, but luckily, the other players didn't play very well in the first small stage. Wang Xiaoming's grades came out neither bad nor good. In an instant, the Chinese audience at the scene were all silenced. The Sakura Nation player, on the other hand, had a teasing look on his face. He was the first place winner in this round. The second stage began, and Wang Xiaoming still started shooting only after everyone had finished. At the last second, the scores came in, and they were still uneventful, upper middle of the pack, and by this time, some people were already getting anxious. It's over. It's over. Ming has played a bit out of his mind in these 2 rounds. Akito will have to play perfectly to have a chance in the next phase. The one on the face of the Sakura contestant then showed a scoffing look. He's still number 1 in this round. Not surprisingly, he felt that the gold medal was in the bag this time. And then the third round began. This is the last round. As with the previous 2 rounds, Wang remained last minute until everyone's scores were out. It was only then that he was not slow to strike. Bang bang bang. The last shot was fired and everyone in the audience was waiting for the results to come in. With the number of rings fired on the screen, boom, the room erupted in thunderous applause and shouts. The Sakura player, on the other hand, had an incredulous look on her face. Simply because, Wang Xiaoming's ring count, no more and no less, was exactly 0, 1 ring higher than his. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Obviously in the first 2 stages, Wang Xiaoming was 4 or 5 places away from him. How the last stage, it can instantly rebound. For a while, Sakura was a little skeptical, while the live Chinese audience has long been boiling. The anger of having just been insulted, ridiculed and looked down upon by another country was swept away. The only thing left behind is full of pride and joy. Laughing, screaming, why don't you scream? Didn't you just laugh like a thief? Ha ha ha. It seems that some people are born not to laugh. That's awesome. We're champions. We're champions again. Another gold medal brings more than just pride to everyone in China. It was even a hard slap in the face to those who didn't believe in Wang Xiaoming, and this one gold medal, but also to help China's country in the International Olympic Games. The number of gold medals ran directly to the first place. All the skepticism and ridicule came and went like a tidal wave. In an instant, Wang Xiaoming was apologized and respected by the national audience, apologized for their previous disbelief in Wang Xiaoming, and one of the most asked questions of Wang, who made it to the podium, was, Mr. Wang, may I ask what is the purpose of you being the last to strike every time? The audience in front of the screen was also waiting for Wang Xiaoming's answer. Facing the reporter's question, Wang Xiaoming just smiled and said, I'm used to it. I usually observe my surroundings before making a move. Wang Xiaoming was right. It's indeed a professional habit of his now. When it came to being a killer, he would never take the lead without knowing his surroundings. But the words fell on the ears of the audience in a different way. What? Ming means he's actually controlling the score? I'll be damned. This is too crazy. Olympic Games. And score control? I have to say, Ming is good at everything, but he can't pretend to be good at anything. He'll show traces. Still young. Understand. Ha ha ha. Maybe it's really a score control. Then why do you guys say it's exactly 0, 1 higher than the second place? When you put it that way, it's a real possibility. WOJ. If that's true, then Ming is a god. Just wait until the next match to see what he's really like. And unlike the respect and pride of the Chinese netizens, other national networks have been cursing for a long time. For Wang Xiaoming's arrogance, everyone had long been deeply rooted in their hearts, but they did not expect it to be so wild. You will pay for your arrogance. For your arrogance. On the podium, the Sakura country player who got the silver medal on the side provoked Wang Xiaoming. However, in the face of the country's camera, at this time, Wang Xiaoming was not good to give him some color, but could only pull over Xiao Sakura's neck. Cut the crap and get your ass over here and take a picture. Due to Wang Xiaoming's intimidation, little Cherry Blossom could only bitterly comply. After the 25 rapid fire, it was time for the 10-meter air rifle competition. The two matches are right next to each other, which is why people aren't too hopeful for Wang. After all, having just gone all in on a game, or an international game like this, no one is going to be able to adjust quickly. And this kind of shooting competition naturally demands a lot from the competitors. A single breath, a single blink of an eye, could affect the outcome of the game. And because of that, this is a match that the Sakura player is not participating in. But after he learned that Wang Xiaoming was still participating, he strongly requested that he also participate. But it was forcefully rejected by the coach. The reason given is that all of your energy is going to be focused on the men's singles disc competition next. So, one person, Sakura, is also participating in 3 programs, could be considered an ableist. It's just a pity that he ran into Wang Xiaoming, the pervert. Soon after, the men's air rifle competition began. Everyone began to look forward to Wang Xiaoming's operation. An air rifle is still not the same as an air pistol. Weight, aim, shooting feel. However, Wang Xiaoming still lived up to his expectations and fired the first shot. Still 10, 9 rings. For a moment the audience began to stir. This showed that Wang Xiaoming hadn't been affected by the previous match at all. And this one, it's highly likely that another gold medal will be won for China. However, the next action of Wang Xiaoming after the first shot was fired was the one that once again attracted the attention and buzz of the entire internet. Chapter 14 5 Gold Medal Slam. Gain the skill, Xian Wu Ding. After Wang Xiaoming finished the first shot, he quickly turned his back, and then he put away his spear and was about to prepare to move his position. The series of movements seemed extremely habitual and natural. All the spectators at the scene were stunned, and seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, the teammates behind him were immediately shouting to remind them. Mingo Mingo. It's not over yet. We still have to fight the rest in the same spot. That's right, Ming. Air rifles don't need to change positions. Ming, hurry up. There's a time limit. Hearing the shouts of his teammates behind him, Wang Xiaoming realized that his actions seemed to have a subconscious habit of doing so. That's a habit that needs to change in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming also immediately re-aimed at the target, pouring all the bullets out in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The results also quickly appeared one by one on the big screen on the scene. The crowd held their breath as they waited for the totals to come in. 10, 9 rings, 10, 9 rings, or 10, 9 rings. In an instant, roars of rage swept over the scene. Once again, Wang Xiaoming won another gold medal for Huaxia. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's name spread throughout the whole of China. But everyone knew that the legend written by Wang Xiaoming was not yet over. Men's two-way frisbee championships, men's multi-directional frisbee, still the winner. Though compared to the first few proper ring-counting design projects, the competition in the flying saucer was relatively much less difficult, but the rest of the country's competitors were still being abused by Wang Xiaoming to the point where they could not take care of themselves. Facing the flying saucer that flew out, Wang Xiaoming acted as if he did not need to aim at all. Raise your gun and shoot. Just 2 blinks of an eye. In an instant, all the flying saucer targets all fell down in response. The Chinese audience at the scene could no longer shout, because everyone's voice was hoarse. The rest of the country's audience is no longer denigrating and jeering. That's the way people are. When you're just a little bit better than him, they're envious and jealous. But when you're so good that you surpass the point where he can only look up to you, all you get is respect and admiration. This is the case with Wang Xiaoming now. The previous skepticism disappeared completely. In its place, there was nothing but full-blown adoration. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also like snowflakes. The discussion about Wang Xiaoming reached a direct peak at this moment. Mad Kodomine. God forever. Ilua saw just the first time to participate in the competition. Direct shooting grand slam. This let others still how to live. Don't worry upstairs. Ming has left one more chance. Isn't Ming not participating in the third pose? Ha ha ha. I forgot what reason Ming had for not attending at the time. It left the rest of the country's broadcast room filled with helplessness and sadness. It's over. It's over. The king is so powerful. How can we contestants ever get ahead? Hurry up and get the coaching staff to scoop up King. Somebody save our country. What do you guys say? Should we hire an assassin so that Wang Xiaoming can never compete again? You don't say. It's a good idea. Meanwhile, Fu Chuanji, the player who got the only gold medal for the country of Huaxia 16 years ago, was playing a game. Suddenly, it was the sound of his wife's shouts. Honey, honey, come look. What is it? Fu Chuanji, who was playing into a key group battle, didn't even want to bother with his wife. However, his wife's next words directly stunned him in place, even when the compression he was maneuvering on the screen, with 5 dotted lines, appeared. He didn't operate it. That shooter of ours from China got the shooting grand slam. Impossible. Don't joke. Fu Chuanji, however, knew that the shooting several events were all competed in one day. How can anyone compete in all the events in one day and still win a gold medal? Really? Husband, come and see. Fu Quanji's wife continued to shout. The disbelieving Fu Chuanji also put down the game and came to his wife's side, looking at the picture being broadcast live on the TV. On the screen, the young man called Wang Xiaoming was standing on the award podium, and on his chest, there were several gold medals that were glittering in gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fu Chuanji counted. The whole person then froze in place. 5 gold medals. How is this possible? Fu Chuanji had originally looked at Wang Xiaoming, who was so arrogant before. Thought for sure he was going to lose. Then he was netted. He felt sorry for him for a while himself. Thought this young man would just get sprayed right out of the game like he did back in the day. However, Wang Xiaoming unexpectedly used his own actions to change this ending in a hard way. One person took home 5 gold medals. Is this humanly possible? Just as it floundered, call after call came in. Surprisingly, all of them were his former teammates. One by one, they talked to themselves on the phone about the happy news. Their excited tones as if they had won the gold medal themselves that year. Just so crazy congratulations and excitement in their own ears. For a moment, Fu Chuanji was in tears. The young man on TV has done what he once wanted to do but couldn't. Wang Xiaoming, you are good. Inside the Chinese National Security Bureau, the atmosphere, which used to be all serious and quiet, was now also filled with excited and exuberant roars. Even the big leaders who came to watch were clenching their fists and constantly waving the air in front of them. Handsome, too handsome. Ding Hao, you kid, this is a very reliable person to find. Ding Hao, the head of the National Security Bureau, hemmed and hawed. That's right, Chief, you don't know how much power I've used to find this person. At this moment, the big leader suddenly asked, this kind of talent, haven't you thought of absorbing him into the organization? With this kind of shooting talent, he can't be the next god of sniping. Hearing the big leader's words, Ding Hao also blinked, then shook his head. Forget it, Chief. This temple of ours may not necessarily be able to accommodate this great god yet. To be honest, he had long had this idea, but Wang Xiaoming was so used to being an idler like this. Will it stand the system of their army? So, it's better to just maintain an equal partnership with such people. Trying to tame him? Ding Hao smiled. This seemed impossible, didn't it? On Wang Xiaoming's side, 5 gold medals in hand meant 5 small goals in hand. At the same time, the system's voice was heard in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the number of gold medals *5. Achievements have now been reached, and the first signs of greatness are visible. Rewards are being given out. In the extraction of skills, congratulations to the host, who has drawn the skill, Xuanwu Ding. Xuanwu Ding LV1 greatly improves the user's ability to hold their breath underwater, and at full level they can breathe directly underwater. Increased proficiency can raise the level. Xianwu Ding, does that mean to keep yourself in the swim meet? Chapter 15, Coach Suspicious. Killer's identity about to be revealed? Wang Xiaoming won 5 gold medals, which should have been a matter of national celebration. However, just as the firing squad was all cheering passionately, the assistant coaches on the team were the ones who approached the head coach at this point. The coach, who was cheering and clapping with his team, saw the assistant coach pull him over as soon as he could. Ha 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 ha, Su Fan. Exploded. This time our shooting team exploded. However, in the face of the head coach's excitement, assistant coach Su Fan was slightly hesitant with his face. What's wrong, Seo Shige? The head coach wondered. Su Fan hesitated, but still quietly voiced his concerns in his head coach's ear. What? You're saying there's something wrong with Wang Xiaoming's identity? Su Fan nodded. Before he joined the national shooting team, he was actually in the military, and in the army, always a top soldier. Therefore, After he saw Wang Xiaoming's series of those habitual movements, he just became suspicious. You can't say that nonsense. Su Fan, do you have proof? Su Fan asked. Teacher Wu, who subconsciously wipes their gun after shooting, wipe fingerprints, or even blinks just to dismantle the gun? As far as I know, this kind of habit, even the king of soldiers in our army, wouldn't have it. Coach Wu nodded. Indeed, this habit is suspicious, but that doesn't mean anything. Say it's not necessarily that this is a youngster who likes to imitate movies? Instead of answering, Su Fan continued to ask other questions. What about air rifles? Changing magazines with one hand? Can you do that? Coach Wu shook his head this time. We don't usually need it, but it's possible to practice it if you're hard up for it. Well, then he also subconsciously backhanded the bolt, which you guys can do. It's hard. Coach Wu subconsciously brought himself into it. Moves like this, usually our shooting team members, or amateurs, are not so skillful, unless it's a special forces soldier in the army. Su Fan directly snatched the answer. Do you suspect that Wang Xiaoming is which troop? No. Su Fan directly countered. Changing magazines with one hand and pulling the bolt with the opposite hand is not the main thing. What's the main thing? He shoots 10 rings on a gun, facing a flying saucer target, not even an aiming action at all. Which troop special forces soldier do you think can do that? Unless it's the king of soldiers. But I've never heard of any soldier king coming to the Olympics. Su Fan's various statements also made Coach Wu suspicious. His set of suspicions is not unreasonable. And, Coach Wu subconsciously flipped up Wang Xiaoming's information. He's still a college student. This was already enough to shock Coach Wu. But the next words from Su Fan made him break out in a cold sweat. I've also seen his palms. It's reasonable to say that if you hold a gun a lot, at most you'll have calluses on your tiger's mouth and index finger. But I've seen it, and he's got it on the roots of several of his fingers. That means something. Coach Wu subconsciously picked up, which means he doesn't just play with guns a lot, but also those grip weapons? For example, dagger. Su Fan replied. As the coach of the shooting team, he naturally knew. Shooting team members usually have calluses on their hands, which are rubbed out from holding the gun so often. But, at the very least, they're all the kind that train with a gun every day. That's even if you can say that Wang Xiaoming is a good hardworking boy, but the whole palm of his hand has calluses. This may not be possible. I can't guarantee that other young people, puberty fire enough. Coach Wu still didn't dare to make a judgment, but Seo Shige went on to make a startling discovery of his own. Well, we can all ignore all of this and pretend that there is an explainable reason for everything. But how do you explain the wound on his big arm? Wounds? Coach Wu was a bit puzzled. Su Fan looked around and said quietly, that's a bullet hole. Bullet hole. Coach Wu was so scared all of a sudden that he shouted out directly, lower your voice, and his actions startled Su Fan, who hurriedly covered his mouth. However, what the two did not know was that Wang Xiaoming, who was receiving his gold medal not far away, slowly swept his gaze over. Can you be sure? Have you forgotten what I did before I came to be an assistant professor? Seo Shige said with certainty. Coach Wu still believed in Su Fan's words. After all, Su Fan was directly retired from the army and was sent down to help himself. He definitely had more to say about what was going on in the force than he did. However, doubting Wang Xiaoming in this manner made him unable to believe it in any way. After all, at first, Wang Xiaoming was personally stuffed into the team from above. And, he's won 5 gold medals for his country today. Wouldn't it chill people's hearts if they were suspected with trumped-up charges in this manner? Su Fan, I think what you said does make sense. But now that Wang Xiaoming is fighting for his country, is it not right for us to suspect him like this without any solid evidence? After Coach Wu finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued. Wang Xiaoming was stuffed in from above, so there shouldn't be any problems. Looking at Coach Wu's appearance, Su Fan was instantly anxious. Teacher Wu, why didn't you understand my words? I mean, Wang Xiaoming was indeed stuffed in from above, but whether it's this Wang Xiaoming in front of us or not, it's impossible to say. Hearing Su Fan's words, Coach Wu was instantly covered in goosebumps. You're saying that this Wang Xiaoming might not be that Wang Xiaoming? Aha! Su Fan nodded solemnly. For a moment, Coach Wu didn't know what to do. It's a great night to celebrate winning the Olympics, but why is everything going in the direction of a horror movie? I suspect that it's possible that he's walking $500,000, and all that's being done now is to confuse us, so that we can prepare for the later moves. It had to be said that Su Fan's imagination was still very rich. It didn't take long to brainstorm a whole bunch of storylines in my head. This left Coach Wu at a loss for words. So, what should we do? After thinking for a while, Su Fan touched his chin and said, no matter what, this is all our guess. Why don't we make a call to his school first to confirm? Good, let's do it. Hearing Su Fan's proposal, Coach Wu immediately just clapped his hands in favor of it. However, just as the two were going through Wang Xiaoming's information and looking for the school's contact information. Suddenly, the shoulders of the two men were wrapped around each other by no one in particular. This was followed by a familiar voice from behind. Surprisingly, it was Wang Xiaoming who suddenly appeared behind him. I say, coaches, what are you two muttering about here? Chapter 16 Coach shocked. Top secret file on identity. In an instant, the coach duo, who were plotting something, couldn't stop the sweat from running down their heads. I mean, coach, what are you guys talking about here if you're not going to celebrate? So secretive? Hearing Wang Xiaoming's question, the two of them carefully took down their hands that were resting on their shoulders. Then he explained, no, it's nothing. After saying that, the two of them were ready to leave, and anything about going to seek clarification from the school was also left behind. However, right at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was suddenly speaking. Two coaches, you two are not trying to call my school, are you? The two looked at each other, confirming the meaning in the other's eyes. There must be something wrong with this Wang Xiaoming, right? He must be. How else could he hear the two of them when they were whispering so quietly? Think what? What's the point of calling your school? Su Fan hurriedly denied. Wang, on the other hand, looked regretful. I thought you guys were going to give my school a good news report so that the school would give me more scholarships. Hearing this, the two of them realized that this was the case. Since the players in the game in progress do not have cell phones, Wang Xiaoming actually came to let the two of them help themselves to report a happy ah. Thinking of this, the two of them took out their cell phones and handed them to Wang Xiaoming. Yeah, it was meant to be. In this way, not only can you get the contact information of the schoolteacher from Wang Xiaoming, this can also be used to confirm Wang Xiaoming's identity. At that moment, the two of them were handing their cell phones to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming also quickly dialed his counselor's phone. As soon as the phone was dialed, the person on the other end heard Wang Xiaoming's voice and was excited in an instant. Wow! Come here everyone, our champion Wang Xiaoming called me. In an instant, Wang Xiaoming and the others who turned on the speakerphone heard the noisy voice from that end. What followed was a myriad of voices messing around. Wang Xiaoming, I'm your high math teacher, remember? Wang Xiaoming, I'm the teacher of the Maoism class. I'm a college physics teacher. Wang Xiaoming. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xiaoming was handing the cell phone to the coach duo. Two coaches, help me mention the scholarship thing. I'm not very good at asking, Wang Xiaoming said quietly. The two men understood and picked up the phone to talk to the counselor on the other end. In a few words, Wang Xiaoming's intentions were expressed, and the counselor on the other end laughed. Don't worry, coach, even if Wang Xiaoming doesn't go to the Olympics, this scholarship is still his. Oh, it seems like Wang Xiaoming is working hard and studying hard in school, Su Fan asked without pretense. That's right, Wang Xiaoming is the standard bearer of our school. His family's situation isn't very good, but every summer he goes part-time, usually go part-time on weekends at school. We didn't know what he did before, but now we realized that he was selected by the national team to sneak into training. As the chat ended, Wang Xiaoming looked at the two coaches and smiled, returning the cell phone. Then he went back to organizing his things. At this time the head coach breathed a sigh of relief. This should be no problem now. Wang Xiaoming, this child study well, good moral character, hard-working, usually part-time job to earn tuition fees, is simply a good college student typical. It is indeed not right that we should be so suspicious of him. But Su Fan was shaking his head. Teacher Wu, you're forgetting that he was the one who dialed this phone, so we're not sure if the other party is really a counselor or not, right? You, looking at Su Fan, Coach Wu also shook his head. I say Lao Su, you're just professionally ill. Looking at anyone like $500,000, how is it possible for such an outstanding child like Wang Xiaoming? But Su Fan still wouldn't stop. No, it's because he's too good, so good that he scares me. Stop fooling around. We still have to prepare for the celebration ceremony tonight. Don't add to the chaos. Coach Wu didn't want to mess around with Su Fan any further. However, Su Fan was unforgiving. Teacher Wu, trust me one more time. Let's confirm it once more. Fine. Then what do you say to confirm it? Coach Wu was a bit headstrong. Seo Shige moved straight to their boss. Consult the sports bureau directly. This, Su Fan is stuffed in from above. You let me consult the sports bureau again. This is not. However, in the face of Su Fan's look that didn't seem like a joke, Coach Wu could only do as he was told. Good. This time, I'll let you die completely, lest your attitude makes Wang Xiaoming uncomfortable when the time comes. That's a great credit to us. After saying that, he was picking up his cell phone again and flipping the call. From there, I found an acquaintance and dialed. Hey, leader, hello, I'm old Wu from the shooting team. Coach Wu greeted attentively. He then exchanged pleasantries with the other party. Nothing much. Gold medal? Yeah, our shooting team won 5 this year. You watched the competition too? That's really great. Yes. It's all because of Wang Xiaoming. I have to say, leader, this Wang Xiaoming is simply like a god descending from heaven. Leader, just don't know. This Wang Xiaoming, he in the end. Soon, the phone call was finished. Hanging up the phone, Coach Wu's face is a serious look. No longer call when the attentiveness. What's the matter, Teacher Wu? What did the leader say? Coach Wu slipped his cell phone back into his pocket. The leader said that the shooting match, he was following the whole thing to see it through. Then this Wang Xiaoming? Su Fan hurriedly asked his question, whereas Coach Wu was shaking his head. He is indeed not an ordinary college student. Of course I know he's not an ordinary college student. The question is whether he's really Wang Xiaoming or not. Of course it's true. The leader watched the whole game. Whether Wang Xiaoming inside the TV is stuffed by him, can he not know? Then Wang Xiaoming identity. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately asked. However, this time, Coach Wu raised his finger to his mouth and shushed. I don't know. The head of the athletic department told me he didn't know either. The leadership of the sports authority doesn't know either? How is this possible? Su Fan clearly didn't believe it. You know, the sports bureau is arguably the boss of the sports world in China. Everything about sports goes through them, but now the top is stuffing someone in, and the top says they don't know either? Well, the leadership of the sports bureau and I said not to care too much about Wang Xiaoming's affairs. It's not for us to care about. And he told us to just try to cooperate with him and not to ask anything else. Su Shani was shocked throughout. Who the hell is this Wang Xiaoming? Even the leader of the sports bureau said so? However, Coach Wu's next words were what made him shocked with more than a hint of fear. The leader said it's all an arrangement from above him and told us not to ask too many questions. The above arrangement of the sports authority, is it? The head of the athletic department revealed just a little bit. Top secret files. Chapter 17, Shooting Cross-Border Swimming? This crossover is too big, right? The Olympics are days away. The shooting program is also all but over. All of the men's singles competitors were very glad that Wang Xiaoming did not compete in the air rifle 3-position match, because this way at least it gives them a chance to win a gold medal. After all, anyone could think with their toes that if Wang Xiaoming had participated in this competition, then the gold medal would be 100% his. And there's a funny thing about this game. The little cherry blossom player who learned that Wang Xiaoming did not participate in the competition actually came in front of the Huaxia shooting team and bowed to Wang Xiaoming. Ming Jun, from now on, you are my idol. Wang Xiaoming didn't feel much in the face of the little cherry blossom player's complimentary adoration. If any girl is a little bit more than that, you're a guy. Do I need your adoration? But worship is worship. When he learned that Wang Xiaoming had not participated in this competition, he surprisingly and resolutely asked his coach to register himself for the competition. It is surely clear to all what the purpose is. At once, he was the subject of a concerted tirade from network viewers at home and abroad. Picking up the pieces. Sakura is still better at it. I just don't know if it's because I got too carried away with the match or if I'm just unfamiliar with 3-position matches. He was the favorite to win, but he didn't even get a bronze medal. Ha 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 ha, that little cherry blossom. I really laughed my ass off. Did you guys see his face the moment he got his grades? It was like a pig's liver. I saw that. Seriously, we're highly trained not to laugh at how funny things are, but I'm afraid I can't help it. At night, in the dormitory of the shooting team, a few people ate the pigeon brought by Wang Xiaoming and drank beer. It was simply too good to be true. As for where the beer came from, Wang Xiaoming said he had a little relationship to get it in. A few people in the firing squad do not doubt it. After all, Wang Xiaoming's strength masters are clear. Besides, their shooting team's competition is over, so maybe it's just the coach turning a blind eye. As they ate, they watched the television broadcast about today's daytime Olympics. Emergency news break. Emergency news break. A sudden interjection of news caught the interest of several people. It is reported that during the Olympic Games, the doves of peace frequently disappeared from Paris Square in our capital. Witnesses reported seeing a young man carrying several doves of peace when he came home at night. The police found a large number of peace dove feathers in a farmland not far away. Anyone with information is encouraged to call the hotline at the bottom of the screen At first, a few people listened with interest, but they heard the latter. Afterwards, looking at the pigeon in his hand that was eating deliciously, for a while, everyone was looking at Wang Xiaoming. A few people looked at me and I looked at you, and then they didn't dare to continue eating. Ming, why are you looking at me? You don't think I caught those pigeons, do you? Don't be ridiculous. Those peace pigeons, whose meat has been fed to tourists, taste terrible. Can you compare it to this pigeon of mine? Hearing Wang Xiaoming say, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, just kidding. However, suddenly a few people realized the point of Wang Xiaoming's words. No, Ming, how do you know that peace pigeon tastes like? Besides, I've had this pigeon for 2.5 years. Wang Xiaoming's sentence instantly skewed the focus of several people. Well, the sauce gives me pigeonholes, doesn't it? My pigeon lays eggs. What do you do? I can spice up fried fish. Ha ha ha, you poets grip ah. After a bout of banter, Wang Xiaoming managed to bring the attention of a few people off. With that, he also got serious. By the way, where is the swimming group on our side? I mean Brother Ming, why are you asking about the swimming group? Zhaoan was also like everyone else at this time, changing his address to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming said, isn't it just a few days before the swimming competition? I'm going to communicate. You don't want to enter a swimming competition, do you? Zhaoan was stunned for a moment and said with some disbelief, well, swimming still has several gold medals waiting for me, Wang Xiaoming said lightly. At this point, several people from the shooting team couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wang Xiaoming's touch. Diao Xiao is even more admiring. Brother Ming, they all say you thief will pretend. I do not believe, but I today is to see what is called invisible pretend. Most deadly. Cut the crap and hurry up and take me there. Wang Xiaoming yanked Zhaoan and the others back with one hand. Several people were then leading Wang Xiaoming in the direction of the swimming area. Instead of leading Wang Xiaoming to the dormitory area of the swimming team, he came to the training area of the swimming team. At night, the large swimming pool. At this time, only the Chinese team is still practicing. This shows that there is indeed a big difference between Chinese players and players from other countries. Seeing the arrival of the shooting team, the few people who were training in the swimming team stopped their movements and all of them happily rushed over to the direction of the few people. Wow, look who's here. China's first gold medalist in pentathlon shooting, and first Olympic shooting Grand Slam competitor, Mad Xiaoming. I'm going. Ming, my idol is here. Geez, Ming, how do you shoot so well? Teach me. In a moment, Wang Xiaoming was surrounded by everyone on the swim team, and looking at the swimming team's bunch, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the group's body was really good. It doesn't matter if it's a female athlete or a male athlete, even the youngest one inside, Zhang Zhanshua, just 17 years old, is full of muscles, double-door refrigerator. In contrast, the firing squad side is lean and mean. Maybe they have nice muscles too, but the viewing top is definitely not as explosive as the swim team. Hello guys, may I ask if your coach is here? Wang Xiaoming asked politely after shaking hands with each person one by one. Over there, Pan Zhanle said as he pointed to the man who was recording something not far away. Afterwards, Wang Xiaoming greeted the crowd and was heading to the swimming team coach. The rest of the group, on the other hand, immediately caught the remaining firing squad members and began their biggest questions. Team Zhao, what is Wang Xiaoming doing here with us? As the liveliest in the team, Pan Zhanle was the first to ask. Zhaoan, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. That, Wang Xiaoming is here to see your coach for the swimming competition. What? When these words came out, instantly the entire room was filled with sounds of doubt. What the hell? Isn't Ming on your shooting team? And he can swim? No, what the hell is going on here? How did Ming get involved with our swim team again? Zhaoan shrugged. I don't know. Ming joined our shooting team just before coming to Paris as well. Maybe it's just noticed to go to your swim team. 2. Everyone was surprised and outright speechless. That's too much of a span between swimming and shooting, isn't it? Chapter 18, won't let me join the swimming? Identity scares the hell out of you guys when you say it. Watching Wang Xiaoming come to the side of his own coach, the swim team bunch also quietly felt their way over there. And at that moment, Zhaoan sent a text message to his own coach, saying that they were training here at the swim team, so don't worry about it. Wang Xiaoming has found the swimming team coach and also met to introduce himself. Wang Mu looked at the young man in front of him who had won 5 gold medals for China. Wang Xiaoming, I know you. You're really a big celebrity now. I was going to ask for an autograph from you. Listening to Wang Mu's compliments, Wang Xiaoming just smiled and then explained his intentions to him. Hello, Coach Wang. The swim team meet is in 2 days, right? Yeah. Are you coming to cheer us on? Wang Xiaoming shook his head. No, I want to participate in the competition. You're going to participate in the competition? Not only was Wang Mu a bit surprised, all the players on the sidelines were also shocked. Holy, Ming, you're really going to enter a swimming competition. Ming, that's a bit of a big crossover, isn't it? Swimming isn't the same as shooting. The crowd's scintillating mouths were all different, and their general meaning was to tell Wang Xiaoming not to think about it. Coach Wang Mu also lost his smile. Wang Xiaoming, you crossed the border like this. History has not yet appeared such a thing it. Besides, the swim team did not add your name. How do you participate in the competition? There's no my name. How can that be? Coach, look again. Wang Mu shook his head, but suddenly, he just couldn't shake it anymore, because he suddenly remembered. It seems that before he came to Paris, it was someone who mentioned this matter to him, but he was too busy summarizing the player's stats to pay attention to it. After 2 days, he was long forgotten. However, when Wang Xiaoming came to find himself today, he suddenly remembered. Hurriedly, he took out his player registration form. In the column of substitutes, it was clearly written Wang Xiaoming. There's really him. For a moment, Wang Mu was a bit incredulous about what was going on. Who the hell is this Wang Xiaoming? How come he's competing in the shooting team competition and also in the swimming team competition? Can't it be that he is also extremely talented in swimming? But Wang Mu swept a glance at Wang Xiaoming, looking at his figure, tall and thin, not quite like how explosive you know, shooting and swimming are quite different. One is static and one is dynamic. Well, the substitute does have your name. Wang Mu put the list of players back. This was a whole lot of confusion for the surrounding team members. Wang Xiaoming, the 5 shooting gold medalist in front of us, really has a spot in the swimming competition. How the hell did this get shoved in? For his part, Wang Mu asked, which program do you want to participate in? Who knew that Wang Xiaoming was the one who said, there should be more than a dozen events in swimming, right? Yeah, I'm all in. Put Pan Zhanle, who was drinking water, sprayed the water in his mouth at once. A moment of total silence followed. Coach Wang Mu seemed to have missed what Wang Xiaoming said and asked again. Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. But Pan Zhanle was the first to grab the answer. Coach, Ming said he wants to participate in all the swimming events. What are you doing? In the blink of an eye, Coach Wang Mu went over. You think you're Superman, but all the programs, swim too and you won't have the strength. But Wang Xiaoming was adamant. I'm not kidding. I'm going to participate in all the programs. As for stamina, I'm sorry, but one of the skills he once acquired was when he was on an assassin mission in the rainforest. Gatorade Max significantly increases the upper limit of stamina and reduces stamina consumption. At that time, when he obtained this skill, Wang Xiaoming only wanted to spit out, Unity Sun. How much Gatorade gave you? I pulsed out double. Therefore, he will not worry at all about participating in too many programs and affecting physical exertion. These are sprinkles. But while he thinks so, Coach Wang Mu doesn't think so. No way. You're just being ridiculous. What kind of person does that? Obviously, he did not agree with Wang Xiaoming's request. In response, Wang Xiaoming could only show his hands. That's what I did. Didn't I participate in shooting competitions continuously? And, Coach, don't you want the Wasia swim team to win a Grand Slam too? He. At that moment, Coach Wang Mu was laughing out. Then is patting Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. Xiaoming although shooting on your attainment is very high, but listen to Coach Wang, a word of advice. Swimming and shooting is really two kinds of things. You can get a gold medal is already the industry's one of the best. You want a Grand Slam. The surrounding swimmers were also watching the show as they sipped water and chatted on the sidelines. The words were not disrespectful to Wang Xiaoming, but they were also full of incomprehension and skepticism. Wang Xiaoming still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Mu waving his hand. The shooting crew and the others on the side also bristled. It seemed that Ming had hit a wall this time. Just when the crowd thought that Wang Xiaoming was going to fail and fall back, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the training hall. Heck, it was the 2 coaches of the shooting team. The 2 walked quickly to the crowd and first greeted them, exchanging a few pleasantries and getting the lay of the land. Then he was pulling Wang Mu and said to him, Old Wang, you'd better let Wang Xiaoming participate. This time, directly to Wang Mu, and swimmer's hole will not be, Old Wu Lao Su. Your players nonsense. You so many years of coaching also nonsense. Don't think that just because your shooting team has won so many fast gold medals, you can mess around. However, Coach Wu and Su Fan pulled Wang Mu to a corner and began to whisper. Pan Zhanle and the others on the side had long been filled with shock. What the hell? The coach of the shooting team is here as a lobbyist? Just to get Wang Xiaoming to participate in a swimming competition? And all they could see was their own coach Wang Mu's face suddenly filled with shock. His head lifted, and then he nodded gravely. You guys say, Wang Xiaoming Yeah, so whatever he wants to do, don't interfere with him. And what exactly is his identity? We don't know. It says it's a top secret file. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Is it hard to believe that he's an agent secretly trained by the state? Who knows? So you hurry up and change his name in. Okay. Eyeing his coach with a shocked look on his face, he then nodded to the shooting team coach. How could the crowd not know what was going on? The fast-talking Pan Zhanle then asked his own question. I go, Brother Ming, in the end you are the son of which big leader? Come over to experience life here? Only, Wang Xiaoming had not yet explained. Zhaowen, who was on the side, was the one who said directly on its behalf, Brother Ming is just an ordinary college student. Normally, even tuition is dependent on scholarships. On vacation, I even have to work part-time to make money to subsidize my family. For a moment, the whole room was confused. Chapter 19, Not giving up your place for me? Then I'll bury you. After a brief exchange between the swimming coach and the shooting coach, he came back with an important announcement. Xiaoming Wang, who is about to join the swim team, has participated in 2 days of swimming competitions. A group of members, on the one hand, shocked at Wang Xiaoming in the end what identity, surprisingly their own coach so just compromise. On the other hand, they began to worry about who exactly Wang Xiaoming would top the entry, though it is true that substitutes are allowed to replace full members when it comes time to play. But those were emergencies, after something went wrong with a full member, before they chose to do so. Nowadays, no one has a physical situation, and even fewer would be willing to give away such a hard-earned opportunity. Then, the scene is such an awkward one. When Coach Wang Mu announced this, the whole room was quiet and not a single person chimed in. Everyone knows that whoever ventures out first at this point will be the first to be considered. However, this was not half a mental burden for Wang Xiaoming. After all, he was a killer. A killer is a refined egoist. The first thing he should think about is himself. And it's not that others don't have a chance to compete anymore. Coach Wang Mu was also very hesitant. These people, all of whom had been selected as contestants at the beginning, he looked around, saw it on a player. However, before Coach Wang Mu could say anything, the person who was seen was instantly anxious. Don't even think about it. And don't look at me. I'm not giving you my spot. Don't think you're great just because you've won a few gold medals. I can still win the gold medal without you. After saying that, this person was walking directly towards the training center's gate without looking back, while Wang Mu shouted from the back, "Yi Kai, what are you talking about? You're not training? No more practicing. I'm going back to bed." At this time, Wang Xiaoming heard the whispered mutterings of Pan Zhanle and the shooting crew on the side. Might as well let him give his spot to Ming, who, to put it mildly, is really here to gild the lily. After understanding, Wang Xiaoming realized that this talent is really here to plating. It's the son of some big leader in the sports bureau, who came over just to show his face and experience the Olympic atmosphere. It's nice to win a medal, and it doesn't matter if you don't. After all, he wasn't supposed to be the starter. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming laughed a little. Looks like there's a target. You guys see, this thing got, Wang Mu said with some embarrassment, and then he was looking inside the remaining main players. Actually, Wang Xiaoming was specially sent here to help us win the championship. Which one of you would like to give up your position? However, everyone is hesitant. It's a matter of one's own honor, and no one would want that. However, Wang Xiaoming waved his hand graciously at this. It's okay, no need for you guys. He then pointed in the direction Yi Kai had gone. I'm sure he'll let me have it. Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, the crowd felt a bit whimsical. It was important to realize that although Yi Kai didn't have much strength of his own, he had always been the kind of young master in the team who hung around and didn't listen to commands. What strength he had was clear to everyone, and he was originally treated as if he was here to have fun, so no one usually cared about him. But at the end of the day, he's also the son of the leader above him. This thing, will it work? And after Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he greeted everyone and left with the firing squad. Looking at the back of the departing Wang Xiaoming, Coach Wang Mu sighed, thinking that he still needs to go to Yi Kai to talk about it. After all, this person in front of me should be bigger than your Yi Kai's background. Walking back, Zhaoan and the others asked Wang Xiaoming if in the end that person could really give up his spot. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, patted the shoulders of a few people and said to rest assured. As for the method to be used, that was his own business. On the other side, Yi Kai, as soon as he returned to his dormitory, it's just a butt, lying on the bed. Thinking about what had just happened just irked him. Wang Xiaoming, a little yakuza, even trying to steal his thunder. Don't even look at what you are. One is here to win the gold. Still want their spot. Do you really think you've won a few gold medals in shooting? The thought of it just made him furious. It's amazing that he got the idea on him, and the key is the group of teammates, who still don't stand up for themselves. Humph, when I get the gold medal then, I'll hit you guys hard in the face. Want my quota? I wouldn't give it to you even if I died here and jumped to my death from here. Just as it was sulking, the phone rang. Once he brought it over, it turned out to be his old man. Hey, Dad, what's up? Calling to cheer me up? Only, as soon as he had finished speaking, he was met with a scolding on the other end of the line. I asked you to go to the Olympics so that you could gain insight and build bridges for your future career, not so that you could go and cause trouble for me. Yi Kai was in a fog. Dad, what's wrong with me again? I just heard the caller say, no trouble for me. What just happened? Just now? Yi Kai thought for a moment. Just now. It's just that there's a shooting team that wants to participate in the swimming competition and wants my spot. Before the words were finished, there was an outburst on the other end of the phone. Give him the spot. Give it to him. Give it to that Wang Xiaoming. Hear that? Let him have it. For a moment, Yi Kai was confused. What was the situation? Why would his dad know about this? And, why did it seem as if his dad was afraid of this Wang Xiaoming? Dad, why? There is no need for you to ask so many reasons. The tone on the other end of the phone was obviously much better. You just need to know that this person is someone we can't afford to mess with. You know what? Everything he says, cooperate. Understand? Cooperate. No, Dad. Ye Kai then agreed with a shocked face. You know, your dad is the second in command of the sports bureau. Who, exactly, would make your dad lose his temper like that? Could it be that this Wang Xiaoming had an even more terrifying background? Ye Kai no longer dared to guess. Although he was arrogant here, he wasn't stupid. Naturally, you know there are some people you can't afford to mess with. Hanging up the phone, he decided to go to Wang Xiaoming personally. Give him his spot. Let's just hope we can get his forgiveness. Only, just as he opened the door to his dormitory and walked over toward the firing squad to the corner, suddenly, felt a sudden blow to the back of his head. Then there was a blur before his eyes, and he directly fainted. And behind him, a figure slowly stepped out, and it was clearly Wang Xiaoming. Making me wait for half a day. I thought you wouldn't come out. Wang Xiaoming looked around and confirmed that there were no cameras afterward. Collecting the shovel in his hand, he dragged Ye Kai up. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I'll just bury you for a few days and release you when I'm done competing. However, just carrying Ye Kai didn't walk for long, and coming to the front was embarrassing for Wang Xiaoming. Koto mine? Coach Wang Mu? Chapter 20. The crowd was shocked. Just untamed how you became a licking dog? You are? Originally, looking at the late day, Wang Mu, who was ready to end the team training, was trying to find Ye Kai to have a good chat, giving the team spot to Wang Xiaoming to come. After all, Wang Xiaoming's true identity was too terrifying. Though that said, one actually has no clue up to this point. However, one is sure that Wang Xiaoming's identity is definitely not some big leader's son to gild the lily, because by virtue of Wang Xiaoming's strength, he must have real kung fu. It's just that the situation at hand is, Wang Xiaoming looked at Wang Mu, who he met halfway, and was obviously a little embarrassed. However, he also calmed down in an instant. Coach Wang Mu, what a coincidence. Yeah, I was going to talk to Ye Kai, but I see you guys are. Wang Xiaoming held Ye Kai upright and said, ha, just happened to meet him on the road. Before he could speak, I don't know what happened, suddenly fainted on. Ye Kai didn't see himself anyway, much less have any memory of how he fainted. Whatever you want to make up, that's what the truth is. Oh, that's so, there won't be anything wrong, right? Wang Mu hurriedly came over to support Ye Kai. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, it shouldn't be anything, I guess it's just heat stroke. Coincidentally, at this time, the swimming team was also returning from training, and the first thing they saw when they just arrived at the door was Wang Xiaoming and the others. Coach Ming, what are you guys doing? Coach Wang Mu, on the other hand, explained, I guess Ye Kai got heat stroke. Wang Xiaoming met him halfway and is helping him back to the dormitory. Heat stroke? Pan Zhanle looked out into the night. If it was the middle of the day, heat stroke could be justified, but this is the temperature. Then he was seeing what Wang Xiaoming was carrying behind him. Ming, what are you, carrying a shovel? Wang Xiaoming looked behind himself, then laughed. Ha, idle and bored. I'm going to dig up some earthworms to go fishing. This statement, apparently, was not given half as much credence by the crowd as it should have been. By the way, why did you bring a shovel to the Olympic Village? And how in the world did you get a shovel in here through security? Looking at the shovel behind Wang Xiaoming's back and then looking at the fainted Ye Kai, the crowd couldn't help but wonder in their minds. Ye Kai is he really suffering from heat stroke? Just when everyone wanted to ask about the many doubts, Wang Xiaoming took the unopened mineral water in Pan Zhanle's hand. He took a big gulp, and then made a poof sound on Ye Kai's face. Ha! What's wrong? Ye Kai, who had just been like a puddle of mud, instantly got up. Looking around, he realized that so many people were surrounding him, and for a moment he was a bit confused. How is it? Is it alright? I told you he had a heat stroke. Wang Xiaoming returned the water bottle to Pan Zhanle. He just didn't notice in the slightest that the gazes of the crowd looking at him had long been filled with shock. What the hell is this maneuver? Why is he so skillful at spraying water in people's faces? How does this look? The crowd unanimously thought of the scene in the TV show in their minds. The kidnapper knocks the target unconscious, then arrives at his destination with a mouthful of millennial spit that wakes him up. Combine that with the shovel behind Wang Xiaoming. Only the next thing that happened was Ye Kai's behavior, which shocked everyone, only to see him rubbing the back of his vaguely aching head. He looked at Wang Xiaoming and the others with some unclear memories. This was followed by the acceptance of the fact that I had a heat stroke. Ah, so I had a heat stroke? Aha, Coach said with concern. How do you feel now? It was Wang Xiaoming who met you halfway and helped you back. Oh, thank you, Brother Ming, Ye Kai said somewhat dizzily. At this instant, everyone present was shocked. Wang Xiaoming also looked at Ye Kai with some amusement. You, what did you just call him? Pan Zhanle asked incredulously. Ye Kai, on the other hand, looked as if he was taking it for granted. Ah, Ming, What's wrong? I'll go. You won't burn your brain out from the heat stroke, right? Pan Zhanle said as he was about to come up and touch Yikai's forehead. It's really his behavior that's so unbelievable. Just now in the training hall it was like I'll die here. Jump out and die outside. I won't even give up my spot to you, Wang Xiaoming. Now that he turned his head, even his address had become Brother Ming. What the hell is going on here that they don't know about? Yikai pushed Pan Zhanle's hand away in a flash. Heatstroke can still burn your brain out? Then he turned to Wang Xiaoming and said, Brother Ming, I've figured it out. I think it's better to let you compete for this competition slot. After all, it's not just my personal honor that's at stake, but the honor of the whole of China. With you competing in my place, the chances of achieving a result must be higher than mine. Quiet. Dead silence. The Yikai in front of them seemed to have shifted into a form they didn't recognize. Is this still the same Yikai they remembered as the one who trained negatively and disobeyed commands in the team? Everyone was roughly aware of Yikai's identity, and it was because of this that they were extremely shocked by Yikai's attitude. And, whoever it was just now, died not letting the quota go. What's with all the righteousness now? A comparison that seems to make the rest of their members seem so unintelligent and concerned about personal honor in general? Good man, you've got all the good and bad things to say. And Coach Wang Mu was confused. How is it that in just a moment's time, the attitude of Yikai in front of him has changed so quickly? What the hell is going on here? Also, did Yikai really collapse from heatstroke? Looking at that shovel behind Wang Xiaoming, his heart could not help but mutter. This Wang Xiaoming, what kind of person is he? Can make Yikai bow his head in an instant. But he kept in mind the words of the shooting team coach. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just cooperate with Wang Xiaoming. Therefore, he also started to make a roundup. Good. Yikai, your spirit of sacrifice is very admirable, and I believe Wang Xiaoming will also live up to our expectations and achieve a good result. Wang Xiaoming also patted Yikai's shoulder upon hearing this, although he didn't know what was going on, but the lad in front of him is very sensible, so let's not bury him ourselves. Don't worry, I'll get a few more gold medals for China. Go for it, Brother Ming, I believe in you. Yikai shook his fist at Wang Xiaoming and cheered. Looking at Yikai, who had transformed into a licking dog, instantly made everyone look away. They were all ready to go back to their dormitories to rest. And Wang Xiaoming also greeted the crowd and prepared to leave. Just as he left, Yikai then saw the small shovel he was carrying behind him. Then, touching his vaguely aching head, memories from before the fainting spell slowly appeared. Did you really pass out from heatstroke? An immature idea bubbled up. He fainted himself. It couldn't have been Ming who hit him with a shovel, could it? As soon as this thought came out, it was unstoppable and filled his head. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be afraid or grateful. This Wang Xiaoming, what kind of person is he? And the time flew by and soon it was time for the swim meet. Chapter 21, Outside network reporters make things difficult. Wang Xiaoming really wants to participate in the swimming competition. Since knowing that Wang Xiaoming had successfully joined the swim team about to compete, the teammates of the shooting team also worshipped Wang Xiaoming even more. Somehow, although Wang Xiaoming hadn't shown a bit of talent in swimming, in the bottom of their hearts, they just felt that Wang Xiaoming could win a medal this time. You know, Wang Xiaoming shooting on although 3 poses did not compete, but in the public's mind, it's already a shooting slam dunk. Such a player, if he crosses over to swim again and wins a medal, Zhaoan and the others really didn't dare to imagine how smooth Wang Xiaoming's life should be all the way in the future. Alas, Brother Ming is expected to receive advertisements and endorsements this time when he goes back. That's a must, but there are still too few categories that a shooting champion can endorse. Do you think it could be because of that Ming went into swimming? What are you talking about? Shooting champion endorsement classification is less that is for others. Ming's such a grand slam, what can not endorse? Several people discussed the situation and entered the swimming competition arena. Since the preparation phase is still pending, none of the competitors from the various countries have entered the arena yet, and the media in the arena are human beings who are good at observing and spotting. The first thing that happened was that a bunch of members of the firing squad were spotted. Although it's been 2 days, the heat of the Huaxia shooting team hasn't diminished at all. Zhaoan and the others had only just sat down on their seats when several media outlets had already arrived in front of them. Hello, are you here to cheer for the Huaxia swim team? The person asking the question was a foreign media outlet, and Zhaoan frowned as he listened to the question. These foreign reporters, aren't they a bit brainless? One is not here to cheer for the Huaxia swimming team. Is one here to cheer for your national swimming team? However, this was facing the camera after all, and Zhaoan still understood basic etiquette. Yes, our shooting team nearly bagged all the gold medals, so we are here to cheer on the swimming team this time as well, and hope that our brothers competing on the swimming team will do the same as we did, and I hope your country will go for it. Basic etiquette was a must, but that didn't mean Zhaoan wouldn't be shifty. Our Huaxia shooting team almost took all the gold medals, and it is natural to come and cheer for the swimming team to take all the gold medals, so cheer up your country too." The Chinese audience in front of the screen laughed. Good lord, this foreign media is really making a fool of itself. It doesn't feel good to be yin and yang. The pop-ups from foreign viewers filled the entire live broadcast room in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Arrogant. If you didn't have a Wang Xiaoming in your shooting, what makes you win so many gold medals? That's right. Do you guys still think your swim team can still produce someone like Wang Xiaoming? Ridiculous. I'm afraid the swim team is going to get their heads shaved by our pretty country. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see that humiliated look on Huaxia's face. The foreign media naturally heard the meaning of the words, and for a while their faces were a bit ugly. However, it was clear that he wasn't going to be led by the nose by Zhaoan. Since you brought up Wang Xiaoming, don't blame me for my sharp questions. I only saw the reporter from the pretty country smilingly asked. It seems that the unity among the players of each event is also an indispensable factor for winning. Just may I ask where your country's player Wang Xiaoming has gone? Didn't he come to cheer on the swim team? The implication was simple. Did you, Wang Xiaoming, lose interest in other competitions after winning the gold medal? Only care about your own personal honor? Don't care about national honor at all anymore? Hearing this, Zhaoan smiled. Right off the bat he knew that this reporter had come with a purpose. Sure enough, you're just revealing your kung fu so quickly. Koroko. Facing the questions of foreign reporters, Zhaoan had long been prepared and immediately said, Ming he doesn't need to come and cheer for the swim team. Hearing Zhaoan's words, the foreign reporter felt that his question had really made him fall into a trap. Why? Does it mean that he won the gold medal in shooting and doesn't care about the rest of the country's programs? However, Zhaoan's next sentence directly shocked this reporter. Well, you're also right that he really doesn't have the time to focus on other projects at the moment because he has to prepare for the next match without much distraction. The foreign reporter was puzzled. The next match? But Wang Xiaoming, isn't he already? Then he seemed to think of something and looked behind him at the swimming competition arena. Does that mean? Only then did Zhaoan slowly explain. Well, Ming he really can't cheer for the swim team because when he competes later, he wants us to cheer for him. In an instant, all the viewers in front of all the national screens who were following this matter all exploded, and the pop-ups in the live streams of several countries showed a polarized scene. The Chinese audience was shocked while at the same time they were a bit worried. Wang Xiaoming is crazy, right? You've almost got a grand slam in shooting, and you're going to the swim team, so do you give other countries a chance to live? The other countries' audiences were shocked and mocked wildly at the same time. Ridiculous, a shooter who wants to compete in swimming. Who gave him the courage? It's speechless. Does he really think he's Superman? Shooting and swimming at the same time? The players don't know what they're doing. Are your Chinese coaching staff also ignorant? How can two completely incompatible programs participate together? The foreign reporter froze for a moment then continued to ask, you mean Wang Xiaoming is still going to participate in the swimming competition? I wonder what program he is going to participate in. If Wang Xiaoming was just participating in a program, it might be reasonable to say that he was just experiencing the experience as well. Only Zhaoan was smiling and said, it's not clear. It seems that all of them signed up. This statement, when it came out, was not only for the foreign audience. Even the Chinese viewers were a bit skeptical. All signed up? Is this really no joke? Think the Olympics are a game? It was only Zhaoan who continued. So we're mainly cheering for Ming this time, hoping that he shines as much as he did in the shooting competition and fights for the gold medal, he said, and shook his fist towards the camera. This was a moment that angered viewers in all countries. You should know that there are a lot of strong opponents participating in the swimming competition this time, and there are even the previous gold medalists. It was the Phelps of his day who came in and couldn't say with any certainty that he could steal the gold medal from these guys. You're a shooter, halfway through a swim meet, and you say that kind of stuff? Where's the hullabaloo? Let's not talk about gold medals. If Wang Xiaoming can get a ranking, I'll publicly call him grandpa. Humph, ridiculous, getting a ranking, you're too high on him. If he can stay out of the bottom three, I'll publicly post on Facebook, Chinese no. 1. And as the pop-ups get more and more heated with discussion, the camera is also finally showing swimmers from various countries. For a moment, everyone was quiet. They're all looking for hot men. Chapter 22. The scene is very different, and questions are flying all over the place. As the swimmers from the various countries entered, everyone in front of the screen was finding hot men. For a while, the scene was crowded. People didn't expect that Wang Xiaoming was really going to participate in the swimming competition. This is really more shocking than if he had won a gold medal. After all, shooting and swimming are simply two different fields. No matter how gifted a person is, it is impossible to reach a high level in two completely different fields. At this time, the Chinese audience was still cheering wildly for Wang Xiaoming. However, no one thought in their heart that Wang Xiaoming would get a good result in the swimming competition. After all, You're so much worse than the rest of the team just by looking at your appearance and size. The other male players basically entered in shorts, showing off their firm double-door fridge packs, and those proud abs. Also, that well-developed calf thigh muscle is not to mention. Swimmers, after all, require full-body muscle coordination. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoming's side wrapped himself tightly. It doesn't look weak though, it is a shooter after all. But it's a far cry from a swimmer. Can he really pull off another miracle at a swim meet when this hard conditioning is so far off? Everyone is not free from suspicion in their hearts. At this time, inside the best hospital in Kyoto, China, Wang Xiaoming's sister, Wang Xiaoya, is lying in a luxurious single room in the hospital, watching the Olympics live on TV. The moment she saw her brother come out, she couldn't help but be excited as a whole. Hey, little girl, calm down, calm down. The nurse beside her took a look at Wang Xiaoya's heart rate instantly increasing, and hurriedly reminded at the side. Wang Xiaoya smiled and didn't say anything, but was secretly taking deep breaths to adjust her heartbeat. I didn't realize that this Wang Xiaoming who won the shooting Grand Slam would still want to participate in the swimming competition. It's unbelievable. The nurse was also watching the TV with Wang Xiaoya. Since Wang Xiaoya was transferred to this hospital from above, all identity information is known to no one except the director. So the nurse didn't know that Wang Xiaoya was Wang Xiaoming's sister, or even her name. However, the nurse who could be placed here by the dean was naturally not a person with a big mouth and no emotional intelligence. What she shouldn't know herself, she naturally wouldn't ask. The only thing one had to do was to be there for the girl every day and make sure that she couldn't have any serious mood swings. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Wang Xiaoya, however, said, I'm sure he'll be able to get the gold medal. The little nurse is smiling. You do not think he is handsome, just blind worship. Oh, shooting and swimming are two completely different projects. Wang Xiaoya, however, shook her head and did not speak. Growing up, she was raised under the care of her own brother. In his own mind, his brother seemed to be the kind of person who could do anything. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree in the house was carried home by his own brother's small, tender hands. Growing up she thought her brother was a Superman. Growing up, I realized that my brother really is a Superman. Whatever you need, you are sure to show up in your room the next day. It was also this time that my brother seemed to move a little slower. She wasn't in a hurry, though. She believes her brother must have participated in the Olympics to find a cure for himself as well. Honestly, I really don't think much of him. Look at the muscles of the other swimmers. They're so big. But him, although he's not bad, but not in comparison. The little nurse was still talking to herself. However, Wang Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. I believe in him. He will definitely get the gold medal. The little nurse was puzzled. This little girl in front of her seemed to really admire this Wang Xiaoming. Fine. Can take. In order to avoid Wang Xiaoya's mood swings, the little nurse could only go along with her. Tell you what, as long as he can get a medal, I'll apply with the dean to take you out for a short walk every day. Really? Due to Wang Xiaoya's health, after entering this ward, she hadn't gone out for more than a week in a row. And hearing the words of the nurse's sister, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were instantly filled with radiance. This side of the Olympic site, Wang Xiaoming had not yet made his entrance when he again met his old friend backstage. Good buddy, Fatty Chung Wai, Zhang Wei, at this time, did not know that his Ming brother was going to participate in a swimming competition. As he cheered on one passing swimmer after another, he was instantly caught by one of the familiar figures. Holy, Ming, what are you doing here? Wei? Wang Xiaoming was following the members of the swimming team to the competition stage, and he didn't expect to meet his acquaintance, so stopped and said hello. Brother Ming, why are you wearing someone else's swim team's clothes? Wei was a bit incredulous. Why not? I'm going to a swim meet later. Of course I have to wear it. Well, no more bull ********. I'm off. For a moment, Zhang Wei only felt as if his mind was empty. What's the situation? Ming, you're a champion shooter. Why are you on the swim team? Unknown to him, he looked at Wang Xiaoming's back as he left and opened his cell phone. It was followed by a flood of hot searches. All the hot takes express only one thing. Shooting Grand Slam competitor, Wang Xiaoming, will once again compete in swimming for his country. And along with that, Wang Xiaoming's figure appeared within the arena. The whole scene erupted into a volcanic eruption of ecstasy. Holy, he's really wearing a swim team uniform. At this point, people finally believed that what Zhaoan, the captain of the shooting team, said before the match was true. Wang Xiaoming really wants to participate in the swimming competition. In an instant, the entire audience all let out an applause like thunder. Xiaoming, you're the best in the whole field. Kodomine, the star of tomorrow. Komine, take all the gold wildly. The sound of solidarity seemed as if it was going to shatter the ears of everyone present. These spectators didn't care how Wang Xiaoming actually entered the swim team and whether he could swim or not. The current Wang Xiaoming was their god. After all, Having just won the hardware and still in the heat of the moment, there won't be any black voices for a while. And unlike the Chinese audience, the audience from other countries is totally watching the joke. All of them did not understand the operation of the Chinese swimming team. Obviously a shooter. You put him in a swimming competition? Not to mention that their country sent the strongest competitors, or some of the swim team's second-tier competitors. I'm afraid I can even abuse this Wang Xiaoming, right? Not to mention, Wang Xiaoming has to participate in the entire program? Where's the hullabaloo? What about giving away points? Skepticism, ridicule, solidarity, cheering, filled the scene. And Wang Xiaoming also began to prepare for the game amidst the cacophony of the scene. Swimming competition officially kicked off. The first event, then, was the 50-meter freestyle, the most explosive race of all. Chapter 23, 50m starts. Wang Xiaoming's muscles shocked the crowd. The 50m swim, the shortest of the swimming events. And in swimming competitions, there can be a variety of divisions. There are as many as 14 men's singles events alone. And naturally, there's a reason why a swim is broken down into so many different things. The growth of the internet has made the pretty Western countries more and more concerned about their own filter of hypocrisy. A category like competitive sports can represent the toughness of a country. They even put a lot of effort into it. As long as the program is a homegrown strength, it is hated at the Olympics and divided into dozens or hundreds of smaller programs, especially with one swimming and one track and field in there. They hate to add a sub-program every 10m from 50m, from 50m to 60m to 70m, because those two are what they do best. After all, physical fitness plays a big part in this kind of program. Their country's race, by nature, is superior on such long Achilles tendon for endurance and explosiveness. There's no reason not to do some more work on this, and for the kind of programs where Wachovia has an advantage. For example, diving, ping pong and those skillful ones. They hate to cut a project into a sub-project for you. What doubles? What tandem diving? It's best to turn it all into a solo project, a race to the finish. This way, they can just drop these programs anyway. Anyway, it's just one gold medal. So what if you are good at table tennis? So what if you are good at Chinese diving and splash disappearance? It's just one gold medal. I'll give it to any of you. So, today's Olympics have actually changed in nature. You think it's still pushing the limits of humanity? You think it still conveys the Olympic spirit? No. It is now a contest between great powers. It is a big stage for big countries to show their power to the world. That's why big swimming events like this one are always on everyone's radar. It would be nice to beat pretty country at a game like this. It's not just a slap in the face of these pretty countries. It is even more inspiring to show to the outside world the strength of Huaxia today. As the ready whistle sounded, Wang Xiaoming also came to the ready area. Through these 2 days of familiarization, he was also a basic understanding of the competition process. In addition, his own skill, Xuanwu definition, was also successfully raised to the second level through training. Now able to hold his breath underwater for more than 5 minutes. And when Wang Xiaoming took off his clothes, instantly behind him was a sound of surprise. I'll go. Ming, you're muscular. You can do it. Pan Zhanle looked at Wang Xiaoming's back muscles and let out a shock. And Pan Zhanle's screams were what caught the attention of his teammates who were together. There was a flurry of surprise. The female members of the team, in particular, had their eyes glazed over. Not like those double-door muscles on the swim team. His physique is just right. And when he dresses, his clothes are snug but not overly tight, showing the beauty of his spirit as he walks. After undressing, it was a different landscape, with well-defined muscles, each piece seeming to be a finely carved work of art, a symbol of strength without losing its well-proportioned beauty. Wang Xiaoming stood in the center of the preparation area, like an upright poplar, full of vitality and vigor, wearing clothes to be thin, taking off clothes to have meat. This is the naked description of Wang Xiaoming, and those straight legs, though not as thick as those of Pan Zhanle and others, were tightly muscled. One would not dare to doubt for a moment the explosive power of the owner of these legs. It had to be said that Wang Xiaoming's body was just too bombastic, and the tiny wounds hidden on his body added a bit of hot-blooded manliness. For a moment, the various female members of the swim team couldn't help but blush. By all rights, they should have been immune to the swim team starter's body by now, having seen it every day. But now, it still can't help but blush. Even 2 female teammates, even quietly came over and poked Wang Xiaoming's arm, and the media's camera was given to Wang Xiaoming at this time. At that moment, there were many female audience members who began to scream and male audience members who began to envy. There's one way to put it. Ming is a real muscle poker. I go. Real people don't show their faces. I thought Wang Xiaoming didn't have much muscle. Cow. This muscle. It's not practiced. It feels so explosive in here. Just like Bruce Lee. Handsome. As for the slight injuries on Wang Xiaoming's body, they fell in the eyes of all the spectators. Instead, it became a history of what Wang Xiaoming once was, adding a touch of mystery to its unknown past. The place was packed with people, as the names of each participating athlete appeared on the big screen. Wang Xiaoming was also ready and came to the pool. First up was the 50-meter freestyle. The audience who originally had little hope for Wang Xiaoming at this time saw Wang Xiaoming so full of explosive muscles. The mind can't help but start to look forward to it. You know, if it was any other program, like 800m, 1500m, people probably won't expect much from Wang Xiaoming yet. After all, there are so many uncertainties with such long distances. Above physical fitness, it is true that Chinese people cannot compare with black people, but in a 50-meter sprint like this, it's all about that split second. Back in the day, track and field had its share of 60m events. The ones in Europe and America have been trying to add this program to the Olympics. However, when a Su Bingtian appeared in China, they directly cancelled the project. After all, track and field opens with 60m. Susumu runs faster than even Bolt. Europe and the United States won't let Huaxia get one more gold medal, and swimming 50m for this event. The favorites to win this time around are the two players from Kangaroo Nation and Great Britain. Not only that, but the two are running for the record. The former 50-meter record was set by Brazilian star Cesar Cielo. He swam at 20 hours 91 minutes at the 2009 Brazilian Championships. This performance not only set a new world record at the time, but remains unbroken to this day. The whistle is blown and all the national players are fully ready, just waiting for the starting gun to go off. And everyone was waiting with bated breath for Wang Xiaoming to play. The once dark horse of shooting stunned everyone when he came along and took the Grand Slam straight away. So will Wang Xiaoming turn everyone's eyes upside down this time and win another gold medal for China? The audience was waiting to see what would happen. The live commentary, too, focused on Wang Xiaoming. In our third lane is our shooting near Grand Slam competitor, Wang Xiaoming. Let's cheer it on. Snap snap snap. There was thunderous applause. Of course, most of them are viewers from China. After all, what's not much, the Chinese are. In the face of the cheering of so many Chinese spectators, the Kangaroo Nation player who was the favorite to win the championship on Wang Xiaoming's side turned his head disdainfully and raised his index finger at Wang Xiaoming. After that, it was shaking at Wang Xiaoming. Its arrogance goes without saying. In his eyes, Wang Xiaoming coming to the swimming competition was simply a joke. In response, Wang Xiaoming did not say anything. As a certified killer, he never popped the champagne halfway through the game. This is a big no-no in the industry. Well, the game will start soon, so let's see what happens. The voice of the commentary on the TV rang out, and all the viewers stared intently at the figure on the screen. Bang! The race begins. Will our dark horse, Wang Xiaoming, blossom into his glory for the second time in the swimming competition? Let's start by seeing all the contestants enter the water. Wang Xiaoming Wait, what's going on with Wang Xiaoming? Chapter 24 Accelerated. Accelerated. He kept accelerating. At the sound of the starting gun, all the 50m competitors, like a dragon entering the sea, plunged into the water with a jerk. All the audience was looking forward to Wang Xiaoming's performance. Only, the audience who were staring at Wang Xiaoming with their eyes, suddenly heard a puzzled cry from the commentator. Let's wait and see for Wang Xiaoming's entry into the water. Wait, what's going on with Wang Xiaoming? Originally, all the viewers were looking forward to Wang Xiaoming with great expectations. After all, he was the one who stunned people time and time again at shooting competitions, surprised people again and again, took gold medal after gold medal. And when it came to this 50m swim, Wang Xiaoming's explosive muscles were seen. The anticipation in the hearts of the crowd deepened another point. This kind of muscle surely shows that Wang Xiaoming is the hidden bottom card of the Huaxia swimming team. I hadn't heard of him before, so he must have just been hidden away. Wait until today, and make a name for yourself. Just wait until God's view appears on the screen. People realized that Wang Xiaoming's jump was directly one beat behind others. Plus the moment you get in the water, you're a beat behind everyone else. In the blink of an eye, he was already a full length behind the first place. It's not a marathon, a big long run. It's the 50-meter freestyle. A pool is only 50m long. Something to contend with. It's devastating to be a length behind someone at the beginning. And now the field commentators are very confused. It stands to reason that in a 50-meter freestyle like this, the first thing to be fought over is that initial moment of jumping into the water. And Wang Xiaoming's movements didn't look like a professional swimmer in any way. Not only the live commentary, but also the viewers in front of the screen were all voicing their doubts. What the hell? Why does it look like Ming hasn't been trained? Yeah, so slow to enter the water. Lots of little tricks he's not using. Before the shooting match it was. Didn't even bring any equipment. It didn't look like a profession in any way. But didn't Ming still get the gold medal? But this swimming and shooting are still fundamentally different. This swimming behind 0-1s can be directly declared dead. Not to mention this one body position. Everyone was worried about Wang Xiaoming. After all, swimming is not like shooting. Shooting, you just try to shoot accurately and come to the end and compare the total rings. But this swimming is a time competition. Together with the competition, 0. One's behind is sometimes quite a few places difference. The reaction time for a departure, in general, is around 0.5s. The fastest was the Pretty Country team, with a reaction time that had come to a limit of 0.48s. After all, these athletes have been conditioned to fire. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, is not that sensitive to the swimming competition starting gun. It took a hard 0.8s to react to the dive, which is 0.3s slower than the others. The members of the swim team, seeing the reaction time displayed on the screen, all couldn't help but clench their fists. Obviously, compared to professional players, Wang Xiaoming's experience was still too little. It's no surprise that the reaction came in last. And at the competition site, in the pool, Wang Xiaoming was also realizing that his start seemed to be a whole step slower than others. This step is a bit of a killer. With no formal training of his own, all the moves came from the wild. And these athletes, obviously, are no slouches. Combined with skill, just one start is to throw yourself down a length. With this in mind, he also instantly exploded. This time, the pool was instantly tossed with water, and those who didn't know, thought it was a dragon coming out of the sea. Seeing this scene, at once, all the spectators all boiled over. Wang Xiaoming is chasing points. Holy, you guys look at how much Wang Xiaoming is swinging. Awesome, is there a chance? Holy, see that splash? That's acceleration. That's Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming's sudden acceleration instantly ignited everyone's hearts. The live commentator was also passionate. Don't panic if you don't have enough explosive power at the beginning. Our acceleration is fast. Let's take a look at the third course's player, Wang Xiaoming. At this moment it's simply like a dragon coming out of the sea and a tiger coming out of the mountain. The acceleration of player Wang Xiaoming is simply amazing. He has passed one player and is in 7th place at this time. Oh my god, he's still accelerating, passing. 6th place. 6th place now. Let's cheer for Wang Xiaoming. 6th place is not the end. He's still sprinting. He's still catching up. In an instant, the whole room boiled over. Despite the slow start, Wang Xiaoming's catching up was very exciting to everyone on the scene. It's just too combustible. If this was the case, Wang Xiaoming would most likely make up for all the time he had lost earlier. 6th place now. He's just one finger away from 5th place. Going over. Wang Xiaoming, who was in the 3rd lane, has now caught up to 5th. 50m swim and the whole race is only about 20s, so you can say that in just a blink of an eye, the situation on the field is changing. Like Wang Xiaoming, who was just still behind and in the last echelon, by now it had caught up and come to the first echelon. It's incredible. Wang Xiaoming's acceleration is so fast. So, Wang Xiaoming also possesses such terrifying potential in swimming. The commentators on the field, at this point, are a little hoarse. This is a rare situation. After all, veteran commentators like them keep their emotions well in check. But not this time. In God's world, people were able to clearly see Wang Xiaoming in the 3rd lane closing the distance between himself and the people in front of him. It was visible to the naked eye could see that in the pool, as if a white dragon in the waves, Wang Xiaoming was tossing and turning in the waves. He's still speeding up. Looming. Oh my god, he's tied with 4th place. Tied, now with 10m to go before the end. Will Wang Xiaoming perform a miracle? Right after the CCTV commentator finished his sentence, the crowd realized that Wang Xiaoming had already surpassed the 4th. He's in a mad chase toward 3rd place. This is simply, I don't know what words to use to describe it. Wang Xiaoming, hard by his own acceleration, from last place, all the way down to 4th place. No, the CCTV commentator called out at once. He's still looming. Unbelievable. Over. 3rd place. Wang Xiaoming over 3rd place. Touch the line. My god, the game is over. Wang Xiaoming, from last place, chased hard to the bronze medal. Let's congratulate. Just before the words were finished, the CCTV commentator suddenly No, something doesn't seem right. The referee is pulling up the replay of the game. What the hell is going on? Is there some kind of situation going on? Chapter 25, Wang Xiaoming's defeat. Full mockery? The incident was so sudden that the crowd, which was celebrating passionately, fell silent. Originally, they thought Wang Xiaoming had gotten the bronze medal. Granted, it's only bronze, not gold. But this, it's good enough. It was supposed to be a swim where the main point of the race was Pan Zhanle's 100m. He is the hope of winning gold this time. In the 50m event, it has been difficult for our country to get a hold of it. After all, it's hard for us to beat those little ninjas in terms of explosiveness. It was just that it was not difficult to see through Wang Xiaoming's matches that Wang Xiaoming's endurance was extremely good. Usually the explosive phase of a swimming race is in the first half of the race. By the second half of the season, no matter who it is, it's going to feel a little overwhelming. But Wang Xiaoming was getting braver and braver. From starting a length behind the first place finisher, he has pushed himself hard to third place at the end of the day. How can this not be exciting? It just seems like there's a little bit of a change of pace to the end of this game. The referees are hard at work looking at the game footage and making careful comparisons. Looking at the rankings on the screen, eventually the gold and silver medals were no longer in doubt. Wang Xiaoming missed out on the first 2 places. After all, he did fall behind more at the beginning. And controversial is the battle for third place. The referees are watching the game tape to see who actually touched the line first. The audience was waiting in silence. Finally, the referee made his final decision as well. The final rankings appear on the screen as well. 50-meter freestyle men's race. 3rd, Romance Nations, Vita's Bird. 4th place, Huaxia country player, Wang Xiaoming. How is this possible? Shady. It must be shady. I don't believe it. Obviously Wang Xiaoming has already surpassed the 3rd place. On what grounds? The referee takes money, right? This Ming should be in 3rd place. I don't believe it. I want to see the video back. All the audience froze. You know, this bronze medal that was in your hands, said it flew away. Who can stand it? Although it's only a bronze medal, it can break the history of no place in 50-meter freestyle in China. This caused most of the audience to become outraged and feel that it was shady. However, the on-site Olympic referees have also watched back carefully an unknown number of times before making their final decision. At this point, the video of when the final 3rd or 4th place touched the line was also played on the big screen. After countless times of slow play, one is also seeing the finger that first touched the line. Heck, it was the Romantic Nation player whose fingernail was the first to touch the line. Seeing this, all of them waved their fists in resignation. It was clearly all about hope, but in the end it was lost on top of that one nail. It is really sad. Damn it, isn't that cheating? This asshole doesn't cut his nails. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. But seeing what was said upstairs just made me a little tense. I can't strain myself either. And to be honest, it does seem rather sad, but it's such a nail-biting distance. Ha ha ha. Report. Big brother upstairs. Let's go together to report this Romantic Nation player. That's right. Swimming competitions don't cut nails. What if the nails are too long and scratch others? Even if you don't scratch anyone, it's not good to scratch the plants and flowers. The results came out and the team members comforted Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, however, didn't have much of a change of heart and just patted the shoulders of a few people. Lightly, he said, "How long before the next 800m starts?" The crowd froze. "No brother, you almost won the medal. Just a little bit, don't you have any pity?" And not only that, what Wang Xiaoming said next in his interview also dazzled the crowd. As the most talked about Olympian today, regardless of whether Wang Xiaoming got a medal or not, the media did nothing but interview those who got medals. The next target will all be Wang Xiaoming, not to mention the fact that before the game, Wang's shooting teammates made a big deal out of it, saying something like Wang Xiaoming is going to participate in all the events and also get all the gold medals. But what about today? The first program didn't even place. Are you being funny? Hello, Wang Xiaoming, may we ask you a few questions? Speak of the devil. The first foreign reporter who seemed to have a dog's nose was the one who found Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming nodded, and the first question from the reporter was extremely sharp. "Hi, before you competed, we interviewed your shooting teammates and they said that you were going to take all the gold medals in the swim this time. Is that right?" Hearing this interview, Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment, and not far away from the shooting team members are preparing to come over. Heard the reporter so asked all of a sudden anxious. Isn't this a digression? When did we say that? Yeah, Captain, we were talking about cheering for Ming and hoping he'd try to get the gold medal. When did you say that brother Ming was going to bag the gold medal? The two team members angrily tried to rush over. However, they were stopped by Zhaoan. It's live now, so let's all settle down until it's over. Even though Zhaoan said this, he was extremely angry in his heart. This foreign reporter, naked things also want to leave their Chinese players. However, Wang Xiaoming's reply over here was directly stunned everyone. He was seen nodding to the camera. My shooting teammates were right. I came to the swim meet prepared to win all the gold medals. This was followed by a little sigh. It's just a shame that the gold medal is going to be missing a piece now. When these words came out, in an instant, all the viewers on the extranet were directly laughing and spraying. Ha ha ha, Wang Xiaoming, it's really ridiculous. Still wanting to win a gold medal? As a result, you don't even have a ranking. Honestly, if this contestant were to participate in a pretending contest, he would be able to take first place every time. Does he really think he's Superman? Isn't he slapping himself in the face for saying that? Everyone was laughing at Wang Xiaoming, and the foreign reporter almost laughed out loud, but adhering to his professionalism, he continued to ask, "So do you feel pressure in your heart when you fail in your first competition?" Pressure? Wang Xiaoming shook his head. No pressure. I was going to take all the gold medals, but then I thought it would be better to give the other national players a chance. In the end, it looks like your players were good enough to take the chance I gave them. In an instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room boiled madly. All sorts of tirades landed like snowflakes in the foreign live broadcasting room. Various words beginning with F and B filled the broadcast room. People were madly mocking Wang Xiaoming and hurling insults indiscriminately. And at this time, Wang Xiaoming naturally knew nothing about this. The purpose of foreign journalists asking these questions was naturally obvious to him at a glance. In that case, one would not give them a good look. And, next up is the 800-meter freestyle, which is quite different from the 50m. At this time, these foreign countries did not know what kind of Wang Xiaoming they were about to face next. Chapter 26 Skill? All I need is one force to break 10 laws. Brother Ming, don't care what they say. The way you chased the points just now was so cool. Pan Zhanle was the first to run up and comforted Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, however, waved his hand, indicating that it was fine, and the swimming team Wang Mu coach came up, issued his own doubt. In fact, you have never received formal swimming training, is it? Listening to the coach's words, Wang Xiaoming nodded. Well, this kind of professionalism is the first time for me today. When these words came out, instantly all the members of the swim team present were stunned. What do you mean? Meaning you've never trained to swim before? You just swam blindly on your own? You swam blindly for fun, and that's what you got? At first, these team members thought that Wang Xiaoming was a secret nationally cultivated undercard. After all, 2 days after Wang Xiaoming joined the swim team, none of these players had seen Wang Xiaoming come over to train to adapt in advance. How did the coach see it? Wang Xiaoming was surprised that it was so easy to be seen. Is it possible that one's skills are really bad? Wang Mu laughed and said, your reaction to the jump was too slow, and also, the first time you entered the water you didn't even stir the water. All that matters is that you are relying solely on your physical prowess. Like his own teammates, Coach Wang Mu initially assumed that Wang Xiaoming had participated in at least some large and small professional matches before. But from the looks of today's game, this kid, what an amateur swimmer at all. All sorts of tips, all sorts of things to look out for, all unknown. It can be said that Wang Xiaoming swam to this achievement, completely relying on his own physical quality. But on the flip side, this kid Wang Xiaoming is really powerful, just by their own physical quality. Can swim like this, that if after systematic training, wouldn't that be, like, a Chinese Phelps? Thinking of this, Wang Mu immediately spoke out his thoughts. Ming, it's better to drop out of this one. You go back and join our swim team. With systematic training, in just 4 years, in the next Olympics, you will definitely become our Chinese Phelps. No, you probably did better than Phelps. For a moment, the atmosphere was awfully quiet. Several players looked at their coach incredulously. Was there ever a time when they could hear their own coach praise a player like this? Not only, but also, holy, coach, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Isn't it a little blown to pass Phelps? In Pan Zhanle's heart, Phelps is his idol. Although Wang Xiaoming was in front of him at the moment, he couldn't say that he could say that someone could surpass Phelps in this aspect of swimming. Just as Bolt will always be a god of track and field. Only, in the face of Pan Zhanle's questioning, Coach Wang Mu didn't answer and just quietly looked at Wang Xiaoming, looking forward to his answer. It's just a shame that the results are definitely going to be less than he hoped for. No, coach, I appreciate your kindness. I can't wait for the next Olympics. Just this one. I'll take the rest of the gold medal. Listening to Wang Xiaoming's oily words, Wang Mu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Since you don't want to, why don't you at least let me give you some tips, like you're going to at the jump? Although Wang Xiaoming was reluctant, Wang Mu felt that as long as he mobilized more, he would definitely be able to persuade him. Then it would be nice for him to have a little setback for this Olympics. It's just that some of the tips that need to be taught still need to be taught to him. Maybe, just because of this one little trick, you get a medal? I don't expect a gold medal, but at least a bronze, right? Nevertheless, before Wang Mu could finish his words, Wang Xiaoming just waved his hand. No, coach, I can't use these tricks. I just need to be fast enough. It wasn't that Wang Xiaoming didn't see these little tricks. Rather, he was used to it. As a killer, the main thing is to be fast, accurate and ruthless. What one force breaks 10 laws. The world's martial arts is only fast and unbreakable. These is what he believes in. So, what the heck about swimming hacks? As long as you swim fast enough, won't they not be able to catch up? Seeing Wang Xiaoming's indifferent attitude like this, even Coach Wang Mu's good temper couldn't help but sigh. Whatever, you have a big background anyway. I can't afford to mess with a small coach. I don't care, okay? When the swim team didn't do well anyway, they had an excuse. Aren't you the leader who shoves people in? 2 in 1? Seeing that their own coach was getting a bit angry, a few of the players didn't dare to squeak. Pan Zhanle quietly approached Wang Xiaoming. Why don't you try these tips, brother? It's really useful. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and refused. I know you guys are doing this for my own good, but I have my considerations. The fact that you can use these little tricks is a positive effect. After all, muscle memory has been formed. But for me, these are moves that require additional time for me to think, to prepare. Deliberately using these little tricks before the race might not pay off and hold me back instead. After Wang Xiaoming said this, several people instantly woke up. Makes a good point. I can't believe we're speechless. Then Brother Ming, the next step is 800m. Are you confident? Seeing Wang Xiaoming's insistence, the crowd stopped persuading him. Anyway, the next race was the 800m, like a 50m with these little trick swims. But not much. Don't worry. Wang Xiaoming patted Pan Zhanle's shoulder. Gold medal. I'll only lose one. Pan Zhanle froze. Good. So handsome. Next, the competition was the 800-meter freestyle event. Participants from various countries have already started to enter the arena. Over here, Wang Xiaoming's good buddy, Fatty Zhang Wei, was frantically sparring with the foreign audience in the audience, due to logging into a foreign social media program. Therefore, Zhang Wei took his dad's cell phone and translated it while copying the content there to furiously spray foreign netizens. Just cursing and cursing, he realized that there were too many people on the other side, and he was no longer able to fight, when the body and mind are tired and full of anger. Finally, it was at the contestant track that Wang Xiaoming was seen coming out. In an instant, Zhang Wei's aggravation surged to his heart. Brother Ming, you must win the gold medal. I believe in you. Since I can't scold you little ninjas myself, I'll let Brother Ming hit you hard in the face. In the face of Zhang Wei's anticipation, Wang Xiaoming only smiled faintly and then walked towards the competition stage. I don't know why, but Zhang Wei, who was originally full of aggression and anger, after seeing the smile of Wang Xiaoming's, everything went up in smoke, as if by some magic. It was compelling, and at that moment, a new pair of lines from a foreign network came from above the cell phone. Ha ha ha, your Chinese Wang Xiaoming really dares to participate in the 800m? You've already lost your face once and you want to lose it again? Auto-translate. This time, facing the opposite line, Zhang Wei just lightly said a few words, and then turned off his cell phone to seriously watch the game. Your mother, boom. Chapter 27, 800m start. Foreigner provocation? Take the pinch. Karimang is the pretty country's favorite to win this swim. Only, he competes in long-distance races, 800m, 1500m, and he'd seen the 50m race, where the pretty country's runner took the first gold medal in swimming. It was his turn. Then, naturally, not to dishonor his country, anger, confident, Raymond Owen, the gold medalist in the 50m, asked, turning to it. Kalimang responded with a smile full of concern. Don't worry, just these yellow monkeys? What threat to me? However, Raymond Owen was advising him to be cautious. Don't underestimate your opponent too much. That Chinese king, he's very powerful. Great. Kalimang was extremely dismissive. Just him? Not even a name? Anger, you're a professional swimmer too. Can't you see how crazy he is chasing the points behind him? That kind of acceleration. You don't want to leave it out of your mind. Kalimang skimmed his mouth. Che, what's the Chinese saying? What's the name of what's about to lose exploding the last bit of your own strength? Oh, back to the light. Don't worry, I'll have him eating my farts behind me forever. Faced with his teammates' disregard, Raymond Owen could only discourage him. Don't forget, there is also an old Chinese saying that says don't underestimate any of your opponents. Okay, Ang, I know you won the gold medal, but you don't get to tell me all the time that I'm not on your team and you're not my coach. The game's about to start. I'm outta here. Seeing this, Raymond Owen could only look at Kalimang's back and sigh. For some reason, he was always jittery inside. Could it be that something will really change in this 800m? No, no way. Ang is their best long-distance swimmer. His dominance can be crushing. Let's hope. All my worrying is unnecessary. But when he thought of Wang Xiaoming's acceleration in that second half of the journey, he felt a palpitation. After all, he was aware that he had just started to throw him off by a length in that moment of diving. But when he reached the end of the line, he turned around without thinking and was surprised to see that he was almost about to catch up with him. He himself hadn't let go of half of his breath the entire time, thus showing the frightening acceleration of Wang Xiaoming. Let's just hope Wang Xiaoming's endurance isn't working. As the 800m ready whistle blew, one by one, the participants from each country were walking in one after another. Wang Xiaoming also glanced at Zhang Wei and gave him a reassuring look before slowly taking off his red down jacket. Watching Wang Xiaoming come out, instantly the field was filled with boos. It's all those viewers from foreign countries. They can't stand to see a player from another country that is more pretentious than them. Listening to the booing around him, Wang Xiaoming didn't feel half timid. Instead he had a smile on his face. He even raised his hand vigorously to the foreign audience around him. It means haven't you guys eaten? And your voices are all so low? This scene is going to piss these viewers off. However, just as they were about to turn up the volume, they were drowned out by a chorus of cheering voices that directly drowned out their boos. These cheering sounds naturally came from the Chinese audience. If you don't say that the Chinese are just a united bunch when it comes to foreign affairs, facing a number 2 or 3 times higher than their own and others, the Chinese audience still did not lose the slightest bit of ground. The cheering was directly drowning out the booing from the other side, and even one wave was higher than the other. There were people everywhere holding up red flags, and the scene was covered in red for a while. Brother Ming, go for it. The little day the little ocean, since the reporter who knows the Chinese side knows that Zhang Wei is Wang Xiaoming's college classmate. The special is also given multiple shots of it. Who knew that this kid was just straight up mouthing off to the camera? It's a relief, but it's nationally televised. The photographer in the back room was so scared that he muted it. However, how could everyone in front of the screen not know what Zhang Wei was expressing? For a time, the group was enraged and ignited, and Wang Xiaoming was obviously aware of the cheering from the Chinese audience. He was seen holding up a finger to his mouth to the camera and shushing. This was followed by the raising of this finger. Soon, the game was about to begin. There were a total of 8 entries this time around. The biggest favorites to win. 1 from Pretty Country and 1 from Kangaroo Country. Also not to be underestimated are the players from the Romance Nation. Wang was located in lane 8, which to be honest was not a very good swim course. Just like track and field, the most favorable is always the middle track. Standing on the competition stage, suddenly a snort came from Wang Xiaoming's ears. Turning his head, he saw that it was the Sakura runner from the next track. It's disrespectful to the pool for you, a shooter, to come to a swim meet. Little Cherry Blossom spoke English, but Wang Xiaoming's English was naturally good as a frequent international order taker. However, he did not respond in English. Instead, he spoke Chinese. What are you talking about? Speak Chinese after talking to your dad. Nani? Apparently, the Sakura player didn't understand. But that didn't mean that he didn't know that Wang Xiaoming definitely didn't have anything good to say. Immediately, he was giving Wang Xiaoming an international gesture. The middle finger greets your whole family instead of me. In an instant, the Chinese viewers in front of the screen all boiled over. After all, Wang Xiaoming was so hot right now that multiple cameras were pointed at him. Naturally, the scene was recorded. The atmosphere of the scene was also pushed to a climax, and the next actions of Wang Xiaoming's men pushed this climax to the top. He was seen putting up his own thumb and forefinger and making a gesturing motion at the Sakura contestant. Take the pinch. The players from the Pretty Country by Sakura's side were also watching the two with a look of amusement. Unexpectedly, they did not even need to make a move. But Little Cherry Blossom and Huaxia were at each other's throats. Let them Asians dogfight amongst themselves. However, before he could turn his head, he saw Wang Xiaoming spraying directly at him. What are you looking at? You don't feel good about not scolding you, do you? What? Obviously. Another guy who can't understand Chinese. Wang Xiaoming was not in the mood to BB with them much as the match was about to start. However, the extranet has long since exploded at this point. Many people understand Chinese and will translate what they do not understand. In an instant, the tirades against Wang Xiaoming swarmed and filled the entire live broadcast room. As soon as the hourly whistle blew, 8 athletes piled into the water in unison. A big splash. 800-meter freestyle flying fish battle. The moment has officially begun. Everyone was waiting to see if Wang Xiaoming really had the strength or not. Chapter 28, Sakura's Ambition. Giving up on herself to drag down Wang Xiaoming. In the one instant that Wang Xiaoming entered the water, everyone's eyes were gathered on him. It doesn't matter if it's a Chinese audience or a foreign audience. And seeing that Wang Xiaoming was still lagging behind others, the foreign audience all breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was going to be something amazing, but it's just this? Che, making a big statement before the match, only to be crushed this time. Every time he says he's tough, what happens is, every time he meets one who's tougher than him, it's no fun. I thought I'd get a bit of a formidable opponent to put some pressure on our player so he could break the record. That's it? Our players probably don't even want to speed up, do they? The Chinese audience, on the other hand, clenched their fists, although they knew that Wang Xiaoming's advantage did not lie in the moment he entered the water. But seeing that the start is just a big body length behind the others, anyone would be nervous as hell. The many Chinese viewers were silently cheering Wang Xiaoming inwardly as the crowd prayed for Wang Xiaoming's acceleration, and the swim team coach, sitting on the sidelines, sighed hard. This Wang Xiaoming, he's good at everything, but he's just too arrogant. If he could be more humble, he definitely wouldn't be so far behind in this opening round. However, Pan Zhanle, who was on the side, persuaded. I say coach, what's the point of panicking? It's 800 Ming hasn't even powered up yet. Powering up? You think if he powers up, no one else does? I admit, his acceleration is awesome, but there's a chance that 50 was just dropped that time, and this time the others were prepared, so how could they let him pass so easily? Hearing the coach's words, Pan Zhanle also instantly felt it made sense. To put it simply, the coach just thinks that Wang Xiaoming is stealing chickens at 50m, and came so close to stealing the chicken. What about this 800m? All the players have seen his last match and are bound to be more attentive. Once you feel you're accelerating, others will surely try their best to accelerate as well. You will not be given a chance. In the WASC, at this moment, Chen Xiao also clenched his fists, and I don't know when he's ever been in such a tense and passionate mood. Wang's 50m loss made it very regrettable for a while, and for today's 800m he is giving everyone an hour off. Watch Wang Xiaoming's game together, and the leader, sitting in the very center, was very exuberant. Chen Xiao, do you think this baby can win? Chen Xiao shook his head and nodded again. I don't know. You don't know. Didn't you get the people? I got him only to know that he's a great shooter. I didn't realize that he's such a fierce swimmer too. The leader shook his head. When the match is over, you'll have to join forces with the network department over there and monitor the network for all kinds of statements. For a Chinese honor like Wang Xiaoming, I don't want to see a single comment discrediting him even if he fails in the swimming competition. That's for sure, Chief. Even if you don't say anything, we'll all keep an eye on this Olympic time. Humph. Staring? So you don't know how the Flyers got yelled at by internet spammers back in the day? At that time, we didn't pay so much attention to the network, didn't we? Don't worry, Chief. This time, we will definitely supervise the whole network. Well, one who has fought for the country like Wang Xiaoming must not be allowed to suffer a little bit. Roger, Chief. With everyone's expectation, Wang Xiaoming has started his 800m race journey. This time can be different 50m. Wang Xiaoming is not afraid of starting behind, because he has his own secret weapon. The live CCTV commentary raised its voice with it. Hello everyone, without further ado, let's take a look at, in the 8th lane, player Wang Xiaoming. Once again, starting behind others. Only this time, I don't know if he has a turnaround. As we all know, a position like lane 8 is really awkward, with less of a reference around it, which can cause quite a bit of psychological pressure on the contestants. So, how exactly will player Wang Xiaoming respond? Let's wait and see. Wang Xiaoming was in the 8th circuit, and the ranking, at this point, was in last place, and first place, still nearly a body length away. Even compared to Sakura on the side, it was quite a bit worse. As we can see, player Wang Xiaoming is behind, but there's no need to rush. We all know that it's not time for player Wang Xiaoming to catch up with the score. Okay, it's on. Player Wang Xiaoming has begun his most classic point chase. Acceleration coming up, splashing like a dragon out of a trap. Wang Xiaoming's runners must take him back hard in this 800m after his loss in the last 50m. Soon after entering the water, Wang Xiaoming began to accelerate himself, and he lived up to the audience's god's eye view. He did accelerate quickly and is closing in fast on 7th place. However, as swim team coach Wang Mu said, last 50m people were unprepared. But this game, people have seen your last game. The research on you is thorough. You want to accelerate past people easily? And they don't always give you that chance. As expected, Wang Xiaoming's previous placing was the 7th beside him, the little cherry blossom player. After feeling the increased force of the splash from beside her, the little cherry blossom player just knew that Wang Xiaoming was starting to accelerate. Naturally, he would not give it the slightest chance to surpass himself. Before he left, Coach Little Cherry Blossom, who was well versed in the Chinese art of war, had told himself, swimming and running in a race like this is one of those one-upmanship duels. You just have to carry the first wave of Wang Xiaoming's acceleration so that it can't catch up with you in an instant. Then his morale will fail, and then so too sets down. Absolutely just breaks his heart. Then, this match, Wang Xiaoming, was destined to be a loser. Not good. It seems that his opponent doesn't give Wang Xiaoming a chance to get close to him at all. The Sakura Nation player is accelerating after he realizes that Wang Xiaoming is accelerating. Is he crazy? Is he going to be the first to use up his stamina just because Wang Xiaoming is alone? There are still more than 700 meters to go. Little Cherry Blossom players keep in mind the words of their coaches that others can't compete on their own. However, you, Wang Xiaoming of Team Huaxia, definitely don't want to take a ranking either. It could be said that he was trying to drag Wang Xiaoming down in this match, but will Wang Xiaoming be dragged down so simply? It's not possible, only to see that he had just accelerated a wave, and in a flash, 50m was at the point of touching the pool wall. Turn around and an explosive stomp, boom, over and above. Wang Xiaoming used the 50m turnaround to overtake the Sakura runner. He's already 7th. He's still speeding up. Chapter 29 Acceleration without caring about physical strength. Wang Xiaoming is crazy? In God's view, the audience just sees. Just as Wang Xiaoming accelerated, the little cherry blossom competitors on the track beside him accelerated immediately, accelerating without leaving any room for error. He didn't give Wang Xiaoming the slightest chance to hold his own. The scene fell on the eyes of the live audience, except for the Sakura Nation viewers. All of them were extremely offended by Sakura's behavior. That's nothing. It was obvious that he wanted to drag Wang Xiaoming down. Even if he had to destroy himself, he would not let Wang Xiaoming feel better. After all, you're accelerating wildly at this point, using all of your strength. There are 700 meters and 14 turns to swim behind. Where did you get the strength? Lowly. Sakura's people are really just lowly. This kind of damaging thing is really something only they can do. Really shameless. Fortunately, there are no players from the stick country this time. Otherwise, I don't know how disgusted I would be. And it was the swim team coach who was in a hurry. He now had only one guess. That Wang Xiaoming had spelled out his old life and accelerating for this gold medal. But what's he going to do with the rest of his life this way? Alas, still too young. Instantly aroused, Wang Mu was angry and helpless. It just so happens that there's only one more track reference on the side. Ugh. TSK. Wang Mu sighed continuously. That's when the disadvantage of being in the 8th lane just manifests itself. In the middle, no matter which track, there are at least two sides to refer to. As for Wang Xiaoming's situation at this moment, he belonged to the category of only being able to observe the movements of the little cherry blossom players on the side. Then, as he accelerated himself, so did Sakura. It is easy for them to be excited by their desire to win, and in the first half of the match, they will use up all their strength. So this way, the second half of the trip that's going to be, holy, coach, look at Ming. Suddenly Pan Zhanla's yell caught Wang Mu's attention. As he fixed his eyes on it, he was shocked to realize, Wang Xiaoming, who had originally turned around and just passed the little cherry blossom player. At this point it was closing in on the original 7th place finisher, Jalen Tyndall, a player from the Maple Leaf Nation. This Wang Xiaoming, does he really not care about physical strength at all? Unlike the swimmer's elation, Coach Wang Mu was looking at it more, and in the eyes of the audience, at that moment, Wang Xiaoming had just utilized a turn and a stomp to overtake Sakura. In the next second, he accelerated once again and approached the Maple Leaf Country player. We see that the Wang Xiaoming player is closing in on the Maple Leaf Nation player. Closer, closer, closer. Oh my god, he's already tied with the Maple Leaf Nation player. Overtaken, overtaken. Wang Xiaoming, he has once again surpassed an opponent. Now, Wang Xiaoming's ranking has been ranked 6th. Can Wang Xiaoming still perform miracles? Let's keep watching. Wang Xiaoming's speed had completely increased by now. He wielded his stamina in the pool without the least bit of effort. And the little cherry blossom player who had an iron heart and wasted no time in trying to blow himself up with Wang Xiaoming, just glanced away with his afterglow. It was shocked and choked on a mouthful of water straight away. Nah, nanny, how is it possible? In his perspective, Wang Xiaoming had only used an instant. Just for a moment he went into the water and came up to change it. That is, it has directly surpassed itself. Moreover, no matter how much one accelerated, it seemed that he was only getting farther and farther away from Wang Xiaoming. What kind of monster is he? With that in mind, the little Sakura player had received a serious sense of frustration. For a moment, the movements of the hands and feet slowed down. In the next second, he was directly detached from the large group. Buster, I found it. Okay, as we can see, at this point the first 100m has been swum, and every competitor is equal except for the Sakura competitor, who seems to have abandoned the race. Player Wang Xiaoming is in 6th at this point, but we can all see that he's still accelerating. On the next 50 turn, will he score another hat trick and overtake the Siri player again? But through the last match, plus this one, we can all see that player Wang Xiaoming is an endurance player. Maybe the 800m is his forte. Let's once again cheer for contestant Wang Xiaoming. At once, the pop-ups in the live broadcast were like snowflakes. All sorts of cheering pop-ups swarmed the room, and at this time, Wang Xiaoming simply could not feel the cheering from the outside Chinese audience. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to accelerate, and accelerate again. Only, occasionally an afterglow, but suddenly realized, in their own side of the track of the small cherry blossom players, how suddenly disappeared. But he wasn't in the mood for that much. Swimming is not like shooting. Shooting that was supposed to be his strong suit. He made his living off of him. So, shooting matches he can underestimate anyone, because he asked himself, under his own 100 shots of max enchantment, himself if he can still lose, then it can only mean that he, Wang Xiaoming, is a waste. And swimming is different. With so many competitors, training night and day, each is also extremely talented. If one underestimates them anymore, then one could really pop the champagne at halftime and lose the game. It wasn't until he swam the third turn back that he realized that the Sakura runner from the next track had arrived late. In that case, he was already nearly 2 lengths ahead of Sakura. Giving up? After mourning for him for a while, Wang Xiaoming was ready to continue catching up. At this point he's ranked 6th. It's only half a head away from 5th place. 2. It's unbelievable. Player Wang Xiaoming, is still expanding the distance from the 7th place. They're still stretching out. And now, he's already going to vaguely overtake 5th place. Going to overtake. Oh my god, over 5th place. Wang Xiaoming is already in the top tier. The CCTV commentator roared with unbridled exuberance. The race is already at 350 m. What's wrong with Wang Xiaoming? Is there no stamina left? In God's view, Wang Xiaoming's acceleration was significantly slower. There is no longer the same rush that there was at the beginning. After all, the schedule is halfway through. Every runner's stamina is dropping, and at this point they are all doing their best to maintain peak speed. Wang Xiaoming was also like this, no longer the berserker he was before. Could it be that this is already Wang Xiaoming's zenith? For a while, the words of the CCTV commentator were filled with regret, and the swimmers watching from the sidelines were very upset. After all, it's come this far, halfway through the tournament. Wang Xiaoming has done his best. Only, just when the spectators in the arena thought that Wang Xiaoming had stopped there, he was making another amazing move. No, unbelievable. Wang Xiaoming, what the hell is he trying to do? Chapter 30 Foul play by Wang Xiaoming, about to be disqualified? Since the race was nearly halfway through, Wang Xiaoming accelerated hard though. However, none of these contestants are weak. All of them are the best of the best in their country. On top of the global nature of this Olympics, there will be no one who will fall off the wagon. Even if they had to fight for half their lives, they would have to get a ranking for their country. Therefore, at this point, when Wang Xiaoming reached 5th place, it was already difficult for him to easily surpass the contestants in front of him and improve his ranking. And now that the race is halfway through and only halfway to the finish line, the race is only going to get more competitive. How Wang Xiaoming would deal with this second half? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. It was just that people had envisioned countless ways in their minds that Wang Xiaoming would use to deal with the crisis at hand. However, he was still startled by Wang Xiaoming's actions at this moment. When he turned around, he only saw a jerk and plunged straight into the water. Originally, there was nothing strange about this scene in the eyes of the many spectators. It's just that as time passes, more and more people are realizing that something is wrong. Come on, we saw player Wang Xiaoming dive right into the water with a jerk. What is he trying to do? Is it that he wants to dive to close the distance to the front runners? Unbelievable. And he's really trying to do it. Is he crazy? This scene of Wang Xiaoming diving into the water directly surprised the crowd. It's not just the audience, or the referee on the sidelines, or the CCTV commentator who is commentating. The crowd was all wide-eyed as they watched Wang Xiaoming's movements at this moment. What is he doing? Is this trying to forfeit? Coach Wang Mu kept pacing on the sidelines to hide the anxiety in his heart. As you know, diving is not allowed in freestyle competitions. After all, diving has so little resistance for normal swimming. That look must have been extremely unfair to the other players. The general rule is that you can only dive a distance of 15 m. So, once someone is found to have dived and swum more than 15 m, then he is mercilessly disqualified by the referee team. And isn't Wang Xiaoming's move just pushing himself into the fire pit? What is Ming doing? Doesn't he know the rules? Holy, doesn't diving mean disqualification? It's over. How come no one warned Ming before the game? Wait, you guys, it looks like Ming didn't dive all the way down. At this moment, just as the Chinese audience was sweating for Wang Xiaoming, the audience from other countries were gloating. The crowd realized that although Wang Xiaoming was a slammer, he didn't dive down completely. As he was about to reach 15 m, he was floating again. Instead, he simply sank his head down, and then he started the acceleration mode again. This one directly confused everyone on the scene. Immediately, it was a coach from another country who approached the Olympic organizing committee, demanded that Wang's results be cancelled and that he also be given a banning penalty. After all, his current move was a foul, or a very serious one. This scene fell clearly in the eyes of all the viewers in front of the screen. People didn't know if Wang Xiaoming's like this was considered a foul or not, and the refereeing team and the Olympic organizing committee had a discussion. The discussion didn't last long, just a few seconds. A consensus was reached by all. Wang Xiaoming, no foul play. This one was straight up confusing for the other state coaches. Why? He clearly dived? Why don't you guys disqualify him? That's right, you guys are cheating with that look. You're cheating. I'm going to report you. However, the organizing committee and the referees were in agreement, and the explanation was convincing to all. Wang Xiaoming just buried his head in, which doesn't constitute a dive at all, and didn't exceed 15 m. Can't you see that his body is all above water? But his head, the other coach tried to argue. The organizing committee, however, swallowed it right back down with a single sentence. If your contestants can also manage not to breathe, they can of course also bury their heads in the water. All at once, everyone was dumbfounded. After all, it is indeed an unwritten rule. Today's freestyle races basically follow a rhythm, with one left and one right, surfacing their heads. And the purpose of this is also to replenish oxygen. If, of course, you don't need oxygen, it's possible to keep your head still. After all, this way, you offset a large portion of the resistance. But, having said that, who can't change their breath and replenish their oxygen? Someone tried it once, and it's true that you swim a little bit faster in that moment without a change of air. But just what about the back? What do you do after that? How long can you swim without supplemental oxygen? This is not holding your breath on land or in a static situation. That's Olympic swimming in a state of high stress and pressure. If you hold your breath, it will only make you more physically exhausted, and your hand movements will only get stiffer and slower at the back. After figuring this out, all the foreign coaches also stopped talking. After all, currently it looked like Wang Xiaoming had the advantage. But what about the back? They don't believe that you, Wang Xiaoming, can still hold it in for the rest of your life. Hold your breath and swim until the end of the race? Swim to the back and you'll still have the strength? It was thought that Wang Xiaoming was a dark horse in this race, the strongest competitor of their country, as could be seen through his acceleration ability earlier. This person's ability was terrifying. It's just that no one expected that this Wang Xiaoming himself would play himself to death. At the thought of this, everyone's heart involuntarily laughed. But will things go their way? Right after they were done pulling their punches with the referee organizing committee, and after they continued to focus all their attention on the pool at the tournament site. But all of a sudden, he was shocked by the situation in the field and stayed in place, unable to move. Fuck, what the is going on here? Can someone tell me? No, it can't be. This has to be a joke? Is he even human? How the hell did he do that? I don't believe it. He cheated. He must have cheated, didn't he? The few swimmers who were also watching the race from the sidelines were also looking at Wang Xiaoming in the field, and all of a sudden burst out screaming. Ah, Wang Xiaoming, awesome, oh my god, that's Ming, I'm convinced, I really am. Is he even human? Is he really not tired? There was only one reason they were so shocked. It's just that in today's pools, the tournament standings have become shockingly reversed all of a sudden. When the hell did he swim in third place? Someone please tell me. Chapter 31. Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so much? For just a few dozen seconds, a couple of foreign coaches weren't paying attention. Wang Xiaoming's score at this time, surprisingly, had already led by so much, directly overtaking to the third place. How is it possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of their eyes. You have to know what Wang Xiaoming's swimming action is at this time. But it's swimming underwater holding your breath. I can't believe you don't go for a breath change in a highly physical race like this. Aren't you afraid that a direct lack of oxygen will cause you to go into shock? However, the Wang Xiaoming in front of him didn't seem to consider this issue at all. After passing third place, he was only seen still burying his head. I don't even see it coming up for a breather. Just hard, hands swinging wildly, closing the distance to the front runners. This scene caused everyone to be immensely moved. The CCTV commentators were also shouting like crazy. This crazy move of Wang Xiaoming's, he is invariably expressing to us that he hasn't reached his limit yet. No one would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would still keep such a card. Admirable and hot. Everyone, too, was not expecting it. Wang Xiaoming even left such a backhand. It was a scene they had never seen before in any of their previous matches. Among them, there is no shortage of spectators who know how to swim. All of them sweated for Wang Xiaoming in their hearts. Wang Xiaoming's move looks like it's very hot-blooded. But what to do at the back? He can't keep it up all the time. At that point, his stamina problem will surface. So what should he do? Such a question appeared in everyone's mind. But at this time, no one would question Wang Xiaoming about what they could do. It's just a matter of keeping it in your heart and cheering it on well. And those foreign spectators who were screaming very cheerfully before the match had long been somewhat scared to pee their pants at this point. According to this scenario, doesn't it mean that Wang Xiaoming is really going to take first place? However, soon on the pop-up screen was a foreign know-it-all coming out to stabilize the army. Don't worry everyone. This Chinese guy will be here. He definitely won't last long with this kind of swimming. That's right, believe me, I'm a swimmer too, and with methods like this, we swimmers hold our breath for 2 or 3 seconds at most plus a speed. Hold your breath recklessly like he did and you'll run out of steam in no time. Ha ha ha, force is good. Better to die in the pool, so that no one will fight with us for the first place, the one upstairs. Although we don't want this Chinese player to take first place either. What you said is too harsh, isn't it? Let me see the ID. So it's a Sakura player. Hey, Sakura, that said, your contestants are already booked for the old 8. Where do you get to talk here? Everyone in the extranet audience was looking forward to the moment when Wang Xiaoming couldn't hold on, but they also didn't know when exactly Wang Xiaoming could not stand it, so they could only wait quietly in front of the screen. And at this point in time, The scene has long since lost the previous boiling cheering. Everyone was clenching their fists and staring intently at the names of the competition in the pool. After all, at this point in time, for a second, the situation on the field was changing rapidly. No one dares to be distracted for a moment. Wang Xiaoming is still accelerating. He's still holding his breath. Could it be that this is his big move? Simply, Wang Xiaoming's physical strength has once again overturned everyone's perception. From the time he held his breath, at this point, a whole 87s has passed. His speed, it's unbelievable that it didn't decrease but increased. This is really to be bored to the wine cup swallowing the sun and the moon, and to ask for the dry sky in verses at leisure. Generally speaking, even if the ordinary underwater breath holding can hold a minute, are waterborne breath holding extremely good people. Not to mention with all this physical exertion and that unbelievably intense pressure, Wang Xiaoming hadn't changed his breath for 2 whole minutes. After a 50m turn, Wang Xiaoming relied on his explosive power. One more stomp and instantly passed second place. Here it comes, an underwater overtaking maneuver that belongs exclusively to Wang Xiaoming. No one can learn at all. Wang Xiaoming, at this point in time, has come to second place. Oh my god, second place. Wang Xiaoming has booked the silver medal. The last 200 meters. Only the last 200 meters left. Wang Xiaoming, will he make a miracle or not? The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. The voice of the CCTV commentator was hoarse as hell. But at this point, no audience is going to blame him. Anyone in that position would be more excited than he is. Simply because, today, they are about to witness the birth of a miracle. But this scene of Wang Xiaoming still holding his breath was painful to Coach Wang Mu in his eyes. Bad. This kid doesn't want to die. Coach Wang Mu kept hammering his fists, looking at the desperate Wang Xiaoming in the pool. He couldn't wait for the scene to just stop the game. What's wrong, coach? Ming is fighting so hard right now. Let's cheer for it together. Pan Zhanle said. Cheer up. And cheer up? Cheer until you don't even want to live? If it was said that before, Wang Xiaoming was just a very talented swimming youth in the eyes of Coach Wang Mu. But at this moment, Wang Xiaoming's figure was all of a sudden sublimated. He was a hero who put his life on the line for the honor of his country. A lone hero. He really doesn't take his physical condition into account at all when he compares himself like this. Wang Mu's voice had trembled a bit. He's now fighting for a breath, pressing his body's potential, constantly holding his breath and accelerating, recklessly exhausting his physical strength. Even if he makes it to the end, even if he makes it to the gold medal, so what? Is the physical aftermath left behind because of this one fight something that can be compared to this one gold medal? Wang Mu said with heartache and anger. It is important to realize that squeezing your body's potential in this way is very powerful in the present situation. However, once you relax, your body will immediately act like a deflated balloon. Instantaneous feelings of disengagement. And with this feeling of disconnection, a good recovery will be fine in a few days. But if you don't recover well, you'll go into shock right then and there. And it could be a lifetime of after effects. Hearing the words of their own coach, several swimmers froze at once. They didn't think that there would be such a problem. In an instant, everyone's eyes were, unconsciously, red. Is it really necessary to go this far? Coach Wang Mu's words were all heard by the closer Chinese audience. All of a sudden, all of these spectators stopped cheering as well, an inexplicable emotion choking their throats. Not only that, they even took out their cell phones and posted what the coach had just said all over the internet. As he typed, at some point, a tear suddenly fell onto the screen. Why are there always tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so much. Chapter 32, Small Actions Behind the Scenes. Wang Xiaoming about to be reported. In an instant, the viewer's video playback is instantly exceeded 10W+, and the heat is still climbing upwards. At this time, more and more people all knew that Wang Xiaoming was not afraid to leave damage to his body for the sake of the gold medal. For a while, the audience in front of the screen were all silent, until one audience member, unable to hold back the excitement in his heart any longer, ruthlessly hit the Wang Xiaoming on the public screen. Instantly, pop-ups like snowflakes directly filled the entire live broadcast room, and the CCTV commentator, who was commentating, also noticed this. Somewhat choked up, he simply couldn't continue the narration any longer and had to stop reporting for the time being. At this moment, a viewer in front of the screen looked at Wang Xiaoming. I can't help but look at myself, but my eyes are red. The Wang Xiaoming at this moment reminded him of himself back then. I think that I was a spirited person back in the day. It was so close. It was the one that could have gotten the Grand Slam of swimming, just for some outside reason. It forced him to retire straight away at his best age. And now, looking at Wang Xiaoming trying to fight for his life, how he wished Wang Xiaoming could replace him and fulfill his unfinished wish. Come on, my friend, you can do it. And that's when his friend's voice came from his side. Sun Yang, do you think Wang Xiaoming can win the championship? Meanwhile, Within a villa in the pretty country at this time, a black man is staring intently at the swimming 800m being raced on the screen. Looking at Wang Xiaoming, who looked like a god descending from the sky, he let out an unbelievable shout. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And just then, from the pool outside, walked in a woman in a sexy swimsuit, but then sat on its sensitive spot, all of a sudden making it yelp. Oh, immediately afterward, the sexy girl was flirting with the black man while saying, "Looks like this Chinese kid is going to shine in this swimming competition. If this trend continues, the 800-meter gold medal should be China's. It's a pity. If you were there, you wouldn't have let them be so arrogant." Hearing the sexy girl's words, the fire within the black man's body also subsided by a large margin. The large hands that were restlessly roaming the woman's body also stopped. Along with pointing at Wang Xiaoming in the TV, he said, "You've reminded me. This person must have cheated." Cheating? Can't be. The Olympics are very strict. Instead, the black man shook his head and said nothing, instead picking up his cell phone. "What are you going to do?" the woman asked. The black man responded tersely, "I'm going to report him. He must be on some kind of drugs." At this time, Wang Xiaoming, naturally, did not know that so many things were happening in the outside world. Under the activation of the skill, Xian Wu Ding, he only felt that the state of holding his breath at the moment was simply no different from breathing normally at all. Although he didn't have to breathe through his nose anymore, it seemed that every pore of his body was exchanging metabolism for oxygen, and because of that, he couldn't feel the discomfort from holding his breath at all, not to mention the shock that would come from physical exertion. Let's just say that compared to the other players who were getting weaker and weaker, he was getting stronger and stronger at the moment. Everyone assumed that previously he had exploded in speed and expended his stamina. It's definitely physically demanding at the moment, but it turns out, Wang Xiaoming, still accelerating, still looming over the front runners, closing the distance to them. The CCTV commentator, who was lost in thought, also noticed the situation in the field at this moment. Although he was shocked in his heart, he didn't forget what his duty was. He only saw that he hastily adjusted his mind and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Then the passionate narration began again. "They say that in times of despair, the most sensible choice is to resign oneself to fate. But I never felt it was a choice every hot-blooded young man should make. And now, Wang Xiaoming has set an example, and with his practical actions, he has shown us exactly what we can do in the face of despair. That is, spare no effort and leave no regrets. Let's, once again, cheer for Wang Xiaoming." And before that, the little cherry blossom player who had gone out of her way to give up her results in order to drag down Wang Xiaoming. At this moment, he had long been viciously thrown a few body lengths by Wang Xiaoming. He, who had completely given up at this moment, could only stare daggers at Wang Xiaoming, who was rapidly paddling away from his side, as he turned around next. Why? He simply couldn't understand why it was almost the final moments of the game. The young Chinese swimmer in front of me still has such physical strength. And, to swim like he did, is he really just desperate? Just for an Olympic gold medal? For the so-called national honor? Without any consideration for your physical condition? It's something he can't relate to at all. It's not like you guys are the stick figures that have to win medals to be exempt from military service. Are you as far as you? However, at this moment, he could only ask secretly in his heart, because Wang Xiaoming, who had just crossed his side, had long since swum to a distance beyond his reach. I thought Wang Xiaoming was just a substitute, a shooter who came to joke around. But, at this point, we realized that he was the anchor of our swim team. Well, as we can see, player Wang Xiaoming has completely overtaken the second place, and the advantage is widening. Oh my god, the third Kangaroo Nation runner can't handle the pressure anymore and his speed plummets. At this moment on the field, the only players who are still retaining their stamina in the slightest are our country's Wang Xiaoming, and the pretty country's Kalamang. As far as I know, Kalamang is the favorite to win this 800m. Wang Xiaoming, can he actually create a miracle? Can he create a legend? He's less than half a head away from first place at this moment. The 800-meter final round. Just under the last 100 meters. Wang Xiaoming, charge. At this point, the distance to the final finish line was less than the last 100 meters. Karimeng is the biggest favorite to win the title with great hopes from the pretty country. Its strength goes without saying. From the beginning of the dive, all the way to the present, it was in the lead the whole way, as he was the fourth lane player. So with a slight glance, you can feel the positions of the players from both sides. After pulling away one by one and feeling the disappearance of the runners from both sides, he just felt that this time, the gold medal was in his pocket. There's still the last 100 meters. As long as it lasts to the end, he's a champion. He is the new Phelps. However, just as the penultimate turn and stump dives underwater, an afterglow, but he caught a glimpse of a figure. A moment that will overtake him. Chapter 33. Cross that mountain and they will see our story. For the contestants in this tournament, Xiaoming never took anyone seriously. After all, whether it was physical strength, acceleration, or anything else, he was in the absolute lead. As for that Wang Xiaoming, in his eyes, he was nothing more than a clown who was clamoring for attention. A shooting team competitor who is coming to a swim meet. Participate in the competition even if it's not. It's a big deal to say that you're going to bag all the gold medals. That was a good laugh for him at the time. It's okay for Chinese players to mess around. But is your Chinese coaching staff and organizing committee also so messed up? Sure enough, it's just a bunch of yellow monkeys. In his heart, he was looking down on Asians. And so it was. From the very beginning, one maintained an absolute lead, turning a deaf ear to the outside world and going into total race focus. That's how he approaches the game. Of course, while never putting the other runners in their place. Every time the 50M turns around for a dive, he'd glance over the edge with his afterimage. This skimming, he then realized that none of them could surpass his own. Even that closest Kangaroo Nation player is a head short of his own. Humph. Sure enough, the gold medal is my bag. When he takes the swimming slam, he'll be the new Phelps. By then, money, women, luxury cars, villas, there should be everything. With only the last 100M to go, he now had the extra distraction of thinking about what would happen after he won the gold medal. But it is things that are not as they should be. Just as it's counting down 100M to turn and dive. Instead, he realized that it appeared that someone had caught up with him on a track in the distance. This can't be right. How could anyone catch up with themselves? As he kept his mind on the second Kangaroo Nation runner on his side of the track. So, didn't even notice the rest of the track. But even if you notice it, it's useless. After all, such a big splash, plus the Kangaroo Nation players on the side blocking the view. He is also invisible. Only now, the Kangaroo Country players, who had been pressing their own pace, plummeted in speed, and all of a sudden they just fell behind. The other players, moreover, have not yet reached the turning point. It was this moment that brought Xiaoming to the attention of track 8 in the distance. That's track 8. Is that the Chinese player Wang Xiaoming? In an instant, his heart was filled with horror. When did he catch up? It can't be, but that's just the way it is. In just one turn, Wang Xiaoming had already surpassed him. No way. No how. Unconvinced of the truth, Kareem anger, too, exploded into action once more. No longer does he care about his physical exertion. Even if he goes into shock from exhaustion, this gold medal, he's going to get it back again. The situation on the field was changing, and the pretty country players once again stepped up their efforts and frantically fought with Wang Xiaoming for the first place. And at this time, the enthusiasm of the audience on the scene had long been completely ignited by these two. The battle for the first and second place, at this moment, has officially begun. Oh my god, player Wang Xiaoming has surpassed the first place player from Pretty Country. Player Wang Xiaoming, now for number 1. He works miracles. Miracles. In just a blink of an eye, player Wang Xiaoming is already sprinting towards the gold medal. I can't imagine at all what kind of match I've watched today. And the Pretty Country player, who still hasn't given up, is no less fast. It's shrinking. The distance is shrinking. Wang Xiaoming's lead is being caught up by the Pretty Country players. Can Wang Xiaoming keep this lead? In front of the screen, the Chinese viewers, at this moment, only felt their bodies boiling. Looking at the screen, that Wang Xiaoming who was initially one position behind the Pretty Country player, at this moment, relying on his own unremitting efforts, determined will, hard in the last 100M directly catch up with the beautiful country runners. Inside of them, they just felt an inexplicable breath of relief come out. It's cool. It's just so cool. And the scene of Wang Xiaoming and Kareeming chasing each other in the final round of the scene has become one of the most talked about images. Neither of the two would let the other go, neither refusing to let up even a little at this point. Because at critical moments like these, you just let up and there's a chance that the whole thing could fall apart. Worked hard for a full inning, hustled for a full game. No one gives up at the last minute. So, at this point, what they were fighting for was their willpower. And whoever could hold out until the end would be the final winner. The crowd in the Pretty Country, too, was going crazy cheering on their players. They didn't believe that the physical strength of the Chinese people could match that of their country's players. Not to mention, Wang Xiaoming was still in a state of holding his breath. But, at the thought of holding their breath, they suddenly reacted. This Wang Xiaoming, how long has he been holding his breath? Let's see. It's like 3 minutes or so. Oh my god, is he a monster? Impossible. Too impossible. He definitely can't hold out anymore. Everyone's nerves are on edge at the last critical moment. However, the originally evenly matched situation on the field was completely broken at the last turn. The off-court crowd is concerned about their stamina, but Wang Xiaoming in the field never thought about physical strength. Within his view, the last turnover should have been the final sprint. Then it's time to break out the final sprint. 2. It was seen within the viewer's perspective. Just after the turnaround, The gap between the two people who had just been evenly matched was pulled apart in an instant. Wang Xiaoming is actually still accelerating. It's unbelievable. Is he Superman or what? Or is he the Monkey King reincarnated? I couldn't believe what my eyes were actually seeing. In the last 50 Wang Xiaoming is like a divine warrior, a god of heaven. In just the blink of my eye, he's already half a length ahead of the pretty country player. The advantage is still widening. Still widening. Oh my god, he's still accelerating. He's completely lost a length to second place. What kind of stamina? What kind of speed is this? The end is in sight. Win. We are the champions. We are the champions. Cross that mountain and they will see our story. Congratulations to Wang Xiaoming, who successfully achieved the gold medal in 800 meter. The first gold for the Chinese swimming team. The CCTV commentators have been too exuberant for their own good. Watching the moment that Wang Xiaoming's finger touched the finish line, his entire body jumped. And, for once, there was no suspense. No need to look back. Simply because, the advantages are just too great. Also congratulations to the pretty country players on their silver. Wait. Suddenly the CCTV commentator seemed to have realized something. There seems to be something wrong with the pretty country players. Chapter 34. The crowd was shocked. How come Wang Xiaoming wasn't tired at all? The 800 swimming race, officially over. Wang Xiaoming sat on the shore and breathed in the air evenly. Just now, even though I said I had skills, I did use all my strength. The results, though, were good. Another gold medal in the bag for myself. Wang Xiaoming took off the swimming cap on his head and waited for the remaining competitors to arrive at the shore. The second place, naturally, was the pretty country player who fought Wang Xiaoming to the death at the last minute. The remaining runners arrived one by one. After arriving at the shore, they all looked at Wang Xiaoming, who had already waited for them on the shore early, with a face full of unwillingness and shock. Time 7 hours 26 minutes and 39 seconds. Successfully winning the gold medal and breaking the previous Olympic 800-meter record. The previous Olympic record was 7:41:28 set by a Ukrainian, a full 15 seconds of improvement. This caused all the people who saw the results on the big screen to let out an exclamation. Not to mention this time, swimming in 7 minutes and 30 seconds was something they felt was impossible. But today, it is someone who has done it. The Chinese viewers in front of the screen were even waving their fists in excitement. Although there was no opportunity to be able to be there to personally cheer for Wang Xiaoming. But watching TV still doesn't affect their surging mood at the moment. Not only that, but there were many people who shed tears of emotion, because of the previous words of Wang Mu, the coach of the swimming team. Wang Xiaoming's image was instantly high. More so, everyone felt that Wang Xiaoming was not hesitant to damage his body in exchange for this victory. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was like a lone hero, for the honor of the nation, without any concern for personal gain or loss. Why do you think this Wang Xiaoming needs to be so playful? Alas, this is a case of the onlooker being clear and the authority being confused. We are God's perspective and he is in the middle of the situation. How can he think so much? I just hope the country treats him better and what happened to those weightlifters a few years ago doesn't happen again. Don't worry, now that the country is strong, that kind of thing definitely won't happen. That's right, the country will never overlook anyone who achieves honor for the country. All the spectators were concerned about Wang Xiaoming's body, but when Wang Xiaoming managed to win the gold medal and went ashore, the crowd, however, realized that Wang Xiaoming didn't seem to manifest any serious fatigue problems, even happily waiting on the shore for the other runners to come ashore. Could it be that all that physical exertion on the guy's part was simply fine for him? The live audience, on the other hand, was not as subtle as the audience in front of the screen. Only the moment Wang Xiaoming touched the shore, a tsunami of excitement erupted from the entire arena. Little fatty Zhang Wei even took the lead, dancing his fat belly, led all the audience, straight into a human wave, wave after wave of people. The site security could no longer manage. Only, compared to foreign audiences, Chinese audiences are still more introverted. After 2 waves of people, the crowd stopped that too. After all, some years ago, human waves were actually disallowed. Only, after the end of the human wave, the Chinese audience on the scene seemed to feel that it was still not too much. Immediately, surprisingly, some girls took the lead and started dancing. When the dance reached its depths, she even took off her clothes, leaving only an undergarment to cover her proud breasts. Thanks to this girl's leadership, female spectators from other countries followed suit. Although their national player didn't get the gold medal, but it was a match that did make for a good watch. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with a burst of fragrant pictures. The woman's tantalizingly sexy torso, and the muscular and explosive male competitors on the stage below the field. A stark contrast all at once. Swimming team coach Wang Mu, on the other hand, picked up his head and squatted in place, his face full of tears. Finally, once again, China has broken the 800M monopoly by foreigners. In this instant, Wang Mu seemed to see Sun Yang and Wang Xiaoming, and at this time in Kyoto, Sun Yang, who was watching the match, couldn't help but smile. The smile was easy and flat. It was a far cry from his usual image. You know, in his friend's mind, Sun Jan has always been a big boy, or one of those big boys who really likes to be cheeky and immodest with you. However, seeing Sun Yang's appearance at this moment, the crowd realized this. It turns out that the usual heckling had been his disguise all along. Said he didn't care about the internet exposure at the time and how the events of the time affected him. But how can there be no impact? He was in his 20s then. It's at the peak of its physical and mental powers in life. But encountered that kind of thing. But also by many netizens' network exposure. Eventually, he even retired outright, saying goodbye forever to the pool that he was most proud of. It was also a way for the swimming competition, which had been monopolized by Huaxia for several years, to be broken at once. And at that moment, the little Sakura player who had just reached the shore, facing Wang Xiaoming's gaze, he lowered his head deeply. He, who had made a big statement before, didn't realize that the others, Wang Xiaoming, didn't take him as an opponent at all. It was only 100 meters, and he had cut himself down to size. Now once she thought back to her previous behavior, Sakura couldn't wait to just dive into the water with a jerk and drown herself. But obviously, Wang Xiaoming didn't put too much thought into him at all. After glancing at little Sakura, Wang Xiaoming turned his gaze to the others. The players from the rest of the countries were also giving thumbs up to Wang Xiaoming. Thought Wang Xiaoming was just here to make up the numbers. But as it turned out, it was really a dark horse. And a dark horse that was easily a right away. If the previous Wang Xiaoming still made these players despise him, then the Wang Xiaoming at this moment, but let everyone can't despise. Only, as Wang Xiaoming looked at the second pretty country player, but it was found to be purple in color. The whole thing looked as if Ludo had been there. Not only that, but even after disembarking, the whole group was still all excited and thrilled. Hey, are you okay? The unknown Wang Xiaoming still upholds humanitarianism and cares a bit. Although the words of concern division from Mr. Ray, only, in the face of Wang Xiaoming's concern, the pretty country's player just smiled at him. Then it was time to brace his hands against the shore and prepare to go ashore. At this very moment, only to hear a bang, the pretty country player, who had not yet climbed up the bank, unexpectedly slipped under his hands, and his whole body fell toward the bank. Hey, is everything okay with you? The sudden turn of events startled the crowd. It wasn't until the doctor accompanying the Olympics came over to do some checking that he realized that the pretty nation player was completely off his game. And the crowd compared Wang Xiaoming and then looked at the pretty country players at this time. The shock to Wang Xiaoming was one step more. It was just that Wang Xiaoming was thinking a lot. Look at the color on that pretty country player's face and remember the look on his face when he first came ashore. Wang Xiaoming stroked his chin. Somewhat intriguing. Chapter 35, the gold medal is in your hands. But the foreigners don't want to take a picture? Don't force me to slap you. After a brief examination by the team doctor over there, it was determined that the pretty country player should be fine. Some dehydration due to exhaustion though. It's likely to leave a legacy. However, no one was paying any attention to the player at the moment. Everyone's eyes were all on Wang Xiaoming. The CCTV commentator was also the first to send congratulations. Let's congratulate Wang Xiaoming. The final time of 7 minutes 26 seconds 39. Not only is he the champion of this 800m men's freestyle, it's even breaking previous records. And he, called Wang Xiaoming, an unbelievably gold medal in the 800 meter. Let's once again give a round of applause to Wang Xiaoming, as well as the other hardworking athletes. Snap! The entire CCTV guide desk was filled with loud applause. This time, Wang Xiaoming had indeed shown everyone what was called a miracle. What do you mean by letting 7 chase 1? Going from 8th place, chasing hard to 1st place and completing a shutout is simply a kind of personal heroism at its finest. Wang Xiaoming took a long breath and climbed up himself, waving his arms at the crowd. The whole track is 800m and he can say that he chased the whole 800m. Even Superman gets tired. It was him, Wang Xiaoming, who had exceptional physical strength. Otherwise at this point, he might not even be able to climb out of the pool. In an instant, numerous members of the swim team swarmed towards Wang Xiaoming. Those who hand out water, and those who deliver towels. Pan Zhanle even propped up Wang Xiaoming's arm, trying to hold him up. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoming shook off Pan Zhanle. Pan Zhanle, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face. Brother Ming, I thought you were going to die. I was afraid that you would collapse. I can you. Giving Pan Zhanle a kick, Wang Xiaoming smiled and walked towards the podium surrounded by the crowd. And at that moment, Coach Wang Mu, who was on the sidelines, said, Xiaoming, don't go on the game in the afternoon. Have a good rest and relax. Wang Xiaoming, however, shook his head, always keeping in mind the purpose of his visit. It's here to get the gold medal, so how can you not compete? Instead, the coach said, it's also a short distance race in the afternoon, and it's all about explosive power, which in itself is not favorable, and you've used up so much strength in this race, so you can't stop being capricious. Hearing Coach Wang Mu say this, Wang Xiaoming did ponder for a moment. It's true that you don't start as well as the other countrymen, and you have something to do in terms of chasing points. It's really not in your favor if it's all short distances again in the afternoon. What should we do then? Did you really go to the proctor to learn a little jumping trick? Shaking his head, Wang Xiaoming temporarily shook all these things out of his head. We'll see about that when we get there. For now, let's get the medals. Let's all cheer. From the men's 800-meter freestyle champion is Team Wasia, Wang Xiaoming. Listening to that host on the scene call out his name in an extremely broken accent, Wang Xiaoming shook his head with a bitter smile and walked onto the podium under the envious gazes of all his teammates. Now, I'm really a crazy Ming. Standing flatly on the podium, Wang Xiaoming looked at the 5-star red flag waving in the arena. There was also a pride languishing in his heart. The second-place finisher from the pretty country was unable to come to collect his award due to medical reasons and had to be led by his teammates. The third-placed Kangaroo Nation runner, meanwhile, stepped onto the podium with great displeasure. Only, no matter how upset they were, they couldn't show it at the moment. After all, there are countless cameras recording themselves ahead, and the leaders of the Romance Nation, to the crowd, began to present medals. In addition to the gold medal, there was a rolled-up certificate. There's a proof of a broken world record in there too. Play the national anthem. Wang Xiaoming put the certificate down and sang the national anthem to the music with a serious expression. The audience, meanwhile, sang along. In an instant the march of the volunteers filled the arena, overwhelmed the audience from other countries all at once. This has never happened in their country. As a result, they simply do not understand this sense of solemnity and honor of 10,000 people singing the national anthem together. After all, China's 5,000 years of history precipitated a sense of national belonging. Not these small countries can be compared. Another gold medal. When the shooting competition reached 5 gold medals, Wang Xiaoming gained a skill, Xuan Wu Ding. Being able to breathe underwater without fear simply makes you an amphibious creature. Well, if the swimming competition, too, won so many gold medals, and what skills will you get? Wang Xiaoming was filled with anticipation. When the national anthem finished playing and ended, Wang Xiaoming lowered his raised hand. It is also subconsciously ready to take pictures with other countries' players under the CCTV camera. After all, that's how it was in the previous shooting match. Being a big country should have the demeanor of a big country. Not because you won the gold medal. Just look down on people. Only, Wang Xiaoming's move was like a hot face on a cold ass. I was just about to turn around and find a couple other runners to take a picture of, but it was a straight-up nose dive. People turn their heads and walk away, not even trying to take a picture with you. Not only that, that Kangaroo Nation player even gave Wang Xiaoming a blank look, muttering something in his mouth. All of a sudden, Wang Xiaoming's face went cold. All this time, one has been treating everyone at the Olympics with a good face. But don't forget, he's a killer who kills without a second thought. Ranked 11th on the global dark web. Assassin 7. Only to see Wang Xiaoming take 2 slight steps. He walked behind the 2 men and pinched their shoulders. With a firm hand, he grabbed the 2 directly back, facing the camera and posing for the eggplant. Hey, what are you doing? The 2 struggled to get free. However, turning around and seeing Wang Xiaoming's cold eyes, all of a sudden all the words he wanted to say were swallowed. What a scary look. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, simply glanced at the 2 of them, and then resumed his smile. Don't make me slap you guys when I'm at my happiest. Although the 2 of them did not understand what Wang Xiaoming was saying, it was clearly not something good. They, who were already at a disadvantage, could only resign themselves. That's right, come on, smile big. The unknown camera teacher snapped a few shots at the several people. Only then did Wang Xiaoming let the 2 go. It was then that the other team members came over to ask Wang Xiaoming what had happened. Wang Xiaoming just smiled. It's okay, can't afford to lose. In a hurry, broke defense. Ha ha ha. Next, it was time for the rest of the foreign media. Be careful, Ming. Each of these media outlets is very cunning. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Don't worry, experienced. A few people talked and laughed their way to the interview area, in front of a large group of reporters and microphones. The first problem Wang Xiaoming faced was a hidden trap. Hello, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, may I ask what you and our team members were doing just now? Why does it look as if they are not very willing? Chapter 36. Putting up a finger means I will only lose a gold medal. Obviously, the reporter in front of me is from pretty country. The image of himself just now exchanging friendly exchanges with the pretty country players and the kangaroo country players must have been witnessed by all of them one by one. A few of Coach Wang Mu's swim teammates on the sidelines were poking themselves in the dark. the meaning is self-evident, and it is important to make yourself talk a little more mindful of the international implications of your words on such occasions. However, if he said or did anything to consider other people's gazes, then he wouldn't be Wang Xiaoming. Facing the reporter's question, Wang Xiaoming smiled slightly and said, of course I'm looking for them to take a picture together. However, this reporter was clearly here to make things happen. It's like this. But, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, they don't seem to be very willing? Wang Xiaoming continued to smile. Oh, it's okay, of course I understand. As a loser, it's normal to be unable to face up to your failures. Oh, then how come they're willing to take a picture with you again? Well, Wang Xiaoming said after thinking for a while, because I said something to them. What words? All the reporters were perking up their ears. The audience in front of the TV screen was also mesmerized. I say, it's only a one-time opportunity to get a photo with a 2024 Olympic swimming Grand Slam competitor. When these words came out, instantly all the Chinese journalists in the room were doubled over with laughter. What does this mean? How can they not understand? It's obvious that I, Wang Xiaoming, am going to bag all the remaining gold medals. However, journalists from other countries are not laughing. Seeing this, the Chinese reporter laughed even harder. What's going on? Why aren't you all laughing? Is it because you don't usually like to smile? The coach and a few of his teammates at this point were also shaking their heads helplessly. To be honest, to say what this Wang Xiaoming fellow was afraid of, they hadn't really found out until now. Then, may I ask if you raised a finger before the race? Meaning that at that time you already had a premonition that you would come first in this race? The foreign reporter continued to ask. Wang Xiaoming was shaking his head this time. Seeing this Wang Xiaoming's appearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the live audience couldn't help but chortle. Dare I say this brother can be modest. Only, just when people thought that Wang Xiaoming would answer modestly this time, Wang Xiaoming's next words again left them directly confused, only to see Wang Xiaoming still raising a finger to all the cameras, and then he was slowly saying, I'm not putting up a finger to say I'm going to get the gold medal for this one. I mean, I will only lose one gold medal in this swim meet, and that's the 50-meter freestyle from earlier. Jing. A piece of silence. In an instant, the live interview venue fell into an inexplicable atmosphere. All the reporters were at a loss for words with their microphones up. Even the Chinese reporter who was originally laughing there was stunned in place, his eyes fixed on Wang Xiaoming, unable to say a single word. And Coach Wang Mu, who was drinking water at the side, spewed out the water he just drank in one mouthful. He then looked at Wang Xiaoming with unbelievable eyes. It was as if they were just looking at some monster. The active players like Pan Zhanle, on the other hand, jumped up all of a sudden, clenching their fists fiercely, their faces full of excitement. As for the other more introverted players, they were also sitting on the sidelines, secretly clenching their teeth as their insides continued to turn over. The Chinese audience all screamed, and there were some not-so-sensible people among them who were concerned about Wang Xiaoming's words. I'll be damned. Isn't this a bit of a wild overkill on Ming's part? What's so crazy about being crazy? Didn't we agree from the beginning that it was all about the Grand Slam? That's right. 50M is just a miss. 800M that's a start. Come on Ming. The little day, the little n asterisk 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 a. Even more, there have been a number of manufacturer brands that produce swimming gear online. Orders have begun to come in. Large-scale printing of products wearing the logo and portrait of Wang Xiaoming. Some people have questioned whether this is not an infringement of Wang Xiaoming's right of portrait, but the answer received was, it's not like we're selling now. Immediately we'll send someone to negotiate business matters with Wang Xiaoming. Now let's get the preparations done. Inevitably, Wang Xiaoming had already gotten a lot of business orders before the game was over. And, whether Wang Xiaoming ended up with a Grand Slam or not, it didn't affect their ability to invite Wang Xiaoming as a spokesperson. For one thing, Wang Xiaoming's shooting has almost gotten the Grand Slam, and that status is enough. Secondly, is it important to have a gold medal or not? What is the most important thing in this society now? It's traffic. It's heat. Can't you see that all the hot searches on the internet are for Wang Xiaoming? And the rest of the country's viewers aren't spraying him as much as they were in the beginning. There was now a hint of fear in their hearts. Though something like a Grand Slam is really nebulous. But that's Wang Xiaoming, the man who made one miracle after another. The horror of his 800m swim. Who hasn't seen it? Now, who dares to say that what Wang Xiaoming says must be impossible to fulfill? I'm afraid no one dares to make a promise, right? And in the pretty country, Phelps' home. Looking at the Wang Xiaoming in the screen who was even more arrogant than he used to be, Phelps' mouth was about to curl in anger. In this aspect of swimming, he would not allow anyone in the world to surpass himself in hot fame. It was his pride as an earthfly fisherman, and he who had just taken out his cell phone and reported Wang Xiaoming, once again took out his cell phone. The first reaction with the Olympic Organizing Committee was not taken seriously. Well, this time he's going to create public opinion. The charm of the internet is something he has come to appreciate in abundance over the past few years. It can make gods and it can destroy them. Wang Xiaoming, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, it's because you're just too arrogant. On Wang Xiaoming's side, the foreign journalists who had managed to soothe their mood. Once again, I asked my own question. So, you'll be attending all the upcoming competitions? Wang Xiaoming nodded, one item at a time. But as far as I know, the foreign reporter organized his words. Your short distance results are not very good. How are you going to beat your opponents and win the gold medal? In response to such a question, Wang Xiaoming just smiled and didn't say much, merely leaving a sentence. Then let's wait and see. Immediately afterward, one question after another was a harmless little question. Wang Xiaoming casually dealt with the situation and was ready to end the press conference. Next it's just the women's race, with the men's race in the afternoon. Only, just as the crowd was taking a midday break there was another change of heart. Only to see Pan Zhanle panic with his cell phone and ran to Wang Xiaoming's side, saying to Wang Xiaoming, "Look, Ming, what that?" Then raised Phelps said. Wang Xiaoming froze. Isn't Phelps your bastard's idol? How come you're a better man than you are? Noon break. Pan Zhanle was so envious of Wang Xiaoming's gold medal. Brother Ming, the way you just disliked that group of foreign reporters was so handsome, Pan Zhanle said with a smile. Wang Xiaoming then patted him on the shoulder. Want to learn? I'll teach you? Good. Pan Zhanle had not finished speaking when he was kicked away by the coach. Get lost? What's so good about you? This was followed by looking at Wang Xiaoming with some worry. Xiaoming, do you really want to participate in the afternoon match? Hearing the coach's words, several other players who were observing the gold medal also came over. Regarding Wang Xiaoming's statement that he would participate in all the competitions, they actually still didn't believe it in their hearts. It wasn't that he looked down on Wang Xiaoming, but it was just a bit unbelievable. You know, that second place in the 800m race with Wang Xiaoming in the morning is still stalled. I've heard that if you don't slow down for 2 or 3 days, you won't be able to stand up at all. But what about Wang Xiaoming? At this moment, he was like a person who was fine. In response, Wang Xiaoming nodded. Be sure to participate. Seeing Wang Xiaoming so determined, the coach was not going to persuade him anymore. Just do it, he proposed. Then when we have dinner later, I'll have a few of Pan Zhanle's men practice short distances with you. I'll teach you some more starting techniques so at least you won't be so far behind at the start. Wang Xiaoming didn't refuse this time, knowing that his advantage lay in his physical strength and in the second half of his power. The first event of the afternoon was the 4*100m and 200-meter butterfly. Butterfly, which is arguably the weakest event in China. There is no decent butterfly swimmer in the country. Pan Zhanle's strength is 100m. 200m he might not be as good as Zhang Zhanshua. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming didn't refuse, Wang Mu then said to Zhanshua, Zhanshua, you can accompany Xiaoming to practice later. Zhang Zhanshua nodded and competed with the Olympic champion. It's really something to look forward to. Throughout the noon, Pan Zhanle was swiping the online social networking software. The top hits, on the other hand, were all about Wang Xiaoming. A few people ate their meals while eating melons. I'll be damned. Ming, look what the more than raised Phelps is talking about. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoming was a bit puzzled. Didn't Pan Zhanle still say Phelps was his idol before? How did it suddenly change so much? And the coach on the sidelines angrily said, what are you talking about? So much media in. But Pan Zhanle ignored it and gave his cell phone to the crowd to watch. It's logged in there as a foreign forum for Panjandrums. And at the top, the most popular one, is Phelps Post. Phelps, a place in swimming programs around the world, could be the equivalent of Bolt in track and field. It's the god of swimming. So much so, that Pan Zhanle's idol, at first, was him. Settling for now, he alone has 23 gold medals just from the swimming program. Especially that one time in '08. It was on a global scale. Thoroughly make a name for yourself. Let everyone is remembering the name Phelps. Only, after all, the man was from a pretty country. Awesome is indeed awesome. There are quite a few things that are criticized. What with the marijuana? What with the DUI and the gambling? What overt use of high-tech physical hangouts? These are all part of the routine in the pretty country now. There is another most exaggerated point. That's when he went so far as to use the fact that he has asthma as an excuse to get blatantly high. Okay, that's tolerable. After all, the old U.S. is known globally. Asthma per capita. Your newborn child could have asthma. That doesn't say anything about you. But then, this one likes to BB all day long, relying on his status in the swimming world. Day in and day out it feels like everyone else is high on drugs too. Taking the cell phone handed over by Pan Zhanle, Wang Xiaoming opened Phelps' post. The first one was surprised at Wang Xiaoming's speed and congratulated him for getting the gold medal. Seeing this, everyone doesn't think anything yet. Even thought this one was pretty good. What's wrong? This one even congratulated Brother Ming. What are you suddenly scolding people for? Zhang Zhanshua asked in confusion. and Pan Zhanle clicked on the second page. The first page is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk, pretending to congratulate. You guys see what kind of he said on the second page? The crowd is seen turning to page 2, which is a video recorded by Phelps. Tap on the video to see the by now long fattened up flying fish begin to BB. Hi guys, I'm Phelps. Here, I want to seriously report this to the Olympic Organizing Committee. This morning, this Chinese athlete who won the men's single title in the 800-meter freestyle, Wang Xiaoming, definitely not normal. When these words came out, in an instant, Pan Zhanle was furious, grass his ass. This then, Wang Xiaoming, however, waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. I don't know why, but obviously Wang Xiaoming was about the same age as himself. However, between Wang Xiaoming's hands and feet, there was always a charm, a convincing charm. Pan Zhanle couldn't help but just shut his mouth. Phelps in the video is still talking. We need to know the limits of humanity. 800-meter freestyle. Even back then I didn't swim within 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't believe that this Chinese runner can swim into this time. It's absolutely impossible. Unrealistic. Not to mention, this Chinese competitor, at the beginning of the dive, is one body position behind. In this case, try to find out who can accelerate in the second half of the race like he did. And he held his breath for over 3 whole minutes. Is he still human? I hope weight intensifies the doping tests on this Chinese player. If necessary, I think it's better to run a full blood test on him. He's very abnormal. At this moment, it's not just Panzanella. All the members of the swim team were all furious. Asterisk 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 in hell. This mother asterisk 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 got the hardest drugs himself, and now he's slandering us. Ha, that's right, thanks to the fact that I used to idolize him. What a piece of work, and saying you have asthma day in and day out. There's an ass. Wang Xiaoming spent the whole day with them. Stone or not, they know best. That's right, damn Sun Yang's brother was screwed by these people. They white-skinned black-skinned people like to get high. We Chinese never rely on this kind of stuff. The swim team members were all in a group, while Wang Xiaoming was looking at that Phelps in the video in a like manner. There's a little bit of killing intent in his eyes. Brother Ming, why don't you say something? Pan Zhanle asked. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, bristled. What did I say? What? I'm getting someone to fly to pretty country to assassinate him now? Pan Zhanle's eyes lit up. Ha, good idea eh? It was just that the current Wang Xiaoming was in no mood to pay attention to him, because the system voice in his head came once again. As a killer, how can you be slandered for nothing? A series of quests, Defeat Phelps, is now released. The host needs to break the Olympic record set by Phelps. Unlock any reward for each break. The system voice then fell silent for a moment. Again, it makes a sound. Congratulations to the host, who has broken Phelps' first-year Olympic record. Chapter 38, Bonus Skill, Turbo Duck. Punch the Duck. Junior. Congratulations to the host who has broken Phelps' first-year record. Rewards are now being drawn. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill, Turbo Duck. Turbo Duck LV1, activate to instantly increase acceleration the moment you enter the water. A direct suction is not as strong as a turbo charge. Boy, I threw. Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment. What's the deal? How did you just finish a mission by yourself? And the reward is another skill about swimming. It's not like the rewards will be all about swimming then, is it? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming suddenly asked to Pan Zhanle and the others, what was this guy's first year in the Olympics? Pan Zhanle thought for a moment. Phelps his first time. It seems like he didn't get anything. Then the coach on the sidelines came over and said, well, Phelps competed in his first Olympics at the age of 15, and he didn't win a single medal that year. No wonder. Wang Xiaoming understood. Wouldn't that be breaking his record? For the first time myself, I've got the gold medal now. What about the second time? Wang Xiaoming asked again. Wang Xiaoming was not very familiar with Phelps. However, Pan Zhanle, a former fan, answered, I know. He alone won 6 gold medals and 2 bronze medals that year. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming smiled. Phelps, this guy, is really goofy and cute at the same time. Isn't that giving yourself a reward for nothing? I won't be practicing with you this afternoon. Zhan Shua, I'll just go and acclimatize now. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to sleep later. After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he left the cafeteria. He was now going to the pool to familiarize himself with the new skill he had just acquired, Turbo Duck. On the other hand, Zhang Zhanshua, who had heard Wang Xiaoming's words, was overwhelmed with regret. It's a shame that you can't compete with an Olympic champion. Wang Mu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Xiaoming's back and shouted, Xiaoming, those little tricks I haven't. Before he finished speaking, he saw Wang Xiaoming waving his hand. It's okay, I see that the other players have already learned all the moves. You this. The helpless Wang Mu could only go along with him. While waiting for Wang Xiaoming to leave, Pan Zhanle took his cell phone and asked Wang Mu, "Coach, what do you think about this Phelps thing? How to solve?" Wang Mu stroked his chin. "Let's watch it first. Water to cover the earth, soldiers to block. I will contact our countrymen to deal with it when the time comes. Flat out slander. We must make him pay for it." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Mu felt a pair of hands climb onto his shoulders. "Ming, why are you back again?" The person who came back was none other than Wang Xiaoming. The reason he came back was because he thought of something, only to see him smile and say to Pan Zhanle, "You return a post for me." It probably means to tell Phelps to train more and let him set more records in the next Olympic swimming competition. His little records aren't enough for me to break this time. Madness. The crowd was all of a sudden open-mouthed, not knowing what to say. Although he had known that Wang Xiaoming was crazy, he did not expect to be so crazy. "Ming, brother Ming, I'll send it then." Pan Zhanle edited the good news and was about to send it out when he saw Phelps' post below. Suspect, there was a post back from a countryman. "Hey Ming, it looks like one of your fans is helping you against Phelps." "Oh, who is it?" Pan Zhanle looked at the pinyin and read it out. "It seems to be called, Wei is dead." "Why is dead? What did he say?" Wang Xiaoming was also curious. Wasn't this ID his classmate little fatty Zhang Wei? Pan Zhanle read the message, "Wei is dead," back slowly. "You dog shout what? Ming is your father." Aha. Soon, this Phelps thing was an instant internet sensation. In an instant, it swept across the globe. After all, at this time, Wang Xiaoming's heat level was just too high. Anything even remotely related to him is hyped to the skies. Not to mention, with the object of its hype, the one-time god of swimming, Phelps. This caused Wang Xiaoming's heat to peak all of a sudden. For this incident, all the Chinese netizens all personally started a line with Phelps. They have endured time and time again the slander and wrongful accusations from these people in foreign countries. And Wang responded with an intriguing response. "I thought I was kidding when I said I was going to participate in the entire program. And you're serious? You're really going to the game this afternoon?" The rest of the runners who have competed in the 800m are not going to compete again today. It's because an 800m can be said to take all their stamina. The afternoon had to be about resting and getting ready for the other races. "We admit that you, Wang Xiaoming, are indeed very good at 800m, but the afternoon's race is the 4x100, and the butterfly 200. Is short distance your strong point?" "That's right. Don't look at what kind of 50m swim you did. Just fourth. And you should know yourself how you got that 800-meter gold medal. Humph. Look at that acceleration in the second half of the race and his stamina. I can't believe he's not high." "That's right. Definitely high on drugs. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Wang Xiaoming. The internet is instantly a picture of change just because of one post by Phelps. Once again, the foreign audience began to verbally attack Wang Xiaoming. By itself, it's pissed off that it stole their country's gold medal. How can you not fall on your sword when you have an opportunity at this time? Many people are even going to report to the Olympic Organizing Committee to make sure that Wang Xiaoming's drug use is thoroughly investigated. So, on to the afternoon game prep. Some unsuspecting journalists are just starting their own operation. "May I ask Mr. Wang Xiaoming, what do you think about those rumors about you that are now frantically reproduced on the internet?" Wang Xiaoming sneered. "Of course I'm looking at it with my cell phone. What else would I look at it with?" The foreign reporter, obviously not wanting such an answer, continued. "So have you done all the urine tests in the past few days?" Wang Xiaoming's face changed a bit and he said directly to the camera, "What do you think? You think the Olympic Organizing Committee is not as professional as you are? Or, if you don't believe me, would you like me to pee a cup right now so Wade can test it in front of all of you?" The reporter froze. He really did not expect Wang Xiaoming to be so rigid in the face of so many cameras. So he, too, could only lower his stance. But, online Phelps said. Wang Xiaoming laughed. "Phelps, whatever he says, he's the god of the swimming world." "God? Sorry, it'll be me soon." After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chapter 39. You're not fighting alone. The whole internet rages against Phelps. When Wang Xiaoming said this, the whole network was instantly abuzz. Everyone was stunned. The move was certainly a challenge to the once most powerful man in swimming. And when Wang Xiaoming finished dealing with the reporters and was ready to enter and prepare for the match, only a few swimming coaches from other countries were seen, pulling the organizing committee to him. "Please wait, Mr. Wang Xiaoming," a coach from a kangaroo country said. "Speak." Wang Xiaoming said coldly. Looking at them, they definitely didn't have any good farts. As expected, a few people glanced at Wang Xiaoming, and one of them came out and said to him, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, you must take another urine test with the organizing committee." Wang Xiaoming frowned. Knew they didn't have much to fart about, but I didn't think that they could actually hold that kind of fart. "Why?" Wang Xiaoming asked. "This," a couple of swim coaches stammered. Wang Xiaoming of course knew that the culprit for all of this was Phelps. "What? Didn't we have a urine test at noon? Once in the morning, once in the middle of the day, and once more between games, and now you want to continue? A couple coaches look at me and I look at you. However, Wang Xiaoming did not spoil them at all. I dare to do the test right now on the spot and give the world my test data. Do you pretty country, kangaroo country players dare? A few people didn't dare to speak, and at this time, a group of swimmers also stood by Wang Xiaoming. What? Don't dare? Wang Xiaoming laughed. You used the same tactics to pull our country's Sun Yan off the pedestal in the first place, and now you're going to use the same tactics against me? You guys are in too much of a hurry, and there's no hurry to wait for me to take all the remaining gold medals. In an instant, all the people on the scene were stunned. Several of the swim team teammates were also looking at Wang Xiaoming with unbelievable gazes. This brother is too bold to say that, isn't he? At this time, Kyoto, China, inside Sun Yang's house, he looked at what Wang Xiaoming said on the live broadcast and instantly burst into tears. Memories can't help but come back to that year's Olympics. One is slandered in this way, and made to take urine tests morning, noon, and night over and over again. In the end, I couldn't stand it myself and refused to take the test. It's just a shame that at that point, no one believed in themselves. Everyone's thought as if you're fine. Why are you refusing the test? But they, the netizens, did not realize that they were defending the face of China. Even if they didn't help themselves, it's amazing that they ended up verbally abusing themselves as well. Looking at the screen, Wang Xiaoming now encountered the exact same situation as himself. Sun Yang knew that he could never let it suffer from the same situation that he had been in. China cannot afford to lose Wang Xiaoming, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. Immediately, he was picking up his cell phone and going online under his own name. Publicly support Wang Xiaoming. A few students from Linjiang University were watching the live broadcast of the Olympics at the moment. They were also outraged in the face of what had happened to Wang Xiaoming. However, they don't know what they should do. But suddenly, just as they were swiping through the posts, they saw Sun Yang's statement. Sun Yang's unabashedly public support of Wang Xiaoming showed them their role. There was also a flurry of people who picked up their cell phones and started slamming Phelps online for this slur. And at this time in the hospital in Kyoto, Wang Xiaoya said to the nurse sister, "Nurse sister, can you do me a favor? I know what you want to do. I think so too." After saying that, the little nurse was taking out her own cell phone and started to express her solidarity with Wang Xiaoming online. At the same time, more and more people were discovering this scarf sent out by Sun Yang. Everyone began to take out their cell phones and showed what solidarity they could to Wang Xiaoming. One after another, like the fire of a star, it instantly ignited an entire grassland. People knew that they could not let Wang Xiaoming fight alone this time. In an instant, public opinion across the internet was suppressed. Countless people came to the bottom of Phelps' post to thread with it, scared the otherwise confident Phelps right off the comment section. And it wasn't just the Chinese audience, even the Chinese officials were down. On Wang Xiaoming's side, he was still wrestling with the other national coaches. Not far away, came a few people from his own country. When Wang Mu took a look, his face showed joy. It's our sports authority. The few people who came in didn't have much to say to the Olympic organizing committee. It just said very seriously, if you want to conduct a urine test on Wang Xiaoming, then, please conduct another urine test on all the swimmers. If not, then I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, who has already cooperated with you on the urine test, won't be cooperating with you any further. A few people had a tough attitude. They wanted to let Wang Xiaoming know that this time, he was not the only one fighting. The country is getting stronger, and they won't let anyone bully the heroes who fight for their country. Facing the toughness of the Chinese side, several foreign coaches united their teams without attacking. In and of itself, it's something that is not in evidence. It was only with Phelps' support that they had the courage to join together. Now, they, who were already not in a position of reason, naturally could only walk away in defeat. Watching a few people leave, the Huaxia swimming team let out a cheer all of a sudden, and a few people from the sports bureau patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder and told him that he was not fighting alone also left. But the matter, though, is at an end. Wang Xiaoming was not prepared to let them go. The next race was the 4x100 men's relay. Wang Mu wasn't affected by these things as he continued to set up his tasks. For the 4*100m, Wang Xiaoming, Pan Zhanle, and Zhang Zhanchua were naturally all going to participate. Originally, Wang's intention was to participate in the last bat. Coach Wang Mu is also meant to be in the final batting order. For one thing, Wang Xiaoming's own jump is just not as good as those other experienced veterans with skills. Secondly, the last bat is also a way to take advantage of Wang Xiaoming's acceleration. Pan Jim-Lu, batting first. Any questions? No problem, coach. Wang Xiaoming, however, spoke up at this time and interrupted. Coach, let me take the first bat. Let you come? But you started. Wang Xiaoming smiled. It's fine, don't worry. since you people like to do these little tricks. Then, Wang Xiaoming doesn't want to clean you up slowly. With my first at bat, I'll completely throw them off their game. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's decisive look, the crowd did not know why. It just suddenly felt very heartfelt. Well then, go on. I'll wait here for your good news. The four of them then collectively gulped, while the pads of their hands pressed hard. 1, 2, 3, Xia will win. With the confidence that they would win, several people headed towards the playing field. 4*100M, about to start. Chapter 44*100M starts. There's still some time to go before the game. Wang Xiaoming received a secret phone call. As soon as he picked up the phone, Wang Xiaoming knew that it should be a call from someone from national security. Hello? Xiaoming, don't worry about the race. We'll take care of the situation behind you. Hearing this voice, Wang Xiaoming was clear. Sure enough, it's Chen Sha. Don't worry, Great Chief Chen. I don't have a glass heart. Wang Xiaoming smiled. Chen Xiao also laughed. Of course I know that. Isn't it because I'm afraid that Phelps will say so much that will cause you to be discriminated against in the Olympics? After all, he still has a bit of speaking weight in the swimming world. Wang Xiaoming paused for a moment and said, Don't worry, Phelps, I'll make him speechless. Hey, what are you doing? I'm telling you, Xiaoming, don't do anything dangerous. However, when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words, Chen Xiao was instantly startled and hastily reminded him not to do anything rash. It was just that Wang Xiaoming directly shook his head. I say, Great Chief Chen, I'm at the Olympic Games. How am I going to mess around? Just don't mess around. Chen Xiao also sent a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Xiaoming's assurance. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while and then hung up as well. However, Wang Xiaoming didn't feel that this matter was over just like that. Took out his own cell phone and logged into a website, Global Dark Web. He then proceeded to post a quest in his identity as the assassin. 7. Phelps, on the other hand, is still in the villa at the moment, still gobbling up clouds with a couple of sexy girls, and then also took out his cell phone and proceeded to post his brilliant insights. Wang Xiaoming's behavior in the second half of the 800M is obviously abnormal. Anyone who has seen him in the 50M knows that his start is very slow, but the second half is simply superhuman. Who can explain this? The only explanation is that he's high on drugs, which causes him to be neurologically excited, but affects the sluggishness at the beginning of the start, but then goes crazy chasing points in the second half of the race on drug euphoria. If you don't believe me, just keep watching his later races, 4x100, 200, and he'll definitely start a beat behind the others. This statement was instantly supported by countless foreign viewers. In their eyes, Wang Xiaoming must be high on drugs, and watching the people from the Chinese country and the viewers from the rest of the countries bickering on the internet, Phelps was at home with a supremely chipper smile. Looking at Wang Xiaoming in the screen, he disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Just you, a yellow-skinned monkey, still want to challenge me? A Chinese guy, trying to take over his position in the swimming world. This is something that will never be allowed. Just like Sun Yang back then. No way. He would never allow this to happen. In Kyoto Hospital, Wang Xiaoya is watching the Olympics live with her nurse sister. The next race is the men's freestyle 4*100M. The voice of the CCTV commentator came from the TV. With the appearance of the player-tracked Chinese players, the scene once again erupted like thunder, because the first figure that appeared was Wang Xiaoming. That Wang Xiaoming who has created miracles over and over again. The one who lifted the country together so that it would not fight alone. Wang Xiaoming. Phelps farting around put Wang on the spot once again, and the 4*100M is his best chance to prove himself to the world once again and punch Phelps in the face. He's going to make Phelps shut his mouth forever. Next, it's the 4*100M race about to start. As we can see, the first bat for our Chinese player is, it's Wang Xiaoming? What's the Chinese coach thinking? Watching Wang Xiaoming standing on the first bat on the game stage, the CCTV commentator was directly confused. Wang Xiaoya was also very puzzled as she looked at the screen. Why did his own brother choose to bat first? That's not even in his favor. The female nurse on the side was also anxious. What do you think is wrong with this Wang Xiaoming? Why did he choose the first bat? It's clearly not his strong point. In response, Wang Xiaoya, however, didn't say anything. She still believed in her brother. I think he's going to win. Will win? I say sister, it's not 800M, it's only 100M. There's no time to play to his strengths. It's going to be over. How do you tell the players behind you to catch up when you're so far behind the others in the opening game? Wang Xiaoya didn't say anything, just firmly looking at the TV, and the audience on the scene. The audience in the live broadcast room all did not understand when they saw the scene. Everyone was aware that Wang Xiaoming's advantage was his physical strength. It's in his ability to accelerate in the second half of the race, and for a short race like this, and putting him at first baseman. Isn't that taking your own shortcomings and touching someone else's strengths? Behind Wang Xiaoming, Pan Zhanle unexpectedly disliked the rest of the baton catchers from other countries at some point. Hey, you guys are letting him swim first. Are you guys ready to give up? Listening to the foreigner's mockery, Pan Zhanle instantly just disliked back. Don't worry about it, I just hope that by that time, your opponents won't be eating farts behind my Ming's ass. Ha, I'm afraid our first batsman, right off the bat, has thrown your Wang Xiaoming out of sight. Ha ha ha, let's try it then. The smell of gunpowder is extremely strong among countries. The foreign audience at this time was also filled with disdain in their hearts. Granted, there's no direct evidence that Wang is high on drugs yet, but Phelps had spoken, so he must have seen something. There is definitely something wrong with this Wang Xiaoming. What they didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoming was still going to participate in the first bat. Is this a drug-induced brain fart? You don't know your own start? They, the viewers, were watching for real. Your start is a length behind the others. How are you going to pass someone when you're a couple bats back? I'm afraid it's not a joke. As the whistle blew for the game, everyone was already standing on their respective competition tables and were ready to go. A distance of 100 m is only enough for an underwater turn. Ding! With the sound of the starting gun, in a flash, all the competitors jumped into the pool on the first stick. 40*100 m start, and the big screen was showing the departure reaction times of each player. Wang Xiaoming's time was still not very fast. 0.66 seconds. The fastest was the Kangaroo Nation runner, who took only 0.47 seconds, which is almost the limit for humans. That's just one departure time, and Wang Xiaoming was still lagging behind the others. Looking at the time on the big screen, the audience all revealed sighs of regret. Everyone was secretly cheering for Wang Xiaoming. After all, for *100 m, the first stick is the most critical. Just when everyone was cheering for its concern, suddenly a few fast-reacting viewers instantly just realized that something was wrong. Wait, you guys, look at Wang Xiaoming. Holy, how could that be? How can he be in third when he started so much slower? Everyone was shocked to see what was going on in the pool at that moment. Wang Xiaoming, who had clearly started with the least advantage, was directly the one who overturned people's speculations. Surprisingly, he started out in third place. How can it be? Pan Zhanle, who was batting second, although he had extreme trust in Wang Xiaoming, but he was also shocked by the moment Wang Xiaoming came out of the water. One out of the water is a straight shot from behind to third. It's unbelievable to anyone who looks at it. After all, his own Ming was still a mess of details and tricks when he jumped. So how did he, exactly, do it? This doubt filled the hearts of everyone on the scene. Chapter 41. How come just starting out? How come Wang Xiaoming is riding high? All the Chinese swimmers present had seen Wang Xiaoming's previous races. They all knew that Wang Xiaoming was the player who started gradually. The 50 m at the start is definitely going to be a big lead due to the rough technique at the start. However, now, the moment they came out of the water and saw that Wang Xiaoming, who was already in the third place, all of them let out an unbelievable sound. Zhanshua, did you quietly train with Brother Ming at noon? The first thing Pan Zhanle thought of was Zhang Zhanshua. After all, during the lunchtime meal, his own coach had intended for Zhang Zhanshua and Wang Xiaoming to practice a little. You went out when you slept at noon, didn't you? You quietly gave Brother Ming a small meal, didn't you? Good eye you! How dare you not call me? Pan Zhanle was furious. With the opportunity to practice a little alone with the Olympic champion, it's amazing that this kid doesn't call out for himself. In vain, I still consider him a good brother. However, after hearing Pan Zhanle's words, Zhang Zhanshua was extremely dumbfounded and responded, training what? I went out at noon is to take 8 to go. Just those few minutes. I opened a chicken hair small stove. You didn't go? Then how come Ming? Pan Zhanle looked at the coach not far behind him. Seeing Pan Zhanle's puzzled look, Wang Mu naturally knew what he wanted to ask. However, he was also confused about this matter. Throughout the entire noon, Wang Xiaoming was not looking for himself at all. Originally, I was a little upset myself, thinking that this kid Wang Xiaoming is really too stubborn. But now I didn't expect that Wang Xiaoming had secretly engaged in some kind of stunt in private. So he too shook his head at Pan Zhanle, indicating that he didn't know either. At this instant, Pan Zhanle was confused. Only, he wasn't the only one who was confused. The other national players on the scene were even more confused. Didn't we agree that Wang Xiaoming is a slow starter? Didn't we agree that he came to bat first just to deliver? Didn't we agree that they've stabilized this 4x100? Now why has the situation in front of us become like this? The Chinese audience at the scene was first stunned, and then they erupted into amazing shouts. Everyone was under the impression that Wang would definitely be behind in the first 50 m. It's not until after the first turn of the 50 m that Wang will begin his path to chasing points. In their vision, although Wang Xiaoming would be behind at first, but as long as the back 50 m rises to the occasion, there is a chance to build an advantage. However, they did not expect that Wang Xiaoming would give them such a big surprise. Just at the beginning, It was a direct rush to third. Even more, he was accelerating. This kid, could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Wang Mu really couldn't imagine exactly why, and could only explain it like this. Hey, this kid, he said, only to be shocked once again just as he looked once again at the game going on in the pool. At this time in the pretty country of Phelps Villa, he was also nervously watching the 4*100m relay race at this point. At the sight of Wang Xiaoming starting slower than the others again, all of a sudden he just laughed out loud. The outcome had been predicted and didn't even want to see more. However, just as he was enjoying the service given to him by the sexy girl, all of a sudden, he realized that the moment he came out of the water, Wang Xiaoming's ranking had actually come directly to the third place. Asterisk. How is this possible? Phelps got a thrill, an instant jolt. Oh asterisk. He was directly taken aback by Wang Xiaoming's state and scared himself limp. This confused the sexy girl who served him for a moment. Oh, baby, what's wrong? As she said that, she also gave it to continue her movements. Slowly, Phelps' nervousness returned. Go ahead and start enjoying yourself. And the sexy girl guffawed and gave it an I get it look, then continued up. However, it wasn't a moment before Phelps just had a feeling. Suddenly, he had another jolt. Oh asterisk. What the hell is wrong with you today? The sexy girl wondered. And Phelps just watched the 4*100m race on TV. He was only seen staring at Wang Xiaoming's figure with unbelief in his eyes. It was just a few meters less than a clear third place just now. Surprisingly, it was instantly just letting it pass the front runners. Finished in second place. How is this possible? How the hell did he do that? He must be high. Just as it was about to go on a rampage, suddenly the doorbell came from outside. Who? Hello Mr. Phelps, we're the local police. Police? Phelps went to the door and opened it, where a couple of pretty country cops were standing in the doorway. Something wrong? Phelps asked. Hello Mr. Phelps, someone has reported to us that you are hosting a drug-smoking party at your home and we need to search your house. Sucking medicine? How is that possible? What are you talking about? Only, a couple of police officers looked in through Phelps' body. It was the sight of a woman who had gotten high and collapsed naked on the edge of the pool. The whole scene was incredibly fragrant. This I don't know what's going on. I was wrongly accused. Phelps hastily defended. And naturally, a couple of police officers wouldn't hear much from him. Save those words for the police station. Mr. Phelps, we're arresting you for illegal possession of D stuff. Please cooperate with us. No. Phelps and a couple of obviously somewhat excited ladies were taken away later. In an unseen corner of its villa, a sexy woman took out her cell phone and logged into a website, then clicked on a task and clicked submit. This side of the Olympic site, the audience all boiled. Coach Wang Mu was also dumbfounded as he looked at Wang Xiaoming in the pool. What the hell? In just a blink of an eye, Wang Xiaoming had already rushed to second place. When did he sup? Wang Mu felt like he was clearly just lost in thought for a moment. How is it that as soon as he came back to his senses, the situation on the scene changed drastically? And that's not all. Wang Xiaoming's speed was still improving. He is still closing the distance to first place. Oh my god. Wang Xiaoming is actually going to take the lead in the first at-bat. Here, I would like to apologize to Wang Xiaoming, as I surprisingly questioned him as well in the beginning. I didn't realize that in just 1 noon hour he had overcome his greatest shortcoming. It's even developed the ability to start off with unrivaled acceleration. A scene that I just don't know how to describe. Truly, the CCTV commentators can't talk anymore, because at the moment, he was completely caught up in the situation on the scene. At this point, Wang Xiaoming was only half a head away from first place, and up ahead, where Wang Xiaoming's killer weapon lies, the 50m turn, the well-known Wang Xiaoming stunt, 50m turn and overtake. Over. The CCTV commentator roared out at once. 10m over 1, 20m over 1, Wang Xiaoming, first place at this point. Chapter 42 take the gold medal? No, we're going to break the record as well. The live audience, who still didn't know what was happening, just felt like they blinked in the situation of the match in front of them. It was an instantaneous change. The foreign spectators who were still laughing at Wang Xiaoming were all dumbfounded at this moment. And all of this happened in just a moment. This time, Wang Xiaoming's start was especially fast. It was unexpected by all. Of course, only Wang Xiaoming knew what the reason was. Turbo duck, the skill is really something. It could be said that the moment he entered the water, his acceleration instantly rose from 0 to 100. Not only that, but he didn't even half drop his speed, from half a length, to a length. With just a 50m turn, Wang Xiaoming was completely establishing his advantage. Oh my god, unbelievable. Our player, Wang Xiaoming, is now a body length ahead of the second place. It's unbelievable. We all know from watching the first two races that Wang's strength lies in his acceleration in the second half of the race. However, who would have thought that today's Wang Xiaoming could be so surprising right from the start? He didn't just hold off the pressure of batting first, he created an absolute lead for the Wahini. The lead is still growing and growing. Oh my god. With only 50 m of track, it's amazing that he already has a 0.3 m per second lead over the second place Kangaroo Nation runner. He's done wonders. Once again, touching shore, going to touch shore. Congratulations, our first batter Wang Xiaoming lived up to his expectations, directly creating a distance advantage of almost 3 meters for our Wahini team. 46 seconds 43. Gosh, Wang Xiaoming swims a record 46 seconds 43 in the first stroke. He actually broke the 100-meter freestyle men's world youth record. It's incredible. It's incredible. The explanation was so far back that the CCTV commentator's voice had gone hoarse. He was just so excited and thrilled. Wang Xiaoming not only built up a huge advantage for the Huaxia team, more than that, it broke the world record in one fell swoop. Keep in mind that the previous world record for the 100-meter freestyle was 47:30 set by a Romanian. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, actually compressed this time hard to 46 seconds. Now that record is a thing of the past. A new 100-meter freestyle record was born. It was created by a player from China. Wang Xiaoming, 2 records in a row in one swim meet. This can already be considered unprecedented. The men's 4x100 continues. Wang Xiaoming was the first to touch the shore and was already resting, and the rest is going to his teammates. Before Pan Zhanle of the second baton set off, the coach's voice was heard in his ear. Brat, Xiaoming earned me an advantage. If you dare to give it back to me, come back and I'll pluck your skin. Pan Zhanle, who heard this, trembled. But, naturally, he wouldn't take the match a bit lightly. After all, if not in addition to Wang Xiaoming, Pan Zhanle's 100 m is arguably ahead of this world. He's more than a second faster than the second fastest man in the world. Originally the coaches wanted to put it on first, or last, bat. Either take the lead and use it to build an absolute advantage for the Wahini, or bat last. If the Wahini team in front of him fell behind, it was his duty to recover the distance for the Wahini team. As long as it's not a gap of 2 seconds or more away, he's recoverable. That's the terror of Pan Zhanle's short 100 m. However, after seeing the advantage that Wang Xiaoming had built up in his first at-bat, the coach changed his mind. He's going to one-up the other country's players. It made Wang Xiaoming's absolute advantage in the first batting average more obvious in the second batting average. He's going to bat second and end this game for good. As expected, Pan Zhanle also lived up to everyone's hopes. While maintaining the premise of the advantage that Wang Xiaoming had established, he was more than able to continue to extend the advantage for Team Huaxia. At this moment, the gap between the first-place Chinese team and the second-place Kangaroo country team has come to a distance of 4 meters. Wang's advantage was maintained by his until the end of his second at-bat. It was followed by the third and fourth batons. It's safe to say that as long as the third and fourth batters are professional athletes, under normal play, basically this game, it's over. Steady, Jang Jim-suk, come on, charge. The commentator is also hot at the moment. He could see it, as long as the third and fourth batters didn't drop the ball. Swim at your usual normal level and the gold medal, it's in the bag. And the spectators were clenching their fists as their hearts began to tense up. It was really too much of an advantage before. This makes people just a little more nervous. Just like if you start out with little hope, people won't be disappointed. And at the moment, it is precisely because of the previous high hopes that people are now more afraid of disappointment. But thankfully, in the face of all expectations, the third batter, Zhang Zhanshua, was only caught up by a meter by the second place. Very good, Jim-suk. Very good. Take a break. Next up is the fourth batter, Chen Juner, being the slowest swimmer of the bunch, relatively speaking. Wang Mu purposely placed him in the last batting order. The coach was again frantically reassuring in his ear at this point due to the sheer size of the advantage he had built up earlier. A great deal of what had been nervousness was swept away in an instant. As long as you don't drop the ball yourself, you won't lose this game. Bang! The entry stomping maneuver was done in one fluid motion. Way to go, Juniper! The first 50 m had ended and Chen Juner had been gradually caught up a little by other national runners. But under the eyes of a god's eye view viewer, that little bit of distance is basically not the same. Second place is still a good half a length away from the Wahini. The last 50 m, Juner charge, Juner resist. The gold medal is just ahead. Looking at the narrowing gap, everyone was agitated. Chen Juner also knew that with his own strength, it was only a matter of time before he was caught up by these top foreign swimmers. But that depends on what kind of game it is. If it's 200 m, then one would indeed be wasting the previous advantage. But it's 100 m. You guys are catching up fast. Sure, but so what? Last 40 m, 30 m, 20 m, 10 m. The distance between the second-place Kangaroo Nation and Chen Juner is also getting smaller and smaller. chased it from a good half-length to a half-length. Then it was followed up by a small half-length. Soon, it was just a head's distance away. As people clenched their fists in nervousness, "Grandpa, I'm home and chasing." Pop, with the first hand out of the water touching the shore. This edition of the 4*100m relay men's freestyle came with the gold medal. The whole scene was screaming with joy. A bright red cluster of flags flashed out from the fourth lane. The one of the Chinese team. A huge character popped up on it. No. 1. First, gold medal. Huaxiao swimming team. The 4x100 men's relay freestyle of Wang Xiaoming, Pan Zhanyul, Zhang Zhanhua and Chen Juner won the gold medal. For Wang Xiaoming, this was not his first gold medal, so naturally his mind was calm. For Coach Wang Mu, it wasn't the first gold medal for the swim team either. After all, Wang Xiaoming 800m had already won a gold medal for the Chinese team before, so he was also acting just right and not too out of character. However, on the contrary, Pan Zhanyul and the others jumped straight up. The last stick of Chen Junior is a backflip. Just climbed to the shore. He immediately jumped into the water again, constantly waving his fists, expressing his inner excitement and thrill. Let's hereby congratulate the Chinese men's freestyle relay team composed of Wang Xiaoming, Pan Zhanyul, Zhang Zhanhua, and Chen Juner. Once again, they have, once again, made Huaxiao Red blossom at the Olympics. You are the best of the best. You have made a miracle and broken the record that has been held by Europe, America and Australia in this program for 64 years. Now, who dares to say that there are no swimmers in China? Who still dares to say that there are no swimmers in China? That one sentence instantly was what ignited the atmosphere of the audience, and the CCTV commentator was breathing hard for oxygen after this. It was just too exciting to say so much at once, making his brain a little short of oxygen. And it's not just commentary backstage at this point. Some of the old swimmers who used to wear the national flag for Huaxiao were also in tears at this time. For example, Fu Yuanhui, a former world record holder in the short distance backstroke, or perhaps Gui Jinjin, the ancient true god of diving, was also watching the competition together here at the swim team. In an instant, both of them jumped up and embraced into a hug. For the 4*100m, a lot of people actually don't have high hopes. The best that could have been expected outcome would have been just a fight for the second and third. After all, before getting the gold medal this time, it had been a long time since the Chinese team had gotten a ranking, a win, or a gold medal. "Coach, you've raised your eyebrows this time," the other players on the side said to Wang Mu. "Has been. Due to the swimming team results are not up and down, Wang Mu already have a lot of pressure in mind. The swimming events, are still some of the most watched. Those previous unsavory results were faced with the questioning of the nation's internet explorers. Wang Mu has been heavily criticized. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle the pressure one day and just quit his position as coach. Do you think the athletes themselves are the ones who suffer the most stressful public opinion from a loss? No. And the coaches don't take any less abuse than these athletes. And this time, he resisted the pressure and let Wang Xiaoming bat first in the race, which was also questioned by countless netizens. But luckily, in the end, it turned out that one's decision was right. And then there was this kid, Wang Xiaoming, who had actually given himself a big surprise. Really did not expect this kid is hiding so deep. And, this time, they won more than just a gold medal. Wang Mu stares nervously at the total time added up on the big screen. As the total relay time on the big screen came out, Wang Mu finally could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart, directly roared out, "Yeah, busted." A few of the other swimmers who sniffed looked at the big screen as well. In an instant, their eyes were round. World record. Broken. My God. It's horrible. Awesome. The four of them are going down in history. It turns out that Wang Mu has been suppressing his feelings, just waiting for the final time to come out, because when Wang Xiaoming swam the first stroke, he had a premonition. This time, it's not just the gold medal, it's probably going to break the 4x100 world record. And it is true. 3 hours 7 minutes and 54 seconds. The entire team swam into the 47-second mark. Even the slowest, Chen Juner, swam a superb 47:68. It's just super over the top. It goes without saying that Pan Zhanyul, in his own right, 100m is his strength. It was only just a little slower than Wang Xiaoming. Cool, just cool. Coach, I remember when the record was set by Old America in our Kyoto. Wang Mu heard nodding and couldn't contain the joy on his face. That's right, the original 4*100m record was set by the old U.S. at their doorstep in China. 08 Olympics, 3 hours 8 minutes and 24 seconds. It's been going on for over a decade, and it's been a time that's eluded everyone. But now, it was broken by them. The record was taken away from us at our doorstep, so today we are going to get it back ourselves. And the Chinese audience at the scene was boiling beyond belief. Xiaoming, I can't do it without you. We're champions again. It's so good. This feels so good. Ha ha ha. Slap them little foreigners hard in the face. Likes to make small moves and slander my Ming. And you say my brother Ming can't start? Is this not good? Open your doggy eyes and see. That's right. I wanted to let you guys go in the first place, just to give you a chance. Otherwise taking all the gold medals would not be conducive to international friendship. Ha ha ha. Didn't Ming say that his raising a finger simply means that he will only lose one gold medal? The entire crowd was chanting Wang Xiaoming's name. All discerning people can see. This time the championship Wang Xiaoming alone is to account for 80% of the credit. Definitely couldn't have created that much of an advantage later on without his ride at the beginning. Not to mention breaking a world record. Was Xia Sun Yang's house. For a while, Sun Yang no longer knew what to say. What he hadn't managed to do in the first place. These juniors had actually realized his dream for him. Good job, all of you. Phelps, did you see that? Did you see that? That's Chinese speed. Sun Jian continued to leave comments under Phelps' post. Except he was the one who suddenly realized that Phelps hadn't replied to a post in a long time. What's going on here? After all, even during the tournament, he had been personally going offline to play against the Chinese netizens. What? Is it too irritated to speak? Sun Yang shook his head. This kind of person, it is difficult to be a big job, and the Chinese side of the audience is in ecstasy. Those spectators and the rest of the country started hugging and crying. They don't believe it. Obviously before the short distance so short bored Wang Xiaoming, why a day between the surprisingly become a different person. For a moment, they thought of that Phelps post. Wang Xiaoming is high on drugs. Granted, at this point it's been a long time since Phelps has responded, but certain viewers who can't accept the reality are straight up in a hurry. Cheating, cheating, cheating. Wang Xiaoming cheating. Chinese people are high on drugs. We demand a rematch. We demand a rematch. Impossible. This definitely can't be his strength. Chapter 43 The game ends and the urine test crisis resurfaces. The game ended with a full house cheer, just as Wang Xiaoming and the others were walking towards the podium, but they suddenly found a team of 4 people from the swimming team, is in a corner, hugging and crying. What's the situation? Even if you didn't get a medal, you don't have to cry like this as if your grandparents are dead, right? Wang Xiaoming was puzzled. Although players from other countries were in a very depressed mood when they lost their matches, but this was the first time he'd seen someone capable of crying like this. It can really be described as a pain in the ass. A big handful of snot and tears kept falling. Pan Zhanle casually glanced at it and explained. Oh, a player from the stick country. It's normal. It's normal? How so? Wang Xiaoming was puzzled. Don't they have to serve in the military in the stick country? If they can win a medal in the Olympics they don't have to serve in the military. They happen to be fourth just a fraction of a second off the front one. Pan Zhanle said slowly and unconcernedly. Right now, all he cares about is the gold medal he's about to receive. The players from other countries, however, do not want to care a bit more at all. Wang Xiaoming nodded. So it was like this. And as the players from other countries disembarked, Wang Xiaoming casually looked at them for a few moments, but found that Europe and the United States and Australia a few countries players face, but all turned into purple potato essence general. It was as if the exterminator was present. The corners of Wang Xiaoming's mouth were flickered. This situation, it seems, however, he didn't say much. After all, for one thing, they'd already gotten first place, so there was no need to find so much to bother with. Secondly, after all, they have already passed the organizing committee's urine test. Why do they still say so much? With that, the 4 headed toward the podium. But just then, and I don't know why, there was a surprisingly loud and unmistakable chorus of boos. All kinds of cheating and drugged out sounds were coming from all around. Looking around at the foreign spectators who were booing at them, Wang Xiaoming once again frowned. It's never going to end, is it? Looks like it's time to give you guys a dose of your own medicine. Not only that, but Coach Wang Mu, who was supposed to come over and congratulate and hug them, didn't come over either. Instead, they were not far away from the national coaches who were there arguing non-stop about something. What the hell? They're not going to mess up again, are they? Seeing this scene, Pan Zhanle's inner joy was washed away quite a bit, and the remaining 2 members of the team also had ugly faces. It's really a bit deceptive. And not just the uproar from the foreign audience on the floor. This time, several people from the Romantic Nations Olympic Organizing Committee once again appeared on the scene, walking straight towards Wang Xiaoming. There's no ing end to this, is there? Grass. With that, Pan Zhanle took a step out to try to stop a few people, but he was pulled back by Wang Xiaoming. Only Wang Xiaoming shook his head without a trace of panic on his face. It's fine, don't worry, let's see what they say first. Hello, Mr. Wang Xiaoming. Obviously, a few people from the organizing committee were also embarrassed. It wasn't really them who wanted to come. It was really the leaders above who wanted them to come. If they let Wang Xiaoming continue to create miracles all the way like this, the rest of the gold medals in the swimming competition would still have nothing to do with their country. They can accept that Huaxia is strong, they can accept that Huaxia gets the gold medal. These are no problem, but they can't accept that China is riding high. It's just a horrible look. Moreover, when the gold medal list is announced, where will their country lose face? Mind you, it's on their home turf. Let a Chinese man take all the attention, all the honors all the time. Where would they put their old faces? Forget about the previous shooting match. There was nothing that could be done on it. But this swim meet was different. There is so much that can be done. And this time, Wang Xiaoming's sudden descent from the heavens was where they were able to grab hold. What is it? Wang Xiaoming laughed. Its demeanor was light and breezy, as if nothing had happened. Hello, could you please explain your race this time? One of them said. Explanation. What explanation do you want? What exactly do you want to say straight? Pan Zhanle was a straight person, and directly fought for Wang Xiaoming. He was also convinced. Come in before the game to mess with your mindset once, and then come back after the game to mess with your mindset again. Just how afraid are these people of China becoming powerful? At this time, Coach Wang Mu had already walked over. The other national coaches are all arriving here as well. Not only that, but all the media cameras are focused on this place. Everyone realizes that this is definitely the biggest news of this Olympics. There will certainly be no more heat in the future than this one time. So every frame, every second, they have to carefully document it. Meanwhile, live on camera in all the national media, hundreds of millions of viewers around the world, all watching this one. In an instant, the Olympic TV stations in each country at this time reached unprecedented ratings. In front of the screen, there was a fight for Wang Xiaoming. There are also those who just watch the fun and hang on to things. There were also those who supported the organizing committee's demand for a thorough investigation of Wang Xiaoming. All kinds of attitudes are available. And at the scene, all of Huaxia's players all stood on Wang Xiaoming's side. On the opposite side, there are coaching players from other countries. The scene, in a kind of polarized situation. Xiaoming, there's no need to talk so much nonsense with them. Our men will be here soon. Wang Mu comforted Wang Xiaoming. He had already notified his own Huaxia principal to come over. Wang Xiaoming, however, waved his hand. It's no big deal. Don't be nervous. Then he asked the person from the organizing committee who had questioned him. Excuse me, what explanation do you want? Only to see the man say, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, we've seen all your previous matches. Your starting acceleration isn't bad. It's certainly not as good as it could be. But why was it such a huge advantage at the start today? Wang Xiaoming smiled. If your skills are inferior, don't be much. What? As Wang Xiaoming said this in Chinese, the opposite side of the several national athletes and coaches did not hear it. Wang Xiaoming then changed his words. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Then he said flatly to the translator on the side. Translate. When the group of people on the other side of the room understood the words of the interpreter, they all of a sudden boiled up. Wang Xiaoming's one sentence had directly provoked the anger of the crowd. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, we need to make a provisional decision regarding your results for today's race, and we would like you to take another urine test with us. If it only looks like that from the previous 800m, so does refusing a urinalysis before, but today Wang Xiaoming's state was just too horrible. It's simply not something a human being can have. It made everyone suspicious. Listening to the man's words, Wang Xiaoming looked towards the back at the purple potato spirits whose faces hadn't faded cleanly in color. Well, then, he was just about to speak, but was interrupted by a voice from the passage. Wait, it's not up to you to decide whether or not to take a urine test. Chapter 44, the haunt is just about to be lifted, and you sticks come to join in the fun again? Inside the pretty country police station at this time, arrested on the spot, Phelps and a couple of his hotties are being grilled inside the police station. Hey officer, where did you guys get the report that I was smoking drugs? Phelps asked. However, a few police officers did not even look up. That's not your concern, Mr. Phelps. If your tests are fine, we'll let you go. Seeing this, Phelps had to shut up and stop, and at the same time, the police station was showing the Olympics live on TV. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming winning the championship in the screen, Phelps couldn't mention how unfavorable his heart was. But when it comes to seeing Wang Xiaoming being accused by thousands of people of being high, all at once, joy filled his entire being again. Ha ha ha, look at that yellow-skinned kid. You guys, look at his bravery. To say he wasn't high, who would believe it? Not only did they get the gold medal, they broke the record. That didn't sit well with Phelps. Inwardly, he hoped that he would hurry up and detect the evidence that Wang Xiaoming was high on drugs. This way, it would be a lifetime ban and no one would ever threaten their position in the swimming world. Just then, however, a small police officer came from a short distance away and gave a test report to the officer in charge of interrogating Phelps. Don't go caring about whether someone else is high or not. Care about yourself first. Seeing the test report in the officer's hand, Phelps first tensed inwardly. This was followed by a couldn't care less. Well, Mr. Policeman, I can guarantee you'll find nothing, because I haven't done anything illegal at all. The cop gave him a cold look. Wait until I read your urine test report first. And the small police officer on the side said straight away, Officer, his urine test indeed didn't detect any signs of D-goods this time. However, we detected some residues of stimulants. Hearing this, Phelps explained at once. Hey, I said Mr. Policeman, don't talk nonsense. That's the medicine I take for asthma. It has some stimulants in it. You can't call me a stimulant for that. The officer waved his hand. Don't be nervous, even if it's a stimulant. It's not the same as a D-pill. You'll be fine. Generally, light doping is not criminalized. After all, doping is not the same as D-goods in pretty countries. Hearing the officer's words, Phelps laughed out loud. So, Mr. Officer, is it safe to let me go? Let you go? No, that won't do. No? Why? Hasn't it been confirmed that I'm not on a banned substance? Phelps was anxious. However, the officer smiled, then held up another test. Indeed, Mr. Phelps, your urine test was considered relatively normal, and didn't lead us to anything wrong. But I'm sorry, we also tested your hair for protein. The protein test indicated that you have had de-smoking behavior within the month. So, according to the law, we will detain you according to the law. In an instant, the sky fell in on Phelps. How is that possible? How come there's still a hair test? It was a month ago that I was sucking on my own medicine, and that's going to be detected? Looking at Phelps, who was slumped in his chair with his whole body going limp, the police began to take statements. Now, may I ask Mr. Phelps, is there anyone else in your house besides you and the ladies? No more. Phelps' eyes were hollow. Just me and the 6 wenches. 6? The cop froze for a moment. But we only caught 5. This I don't know. I shouted 3 first, and 3 more immediately afterward. Several people from the Huaxia Olympic Organizing Committee on the Olympic field came to Wang Xiaoming and the others, giving the crowd a reassuring look. He was looking at the people from the other side's organizing committee. I'm sorry, you have no right to conduct urine tests on our country's players. Here, the man from the Chinese organizing committee said forcefully. I know we don't have one, but we have to give the people of the globe an answer. Account? What account? What evidence do you have that our players are high on drugs? It's true that we don't have any evidence for the time being, but that match just now, does it need to mean anything else? Could it be that player Wang Xiaoming's state is really like a normal person? In an instant, the two parties just erupted into a heated argument. Wang Xiaoming, who was watching them argue, was holding his chest and watching with interest from the side. Pan Zhanla is full of anxiety. I say brother, you are not at all anxious. I'm in a hurry. What's my hurry? Just watch carefully later. In Wang Xiaoming's mind, he had already made up his mind. The quarrel between the two parties over there had come to a critical point. Still the same, we can show the test report of Wang Xiaoming just before the match right now. How dare you people from your country? The person from the Chinese organizing committee said angrily. Why don't we dare? Who knew that this time? The representatives of the European, American and Australian countries had changed their normal behavior and were extremely tough. Good. After saying that, the Huaxia organizing committee was taking out Wang Xiaoming's test report. Cameras have been focusing on the report for a close-up. Wang's report is visible under the camera. All indicators are normal. This instantly gives its Europe, America and Australia several countries to won't. How is it possible that everything is normal? Is this a mistake somewhere? Then what exactly is going on with Wang Xiaoming's state of being like a heavenly god descending from the heavens? Can't it be that he's really practiced the stance? Looking at the report presented by the Chinese side, the faces of the several parties in Europe, America and Australia were a bit ugly. Your turn. It's not like you can't take it. Why can't you take it out? See for yourselves. Saying that, the reports of several participants from Europe, America and Australia were also placed in front of the camera. Surprisingly, it was no problem at all. It was Wang Xiaoming's turn to be surprised. Just now that Europe, America and Australia several players' face, as if purple potato essence. He could guarantee that there was definitely something wrong. But this pre-game test report, it didn't measure anything? Does it mean that the organizing committee is jointly cheating? No way. The organizing committee has pretty good credit in this regard. That means they came in after. Okay now, any more questions? Do we need another urine test on site? The man from the Chinese organizing committee asked. The representatives on the European, American and Australian side had ugly faces at this time. They obviously couldn't believe that Wang Xiaoming was really fine. That's fine since it's fine. Looking at the countless cameras around them, they knew that they would definitely not be able to put a cap on Wang Xiaoming this time. In that case, there was no choice but to hurry up and end this travesty. However, At that moment, that stick country's player was messing things up. Wait, even though he tested clean before the game, so maybe he was high at the start of the game. We, in the land of the stick, strongly demand another urine test on the spot. At this instant, not only the Chinese side, but also all the representatives from Europe, America and Australia, and the players' coaches all look towards the direction of the players from the stick country, eyes full of shock and faint anger, as if to say, these few stick men, are they not out of their minds? Chapter 45, this piss, I'm going to test it, and Jesus can't come and stop me, I said. At first, seeing Wang Xiaoming openly took out his urine test report. At the moment of exposure, all the screens in front of the live Chinese audience's hanging hearts were released. It wasn't that they didn't trust Wang Xiaoming, it was just that no matter what, there was always a trace of worry in their hearts. But now well, all the evidence is there. Wang Xiaoming didn't have any problems at all. It can be considered a hard slap in the face of those little foreign yokels. Ha ha ha, why don't you guys stop screaming? Keep screaming? Ridiculous, if your strength is inferior to others. Don't play small tricks here. It's really disgusting. Feelings are what you guys get with your gold medals, aren't they? Damn it, I want to apologize to Sun Yang. I misunderstood him before too. 1,000 years ago, you wanted to use such nonsensical things against our Huaxia, and 1,000 years later, are you still doing the same? And those foreign viewers who were already convinced by Wang Xiaoming's strength. At this point it was also much more wobbly. They don't know what the hell they are doing with this behavior. Is it really possible that just because Huaxia is so nice to talk to them, that's how it's framed? It is said that whoever wins the hearts and minds of the people wins the world. At this time, Wang Xiaoming was not only recognized by the entire Chinese audience, even many of the foreign spectators who had previously questioned him were beginning to fall silent at this point. They're thinking, are they right? At this time in China, Chen Xiao accompanied the leader who was also watching this ridiculous farce. Because of this farce, the leader's face looked bad to the naked eye. Humph, these foreign devils still think that our Huaxia is the Huaxia of 1,000 years ago, letting people bully us? The leader slammed the table in anger. Straight away, everyone in the room was taken aback. I say, Chief, don't let your body get pissed off because of this. It's not worth it. Chen Xiao hurriedly discouraged from the side. Don't worry, with this Wang Xiaoming around, we will never be humiliated in any way. Any humiliation, he will definitely return it to them 100 times, 1,000 times. Oh, the leader took a deep breath, which slowly slowed down. You're pretty confident in this kid. Hey, it's okay, Chen Xiao said with a smile. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's figure in the screen, the leader also nodded his head. Indeed, this kid is indeed good and unassuming. However, he really doesn't have any prohibited problems. In fact, after watching Wang Xiaoming's match, the leader was also shocked by him. This state of affairs, the horror is just not human. How can that be, my Lord Chief? Just watch. No matter who would have a prohibited problem, he won't have one. That's good. Watching the farce on the screen, it seemed to be coming to an end, and the leader breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's finally coming to an end. These people, they really have nothing to do all day long. But just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, yet again, we saw the players from the side of the stick country start to get things going. Wait, we, the stick country, strongly request another urine test on site. Olympic scene. The tension, which had just been relieved, was once again mobilized by a few players from the stick country. And this time, not only the Chinese players, even several teams in Europe, America and Australia are looking at several stick country players with a look in their eyes. Let's leave this matter here. It seems that we did misunderstand player Wang Xiaoming. We hereby apologize to him. The Kangaroo Nation coach took the lead to start apologizing up to Wang Xiaoming. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, we were wrong about you. The Kangaroo Nation coach led several players to bow up to Wang Xiaoming, and with this beginning, the pretty country, romantic country players also came to formally bow and apologize to Wang Xiaoming. Only, a few apologies weren't over yet. The stick country player called it out again. No, your Olympic organizing committee must give us a statement. Wang Xiaoming definitely did something prohibited after the urine test. That's when things became irreversible. Pan Zhanla on the side was extremely puzzled and asked Wang Xiaoming, I mean brother, why do you think they are suddenly so uptight in the stick country? They don't even have a roster spot, and they're still coming on so strong? Wang Xiaoming laughed and shook his head. Don't forget, we're in first place. If they can pull us down and the place behind us tops up, won't they get the medal? Asterisk. So that's how it is. I didn't even think of that. Pan Zhanla suddenly realized. Right, if they get a medal, won't they not have to serve in the military? After Wang Xiaoming said this, a few Chinese players realized why these stick country players were chasing after them and biting them. And the real reason is precisely because of this. The stickman players are naturally selfish. However, the coach of the stick country, was unable to stop pulling on the player who stepped forward. It's just a shame that it can't be pulled off at all. The stick country coach simply wanted to die at this point. Looking at his own dispossessed team member, he felt for the first time what was meant by a man's vegetable pushes too many things. What do you say, you just stay on the sidelines and watch the show? You think the Olympic organizing committee's testing mechanisms are all a joke? You think people don't know if Wang Xiaoming is high or not? Do you think people really do all this just to go find evidence that Wang Xiaoming is high? People are just looking for an opinion. A situation like the one on the scene right now is kind of the best case scenario. Europe, America and Australia, they admit their mistakes and are willing to apologize to Wang Xiaoming. Although they misunderstood Wang Xiaoming, they could also say that they were doing it for the fairness and impartiality of the competition. The result didn't matter. What mattered was that it disturbed the mentality of the Chinese team and also planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of the global audience. And now you're going to mess it all up at once. It seems that the stick country players are also very concerned about the fairness of the match. But there's no need for that now. We've already confirmed that player Wang Xiaoming is fine, the pretty country representative said with an awkward smile. However, the stick country players aren't buying it at all. All right, how can it be okay? I don't believe it. We have to do a urine test on the spot. And at that moment Wang Xiaoming muttered twice in Pan Zhanla's ear. Only Pan Zhanla stepped forward. A urine test? That's fine. All of our Chinese team members dare to test it. Do you dare? The stick country player was not the least bit intimidated. Why wouldn't I dare? Our whole team. However, this time, the coach of the stick country slapped it on the head. Sorry, poor discipline. It's all a joke. I'm sure. They're all Olympians. How could they do something forbidden? The representative of Europe, America, and Australia on the side also took over. That's right. They've already wasted so much time on the Chinese team. They're already tired. And people have to go back and rest. Isn't that right, player Wang Xiaoming? But Wang Xiaoming replied with a smile. Rest? No need. If you want to take a urine test on site, let's start now. It's better to return a fairness to the Olympic field. Hearing this, the faces of several members of the purple potato essence countries in Europe, America and Australia instantly changed color. Hey, you must be kidding. Right, testing the urine now. It's not ruining your reputation. Several people laughed and said. Wang Xiaoming, however, had a cold face. No, I'm not joking. Since they want a fair, then we'll return the favor. Everyone together. A urine test. I'll take it. And Jesus can't stop me. I say. Chapter 46, On-site urine test. All of pretty country panicked. The moment Wang Xiaoming said this, the entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone was unable to think of what exactly Wang Xiaoming's move was for. Obviously this matter can already be here to end. The stick country to come up to intervene directly will be out to be beaten up is not good. Is such a small country worthy of jumping up and down in front of several countries in China, Europe, America and Australia? And a few people from the Huaxia organizing committee were also looking at Wang Xiaoming with some confusion. But after receiving a reassuring look from Wang Xiaoming, they did not bother much. Prepare to leave everything at the scene in Wang Xiaoming's hands. After all, they had all received instructions from above. And everything that did not violate the principle. Wang Xiaoming could make the decision. That, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, we don't have to. The representative of Europe, America and Australia said to Wang Xiaoming. However, Wang Xiaoming did wave his hand. Don't say more. Today, this urine test, he is sure. Time and time again, they come to screw him. And time again, they mess with his mind. Do you really think he's a bully? Since you guys like to make things happen, don't blame me for making things worse. Make you ashamed in front of a global audience. Looking at the faces of those purple potato spirits that had not yet dissipated, Wang Xiaoming revealed a disdainful smile. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's oil and salt attitude, this time a few people on the European, American and Australian side panicked a little. They rushed to find someone from the organizing committee on the Chinese side. You see. However, his words were interrupted by several people before he could finish. I'm sorry, all our actions are now dominated by Comrade Wang Xiaoming. All decisions are up to him. What? In an instant, everyone on the European, American and Australian side were all shocked. They all looked at Wang Xiaoming in front of them incredulously. All of them couldn't help but have a doubt in their mind. Who is this person in the end? Can he make the Chinese organizing committee take him as their leader? And all of a sudden the stick country players just panicked. They always felt as if they had messed with some unimaginable existence. Could it be that this Wang Xiaoming was a descendant of some big shot in China? Otherwise, even if it's some super rich second generation of rich officials, these mixed official circles, it's impossible to give him that much face. However, this 4*100M is their last chance to win a medal. When this opportunity is gone, they will really have to serve in the military. When he thought of that mandatory military service in his country, the stick country player couldn't help but just feel a chill in his asshole. No, I definitely don't want to serve in the military. Ever. Looking at the opposite side of the breezy Wang Xiaoming, the heart of the stick country player was actually extremely uneasy. Looking at him, he really doesn't seem to have any problems. However, even if Wang Xiaoming had no problems, the stick country player was sure he could get himself a medal. When all is said and done, he looked at the purple yam smart faces of a couple of European, American and Australian players. Wang Xiaoming is fine, so you guys can't be fine, right? If you guys look like this and say it's okay, the global audience won't recognize you. So that's why the whole crowd thought the stick country players were cuties. Is crazy, but the true situation is known only to him. All of this was premeditated. You think he's targeting Wang Xiaoming? No, he's actually targeting players on the European, American and Australian side. All it takes is for one of their teams to have a problem, and then their fourth place baseball country definitely just tops it off. And not only these foreign spectators, even the group of swimmers on the Chinese team's side were dumbfounded as they looked at Wang Xiaoming. Pan Zhanle was even happier for a moment. I'm going, Brother Ming, are you so honorable? I'll hang out with you from now on. Asterisk 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 off. Wang Xiaoming laughed and cursed as he kicked him in the ass. Looking at the Chinese team that had Wang Xiaoming as their leader, the pretty country team had panicked beyond belief. The organizing committee of the romantic nation, the host of this time, nodded at Wang Xiaoming. One by one, all the teams present were then asked if they would accept the on-site urine test. Various countries such as Huaxia, Little Cherry Blossom, Stick, Kangaroo and so on are all saying that they have no problem with it. Since it was you, Wang Xiaoming, who proposed it, naturally no one would refuse it. In itself, people just want to see you Wang Xiaoming. In the end there is no problem just. However, several other countries had no problems. Doesn't mean the pretty country players don't have problems. Only, at the moment, the players from other countries said it was fine and they refused. Wouldn't that be a straight-up no-brainer? The helpless coach could only whisper something to the players who were to take the urine test. This was followed by a promise to the organizing committee as well. Soon, a large wave of people were all brought backstage for an on-site urine test. After a while, the players involved in the urine test then slowly walked out. When they saw the crowd walk out, there were immediately various media outlets coming up to them. The most popular among them is naturally Wang Xiaoming. Contestant Wang Xiaoming, this on-site urine test was proposed by you. Are you really so confident in yourself? Contestant Wang Xiaoming, may I ask what you have found out? Otherwise why do you ask for on-site urine tests so much? Contestant Wang Xiaoming, did anything happen backstage just now? Can you tell us about it? Countless media surrounded Wang Xiaoming. However, at this time, the reporter of the Chinese media, with a group of photographers directly a violent pull, pushing everyone out. You're the only ones who want to interview our country's players. Do we even want interviews in our own country? After saying that, he was directly protecting Wang Xiaoming in the center, and had been escorting him to the middle of the arena. Wang Xiaoming looked at the Chinese reporter and photographer and nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Just don't worry about the game. We're all behind you. The Chinese reporter winked at Wang Xiaoming. Player after player from one country after another are walking out. And over there, the pretty country player came out and was obviously whispering something to his coach. But after seeing a few players shaking their heads, the coach of the beautiful country instantly changed his face and his heart was like ashes. The next step is a quiet time of waiting for the results. The Chinese reporter who was closest to Wang Xiaoming naturally would not waste this precious opportunity. Hello Mr. Wang Xiaoming, do you feel insulted by Phelps' statement on the internet this time? Wang Xiaoming smiled. It's alright. I didn't take his words much to heart. So what's your take on Phelps' claim that you're guilty of prohibited behavior? In this situation now, Wang Xiaoming was basically just fine. Well, it's Phelps who should be panicking now. He slanders and talks nonsense. So there was nothing wrong with what Wang Xiaoming said at this point. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoming said, I think that Mr. Phelps is still too sensitive, and instead of liking to talk about other people getting high, he should set an example himself by not doing the forbidden things. When these words came out, instantly the faces of the Chinese reporters went black. Brother, you mean nothing is wrong, but wouldn't that be no different than Phelps' behavior? Let's not talk about this without proof, okay? Ha ha, it seems that player Wang Xiaoming still has a good sense of humor. With things having come to this, the Chinese reporter could only try to help Wang Xiaoming with a cover. Wang Xiaoming also smiled. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Wouldn't a great man of Mr. Phelps's rigor still take the law into his own hands and get himself in by smoking banned substances? WAC reporter. Chapter 47, The Dust Settles and the Defeat of the Full Pretty Country Exterminator. Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, the entire network audience all finished laughing. Well, this Wang Xiaoming is going to be shifty. There's a bit of something to it, but isn't it not good to look like a senior in the yin-yang swimming world? Or someone who once became a god? What's it to us if it's good or not? Who doesn't know about the sins that Phelps has created these past few years? That's just it. Do you really think all these pretty country players are any good? All but the viewers in the pretty country, all of whom have been laughing uncontrollably at Phelps on the internet. That's going to piss off the pretty country crowd. Granted, they are not very united, but they have been blatantly insulted by another country's competitors on the Olympic stage by men whose country used to be a god. No one can stand it. In an instant, the bashing of Wang Xiaoming was again overwhelming. Even quite a few of the pretty country's netizens were coming to leave comments under that Phelps post. There were calls for Phelps to come forward and hold Wang accountable for that rude behavior. Only, after a long wait, there wasn't a single reply from Phelps. This made everyone feel bad in their hearts. According to that attitude of Phelps at the beginning of this match, how could he not respond to this kind of yin and yang of Wang Xiaoming? But none of this can be proven, and no one knows what happened to Phelps. Just as all the contestants on the scene were quietly waiting for the test results, several officials slowly walked out from the contestants' passage. They had a bunch of reports in their hands. Seeing this, everyone tensed up at once. The results are coming in. And Wang Xiaoming keenly observed the flash of panic and overwhelm on the faces of the pretty country's group of players. It seems that he was so right. The pretty country player really has a problem. Just as Wang Xiaoming expected, several Olympic officials just arrived at the stadium and walked towards the beautiful country's team. This one move instantly caught the attention of the entire room. I'll be damned. What the hell? Come on over toward pretty country. It's not like they really have a problem, is it? There must be something wrong. Look at their faces like purple potato sperm. Can there not be something wrong? That's just it. It's just in the way. No one asked him, and the most nervous people on the scene, besides the teams from the pretty countries, were the players from the stick countries. This one decision is about whether they will be exempt from military service or not. All that could be seen was the clasping of hands and the squeezing of eyes. The words kept coming out of his mouth. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There has to be something wrong, Smitty. It was as if the heavens had heard their prayers. Only a couple of official Olympic WADA men with serious faces asked, "May I ask a couple of you, what's wrong with your faces?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were all focused on the faces of a few players from the pretty country. Even after all the time that had passed since the match, they were still wearing a purple face that had only faded slightly. This is just caused by the intensity of our exercise and the instantaneous oxygen intake. Coach Pretty Country stammered a bit. Oh, is it because of the intensity of the exercise? The WADA man smiled disdainfully, and the audience was probably guessing what was going on. Immediately is when someone started to turn up the photos of the two previous swimmers from the beautiful country. It's a shocker if you don't flip it. A 50m and an 800m in the front, or two events for women. All the pretty country runners invariably come out of the water with their faces displaying a completely different complexion than the one below their heads. It wasn't obvious at the time, plus they were immediately off camera when they got to shore. It's also what causes most people to not care about it. However, this time the camera stayed so long that everyone was focusing on the wrongness on the pretty country player's face. Laughing my ass off, exercising too hard? I don't believe it's as big as Ming's. Ha ha ha, can really brag then. Feelings of your beautiful country per capita exterminator, right? It used to be asthma. Now it's too much exercise. 6,666. Holy, you guys, look at this picture. People were bickering when suddenly someone flipped to a picture of a swim team competitor posted by several officials in the pretty country. People were surprised to find that the photos of the contestants in it had all been p-plotted, whitened per capita, and all the purple potato essence faces had all disappeared. So, what are they hiding here? There must be something wrong. Otherwise, why would you p-picture it? Wouldn't it be better to just take the original picture? Well, they're the ones who yell every day that we need more testing, and they're the ones who end up with problems. It can't be helped. After all, it's something they've carved into their bones. They want something and they rob it. They cheat it. They play tricks. In an instant, the pretty country players' popularity rating went sideways. The whole stadium started booing them, listening to the boos that filled the arena. The pretty country player's face was very ugly, but then you have to stand hard in the middle of the field. Well then, since you guys said that it was too much exercise intensity, then may I ask what this is? Only to see the people from WADA showing the report in their hands. In an instant, all the media cameras were focused on that report. What was displayed in front of the global audience at this time was the urine test reports of several players from beautiful countries. Several of the drug tests, all of them, were marked red, and after it, a big bolded word, positive. That was a moment of silence. All the players from all the countries were showing contempt for the pretty country players. This is because my father's eye drops landed on my bed and I accidentally laid on it to absorb the banned substance which counts as being tested positive? Ha ha ha. Pan Janla couldn't help himself all of a sudden. Canon. It's really a canon within a canon. The father's eye drop falls on the bed, and the daughter becomes young when she lies down? So are you the bed your father laid in and you're going to get pregnant if you lay in it again? Wang Mo instantly gave Pan Zhanlo a smack. Don't talk nonsense. It is also fortunate that these foreign players on the scene are not able to understand what Pan Zhanlo said. Otherwise, it must have been a laugh. The people of Wade naturally didn't believe what the pretty country players said. After all, there's more than just a little bit of positive drug test in this test. That's definitely a dosage that reaches the level of a stimulant. So, they don't go easy on the pretty country players either. I'm sorry, but your behavior has violated the Olympic testing rules, so please come with us to be investigated. Wow! In an instant, the whole room roared. This move is certainly an indication that the problem in pretty country is real. The Chinese audience all erupted in amazing cheers. The pretty country's group of players and coaches even muttered as they passed by Wang Xiaoming while being taken away by Wade's people. Young man, be respectful. Phelps is not for you to insult. Obviously, this coach was very dissatisfied with Wang Xiaoming and Yang Phelps. In his mind, Phelps was the god of their swimming world, and Wang Xiaoming directly is laughing. All to this point, this coach can still think of Phelps. Not sure what I should say about him. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing the pretty country coach's behavior, a handful of Wade's people were pulling him away. It's that time of year. You take care of yourself first. Phelps. Before he finished speaking, a staff member jogged to his side and muttered in a low voice for a while. Then only the man pulling the pretty national coach was seen to be full of astonished incredulity. What? Phelps got in for snorting D stuff? Chapter 48, From High and Mighty to Bending Their Backs. It is reliably reported that Phelps, the former swimmer of our country, has now been arrested by our police for taking prohibited drugs inside his home. Please see below for a detailed report on this incident, which is located within Mr. Phelps' villa at XXX. At the time, according to eyewitnesses, Phelps was hosting a pool party at his home, inviting multiple hotties to liven things up. However, when the police took him away, it was just Mr. Phelps alone, and a couple of naked hotties. Here's the video from this stakeholder. Inside the pretty country XXX police station, several of the officers who had arrested Phelps watched the report on the television with embarrassed faces. One of the officers, who seemed like a leader, slammed the papers he was holding on the floor. Who, exactly, leaked the information? Didn't I tell you to keep this Phelps thing a secret for now? Though that said, whether Phelps is banned or not has nothing to do with them at all. Even more so, as soon as Phelps in the back pays enough fines, they can all just let Phelps off the hook as if this didn't happen. After all, in the pretty country, their police duty is to serve the rich. For rich people like Phelps who are already rich as hell, as long as it's not too blatant, the cops usually turn a blind eye. Besides, Phelps over there is all ready to go to his fortune. However, I don't know who it was that leaked it all out. Are you guys idiots? The officer was furious. At that time, all the police officers involved in this operation had been explained to stay out of the way. Afterwards, it will definitely be in their favor. But now, what to do? This kind of thing, once it gets out to the media, it will never be a big deal or a small deal. Once more media attention is paid to it, then there is absolutely no way Phelps is going to release it. If it were usual, but the government would have stepped in and suppressed the matter. After all, Phelps is a public figure and has an image to maintain for the pretty country. But now during this Olympics, a little bit about the game. As soon as you get caught with your little foot in the door, it would definitely be infinitely amplified and instantly spread around the globe. And this Phelps, this asshole moron, why does he post so many comments on the internet? A former Olympian in her own right with a lot of attention. Again, during a swim meet, you Phelps have so much more to say. With all that said, the attention is soon more. Now that it's here, even if the country hides it from each other, it can't hide it. The officer pinched his hands and paced angrily around the police station. In fact, he couldn't care less about whether or not Phelps has tarnished his country's image. He cared that his share of that big pile of fines was gone this way. That's at least a year's salary. You idiots, do you realize how much you've lost? The officer assumed that the cops had spread the word. However, a few small police officers were full of innocence. Sir, it's not our business at all. This kind of money-making opportunity, how could we not want it? If not you, then who? The internet in the 21st century has turned an entire planet into a village-like existence as a child. A little bit of small news will be like chatting with the big mom at the village entrance. It quickly spread throughout the village. And now, the news of Phelps has traveled directly to the ears of netizens in the country of China, far across the ocean. In an instant, everyone burst out laughing. According to eyewitnesses, at the time Phelps was taken away, not only was his entire body very shriveled up, but he had several clothed and sexy women behind him. Shocked that a man could rely on drugs in order to have a fight with several naked women. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral degradation? Our country has always held a stranglehold on the use of prohibited drugs, and we will reserve the right to pursue Mr. Phelps in accordance with the law for trying to break the law on his own but slandering our swimmer, Wang Xiaoming, for no good reason. Watch a hot search about Phelps hit the top 3 spots in online media. Everyone just couldn't help but voice their insights. Ha, the news is out. Mr. Phelps is so righteous that he can't help but put himself on the spot in order to slander our Mingo for being high. Awesome. Half a day of slandering and it turns out you're the clown. Holy chow. Ming just said to tell Phelps to take care of himself, and he just ambushed him? A word is a lesson now. Ha. Ming, you're practically a prophet. No one expected that Phelps, who had been unbeatable before, would have gotten himself hitched at this point. Just like a great revenge. All the Chinese netizens, at this time the heart of the depression instantly swept away. And this side of the Olympic site. That pretty country coach who had to angrily dislike Wang Xiaoming for disrespecting Phelps even if he was taken away himself just felt like the sky was going to collapse at this point. Phelps is his idol. Just now, he was still trying his best to maintain his image in front of Wang Xiaoming. And in the blink of an eye, you're pulling an Idota on me? Phelps, you Sango service biker. You, cut the crap and get out of here. Wade's man pushed him away with one hand. This was followed by a most respectful apology to Wang Xiaoming. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Xiaoming. We will definitely give you and all the Olympians who participated in the competition a satisfactory explanation for the impact this has caused you. The rest of the country's player members, on the other hand, had long been shocked beyond belief. Why is all this so coincidental? What a big shot Phelps is. Even if there are some prohibited behaviors, they shouldn't be targeted so much. They knew that Phelps' life was absolutely ruined already after this. Everyone who saw this scene had long ago made a secret decision within themselves. Never go against Wang Xiaoming. The man really has some terror in him. It's not good for anyone who goes against him. And, with that mouth, whoever says it's bad luck, it's bad luck. Thinking of this, the kangaroo country player was the first to come in front of Wang Xiaoming and bow to apologize. Subsequently, several other countries that had questioned Wang Xiaoming all followed suit. This scene was recorded by the on-site cameras in every frame, and for a long time to come. It's a photo that has all but been adopted as a classic passage in student history textbooks. The name would be, From Towering Over Them, to Bending Their Backs. Chapter 49. The crowd is shocked. Ming, you don't know how to butterfly swim? After a whole lot of annoying things, Wang Xiaoming looked at those foreigners who were bowing and apologizing to him. There was also a helpless shake of the head. Then he raised his hands upwards. Alright, that's it. Time to get back to resting. We have a match later. This scene was once again recorded by all the cameras on the scene without a hitch. All the Chinese netizens were teasing this scene. Just like the emperor ascending to the throne and letting all the ministers underneath him to rise up. All of a sudden, everyone was bursting with laughter. And as the dust settled, Wade and the Olympic Committee gave everyone in the room a reassurance. The results will soon be made known to everyone and to the world. Trust us, they will be severely punished. Immediately afterwards, the farce came to a temporary end. In addition to the pretty country competitors, they also went back to their homes to prepare for the 200-meter butterfly later in the day. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, called out to the members of the Huaxia swimming team to this side of the swimming training hall. Nothing particularly big, he just wanted to. What? You're saying you can't butterfly swim at all? Are you kidding? Pan Zhanle's entire body was confused. Who is this man in front of me? But Wang Xiaoming, who won the 800-meter gold medal and the 4x100 gold medal. Ming, now you're telling me you don't even know how to butterfly? Not only Pan Zhanle, the rest of the swim team members were also looking at Wang Xiaoming incredulously. In their eyes, Wang Xiaoming was simply like a Superman who could do everything. At this moment he is surprised to say that he can't even do the simplest butterfly stroke. Who would believe it? What's the point of lying to you guys? Wang Xiaoming helplessly glanced at the crowd. After all, being a former assassin himself, he was definitely seeking the most simplified skills in anything. Like swimming, that's definitely freestyle most often. It is also the most convenient. Butterfly, breaststroke, backstroke, whatever. It doesn't help you. Why do you want to learn it? It was just that Pan Zhanle and the others naturally couldn't understand it. Coach Wang Mu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Xiaoming and did not look like he was joking. The others also associated it with the fact that it seemed that in the beginning, Wang Xiaoming didn't even know how to start all kinds of little tricks. In that instant, the crowd woke up. As if at the beginning, Wang Xiaoming was not a professional swimmer at all. Alright then, I'll have them coach you on the details of the butterfly stroke and the movements. In the Olympic Games, there are strict requirements for various positions. What butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, the movements required of the competitor. If you ever race with a different swim, then, you'll be immediately disqualified. Listening to Coach Wang Mu's words, Wang Xiaoming nodded his head. This was followed by stripping up. He did have to learn these moves. Don't swim, a subconscious into freestyle. That would be a lost cause. Instructed by the coach, Pan Zhanle was the first to take off his clothes and went into the water with a fish leap. Immediately after that, Wang Mu was pointing at Pan Zhanle, who was performing the standard butterfly stroke, and said to Wang Xiaoming, "You see, with butterfly swimming you must pay attention to a couple of very important things to keep in mind. One is catching the water. That is, moving your body forward in order to push the water back. Your fingers should be pointing downward, palms facing backward, bending your elbows so that your forearms are perpendicular to the bottom of the pool, and your arms should be parted outward as they enter the water. What about 2? Press the chest. Push the body forward with the chin and chest. You shouldn't tuck the chin. Pressing too deep may interfere with catching the water. Continuously get up. Press your body forward, hands into the water and stretch forward. Hit your legs and press your chest forward. What about 3? After a period of trial swim by Pan Zhanle, coupled with the commentary of Coach Wang Mu on the side, Wang Xiaoming also decided to give it a try. Take off your clothes, get in the water quickly, accelerate instantly, all in one motion. It seemed like the perfect swim stroke. Just wait. No, you can't do that with your hands. Both hands have to be synchronized. The hand into the water should be at shoulder width or wider, with the palm down. The thumb should enter first or at the same time as the rest of the fingers. The most important thing to do is to enter the water with your hands softly so that you don't create a lot of splash when you enter the water. Well, I'll try again. No. This isn't freestyle. You can't breathe like this. Breathing too high or at the wrong time can ruin your movement. The key is to stay low and breathe forward. Late breathing is key. You need to focus on breathing as you pull your body forward. If you look at the best swimmer in the world, you can see his chin almost just out of the water to inhale. The second leg strike is vital to propel the body forward. Another little bit of progress. No. Your legs can't do that. You can't move without subconsciously trying to alternate. Nowadays, in butterfly, the most standard use of the underwater leg is issued as the dolphin leg. The underwater dolphin leg has become a major component of the butterfly stroke. Even if you're not racing, employing good leg striking technique while maintaining tempo and frequency applies to overall swimming technique. In competitions, the best swimmers in the world can race up to 60% of the distance underwater, short course. Even in long pool competitions like the Olympics, the best swimmers spend considerable time underwater. The best way to do this in a race is to train every day. But like Wang Xiaoming, no muscle memory was formed at all. All he could do then was force the action into his mind. Always remember that movements should never be distorted. Xiaoming, butterfly swimming is different from freestyle swimming. Wang Mu stroked his chin and took a deep breath in thinking of a solution. It relies on more than your explosive power, your acceleration. Understand? Reinforcing good technique is important. Butterfly is a rhythmic stroke, which is not about strength, but about mastering efficiency. The longer the distance, the more it relies on posture, line, balance and rhythm. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Indeed, and tried it down. It is indeed very different from freestyle. Like a lot of your own skills are out of use on the butterfly, especially the Xuanwu Ding, that helps you the most. With butterfly swimming, you can't use your breath-holding skills at all. This is because when butterfly swimming, your hands have to slide back and forth in a consistent motion. You can't slide back and forth like you can in freestyle. This also leads to the fact that it is simply impossible to hold your breath underwater, and your head is definitely going to surface in one upward motion. What should we do then? The current Wang Xiaoming was the feeling of being unable to use all his martial arts, and just as it continues to practice the standard stroke of the butterfly, suddenly there was a cacophony of noise outside. The crowd looked outside, and it turned out to be a group of players from the Stick Country players coming over to them. You guys, what's up? Wang Mu greeted him. However, the several Stick Country players did not walk straight towards Wang Xiaoming. Hey, what are you guys doing? Pan Zhanle instantly blocked in front of Wang Xiaoming. It was just that the Stick Country player didn't move too much, but just was in the crowd's shocked gaze and came in front of Wang Xiaoming, followed by kneeling down in a flash. Chapter 50, Stick Kneeling. Ming's real identity is the Stick ancestor? Along with today's swimming competition, there was also the women's diving competition. Quan Honggridi and Chen Yushi had a very good result for the Xia team, boldly take the gold medal. And it was during the break in the competition in the next arena that they heard all sorts of gossip from the swimming pool. What with the urine tests and the drugs and the Phelps, all of it filled them with curiosity. When the game was over, they learned the whole story. In an instant, it was attracted by what Wang Xiaoming had done. Immediately, during the lunch break, they wanted to come to the swim team. Let's see what this legendary Wang Xiaoming is really like. Only, just arrived at the entrance of the Xia swimming training complex, they saw a scene that they will never forget. Mr. Ming. A few swimmers from the Stick Country walked straight to Wang Xiaoming. Immediately after that, he fell to his knees with a pop. Ilua saw just what is the situation? Is Wang Xiaoming the old ancestor of the Stick Country? The whole red gluttonous speech has been nothing to the head. Are thinking of what to say. Chen Yusher glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. If others hear it, they will say that our two countries are not friendly. After saying that, he led Quan Hong greedy towards Wang Xiaoming's side. Only just halfway there, the scene that happened in front of them shocked the two once again. Only Wang Xiaoming, like the others, was in a state of dismay. Several stick country players directly pounced on Wang Xiaoming. Then he tried to go forward and hug Wang Xiaoming's legs with a snotty nose and a tearful face. Mr. Ming, thank you, really thank you. What the hell are you guys doing? Wang Xiaoming dodged, avoiding a few people's snot and tears without any trace, then looked at a few people and asked with some doubt. A few sticks wiped their noses in tears there, and then said a bunch of gibberish to Wang Xiaoming and the others. Since it's English interspersed with stick language, a few people spoke for half a day, but Wang Xiaoming and the others did not understand. It was only at the end that I caught a word. The punishment announcement came down from Wade's side. Hearing this, Pan Zhanle a few people although still do not know what this has to do with a few sticks and a handful of snot and tears there, but it was also quick to urge up Coach Wang Mu to hurry up and see what announcements were made from above. And Wang Mu also hurriedly jogged to the cabinet to retrieve his cell phone. Oh look, and sure enough, the final results of this incident have been posted above. They say, Wang Mu first looked at his cell phone himself, and after learning everything, he spoke to a few people. A few pretty country competitors have been banned completely, and as for that swim team coach, he's been penalized by stripping him of his coaching qualifications. What about pretty country? Only penalize them for this swim team? Pan Zhanle asked. Wang Mu nodded. Well, that coach took everything on, saying it was his personal decision. Bull asterisk. Without the authorization from the upper echelons of their country. How dare he? A coach? Zhang Zhanshua obviously did not believe it and said angrily. That can't be helped. It's clear that he took the pot. Wang Mu waved his hand. So what are they? Pan Zhanle pointed to a few stick country players who had already stood up in front of him. Wang Mu, on the other hand, said, because the pretty nation players have been banned, their match results have been cancelled. So, the back of the rankings forward, they stick country players, not exactly fourth place, and now it's bronze. Subsequently, a few stick country players who had stabilized their emotions stumbled over their words and told Wang Xiaoming what had happened. As it turns out, it was the pretty country players who disqualified themselves from the tournament, so they got the bronze medal, and it is because of this bronze medal, they can get out of military service. So, Wang Xiaoming was like their regenerative parent. After hearing this reason, Pan Zhanle's few people were all stunned. After sending off a few stick country players, Pan Zhanle was straight up laughing. I mean, what's the point? Just one military service. Why do you make it sound like you're going to die? Wang Mu, however, shook his head. Then you don't know this. Military service in the stick country is really all about life and death. It may be a matter of moments before you die, but it may be worse than death if you go into military service. No way. Pan Zhanle looked in disbelief, then saw a few people from all red gluttony. Sister Hong, why are you here? Quan Hong greedy and Chen Yusher then looked at Wang Xiaoming and said, of course we're here to get Brother Xiaoming's autograph. Otherwise do you think we're here to find you? The two then continued with faces full of admiration. Brother Xiaoming, you're so strong. Do you want to participate in the diving competition in the next 2 days? Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment, then shook his head. Pull back. Diving. A competition that spells out skill scores. I can't get into it. Quan Hong greedy and Chen Yusher he knew. The two little girls were also big celebrities now. The women's double diving competition. They also got a gold medal for China. And the two have sucked in countless fans with their quirky post-game personalities. By the way, one more piece of good news for you guys. Coach Wang Mu suddenly added. What's the good news? Wasn't Xiaoming's 50m also fourth place? Wang Mu held up his cell phone, since that pretty country runner who got a medal in the 50-meter was also a relay runner. So, wow, really, that's great too. Pan Zhanle instantly just realized what this good news was. Wang Xiaoming also smiled helplessly. It seems that due to the pretty country player being banned and cancelling his results, he himself has gone along with the trend to take the bronze medal. Alas, thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming then sighed. Pan Zhanle looked at Wang Xiaoming's appearance and was directly puzzled. I mean brother, what are you sighing for? One more medal. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, shook his head. It looks like I'm going to have to let go of a bit of water in the later matches, or else my pre-match declaration that putting up a finger is losing a medal is going to be broken. Jing. The scene was quiet. This was followed by a thunderous applause. Brother Ming, I have to say, you've got a really mellow yet elegant way of pretending to be more than that. Pan Zhanle bluntly, directly as to say his inner thoughts out. Good man, that's a pussy. Do you really want to win all the swimming medals? Pull it down Ming, you'd better practice your butterfly swimming posture with me first you. Pan Zhanle said, just to go into the water again to correct Wang Xiaoming's posture. However, at this time, Wang Xiaoming was waving his hand, full of concern. No need. All the postures swimming. I've already mastered all of them. Panjandrum? Chapter 51 Generous Reward. Wang Xiaoming and Panjanla's bet. Ding! As Phelps has been banned. All race records are cancelled. Congratulations to the host, who has comprehensively broken all of Phelps' records. Rewards being drawn. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Master Synchronized Swimming. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Gatorade Time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Magical 502 Blue. When the system voice sounded in his head, Wang Xiaoming was all of a sudden smiling. I didn't realize that Phelps had made a success of himself by making a fool of himself. It's called something. It's called do or die. Moreover, the rewards received this time were even more powerful. 2 skills, 1 item. The backbone that Wang Xiaoming dared to be so confident about Pan Zhanle's questioning was from the skill, Master Synchronized Swimming. Master Synchronized Swimming, passive. You are comfortable with any type of swimming in any position. It's like a snowball in the sky. For the butterfly, which is what you are now training for. Its role is to take you from introductory to the point where you can win an Olympic gold medal. And it's not just the butterfly. The backstroke, the breaststroke themselves are all directly masters in their own right. That reward alone is outrageous. Not to mention the later skill, Gatorade Time. Gatorade Time greatly increases the user's stamina limit, and can instantly restore a portion of the user's stamina after activation. The higher the level, the higher the recovery. It's also a god technique. First of all, he passively raises his stamina limit, and when he activates it, he even recovers a portion of his stamina. Although he had completed the assassin's mission before, his own physical attributes were already strong. But no matter how strong one is, there comes a time when one's strength is exhausted, doesn't it? After all, one is a human being, not a god. But with this skill, even if you get into some kind of siege situation, then you won't be afraid to sue for your physical strength. As for the newly acquired items, a bottle of glue? It seems to work to make up for all items that were destroyed, but the parts didn't disappear. But it should be useless stuff for now. Temporarily collecting his thoughts, Wang Xiaoming looked at Pan Zhanle and said, "Shall we compare? Just compare. Who's afraid?" Pan Zhanle said with an awesome boom. Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir, on the other hand, looked at the two men suspiciously. Puzzled, he asked Zhang Zhanshua, "What are the two of them talking about?" At the beginning, Pan Zhanle said he would teach Wang Xiaoming butterfly swimming. The two were already puzzled. A swimming god like Wang Xiaoming, you say you're going to teach him butterfly swimming. Who the hell is teaching who? However, Zhang Zhanshua's words made the two of them directly a whole black question mark. Ming, he doesn't actually know how to butterfly. He only knows how to freestyle. What? The two people, Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir, were stunned. You mean Ming doesn't know how to butterfly? This isn't a joke, is it? Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir didn't believe it at all. If it was said that Wang Xiaoming he was not proficient in butterfly swimming, that would be understandable. After all, everyone has a program they specialize in. Pan Zhanle, for example, specializes in freestyle. But as long as you're a professional swimmer, even if you only specialize in one event, all the other swims, at least, belong to the point of proficiency. Now you're saying that Wang Xiaoming, a freestyle god, can't do butterfly? Who would believe that? I'm not lying. Just now when you guys didn't come, Brother Ming he's been practicing for a long time. Zhang Zhanshua's serious look didn't seem like a joke. It was only at this point that Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir accepted this. And what about Mingo's talk of participating in the butterfly later? Yeah, so he's training hard right now. I'll go. Proly? That's right. It's light even if it's not fast, Zhang Zhanshua said with a smile. This time, Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir really wouldn't. Then we start now? Wang Xiaoming asked. He couldn't wait to try out the power of his new skills, and all the other teammates were glaring at the two from the sidelines, anticipating the rest of the match. Granted, Wang is a freestyle god. However, having just seen Wang Xiaoming's awkward butterfly swimming position, they felt that absolutely Pan Zhanle would win this one. Pan Zhanle nodded and was about to start when he suddenly yelled again. Wait, what's wrong again? Wang Xiaoming asked. Pan Zhanle hemmed and hawed and laughed. Brother Ming, what's the point of comparing this look to the light? Why don't we have a bit of color? Colorful? Wang Xiaoming laughed a little. Yes, you say it. Tell you what, Brother Ming, Pan Zhanle thought for a moment. We won't play big either. If you lose, just give me 10 autographed pictures. If I lose, I'll give you 10 autographed pictures. This statement instantly caused several of his teammates around him to laugh. Ha ha ha, Pan Zhanle, you're such a bad person. Can your autograph photo be compared to my Brother Ming's autograph photo? Shame on you. The two of them, Quan Hong Greedy and Chen Yushir, followed suit. For a moment, Pan Zhanle's face was red. However, Wang Xiaoming was patting Pan Zhanle's shoulder. Your autographed photos are not bad, but I can't ask for that many. How about this? If I win, how about you help me collect the autographed photos of all the Chinese players participating in the Olympics this time? As for me, I'll give you as many autographed pictures as you want. Pan Zhanle was instantly energized upon hearing this. You know, your own phone is all over the place right now. Classmates, brothers, friends, family relatives, all of them were asking for autographed photos of themselves asking for Kodomine. Originally, he was still embarrassed to ask Wang Xiaoming for so many autographed photos. There you go, all done. As for if you can't win, no way. Pan Zhanle then never thought he would lose. Not if it's freestyle. Butterfly? Gentle laughter. And besides Wang Xiaoming's side, Zhang Zhanshua and the others who were watching from the side were also not willing to be left alone. Let's not just look at it. How about we play some bets too? Yeah, Wang Shun was the older player on the team. I'll sit on the bank. Come on, place your bets now. Xiao Pan is 1 to 0.5. Xiaoming is 1 to 10 now. Come and place your bets. In an instant, Zhang Zhanshua and the others placed their bets. I vote for Pan Jimlu. I'm voting for Brother Loki too. Me too. Without exception, almost everyone was betting on Pan Zhanle to win, because they had seen Wang Xiaoming's previous butterfly stroke. No one thought that Wang Xiaoming could win against Pan Zhanle. While looking at his players gambling openly there, Coach Wang Mu blew his beard and came to the side of a few people. What for? That coach, we'll just play around. No big deal, Zhang Zhanshua hurriedly explained. Instead, Coach Wang Mu was disgruntled. Just know how to play by yourself, and don't bring me one. I'm betting on Pan Jimlu to win. $100. Why are you all like this? None of you believe in Brother Ming? In the end, everyone pressed Pan Zhanle to win. The only two people who chose to believe Wang Xiaoming were Quan Hongreedy and Chen Yushi. We're both betting on Ming to win. Also a bob of dollars. Chapter 52 Butterfly Swimming Trial. Shocking the crowd. 200 Actually, no matter what type, all of Wachovia is in short supply. Not to mention freestyle, the most lacking are butterfly and backstroke. The backstroke is topped by only one Su Jiayu, which can be said to be the only sole male member of the Chinese swim team. And what about the butterfly? It's straight up no masters. As Wang Xiaoming and Pan Zhanle were ready, the 200-meter butterfly competition was about to start. Wang Mu, on the other hand, said to Pan Zhanle on the side, your brother Ming's posture is still uncorrected right now, so you let him know. I know. Pan Zhanle bristled. Let's get started. I'm ready to punch the meter. With the whistle in Wang Mu's hand, there was a beep. The two jumped into the water at almost the same time. I'll go. Ming's reaction speed is fine now. It's on par with Lizi. Zhang Zhanshua was shocked by Wang Xiaoming's jump. After all, before that, Wang Xiaoming's entry into the water was still just a lump. It was entirely through his unrivaled acceleration and amazing stamina that he pulled away from the others. However, it had only been 2 days, and he had already started at a point where he was on par with Pan Zhanle. At this time, Wang Xiaoming had already entered the water, and the various tips and tricks of the butterfly swimming position, which he had not been familiar with before, appeared in his mind like a habitual memory at this time, driving his muscle memory. In Wang Mu's eyes, Wang Xiaoming was simply a gifted swimming genius. It's okay, this posture, it's quite standard. Chen Yushi looked at Wang Xiaoming's butterfly stroke and made an appreciative sound, but Coach Wang Mu is shaking his head. This is just starting out. Wang Xiaoming can clearly remember the butterfly position in his mind is not too much. I'm afraid that when he swims to the back, he can't help but deform his movements. 25 Wang Xiaoming is still a head gap behind Pan Zhanle, but when he came to 50 Wang Xiaoming was the one who had already caught up with Pan Zhanle's body position and was neck and neck with him. At this moment, Wang Mu stared dead center at Wang Xiaoming in the pool. Before he and Wang Xiaoming had especially emphasized that the butterfly turn and the freestyle turn were two ways that were worlds apart. Wang Xiaoming has held on for 50 and his movements haven't been distorted yet. Wang Mu has been very elated. If this turnaround he can keep, then Wang Mu had to admit that Wang Xiaoming truly was a swimming genius. Wow! The 50 came in a flash, and Wang Xiaoming's posture remained standard. I'll go. Brother Ming's turn. Beautiful. Zhang Zhanshua let out a shocked voice when he saw Wang Xiaoming's turn in the pool at once. In his opinion, it was already impressive that Wang Xiaoming could maintain the standard butterfly stroke position of 50 but he hadn't expected even the turning posture to be so standard. Over. With Coach Wang Mu's low roar, the crowd had by now realized that at this time, Wang Xiaoming had already surpassed Pan Zhanle on the side. I'll be damned. No way. When did Ming become so good at butterfly swimming? He's not pretending to be a pig, is he? Didn't Ming not know how to butterfly just now? Too fierce? Is this a genius? Just 2 strokes and you've learned the butterfly stroke technique? All the swimmers in the room were dumbfounded. You know, Pan Zhanle's butterfly swimming is not a strong point, but it's not something that can be compared to the average person. With this strength, you were overtaken by Wang Xiaoming in just 150 m? And it's the same Wang Xiaoming who was learning butterfly swimming skills with Pan Zhanle 5 minutes ago? Looking at Wang Xiaoming in the pool, who had begun to pull away from Pan Zhanle, the crowd knew that Pan Zhanle had lost his momentum. It's basically impossible to catch up, because Wang Xiaoming's acceleration and physical strength, that was not comparable to Pan Zhanle. Originally, Pan Zhanle's strengths were in starting diving and familiarity with the butterfly, but at this moment, looking at Wang Xiaoming who had mastered the butterfly stroke, they knew that the race was out of doubt. Didn't you guys say that brother Xiaoming doesn't know how to butterfly swim? Chen Yushi asked with a crooked head. Zhang Zhanshua, on the other hand, was bitter. Really? Why would I lie to you? Just now, brother Ming was still learning butterfly swimming skills from brother Lu. Quan Hong greedy, however, pointed at Wang Xiaoming who was about to reach the shore in the pool and said, "Is this what you said about not being able to butterfly swim? It's good that we didn't fall for it, or else we would have lost a bob. Ha ha ha." Hearing Quan Hong greedy and Chen Yushi's words, Su Jiayu, who was sitting at the bank, was full of bitter smiles. If I had known, I wouldn't have set such high odds for Wang Xiaoming. Carefully calculated, the swimming team of more than 10 people all pressed the Pan Zhanle win. Should have made a big fortune in the night snack money, but these two girl dolls, one of them pressed Wang Xiaoming for a bob of dollars. That's $2,000 gone. In contrast, instead of making a profit, he lost money. He looked at Wang Xiaoming somewhat incredulously and really didn't know why. Why did he, who was obviously unskilled in the butterfly position just now, become a butterfly master all of a sudden at this moment? Is it possible that he's really a genius? On the contrary, on Wang Xiaoming's side, he competed in the butterfly 200 m. At this point it was just the last 50 m. Pan Zhanle surged his entire body in preparation for the punch. However, he was feeling a sense of powerlessness. In his afterglow, he couldn't see anything clear though. However, he could still feel that Wang Xiaoming, who was on the side, had overtaken him in the first 50 meters, and the 150 m that followed were pulling away from themselves at all times. That's a great sprint. Ming. Originally this acceleration was a superb advantage for Ming. Now that he has mastered the butterfly position, wouldn't that mean, the many swimmers on the team look at me and I look at you? In their minds, it was as if another gold medal was going to belong to China. Coach Wang Mu also looked dumbfounded. He knew that Wang Xiaoming was a genius, but he didn't expect it to be this genius. In just a few minutes, he had mastered the butterfly stroke. Not only that, he was once again shocked by Wang Xiaoming's explosive power. A 200 meters. Surprisingly the hole dumped Pan Zhanle nearly 2 m distance. What a concept. Mind you, a body is only about 6'8". It doesn't sound like much for 2 meters, but from the gods' perspective of them coaches, that's a world of difference between the two in the pool. In other words, Wang Xiaoming was a full second faster than Pan Zhanle. A body position is so much time difference. Moreover, in Wang Mu's eyes, Wang Xiaoming hadn't even put out his full strength. On the contrary, Pan Zhanle had already been a bit anxious and his movements were a bit deformed. Snap! After a few seconds passed, Wang Xiaoming violently touched the shore. In an instant, the entire pool training ground exploded. Winning. Really winning. It's still so easy to win. Coach, how much time did Ming take? Zhang Zhanshua couldn't wait to ask. Only Wang Mu looked incredulously at the stopwatch in his hand, then exploded all of a sudden. Holy, I forgot to push the stopwatch. Chapter 53, the butterfly race begins with Stickman backstabbing Wang Xiaoming. I'll go. Coach, don't mess with it. Zhang Zhanshua was instantly just stunned. What's the situation? How could his own coach, who has always been extremely disciplined in his approach to the game, make such a cheap mistake as not pressing the stopwatch? I'm just focused on watching them play. Wang Mu looked at the stopwatch in his hand at this point in time and fell into deep thought. 1 hour 50 minutes and 36 seconds. In other words, deduct the few seconds you forgot to hold it down. Wang has swum into the 150. What is this achievement? On the side, Zhang Zhanshua's eyes widened. He remembers that the best he could do on the playing field, as best he could, was only about 155, I think, and that finish is already in the top 3 for the Wahini. And, this was still a situation where Wang Xiaoming did not even try his best. Also, Pan Zhanle is the king of freestyle though, but his best time in the 200-meter freestyle was 144. His butterfly, on the other hand, was a full 7 or 8 seconds slower than his freestyle. He's not like the Sun Yang of old. That was an all-rounder from 200 m to 1500 m, but at the moment, Wang Xiaoming was Sun Yang in Wang Mu's eyes. It's more of a beefed-up version of Sun Jan. For a moment, Wang Mu was in tears. Coach, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly crying? Everyone else was going forward to greet Wang Xiaoming and Pan Zhanle who had come over. Zhang Zhanshua, however, was on the sidelines and saw his own coach secretly wiping tears there. Upon hearing Zhang Zhenshua's question, Wang Mu then wiped off his own small pearls before saying, "Alas, if Sun Yang were still around, along with Xiaoming, maybe we might actually be able to bag a swimming medal." Zhang Zhenshua all of a sudden first sighed, then said with a smile, "Isn't it okay for Ming to be alone now?" Wang Mu shook his head and didn't say anything more. Zhang Jim-suk is still a kid, and he generally doesn't try to demotivate him. But for all his talk about Wang Xiaoming being able to take all the medals, he had thought about it before. But it's just a thought. How can such a thing actually be realized? Let's not even talk about the fact that he has to be proficient in every program, but his stamina is impossible. On the last day, the 1500m and 400m events were held back to back. Do you think your Ming is really Superman? Shaking his head, Wang Mu brought Zhang Zhenshua to meet the two who had finished the match as well. And at this time, Wang Xiaoming had long been surrounded by the crowd. "I'll go to Brother Ming. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or not?" This was what Zhang Zhenshua said. "Xiaoming, you've made me lose a lot of money." This is what Wang Shun said. "Brother Ming, you're too handsome." This was what Quan Hong Greedy said. "That, Brother Ming, can you give me an autograph?" This was what Chang Yushir said. Anyway, everyone was shocked. Pan Zhanle, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. He didn't even know what was happening at all. He himself was obviously giving Wang Xiaoming instructions on butterfly swimming movements earlier. How is it that in this race, you've overtaken yourself to the point where you can't even eat your tailpipe? Brother Ming, tell me honestly, do you know butterfly swimming at all and are deliberately teasing me, aren't you? Pan Zhanle gasped and asked. Wang Xiaoming looked at him like that and could not bear to hit him, so he nodded. "Ah yes, I'm actually the best at butterfly swimming. It was all for modesty just now. Ha ha ha, I told you, how could it be? How could you?" Pan Zhanle was directly crying as he spoke. "How could you possibly be best at swimming? Ming, you still lied to me." After saying that, he left the training ground and ran towards the dormitory. "Don't bother with him, he often likes to go crazy." Wang Mu stopped Wang Xiaoming from trying to stop Pan Zhanle. Afterwards, he said to him, "You should also go and rest. There's still a little bit of time left before the match later on. You just have to play consistently and medals are not a problem." Now, it was no longer a matter of focusing on whether Wang Xiaoming really didn't know how to butterfly swim before or not. The most important thing nowadays was to let Wang Xiaoming rest up for the competition later, so that he could win in one fell swoop. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the time for rest was just past, and the men's butterfly 200m race in the afternoon came as promised. As countries entered one by one, the atmosphere was getting closer and closer to the top. It wasn't until the appearance of the hot man that the scene was lit straight up. Let's welcome our 6th gold medalist and Dream Slam contestant, Wang Xiaoming. Boom! The scene instantly erupted into thunderous applause. Also, the red flag was dancing on the spot as if it were a red hurricane. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming was like the faith of the Chinese audience. As soon as they came out, they were given an honor that none of the players had ever enjoyed. And at this time, all the coaches, players from all the countries were also staring at Wang Xiaoming, especially the last group, the pretty country players. Thanks to Wang Xiaoming, it caused their country to lose 2 medals, also lost several competent swimmers. It can be said that this Olympic swimming competition no longer has much to do with them. In addition, there are players and coaches from the stick country. Only a few people were whispering about something. When you get close, you can hear the surprise of the baseball coach. "What did you say? Are you telling the truth?" "I can assure you, coach, there's no mistaking it. If Wang Xiaoming didn't know butterfly swimming at all before, but is now learning it temporarily, then our chances of winning a medal are much higher." It turned out that this runner was the previous 4*100m relay runner. And, when I went to thank Wang Xiaoming, I happened to run into him practicing his butterfly stroke positions and techniques. So when he came back, the first thing he did was tell his coach. In that case, all of pretty country's starters are banned. It's not like Wang Xiaoming of China is a butterfly swimmer at all. He was feeling like that gold medal in the 200-meter butterfly was beckoning to him at this point. However, you shouldn't take him lightly. His acceleration ability, it's terrifying. However, the coach was still uneasy and urged. Nevertheless, that stick country competitor didn't care at all. "Don't worry, coach, if he accelerates as hard as he did in freestyle, he'll definitely be in an uncoordinated position. In that case, you can report him to the organizing committee. Failure to use the prescribed swim stroke is grounds for disqualification." When the coach heard this, he hemmed and hawed. "Ha ha, it's still you who thought it through, and it looks like, this time, we'll be able to get another medal in." "No, coach, I'm confident that this time, I'll get the gold medal. Go for it." Naturally, no one knew what was happening over here. Wang Xiaoming also wouldn't know that the stick country player who had just knelt down and hugged his thigh to thank him, At the moment it was thinking about how to backstab him. Perhaps this is a uniquely stick-like habit. Chapter 54, 8th place? No, I'm going to let 7 chase 1. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinese time. A lot of people are on the clock at the moment, but the last swimming race of the day at the Paris Olympics, 200-meter butterfly, about to start. Responsible for commentating on this game is the former women's athlete Fu Yuanhui. Sitting next to him is still the CCTV that already do not know how many times the voice of the gold medal commentator, cowing glorious bastard. Attention, everyone, the intense 200-meter butterfly race is about to begin, and our Chinese player is still the arrogant and unbeatable player Wang Xiaoming. Niao Hao looked at Fu Yuanhui on the side and asked, "Hello, Fu Yuanhui, it seems that our Chinese butterfly swimming has always been at a disadvantage before this, but this time, do you think anything will turn up?" Fu Yuanhui smiled, then said, "That's for sure. After all, there's a lot of talent this time around. Not to mention, there's a genius like Wang Xiaoming. Ha ha ha. So do you think that the gold medal, this time, will be ours in the bag?" This time Fu Yuanhui was shaking her head. "If we're talking about medals, we should have a good chance, but the gold medal, it's a bit dangerous. Although it is said that the main player of the pretty country is banned for some reasons, but the butterfly has always been our weakest event, and there are even more kangaroo country players and romantic country players out there who are eyeing on us, so it's hard to get this gold medal. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it still takes a professional athlete to have more insight." The CCTV commentator nodded and continued, "Alright, our contestants have begun to take the stage. Wang Xiaoming has come out. This player is like a magical wind blowing into the Olympic arena, and his name is blowing around the world again like a raging tornado. It's not often that we get to see a player who can play several sports as well as he does and get gold medals in all of them. It's a world of breakthroughs. In the butterfly, which is the weakest category in China, the coach sent him out again, and he seems to be very confident that he will win a medal, even a non-swimmer. If you've followed the Olympics, all know that the Huaxia butterfly has not won a medal for a long time, and now, let Wang Xiaoming be in charge of this competition. You can see how much confidence the coaching staff has in them. The Chinese team is in the third lane, flanked by players from the Kingdom of the Rods, and on the other side by players from the Kingdom of the Kangaroos. Game on. Wang Xiaoming was the first to directly fish leap into the water. Its reaction time directly shocked all the audience in the room for a small moment. They still vaguely remembered that starting out this was Wang Xiaoming's weakness. But now, only a few days have passed. Just train it already? And the pretty country players, who had hopes of winning the title, are without their starter. Sure enough, the competition has been disqualified. Straight off the bat is 8th place. The Kangaroo Nation player, on the other hand, was 0.2 seconds faster than Wang Xiaoming and was temporarily in first place. Way to go, Ming! Charge! A ride! A ride! The Chinese players on the sidelines all shouted. In front of the TV, in the CCTV commentary room, everyone was watching Wang Xiaoming start with rapt attention. However, although Wang Xiaoming started much faster, he still didn't rush in first. It's just third in the ground for now. What's going on here? Did Wang Xiaoming's unique acceleration skill not come into play? As the commentator spoke, the stick country players on the side had rushed up, and this scene was a direct climax for the coach and other teammates of the baseball country off the field, because they knew that Wang Xiaoming butterfly swimming was not skillful at all. Therefore, for this medal competition, they directly kicked Wang Xiaoming out of the competition, and while they were thinking about it, the stick country players had already caught up, and Wang Xiaoming was instantly in fourth. Immediately after, the romantic nation runners also caught up, and behind them was the pretty nation. In an instant, Wang Xiaoming unexpectedly dropped from third, directly to 8th. All the spectators all tensed up in an instant. Several members of the Chinese swimming team, Pan Zhanle, were also puzzled. At this point everyone is wondering what the hell is going on. Obviously Wang Xiaoming already knew butterfly swimming before, but now, how come it's like this again? The first 50m turn, Wang Xiaoming was at the last one. At this point the CCTV commentator was getting a little desperate. It doesn't matter. Player Wang Xiaoming has already created a legend, and it's a courageous thing for him to stand up in our China's most disadvantaged program. People have lost hope in Wang Xiaoming's statement, but one wouldn't blame him for that. After all, everyone knows that the Chinese butterfly stroke really just doesn't work. And off the field the stick country players were excited and thrilled. One less Wang Xiaoming and one less pretty country player. They, again, are going to medal. At this moment, the Chinese audience couldn't help but recall the Sun Yang of the past. How great it would be if Sun Jian was here. The man who can do anything in any program. Unfortunately, Sun Yan only had one and was banned. Believe in China. Believe in the swimming team. Believe in Wang Xiaoming. We must. CCTV commentators have not finished their words. They saw that Wang Xiaoming has begun to accelerate. Oh my god, Wang Xiaoming's famous stunt is already about to be unleashed. Everyone look at Wang Xiaoming's legs. He's swinging rapidly. He's activated his skill. He's overtaken the pretty country player in front of him in a matter of 5 meters. At this point, Wang Xiaoming is already 7th. Wang Xiaoming is still accelerating. Come on, charge. The CCTV commentary has gone a little crazy. Anyone who sees a bit of hope in the most desperate of times will turn out to be like this. The reason why Wang Xiaoming was like this was because he wanted to see how his turbo duck, which had just been upgraded to LV3, would be enhanced. As it turns out, it's kinda nice. It was even better than before. Only needing to make a slight move of his own, he could instantly cut these little foreigners down to size. The waves brought by Wang Xiaoming's legs were not much more violent than the first 50m. His speed is also a far cry from his previous 50m. In front of him was a Brazilian runner, and in just a blink of an eye, he was easily overtaken by Wang Xiaoming. 6th place, 5th place, 4th place, just 150 meters. He is the one who has passed 3 players. Unbeknownst to him, danger was approaching, and off the field, the coach of the baseball country as well as his teammates had long since stared in utter disbelief at what was happening. What the hell? I thought he didn't know how to butterfly? How do I know? My god. He doesn't want to make 7 chase 1. Chapter 55, A Ride to the Top. The Yankees folded. Wang Xiaoming's chase didn't stop there. Here are the stick country players. Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming is already neck and neck with the players from the stick country. Can he surpass it? Can he surpass it? The top 3, right now, are Kangaroo Nation, Stick Nation, and Romance Nation players. There were still 120m to go in the race, but Wang was now the fastest of the few. The big screen showed that Wang Xiaoming's speed, surprisingly, had reached 1.9m per second. The fastest Kangaroo Nation runner ahead was just 1.8m per second. So it's only a matter of time before we pass the first few players. Over. Wang Xiaoming passed another one. 3rd. Wang Xiaoming was 3rd at this point. It's unbelievable. Wang Xiaoming instantly rebounded, coming from the 8th to the 3rd, and his speed is still accelerating. Still accelerating. Can he perform another miracle? Wang Xiaoming was still nearly a body length away from the second place runner in front of him, and sensing the furious sound of Wang Xiaoming's fluttering water from the side, a few players on the side, all knew that at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was not far away from them. As a result, they are also working harder. 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Wang Xiaoming is going to catch up with the Romantic Nation contestant. Oh my god, just 1 finger away. The CCTV commentator hissed. It's so combustible. Too excited. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would be able to come in last place and directly rebound to the second place position? He is, it seems, truly on the verge of creating a legend. Way to go, Ming. Charge, Ming. Just 1 more to go. Punch punch punch. Gold medal. Get the gold medal. The entire swimming competition, the Chinese athletes, and the spectators were all staring at the big screen. Only the last 50 meters remain. Everyone is holding their breath in their hearts. Just 1 step away. China is about to get another gold medal. At this point, Wang Xiaoming had already surpassed the second place Romantic Nation player, and the first place Kangaroo Nation player felt, more and more strongly, a huge wave coming from his rear. It was inexplicably oppressive. It made him all feel a deep sense of suffocation. Just as he was just in the midst of feeling this sensation, in just 2 seconds, he was changing his breath when he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow on the side. How can it be? So fast. He clearly remembered that there was no one on his side for the first 100 meters or so. Eat raw. Wang Xiaoming had gone from being ahead of distance behind the first place finisher to being neck and neck with him at this point. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Kangaroo Nation player snapped. Just what he didn't know was that his own magic power was just like a child's in front of Wang Xiaoming. Turbo duck. In front of Wang Xiaoming, there were no more opponents. Only one of the Kangaroo Nation players on the sidelines who was still struggling. But just ahead is the last 50m turn. Sorry my friend, I'll go first, Wang Xiaoming thought in his mind. Immediately after that, there was a sharp turn. Feel the power of the skill within you. The paddling got faster and faster, and the power in his feet got stronger and stronger. The way her legs were swinging, one couldn't help but feel as if she was seeing an electric fan that was spinning like crazy. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's acceleration instantly came to its maximum. Watching this last turn, everyone at the scene clenched their fists and held their breath. The full 200m comes at the end where it counts. Win or lose, it's all about the win. And the big display was showing the acceleration of the top 3. 2. 15 meters per second. 1. 8 meters per second. And 1. 79 meters per second. Wang Xiaoming's speed at this moment had unexpectedly surpassed 2m per second. What an outburst it was. Over. Oh my god. Over. Wang Xiaoming has now overtaken the Kangaroo Nation player, and at this point, he's in first place. The CCTV commentary roared. It's crazy. It's crazy. Wang Xiaoming has created a miracle. He finished making 7 chasing 1. Snap, almost in the blink of an eye. Wang Xiaoming then raised his hand to touch the line and crossed the 200m finish line. Touchdown. Champ. We are the champions. Wang Xiaoming created a miracle. Created a miracle. He beat Kangaroo Nation. He beat Romance Nation. For our Chinese team, win a gold medal here. It's amazing. It's amazing. The CCTV commentator finished yelling in one breath, followed by sitting on his butt on a stool, panting heavily. Let's congratulate Wang Xiaoming. The incomparable gold medal with gold content. The gold medal in the men's butterfly 200m hasn't been seen in how many years? Fu Yuanhui was also excited and couldn't stop clapping her hands. The entire competition site, the moment the final results appeared, also instantly exploded. Winner. First place. Another gold medal. Another gold medal. Coach Wang Mu, who was on the side, directly jumped up violently. Pan Zhanle, Zhang Zhanshua and the others also hugged each other fiercely. It's so exciting. So hot. What a miracle. What does it mean to show the world and let 7 chase 1? From the 8th to the 1st. Completing a stunning comeback. Cry. Cry. We're champions again. Yeah. Wang Xiaoming. God. Really God. What do you mean? It's awesome. Countless Chinese viewers will remember what happened today fondly in the near future. Because it was the most memorable experience of their lives. Wang, on the other hand, climbed out of the pool with ease. A little wave of the hand toward all of them. In this match, he had completely understood the terror of his skills. Easy takedown. It's really easy. The players from other countries, on the other hand, were lying unbelievably in the pool. Looking up at the time on the big screen, he was lost in thought. Is this Wang Xiaoming's true strength? It's horrible. This player, not only is he so good at freestyle, he's also so good at butterfly? Is it true that he's going to bag all the gold medals in swimming? In the beginning, they had always thought that Pan Zhanle was the strongest player in China. But at this point it seems they were all wrong. That was awesome. Ming, Pan Zhanle, Zhang Zhanshua and the others instantly ran towards Wang Xiaoming and hugged him fiercely. The Kangaroo country player, at this time, was also walking slowly towards Wang Xiaoming. This was followed by bending his most precious waist towards Wang Xiaoming. Ming, you are just too strong. Please accept my respect. Wang Xiaoming's toughness, surprisingly, directly convinced the other national players present. This scene was even more shocking when it fell in the eyes of the Chinese audience. In contrast, the pretty country player was there wiping himself off, looking at the results with a face full of resignation. The eyes that looked at Wang Xiaoming were also full of hatred and jealousy. Chapter 56, they fell before I could make a move. Let's go, brother Ming, a bunch of purple potato spirits. It's disgusting to watch. Pan Zhanle came up and helped Wang Xiaoming, led him toward the claiming area. Then after receiving the award, it was back to the interview area. At this point in the interview area, a large group of reporters had long been assembled, especially the Chinese journalists in the front, but also came 5 or 6 waves of media. And naturally, everyone's target was the strongest swimmer who was now holding the gold medal, Wang Xiaoming. Hello, Xiaoming, congratulations on another gold medal. What do you want to say to everyone now? The reporter asked. Wang Xiaoming, however, was blunt. What's good to say? Well, everyone study hard and get better every day. A sentence that directly amused everyone in the audience. Nice guy. When did you get so chatty? So, may I ask Ming, did you panic when you fell behind at the beginning? The reporter asked again. This time, on the other hand, Wang Xiaoming was less gaggy. He first pretended to be surprised, then asked Pan Zhanle, who was on the side, did I just start out all behind? When Pan Zhanle heard Wang Xiaoming's words, he was first stunned, then smiled bitterly. Brother Ming, don't say you don't know. It was then that Wang Xiaoming realized, so I was behind at the beginning. I thought I was number 1 at the beginning. You guys told me. I would have had to speed up sooner. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, the reporters at the scene all laughed out loud. You're a good guy, aren't you? It's not bad for the young people nowadays. They just talk so well. You mean you haven't used all your strength yet? As expected, Wang Xiaoming's next sentence confirmed their suspicions. He was seen shaking his head and speaking to the camera. Ugh, they went down before I could even make a move. In an instant, the entire room of Chinese journalists burst out laughing, and other national journalists were uncertain on the sidelines. And just as Wang Xiaoming was talking and laughing with his own reporter, a reporter from a pretty country on the sidelines was the one who broke the harmony. Hello, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, may I ask what is your opinion of the Olympic Organizing Committee regarding this banned incident? When these words came out, the entire room instantly fell silent. Well, that's not an easy question to answer. If you're not careful, you'll say something bad, and you'll be offending the organizing committee. Wang Xiaoming was also aware of this, and he looked at the reporter who asked the question with a smile, then slowly said, for this incident, I just want to say that the organizing committee has rules for the organizing committee. Those who don't follow the rules naturally receive punishment. After saying this, Wang Xiaoming was again pulling the pretty country reporter. By the way, I'd actually like to mention that I hope the organizing committee will lift Sun Yang's ban early. I'd love to have a fight with him. When these words came out, the Chinese audience all quieted down. The name Sun Yang was strange yet familiar. When you think about it, it seems like Sun Jian has been gone from view for a couple of years now. At this time, Sun Yang's home in Kyoto, he has long been in tears. After the interview, Wang Xiaoming realized the little fat man who was yelling at him in the audience. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Wei had also chatted over the past few days. Ming, sign. These little foreigners want your autograph. Zhang Wei shouted there, still holding the hat t-shirt with Wang Xiaoming's name printed on it. Needless to say, this kid must be using his name to pretend to be a bully again. But it doesn't matter. It's normal. After signing for Zhang Wei, it's the appropriate medical checkup. Of course, this was normal procedure and was not directed at Wang Xiaoming. And it's not just Wang Xiaoming. Because of the last incident, the testing of all the campaigns against China is now becoming much less. Back in the backyard, Wang Xiaoming's gold medal was worn around by Pan Zhanle Zhang Zhanshua and others, putting it in their hands and loving it. Holy, Ming is awesome. Another gold medal. Too fierce, Ming, too fierce. Ming, are you still letting us live or not? How else are we going to get a medal for this? I mean, don't you guys have it? Still so rare? Wang Xiaoming was puzzled. So many people were frolicking with Wang Xiaoming. A few days down the line, it seemed as if Wang Xiaoming had long been integrated into a few people. It became a meat and potatoes. After chatting for a while, a few people also all went back to the Olympic Village. Tomorrow, it's several more games. But today, Wang Xiaoming was going to have a good rest, though he is physically strong. But after a whole day of this kind of consumption, even an Iron Man would be tired. Soon, after washing up, Wang Xiaoming fell headfirst onto the bed. It was followed by a whimper of sleep. And while he slept, information was rapidly festering on the internet. Those who didn't have time to watch the Olympics during the day were quick to pick up their cell phones at night to check up on the number of gold medals in China. After all, Wang Xiaoming is so hot right now. Everyone wants to pay attention to what's going on with him. When people saw the rows and rows of hot searches about Wang Xiaoming, everyone was boiling with excitement. Holy, another gold medal. It was awesome. Sure enough, Wang Xiaoming is invincible. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, letting the 7 catch up to 1, and winning the gold medal. You guys collapsed before I even pushed? It turns out that the other national players didn't even force out half of Wang Xiaoming's strength. In the end, who can stop Wang Xiaoming in this Olympics? Not at all. A super hot chase, and see how Wang Xiaoming rides it out. A match that will go down in history. Wang Xiaoming even hopes to have a good fight with Sun Yang after the match. Olympic King, Wang Xiaoming, one hot search. All about Wang Xiaoming. Overnight, he was once again a sensation all over the internet. Even the matches with him are rapidly festering throughout the internet. Everyone was watching the video of his fight and what he said after the fight. Everyone also has something to look forward to. It was only when people started looking for information about what Wang Xiaoming had been. Instead, one finds that very little information can be found. In addition to the place of birth, the school of attendance, not a clue. There hasn't even been a single message from the race ever. This made everyone speculate about what Wang Xiaoming used to do. The first person in the Olympics. The past life is a confusing one. Not only that, but there are many brands that are also contacting Wang Xiaoming's family, trying to pick up his various endorsements. Among them, what Nike, Audi, all kinds of big international brands. Only, no one has found any bit of information about Wang Xiaoming's family. Even if they found the school where Wang Xiaoming was, the teachers and principals inside didn't have all kinds of information about Wang Xiaoming's family. Chapter 57 Athletics Goddess Attacks. The whole network's hot topic is naturally unknown to Wang Xiaoming. He slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. Today's game doesn't start until the afternoon. So, he got up and also finished his breakfast and started training up his skills. Instead, Wang Mu went to the playing field with the women's team. The morning was basically all women's swimming. In the 200-meter backstroke, it was Su Jiayu, the only backstroke swimmer. Yi Shi-wen, on the other hand, is a talented swimmer in the 200 breaststroke. Too bad it didn't survive the developmental hurdle, swimming lap after lap in the pool. Wang Xiaoming, it was also smooth to upgrade all of his skills altogether. The most amazing one is master synchronized swimming. His mind was thorough about other strokes swimming as well. The swims are all coordinated as well. Even the breaststroke, the backstroke, were becoming more and more skillful in their own minds. It was at this moment that Wang Xiaoming truly became a synchronized swimming master. Wang also took the gold medal in the morning match without any doubt. At this point, he has arguably become a swimming legend. There are still only a few last items left. If Wang Xiaoming really ends up with all the gold medals, then he really is about to perform a miracle on the swim meet. At lunchtime, Wang Xiaoming was already able to realize that all the team members around him were all paying attention to him. Not only that, but after he sat down with his plate, there was suddenly an extra plate next to him as well. Brother Ming, it's really you. Brother Ming, my name is Xia Shining, can I get to know you? Shannon? Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment. Isn't this the track team running? He subconsciously raised his head, and then a delicate yet wild face was reflected in his eyes. Skin is fair and translucent due to regular exercise. Large eyes, as if they had a star in them. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming had noticed him, he too had a smile on his face. With that red, cherry-like mouth, it does look beautiful. Wang Xiaoming remembered that this Xia Shining could be said to be two of the more famous runners in the Chinese women's track and field team. She specializes in running the 100-meter hurdles, and this time she also happened to qualify for the Olympics. Why do you say she's coincidental? It's because she's good and talented at home though. It's just a shame, compared to the top women hurdlers in the world. It's still not even close. It can't be helped. After all, Asians do just have to be a little bit worse than other races when it comes to physical fitness. This is an indelible fact. And the reason Wang Xiaoming knew her was not just because he was good, or because of her face. On the internet, some people even say she is athletic Louis Fei. After all, she does look pretty. Sort of the standout on the women's track team. Xia Shining, you wanted to see me about something? Wang Xiaoming looked at Xia Shining and asked. Xia Shining, on the other hand, smiled mischievously and then sat down next to Wang Xiaoming. Ming, finally I see you in person. My God, you're so handsome. I feel like you have the physical explosiveness to come to our track team. Just sitting down. Xia Shining looked like the girl next door. The words crackled out like beans. Ming, how the hell did you do that? How did you practice that explosive power? You, talking to herself, she seemed to realize that she was talking a bit too much. For a moment, there was a little blush on her face, tinged with a little cuteness, and she poked her tongue out. But Wang Xiaoming was eating his own meal, then said, actually, this is nothing, just exercise more in general. However, Xia Shining was completely unconvinced. Brother Ming, you are so humble. I can just imagine you waking up early every morning and training in the cold and heat. How else would you have such awesome stamina? In Xia Shining's eyes, Wang Xiaoming was simply a representative of hard work and diligence. But who could have known that Wang Xiaoming's true identity was not an athlete at all? Ming, can you teach me explosive strength training methods or some tips? I always felt that if I could have learned a little from you, I would have gotten a great grade this time. At this moment, Xia Shining's eyes were filled with anticipation again. However, Wang Xiaoming just ate his meal and worked hard? Training? I'm sorry, I don't have any of these. What I have is simply a mediocre system. Of course, that's something you can't say. What else can I teach her? Nothing. I don't know how to train, and I don't have anything to teach you. My muscles aren't as good as Jin Li's and theirs, Wang Xiaoming said with a smile, but Xia Shining was shaking her head. How can that be? I've seen you compete. Your muscles look explosive. By the way, Ming, can I feel your muscles? Wang Xiaoming froze. What kind of strange request was this? Is it hard to believe that this ninny has thoughts about herself? Still, it didn't seem like a big deal to let him touch it. So he nodded, and in the next second Xia Shining touched her hand on Wang Xiaoming's arm. Holy Ming, you're so hard. At this time, the situation on this side all fell into the eyes of the Chinese players on the side. Everyone was stunned. Who was Xia Shining? In their hearts, it was a high-flying goddess. Usually don't talk much on the team. How is it that now, by Wang Xiaoming's side, it is as if he is a small bird-like existence? And what is this? Taking advantage of Ming? Holy, that's just ruinous. It was really too subversive to the image of a goddess in their minds. No, how can Shannon still be like this? Holy, so she's still a little horny. Damn, I can't believe I let her get the jump on me. Ha, what did you say? Especially the track team members. Everyone was looking at this scene incredulously, even to the point that one of the players, who spilled soup in his hand, didn't even realize it. Because in the track and field team, Xia Shining can be regarded as a person with both face value and strength. Several of the males from the track team who came to experience it were trying to hit on her, but all it got was a cold face. After all, Xia Shining's family's condition wasn't bad. For ordinary males, she simply couldn't look at them. Not to mention all these gung-ho guys who come to the track team to gild the lily. She despised it even more in her heart. However, facing Wang Xiaoming, she seemed like a different person. How is this not surprising and puzzling? Shining, why haven't you left yet? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. After that, there was another girl who was about the same height as Xia Shining walking over, only to see her come to Xia Shining's side, and then looked at Wang Xiaoming in surprise. I'll go. Sure Ning, you stinky girl. How dare you go behind my back to find Brother Ming first? Chapter 58. The final within the Xia team. Yanni Wu. The visitor is none other than the goddess of track and field, who has been a huge hit online lately. Reviews of her, however, are mixed. Her pre-match set of moves that were exclusive to him really stirred up a lot of criticism. Some people think she's too high profile, others think it's just the way people are. But for Wang Xiaoming, it was all inexcusable. A lot of athletes, in fact, have a hard time ending up in a good place. Previous weightlifters, for example, were so far down that they sold their gold medals. So what's wrong with being able to give yourself a little higher visibility when you're having a hot streak? To give yourself a little advance for later in life? Brother Ming, it's actually our coach who sincerely invites you to visit our track team, Wu Yanni said with a smile. It turned out to be such a reason. Wang Xiaoming smiled. No problem. I'll go when I finish the swimming competition. Then it's a deal. Yanni Wu smiled. Afterwards, he took Xia Shining with him and left. Soon, the afternoon swim meet was about to begin. There are 2 players from the Chinese team in this tournament, Wang Xiaoming and Pan Zhanle. Wang Mu said looking at Wang Xiaoming and laughing. Wang Xiaoming, you've really impressed me. I just don't understand how you can surprise me every time. Wang Xiaoming laughed and said, it's all because the coach taught me well. Cut the crap. Wang Mu laughed. I thought you couldn't win against Pan Zhanle, but I didn't expect you to directly crush him. It seems that in the field of butterfly swimming, he really isn't your opponent, and there is a disparity in strength. But well, Wang Mu added, you might have to work a little harder in the next 200 meters of freestyle. His mid-range field is strong. It's already world-class. Wang Mu is right about that. There's no doubt that Pan Zhanle's mid-length field is truly unorthodox. This point was also clear to Wang Xiaoming, who had witnessed Pan Zhanle's glorious battle. And I didn't realize that you were even better than Sun Yang in terms of physical strength. According to Wang Xiaoming's understanding of the Great White Poplar, his 50-meter, 100-meter short range was indeed average, not even outstanding. But at 200 meters, 400 meters and 1500 meters, that's a top-notch presence. How top-notch? Sun Yang is the only Olympic and World Championship Grand Slam winner in the history of world swimming in the men's 200-meter freestyle, the men's 400-meter freestyle, and the men's 1500-meter freestyle. Still the only man in history to win 4 consecutive world championships in the men's 400-meter freestyle and the only man to win 3 consecutive world championships in the men's 800-meter freestyle. Sun Yang's number of individual gold medals in the men's freestyle tops the world, more than Phelps. Judging from these titles alone, you can see how terrifying Sun Yang's dominance in the middle distance freestyle is. But alas, Sun Yang is banned at this point. I don't know if I'll be able to play again. And the best of the young players right now is Pan Zhanle. He's only just making a name for himself in the swim world, and he's nowhere near where he'll be later. Wang Xiaoming was precisely because of his understanding of Pan Zhanle, knowing his enemy and knowing himself. That's why he was 100% confident that this kid would definitely be even stronger. But alas, even in the freestyle event, he was far superior to this formidable opponent. Wang Xiaoming said confidently at this moment, Coach, I won't say anything else. Just watch the 200 meters later. The gold medal. Sorry, it's mine. As soon as Wang Mu heard this, he laughed. Then I have to tell you, Pan Zhanle swam a time of 1 hour 48 minutes and 35 seconds in the national championships in April this year. A time that is already top-notch among domestic athletes. Do you have the confidence to surpass him? Wang Xiaoming nodded. Ha ha ha. Wang Mu was happy and smiled. Not bad. Prove it to the coach. You just watch. The men's 200-meter freestyle officially begins at 4 p.m. This game Pan Zhanle can be said to be full of confidence. He grew up training his 200 meters, 400 meters and 1500 meters. In this field, he has not been afraid of anyone. The game started soon after. 8 athletes took the stage in turn. The referee blew the assembly whistle. Wang Xiaoming was the first to stand on the departure platform, bending down to make a good entry into the water. Doh! The electric siren sounded and the 8 competitors leapt up almost simultaneously as the race began. At this moment, the commentator on the sidelines, Old Zhang, asked the other commentator beside him, Old Ma, and said, Okay, the race has officially begun. Old Ma, who do you favor in this 200-meter freestyle final? Old Ma said, well, although Wang Xiaoming got the gold medal by an absolute margin in the first 2 matches, which was really excellent, but as far as I know, Wang Xiaoming's main focus at the moment is all on the short course, with relatively little training in the 200 meters, while Pan Zhanle in lane 3 is strong in the middle course area, so I'm more optimistic about Pan Zhanle. Lao Zhang nodded and said, that's right, Pan Zhanle has got a bronze medal in this year's World Swimming Championships in Rome. Obviously in the middle range field, he is already world-class. Wang Xiaoming short range, although explosive, but 200 meters, may have to be worse. Between the 2 commentators talking in a barbershop, the pool was halfway into the game. 200 meters freestyle competition. The players have to swim 2 round trips in the 50-meter pool. The first round trip Pan Zhanle is completely pressed Wang Xiaoming, leading half a body position. At this point neither man was giving their all, as they wanted to conserve their strength, and the real winner would not be seen until the next round trip. But the atmosphere was already starting to get tense. After all, at this point, it was a duel between 2 Chinese players. Moreover, people knew that Wang Xiaoming had always been fond of pretending to be a pig in the beginning. First, he let his opponent relax for a while, and then he was showing off his terrifying acceleration ability. And Pan Zhanle is also known for his ability to accelerate. Only, when facing Wang Xiaoming, it was not known whether or not his acceleration ability could still be used with vigor. Come on, Jimbo, don't be afraid of Ming. Go Ming. Finish off Jim Lu. Come on, one of you gold medals, one of you silver medals, whoever it is. The players on the sidelines hissed and screamed with excitement, and the crowd went wild, waving their flags. They had a feeling that this time, the gold and silver medals would all be taken by the Chinese team. So, this time, the competition was more intense than ever. It's all going to be moody. The first 50 meters had passed. Wang Xiaoming is a little behind Pan Zhanle at this point. As for the rest of the national players, there is only one kangaroo nation that is considered a rival. There was another pretty country player. Just a shame that both were banned. Chapter 59 Athletic Coaches Concerns. Pan Zhanle had been pressing Wang Xiaoming in the halfway point, and he still had Wang on the ropes going into the second half. He was determined to win the gold medal in this 200-meter final, and couldn't let Ming play all the pussy. Even though he admired Ming, his strong heart wouldn't allow him to just admit defeat. At this moment, Pan Zhanle took the lead to turn around and entered the sprint stage of the last leg. His speed obviously accelerated, wanting to utilize his back-end advantage to completely leave Wang Xiaoming far away and win the gold in one go. Pan Zhanle's greatest talent lies in his great back-end explosiveness, which is his killer feature, winning many matches by overtaking his opponents in the second half of the race. However, just as Pan Zhanle accelerated his sprint, wanting to get rid of Wang Xiaoming and sprint towards the finish line to win the gold, he realized that a figure suddenly came after him from behind, and Pan Zhanle suddenly felt that things were getting bad. The one who accelerated and sprinted was obviously himself. Why was Wang Xiaoming still able to chase after him at this time? This guy's back-end explosiveness was even fiercer than his? But yeah, thinking about the matches Ming used to have, hasn't he always been like that? First it was slow and easy before and then a crazy burst at the last bit of distance. He really didn't understand how on earth Ming managed to do that. Pan Zhanle heart thumped, he burst out of the whole body strength, spared no effort to swim forward. No matter what, this gold medal he must take. Unfortunately, Pan Zhanle underestimated his opponent's explosive power. The reason why Wang Xiaoming didn't overtake Pan Zhanle in the first half of the race wasn't that he couldn't overtake him. It was his tactic. 200 meters of freestyle is very consuming. Wang Xiaoming intentionally lagged behind Pan Zhanle by half a length, to save his strength and at the same time, make Pan Zhanle mistakenly think that he is not good at physical strength, thus generating a slack mentality. But that's what the postgame said. In fact, everything was because Wang Xiaoming was treating this match as nothing more than a game. Now with multiple skills in hand, he doesn't put any player in his place. The last 50 meters, charged, Wang Xiaoming charged. Oh my god, he's in first place again. It's amazing. It's like a heavenly god coming down to earth. Horrible. The CCTV commentator hissed and the crowd boiled. Wang Xiaoming chose to burst into a sprint at the same time as Pan Zhanle's sprinting node, and countered Pan Zhanle with a faster burst to catch him off guard. Wang Xiaoming mobilized his entire body's energy and with a burst of fierce output, he managed to overtake and take the first place in one fell swoop. The game is over. Wang ended up with the gold medal with a time of 1:46:89. Pan Zhanle's time of 1:47:22 settled for the silver medal. After losing to Wang Xiaoming again in 200 meters, Pan Zhanle's whole body was not good. Butterfly swimming himself can't beat Ming even if he can't. Now the 200-meter freestyle is still losing, and his backstroke advantage is completely out of play with this guy. Pan Zhanle suddenly wanted to cry, but he is a person who has won the world championship medal, who has fought in the international arena, who has seen the world, but he has lost the body. At the poolside, Coach Wang Mu shook his head inside, his face full of helplessness. He had thought that Pan Zhanle would lose to Wang Xiaoming, but unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoming was simply like teasing a child. Wang Xiaoming's back-end explosive power was already no less than any swimmer in this world, and this kind of talent was feared to be rare in the world. Even Phelps, in Wang Mu's opinion, is not as good as Wang Xiaoming, right? If that's true, then this kid is horrible. Wang Mu did not dare to think further. Pan Zhanle lost the final of the 200 meters. He admitted it, but with a few more matches to come, does Wang really still have the stamina? After all, the next few games are long-distance races. Doesn't this kid really get tired at all? Thinking of this, Coach Wang Mu slightly found a trace of solace. He now called Pan Zhanle to one side and said, Pan Zhanle, it doesn't matter if you lose this race. There are still 400 meters and 500 meters to go. Even if you can't win against your brother Ming, you must swim with style, and swim with the momentum that belongs to you. Don't let your Ming scare you out of your good humor. That's not good. Pan Zhanle, who had lost to Wang Xiaoming again, had long been holding back a bellyful of resentment, and he clenched his fists with a determined face. Coach, don't worry, I'm not going to get discouraged just like that. Wang Mu said, okay, bring out your full strength and show everyone that besides Wang Xiaoming, Team Huaxia still has Pan Zhanle. The 400m race started soon after. This was the final race of the day for the swimming program and one of the most anticipated. First of all, Pan Zhanle in the field of 400 meters. The talent in the country is also absolutely belonged to the top of the existence. No one can match. But on the other hand, Wang Xiaoming, who came out of nowhere, was so terrifyingly strong that he couldn't even see where his limit was. The excitement of two such top talented swimmers in the country going head-to-head in the 400 meters cannot be overstated. The race is about to begin. And on the track team's side, just now, Wang Xiaoming won the 200 meters final against Pan Zhanle, which made Zhang Chen, the coach of the track and field team, see Wang Xiaoming's talent in track and field. Not only is this kid's physical strength unbelievable, but his explosive power is also equally strong. This gave the track coach hope that Wang Xiaoming definitely had the strength to be able to put his shine on the track team as well. At the same time, a bold idea popped up in Zhang Chen's heart. If Wang Xiaoming could really beat Pan Zhanle in the 400-meter event, then could he invite him to join the track team? Does the world really exist where an all-around swimmer with no shortcuts is coupled with a track and field athlete? Even as strong as Phelps, he is not an all-discipline player. Phelps' most skillful area is butterfly, followed by freestyle, and in butterfly, Phelps is almost invincible. If Wang Xiaoming really possessed all-domain swimming talent then track and field as well, that would be a very terrifying existence as well. Is this kid really going to be an all-around performer with no shortcomings in freestyle? Can he really do all 6 events of freestyle? 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters and 1500 meters? He must get Wang Xiaoming, because in swimming, the Wahini team still has people, but for track and field, it's basically a foreigner's world. There was all but one flyer at one time, but he was the only one. And Su Xin, although he is called God at home, but there's still a bit of a gap between him and the top athletes in the world. The likes of flying man Lu Xiang simply don't come along for 500 years. If Wang Xiaoming could join the track and field team, he himself would train him a little more. Definitely in the future, China can produce another flyer. Only, now the question is, how can we get Wang Xiaoming to join the track team? Chapter 60 Brother Ming, do you want to fall in love? I say Lizzie, there's no need to mope around like this. After the match, Wang Xiaoming patted Pan Zhanle's shoulder and said with a smile, moping, Ming, I'm not moping, I just feel like I've been living in someone's shadow. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoming burst out laughing at once. Pan Zhanle's words reminded him of a movie he once saw, Charlotte's Troubles. Charlotte was reborn and snatched all the luster that originally belonged to Zhou Tianwang as her own. So much so that Zhou Tianwang had always felt that he was living in Shiloh's shadow. And what is wrong with Pan Zhanle now? Wang Xiaoming understood very well what Pan Zhanle was thinking right now. After all, if it wasn't for himself, then with Pan Zhanle's strength in the swimming world of Huaxia nowadays, he could definitely take 1 for 1, become a HWA swimmer's carryover. It's just a shame, to meet yourself. Hey, it's just that. What the heck? I'll get the coach to add you all to the team events later so you don't get a few more gold medals. Hearing this, Pan Zhanle's eyes lit up. Although, he felt that he had been living in Wang Xiaoming's shadow, but what's that compared to a gold medal? If there had been no Wang Xiaoming, he would only have been confident that he could get the gold medal in the 200-meter freestyle. The rest of the words are just that. But now if Ming came, he had arrived with more than 1 gold medal. Not to mention, there are several group programs that follow. But, I always feel that all these gold medals were obtained by you alone. Pan Zhanle held his tongue and said. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and looked at Pan Zhanle solemnly. Lizzie, you must remember that you are the Chinese Olympic athletes. Belongs to the real top of the Wahini team. Get it? It's still up to you guys for future matches. Pan Zhanle was filled with confusion. Brother Ming, what do you mean by this? Wang Xiaoming smiled and didn't say it outright. He certainly won't tell Pan Zhanle now that he'll only be participating in this Olympics. In the future, the Chinese Olympic Games will still rely on them, the young generation of athletes. Alright, without further ado, it's time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's match. Wang Xiaoming finished speaking and took the lead towards the dormitory area. The remaining events, backstroke, breaststroke, these are all programs that the coaching staff sees as weak for Wachovia. But in Wang Xiaoming's opinion, It's basically a sure thing. Instead, there is only one item that he needs to pay the most attention to, and that is the 1500m. Swimming is the most physically demanding race for athletes. It can also be described as the final showdown. However, this was simply a small karamika for Wang Xiaoming. Physical prowess, he dares to say. No athlete dares to compare with him. Now, with so many skills at their disposal, all gold in swimming seems to be in the bag. In the evening, Wang Xiaoming was eating and chatting with his other teammates. I mean, brother, you're so powerful. You must have a lot of girls chasing after you, right? Pan Zhanle suddenly asked. Wang Xiaoming then smiled and shook his head. No way. Haven't you ever been in love? Wang Xiaoming nodded. Yeah, is it strange? Pan Zhanle immediately exclaimed in shock. I'll go. No way, Ming. You really haven't even been in love? This yell instantly drew the gazes of countless people around them. In everyone's subconscious mind, it was believed that a man as outstanding as Wang Xiaoming definitely had no shortage of beautiful young women around him. But now, they had actually heard that Wang Xiaoming had never been in love? Keep your voice down. Is it necessary to be so startled? Wang Xiaoming was simply speechless. Pan Zhanle, this kid, day in and day out, can't calm down a bit. This was great. And all of a sudden he was the center of attention in the cafeteria again. Pan Zhanle, on the other hand, rubbed his head and said in embarrassment, Sorry, brother Ming. I was a bit too shocked all of a sudden. You're such a good person that you've never been in love. Alas, sadly, I haven't either, or else I'd be able to share with you what it's like to be in love. Asterisk. Off. Women only affect my swimming speed. Wang Xiaoming cursed. Love? It's true he didn't talk about it. Is it appropriate to be in a relationship in your own right? Of course it's unsuitable. But Lecco, I'm going to be a little better than you when it comes to women. At least I'm not a virgin. But that was certainly not something he would say. Lest Pan Zhanle this kid again give himself what messed up. Only, chatting, Wang Xiaoming suddenly realized that there were many more blazing gazes around him. He looked up and around and realized that quite a few female athletes from other countries were looking at him, eyes full of aggression. It's like, Wang Xiaoming had seen this kind of look, usually in the animal world. The look in those predators' eyes when they see their food after starving for I don't know how many days. For a while, Wang Xiaoming, who had never been nervous and did not know what fear was, all at once, I felt goosebumps rise on my body. What's going on here? Why do all these female athletes seem like they want to eat themselves up? Wang Xiaoming was puzzled, but that didn't stop these female athletes from constantly scanning Wang Xiaoming. What's more, in the face of Wang Xiaoming's gaze, they were directly throwing winks. Something is not right. Wang Xiaoming ate all the rice in 3 batches, and immediately after that, he wanted to pull Pan Zhanle and the others to leave. And at that moment Pan Zhanle was still chattering. Brother Ming, you said I've won so many gold medals now. Will there be a lot of girls wanting to meet me when I get home? Alas, brother Ming, it's actually nothing to have never been in love. I've never been in love either. I've never even held a girl's little hand. Ming, I heard that girls' little hands are super soft, aren't they? I'm sure as hell not going to get a girlfriend on the swim team anyway. Don't you know? Their hands are all soaked and not soft at all. Actually, I'm not discriminating against them when I say that. I just want a girlfriend who smells good and has soft hands. Ming, why don't you say something? Oh right, you've never been in love either. How can you know if a girl's hand is soft or not, and if her mouth is sweet or not? Just as Pan Zhanle was talking, suddenly a tall figure blocked their way at once. Hi there, Ming. When Pan Zhanle looked up, he saw a foreign athlete in front of them. Looking at this person, Pan Zhanle was familiar, but couldn't recall who this person was. Just as it was thinking, it only saw that the big ocean horse walked directly to Wang Xiaoming with quick steps. Boo! Chapter 61 The Ocean Horse Attacks and the Openness of Foreign Female Racers. Pan Zhanle was shocked. He was really shocked. The big Yankee horse actually kissed his sidekick, Ming, on the cheek right in front of him, without any anticipation. Holy, this. For a moment, Pan Zhanle was simply too shocked to speak, and Wang Xiaoming was first a bit surprised. Then he calmed down, slowly wiping the lipstick marks off her face. She looked at the big ocean horse and asked, something wrong? The big Yankee horse in front of him is about 175 or so tall. There was not a bit of flab on her body, and the characteristics of European and American women were played to the fullest in her. A pair of long legs. I do not know how many girls will be envied. And the pair of peaks on her chest that were crying out to be seen added to the sexiness of this big ocean horse. Not only that, but European and American women are in their 20s, which is the best age. A big wavy hair and those flaming red lips. It makes it a bit more tantalizing to not be able to help but add to it. I have to say, European and American women do have a full sexual tension between their hands and feet. This is really two completely different feelings compared to the predominantly subtle women in the country. It's just a shame that the flowering period for European and American women is so short. Basically, After you turn 30, it starts going downhill all the way. Even this downhill slide is rolling very fast. It's safe to say that every year of age can be seen in stark contrast on its face. So, if these big ocean horses are going to play, they're going to have to be in the ahem. What a play. If you make friends with these big foreign horses, you have to do it when they are in their 20s, at the best age of their lives. And this one right here is such a person who is at the best age and is extremely outgoing, not to mention, and a heart that loves the strong. Hi, my name is Natasha. I'm a track and field runner from the romantic state. Can I meet you? Wang Xiaoming nodded. Of course. Then, a scene that made Pan Zhanle even more shocked appeared again. Only Natasha then hugged Wang Xiaoming before planting another strawberry on his face. Immediately after that, he also didn't know what he took and stuffed it in Wang Xiaoming's hand. Finally, beside Wang Xiaoming's ear, he said in a voice with hot air, "You know, oh, where is the dormitory of our track team? Oh." Under Pan Zhanle's incredulous gaze, he gave Wang Xiaoming a sweet flying kiss before leaving. This, Ming, what did she give you? It's not that, is it? Pan Zhanle couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, clenched his palms and then spread out what was in his hands. And sure enough, not surprisingly, it's really a security protection thing. Awesome. Pan Zhanle was straight up screaming. Although, before coming to the Olympics, he had heard that each of these patriotic female athletes were extremely open-minded. Even the Olympic Village offers to give you these little umbrellas. It's all about making sure that athletes can release their stress and passion in a timely manner. It's just that generally these things happen very little with the Wahoos. After all, the players of Team Wasia were all rather subtle. This is the kind of thing that usually happens to these big foreign horses. But Pan Zhanle also did not expect. Today actually let him encounter this kind of thing. It also happened right next to him. And so naked. This is too passionate, isn't it? So public. Just about. Shut up, Wang Xiaoming shouted. What about a date or not? This is called yearning for the strong. The attraction of a strong man's hormones to the opposite sex. You, a little kid, wouldn't understand. Wang Xiaoming patted Pan Zhanle's shoulder in a serious manner. This was envied by Pan Zhanle, said to stay on the straight and narrow, but as a man, who wouldn't want to have such a luscious encounter? And, still, so nakedly erotic? Ming, Pan Zhanle was still trying to say something, but he didn't realize that only a few minutes had passed since Natasha had left. In front of the two of themselves came another foreign female player. Hello Ming, I'm Silvira from the pretty country. So, can I get to know you? It's still the same plot. It's still the same big ocean horse. Even this one is more naked and revealing than the previous one. Ming, tonight, can you come over to me? With that, it was to stuff another thing into Wang Xiaoming's hand. Heck, it's the little umbrellas again. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, looked at the things in his hands and replied with a careless mouth. Let's talk about it in the evening. And Pan Zhanle couldn't see it. If we're talking about the previous Romance Nation players, let's not talk about them. It's not like there's a grudge against Ming, but this pretty country player, you know, their country is feuding with Wang Xiaoming. However, he also knew that these pretty country players, in fact, none of them looked too hard at national honor. After all, what sense of heritage mission can a country that is only a few hundred years old have? Su could see Wang Xiaoming and Pan Zhanle's doubts. Silvira explained, you don't have to think twice. A man as powerful as Ming would be a sought-after man anywhere. Afterwards, Silvira also gave Wang Xiaoming a passionate kiss once again before leaving. Looking at the small umbrella in Wang Xiaoming's hand, Pan Zhanle's eyes were filled with hope. Ming, why don't you, give me one? Pan Zhanle was really envious. I've never even held a girl's little hand, let alone a big ocean horse. Instead, Wang Xiaoming solemnly patted Pan Zhanle's shoulder. I say, Lizzie, as a young man of Huaxiayu, you can't be deceived by the appearance of these big oceanic horses. They are there to poison us fine Chinese athletes. Who knows if they're harboring some kind of mischief? So that's why I surely can't harm you in this kind of thing. After saying that, he threw the two small umbrellas in his hand directly into the trash can. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's actions, for a moment, Pan Zhanle's eyes were filled with emotion as well as respect. He didn't expect that Wang Xiaoming would still be able to remain rational when it came to this kind of thing. I have to say, this is the gap between myself and Ming. I see, brother Ming, I will not be deceived by these big ocean horses. Then they went back to the dormitory. Soon the night had fallen. The two chatted for a while and were also getting ready for bed. Soon, light snoring was heard in the dormitory. But just then, a figure slowly sat up. It was clearly Wang Xiaoming. Looking at the two small umbrellas in his hands, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After much struggle, he finally made his choice. Ugh, let's go with Natasha. It's my type. After saying that, he rolled over and directly walked out of the dormitory, toward the side of the Romance Nation track and field athletes' residence. Soon, He was the one who saw a manly figure in the moonlight. Ming, you're finally here. The night was sleepless, like waves lapping against the reef, wave after wave, as if it would never stop. While in Wang Xiaoming's dormitory, Pan Zhanle opened his eyes with a face full of depression. Looking in the direction Wang Xiaoming had left, tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Sure enough, it's all a lie. Chapter 62 Crowd's Misunderstanding of Wang Xiaoming, The Boringness of Chinese Men. Good morning, Zhanle. Early in the morning, Wang Xiaoming was the one who met Pan Zhanle in the cafeteria who was eating his breakfast. It just looks like Pan Zhanle is not in a very good mood. Wang Xiaoming went over to take a look, and was then taken aback. Holy, what's wrong with you? Into the eyes. Is Pan Zhanle that has panda-like eyes? Know that he is staying up all night without a good night's sleep. If you don't know, you'd think he's a reincarnated panda. What's going on with your eyes? Do you guys know what's going on? Wang Xiaoming looked at a few other teammates on the side. Only a few others also just looked at Wang Xiaoming with an unknown look. Seeing his Ming brother return, Pan Zhanle seemed to have recovered some of his heart. He looked at Wang Xiaoming and said breathlessly, Brother Ming, fairy tales are all lies, right? Ha! Wang Xiaoming didn't understand what he was talking about. Pan Zhanle, however, questioned with an aggrieved face. Brother Ming, didn't you say you've never been in love? Yeah, I am not. Wang Xiaoming nodded. So why do you know so much about that bit at the Olympics? What is it? Wang Xiaoming remained puzzled. Only then did Pan Zhanle say, I saw you coming back from the romantic country track and field athletes dormitory over there this morning. When Wang Xiaoming heard this, he immediately tapped his head. Feeling this bastard laid out so much for this matter, Wang Xiaoming sat down with his plate, then explained, Don't think too much. I went over to the Romantic Nations track and field athletes last night in order to fetch the scriptures. Taking scripture? A sudden shout came from behind Wang Xiaoming. The crowd was taken aback, wondering who it was, and looking back, the eyes of the many male contestants lit up. It turned out to be none other than the two who had recently become so popular, Wu Yanni and Xia Shining. Ha, what are you two doing here? Only, the two beauties did not pay attention to the greetings of the people on the side and walked straight towards Wang Xiaoming. Brother Ming, you were at the Romance Nation contestants' dormitory last night? Wu Yanni asked directly, before Wang Xiaoming could speak. Xia Shining picked up the conversation. Ming, so you didn't go to our place when we invited you there because you had a date? Wang Xiaoming smiled. Don't get me wrong. I'm really just going to fetch the scriptures and stayed a bit late. Just at this time, last night Wang Xiaoming to get the object. Natasha is also walked over. Just after seeing Wang Xiaoming just gave it a grudging look as directly left. Seeing this, in an instant, the small group on this side of the world erupted with an amazing willingness to eat. Only Wang Xiaoming still didn't change his words, insisting that he was really just going to fetch the scriptures. For her part, Yanni Wu looked at Natasha's figure not far away, followed by herself. Then he was unwillingly asking Wang Xiaoming, Brother Ming, is it you who is taking lessons from her, or is it her who is taking lessons from you? Oh, the moment these words came out, it instantly caused a not-so-small sound of astonishment. Everyone was in a state of watching the show, but Wang Xiaoming also had a hard time arguing, and could only shake his head with a bitter smile, and then he stopped talking. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming did not want to say anything more, the two Wu Yanni were also aware that they were not in a good position to ask anymore. After all, a few people weren't that close, only met a few times. Just remembered what Wang Xiaoming said last night to that Natasha to get the scripture. Their heart is very uncomfortable. Where the hell did we lose? Such a thought rose in the minds of the two men in unison. If the two of them had not invited Wang Xiaoming to play on their track and field team in the first place, they would not have had such a great sense of falling at this time. It was because Wang Xiaoming had promised that Romantic Nation contestant but ignored their request. For a moment, a sense of loss surged through his heart. They didn't know why. Obviously they hadn't met with Wang Xiaoming a few times, but at this moment, their hearts were all filled with his words. Thinking about this, the two men didn't know how they suddenly got the guts. The two were only seen walking straight towards Natasha, the Romantic Nation contestant. Natasha, who was eating, first froze when she saw the two, and then she just stood up and gave them a big hug. For a moment, the majesty of Natasha's breasts covered their faces so fiercely that it made it impossible to breathe for a moment. The two of them suddenly woke up. So this Natasha was so powerful? Hey Wu, Natsu, I didn't realize it was you too. You know, I've seen your matches and I love you both. The character of the big foreign horse is so big, like who in the face is expressed. This caused Wu Yanni and Xia Shining to not react for a moment, but then strange thoughts surged in their hearts. No wonder Ming wants to take lessons from her. With this passion, if they were male they wouldn't be able to hold it. Hey Natasha, it was nice to meet you and we love you too. Yanni Wu gently broke away from Natasha's hug and then shook hands with her. What is it? Did you guys come to see me about something? Natasha asked as she looked at the two men who wanted to talk. Well, it's, that. Xia Shining, who was on the side, stammered for half a day without uttering a complete sentence. Seeing Xia Shining in such a state, Wu Yani was directly anxious, and with a wave of her hand, she directly asked what she wanted to ask directly with Natasha. Natasha, yesterday we invited Wang Xiaoming to visit our track and field team, but he turned us down, but we heard that she answered your invitation. Still at night, Wu Yani told the story of yesterday's events, unaware that at the table not far away from a few people, there was a team of pretty country track team runners with their ears perked up listening intently. When they heard about Wang Xiaoming's nightly meeting with the beauty of the romantic country, several people had intriguing smiles on their faces. Not waiting for Wu Yani Natasha to finish her discussion, the several people were heavy-heartedly rushing to leave the scene, hurrying towards the place of their beautiful country's swimming team, and this side of Wu Yani, after a long series of mental patting, also finally asked the question in her heart. Natasha, did Wang Xiaoming go to your place last night? Upon hearing Wu Yani's question, Natasha first had her mouth turned away and showed a displeased expression, then she nodded her head. That's right, the king did come to me last night. The moment these words came out, it was as if something had collapsed in the hearts of Wu Yani and Xia Shining. Unexpectedly, that Wang Xiaoming they worshipped was really this kind of person? Then, without waiting for Yani Wu to continue asking questions, Natasha just cursed directly. Fark, Wu, you Chinese men are really boring. Chapter 63 Ming didn't do it? He did. Wu, you Chinese men are really boring. Natasha gave an impassioned slap on the table, startling a group of people around her. Wu Yani, on the other hand, was filled with confusion. What does this mean? In her mind, she had already assumed that Wang Xiaoming and the Natasha in front of her had spent a spring night together. Just at this moment, looking at Natasha's appearance, it seemed that the situation was somewhat different from what she had in mind. Natasha had this very disappointed look on her face. Hardly, Wang Xiaoming, he won't be unable to do it, right? Wu Yani was still a bit more outgoing compared to Xia Shining. After struggling a little with his thoughts, he asked. However, just as the words came out of her mouth, she covered her mouth at once. Then, her face was red and she looked at Natasha. Xia Shining, who was at a loss for words. How could one say what was on one's mind? How does that make the two people in front of you look at themselves? Natasha, on the other hand, was full of fog and didn't understand what Yani Wu was talking about at all. As for Xia Shining, she nodded her head slightly and quickly reacted, pretending that she hadn't heard anything. In her heart, she was giving Wu Yani a thumbs up. Nay-san, it's not a bad idea. You're the one who has to ask this kind of question. What doesn't work? What doesn't work? Natasha asked with wide eyes, but she didn't really care. Then he waved his hand and shook his head at the two of them with a face full of indignation and accused. Hey, Wu, Xia, are all the men of your country of China so uninterested? I asked Wang Xiaoming on a date, but it was to have a night to remember in this life with him. But what about him? At that, Natasha huffed and puffed and straightened her arms. Obviously is a 1.7 big person. Wu Yani Xia Shining but really see the lovely in her. In retrospect, this Natasha in front of her seemed to be more than a little bit younger than them. She just looked mature. Wait. It seems like now is not the time to care about how old Natasha really is. But what she said. Natasha, you mean Wang Xiaoming he found you last night and did nothing? Done, didn't do it. Did it or didn't it? Did the deed. Didn't do it. One night, he tossed me around for a whole night just to ask me for advice on track and field. Foolish as I was, I thought I would have an unforgettable night with him after asking for advice. But this man turned around and went straight back to his dormitory. After a vocal performance by Natasha, the two were finally in the know about what was going on. It turned out that Wang Xiaoming did go to Natasha last night and tossed her around all night. Only, this night he had spent asking Natasha for track and field tips. Hearing this, the two of them, Wu Yani Xia Shining, couldn't help but just snort out a laugh all of a sudden. I didn't expect that Wang Xiaoming is quite interesting. Interesting? Natasha looked at the two with horror on her face. Where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? This was immediately followed by an 800-word-long indictment of Wang Xiaoming. He's not human. He's not human. Looking at everyone around them whose eyes were all drawn to Natasha, the two hurriedly pulled Natasha out of the restaurant. By the way, Natasha, is there really nothing else besides this? I'd like to think there's something. Tell us more. After such an incident, the three women seemed to have become good girlfriends who had nothing to say to each other all of a sudden. Along the way, the conversation went from lipstick to cell phones, from cell phones to bags, from heaven to earth, while Yani Wu's side was chatting away. Not far away from the pretty country swimming team's residence, a group of people were gathering around the two of them to listen to them talk about something slowly and methodically. That's just it. Wang Xiaoming, but he stayed over that Natasha in the romantic country for a night. You mean to say? When the coach of the pretty nation's swimming team heard this, a plan immediately came to mind. in the end, it's still youthful. I told you, this Wang Xiaoming, it's impossible that he doesn't have any weaknesses. Jia. Seeing the way their own coach laughed, the many pretty country players felt a wave of cold air go straight to the sky in their hearts. Coach, have you been watching too much China? One of the female players, Carly Allen, asked cautiously. Unbeknownst to her, it was fine if she didn't speak, but if she did, in an instant the coach's eyes were focused on her. Not only that gaze with a very aggressive nature even kept scanning up and down her dimpled body. This made Carly very uncomfortable, squirming to change positions. Who had thought that this twist would make the coach's eyes light up even more? Well, it's decided that it's you, Carly. Ha! The unknown Carly had no idea what was going on, and only felt as if she was about to face something extraordinary. A feeling of unexplained fear went straight to his heart. The pretty country coach then walked slowly behind Carly as the crowd stared in amazement. Snap! A large hand, brushing against Carly's shoulder. For a split second, Carly's entire body shifted in fear. Coach, what are you doing? Only to see the coach slowly crouch down, his whole body coming up towards Carly. Then he was whispering softly in Carly's ear. Carly, coach, I usually treat you well, don't I? Coach, yes. So, this time, it's up to you to contribute. But coach, it's so many people watching. No, it's not good. Not good? Why not? The more people see it, the more excited I get. But coach, no buts. Right now, you're going to go change into your sexiest clothes. The last two events of the swim meet remain today, and both were long-distance events. One 1500 m and the other a swim marathon. Both programs are, without exception, a great test of the participants' perseverance. If there is a slight failure, you are going to be left behind early. Unfortunately, in these two programs, China's results over the years have been very poor. But this year, everyone is holding great expectations because a Wang Xiaoming has come out of nowhere. And at this time, Wang Xiaoming was huffing and puffing in his dormitory. Brother Ming, we're going to the arena to train first. We'll go straight to the competition hall when it's time. Don't oversleep. A group of Chinese swimmers had gathered together to head off to go to the training hall. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, hazily answered and then fell asleep again. I can't help it. I did get a little tired last night, just when it was in a daze of sleep. Suddenly a crisp knock came from outside. Wang Xiaoming, who was still in a daze, slowly stood up and opened the door. A ray of sunlight pierced into the dormitory, and Wang Xiaoming only opened his eyes for a moment before they were shaken and closed again. Holy, it's starting to get fierce. Why are there two suns at the door? Chapter 64 Full Moon Oppression from the pretty country's female players. Wang Xiaoming swore that he was definitely a decent person. Therefore, facing this beautiful country's female contestant in front of the entrance in front of him, whose chest seemed to be like two big round suns, his eyes simply did not leave for a second. One look is peeking, but if you keep looking at it, it's not peeking? Something? The person who came to the door was none other than Carly, one of the women on the pretty country swim team. Known for her devilish figure, she has always been the object of desire for various male members of the team. It's just a shame that Carly seems to have a bit of an eye for anyone. But this time, she was sent over by the pretty country coach on a difficult mission. Take down Wang Xiaoming. Of course, a takedown is that sense of a takedown. A complete takedown. Hello King, nice to meet you. My name is Carly. Facing Wang Xiaoming's undisguised gaze, the corner of Carrie's mouth hooked out a smile, and then she extended her hand in greeting. She was still very confident in her figure. Plus she was still wearing her swim team outfit, which set off her proud pair of suns to perfection. She couldn't believe that the Chinese man in front of her would be unmoved. When the time came, the man would be pushed into the room and given a good look at the power of their pretty country's female contestants. I'm afraid I'm going to have to surrender in a few minutes. That leaves two swimming events, the 1500 m and the swimming marathon, where the pretty nation will be sure to take first place. Of course, she was not thinking about some false and deceitful trick that tricked Wang Xiaoming into taking off his clothes and then taking a picture to report him for framing him or something. This kind of trick is so pedestrian, not to mention whether it will work or not. There are so many cameras now, and Wang Xiaoming is still so famous. A little bit of investigation and one just has a mouthful. So, before coming here, the coach just admonished himself to kill each other with sincerity. After all, sincerity is the surefire way to kill. Except that in doing so, it's just going to aggravate her. Carly had been 100 times more reluctant at first, even though the women of their pretty country were more open. But it's not so open that you're willing to roll with a guy when you just met him. However, the moment Carly saw Wang Xiaoming, she was just fascinated by him. Just woke up with those full but not greasy pecs, all bronzed skin. It makes you look at it and just fall into it, as if the man in front of her had a special kind of charm. Even if this man's eyes were staring at her chest without blinking at the moment, there was not a single point in Carly's heart where she felt uncomfortable. Instead, it felt like a source of pride to have something that appealed to him. Wang Xiaoming was a bit puzzled, but still reached out his hand to shake it. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Who would have thought that just after the words were said, the blonde in front of her was sticking up. "What? A big beautiful woman comes to you and you put up with people standing outside the door talking?" said Carly and brushed her chest sensuously. "Besides, with this much sun, people's skin is going to give out." The words were dripping with naked teasing innuendo. Wang Xiaoming looked at the big blonde beauty in front of him with interest, then sidestepped and invited her into the room. "Of course, it would be my honor." Seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, Carrie smiled then walked confidently into the room. Only when he just passed by Wang Xiaoming's body, he didn't know whether it was because his legs were soft or what, but suddenly his whole body fell towards Wang Xiaoming. Ouch! Wang Xiaoming had seen through that little trick inside her heart, but he didn't reveal it but wanted to see what this woman really wanted to do. "Are you alright?" After holding Carly up, the two of them looked at each other, and for a moment a charming atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's handsome face that was close at hand, Carrie's face was quickly colored with a blush. It was said that a girl's blush was better than all the love words, but Wang Xiaoming knew that this saying didn't work for the woman in front of him, because he saw naked fire in Carly's eyes, without a hint of shyness or embarrassment. But what a strong and powerful arm! Taking the opportunity, Carrie directly pinched on Wang Xiaoming's arm. The ambiguity in her words was self-evident. Wang Xiaoming did not move. But who had thought that Carly, even more and more bold, directly Wang Xiaoming half-push half-embrace towards the housebed fell. Carly, don't play with fire. Wang Xiaoming's core strength was strong, and although he was half-pushed into the house by it, he didn't look like he was going to fall down at all. So the situation at the scene was that Carrie had used all her strength, but there was nothing she could do with Wang Xiaoming. Having no choice but to retreat, Carly sat down on the bed. The dorm beds at the Olympic Village don't sell well, but the quality is still fine. A small single bed that carries a weight it shouldn't have to. "King," Carly's wide eyes told of the stirring within. The man in front of him seemed to have a kind of magic that just drew him in. She, who was already more open-minded, instantly just accepted Wang Xiaoming, and Wang Xiaoming's fixation was obviously too much for normal people. Facing Carly's teasing, he only found it amusing. He realized that the blonde in front of him wasn't just the two suns that were extremely dazzling, but even the two full moons were extremely talented. There's an idiom in our country called "Hoi shoots the sun." I wonder if you've heard of it. Carrie? Carly blinked her eyes, and instantly it just dawned on her. She still knew quite a bit about Chinese illusions. At that moment, she was smiling and asked, "Of course I know. I just don't know whether this Hoi shoots the sun or the moon." The corner of Wang Xiaoming's mouth lifted. He didn't expect the beautiful country beauty in front of him to understand the meaning of his words. "In that case, it seems to open the door." Carrie, you are really King Wu of Qin lifting the tripod. This time, Wang Xiaoming spoke in Chinese. It was obvious that Carly didn't understand what was going on in there, but that didn't stop her from wriggling herself. For a moment, Wang Xiaoming sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This suddenness made it feel like the arrow was on the string. And the time passed slowly. Soon it was time for the afternoon swimming 1500m race. All the players from the Chinese teams had already arrived at the competition hall, which was already crowded with people. Simply because people knew that Wang Xiaoming would definitely participate in this 1500-meter freestyle. They will probably see another record set here. It was just strange that the other athletes in the arena had been preparing for half a day and still hadn't seen Wang Xiaoming's figure. Not only the audience, but the players of Huaxia were also very anxious and strange. "What's the situation? Ming wouldn't have overslept, would he?" Pan Zhanla asked as he looked at the crowd. It's just that no one on the scene could give it an answer. Instead, when Pan Zhanla turned around, he saw a group of pretty country players whispering there, with their eyes glancing towards them from time to time. For a moment, an ominous feeling came over me. Chapter 65, Is Ming dying in a tender place? And the time passed slowly. Soon it was time for the afternoon swimming 1500m race. All the players from the Chinese teams had already arrived at the competition hall, which was already crowded with people. Simply because people knew that Wang Xiaoming would definitely participate in this 1500-meter freestyle. They will probably see another record set here. It was just strange that the other athletes in the arena had been preparing for half a day and still hadn't seen Wang Xiaoming's figure. Not only the audience, but the players of Huaxia were also very anxious and strange. "What's the situation? Ming wouldn't have overslept, would he?" Pan Zhanla asked as he looked at the crowd. It's just that no one on the scene could give it an answer. Instead, when Pan Zhanla turned around, he saw a group of pretty country players whispering there, with their eyes glancing towards them from time to time. For a moment, an ominous feeling came over me. What the hell happened to Ming? Pan Zhanla's entire body was in a hurry. Not only him, but all of China's players or spectators were also in a hurry, because in the event of 1500m, China has never achieved anything. But this time when Wang Xiaoming showed up, it was giving them hope to win the championship. Who wouldn't want to make a clean sweep in a program that their country has never accomplished? Just now in this situation, it was already time for the contestants to enter the arena, and there was still no sign of Wang Xiaoming. Many people began to speculate about what was going on. Do you guys think that Wang Xiaoming will be too scared to come and compete? It's a possibility. After all, it's 1500 m, not the short range ahead. Yes, the front fame set too high. Now cannot come down to the stage, do not dare to come. I have a feeling, I guess, that it's not being held up by something. Maybe it's spending the middle of the day with some beautiful woman. It's also possible to oversleep. Listening to the discussion of several youngsters around him, Fatty, who was Wang Xiaoming's diehard friend, immediately stood out. Lu Xiang was sprayed out of retirement by you keyboard warriors back then, and now it's you again. My Ming is fighting for our country, and you guys, you just bleep behind our backs. Grass. This was followed by a mouthful of spit in front of several people's feet. Without giving it much thought, a couple of the younger guys rubbed their hands together. What the are you talking about? The atmosphere in the field was suddenly heavy with gunpowder flavor. But this atmosphere did not last long as to dissipate. Not waiting for a few youngsters to put down any harsh words, all the Chinese audience around Fatty stood up and faced a few outspoken youngsters. After one incident after another, time and time again, he was shocked by Wang Xiaoming. At this moment, they were no longer like they were at the beginning, when they started to lose confidence in Wang Xiaoming at the slightest thing. Or maybe they are skeptical about it. For Wang Xiaoming, they had nothing but admiration and admiration nowadays. After all, who are they to criticize others when a young man is fighting for his country? Even if Wang Xiaoming was no longer willing to participate in this match, he was still the god in the hearts of them. The audience. Young man, can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Wang Xiaoming like this is the hero of China. Is it something you can just cricket behind your back? Even if he just retires at this moment, he's still our hero. That's right, you guys apologize and this will be over. Numerous viewers stood out in support of Wang Xiaoming, seeing that more and more people were joining the ranks of those who were pleading against themselves and others. A few of the youngsters are also recognizing their mistakes. Yeah, obviously people are sweating it out on the field to win for their country, and a few of them have to cricket people behind their backs. What's the difference between that and the backstabbers? Immediately, a few people were apologizing sincerely to the many Chinese viewers, seeing that the attitudes of many viewers were changing subconsciously. A sense of pride was also born in Fatty's heart. Merely, Ming, where the hell have you been? We need you. Unlike the anxious atmosphere on the side of the Chinese players' audience, the pretty country's side was as if it was Christmas. The whole group was so giddy that they were close to dancing on the spot. The situation is certainly bizarre. As the saying goes, when things happen, they happen for a reason. The behavior of the pretty nation players made Pan Zhanle and the others feel a twinge of discomfort, especially the pretty country's swimming team coach. When he looked at the Huaxia swimming team, the proud disdain and contempt in that look, as if the rest of this match was already within their reach. Shuozi, do you think it could be them? Pan Zhanle asked as he looked to Zhang Zhanshua at the side. Zhang Zhanshua shook his head. I don't know, but even if they are the ones who messed up, it should be too late now. Pan Zhanle looks at the clock. There's not much time left and it's almost time to start the match. At that thought, he couldn't help but give the pretty country coach not far away a hard stare. Charles, being the coach of the pretty country, his afterglow was an instant glimpse of Pan Zhanle's gaze. In response, he laughed back as if nothing had happened. For several terms as the swim team coach, he was the one who led these players to extremely good results. But this time, just when he was full of hesitation, a man named Wang Xiaoming completely ruined his career. He would never allow that to happen. So after hearing that his old cousin on the track and field side had said that Wang Xiaoming had stayed out all night last night on the romantic nation's female competitor's side, he had gotten his head in the clouds. The best-looking girl on the opposite side of the spectrum, Carly, was chosen to give herself up. He had only one order for Carly. That is to serve Wang Xiaoming well. Better yet, let him lust after Carly's tenderness. He wasn't going to get into any kind of setup or trap. He wanted to let Wang Xiaoming die in a tender place. By the time he woke up, he was afraid that the game was all over. Even if this kid ends the fight early, I'm afraid he doesn't have much stamina left, right? When he thought of this, he just couldn't help but laugh out loud. GGG. The pretty country players and others who saw the scene couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. Their coach seemed to be moving in an uncontrollable direction as a whole. The minutes ticked by and soon it was down to the last 2 minutes. At this time all the contestants were ready. But on that track in the country of China, there was an empty spot. Wang Xiaoming still wasn't there. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the live spectators were half-cooled. Not only the audience at the scene, even the audience in front of the screen were clenching their fists, inwardly constantly praying for Wang Xiaoming's appearance. In that topmost hospital in China, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were glued to the Olympics on TV. Is this Wang Xiaoming really tired? Or does he not dare to compare? The nurse on the side also shook her head in incomprehension. Instead, Wang Xiaoya said firmly, "It's impossible. As long as something is promised, he will definitely do it." 2 o'clock, 1:59, 1:58, 1:57, 1:56, 1:55. Time is running out and it's a last-minute countdown. Just as everyone in the arena was thinking that Wang Xiaoming would not come, suddenly a figure appeared at the players' passage. Everyone's eyes were all drawn to it, and people were expecting that person to appear. Merely, upon looking at the figure, everyone was once again disappointed. The person who came was none other than Carrie Allen, the female player from the pretty country. The coach of the pretty country, on the other hand, was shocked. "Carly, how could it be you? It's only been 2 hours. Why are you done?" Without waiting for him to get an answer from the other party, he heard a burst of shocked exclamations from the field, because immediately behind Carly, a figure once again appeared in the player's lane. Chapter 66, Every woman needs to be respected. What's the situation? This Wang Xiaoming actually rushed over. Pretty country coach was shocked as he looked at Wang Xiaoming, who suddenly appeared. He didn't think that Wang Xiaoming would be able to remain unmoved in the face of such a special creature as Carly, and he didn't think that Wang Xiaoming would wrap up his work hastily in a short period of time. After all, they are all men. How can they face such temptation just once? Let's just say, too much luck? However, the pretty country coach coldly looked at Wang Xiaoming, who appeared. So what if you got stuck in the last bit of time to get there? So what if you were able to compete on stage? He believed Carly, absolutely, would milk Wang Xiaoming for all he was worth. In that case, even if Wang Xiaoming got on the competition stage, he wouldn't have the stamina to win this 1500m event, right? Unlike what the coach of the beautiful country thought, the spectators of the various countries present all exclaimed in astonishment, especially the Chinese country's audience. After seeing Wang Xiaoming's appearance, an inexplicable sense of security arose. It was as if as long as there was a match with Wang Xiaoming in it, then there would definitely be no problem. Only, at the same time in their hearts there was one more question. What on earth has Wang Xiaoming been doing for such a long time? Some attentive people noticed that Wang Xiaoming and the beautiful country's female contestant just now came out one after the other. Immediately there are people who boldly guessed that it is not possible that Ming really and blonde blue-eyed big ocean horse spent the night together. When this idea came out, it was immediately a huge wave of discussion on the internet. I mean, Ming wouldn't be with that big ocean horse just now. Ha 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 ha. Holy, Auntie's here. Talent all around upstairs. Come on Auntie, come on Auntie. Without Auntie I'm going to make a scene. There's one thing to be said for Ming rushing around so fast. Will it affect his race? Although many people were joking online, some were the first to ask the crucial question. Being in such a hurry, and also at the last minute, then it is a huge test for the physical quality of the players themselves psychologically. So this time, can Wang Xiaoming still work a miracle? It's just that the netizens of this moment are not like the netizens of a decade or so ago. None of the people went to accuse Wang Xiaoming or blame him. Instead, they were all understanding, excusing him with all sorts of joking remarks. It doesn't matter anyway, after all the gold medals I've won before, I think it's really enough. That's right. Ming has participated in so many programs, who knows how tired he is? Only he himself knows. Yeah, what happens when people take a break from fighting for their country for so long? Even if this one doesn't score, he's still my god. Ming, take a break. You're really too tired. Give it a rest. You've done enough. That's right. Think of your career behind you. Statements such as these have festered on the internet as quickly as a tornado destroys a parking lot. For just a minute, it seemed like everyone was talking about it. As big as the big leaders like the national security side who were watching, they were also inwardly touched by Wang Xiaoming. The arrogant image of him before was swept away for a time, and now in his mind, Wang Xiaoming's image was tall and tall. He has become a young man who is already tired but still going forward for the sake of his country. Young people like this are exactly what we need most in our society now. Looking at the slightly tired Wang Xiaoming in the screen, the big leader nodded with satisfaction, while Chen Xiao on the side was full of nonsense and agreed, this kid I watched him grow up, since he was a child is trying to get ahead. Right. The big leader suddenly turned around and asked, how are the arrangements for his sister going, and what are those top doctors saying? Speaking of this, Chen Xiao's face flashed with a trace of intolerance, and then he shook his head. There is no good solution. Alas, the big leader also sighed, and then he shook his head. It's also a bitter child. You send him a message to tell him not to be so tired. He's already done enough. From the smallest to the city streets, there is one name in what everyone is talking about today, and that is Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, it seems, has become a synonym that everyone knows. The second grade class of the third grade at Wantage Elementary School is all watching the Olympic Games in full force at this time. Coincidentally, There was also a student in the class named Wang Xiaoming. Only compared to the Wang Xiaoming on the screen, this Wang Xiaoming is lazy and doesn't do his homework, loves to sleep in class, and has always been a typical example for teachers to use as a negative example. Wang Xiaoming, today I won't shout at you to remove yourself. Take a good look at what other people are doing and what you, Wang Xiaoming, are doing. Think about what kind of person you're going to be in the future. Looking at the respected Wang Xiaoming on the screen, little Wang Xiaoming's eyes were filled with stars. For a moment, it was as if something had awakened in little Wang Xiaoming's heart. The absolute majority of the audience, both live and in front of the screen, online, all of them felt heartbroken for Wang Xiaoming, and people felt that this time, let's just forget about it. After all, how can you think about gold medals when you're so tired? That's why everyone is giving up on this 1500m, just hoping that Wang Xiaoming can have a good rest for a while. On the other hand, in the field at the Pretty Country tournament, the coach was feeling like this one was a winnable game. It wasn't just him, but a few other members of the team felt the same way, especially the Pretty Country players who were already standing in the middle of the arena, ready to compete. They were all aware of their own coach's plan, and he didn't believe that Wang Xiaoming would still have extra stamina in such a situation. After all, Carly is such a special thing, who sees can hold it. Thinking of this, he was just filled with indignation towards Wang Xiaoming. He hadn't even tasted Carly himself yet, but this Chinese man had gotten the jump on him. In that case, we can definitely take this 1500m. The Pretty Country coach clenched his fists inwardly in exuberance. Then it was to Carly. You did a good job this time. Instead, Carly blushed slightly and shook her head. Coach, I didn't actually do anything. What? Lian was first stunned, then reacted. Oh, ha. It seems that this Wang Xiaoming is a person who likes to take the initiative. Who had thought that Carly still shook her head? No coach, actually we didn't do anything. The coach's entire body was shocked. What do you mean? Nothing. So what did you guys do for the last 2 hours? Carly whispered. He said there was something physically wrong with me and gave me what it was called. Recalling, Carly added, called something orthopedic. And, he also said, what did he say? Coach was in a hurry. He said that every woman is to be respected. In an instant, all of the Pretty Country players present froze in place, and all of their gazes were fixed on the coach's body. And at this time, not far away, Wang Xiaoming also noticed the situation over here. He happened to pass this way as he rushed towards the tournament table, only to smile at the Pretty Country coach. This was followed by a wave of the hand. To outsiders, it seemed like a greeting to the Pretty Country coach. Chapter 67, I've been so good to you, and you want to return the favor? 1500m swimming program. China's country, not to say that there has not been any results, right? But it's not that far off from no grade at all. So seeing Wang Xiaoming in this state, people were still a bit disappointed. But thankfully, at least he didn't miss the game. The words he spoke before the game were ringing in people's ears. All the swimming programs, I'm in. And except for the audience of the Chinese country, the audience of other countries were celebrating. If Wang Xiaoming was in such a state, why should they be afraid of him? Our national players arrived at the arena early to prepare for the game. How about you? Good for you for getting stuck in time and arriving at the arena in the last few seconds. Before that there was a big talk about competing in all the competitions and winning all the gold medals. Who do you think you are? You really think you're a god? This time, it's absolutely stable. I don't believe how this Wang Xiaoming can still turn the tables. Ha. With that attitude, he can still win? Chinese people are like that, pretending to be modest and moderate on the surface, but in fact they are arrogant to the core. Look at how hard our country's players work, and then look at himself. How can he compare? All players please get ready. The match is ready to begin immediately. At the last second, Wang Xiaoming stood on the competition stage, looking at the many dazzling lights. He couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. One way or another, it's getting closer and closer to the possibility of my own sister being healed. As for women, Wang Xiaoming was not lacking. At least, there's no shortage of women like Carly. Moreover, he knew at a glance what Carrie had in mind. It was just that he could tell that Carly was in over her head at first. Too, facing such a woman, Wang Xiaoming just felt pity. After having a hand on Carly's 2 full moons, that's when he realized something was wrong with Carly. The thigh bones are a bit deformed, probably due to the long training. If this keeps up, I'm afraid that retirement won't be too comfortable when the time comes. After all, this society is not that friendly to retired athletes, both at home and abroad. Possibly seduced by Carly's beauty, or possibly taking advantage of Carly's 2 full moons to give her a little payback. Wang Xiaoming had massaged him for quite some time, during which it could be described as an abnormal torture. It was only because the woman's screams were so soulful that she was making herself regret it a little. Not only that, but after the massage was over, this woman even tried to make a move on herself. I've been so good to you, and you're going to be so nice to me? How could this himself be tolerated? It was then that he turned it over and gave the two full moons a couple of big slaps. That's why it was full of flashes after Carly's entrance. After learning the full course of events, Coach Pretty Country's face turned blue. He did not expect that Wang Xiaoming would be such a decent person. So in that case, the previous one about the nightly romantic nation contestant should also be a fake? Bastard. These Chinese countrymen are really as cunning and wicked as the rumors say. In his opinion, this morning's incident was probably deliberately leaked to them by the players from the Huaxia country. The purpose is to send them the wrong message. It's really sinister. No wonder his old ancestors couldn't defeat his Chinese ancestors. There were just too many schemes, and he didn't know what Wang Xiaoming's greeting before he went on stage meant. Think of it only as a provocation. He couldn't help but grunt at the thought. Even if you make it, so what? Even if you aren't drained, so what? No preparation at all. Not even a warm-up. I don't believe you can still win the gold medal. Just by changing his clothes, Wang Xiaoming stood on the competition stage. The 1500m is not only a contest of perseverance, but also a contest of explosive power. Maybe it's just that 1 second burst that will send you to first place in one fell swoop. And on the side of Wang Xiaoming was the player from Pretty Country. When he saw Wang Xiaoming appear beside him, he couldn't help but look forward to it. It is said that Wang Xiaoming is now a god in the swimming world. If you can beat him yourself, first counts for nothing and gold counts for nothing. He himself is the god of the swimming world. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but be exhilarated as a whole. He chilled himself for 8 years, swimming every training session as if it were a race. His own efforts were definitely not comparable to the young man in front of him, not to mention the fact that this young man was even thinking about going to Flowerfront before the big game. This kind of person is never a match for himself. At this time, he suddenly thought of a poem from the country of Huaxia, and at that moment, he turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoming. Hey, King! Wang Xiaoming was unsure and looked at the players on the side, only to see that Pretty Country player showing his 8 big white teeth. Full of confidence, he said to him, if he is ambitious in his dynasty, he dares to laugh at Xiaoming for not being a husband. For a moment, Wang Xiaoming froze. It was followed by an outburst of laughter. He admitted that the Pretty Country was just too treacherous. It didn't work with the beauty trick in the front, but now it's even a stupid trick on the field. Is this an attempt to laugh yourself to death? Facing such an interesting opponent, Wang Xiaoming also decided, don't worry, I won't let you lose too badly. When he finished speaking, he gave him a general gesture of taking a pinch. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? The Pretty Country player's face huffed. Who knows that Wang Xiaoming did shake his head. No, I mean, I've decided to lead you by this much in this match. The match was about to start and the Pretty Country players couldn't say much about it. It was just a matter of turning this indignation into motivation so that he could ruthlessly abuse Wang Xiaoming in the upcoming matches. Soon, along with the whistle, all the players were ready. Next moment, there was a bang as the starting gun went off. All of them entered the water at the same time, splashing as if they were a single dolphin. The spectators on the playing field were still in a mood of celebrating Wang Xiaoming's timely arrival. Wang Xiaoming, like a white dragon in a wave, had not even noticed that he had quickly taken the lead at the beginning. Look, brother, starting Ming is in first place. Cool. Could it be that there's been a change of plans and we're champions again? Calm down. After all, it's the 1500m or the second half of the race. Only, as they swam, all of them realized that something was wrong. Even the Pretty Country players, the coach, had noticed Wang Xiaoming's speed. What's the situation? Why does it feel like this Wang Xiaoming seems to be even faster than before? For a moment, everyone was numb. Obviously 1500m. How come Wang Xiaoming's speed seems to be faster than the previous 50m? If you're so desperate to squander your energy, do you give up in the second half of the race? Only, the Pretty Country coach was the one who noticed the details. How is it that this Wang Xiaoming has always been so much more than a finger away from their country's players? Chapter 68, Pretty Country's player has entered the zone state? The 1500m is a great test for any athlete. Not just a test of physical strength, but a test of perseverance. Selpeak is definitely expected to be sent out for the 1500m as a swimmer for the Pretty Country. It's safe to say that within the team, he is being groomed to be the next Phelps. He, himself, has lived up to his reputation as the youngest player on the team. He has not yet participated in the Olympic Games. He is all ready to win a number of world championships, the league of various championship medals, and this Olympics was his first emergence. And because of that and being young, he hadn't been tainted by the unwritten tactics of the Pretty Country, banned drugs and all, and he didn't give a damn about them at all. That's how he was able to escape the last purge of the Pretty Country swim team. Quite a few of the players are being internationalized while he is well. To him, the only way to be respected was to speak with true strength. It's just a shame that Peak, who would have wanted to make a complete name for himself in this first Olympics, but he met the person he never wanted to meet in his life. Wang Xiaoming. In his eyes, It seemed that he could only see Wang Xiaoming's tailpipe in the previous few races. This man could simply be called Phelps too. No, he's simply better than Phelps. He knew that if he didn't do something, he would only live in Wang Xiaoming's shadow for the rest of his life. So after learning about the little tricks his family's coach had played, he rarely resisted, but instead looked forward to it vaguely inwardly. If Wang Xiaoming really couldn't come to the competition, then wouldn't he finally get a gold medal? However, after seeing Wang Xiaoming's figure, he only felt that this dream seemed to be dashed once again. However, he firmly believed in an old saying in the country of China, "My destiny is mine and not God's." At the very beginning of the match, he was riveted to his full strength and charged out with a bang. He knew how powerful Wang Xiaoming was, and if he could not distance himself from him at the beginning, then he would definitely not be his opponent in the latter half. Unfortunately, just when he was full of hesitation and riveted to his full strength, with just one swing of his head, he caught a glimpse of something that he would never forget. Even though he had already exerted his full strength, Wang Xiaoming was still in front of him. Yes, though in this kind of intense competition, it is impossible for a contestant to see precisely the shape of the player next door. However, Pete just had the feeling that Wang Xiaoming next door was just half a head over his head. No more, no less, half a head. How is this possible? Pete was in complete disbelief, and for a moment, he thought of his idol, Phelps. It occurred to him that Phelps Sr. had buried the rest of his career because of this man. On second thought, he was again thinking of the humiliation their country had suffered in this Olympics. That one image seems to be vivid in my mind. In an instant, Pete turned his grief and anger into motivation, and his body's adrenaline hormones erupted once again. But don't underestimate the bond between me and my country, asshole. At this moment, it was as if he had entered a whole new realm. Pete remembered the teachings of Phelps once, who had said that any athlete would break through to a new state at the very limit. It felt as if a thin membrane ahead was blocking one's way, but once that membrane was broken through, then you get a qualitative leap. And this state, which most athletes have also had, it is also given a new name, zone status. At the moment, he was convinced that he had definitely just entered that state. It's time to make an end. Wang Xiaoming, Pete roared in his heart, and then once again both palms and feet powered up, and his entire body was just like a dolphin in the water. The huge waves that had been stirred up didn't seem to have any effect on it. Just like that, Pete accelerated again amidst the tens of thousands of live spectators, and with an acceleration visible to the naked eye, was overtaking Wang Xiaoming. The commentators on the scene also noticed the situation in an instant. The next moment, he was yelling, "Oh my God, everyone, look at Pick's runner on track 6. What's wrong with him? He's even accelerating and is rapidly pulling away from Wang Xiaoming's runner. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's not 50m or 200m or 400m, it's 1500m. He actually has such terrifying physical strength, such terrifying acceleration. Could it be that he's the last killer that pretty country is keeping?" The impassioned speech of the live commentator instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. The audience on the scene, except for the Huaxia country audience, seemed to be all unified at this moment. Sometimes people are like that. Once an individual is so powerful that he scares everyone, then other people will gather together to resist him. As with a country, once you get stronger and stronger, you're bound to suffer a boycott from a variety of smaller countries. And what to do in the face of this? There's no better way. The only way is, get stronger, stronger, stronger. As long as you are so strong that the other party doesn't even dare to be hostile to you, and only dares to look up to you, then no one will dare to resist you. The pretty country coach also blew out his fist hard in the face of what was going on in the arena. Looks like a solid gold medal for this one. Pete deserves to be Peak. Despite his young age, only just halfway through his words, he was staring at the field with wide eyes in horror, as if he had seen some terrifying existence. And in the same situation as him was the live commentary. He was passionately commenting on the current status of Pico's game, and for a moment he seemed to be stuck in a general speechless and quiet. There seems to be something unforeseen in this game. Not only him, but even the pretty country crowd that was chanting and cheering for Pico, celebrating the fact that for once it wasn't that damned Wang Xiaoming who finally won the gold medal, was instantly mute. The whole scene is like a two-stage flip. Human beings do not have the same sorrows and joys, and the smiles on the faces of the players from the pretty country somehow transferred so brightly to the faces of the spectators from the Chinese country, because nothing else. Just not long after Peak had just accelerated, looking at everyone for just a few blinks of an eye, Wang Xiaoming beside him was like a great white shark, and the splash of the water could be seen how fast he actually stomped his legs at this moment. Peak, who was fantasizing that he was going to win the championship and obtain the gold medal, only felt that the water splash on the side seemed to be big and a bit strange. Just after glancing with his afterglow, he felt a black shadow rapidly overtake him. How is it possible that he, Wang Xiaoming, in that inadvertent moment, It was as if Peak still saw the cold smile at the corner of Wang Xiaoming's mouth. Yes, he swears, he definitely saw it. Chapter 69. I'm waving my hand not to apologize, but you need more practice, old man. Quite a few middle-aged teenagers on the internet who have read comics. At the first sight of Peak, suddenly the whole person off the bone. It is someone began to flirt. I'll be damned. I'm afraid this Peak isn't on zone status. Ilua saw just this you? All of a sudden, like the attack of the giants, rushed out. Bad. Ming is in danger this time. Damn it, this pretty country. There are even experts. This son is the heart of the big trouble. Can there be love secretary willing to remove this bureaucrat for me? The crowd was teasing, but no one was going to bash Wang Xiaoming. Not even a scoff, but at best a pity. Only, before the crowd's pitying energy came out, they saw a scene that would make them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. If anything, Peak is a white shark in the waves at this point. Highly aggressive. Then, Wang Xiaoming was like a prodigal white dragon. He is the king of the water at the moment. In just a few blinks of an eye, Wang Xiaoming seemed to have installed an engine, and in an instant, he overtook Pick. My god, what did I see? What happened? Night player upstairs, please stop amusing yourself. If Pico's zone status is super acceleration, then what is this called for Ming? It's called invincible. Invincible. The commentators in the arena were abuzz for a moment. I thought I had seen a miracle, but at this moment I realized that there is another miracle behind it. How in the world did this happen? Can anyone tell me? Wang Xiaoming, at this moment, I can't find any words to describe him. Truly as the devil-subduing Lord in heaven, as if he were a Taiyujin on earth. Wang Xiaoming, he's at this point. That's it. My god, he's on his knees. The CCTV commentator is on his knees at this moment. Once upon a time he was, in fact, not a professional swim team commentator. Originally he was a basketball commentator, and the industry affectionately gave him the title of Weeping Bryant, just because he's the #1 fan of basketball player Black Mamba. Whether it's the other team's home or away game, his commentary will always be biased in his favor. But today, he decided to change his name. From this day forward, I am called Weiping Kodomine. There was wave after wave of passion on the sidelines, and all the Chinese spectators were cheering with vigor. Instead, it was as if the game situation had been fixed in the middle of the field. Wang is perpetually about half a head away from Peak next door at this moment. No more, no less, just a mere half ahead. This made everyone wonder, could it be that Wang Xiaoming was still retaining his physical strength? It wasn't just the spectators, even the valiantly advancing Pico was noticing the situation, because his afterglow glimpsed that Wang Xiaoming next door seemed to have been right beside him. In order to verify this suspicion, he even reduced his speed, and then he instantly raised it again, but invariably, the one next to him always stays at that speed. At this moment, Peak's mind was a whole lot stunned. He couldn't help but think of the gesture Wang Xiaoming had made to himself before the match. Is it hard to believe that he means he will only be so far ahead of himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With Peak's pride, he would never believe such a thing. The more he would not allow it to happen. He once again exploded with all his strength, but unfortunately it was still in vain. For a moment, disappointment deflated his heart, and he remembered what his own coach had said at the time. In the beginning, when he learned that his family's coach was going to use those unorthodox tactics to compete for the gold medal, he was absolutely disdainful and even disgusted. But then the coach said something to him. You think you're a genius? That's right, you're a genius. But genius is just the threshold for meeting Wang Xiaoming. Peak only felt that the breath he had been holding in his heart had been released. The heart of the Wei collapses in an instant. Look everyone, Peak, he's suddenly not working. That's right, what the hell? It's only the last 200 or 300 meters left. Why can't he do it? Holy, not only is it not working, it doesn't even seem to be moving. Couldn't have cramped up from not warming up well before the game. Could you? I think it's the collapse of the Taoist heart. Think about the fact that you cultivated immortality for thousands of years, only to end up ascending to the immortal realm to become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers that blocked the monkey. TSK. And in the next track Wang Xiaoming is also a moment did not react to what happened. Obviously has been in his own parallel drive pick, suddenly the whole person disappeared. But just a few lifts of his head and a change of breath and he figured it out. I think it's dead. No longer going to think much about him. Was going to have some fun. Didn't think he'd go down before he could make a move. In this way, Wang Xiaoming no longer retained his strength. Skill, Gatorade time, is activated. In an instant, the whole person was full of blood again in general. In everyone's eyes. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's speed seemed to have come up a notch again. At this rate, won't it be a record? There's still the last 100 meters to go. It's really going to be a record. My goodness. Look at the time you guys. If we break the record at this speed, Won't it be 7 or 8 seconds over the current world record? The crowd swallowed their saliva, completely not wanting to believe what kind of talent Wang Xiaoming had. With the last bit of wave disappearing, Wang Xiaoming took the title without a doubt. Not only was it a winner, but it broke the record by 7.3 seconds over, leaving a seemingly impossible goal for those who came after. In an instant, the nation was abuzz. From the beginning, he was worried that Wang Xiaoming wouldn't be able to make it to the race. To afterward, he just had to be able to compete. Then the hope of placing later on, and then finally the hope of seeing a gold medal. Until now, it's not just gold medals, it's breaking world records. Wang Xiaoming is refreshing people's perception step by step. Fast, just too fast. A feeling of powerlessness was born in the hearts of the players from all countries. With Wang Xiaoming around, how can there be a chance for them to stand out? For a while, many people had the idea of withdrawing from the Olympics, even if there is a swim marathon behind it. It can only be said that Wang Xiaoming has broken all the confidence of all the national swimmers by himself. No matter how fast you are, Wang Xiaoming is always able to be one step ahead of you. The despair, it's impossible to describe. After the game, the media from various countries scrambled to Wang Xiaoming's side to get the first news. Player Wang Xiaoming, may I ask what kind of mindset is it based on when you stomped your way to the field today and were still in the mood to say hello to the pretty country coach? Hearing this question, Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment, and then he was smiling at the camera. I waved my hand at him, not to say hello or goodbye. Rather, old man, you need more practice. Chapter 70, the Tao heart collapses. Just like a god, I'm waving my hand not to apologize, but you need more practice, old buddy. This statement instantly set off a furor throughout the internet. Even the reporters present were not expecting that Wang Xiaoming would answer this way. When the reaction came, he immediately pulled the camera behind him to frantically give Wang Xiaoming a shot, simply because the news is so bombastic. No one expected that Wang Xiaoming would be so bold as to fire directly at the camera. So may I ask, why would you say this to the pretty country coach? Is there some other hidden agenda that we don't know about? This reporter deserves to be assigned to the Olympics. Every question was word for word asked to the point. Wang Xiaoming smiled and looked at him. Then he was shaking his head to look at the pretty country coach not far away. It doesn't mean anything, I mean just that I admire him. That's all. The live interviews were taken live. Therefore, the pretty country coach who was not far away had all of Wang Xiaoming's words in his ears. In this instant, it was as if he was feeling 1,000 needles sticking in his chest. It hurts. It hurts. He suddenly regretted a bit why he regarded someone like Wang Xiaoming as an enemy. Is such a person a human being? He's not a human being. If he was human, how could he be unresponsive to such a beautiful carry? If he was human, how did he manage to win so easily and with such ease over their country's already limit-pushing piker? By the way, speaking of peak, he hasn't seen peak so far. For peak, his heart was full of anticipation, even if Wang Xiaoming was so strong. So what? It doesn't matter, at least he has peak. This is also a young man like the sun, who will surely become another rising star in the swimming world of the pretty country in the future. Moreover, Pick was younger than Wang Xiaoming. He wouldn't believe it, and he could simmer him until Wang Xiaoming retired. By the way, where's Peak? Just as the pretty country coach inquired about Peak's whereabouts, one of the medical staff running towards them not far away was filled with anxiety. Seeing this appearance, a bad thought appeared in the coach's mind all of a sudden. Don't let anything happen to you, Pico. You're our hope for the future. It's just a shame that people think what they want when they're down on their luck. Only to see his medical staff anxiously came to the pretty country coach, hurriedly said, your country's Pico player just walked to the entrance of the players' channel and fainted. Moreover, when he fainted, he also said, and say what? The pretty country coach was straight up in a hurry. This Pike, it's all he'll ever coach. He said. The medical staff stammered and looked at Wang Xiaoming again. He said, he can't win. He can't win. I can't win for the rest of my life. Hearing this, for a moment, despair covered the coach's face. It's over. Peak, whom he sees as the future hope of the beautiful country's swimming community, was absolutely obsessed with this moment. It's over. It's all over. The bewitched coach regretted that he shouldn't have messed with Wang Xiaoming, a thing that wasn't human. This is a moment in time when this Olympic coaching session of his own can be considered a flop. Not only this term, but this future Olympics, one is expected to live in his shadow. It's a proper steal. There's one last competition. Who are you guys going to put on? At this moment, he had no more hope. There was one last swim marathon event left and he didn't want to compete for anything. Just go up and go through the motions. Go through the motions and forget about it. Only, after he asked this question, the group of players behind him, surprisingly, none of them dared to respond. You are. He looked back at the terrified expressions on the faces of the crowd and smiled to himself. In this match, Wang Xiaoming defeated more than just Pick. It's more about himself. It's more about their whole pretty country. All of the players have been intimidated by it. Lost, a total loss. The pretty country coach looked up at the sky, trying to keep the tears from flowing. What he doesn't know is that when he looks up at the sky at 45 degrees, the tears flow into his heart. And the news that Peak fainted directly after the game is not far from the truth. In an instant, everyone was all shocked. Wang Xiaoming didn't just win the gold medal, he broke the record. And, surprisingly, it even scared his opponent right into passing out. This is like nothing before or since. At this moment, in the eyes of all the swimmers from other countries participating in the scene, Wang Xiaoming was simply like a demon. No one wants to meet with them again, because they are also afraid of their Taoist heart breaking down. So, one by one, the stick country players, the romance country players, the Sakura country players, one by one, all of them applied to the coach. For the final swim marathon, they filed to withdraw. It is supposed to be a program that extremely tests physical fortitude. If they were to be struck by Wang Xiaoming's unhuman-like general again, they were afraid that they might never dare to race again in their lives. Faced with such a situation, the coaches of various countries were helpless. It's not just the contestants, even they are shocked. How can such an opponent win? And the viewers of those countries, if they were still on the same page before, united in their hostility towards Wang Xiaoming. At this moment, the way they looked at Wang Xiaoming was simply like looking at a god. Swimming god, unrivaled. That's a lot more impressive than Phelps was back in the day. Sometimes that's how people are. When you're strong, the hostility of all will all be turned into admiration. Far away on the other side of the ocean within China, looking at the spirited Wang Xiaoming in the screen, it was as if Sun Yang was seeing the person he once was. No, he was stronger than he was back then. Moreover, he had understood one thing from Wang Xiaoming. Why, back in the day he would be vilified, mocked, and sprayed with smears all over the internet until he retired. And today's Wang Xiaoming was clearly even more wild and tugging than he was back then. And yet, it still hasn't set off any online talk of hacking him. Everything was all figured out for him. The root cause is simply that you are not strong enough. As long as one is strong enough, then all that black talk will only make one stronger for oneself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be rekindled inside again. All the training from back then came flooding back. For a moment, an idea was suddenly born in his mind. Him, to make a comeback. Even if he had to face an inhuman Wang Xiaoming after his comeback, he still had to make a comeback. If he didn't compare himself with the likes of Wang Xiaoming, then his life would end in regret. Wang Xiaoming had no idea about what these people were thinking. At this point, he was just feeling a little tired. So in the afternoon, he made an announcement. Chapter 71, Deterrence in the Absence of People. What? Ming, you said there's one last marathon you're not participating in? Why? In the swimming preparation pavilion of Huaxia country, Pan Zhanle and his group looked at Wang Xiaoming incredulously and asked. Before that, they were just about to give Wang Xiaoming a celebration for his breaking of the world record, when they just heard a bad news. Wang Xiaoming was surprisingly not going to participate in the last swim marathon. Looking at the surrounding people's eyes that did not understand, Wang Xiaoming shrugged, tired. And besides, one has to give young people a little chance. Listening to Wang Xiaoming's words that were so pretentious, Pan Zhanle and his group could not help but want to give him a kick. But when you think about it, all the way through the campaign for so long, it seems that his own Ming has never missed a single competition. Looking towards Wang Xiaoming, who was exhausted at this moment, but did not show a trace of fatigue, the crowd couldn't help but feel a tinge of respect in their hearts, and a hint of heartache. So, the last competition, who's going to participate? The coach suddenly asked such a question. This is a hard one for everyone. To be honest, if Wang Xiaoming had participated, the enthusiasm of the crowd would have been very high. But if you let yourself in, don't look at the countries you look at today, and there is not a single player who can play. That was only in because of the presence of Wang Xiaoming. Nowadays, if Wang Xiaoming didn't participate, the crowd simply didn't have confidence that they could beat the foreign competitors in an event like the swimming marathon, especially the same godlike Pico today. At that time, his state could really scare these young Chinese athletes. So when the coach asked such a question, everyone was silenced. That, coach, I'm not participating anyway. Pan Zhanle raised his hand first and said, in itself, he just wasn't good at long-distance swimming, not to mention that he already had several gold medals in hand as well. He's not willing to get his hands on a field of entries he's not good at. He was not the only one, but several juniors around him were raising their hands to show their willingness. Without exception, no one wants to participate. They're not cuties. This kind of competition, it's all a gain to participate. Not to mention that the many spectators were all looking forward to Wang Xiaoming's appearance, and if they saw that it was not him but some other contestant at that time, wouldn't they be greeted by the families of these people? Looking at the crowd's reaction, the coach could do nothing but look at Wang Xiaoming. Koto mine. Coach, don't look at me. I'm really not ready to compete. Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, To be honest, he really didn't want to compete. It's not like there are any rewards, and the marathon is so long. It does get tiring. I'll be honest with you, coach. I want to go to the ping pong tournament this afternoon, so for this marathon, you can let someone else participate. Hearing this reason from Wang Xiaoming, the corner of the coach's mouth could not help but twitch. Dude, just to watch a ping pong game, so you're not going to fight for your country? However, such words only flashed through his mind for a split second before disappearing without a trace. At this moment in time, he was not qualified to talk about Wang Xiaoming in this way. Wang Xiaoming had done enough. So, who is a good person to send up for the next game? Ming, how about this? You designate a player. Whoever you say will be on it. To be honest, Coach Wang Mu can't see past this last medal. They've won enough gold medals for their swim team. I guess it's a foregone conclusion. So it's good to let the youngsters go up there and have some fun in this last competition. Just that. Such a casual thought in his heart was directly shocking the rest of the players directly. It is important to realize that in the Chinese Olympic swim team, there is only one person who can make the decision on the selection. That would be the coach. And it has always been the case that Coach Wang Mu has never allowed anyone to tell him what to do in terms of scheduling his picks. In his opinion, his pick scheduling is the best. But today, his own coach was actually asking Wang Xiaoming who this time's picks would go up to the competition. I'll go. Today is really a small nifla ass, Pan Zhanle said with wide eyes from the side. What do you mean? Coach Wang Mu didn't understand him. Pan Zhanle smiled and explained. Opened my eyes. Get out. Looking at how happy Pan Zhanle was, Wang Xiaoming also decided to make him a little happier. Then he pointed to him. Coach, I see that Lizzie is in a good mood. He must be in good shape. Let's pick him. Holy, Ming, you're letting off some personal steam. And Wang Mu nodded. Okay, it's decided that it's you, Jim Liu. It was just supposed to go up there and go through the motions, so it didn't matter who you picked. Upon hearing his coach's decision, Pan Zhanle was instantly deflated. Don't. The other contestants, on the other hand, laughed out loud as they watched the show. Just before the crowd had time to be happy, there was a person running over in a hurry not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the assistant coach of the Wahini swim team. What's wrong, Rush? Wang Mu asked in disbelief. The assistant coach, on the other hand, handed a list in his hand directly to Wang Mu. After just a couple of glances, Wang Mu's eyes directly widened. Is this list real? Of course it's true. It's just been finalized. Looking at the two men's clouded words, Pan Zhanle asked in disbelief. What's the situation, coach? What list? Wang Mu took a deep breath, and then he was showing the list to the people one by one. As it turns out, this is a list of entries for the weight. However, when the crowd swept through it was to find a common problem. Coach, how come we've never heard of the names of the countries competing on this before? For the crowd's question, Wang Mu was looking at Wang Xiaoming. Then he was explaining. I'm afraid that all the other countries have been scared by Xiaoming, so all those mainstays of the swimming marathon are not going to participate. All of them are just looking for a new player to get them up there to see the world. At this instant, all the players who heard this froze for a moment, and then they rushed towards Wang Mu in unison. Coach, I want to swim. Coach, put me on. I'm on. I've got the best endurance in this. Looking at the crowd that had just excused themselves, and at this moment, as if they were pumped up, Wang Mu coldly grunted. How can there be such a cheap thing? Just now Xiaoming designated it. Just Jim Liu go to the competition. At this moment, Pan Zhanle, who was immersed in joy, couldn't even hear what was being said around him. All he knew was that he was about to win another gold medal, and the reason for this is that his own Ming has intimidated players from other countries. So, one is picking up a ready-made bargain. Holy, Ming, I love you. Chapter 72, Gold Medal Harvester. Wasia has not lost a single gold medal? After a short period of elation, a group of swimmers seemed to react. Pan Zhanle yelled. If this happens, won't we have to bag all the Olympic swimming medals? Hearing Pan Zhanle's words, the coach just shook his head and smiled hopelessly. Zhanle, don't be too proud. It's still unknown whether you can get the gold medal or not. Pan Zhanle, on the other hand, smiled and said, don't worry, coach, if those great athletes before, I may still go a little bit, but now it's all these pushed up to fill up the numbers. Ha, if I don't get the gold medal, I, Pan Zhanle, will eat upside down today. Ha ha ha. Well, that's what you said. The moment Pan Zhanle's words came out, instantly everyone was up in arms. At this time, Pan Zhanle realized that his words were a bit too big, and immediately touched his head. Don't I'm just kidding. Of course, whether Pan Zhanle is joking or not. In fact, everyone's heart is already calculated. With such a lineup of participants from other countries, it would be disappointing if they couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to win the championship. Thinking of this, they could not help but look at Wang Xiaoming wistfully, and then they were approaching him. You, what are you doing? Before Wang Xiaoming could react, he realized that he had already been lifted up. Inside the Huaxia arena, the Huaxia swim team all cheered. All of them used their life strength to throw Wang Xiaoming into midair. The look of joy on his face rose to the surface. But happiness is for the country of China. But sadness is for other countries. At the moment, those coaches from other countries hated to cut off their own hands. Tell me about you. What's the point of submitting your match list so early? It was only at this moment that they realized that the list handed in by the Chinese team was not Wang Xiaoming's name, but Pan Zhanle's. Although that Pan Zhanle was also very powerful, they weren't afraid. The only one they were afraid of was Wang Xiaoming. But at this moment, Wang Xiaoming surprisingly did not go to the competition. This did not just mean that they had lost the chance to compete for the gold medal, but they also felt that they had been severely teased by Wang Xiaoming. Only, now there was no longer jealousy and hatred in their eyes when they looked at Wang Xiaoming. There was nothing but intense admiration. Along with swimming, Wang Xiaoming has already created a miracle. Perhaps in the future, someone might break, but it definitely won't be anytime soon. The final swim of the afternoon is still a little while away. As for Wang Xiaoming, he did indeed go and run to the viewing platform of the table tennis match for real. As he himself said, ever since he was a child, he has been taught the phrase, the little ball drives the big ball. Not only this statement, but table tennis is the national ball of China. Wang Xiaoming had always been interested in it, but it was just a pity that for a long time there was also little time to study. Today to this Olympic stadium, naturally, is to go to watch the elegance of the athletes of the Chinese national ball. This afternoon's matches were mixed men's and women's play. On the side of China's country, Wang Chujin and Sun Yingsha were the ones who came out. And naturally, Wang Xiaoming didn't want others to recognize him, so he also did a little bit of camouflage. A man sits on the viewing platform, quietly watching the game underneath. However, halfway through the match at the bottom, the Chinese spectators on the viewing platform erupted into a not-so-small commotion. As it turns out, they all got the news that the country of Huaxia once again got the Olympic gold medal in the marathon. It was certainly exuberant and exciting news, but only exuberant for 2 blinks of an eye. All of them then raised questions in unison. This person who won the gold medal, how come it's not Wang Xiaoming? The spectators on the table tennis side of the tournament got the news late, but those at the swimming tournament side had already blown up. When they saw that the Chinese player on the competition stage was not Wang Xiaoming, they protested. Of course, it's not that they look down on Pan Zhanle or don't want to see Pan Zhanle. It was just that the purpose of everyone coming over to watch the game was to see Wang Xiaoming. But what about Wang Xiaoming? He didn't even compete? How can this be tolerated by them? However, Pan Zhanle's post-game interview was the one that once again made them marvel at Wang Xiaoming's pattern, while the other countries were pushed out on an ad hoc basis for show. This is a swim marathon after all. Pan Zhanle, a 10-kilometer swimmer, was also tired. The whole thing was also red in the face and numb in the hands and feet. But after seeing his score on the big screen, he felt that this kind of tiredness was so worth it. Not only that, he was thankful for Wang Xiaoming's deliberate concession. If it's possible, wouldn't it be a handful for Ming to win a gold medal in this marathon? But he, on the other hand, told the guys that he was too tired to want to participate. Wasn't it just to leave them with this chance to win the gold medal? Tired? Ridiculous. Up until now, to be honest, Pan Zhanle had never really seen Wang Xiaoming truly tired. In one fell swoop, Pan Zhanle won the gold medal, and Pan Zhanle became the swim team in addition to Wang Xiaoming the most gold medals. Numerous media on the scene, although did not interview Wang Xiaoming, but interview Pan Zhanle, the swim team number 2. Its journalistic benefits are definitely not bad either. Hello, runner Pan Zhanle. May I ask what is in your heart for this marathon, in which you won the gold medal? Looking at the camera, Pan Zhanle guffawed. Tired. Indeed. Also, I would love to thank someone. Oh, who is it? The reporter on the scene keenly sensed that there would be news, and hurriedly asked his question. Only Pan Zhanle exclaimed, I want to thank Wang Xiaoming very much. My brother Ming. He was willing to give away the marathon gold medal he had within his grasp for the sake of our teammates who were together. Oh, do you mean to say that it was Wang Xiaoming who purposely didn't want to participate in the competition just so that the rest of your team members could take the gold medal as well? Pan Zhanle nodded and said very definitely, that's right. Then is it possible for us to understand that if the marathon is on Wang Xiaoming's runners, he doesn't give a damn about the other country's runners, and it's just a breeze to get a gold medal? Or does he think he has too many gold medals? Pan Zhanle immediately just realized that this reporter was messing with things, but he wasn't afraid. That's right, that's what I mean. For this competition, I'll be able to do whatever I want on me. So wouldn't it be a handful for brother Ming? Besides, Ming has enough gold medals. Indeed. In this instant, these remarks instantly spread all over the internet. Everyone was stunned. It's amazing that these days, there are still people who think they have too many gold medals. But the crowd just reacted. plus the gold medal in the shooting competition. The number of gold medals in Wang Xiaoming's hand. I'm afraid it's already going to be more than 20. In just one Olympics, it won something that others could not do in their lifetime. It's still a human being? On the other hand, Wang Xiaoming, who was on the other side, was still unaware of what was happening on the internet. He didn't have time to care either, because at the moment something outrageous was happening on the ping pong field. Chapter 73, No dude, you're really coming to ping pong? For table tennis, it's not like swimming in general. In this regard, the Wachovia team has always been the best in the world. What can be said over the past several years is that basically no one has been able to shake the Wahini's position in this regard. So the game of table tennis is, perhaps, arguably one of the most watched events. Moreover, before the competition, the rest of the countries were not as saber-rattling against the Chinese nation as they were in other programs, because they are each identifying a fact. The gold medal, it's for the Wahini. They, 4-1, are going to stay 3-2. But this seems to have slowly begun to change in the last few years. Although the Wahini team is still powerful and unbeatable, but the rest of the various countries are seeing the hope that they can beat the Chinese team. Simply because various countries have gone from being swept and crushed in previous matches with the Chinese team to now being able to arm wrestle with it. Not only that, but if you're lucky, or if you blow up at the time, it's more than enough to win the Wahoos a set or two. This has given countries a glimpse of the light. In their minds, the unbeatable image of the Chinese team was slowly crumbling. People are honored to beat the Wahini, and it's no longer an unattainable goal. The first match of this afternoon's tournament featured co-ed hitting with Sun and King teaming up. In the Chinese table tennis team, these two are already considered very strong. But in this era of youth, the Wahoos have lost their dominance. With Zhang Jike's retirement, China has one less extremely tough player. This instant strength can't be described as falling by 1,000 feet. Ridge of Horse, as captain, also has to lead a group of young players, which can be called freshman fatigue. As for Su Xin, every day like a sizable cute, entering the city in general, the strength is very strong, but it's always going to be criticized by the coach. It's because he falls asleep every time the coach is talking, and it's also really love it and hate it. Well, now we have seen our Chinese country players in small day, small life is good Sakura country players have been in position, about to carry out today's first table tennis battle. In the end, the gold medal to whom to fall. Let's wait and see. As the commentator's words fell, the match underneath opened up in a smooth manner. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field just changed. In the last second, it was the Chinese national player who yelled and grabbed a point. The next moment, it's a small-time player, Yossi, picking up a point. But no matter what, the situation on the field is changing, and no one knows who the gold medal will slip into the hands of until the end of the fight. But Wachovia has been the one to hold a 2 to 3 point lead. If they can keep this lead going, it's only a matter of time before the Chinese team can take the gold medal. The crowd was seeing this and cheering and shouting. However, the coach in the field was not looking too good, because in his mind, winning only 2 to 3 points over Sakuraba was no win. After all, before the game, he'd called out for putting out a bold statement. Beat me to death. Nowadays, this scene is very embarrassing for his face. Not only that, but during the intermission when both players would rest area, the little day player had the audacity to taunt up. Yo, is that all there is to Chinese ping pong? Ha ha ha, do they think they can have a player like Wang Xiaoming? Can Wang Xiaoming even come to a table tennis tournament? Maybe we'll get the gold medal this time. Ha 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 ha. Taking advantage of the moment of rest in between the athletes, Delu came behind Sun and Wang and yelled, "You two are not eating Where is the strength? Give me to the death No matter what the game is, the Wahoos always hold back and try to unleash their energy when they have a small day. Even though he is a retired athlete, this energy in his heart is still there. Facing the coach's reprimand, the two men's faces were not good, only that the tiredness of it was known only to them. This little life across the street is not the little life it used to be. I have to admit, their learning ability is indeed very strong. Only a few years, it is a lot of Chinese skills have been stolen over. Nowadays, it's possible to fight them 46 away. However, they still assured Coach Delu, "Don't worry coach, we will win." Only this promise was overshadowed by the crowd's chants. The two were puzzled. After all, during breaks, the general audience wasn't this hyper. Many table tennis players looked towards the viewing platform and exclaimed in shock. As it turns out, it was no one else on the audience stage. Instead, it's Wang Xiaoming, who's been in the limelight lately. Brother Ming is actually not competing to see us play? Wang Chuqin froze for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face as well. Not only him, but Sun Yinsha and the rest of the table tennis players had a look of surprise on their faces. After all, nowadays Wang Xiaoming's big name is a legend no matter what program that is. This is the kind of legend that will only be admired. Satchel by satchel in the program category. Seeing the young athletes under his command in this state, De Lu immediately looked for someone to go up to the audience stage to invite Wang Xiaoming over. And on the audience stage Wang Xiaoming is also helpless. This Pan Jean La mouth is really fast. Even if you say you didn't compete, you said you came to watch a ping pong tournament. As a result, the viewers here all went online and saw the news, and immediately went from one to another to check it out. Then one like yourself with a hat and a mask, definitely can't hide it. Helplessly, Wang Xiaoming could only walk towards the Chinese ping pong competition area. Before Wang Xiaoming arrived, Coach De Lu's voice sounded. Ha ha ha, Wang Xiaoming, I know you, Chinese Grand Slam player. Coach De Lu patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder and continued. You say you came without saying anything to us. Surely we'll arrange a VIP seat for you. Facing De Lu's words, Wang Xiaoming let out a bitter smile. Coach De Lu, don't. I'm not a Grand Slam player. De Lu froze for a moment. They had all heard of Wang Xiaoming's deeds. Not to say it's all gold medals, but all of the ones in front of him in the swimming events he's got medals in. He shouldn't be in trouble for the last marathon, either. But to hear that, it's him. Oh no, De Lu suddenly reacted. This time, should be the time of the marathon. However, he did. You didn't go to the marathon program? Coach De Lu was shocked. Wang Xiaoming nodded. That's right. I heard that this afternoon is the first match of our country's table tennis, and I wanted to come and cheer you guys up. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Originally feeling physically and mentally exhausted, Wang Chuqin, Sun Yinsha and the two of them, in an instant, the entire person seemed to be pumped with chicken blood. Ming, you don't even compete in your own games to watch them? On the other hand, the little day player on the opposite side was stunned, and his whole body was bad. Brother, we're just kidding. Why did you really come? Chapter 70 for the first gold of ping pong. The Dark Current. The game continues. Please return to your positions. After a short break, the co-ed playing matches were resumed. Before leaving, Wang Chuqin looked at Wang Xiaoming and asked, Brother Ming, can you sign my ping pong paddle later? Looking at Wang Chuqin's excited appearance, Wang Xiaoming nodded helplessly. Of course I can. Seeing Wang Chuqin having his way, Sun Yingsha on the side couldn't help herself. Brother Ming and me. Fine. All fine. And in the back of the big Lu coach, is a dry cough. Line, hurry to go to the game to go. Today you do not give me that little day to. You go back this time each person every day to add 3 hours of training. Roger. The duo who received an affirmative answer instantly just felt a rush of blood in their chests that had to be released at this moment. With just this one small hiccup, the second half of the co-ed fights went from being evenly matched in the first half. Suddenly it's a one-sided field today. Two small day players also do not know the opposite side of the two Wang Chuqin Sun Yingsha in the end. Not just like a full-blooded resurrection. It's more like a shot in the arm. Every serve, every spin, they were overwhelmed. In the first half, it was still 8-11, 9-11 with the two. And now, it's the best they can do to get 3 points at the hands of Sun and Wang. One of the smaller innings was a shutout. How is this possible? How the hell did they do that? I thought my country had caught up with China in table tennis and could even break bread with it. But who would have thought that the situation on the field could have such a shocking reversal? The little day coach stared in utter disbelief at what was happening to him. You can only watch as the score on the field is eaten up minute by minute by the country of China. And then it's just so uncontested. Defeated. At this point, the smile on his face had long since disappeared, to the point that cold sweat appeared on his head. Why is this happening? Why? Watching possible hope just fly by in front of your eyes can't be good for anyone. Not to mention the fact that he had been mocking the Chinese nation before, so wouldn't his face be slapped in the face? It wasn't just the junior day coach who had this thought, but the two junior day players as well. Beep. The whistle blew, setting off a roaring applause. The country of China took this victory with ease, and a gold medal was once again in hand. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was counting his props as well as his skills. Looking at that universal blue in the list of props, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but shake his head. It says it can bond everything without leaving a single trace. But what use is it to you? Without waiting for him to think about it much, a message on his cell phone caught his attention again. Ding! Your tail number is 9,527. People's Very Bank credited a small goal. Please check. Our bank has recently offered a special deposit service for premium customers. You can. Without finishing reading it, Wang Xiaoming closed the text message and edited another message for Chen Xiao and sent it over. What? I got a little goal even though I didn't play in the game? Soon, there was a text message back. Though you didn't play but, you deserve the gold medal this time. You deserve it. By the way, are you interested in participating in table tennis? Ping pong? Wang Xiaoming looked at the match on the stage and thought about his skills, while being able to serve, receive, and put the ball away. If you're playing these guys, forget it. I'd rather not participate in this technical stuff. Your sister. By the way, the message was just sent over. The scene was a roaring applause. So Wang Xiaoming did not pay attention to the opposite side of the time as back to a message as closed the phone. Another small goal in hand. And it looks like we can add something more to our sister's dowry in the future. At the end of the match, Wang Chuqin and Sun Yingsha seemed like children who had just gotten 100 points, and hurriedly came to the side of Coach De Lu and waited for compliments. The other also passed his racket into Wang Xiaoming's hands. Brother Ming, you know. I remember. Wang Xiaoming took the racket and signed his name with a few swipes. Looking at his own was signed on the signature racket. Wang Chuqin do not mention how happy in his heart. Coincidentally at this time there is a reporter to interview. He did not think too much, directly put the racket on the ground on the box, did not bother. Is to accept the interview. Hello, two players, Wang Chuqin, Sun Yingsha. First of all, congratulations on your win. May I ask, in the first half, you were playing evenly with your opponents, but why did you come back in the second half as if you were a different team? In the face of such a problem, Wang Chuqin smiled and thanked the country, coach and teammates all over again. This was followed by a statement of his own repertoire, because Ming came and gave us confidence. The confidence to win. Oh, Ming? Is that the one who almost swam a grand slam? The reporter's eyes lit up. It was obvious that he was about to dig up some unbelievable news again. That's right, Wang Chuqin said excitedly, followed by a sigh of relief. Alas, Brother Ming even gave up the gold medal that was within his grasp in order to come and watch our match. How can we not win the gold medal under these circumstances? The Wasia Nation side is being interviewed, while on the Junior Day side, Coach Junior Day is whispering something to a man. The two kept whispering and their eyes kept sweeping over to Wang Chuqin's side. Obviously, the two certainly don't any good farts, and all of this fell in Wang Xiaoming's eyes, only he didn't bother to think much about it. Just thought the little Day couldn't afford to lose and was saying something bad about it there. Soon, Wang Chuqin's side ended the interview. Before he could pack up and formally get to know Wang Xiaoming, there was a reporter jogging towards their side of the field. Looking at the face of the visitor, Wang Xiaoming immediately recognized the person who had just whispered with Coach Xiao Dai. At once, he was on the alert. Hello, Wang Chuqin. Wang Chuqin, may we interview you again? Seeing this, Coach De Lu immediately was blocking up. I'm sorry, the interview time is over. Besides, this is the resting ground for our players, not a place for interviews. Upon hearing this, the small-time reporter immediately revealed an aggrieved look. Hello Coach Lu, I've always been a fan of Wang Chuqin, and our country attaches great importance to this table tennis tournament, so can you make some accommodations? And as soon as Wang Chuqin, who was in the back, heard that he was his fan and his tone was so low, his tail immediately just turned up. Coach, why don't you let them in? It won't take long. But at this moment, Wang Xiaoming stood out. It's better not to. You guys still have a competition. It's better to have a good rest. Then he whispered to Wang Chuqin. I don't think they are good people. Be careful. Nihao. Wang Chuqin did not take it seriously at all. I say Brother Ming, you are also too careful. Not much time to waste. Only immediately was attached to Wang Xiaoming's ear again and said, Brother Ming, we still need to do the surface work in this small day. Otherwise it will be used by the media to make things happen. Coach De Lu, who was thinking for a while, also nodded. After all, this is also a time for the two countries to establish diplomatic and friendly relations. So you guys, faced with several people's lack of seriousness, Wang Xiaoming bristled. Anyway, it's none of his business. Just don't look for him when something comes up. Chapter 75, The Conspiracy of Small Days. Did I let you go? Coach Lu, we're really fans of Wang Chuqin. We really want to take a few pictures of Wang Chuqin and bring them back when the time comes, so that we can also let our young people at home know what it means to have a mountain to climb. This can be said in the heart of the big Lu coach. Only, he is more concerned about the back of the camera. Early has turned on the photography. It would definitely be bad for the two countries to establish diplomatic relations if he himself refused at this moment. In that case, he had no choice but to let the man in. Alright then, come on in, but not for too long. We players have to rest. Hi. The little daytime reporter nodded his head heavily, and then he was striding towards Wang Chuqin, his entire eyes constantly roaming over Wang Chuqin. It made Wang Chuqin feel uncomfortable for a while, but for the sake of the face of the two established diplomatic relations, he could only bite his teeth and accept the interview. At this moment, the journalists from other countries who couldn't get in outside saw this situation and immediately came over. Even Coach De Lu couldn't get rid of it. In an instant, the field was extremely chaotic. Seeing this situation in the heart of Wang Chuqin, there is a wave of inexplicable discomfort. Always feel like something is going to happen. Subconsciously he just wanted to look at his racket. Only when he saw his racket would he feel a little more solid in his heart. Only, before his head was lowered, the reporter of the little day over here shouted out, Ah, Wang Chuqin, my idol. may I ask how in the world did you win the championship at such a young age? I'm sure there must be no shortage of effort behind it. It wasn't just the camera flashes of the small-time journalists that were pounding away, but the rest of the country's cameras were taking crazy pictures as well. For a while, it made Wang Xiaoming somewhat exhausted, and the two little day cameras look as if they are looking for something. Wang Xiaoming keenly sensed this, but he just thought that a few people had come to spy on the strength of the Chinese ping-pong team without thinking much about it. Remembering that he still had an appointment on the track team, he decided to leave. However, before he could leave, a commotion was heard, and then a shocking scream erupted from the scene. When Wang Xiaoming turned his head to look, he saw Wang Xiaoming half kneeling on the ground, and in his hand was a broken racket. Fixing his eyes on it, it was the same racket that he had signed for Wang Xiaoming. What's going on here? Wang Xiaoming immediately came to the side of Coach De Lu and asked. Big Lu took a look at Wang Xiaoming and immediately was explaining. Just now there were more people. There was some confusion. I don't know who accidentally stepped on Xiao Wan's racket and broke it. Wang Xiaoming was shocked in his heart. This ping-pong paddle could be said to be like a gun to a warrior for table tennis players. This is their life. Is there any other racket here? Wang Xiaoming asked cautiously. De Lu nodded. Yes there is, but that's not the main shoot. Generally, table tennis players are expected to have a primary racket and a secondary racket. But basically, these athletes train to play with the main racket because that's what they're best at and most accustomed to using. The secondary shot is trained, but it's certainly not as good as the primary shot. Wang Xiaoming looked towards the broken master beat. The extent of its breakage looked like the situation was already serious. Basically, even if it's patched up, it's going to be very distracting to the hand. This would definitely affect Wang Xiaoming's status in this competition very much. Couple that with a change of heart, and it's safe to say he might not be in the running for the gold medal next. Who did this? Wang Xiaoming swept over everyone at the scene. De Lu shook his head. I don't know. It was already broken when we found it. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming sighed and came to Wang Xiaoming's side and patted his shoulder. Wang Xiaoming, don't be sad. Take the vice racket and cheer well. When Wang Xiaoming saw Wang Xiaoming, he didn't hold back and cried. Ming, this is the racket you signed for me. It's the only one in the world. I'll sign more for you later. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. No, it's not the same. This racket has been following me for the longest time. I'm most used to using it. I was thinking of getting a few more gold medals behind the racket you signed for me. But now, the more Wang Xiaoming said the more aggrieved in his heart. He regretted. He was chagrined himself why he had the little day reporter at the time. I don't know who stepped off, but the reason is all because of the small day reporter came and caused a butterfly reaction. The rest of the country reporter came over. The scene was too chaotic to cause that. In that case, Brother Ming, I really regret that I didn't listen to you. Wang Xiaoming froze, and then he was remembering what he had said to him before. Immediately, Wang Xiaoming's mind connected everything together. This whole thing is too much of a coincidence. Why was it not someone else's racket that broke, but the racket of the interviewee, Wang Xiaoming? And then I think about the way the small-time journalists and ping-pong coaches were whispering there at the beginning of the day. Wang Xiaoming sneered. Worthy of being a small projectile country. These things are really done extremely smoothly. When he thought of this, he swept over everyone on the scene. With his instincts as an assassin, he could quickly tell whoever was on the scene had a ghost. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming had already seen all the looks of everyone at the scene in his heart, and saw a sneer on the faces of those few small-time reporters. Immediately, there was a plan in his mind. Sure enough, was my guess right? And the small-time contestant who came in at the beginning of the day over there, seeing such a big accident at the scene, immediately said sorry and just wanted to leave. Since you guys have to deal with something else now, King Wang, we'll leave first. Just at the moment, who was in the mood to care if they left or not? Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, the faces of the small-time journalists were very unsightly, but soon they were wearing an extremely pained expression again. Humph, arrogant Chinese, remember your price well. After that, he turned around and wanted to leave, but before he could take the first step there was a voice from behind him. Later, the reporter of the small day who heard the voice turned around and looked at it, and it turned out to be Wang Xiaoming, who has been on fire lately. The little day reporter was instantly excited to see him. However, he pressed down his excitement. He knew that this moment was not the time to interview Wang Xiaoming. Leaving earlier was the main thing. So it's player Wang Xiaoming. Hello there, we have urgent matters over there, so we'll go back first. This time, he was really ready to leave in a hurry. After all, staying for one more second was one more point of danger. Just before he turned around, he felt a big hand pressing on top of his shoulder. Did I let you go? Chapter 76. Translate for me what is meant by an interview. Ever since this little day reporter came over, Wang Xiaoming just felt that its look was not right and the whole thing was sneaky. With his years of experience as an assassin, he could tell at a glance that this man had a ghost. And not only that, to interview Wang Xiaoming, but his eyes are drifting, do not know what to look for there. Now Wang Xiaoming sort of knew that he was looking for a ping pong paddle. It was just that what Wang Xiaoming didn't expect was that this little day country could really do such a thing. Did I say to let you go? Wang Xiaoming's extremely nonchalant tone caused the little day reporter to look a little ugly for a moment. However, he still said in a nice voice, Ming Jun, we still need an interview on our side, and we are deeply sorry for what happened to your King Chuqin. After that, he bowed to Wang Xiaoming and the others and prepared to leave again. Only, would Wang Xiaoming let him leave? At that moment, there was a force in his hand. I didn't let you go. Who let you move? Boom, pop. The reporter who had just turned around only felt a huge force on his shoulders, and then realized that the sky was spinning in front of his eyes. You, what are you doing? Nakamura swore that he had never been so humiliated since he was born. He himself was at least a famous gold medal host in a small day country. But today, surprisingly, he was dropped straight to the ground and fell on his face. And it's still in this abominable Chinese players division, one's most hated group of here, but also have countless white pigs little ni one to look at oneself. I can't settle this score today. Wang Xiaoming, I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. Bastard, bastard. Nakamura swore madly in his mind. Then he shouted at Wang Xiaoming, Akane-kun, you, what are you doing? Have I offended you in some way? Although he had a belly full of fire in his heart, at this moment, Nakamura did not dare to vent it out to Wang Xiaoming at all. That's the way it was in the land of small days, worshipping the strong and bullying the weak. When faced with someone stronger than yourself, you will outwardly show great respect no matter how humiliated you are. It was amazing to see Nakamura smiling at himself even after he had fallen like that. For a moment, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but admire the samurai spirit of their little country of days. Very thick-skinned, Wang Xiaoming sneered, and those reporters around have long been all gathered up. Hands of the camera flash constantly flashing, and that a photo was posted online. In the photo, the man standing on the left seems to look out of the corner of his eye, just looking down at the person lying on the ground. On the right, there was a man with a flattering face, still smiling in the face of such a situation. At this moment, this one was like a world-famous painting, and it instantly spread all over the internet. People were commenting wildly on the image. After all, the hot man in this picture is the one who nearly scored a grand slam in a swimming competition not too long ago. A group of young people are watching the Olympics together in a restaurant somewhere. Upon seeing this scene, for a moment, it was as if a stream of hot blood rushed straight to the sky within his body, as if a gene of some kind was aroused. They reddened their eyes and clenched their fists, muttering continuously under his breath, asterisk 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 him, Ming, him. When the shouting got good, it was more like one person spinning a bottle of beer. The middle-aged restaurant owner who was frying vegetables didn't understand and couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the group of young people. Young people nowadays, a little thing can be so hot-blooded. If we look at the Olympics in our day, wouldn't we all cry out? Hearing this from the boss, the young youngster was not happy. Boss, do you know who's in this picture? He's Wang Xiaoming, our brother Ming. Wang Xiaoming? Never heard of it. The boss continued to fry the food. People in their middle age, tired of working and raising children, they simply don't have time to pay attention to the Olympics anymore. Is it great? Awesome? A few youngsters immediately looked at me, and I looked at you, and the next moment they were spitting with laughter. Then he turned to his boss and said, just so I'm clear with you, boss, you know about Phelps, don't you? You know, the swimming legend. I was a fan of his a couple years ago when he was all powerful. Ha! A few youngsters laughed crookedly. Legend? Ha ha ha, this legend is like the light of a glowing fire compared to the light of a white moon compared to our brother Ming. Come on, you youngsters just like to brag and somehow burn up and outshine Phelps? I don't believe it. You don't believe me? A few youngsters were anxious. Do you know that our brother Ming almost took the Grand Slam in swimming? Yo, that's not bad. The boss continued to paw the spoon, but that's almost as good as Phelps, who hasn't been paying attention to the Olympics in the last few years. And we've got such a character in China? But that wasn't even close. Didn't get it again. Hearing the boss's words, a few youngsters burst out laughing. I say, boss, do you know that when we talk about almost getting a Grand Slam, we are talking about this term of sports luck, not his whole life. This term. In an instant, the owner of the spoon was staggered in place, and the dishes that he had pawed out didn't even have time to pick them up, and all of them fell to the ground. Boss, our food. The same pretty much happened all over the country. Every person in the country of Huaxia was installing the shining star of Wang Xiaoming to the people around him. After learning that Wang Chuqin's racket had been stepped on and broken, the first reaction of all of them was that this little day reporter had done it, because in everyone's mind, that's what they would do. It's just that how can you stand up and say something like that without evidence? But I didn't expect that Wang Xiaoming would stand out directly. Does he disregard his own future in this way? After all, no matter what, Wang Xiaoming had directly wrestled the reporter from the country of little daylight to the ground with this blow. It doesn't look good in the eyes of the beholder. In the eyes of the beholder. In the eyes of the beholder. If it was taken out by someone who had the intention to make things happen, then Wang Xiaoming would definitely be unable to eat. Just when everyone was concerned about Wang Xiaoming. Instead, the scene was once again a heady affair. After seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, an instant later, not only the reporters from the surrounding countries, the players on the side of the small-time country, the players on our side, all gathered around. Xiaoming, what's going on? Why did you suddenly strike? Did they disrespect you? Although De Lu didn't know what had happened, the first thing he did was defend his country's people, and the little day player over there questioned Wang Xiaoming. Ming Jun, what are you doing? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, we'll definitely sue the organizing committee. In the face of all the comments, Wang Xiaoming did not reply, just smiled. He then leaned down to Nakamura, who had fallen to the ground, and the smile on his face disappeared all of a sudden. What are you doing here today? I am here for an interview. Nakamura had been somewhat intimidated. Wang Xiaoming remained cold. Interview? It then suddenly increased in volume, and the grandiose volume went right through the entire arena. Then translate for me what an interview means. Chapter 77, did he step on the racket and break it? Translate for me. What do you mean by interview? Wang Xiaoming's voice was like a loud bell, and instantly it was spread throughout the entire scene. For a moment, all eyes were gathered over here. What happened? What happened? The first thing little fatty Zhang Wei did was to come around Wang Xiaoming. After seeing the scene, he instantly understood something. Combine this with the way Wang Xiaoming was looking at little day at the moment. Zhang Wei instantly just exploded. Well you ing bastard. You can't beat us in a match, so you resort to this kind of underhanded tactics, right? In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wei jumped in, and his entire body just slammed towards the small day reporter lying on the ground. Seeing a small mountain of meat crashing towards him, the little daytime reporter instantly turned red with fear. Fortunately, he was stopped by Wang Xiaoming halfway. What are you trying to do? Try to put us on a trumped-up charge? Who are you guys to say we did it? The Kodomo coach behind Nakamura said angrily. This made Wang Xiaoming happy. You guys would even use words like mashu? But soon, he became grim. I'll ask again. Translate for me what is meant by interview. Seeing that the question could not be avoided, Nakamura on the ground panicked a bit, while on the sidelines of the small day coach Nishikawa was disdainful. This still need to translate? Interview? Not just. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Xiaoming. I'll let you translate for me. What do you mean by interview? Coach Nishikawa was a bit puzzled and looked at Wang Xiaoming. No need to translate. It's just an interview. Nakamura, who was on the ground, also interjected. Don't you know what an interview is, Akane-kun? Wang Xiaoming ignored Nakamura and stared at Nishikawa and exclaimed, I just want you to translate what an interview is. Interviews, Nishikawa said, a little flustered. Translate it for me. Wang Xiaoming stepped in with urgency. What do you mean a ing interview? What the? Called in interview. Wang Xiaoming's sentence was higher and more imposing than the others, directly scaring all the people on the scene and froze them in place. They only felt as if what they were facing at this time was not a human being, as if it was a fierce tiger that was about to come out of the forest. The little day coach Nishikawa only felt his legs trembling, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. How in the world should he answer this kind of question? So he could only throw this hot potato to the hands of Nakamura, who was still lying on the ground. Nakamura, people are asking you. You're a reporter. What the hell is an interview? At this moment, Nakamura was in tears. Interviews are just me asking him questions and him answering my questions. Sichuan didn't dare to maintain his arrogant attitude at this moment, and faced Wang Xiaoming with a smile and said, This is the interview. He thought to himself, this time there's finally no problem, and the people around them breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed that this farce was finally coming to an end. Only, before the person took his next breath, he only heard Wang Xiaoming slowly and methodically ask again, Translate, what do you mean? Interview. The faces of the people at the scene changed, and several people from Nishikawa Nakamura only felt that Wang Xiaoming was playing tricks on himself and the others, and the group of Chinese nationals behind Wang Xiaoming all burst out laughing. They were naturally familiar with this classic bridge of Wang Xiaoming. It was just that what they didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoming was so stiff in the face of so many small day players. It couldn't help but impress them. Translate. Looking at Sichuan's silence, Wang Xiaoming let out a roar, scaring him back several steps. Ha ha ha. It drew laughter from the room. Faced with such a disgrace, Coach Nishikawa had no choice but to say, the interview is just Nakamura holding the microphone to ask Wang Chuchin some questions. And Wang Chuchin answering some of our questions. Who would have thought that when these words came out, Wang Xiaoming instantly just laughed. Feelings that this is an interview. Thank you, thank you. Not only that, Wang Xiaoming even went forward to hold Nakamura's hand and pulled him up. This one action made everyone on the scene just look away. People do not understand. Just like a tiger out of the forest like Wang Xiaoming. At this moment, why suddenly to Nakamura attitude to a 180 degrees big change? Nakamura, who also didn't understand, stood up in a trance, his entire body in a state of I don't understand but extremely shocked. Only, in it's just calmed down its mind, but as the ear once again came like thunder like sound. If you know this is an interview, then what were you doing just now? What? Nakamura froze, like a cat with its tail pinched all of a sudden. The whole thing jumped up in shock. I didn't do anything. It's not like I stepped on that racket and broke it. Oh, how do you know it was stepped on and broken? Wang Xiaoming teased. Nakamura instantly panicked. This person in front of him is really cunning to swindle himself. Fortunately, Nishikawa, who was behind him, reacted more quickly and immediately argued in a sophomoric manner. Myung-jun, please don't be so credulous. If you slander our Nakamura reporters like this, we will definitely report it to the organizing committee and make you pay the price you deserve. The people present all whispered when they heard such a conversation. Is there something else going on with this racket break? By the looks of it, it seems like Wang Xiaoming knows something. I also feel like it's just too much of a coincidence that the racket broke. After all, it was only just now that Wasia viciously abused Sakura. Listening to the whispers of the people around them, Nishikawa and the others were practically blowing their lungs out. Ming-jun, I now strongly demand that you apologize to us. You are insulting our character and trampling on our dignity. If you continue this slander against us, I'll make sure the world knows how rude you Chinese players are. Coach Delu saw that things were getting bigger and bigger and rushed to Wang Xiaoming's side. Xiaoming, don't make a big deal out of it. Did you see that they did it? Wang Xiaoming shook his head. Of course he didn't see it. Otherwise, it would have been the time to jump over and give it a fat beating. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Sichuan was instantly furious. You have no evidence. Why are you making such rumors? And in front of so many national reporters, I demand that you apologize to us. Hold a press conference and sincerely apologize to us. And in addition, I will definitely report to the organizing committee and disqualify you from the Olympics for life. After saying that, he even gave Nakamura a look, implying that he should not panic and that he could handle it all himself. Nakamura nodded. He had just been in a surveillance dead zone after all, and he didn't believe that Wang Xiaoming could have any evidence. I am not seeing. Wang Xiaoming came to Zhang Wei's side. But that doesn't mean I don't have proof. Chapter 78. How many next sessions can you have in your life? The moment Wang Xiaoming said this, the entire room instantly fell silent, and the Nakamura and Nishikawa of the small days were clearly physically shaken, a hint of panic in their eyes. Just as quickly, the two adjusted as Coach Nishikawa whispered in Nakamura's ear. Don't worry, all the cameras in the arena are dead center. Absolutely nothing will change. Hearing Nishikawa's words, Nakamura then put his heart down. After all, this kind of thing if once caught in a braid, I'm afraid my life is over. He didn't want to lose this gold medal reporter job at his young age. I have a family to take care of. Ming-jun, if you have proof, please show it. Don't make up your mind here. Apparently, Nishikawa still knew quite a bit of Chinese culture, as idiom after idiom came out of his mouth, and the players behind him were all sticking up for their coach. One by one, they screamed and pointed at Wang Xiaoming, just that none of them dared to go forward. After all, there was still some fear of Wang Xiaoming in their hearts. No matter how strong a person is on the surface, the cowardice in their bones is still indelible. That's right. Coach is right. Myungkwan, please show me the proof. If there is no proof, this is slander against our great cherry blossom, and we demand an apology. That is, if you apologize, we're going to. Looking at the several people with a wimpy look, Wang Xiaoming was all happy. That's how it's going to be? A few of the smaller day players swallowed half a dozen times and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. We are about to reserve legal recourse against you. Behind him, Big Head, who had been secretly grieving, slowly walked out at this time and came to Wang Xiaoming's side. Ming, forget it. I know you're sticking up for me, but it's not worth it. It's just a racket. In case you. The words were stopped by Wang Xiaoming before he finished speaking. This makes Big Head very touched. Obviously just no less than a day of Ming brother he is willing to do for himself to such a point. And then think about Wang Xiaoming's identity today. An Olympic genius, countless gold medals, but also the existence of almost swimming Grand Slam. It's amazing that he's willing to risk that he'll be blackballed by countless people by standing up for himself. He felt that if it was someone else, he would definitely be clear about it, right? That was probably why the first time he saw him himself, he was an adoring anomaly. Big Head was convinced of Wang Xiaoming's statement that he knew who did it. maybe Ming did see who did it, but so what? In this tense situation of the Olympics, even if you see it with your own eyes, but without evidence, that is simply useless. Instead, the other side will seize on this and make a big deal out of it. Smaller is a personal apology. If it's big, then it's going to involve the national side. In that case, even though Ming has countless honors, it will still be turned into water. He didn't want to see Wang Xiaoming's career in this life hitching a ride just because of one of his rackets, so he hurriedly stood out, hoping that Wang Xiaoming would reveal this. Brother Ming, really forget it. I'll give up this term in a big way. There's still the next term. Big Head hoped that this would convince Wang Xiaoming, and many of the people around him who heard this also nodded. After all, at the Olympics, one generally strives for stability and harmony. As long as it's not too big of a deal, as much as possible, the officials want to make it a big deal and a small deal. However, Wang Xiaoming's sentence made Big Head freeze in place, and it was not just Big Head. All the people who were there urging Wang Xiaoming to forget about it were also shocked in place. I only heard Wang Xiaoming pat Big Head's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "How many next terms can you have in your life?" "In my life? How many? How many?" Next session. In this instant, Big Head only felt as if he had a little something extra in his mind that flashed by, but he didn't catch it. "Oh yeah, did I grow a brain? Pa." Big Head slapped himself for thinking about his own brain at such a serious moment. Many of the athletes on the floor were in deep thought because of that one statement. And without much time to spare for the soon-to-be-retired table tennis captain, Ridge Ma is also cupping his chin. Then he was striding forward and came beside Wang Xiaoming. "Wang Xiaoming, don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Big Head, we'll definitely get you justice for this." At this time everyone's mind was no longer the attitude of trivializing the big issues. In their minds, there was only one thought at this point: to seek justice for Big Head. "The bastard's in front of you hard. So, Ming, do you have proof?" Ma Ridge looked at Wang Xiaoming and said. Wang Xiaoming smiled at him for a moment and then didn't say anything more. Instead he pulled his good brother Zhang Wei aside. "I really don't see anything." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sichuan from the opposite side. "Didn't see anything? Ming Jun, how dare you conclude that we did it? This is slander. Slander. I will definitely sue you." Speaking was interrupted. Wang Xiaoming's mood is very bad. Just a stern look over. Sichuan is immediately closed his mouth. Nishikawa didn't understand why he had to shut up, when it was obvious that his opponent was just a player. So what if he has a very good record? So what if he slams? But why was he so weak? The man's eyes, as if he wanted to kill me. Seeing that Nishikawa would not beat more, Wang Xiaoming continued. "It's true I didn't see anything, but my brother he did." "Yes, I see." Hearing this, Zhang Wei froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoming with a puzzled expression. I saw it. What did I see?" However, based on the guideline of supporting one's good brother for the rest of one's life, Zhang Wei raised his head and puffed out his chest, with an expression of generous righteousness. "That's right, what Ming said is exactly right. I saw it. All of it." When these words came out, instantly the entire room of cameras surrounded Zhang Wei. For a while, Zhang Wei only felt as if he was the center of the world. A wonderful feeling. "That's right, it's me. It's me. I'm as Wang Xiaoming's good brother. My name is Zhang Wei. I live in Wutong neighborhood, Linjiang City, Huaxia." And across the street, a line of small days and others instantly just panicked. Nishikawa looked at Zhang Wei and asked cautiously, "Then may I ask Wei Jun, what exactly did you see?" Zhang Wei, who was still immersed in the flashbacks, stopped at once when he heard Nishikawa's question. Aha! Hesitantly he could only look at Wang Xiaoming for help. "Brother Ming, what did I see?" Chapter 79, Evidence Emerges. Officials intervene. "Brother Ming, what am I supposed to see?" Zhang Wei asked Wang Xiaoming as he touched his head. In an instant, the whole room laughed. Nishikawa, Nakamura and the others. From the beginning of the panic all of a sudden is to change the attitude. The whole thing is incredibly relaxed and starting to get high. The crowd also sort of understood that this Zhang Wei, emotionally, was here to be funny, right? Looking at Zhang Wei, Wang Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. "Did you see who stepped on and broke Wang Chuqin's racket?" Receiving the instruction, Zhang Wei instantly just understood what he should do. In the next second, he directly pushed aside the crowd and raised his index finger, pointing at the Little Days group of contestants. "I saw it. You're the ones who stepped on it." Only, the current Nakamura and the others would not be intimidated by Zhang Wei anymore. Nishikawa asked Zhang Wei in an old-fashioned manner, "Then may I ask if you saw who it was?" "Who?" Zhang Wei was a bit confused, but still said stiffly, "Who? Need I say? Isn't it you guys?" Wang Xiaoming was already speechless and directly opened his mouth to stop it. "Well, you just tell the truth." After receiving Wang Xiaoming's instruction, Zhang Wei shook his head and directly denied. "Then this one didn't see it. So what do you guys mean? Are you having fun with us? having been teased again and again. The faces of Nishikawa and the others were already very unsightly. Seeing a few people like this, Wang Xiaoming also decided not to play around with them anymore. So he came to Zhang Wei's side. Didn't you just keep looking at the bodies of the foreign beauties in the front row on the stands? This no. Zhang Wei hastily denied it. After all, there were so many cameras in front of this. These are going to be broadcast live around the world. If his preferences were leaked out, then how would he be able to behave when he went back to school? Only, Wang Xiaoming said heavily, this can be had. After saying that, he was rummaging through Zhang Wei's pockets, and soon he was taking out a cell phone. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, Sichuan and the others all secretly felt bad. Not only were you just peeking at someone's beautiful body, you should have recorded it. Wang Xiaoming shook Zhang Wei's cell phone, and then whispered, good brother, this time you sacrifice. Go back and I'll make it up to you. Zhang Wei, who was still about to make a move to snatch it, was helplessly shaking his head after hearing these words, putting everything to rest. Yes, one does have a habit of taking pictures of beautiful women, but how does that relate to this racket stomping case? Zhang Wei couldn't figure it out, and the others couldn't figure it out even more. As for why exactly, only Wang Xiaoming knew, only to see Wang Xiaoming flip open Zhang Wei's cell phone, flipping through the recent photo albums and starting to turn them over one by one. While flipping it over he also gave a surprised look. Good man, you have good quality in this album. It's not like I'm taking a sneak peek. I've got all these ladies' permission. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Whether it was a sneak peek or not, he had found what he wanted anyway. After the racket stomping incident at the beginning, Wang Xiaoming was looking at all the surveillance of the surrounding venues. It was then that he realized that the racket was right in the dead center of all the surveillance. That means that the people who did this have long been aware of the setup of the arena. It's clearly not something that can be done by viewers, or by these journalists. Originally, this was supposed to be a no-brainer, but as it happened, as Wang Xiaoming turned around to look for clues, he happened to see Zhang Wei on the audience stage not far away, was taking a cell phone picture of the big yokel beauty in the front row who was showing a pair of big thunders. Following the direction of its camera is just the right way to get a good shot of the racket position that is in a dead center. And now, Wang Xiaoming has found something of his own. Clicking play. Wang Xiaoming was first shocked. Good guy, Wei, you can have this vision. The video opens to a pair of snowy white moons. It's being shaken non-stop with the live game. As you can see, it's absolutely natural and uncontaminated. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's alarmed cry, the surrounding Big Head several people all gathered around. What's the matter? Got proof? Big Head also came around. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Aha, good. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Big Head was very excited, and then he came in and hurriedly looked over. It's huge. This, Brother Ming, what kind of evidence is this? Big Head lost his mind for a moment as he was shaken by the snow-white moon, but didn't see that something outrageous was happening in the corner where no one was looking. As the owner of the original video, Zhang Wei, he naturally wouldn't have his eyes shaken by the snowy whiteness that met his eyes. He, who was at first ashamed of himself under the countless flashbulbs, was the one who suddenly realized that something was wrong, as if the blind monk had discovered the Chinese point. What did you see? That who? Big Head rushed over and asked. However, before Zhang Wei could reply, he was interrupted by a group of people who rushed over. Here comes none other than a bunch of the Olympic Organizing Committee. Seeing this group of people, Wang Xiaoming smiled. One doesn't show up when things aren't resolved, and things are about to be resolved when the water falls out. It's all coming out. Not bad for you guys. Official unit, please disperse. Please disperse. The group first evacuated the reporters and kept order. Afterward, the leader came to Wang Xiaoming's side. Hello, contestant Wang Xiaoming. We've heard all about what happened over here. May I ask if you have the so-called evidence here? If so, can you hand it over to us? We will definitely give you an explanation. This person's words made Wang Xiaoming very upset. What do you mean by evidence? However, he was too lazy to dwell on so much, because he saw that behind this person, there stood a few people who were none other than their Chinese Olympic Organizing Committee. Moreover, these people also gave Wang Xiaoming an everything is okay look. This made Wang Xiaoming put down his heart. If he had his own people, he gave the video to these people, and nothing should go wrong. Of course, the main reason is that I really don't want to care anymore, and I'm really a bit tired. Although he was still a bit uneasy, several people from the organizing committee's country of China all stepped forward to speak. Comrade Wang Xiaoming, don't worry, if there is evidence in this video, we will definitely give you an explanation. Please trust us, the word is out, and it would seem a bit out of place if you didn't give it. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming then handed over the cell phone to the man. When they saw the video, their eyes first widened and then their pupils shrank. Immediately after that, he came to Nakamura and the others. Greetings, and please come with us and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 80. A gentleman does something and does not do anything. The organizing committee people looked at Nakamura with teasing and indifference in their eyes. It was as if he was looking at a dead man in the eyes. Seeing that look, Nakamura knew he was done for. This life is over. There's really evidence in this cell phone? Nishikawa I see, so even rushed out also want to save what? This leader. Please ask what evidence. Can let us see what? However, just as these words came out, they were blocked by the Chinese side of the organizing committee. Do you think we will slander out of thin air? Or do you want to come and sit in this position of the organizing committee? The unforgiving nature of the words was on full display. In itself, when it comes to the national aspect of the small day, people in my country are inexplicably hateful. Not to mention after seeing the video in that cell phone. We are now asking you to go back. It is for your face. It is for the face of this whole Olympic Games. I hope you do not know how to recognize your honor. Or else if this face is torn, we are not the ones who will be embarrassed. A few words were uttered, spraying Nishikawa's old face red in red. Since you like commanding so much, why don't you come with us too? Nishikawa didn't realize that he had gotten into trouble because of a single word. No, sorry, I'll just skip it. I'm not discussing with you. The man from the Chinese side of the organizing committee had a firm attitude. I'm giving notice. And Coach Nishikawa, seeing this, had to compromise. Who let this organizing committee include no one from their Sakura country? After all, the composition of the organizing committee of this Olympics must all be from the United Nations to make it work. Countries that are not part of the United Nations are not eligible to be on the organizing committee. This is why the Chinese side spoke so nonchalantly. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. You have to stand upright when you're beaten. Being treated like this, Nishikawa's face was very unpleasant. He hated why his country had not entered the United Nations, and if it had, then wouldn't he have had someone to speak for him today? He also hated Nakamura on the sidelines. If he hadn't spoken up for him, he wouldn't have been so humiliated in public. He also hated the fat man in front of him called Zhang Wei, who was not a good thing at first glance, and was young and clocking dare all day long. He hates this Wang Xiaoming even more. Obviously he has already achieved so many honors and is at such a high level, but he still wants to come to this muddy water. What do you say in the end, you figure? Of course, the reason for this is something that Nishikawa, as a country of small days, may not be able to figure out in his lifetime. Alright, don't even take pictures, disperse. The people from the organizing committee did their best to maintain order at the scene. With this kind of big news, there's just no way anyone is going to back down from this. It was still full of flashing lights, and microphones were constantly being passed towards the front of Nakamura like in the others. Hello Mr. Nakamura, may I ask why you were taken away by the organizing committee? Is there really something wrong with you? May I ask Mr. Nakamura, is there really the so-called evidence in that cell phone? In that case, does it mean that Wang Chuqin's racket was really stepped on by you? Mr. Nishikawa, why are you the only ones taken away from the Sakura country? Mr. Nishikawa, Mr. Nakamura, you just lost to China in a tournament. So does this seem to mean that you can't afford to lose, so you're playing tricks behind your back? Mr. Nakamura, may I ask if it was you who stepped on the racket, or Mr. Nishikawa who stepped on it? Hearing this question, Nishikawa instantly just jumped up. I'm telling you guys, don't press your hats on me without evidence. I'll sue you for slander. Slander? Stop slandering and hurry up and come with us. In the end, Nishikawa's group could only follow the organizing committee and others to investigate, and as Sichuan passed by Wang Xiaoming, he couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. Ming Jun, you have obviously received so many honors and are in such a high position. According to what you Chinese people say, you should be wise and conservative. But why do you have to get involved in this mess? In the face of Sichuan's sincere eyes, Wang Xiaoming replied to him promptly after thinking for a little while. You've only heard the saying that the Chinese are wise to their ways. I wonder if you've ever heard the other saying. What's the word? Saikawa paused, pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, smiled and solved his confusion. A gentleman does something, but does not do anything. What do you mean? Obviously, although Nishikawa had a bit of understanding of Chinese culture, he had not yet reached the point of proficiency. Unbeknownst to him, it was a push from the Chinese side of the organizing committee behind him. It means that you, then do less bottomless things. What does this ratio mean? Hurry up you. Giving Wang Xiaoming a look, the Chinese side and a group of other organizing committee members all left with Nakamura and the others. And after these people left, the scene was instantly explosive. The audience of all the Chinese players all erupted into roaring cheers. For a moment, the small day contestants who were still on the scene felt as if they were being engulfed by a swarm of red flames, palpitating. Similarly, at this time on the internet, this image of Wang Xiaoming's not so subtly uncovering the criminals of the small days spread rapidly. Wang Xiaoming is even teased as a model anti-Japanese hero for the younger generation. The nickname spread quickly among the Olympians like a Southeast Asian hurricane. Like Natasha, a female track and field runner from Romantic Nation, and Carly, a swimmer from Pretty Nation, both saw the nickname as well. The moment they saw the nicknames, they were coincidentally showing the same smile. This Wang, he's really anti-Japanese. Although the entire network was celebrating, and the entire live Chinese audience players were also celebrating, Wang Xiaoming was not happy. Once these people left, he felt a trace of emptiness. The killer's instincts told him that this one wouldn't be so simple. It's just that the people of the state have already intervened in this matter, so it's not good for him to intervene anymore. Brother Ming, thanks. Big Head came over holding his broken racket and gave Wang Xiaoming a hard hug. Small thing, don't be polite. Looking at Big Head's broken racket, Wang Xiaoming fell into deep thought, always feeling as if he had forgotten something. Before he could think about it, he saw Zhang Wei on the side with a sad and depressed face turning his head away. Fatty, what are you doing? Zhang Wei didn't look back. I'm going home. Go home? What are you doing home when there are so many games left to watch? Zhang Wei turned back and looked at Wang Xiaoming sadly. Then how can I still have the face to stay here? Everyone knows that there is a fat guy in Huaxia who likes photography. Wang Xiaoming was momentarily speechless. Ah Wei, why is dead? You picked the idol. I'm going back to this house. Jesus can't stop me from saying that. Chapter 81, Sudden Bad News. Wang Xiaoming's anger. Looking at Zhang Wei's determined back, Wang Xiaoming bristled. This kid, there's really a lot of drama in a day. It's just that, today, this is indeed a bit sorry for him, and one has to find a way to make it up to his good brother. Otherwise it's a waste of people cheering for themselves so vocally. After scanning the scene, Wang Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar pair of big thunders. Zhang Wei, who had just walked to the safe passage and was about to leave, suddenly only felt as if he had been bounced by something. I go. What is it? So much elasticity. Zhang Wei, who had taken a few steps backwards and had just stabilized himself, instantly noticed a beautiful foreign girl in front of him. You. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This beautiful foreign girl, isn't it the protagonist of today's photography in his cell phone? Just for a moment, Zhang Wei's face turned ugly again. This woman is looking for me at this moment. It can't be that she knows about today's events to look for trouble, right? Slightly fixing his mind, Zhang Wei looked at the woman in front of him. Good there? My rice. 3 grams of oil. My oil? Zhang Wei froze for a moment and rubbed his eyes. That's not right. It's a foreign girl. How do you answer that by the standards of our 9-year compulsory education? Without waiting for Zhang Wei to figure it out, the woman on the opposite side just let out a poof of laughter. Ha ha ha. Hello, my name is Mina. I'm currently studying in China. Oh hello, my name is Zhang Wei. What can I do for you? Zhang Wei suddenly realized. Mina, on the other hand, came to Zhang Wei. Just now, your brother found me and heard that you are an extremely photogenic boy. Is that right? When? Of course. Zhang Wei was a bit confused at this point, but then Mina spoke directly. I also heard that you like me very much and have taken a lot of pictures of me. Can you show them to me? This. Zhang Wei was a bit speechless. Seeing Zhang Wei's look, Mina hurriedly explained. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to blame you. I originally wanted to find a skilled cameraman to take some artistic photos of me during the Olympics, but due to coming over here to watch the games, plus all the food and accommodation budget is no longer enough. Your good buddy Wang Xiaoming just introduced you, so I wanted to ask if I could rent your time and take pictures of me? Hearing this, Zhang Wei's face, which had just been dejected, was all of a sudden a peach blossom. The whole person as if regained a new life. That's of course. My photography skills think that in addition to Mr. Chen in the country has not really lost anyone. Who is Mr. Chen? Oh, just a very famous photography teacher. How come I haven't heard of it? Of course you haven't heard. He retired when he couldn't save his pictures without his computer. I see. So can you show me the pictures you took of me first? Zhang Wei froze, then directly patted his chest. Ugh, what's so great about the street photography before? Come to my hotel room. I'll take my best camera and definitely shoot you as the most beautiful girl in the world. Really? Truly? Come along, my dear Miss Mina. After saying that, he was holding Mina's hand and walking towards the outside of the passageway, happening to catch a glimpse of Wang Xiaoming handing over his eyes at the corner. For a moment, Zhang Wei was a bit teary-eyed, and Wang Xiaoming moved his mouth at Zhang Wei. Although he didn't hear what he was saying, Zhang Wei could read Wang Xiaoming's lips. Be a brother in heart. Since the organizing committee people talked to the crowd about an approximate time before they left, trying to get this investigated before the next game. Therefore, the many Chinese players on the scene also began to wait dryly, because the next match is Big Head's singles program. They're going to wait here for the results and announcements of the processing. And for Big Head, it's actually not very important for the next match. The most accustomed main racket breaks. and you can only use the secondary racket must have a big discount in strength. Coupled with the effects of his mentality, he would definitely play much less well in the game later. That's not to say he's lost his winning ways simply because of a racket. It's just that a player's strength is supposed to be 7 parts self and 3 parts outside. This is still in the Olympics where the pressure is so high. No one dares to say that he can still play at 100% with his main racket broken. Plus on such a mindset, if anything, it's a bragging rights ratio. So for the rest of the match, Big Head was just in the mood to do his best. His main concern now is the punishment for a couple of small days. He must see these little days banned for him to feel better. And on the side, Wang Xiaoming, in his idle moments, finally found the unread text message on his cell phone. Wang Xiaoming, your sister's condition is not very optimistic right now. The pain of the disease seems to be intensifying. We can only try our best to ease the pain for her. Seeing this news was like a bolt from the blue for a moment. Wang Xiaoming didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. He only felt a mess in his head. He came to the Olympics for the main purpose he had never forgotten, so that the matter of extraneous matters had never occurred to him. Even when the romantic country ocean horse came for a date and the pretty country ocean horse came for a sacrifice, he was not in the mood. He just wants to put his best foot forward in this Olympics so that his sister doesn't have to worry. And then earn enough for a small goal to have a small dowry for my sister later. Or if your sister doesn't want to get married, you can support her for the rest of your life. In any case, she is the only family member in this world, and Wang Xiaoming does not want to lose him again. But now, Chen Zhao's text message even said that his sister's situation was not very optimistic. The next moment, Wang Xiaoming dialed Chen Zhao's phone. Hey, Xiaoming just now I watched the live broadcast you are very good very good to maintain the face of our country. This matter is handled well who knows, Wang Xiaoming did split the output. Didn't you promise me about my sister? Now what do you mean the situation is not very promising? This Wang Xiaoming you hear. Say what? What did we say in the beginning? You said you'd pour the whole country into healing my sister. Now what? Wang Xiaoming was angry. He was really angry. However, Chen Xiao also had a mouthful to say. Today's domestic, not to mention domestic, but also the world's medical level cannot do to make Wang Xiaoya's disease cured. The truth is that Wang Xiaoya's pathological cells have spread throughout her body. To put it bluntly, it's really just as sick as it's ever been. However, at this time, how could Wang Xiaoming listen? He himself chose to cooperate with the state at the risk of revealing his identity. There was only one purpose, and that was his own sister. But when one chooses to be honest with the state about everything, what is the result? Just get one of these? Is it hard to believe that he really thinks he's in it for those few little goals? Ming, this is something we really... Before Chen Xiao finished speaking, he was interrupted by those small-time players not far away. I advise you to give up the match later. You can't win anyway. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Wang Xiaoming was seething with anger, his killing aura overflowing. Chapter 82 Task Opening, Wang Chuqin's Broken Racket. Wang Xiaoming, listen to me. We'll definitely Xiaoming about your sister. Xiaoming? Hello? Hello? Chen Xiao looked at the alert in his cell phone that he had hung up and hated to smash the phone out, but reason told him that there was no point in doing so. He wasn't going to dial it back either. He knew it would be pointless. For Wang Xiaoming, he was very guilty. It was he who recommended and found Wang Xiaoming at that time. It was expected that his sister's illness would be some kind of common cancer or something. With all the power of the nation, he was sure he could definitely find a way. And so it was, as he asked the great leader to assemble the most powerful medical team in the world. At one point it even snatched Wang Xiaoya back from the hands of the disease for a time. But who would have thought that this is simply a new type of cancer that has spread very far? The sudden deterioration in just one day caught everyone off guard for a moment. In other words, in just one day, Wang Xiaoming's sister had become very sick. The doctors have even pronounced her dead. When he learned of this news, he was also completely unable to accept it, and had no face to face Wang Xiaoming. Ugh, this god of thieves, isn't it a trick? Looking at the cell phone in his hand, Chen Xiao fell into deep thought. At this time, Wang Xiaoming is still in the Olympic Stadium. Wang Xiaoming simply cannot listen to Chen Xiao said into any words. At this moment he just want to rush back to see his sister. It's possible that this is the last time. And it was at that moment that the ungrateful little day players actually clamored in front of them again. In this instant, Wang Xiaoming's fire rubbed up. That rolling murderous aura flowed out from him in a steady stream. Before Big Head and the others could organize their words to prepare for a counterattack, they were the ones who felt a chill all over their bodies, as if the cold air in this pavilion had all of a sudden hit a dozen degrees lower. Well, Sun Yingsha couldn't help but shiver. Brother Wang, do you feel as if it's suddenly cooling down? Big Head is also feel a body cold, but suddenly thought of the current season as White Sun Yingsha a glance. You also do not look at the current season, and we are present in the museum how to cool down. When he finished speaking, he was pointing at the opposite little day player who was preparing to output a meal. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xiaoming had already arrived behind him at that moment. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoming asked coldly and patted Big Head's shoulder. Holy, when did you come, Brother Ming? Big Head was startled. Then he was explaining to Wang Xiaoming. These then, are pretending in front of us again. Their coaches have been sent over to be dealt with. How do they still have the guts for it? Wang Xiaoming wondered. At this time, Big Head, who heard this question, had grief and anger on his face. Brother Ming, you don't know. The results of the processing came out. This group of then. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Coach Delu, who then waved his hand towards Big Head. Alright, don't be angry with those little days. As for what's going on, I'll talk to Xiaoming. Out. What result? Wang Xiaoming was a bit curious. This kind of nail in the coffin. Now it seems like something has changed? And not surprisingly, Wang Xiaoming, Big Lu coach over some words completely led him cognizant of this in the doorway. I saw Coach Lu take out his cell phone, and a hot search of the Olympic Games came to my eyes. China's Wang Chuqin's racket has been hit by a sudden accident. An unintentional mistake by a reporter from the Sakura country. An inadvertent mistake? That's a very good word. Inadvertent. Wang Xiaoming mumbled something out of his mouth and couldn't help but is laughing outright. So bare evidence that it was still inadvertent. Wang Xiaoming laughed. He really laughed. Xiaoming, don't be angry. This, Coach Delu seemed as if he had a bitter feeling. Don't be angry? Wang Xiaoming said coldly. For such a thing to be described as an unintentional mistake, should we, the 40,000 Chinese people in this pavilion, not be angry? Should we 160,000 Chinese be angry? Delu only felt that at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was like a volcano about to erupt, and he knew that if he didn't do anything more, Wang Xiaoming might actually do something out of the ordinary, only to see him hastily pull Wang Xiaoming, took out the results of the organizing committee's processing and said, you know Xiaoming, nowadays in such a tense situation of the Olympic Games, the state, on its side, really doesn't want to make a big deal out of it and what? Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath. And from what I heard from the organizing committee, little they paid a lot of things on the national level in order to retain their face this time. Delu continued, not only on the national level, regarding the personal aspect, they also made great compensation to Chuqin, paying for a lot of stuff? Wang Xiaoming had already realized in his heart that perhaps this was a negotiation between countries. A lot has been gained for the country just because of a racket. Would you call that a gain or a loss? Perhaps, the benevolent will be the wiser. It's just that this is something that should really be swallowed? And at that moment, the little day coach who had been taken away was back again. As for Nakamura, although it was glorified as an unintentional mistake, he still lost his job forever and will never be hired again for the Olympics. After all, inadvertent or not, he did do this. The media glorifies it as an inadvertent mistake, and it should also be something that the small-time country paid a lot of money for, to save its own face on this bright side. Humph. Sichuan passed by Wang Xiaoming and the others with another cold snort. This made Wang Xiaoming really unable to figure out why he could still be so arrogant now. Of course, he wouldn't spoil him, and greeted his entire family with a direct line of nationalism. You're humming your head up grass nigga. This instantly gave Nishikawa a scolding blindfolded. Only soon he was reacting and coldly laughed. Even if you find evidence. So what? I don't believe that Wang Chuqin can still win the next match. As if a child was barking wildly, Wang Xiaoming swore that he had never seen such a brazen person. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should bury him tonight before rushing back to see his sister, suddenly a long-lost system voice came to his ears. Ding! The Eye for an Eye series of quests is open. I asked the host to completely destroy the confidence of the Sakura Nation table tennis team. Series of quests I released. Wang Chuqin's broken racket. Please repair Wang Chuqin's racket. The reward will depend on Wang Chuqin's ranking in the next match. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Guaranteed reward pain immunizer *1+? Wang Xiaoming, who had even thought about what kind of position he would bury this person in front of him in, was shaken. Nociceptive immunizers. He thought of the words that Chen Xiao had said. Your sister's pain seems to be intensifying at this time, and we can only do our best to ease it for her. Chapter 83, The Miraculous 502 Glue. In China's top-secret hospital, Wang Xiaoming's sister, Wang Xiaoya, is lying inside a hospital bed, full of pain but ruthlessly gritting her teeth and insisting on watching the news on her cell phone. This is too damnable. It's obvious that evidence was found, but it said that it was an unintentional mistake. The body that was already in pain hurt even more from being so angry. He was sweating from the pain, and at one point he couldn't speak. The nurse who just opened the door and hurriedly came over to take away the cell phone in Wang Xiaoya's hand. Gu, my auntie you're in this body now. Don't look at these exasperating things, okay? It's too abominable, Wang Xiaoya said as she pointed to the news in her cell phone. the nurse quickly consoled, no matter whether it is hateful or not. It is none of our ordinary people's business, okay? The country has its own considerations. Let's get well first, okay? I've brought you a lot of good food today. Can we eat more? It's not good to keep taking glucose shots. Wang Xiaoming sat up with difficulty. It's only for the pain to cause it to have to lie back down again. Seeing this, the nurse lady could only silently serve the food away and bring out a bag of glucose for it again. Alas, sinning. The system has been silent since the end of the swimming competition. Wang Xiaoming thought that it had stopped issuing quests, and now it looks like it just didn't hit the conditions that triggered the quest. Not only that, but this time it triggers the series of quests again. From Wang Xiaoming's past experience, once you trigger a series of quests, as long as you don't finish too poorly in the later stages, the rewards are exceptionally rich. Take this quest for example. The reward for the first ring of the quest alone was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Pain Immunizer, 0/10. After taking it, you can lose your pain sensation for a period of time. It may seem useless, but it can play a significant role in certain specific match scenarios. Can be taken 10 times, each time the effect lasts for 1 day. To put it nicely, it's a miracle drug. To put it mildly, it's actually similar to one of those exhilarating stimulants. It's just that it's a stimulant with geometrically increasing effects. It can take away pain, which doesn't seem like a good thing at first listen. Doesn't the loss of pain dull one's awareness of all surroundings? But if you use it for a specific person, a specific circumstance, then this is the miracle drug. As is his own sister who is now in a hospital bed. It was rather a bad thing that she had pain at the moment, being in pain all day, not eating well, and having to rely on glucose to get through the day. Also, her sister was in an environment that didn't require her to be in a place where she could react. After all, lying in a hospital bed, how do you need her to react? Thinking about this, Wang Xiaoming immediately thought of a way. How should I fix Wang Chuqin's racket? This is clearly a problem. Sichuan mocked and then wanted to wait for Wang Xiaoming to come up with some golden words, but who knew that Wang Xiaoming stood in place as if he had lost his mind? What? Do you guys not think that Wang Chuqin can really defeat the fierce tigers of our great East Asian empire by relying on the vice pat? Do you really think we're paper mache? De Lu couldn't help himself from the side. It's not that I'm looking down on you guys. 10 years ago you weren't a one-on-one enemy of ours. And 10 years later today you still aren't. Only, De Lu also knew that he was afraid that Wang Chuqin's next match was going to be fierce. The breakage of the racket, plus all this variety of things going on. This is a great test of its mentality. Besides, Big Head was still a kid. He didn't have as much experience as the dragons. Even in the team, he often lost his temper with Su Xin. Imagine such a child-hearted Big Head encountered today such injustice. How can the heart not hold a belly full of fire? Of course, if the dragons were holding their fire like that, they might have converted that fire into a battle to take it to the next level. But for the Big Head, such a fire will inevitably leave it with more than its fair share of holes. In this way, the other side only needs to catch a few of them, and then they can completely break them down. Nishikawa naturally recognized this and directly laughed. How do you win a fight? By relying on that broken main beat? Or perhaps you guys want to patch it up? Fix it with what? Take a glue and stick it? Wang Xiaoming, who was in deep thought, heard these words and his eyes lit up in an instant. Glue. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have received a reward in the previous match. Immediately, he went back to search in the package. Sure enough, he found a bottle of something in his bag. Miraculous 502 glue, a miraculous glue that mends broken objects to pre-birth perfection. They say it's hard to reunite a broken mirror. That's because they haven't met me. As long as there's enough quantity, even an aircraft carrier can be mended. Right, this is it. Big Head, give me your racket. Wang Xiaoming extended his hand towards Big Head. Ming, brother Ming, what are you doing? Big Head was unsure, but still placed the broken racket he was about to stuff back into Wang Xiaoming's hand. After getting the racket, Wang Xiaoming ran towards the player's dormitory without saying a word. It's better not to divulge such things in front of people. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's movements, Big Head froze for a moment. Ming, brother Ming, where are you going? Don't worry about it, I'll definitely be back before your match. After saying this, Wang Xiaoming was leaving without looking back. This move put everyone at the scene in a state of confusion. Brother Ming, did he go to help you mend your racket? Sun Yingsha came to Big Head's side and asked somewhat incredulously. Hearing Sun Yingsha's words, Big Head also reacted. Then he tapped his head. Hey, Ming, to be honest, he was really touched by Wang Xiaoming. Everyone knows that wooden items like rackets can never be mended after they break. Even if it's patched, it's only a cosmetic fix. But on the inside, it's ruined, and there's no way it'll ever get back to that old feel. Although Big Head understood everything in his heart, he was still moved to tears. As for a few other players, such as Ma Ridge Su Xin De Lu Coach, they shook their heads and sighed helplessly. They certainly knew that the result of the organizing committee's handling just now had made Wang Xiaoming very dissatisfied. But this is the kind of thing that can only be made out by myself. As far as the racket of the big head is concerned, that's certainly not holding out any shred of hope. And Nishikawa, who had already gone back to the team, just watched as Wang Xiaoming rushed back with Big Head's racket. First, he froze for a moment, and then he and a few of his teammates looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, this Wang Xiaoming, should I say he's stupid or foolish? Stupid. Is he going to try to patch that racket? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that a Grand Slam player has a brain problem. I'm going to laugh at the gold medal in the next match. Chapter 84, Killer Ranking Number 7, Codename 11 appears. Although the scene is still on break and not live at the moment, but Wang Xiaoming's actions were captured by countless viewers and posted online. In an instant, it caused an uproar. As for what exactly Wang Xiaoming wanted to do, it was certainly not hard to guess, taking Wang Chuchen's broken racket and leaving in a hurry, plus the fact that it would soon be Wang Chuchen's next singles match. Who can't guess that Wang Xiaoming is trying to save Big Head's racket? This incident has caused countless discussions online. Many people are questioning the handling of this one. It's just that none of them had ever seen the video in their cell phones, so there was no way to verify it. Instead, he wondered about Wang Xiaoming's actions and felt pity for Big Head. He got the gold medal. If the next one is possible, he's going to get the youngest male Olympic singles gold medalist ever. It's just that these days, no one thinks he can do it. It's really that this one was so big that it affected Big's mindset so badly. And then there's Wang Xiaoming, who no one has a shred of hope that he can save Wang Chuchen's racket. Instead of expecting Wang Xiaoming to save Big Head's paddle, it would be better to expect Wang Xiaoming himself to participate in a table tennis tournament and win a gold medal. Instead, a netizen with the name Why Is Alive Again posted online claiming to have seen the original version of the video, and firmly claimed that it was the reporter from The Little Day that intentionally stepped on the racket. However, the post was automatically deleted by the system before it survived a minute on the internet. Zhang Wei, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, looked at the prompts in his account and fell into deep thought at this moment. Your account has been frozen for processing due to posting bad remarks. Please contact customer service if needed. Grass, what's the matter? Why, do I look good in this? As soon as Zhang Wei looked up, he saw Mina, who was dressed in a black silk-made outfit, standing in front of him. Immediately, he put everything behind him and pulled out his top-of-the-line camera, Sony Alpha 7V, slapping hard at the Mina in front of her. There were still 2 hours before the match, and Wang Xiaoming had already brought his racket to the dormitory. It's better to do this kind of thing quietly and silently. He already had a plan in mind. After fixing the racket and handing it over to Big Head, the first time you have to rush back to China. As for what ranking Big Head would actually get, he didn't care anymore. It could be said that he only needed this one guaranteed reward. At the moment, he cared most about his sister. 1 more minute of delay and 1 more minute of agony for his sister. At that moment, he was taking out the bottle of magical 502 glue. Seeing the bareness above, Wang Xiaoming was a bit puzzled. How come there's no instructions on how to use it at all? But it doesn't matter, since he has said that the carriers can be repaired with enough volume. Then he must be able to. After all, the system produces a fine product. Taking out Big Head's broken racket, Wang Xiaoming took a closer look at the place where it was broken. Luckily, the wood breaks and no splinters pop out. And where it broke, it was still neat. That would make it much less difficult to repair. Aligning the breaks carefully, Wang Xiaoming opened the glue and directly poured a whole bottle on it. Immediately afterward, something magical happened. The glue that was poured on it didn't slowly drip down like normal glue. Instead, it was as if it had been absorbed by the racket, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It's a bit magical. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim. Not to be outdone, it's called Magic 502 glue, and it does have some magic to it. And the magic is not just there. It's right after the glue is all absorbed by the racket. Wang Xiaoming then realized that the broken place actually began to slowly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's back to the way it was. Wang Xiaoming got close enough to watch and couldn't help but marvel at it. In that case, the mission is complete. Wang Xiaoming picked up the racket and was ready to load it up and bring it to Big Head. Who knows? This take is to realize that he cannot hold him. What's going on here? Soon, the system was explaining the current situation today to Wang Xiaoming. Don't move anything while the magic 502 glue is in effect. Wang Xiaoming was dumbfounded. I can't believe I have to wait for the repair to finish before I can move? Why does it always feel like I'm being punked? So, how long until the mending is over? In the next second, a countdown appeared before Wang Xiaoming's eyes. 1 hour 59 minutes and 48 seconds. Asterisk 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 Q. It's going to be 2 hours, so won't the game even start? Although Wang Xiaoming didn't care about Big Head's place in the competition, it would be nice to get some more rewards. Who wouldn't say no to that? would they? Now it seems that one can only jam the racket to the big head. I just hope the big head doesn't get affected by the racket and get crushed early, but at that point, one doesn't care. Just have the guaranteed reward in hand. Afterwards, Wang Xiaoming was thinking about how he could rush back in the shortest possible time. That's the most complicated issue right now. Being as strong as you are, you can't fly by airplane, not to mention how long it would take to fly back to Huaxia from here. The air tickets are not easy to buy nowadays. One way or another, we might not make it back tonight. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming couldn't wait to appear in front of his sister the next second. With this in mind, he finally made a decision. Take out your cell phone, pull out the card, insert the card, and you're done. He then closed his eyes and began to retrieve the thousands of information centers in his mind. A few seconds later, Wang Xiaoming's eyes suddenly opened. Found it. After saying that, he was dialing a number on his cell phone. Not a moment later, the opposite side is connected to the cell phone. Hello? 11. It's me. 7. Are you in romantic country now? Aha! I need to borrow your private jet now. Yes. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up first. Okay, I'm in. Not a word of unnecessary nonsense. No pleasantries, not even a question as to why. The other end of the phone easily agreed to Wang Xiaoming's request. Simply because, this codename 11 was also like Wang Xiaoming. Number 7 on the hit list. Codename, 11. Coincidentally, his and Wang Xiaoming's codename rankings were exactly the opposite, and the two knew each other by chance. To put it mildly, without a fight. This person was also considered one of the few foreign friends that Wang Xiaoming identified with, though the two had never even seen each other's faces and their real names were unknown. The only thing Wang Xiaoming knew about him was that 11 the man was rich to an outrageous degree. After all, on the occasion of their separation, 11 had said, "Come to my winery for a drink sometime. I'll send a private jet to pick you up." Chapter 85, the men's singles match begins. Big Head lost the first set in pain? As for whether this person could be trusted, Wang Xiaoming could only say, if he couldn't be trusted, he wouldn't have made the call himself. Looking at the cell phone, Wang Xiaoming thought for a long time, and in the end, he just said the last sentence. Thanks. I didn't expect the caller to freeze for a moment, and then he suddenly questioned, who the hell are you? Dick never says thank you. For this reply, Wang Xiaoming was non-committal and hung up the phone directly without saying anything. And this time the caller froze again, then nodded. Hanging up without a word is really Dick. He then instructed his assistant at the side. You go find someone, pick up someone. Remember not to ask questions or think too much. Go. Yes, boss. As for Wang Xiaoming during this period of time, he could only sit inside the dormitory and wait up. Time passed by, and soon, it was time for the first men's singles ping-pong match. Based on their previous strengths, the big head and little life players should be around 60-40. Maybe the big head has to win a little more. At first, now that big head's racket is broken and he can only use the secondary racket, this winning rate is going to be 10% less. Coupled with the fact that the final outcome of this incident was not very satisfactory, it made Big Head's heart very dissatisfied. This way at the very least another 10% of the winning percentage is removed. In this way, Big Head's winning percentage shifted directly from an initial advantage to a disadvantage. Even if he pops on the playing field as much as he does, that's going to be tough. Ugh, Big Head, come on, if you win this singles match, you'll be our youngest men's singles gold medalist. Sun Yingsha was cheering for Big Head from his side. Big Head, on the other hand, nodded heavily. Don't worry, I'll see if I don't beat the out of the opposite side's little life this match. Although the words were said so, Big Head had no bottom in his heart. Speaking of which, why hasn't Brother Biao come back yet? As Big Head said this, he looked at the passageway. It had been nearly 2 hours since Wang Xiaoming left. At this moment it still hasn't come back. To be honest, today's series of events had caused Big Head to feel a slight sense of dependence on Wang Xiaoming for no reason. It seemed that in his heart there was really hope that Wang Xiaoming could mend his racket. What? Do you really think your brother Ming is omnipotent? Why don't you have this time to get more used to getting used to your vice beat? Ma Ridge could see what Big Head was thinking. In his opinion, this kind of tinkering racket nonsense could only be found in fantasy TV shows. Real life is how you go about trying to make it happen. Hearing Teen Dragon's words, Big Head shook his head. No, I don't have any hope. I just feel empty without seeing Brother Ming. It was as if Wang Chuqin could be more peaceful if Wang Xiaoming was there. If Ming is watching my match, I think I can still overpower myself a little bit. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming was like a C-pin to Big Head. The Big Head's heart won't be set without the C-pin. Alright, don't be so much. Cheer up and fight. Put your mind at ease. Ma Ridge patted Big Head's shoulder. You know, if you win the next match, you've surpassed all of us. Mr. Youngest men's singles gold medalist. Big Head nodded. I would like to. Without waiting for Ma Ridge to continue, Big Head raised his hand. Okay, time is almost up. I'm going into the arena. After saying that, without waiting for Ma Ridge to reply, he took the secondary racket and entered the arena. At this point the countdown to the race had begun. The last 5 minutes. At this moment, everyone's was not focusing on Big Head, but at the player's lane. Everyone, not just the contestants, but all the spectators in the audience. Everyone was waiting for the hot man to show up. Time passed by, and soon the last 30 seconds were left. Looking at the empty passageway, Big Head sighed helplessly. It looked like Wang Xiaoming wouldn't show up. Ha ha ha, what were you expecting? At this time, the small-time player from the opposite side, Kitajima, suddenly said to Big Head. The last mixed-gender fight was clearly an evenly matched spectacle at first. However, with the arrival of Wang Xiaoming, the situation was instantly reversed. He hated Wang Chuqin, hated Wang Xiaoming. When he learned that Wang Chuqin's racket was broken, he even sighed that the heavens were good for reincarnation, and that arrogant Huaxia people would indeed receive retribution. After learning that Wang Xiaoming was going to repair Wang Chuqin's racket, he even sighed that this person is like a man. Now, it was even more so when he saw that Wang Chuqin was still looking forward to Wang Xiaoming's arrival. He simply laughed, laughing with extreme arrogance, laughing with extreme abandon. Asterisk. Glancing at Kitajima, Big Head just said coldly, but Kitajima won't be pissed off at the moment, because the balance of victory has been tilting in his favor now. Go ahead and curse. Let's see how I'll abuse you properly in the next match. In his opinion, the gold medal for this match was already in his pocket. After all, in terms of strength, he didn't think he was inferior to Big Head. Now that Big Head's main racket is even broken, if he can't fight anymore, so can't one go home and eat? As the competition enters the final countdown, all contestants please enter the ready seats. Big Head shook his head. It looked like it was hopeless. Only, just as it had just entered the preparation mat and started to wipe the racket, suddenly, roaring applause erupted from the audience. Ming is here? Big Head turned his head incredulously, only to be disappointed by the person he saw. The person who came was not Wang Xiaoming. Instead, it's a group of people, a group of swimmers. Pan Zhanle, Zhang Zhanchua and others are among them. Hey, Big Head, we're here to cheer you on. Before even sitting in his seat, Pan Zhanle was cheering up Big Head from afar. Seeing a few people, Big Head only had a slight smile on his face, waving his hand slightly as he entered a state of readiness. The match is now, officially, underway. With a whistle, Big Head's eyes glanced at the place where the passage was, and the last bit of hope was dead as a doornail. Okay, that's it. Pop. Big Head served, and with a counter-rotating serve, the first shot of the men's singles was fired. With that one little ping-pong ball going back and forth on the table over and over again. Backhand screw position, side cuts, slider push blocking, mid-range and far-reaching pulls. Big Head put the various techniques of your predecessors to work one by one. The hearts of the audience were all hanging in the air. 2 to 1, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 3 to 5, 5 to 5, 6 to 7, 8 to 8, 9 to 10. With the field pulling against each other, Big Head fought Kitajima to match point at one point. Some breaks. Big Head went down and wiped his face. He looked at the passage again, and still no one appeared. Re-up. After only 3 rounds of sparring, Big Head lost a point due to a small mistake. First set, 9 to 11. Sakura Nation. Kitajima wins, giving Big Head a disdainful look. Kitajima was extremely arrogant and took a hard swing at all the spectators in the arena. What he lost today, all of it was to be taken back at this moment. The Big Head, on the other hand, looked to his sub-patch shaking his head. It still doesn't fit. Chapter 86, Big Head, Catch. Unfortunately, in the first set, amidst thousands of expectations, Big Head still failed to take it. Shaking his head, he began to prepare for the second game. When the first set was played evenly, but in the end it was still undefeated. Coach De Lu knew about the match. I'm afraid it's hanging by a thread. Big Head's heart and soul are gone. It was just the audience that was still going out of their way to frantically fuel the Big Head. Big Head, Big Head. No worries about the competition. When you make a move, you get a gold medal. Go Big Head. I'll give you a monkey if you win the gold medal. Big Head. Auntie loves you. Auntie loves you. When you win we'll play king together. I'll montan you dodgy. Holy. Auntie Culture is surprised upstairs again. Auntie, how about we play LOL? I'll ash your nanny. Listening to the expectations of all these viewers, Big Head was feeling pressurized. He was getting a little anxious. The unsuitable subtap in hand, the unfair outcome of the organizing committee, the arrogant smile of that little day across the street. The most important point, one's worshipped Ming still hasn't been seen up to now. This one item, this one thing was destroying his defenses. Next inning, I guess it's up in the air. As expected, at the beginning of the second set, Big Head was pressed by North Island. 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 1 to 3, 2 to 6, 2 to 7, 2 to 9. For a moment, Big Head was almost hit directly to match point. He knew that if he was taken down again in the second set, then there was no chance of him flipping this whole game. At this moment, the hearts of everyone at the scene were all hanging in their throats. Taking advantage of some 2 to 9 breaks, Dalu shook Big Head's shoulders fiercely. Pull yourself together. You can do it. You can do it. However, is it really possible? Big Head couldn't help but have a question in his mind, and looking at the sub beat in his hand, he shook his head. It's still not as good as a positive shot. But today, what to do? And across the street in the small day player section, Nishikawa was rubbing Kitajima's cheeks hard. Believe in yourself. You're the best. The Wasia of his time was a great mountain in front of us. But today, you're about to eradicate him with your own hands. You, Kitajima, are our hero. Hero. Don't take it lightly, ever. Bring out your 120% and him up for me. Nishikawa's hysterical shouts were heard by all the surrounding Chinese spectators who were relatively close. It was just that at the moment, they had little courage to retort, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that the scales of the goddess of victory in this game had slowly tilted over toward the little day. Although the heart is very unconvinced, there are a lot of words such as despicable, shameless and so on want to vent, but when it came to his mouth, he swallowed back. What's the use of talking so much at this point when things are already a done deal? At this point in the race, only hard power will do. Years later, who remembers the incident where the racket broke? Only that gold medal will go down in history forever. Ugh, let's go. There's nothing left to lose in this game. Let's wait for the next one. I don't. I have to wait for Ming to show up. Ridiculous child. What can he do even if he shows up? When he showed up, I thought, we're going to win for sure. Haven't you guys been hit in the face by Brother Ming enough times? Many of the audience members all expressed their desire to leave, only to be struck by the words spoken by one of the children. Yeah, the number of times this kind of face slapping by Wang Xiaoming was no longer a few. Every time they felt that they had lost the light, Wang Xiaoming would once again carry that bright torch, to light the way ahead of them, to the other side of the road to success. So, will the miracles continue this time? People actually have answers in their minds. It won't. After all, in the past, it was Wang Xiaoming himself who had participated in the competition, and with him around, people did believe that he was able to create miracles. But what about today? It's not like he's the one playing live. Even if he shows up, how can he work miracles? Thinking about this, there was no one who had any more expectations for Wang Xiaoming, because they knew that this situation today was not something that Wang Xiaoming alone could change. The game continues. The score of the match today is 1 o'clock in favor of Big Head on the big scoreboard of North Island. The small score, however, is a substantial 9-2 lead over the big one. With one more point, Kitajima will have match point in hand. This was certainly a fatal blow to Big Head. So for this next shot, Big Head is going all out and can't afford to lose any points. Big Head wasn't a newbie. He naturally knew this. So, at the beginning of his serve, he used a counter-rotation serve. That's what the former Imperial Tigers taught him. Counterspin serve, representative, Zhang Jike. This is a serving technique that moves the wrist in the opposite direction of regular rotation. The advantage is that the weight shifts from the right leg to the left leg as you prepare to hit the ball, and the wrist can be fully opened outward to maximize the spin created in a short period of time. The serve comes out suddenly, with perfect articulation of the leading and swinging movements and reasonable force, which can create great inertia, making it difficult for the opponent to judge the direction and trajectory of the ball's rotation and increasing the difficulty of catching the ball. From the start, Big Head is going to steal the show. It's just a shame that the inevitable shot was due to the racket. The Big Head doesn't create very much spin. Ha! All that was heard was a roar from the opposite side of the room, and it was a forehand backhand that knocked the ping pong ball back hard. But Big Head wasn't shy, and a backhand flick once again knocked the ball back. In a back and forth, the two had surprisingly gone 4 or 5 rounds, but the two still didn't have either one getting the upper hand, because both knew that this goal was going to be the key to this whole game. Whoever takes this goal will decide this entire game. Come on, Big Head. Come on, come on. The little days. It's got to be a win. It's got to be a win. Don't take it lightly. However, it was not to be. After 7 or 8 consecutive rounds of pulling against each other, Big Head inadvertently made a mistake and conceded a goal again. At the moment the score on the field has become 2-10. Across the way, Kitajima already has match point in hand, only to see him clench his fists fiercely, roaring in anger and venting out all the grievances in his heart. Seeing this, Big Head could only shake his head rather helplessly. It seemed that this was as far as he could go today. Chu Chin, don't be discouraged. Take him down on the next shot. Dalu was still inspiring Big Head. It's just that Big Head can't hear a bit of it at the moment. The game continues. Please prepare the players. A small wipe of sweat and the race is on again. Looking at his subtap, Big Head wasn't in much of a resentful mood, more than likely only a hint of, "I'm sorry." However, just as he had just stood on the competition stage, a sudden voice from behind him directly pulled him out of his walk. Big Head, catch, Chapter 87 Coach, I'd like to use the main shot. Big Head doesn't understand how this works. Just as he was recalling this life of his rather regretfully, a familiar voice unexpectedly came from behind him. Big Head, catch, only, instead of turning his head, he shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Really, I can't believe I've been knocked out of my hearing. Wang Xiaoming, are you such a coward? In his mind, he thought the voice was a hallucination of his own. Unbeknownst to the audience, the scene was already abuzz. Holy, who is that guy? Geez poopo, isn't that Ming? Ilua saw just Ming really came. Look everyone, what's in Ming's hand? Holy, it's really Big Head's racket. Look at that signature. No way, Ming actually fixed the racket? I don't think so. Maybe it's just sticky? Of course, no one at the scene believed that Wang Xiaoming had really fixed Big Head's racket. However, at least the sight of Wang Xiaoming was like planting a tranquilizer in everyone's heart. As for Big Head as well, he who was still not convinced turned his head incredulously after seeing Kitajima's reaction on the opposite side. Ming, you're really here. Not only that, Wang Xiaoming even directly threw the racket in his hand towards Big Head. At this very moment, 11's private jet was waiting for himself. One doesn't have much time to waste here. Therefore, he had to hand over the racket to Big Head at the first opportunity so that he could truly complete the first stage. Get that guaranteed reward. Big Head was also quick and instantly caught the racket thrown by Wang Xiaoming. After gently shaking it, Big Head was surprised to find that the main bead in his hand had actually been mended by Wang Xiaoming. The quality of the repair is not to be mentioned for now, but at least it feels pretty sturdy to myself. Feeling the familiar sensation in his hand, after only a moment's hesitation, he threw the secondary racket in his hand back into the coach's hand. Under the shocked and angry gaze of Coach Delu, he still changed back to his most familiar racket. Chu Qin, what the hell are you doing? Coach Delu was simply furious. Even if you don't think this game is in doubt, you can't be beaten like this and have no heart. You're changing rackets at a critical time like this, or a broken racket. Wouldn't that be a naked way of telling everyone that you, Wang Xiaoming, are going to surrender? He would never allow such a thing to happen in his Huaxia team, so he shouted at Wang Xiaoming. Chu Qin, how dare you? Even if he pulled this old face, he would definitely not allow Wang Xiaoming to use the break racket. It wasn't just losing the game, it was losing the face of their Chinese team. Only, looking at the furious Coach Delu, Wang Xiaoming just smiled at him, then raising the main beat he had just received in his hand, he turned his head toward the tournament table in awe. Wang Xiaoming, Delu was so angry that he even directly shouted out Big Head's full name. Coach, I want to use the main racket. Just at this moment, how could Big Head listen to him? Anyway, it's come to this, so what can you do if you change your racket or not? Is it possible to lose all the way down the line on that useless sub-beat to save the last bit of downward face for the Wahini? Then it would be better to let yourself use this main auction. Bet on the ceiling, and if you bet on it, that is the future of China. Coach Delu, who was still angry, turned around and wanted to find Wang Xiaoming to make a claim. He would like to ask Wang Xiaoming what this move was all about. Is he treating live Olympic competition like child's play? Simply gluing a racket with one blue and thinking it's ready to go on to play? It's not just disrespectful to table tennis, it's disrespectful to the whole country. However, just as he had just turned around and wanted to ask Wang Xiaoming what exactly he was thinking, he realized that Wang Xiaoming, who had just arrived, had already disappeared at this moment. Alright coach, let Big Head be capricious for once. Maybe, a miracle will happen. Ma Ridge advised Delu from the side. Delu couldn't go on to say anything else when he saw this, because the match on the field had already started. Helplessly he could only shake his head, expecting Wang Xiaoming not to lose too badly because he had changed his racket. Then this way, he will definitely be laughed at by the national audience. And seeing Wang Xiaoming's appearance, the opposite side of Bei Dao was obviously taken aback. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming was like a nightmare in his mind. I don't know why, but it was clearly not Wang Xiaoming who was playing. Instead, he had an inexplicable fear of it. But when he saw Wang Xiaoming come to the stage again with the original broken racket, he smiled. He really laughed. You, what are you doing? This is ready to give up? Kitajima shook his head, thanks to the fact that he had previously regarded Big Head as his greatest opponent. And that's it? I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you're ready to admit defeat? Ha 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 ha. Kitajima shook his head. Such an opponent was no longer worthy of his attention. What can you do with a broken racket? Even if you glue it back together and bring it up? Do you really want to turn the tables on the Jedi with that? Not only Kitajima, but even Coach Nishikawa, who was on a small day, forced to smile and gave a thumbs up to Delu, who was not far away. seeing Sichuan move in such a manner. De Lu's mouth almost went askew with anger at this point. It's just a shame that he can't find anyone to vent to these days. The originator of this, Wang Xiaoming, doesn't know where to hide secretly. If he was found, he himself must scold him severely, which could only relieve his heart's hatred. The match continues. Please serve Sakura Nation's Kitajima. With the referee's order, the suspended match resumed. Kitajima was seen giving Big Head a thumbs up, followed by a flip in full view of the crowd. He was actually mocking this player. Please stop your non-match related actions immediately or you will be duly penalized. Even the referee couldn't look away and spoke up. Seeing this, Kitajima also stopped pretending. The effect had already been achieved anyway. This is a game he will take. 2-10 match point. Broken racket. Lost hardiness. He had the best of both worlds. If you don't win now, when will you? A sharp topspin serve that went right through it. Sharp topspin serves are usually used during key points in a match and can have a surprising effect. At this moment, it was as if Kitajima saw the goddess of victory already beckoning him. Just a third of a second before he fantasized about getting his gold medal. Wang Xiaoming scores. Match score 3-10. Ha? What? What 3-10? A referee's voice snapped Kitajima back to reality. He stared blankly at the ping-pong ball that had landed on his table and was headed out of the table. What's the situation? This ball, he lost? And the Chinese audience at the scene erupted into unprecedented shouts. It was as if Wang Xiaoming had already taken this match. It's a win. Wang Xiaoming has won. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoming's side of the story is very relaxing. Chapter 88, No. Buddy, are you really Zhang Jike? When they saw Wang Xiaoming get a point with the broken racket, all the spectators were wide-eyed. What's the deal? A broken racket that scores a point? Couldn't it be luck? It looks like Kitajima got careless to me. No way. I'm a pro. And the spin on that ball just now is definitely not something a breaking racket can swing at. I'm going to go upstairs and surprise the professional brother. Dude, who are you? I'm Zhang Jike. I also Zhang E. Screw it. ID changes Zhang Jike. You really consider yourself Zhang Jike? Upstairs look at the big V by this guy's account. Doesn't that look familiar? No dude, you really are. As a retired member of the team, Zhang Jike doesn't really follow table tennis very closely anymore, because at this point he was in debt. He needed to find ways to make money. But due to some private word-of-mouth issues, it caused major brands to cancel their contracts, so it was quite a bit of a struggle for a while. It's just not possible to be more strapped for cash and not follow this Olympics. After seeing Big Head use his famous stunt bully screw to win the mixed men's and women's matches in this Olympics, he was very pleased. But after seeing that Big Head's racket had been stepped on and broken in such an inexplicable manner, a nameless fire sprang up inside of him. He smiled even more to himself when he saw that the organizing committee had clearly possessed the evidence, but it was handled that way. He laughed at the fact that he was obviously not a newbie anymore, yet he was still as hopeful about this as a novice. How could the top allow such a big story to happen during such an important Olympic event? And when he saw the online news that this Wang Xiaoming was going to help Big Head mend his racket, he laughed along with him. He laughed at Wang Xiaoming for being simply demented and whimsical. Only the moment he saw it actually appear on the field, he couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Will the racket brought by Wang bring hope? And the results are shocking and worrying. The ball, was it luck or not? However, unlike what ordinary spectators and netizens saw, Zhang Jike saw the strength and angle of the ball's rotation. Never a broken racket can do that. Is it hard to believe that the racket has really been fixed? Zhang Jike kept speculating in his mind, but the next match would soon tell him the answer. As for the person in question, Kitajima, he watched as the ball flew past his ear, and he looked back at it somewhat incredulously. Looking at Kitajima's incredulous expression, Big Head then shook his head disdainfully and said, "Why don't you smile? Is it a natural dislike of smiling?" Ignoring Big Head, Kitajima went back to get a towel to wipe off his sweat on his own. That shot just now didn't do much to it. It could only be said that the opposite side of this Chinese player was lucky that the heavens let him live a little longer. Sharing his thoughts were the coaches behind him. Don't panic. That ball he just hit was just luck. The balance of victory is still on your side. Hearing the coach's words, Kitajima, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Don't worry coach, you take me as a new recruit. I'll panic at this small 1 point? In this council, Wang Xiaoming wins, with a score of 12-10. 1:1 in total. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kitajima looked at his crushed score and stared incredulously at the racket in Big Head's hand. Referee, I don't believe it. I demand to check the racket in player Wang Xiaoming's hand. He felt that the racket in Wang Xiaoming's hand had definitely been tampered with. The referee just scoffs in the face of Kitajima's pleas and questions. As a referee, he naturally knows some of the ins and outs of the Olympic scene, like the real reason for the Big Head racket breaking, and he's heard some little despicable things about it. And at this moment Bei Dao, who had exhausted all his means but was still no match for Wang Xiaoming, Was so beaten that he suspected that there was something wrong with the racket in Wang Xiaoming's hands? Is that a problem for you? What could possibly be wrong with a racket? Did this racket drink dope? So he didn't even care about Kitajima's request and just declared the second set over. Referee, I demand to check Wang Xiaoming's racket. I demand. This Kitajima player, if you interfere with the course of the match again, I will penalize you accordingly. The referee, come back, Kitajima. Luckily, Coach Nishikawa called Kitajima back at the crucial moment, or else he probably would have made some kind of joke. Kitajima, looking at the incredulous Kitajima, Nishikawa didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. He also couldn't figure out what the hell was going on at all. Kitajima, how the hell did this asshole Wang Xiaoming do it? The comforting words came to his lips, but turned into a shocked question. Although only lost a game, but Nishikawa is feeling this whole game seems to be gone. The one who thought the same as Nishikawa was Coach De Lu on the Chinese side. Although just take a game, but actually Big Lu is feeling this whole game seems to have been stable. Shu Qin, show me your racket. Taking advantage of the free time to rest, De Lu was a little excited and disbelieving. Asked Wang Xiaoming to ask for a closer look at the racket. After a long time, he slowly put down the racket. This racket, it seems to be no different from the original. Big Head, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. Having just felt it in that game, not only is it no different, it even works better than before. How on earth did this Wang Xiaoming do it? Ma-Rage asked from the side filled with doubt. Big Head was also very curious about this question. It was only that he believed in Wang Xiaoming and his own brother Ming. Who cares how he did it? What he can and should do today. It's all about winning this game hard. Go for it. Running also in the night. Wang Xiaoming does not know what kind of Big Head race is at this time. He only had one thought today, and that was to hurry back to Huaxia, holding the bottle of pain immunity potion in his hand. Wang Xiaoming was finally able to see the outline of an airplane. Hello, is this Mr. 7? The masked Wang Xiaoming nodded and sat on the airplane at the captain's invitation. Hello, Mr. 7. This flight will be a direct flight from the romantic country to Huaxia, during which there will be no stops. Please fasten your airplane seatbelt. The emergency parachute is below your seat. If you have no further questions, our current flight is about to take off. Wang Xiaoming nodded. This 11 was still very reliable. In that case, it would only take 9 to 11 hours to see your sister by yourself. And just as the plane was about to take off, Wang Xiaoming once again received a text message from 11. How's it going 7? Have you gotten on the plane yet? There's a piece of news I think I should tell you about. It seems that someone has received a mission within China. You can pay attention to it if you're free. Chapter 89. Relax. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. As the 10th on the international darknet assassin list, Ryuji Yamaguchi was very proud of himself, because he is the only Asian in the top 10. Not to mention, he himself was holding down the Wahini. 7? Yamaguchi Ryuji looked at the information about 7 in his hand with disdain. Obviously ranked 11th, yet you have to use a 7 as a codename? Ridiculous. In his opinion, this Huaxia man just belonged to the type that didn't have the strength to pretend hard. Not to mention he'd heard about an unwritten rule. Not allowed to take assignments within China. Even if you take it, you have to wait until the target of the mission leaves the territory of China before you can do it. The reason for this is because of the fear of this code name 7. But he couldn't figure out why he should fear him. The only thing I can think of is that these killers are afraid of someone from a certain organization in China. Not because they are afraid of this one called 7. After all, as the mysterious organization of the Chinese Security Bureau, it was true that there were many capable people inside. If you are not careful, you will leave your life in China forever. But today, he was able to accomplish this task in a matter of moments. When the time comes, who can find me? With that thought, he flipped up another message. According to the news, this man's sister is being treated in the hospital, and to ask me to lay hands on a patient. TSK, what a sin. And on the photo in its hand, it was clearly the photo of Wang Xiaoming's sister, and I don't know how he got it. Obviously, the global media frantically dug up news about Wang Xiaoming's family without even digging up a single piece of information, but he was able to get Wang Xiaoya's information with ease. It also learns the location of the hospital where it was treated. I have to say, it does still have a couple of things going for it, and Ryuji Yamaguchi was already rapidly making his way to his destination by now. On the way, he was comparing the photos and the mission requirements again, and then he was shaking his head. He actually scoffed very much at the mission. This pretty country was just a bit of a sore loser. Yamaguchi Ryuji shook his head, very disdainful of the pretty country's approach. In comparison to their Sakura country it was a gap, simply a gap. Look at our country. The gap is not normal. What is called strength? This is called strength. Even the opposing country's national ball we can press the opposite side to play. Yamaguchi Ruji laughed while opening the Olympics live streaming website. In just a moment, he was wide-eyed. Fark, isn't Kitajima pressing Wang Chuchin? How did the score become 3-1 all of a sudden? This waste of a man, North Island, is really a waste of a man. Without thinking too much about it, Sakura won if she could, and wasn't too upset if she couldn't win against Ruji Yamaguchi. After all, he wasn't a particularly nationally honored person. The honor and disgrace of the country is not as appealing to him as a few sheets of knife music. Thinking that he would be able to take a large amount of saber music after this one vote, Yamaguchi Ruji was whistling in a very good mood. My friend, may I ask for the XXX hospital in China? Arriving at his destination, Ruji Yamaguchi tapped a passerby on the shoulder to be sure and inquired. Although he had already confirmed that this was where he needed to get to, he still subconsciously and habitually asked for directions. Only, before the other party could answer, Yamaguchi Ruji was suddenly feeling that something was wrong, because this man across the street turned to him and gave him a meaningful smile. After learning from 11 that there were killers entering the country, Wang Xiaoming became anxious. After all, he was not in China at this time, and the thing that made him anxious was not only that, but he also learned the target of this assassin's entry through 11. Surprisingly, it was his own sister. He wondered how these people had gotten their sister's information. He didn't know why these people were on his sister's case. After all, on the surface, he was just a college student, Wang Xiaoming, who was fighting for his country. He couldn't think of any reason why anyone would take a shot at him. Can it go any faster? Wang Xiaoming came to the captain's room and asked. Upon hearing this, the captain nodded. Yes, only if the speed is too fast. I'm afraid your body can't take it. It's fine. Use the fastest speed possible. I want to get to Huaxia in the shortest time possible. Okay, Mr. 7. Only to see the captain pulling the lever of the airplane. And in the next second, the speed of the private airplane was increased once again, through the long dark night, piercing through layers of thick clouds, shooting toward that mysterious east. Along the way, Wang Xiaoming analyzed a host of people who might have taken a shot at him, but he still hadn't come up with any slightest reason. The only thing I can think of is that it's hard not to be annoyed with the leader of this beautiful country. But this is too much child's play, isn't it? Going after a college student like yourself just because of an Olympics? People in this pretty country, no matter how bottomless they are, they won't be bottomless to this extent, right? Perhaps Wang Xiaoming thought wrong. Pretty country is indeed so bottomless. During this time, Wang Xiaoming gave Chen Xiao a message. A slight disclosure allowed Chen Xiao to increase his force a little to guard the hospital, but he didn't say anything about his going back to China, because, since something like this had happened, he had to settle him once and for all. Then some things will definitely not be on the table in that case. Hiding a little bit of information is a little bit better for the country's bright side, and a little bit better for you. As time slowly passed, there was no message from Chen Zhao's side. That also means that nothing has happened yet this night. Soon, 8 hours had passed, and Wang Xiaoming could see the Eastern Divine Dragon at his feet through the window. Mr. 7, since I've delivered you safely, I'll go back first. Aha! Wang Xiaoming expressed his gratitude to the captain, and then he turned around and rushed towards the hospital where his sister was. After only 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoming arrived at the downstairs of Huaxia XXX Hospital. This hospital, which claims to be just an office building, has a big interior. Still not here? Wang Xiaoming looked at the people coming and going and did not find any suspicious characters. Just suddenly, someone behind him tapped his shoulder. Hello, may I ask if this is the Huaxia XXX Hospital? In an instant, Wang Xiaoming turned his head and smiled. How would an ordinary person know the secrets of this hospital? Gotcha, little mouse. What? Nothing. Just after the words were said, Wang Xiaoming was suddenly moving, a forward stabbing step. Before Yamaguchi Ruji could react, he was circling around behind him, his arm circling back and forth from the side of his opponent's neck, his other hand grasping and pulling back with a concerted effort from both hands. The crossbuckles had taken shape, and Ruji Yamaguchi had absolutely no chance of escaping. Only then did Wang Xiaoming murmur softly in Yamaguchi Ruji's ear. Relax, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Chapter 90, Brother and Sister Meet. You won't hurt anymore. Inside the hospital, a group of doctors and nurses had no idea what was going on outside. They got a death warrant today and are having a meeting together to discuss something. With all due respect, the chances of this little girl being cured are 0. Seconded. Even if it's 0, we still have to work hard. Effort. How? We've been working on this for a week now, and have we found a shred of hope? Yeah, admit it, there really isn't much that can be done with today's medical conditions. We didn't call you here urgently from various countries to hear you say there's no way, no way. It's for you to think. What do you think? You tell me what to think? Swap this organ of mine for her? Even if I were willing, she wouldn't survive. As an internationally renowned doctor, Seth couldn't understand why this Chinese country would make a big deal of bringing over so many famous doctors to treat a girl who was already hopeless. As for who this girl really is and why Wasiai is going to such lengths to heal her, he didn't want to care. He couldn't care. Having made it to his position, his height, the concept of national boundaries is minimal to him. He has eyes only for the patient. Of course, on top of that, the medical costs are definitely a bit higher. Like him were 4 or 5 other doctors, from all over the world. They were of the same mind as Seth. It's just a pity that for such a condition, even if a miracle doctor came over, it wouldn't help. Just as a group of people were having a heated discussion, a nurse came running over in a hurry. Sorry guys, she seems to be in a bit of a bad way. Hearing Nurse Luya's words, the people were all in a hurry to stand up. What's her situation again? Despite knowing that the girl had no chance of surviving, they tried to keep the girl alive as long as possible. It's a bonus to live another day. So, on hearing that the girl wasn't doing well, the crowd said that but were actually worried. Only Luya anxiously said, she seems to be in severe pain, and she just fainted from the pain. Fainting from the pain? Seth muttered to himself, before he shook his head and resumed his seat. Not only Seth, but also the other doctors turned their heads and sat back in their seats when they heard this. What are you guys doing? She's in a lot of pain. Aren't you going to check on her? Look, what's the point of looking at her? Seth asked rhetorically. Is looking at her going to make her stop hurting? But, Luya looked very concerned about Wang Xiaoya. Then just watch her pass out from the pain over and over again? Seth nodded. There's no way around it. No way? Luya couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't believe that it was coming from a doctor. You're both doctors, and you're saying there's nothing you can do? Luya's questioning fell on Seth's ears, no doubt a fire that lit the fuse. He only drew himself up. So tell me, what should I do? What should we do? What should we do about this disease? You tell me. Luya didn't expect Seth to get agitated like this all of a sudden. Seeing this, she could only weakly say, then can't we give her some painkillers? Who knows? Hearing this, Seth instantly just laughed. Oh, painkillers? Do you realize that it's a luxury for her to even be alive right now? You gave her more painkillers? Is it because you want her to die faster? He then sighed. It hurts, and she'll just have to play hard to get. Hearing this, Luya also reddened her eyes. It had already been 2 weeks since she had met Wang Xiaoya, yet she still didn't know all kinds of information about Wang Xiaoya. All she knew was that the girl was terminally ill, but she is still so sunny and cheerful despite her terminal illness. Sometimes Luya wanted to ask, what on earth gave you the faith to live? When she watched Wang Xiaoya dying of pain and even fainting, she complained even more about the unfairness of fate. Such a strong, beautiful little girl to be afflicted with such a disease. What the hell is this about? Dr. Seth's words today had already made Luya accept the outcome. In this way, she could only force herself to try not to look at Wang Xiaoya's agonized appearance when she was in pain. Otherwise, her heart really couldn't take it. Okay, I know. I'll go back and take care of her first. After saying that, Luya was turning towards Wang Xiaoya's room. Only, just as she reached the door, she saw a scene that shocked her. Oh my god, you guys, come look. What again? After Wang Xiaoming resolved Yamaguchi Ruji, he disposed of his corpse in the process. For him, it's kind of a family affair. As for why on earth this man would be targeting his sister, he couldn't go after it too much now. He could only find it slowly later. The urgent goal today was to hurry up and deliver the pain immunity potion in his hand to his sister. Couldn't let his sister suffer that inhuman pain anymore. So after settling Yamaguchi's affairs, the first thing Wang Xiaoming did was to rush to Wang Xiaoya's hospital room. Yeah, brother. The moment she saw Wang Xiaoming, Wang Xiaoya was overflowing with joy in an instant. Merely, yeah you are. Wang Xiaoming realized that at this moment, Wang Xiaoya's face was pale and her head was sweating profusely. It was obvious that she was suffering from inhuman pain. Brother, why are you here? Seeing her brother, Wang Xiaoya struggled to sit herself up, smoothing her hair and wiping her sweat. Make it look like you're in okay shape. But how heartbreaking this all fell on Wang Xiaoming's eyes. Only he himself knew. After the competition, the leader gave me a vacation. Wang Xiaoming said as he took out the bottle of potion. Yeah, brother, you even brought me a gift? Wang Xiaoya was overjoyed. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Yes, specially brought back from the romantic country. I heard it's a specialty there. Oh, specialties? Wang Xiaoya took the bottle, which seemed like billions of stars. A single bubble was bubbling there, and it just made you look at it with the desire to drink it down. Brother, this won't be a bar? I've heard that the wine over in romantic country is famous. Looking at the corners of Wang Xiaoya's mouth that trembled slightly even as she spoke, Wang Xiaoming suppressed the hurt in his heart and nodded. That's right, it's the wine. I'm telling you, this wine is marvelous. Drink it and your sickness won't hurt anymore. Liar. Wang Xiaoya smiled and opened the bottle. For what her own was, she naturally knew. So it's time to drink and eat. It's just that, and I don't know if it's psychological or what. After taking a sip, Wang Xiaoya was surprised to find that she really didn't seem to hurt as much. What the hell is this? Wang Xiaoya looked at the bottle in her hand and fell into shock. Chapter 91 Final score, 6-1. Big Head wins the championship. Seth swore he'd never seen a teenage girl so strong. It's not as if they, the doctors, hadn't seen other symptoms of this kind of terminal pain. When the pain came, the way the pain died, it hurt them to look at it. If the patient no longer wants to be healed, then they will administer a good number of painkillers to help the patient get through this last bit of comfort. But naturally they don't recommend pain injections if the patient is still hopeful. Just because of the painkillers, it will accelerate the deterioration of your condition. As for Wang Xiaoya, the girl, to be honest, Seth and a few other doctors had already determined her condition. The chance of healing is 0, but the girl still refused to take the painkillers, only because she had heard that the painkillers would exacerbate her condition and shorten her life. She had to try and survive a few more days to watch her brother take himself out. For such a young girl, Seth had great admiration from the bottom of his heart. Such a tough heart has long surpassed most. It's just that God is unfair to subject such a young girl to such an illness. So after he heard Luya's questioning, his heart was also very uncomfortable. However, after he heard Luya's scream again to see Wang Xiaoya, his entire body was stunned, only to see that Wang Xiaoya, who had just heard that she was still in pain to the point of fainting, was actually standing by the window at the moment, and was slowly closing the window. This is going on. Seth couldn't believe his eyes, only to see him bring a few doctors to Wang Xiaoya with quick steps. Dr. Seth, what brings you here? For Seth, Wang Xiaoya naturally recognized him. This is his own primary care physician. What are you doing? Seth asked. Me? I thought it was a little windy, so I came over to close a window. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's words, Lu Yi's entire body was bad. You said you. Wouldn't it be better to call me for this kind of thing? I don't think Sister Xiaoya has something wrong. It's just a matter of closing a window. It's not a big deal. Luya was a little distressed. As she spoke, tears appeared in Luya's eyes. She was thoroughly moved by Wang Xiaoya. In spite of his illness and torture, he still doesn't want to bother anyone, and Seth was of the same mind. In his opinion, the young girl in front of him was just too strong-willed. This was unheard of in the cases he treated. It's amazing how a young girl, just a teenager, relies on her own willpower to be so resilient against the disease. You're not in pain? Seth asked cautiously. Wang Xiaoya smiled and took out the bottle of potion that Wang Xiaoming had given her. It doesn't hurt. I have this. A pain relief drink. Drink it and you won't feel any pain at all. It was really strange to say the least. Just after taking just one sip, Wang Xiaoya realized that she hadn't been in pain here until now. Could it be that he's getting better? Hearing Wang Xiaoya's words, Seth reluctantly smiled, then said, That's really great. How come you like this kind of drink? Do you want us to buy you some more? Wang Xiaoya nodded happily, but then shook her head. Forget it, this kind of drink, I'm afraid it's hard to buy. At this moment, Seth only felt as if there was something blocking his throat. How can that be? If you like it, we'll get it for you right away. When he finished speaking, he turned around in a hurry, as his voice was hoarse at the moment. The corners of his eyes had been drenched in tears. What kind of pain drink is that? Isn't that just the self-delusion of the girl in front of you? However, it was the kind of self-delusion that Seth would have liked to see more of instead. At least, she still had hope in life, didn't she? It was just that what Seth didn't understand was what the girl in front of him was holding on to. It's amazing how much pain that can make you pass out, can stand up by sheer force of will. How the hell did she do that? Seth didn't understand. Luya didn't understand. And the rest of the doctors were even more confused. Painkillers? It's a great way to entertain yourself at a time like this. The genius touched everyone to the core. Only what they didn't know was that outside the hospital, which they didn't know about, there was a young man darting through the night. On the other side, Big Head also wondered how Wang Xiaoming had just appeared and then disappeared again. All he knew was that tonight, he had to get the gold medal. Otherwise, he'd be sorry that Ming had fixed this racket for him. Looking at the paddle with Ming's signature for himself, Big Head only felt a surge of confidence in his heart, not to mention his own Jedi turnaround, going from 2-10 to 11-10 in a hard-fought battle. Today's game is still up in the air. On the other hand, Kitajima, on the opposite side, remained unbelieving despite losing what had been a nail-biting set. He just attributes it to luck, yet he did not reflect on why luck did not favor him. The third set is over. The score is 11-1 and the total score is 2-1. Please take a short break for the players. By the end of the third inning, Kitajima had been beaten into a state of disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? It clearly felt like the gold medal was in sight, but why did he only score 1 point? Looking at Wang Chuqin's leisurely appearance across the street, for a while Bei Dao was a little unsteady in his Dao. Could it be that Wang Xiaoming was all in disguise before? Also thinking the same way was Coach Nishikawa. Only, it's a slightly different idea than North Island's. In his opinion, he only felt that the Chinese were just too cunning. What was stepped on and broken before was definitely not Wang Xiaoming's main beat. Definitely a sub-shot. And this is the main beat that Wang Xiaoming uses today. Damn it, damn the Chinese. How dare they steal the beam. Familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war, he was able to see in an instant what ploy Huaxiao was using, and Big Head and the others, who were celebrating, had no idea what a few people from the opposite side of the small day country were thinking. Big Head, are you confident of taking it tonight? Delu asked exuberantly from the sidelines. Big Head, on the other hand, was red in the face as he roared, definitely win. As the game continued, the situation on the field had long since become one-sided. The fourth round is over. The winner is Wang Xiaoming. The fifth round is over. Winner, Wang Xiaoming. Sixth inning. Seventh inning. Total score, 6-1. Winner of this match, Wang Xiaoming. With the sound of the final broadcast, in an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar, and all the Chinese spectators all stood up and waved the national flag frantically. From hopelessness in the first inning to the dawn of the second, the clenched fists and nerves of each inning in the back of the line. Hasn't everyone been waiting for this moment? Only, what puzzled everyone was that Big Head didn't even go to claim his prize in the first place after winning the championship, but instead frantically ran towards the safe passage. This is, what's the situation? Chapter 92. The one who waited, but didn't come. Just after the match, the crowd realized that Big Head, who should have gone to receive the prize, was in a hurry and ran to the player's passage as if he was looking for something. But unfortunately, looking at the lost expression on Big Head's face, it seemed that he hadn't found what he wanted. Looked at the hand that had and the purpose of the signature racket. Wang Xiaoming at this time thousands of thanks and worship, but there is no one to tell. Alas, sighing, Wang Xiaoming could only return to the playing field with a sense of disappointment. And at this moment, there were already countless reporters' cameras aimed at him. It can be said that whoever's gold medal today cannot be interviewed. But Wang Xiaoming, that reporter, if this time there is no interview to get first-hand news, well, he can basically say goodbye to this entire journalistic career. Who doesn't know that the Wang Xiaoming of this match is the biggest hot traffic of the day? No one knows what no one knows. Not only were the reporters on the scene all going crazy and pouncing on Big Head, the audience on the scene was also crazy. If it wasn't for the security guards at the scene who sacrificed their lives to stop them, I'm afraid that all these excited spectators would have jumped off the audience stage one by one and pounced on Big Head. There's no way around it. This match, it's just so exciting and heady. From the beginning, when everyone thought there was no hope, it was a surprisingly good 6-1 run at the end. Simply a crushing inning, so to speak. Not to mention the fact that it's still the land of small days across the street. We have a 200% buff to both players and spectators when we are up against a small day country. A group of Big Head's teammates even picked him up and threw him towards the sky. It's really that this game was played in such a big way. Look at that face before the little day match. It's like they're eating them up. Their group of Chinese players had always preferred to speak with strength, so they didn't come back with any particularly harsh words about the provocations of their little day before the game. Everything, they're going to wait until they get the gold medal before they talk. Now, they were able to take a good bite out of it. Only, in the face of such enthusiasm from his teammates, Big Head was preoccupied. Admittedly, winning this game was also very cool in his heart, but without seeing that man's appearance, his heart always felt that something was missing. He always felt that this gold medal of his contained a bit too much water. After all, could one win without this racket? Big Head pondered this question well in his mind, and it seemed to be really a bit difficult, because he knew that after the first inning, his heart was just about broken. In that case, it's hard for the gods to save you. Forget it. Big Head thought this in his mind, and for the moment, let's get the match going first. With this in mind, he cleaned himself up and prepared to deal with the many questions from the media. Only, just waiting for him to be put down by a couple of his teammates, trouble struck again. At the time of losing the first point, Kitajima hadn't taken it seriously, only thinking that Big Head was lucky to have managed to renew his life for a few minutes at the point of death. When he lost the first set, Kitajima was a bit angry, but soon he just adjusted his mood and sternly warned himself not to be proud and not to be complacent. When he lost the second set, Kitajima was a bit surprised. This kind of Jedi turnaround script should never happen to him. After all, they had prepared too much for this gold medal. When he lost the fourth game, Bei Dao already wanted to cry. He wanted to beg Wang Xiaoming not to be like this. Okay, when he said it was not like this, the gold medal is obviously his. By the time he lost the sixth round, Kitajima was already bleary-eyed, wondering how in the world he was going to beat the man in front of him. I thought it was agreed that the Imperial Tigers were all retired. The Imperial Raptors wouldn't be on today, and the Imperial Raptors were injured. But why did such a guy pop up? What's this guy's nickname? The big head of the empire? What a ridiculous nickname. But it was such a ridiculous nickname that beat itself 6-1, played himself completely out of the game and was up big in every set, couldn't even try to fight back a bit on his own. Could it be that this is the power of the Chinese national ball? Kitajima didn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Can you imagine that you have exhausted your means and that the dawn of victory is right in front of your eyes? But in the end, halfway through the race, you realize that the man you almost killed with all your might is past you and is running ahead of you, and he also took away the light of victory that should have been his. That's too much to bear, no matter who you put it on. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kitajima threw the sports drink in his hand to the ground. He didn't want to believe such a fact, and by now he was going a little crazy. Racket! Racket! Bei Dao suddenly raised his head and looked at the racket in Wang Xiaoming's hand. It must be that racket. There's definitely something wrong with it. At this time, Bei Dao was already somewhat close to madness, and immediately stood up and took a step towards Wang Xiaoming. Baka! Kitajima, what are you doing? Luckily, Nishikawa, the coach of Kodomo, was keeping his cool at the moment. When he saw Kitajima's movement, he immediately just walked forward quickly to stop him with a hand. Coach Nishikawa, I can't lose. I can't just lose. Absolutely not. No. Kitajima was a bit hysterical. A game that was supposed to be a sure thing has now turned into such a bloodbath. Kitajima didn't dare to imagine what kind of shellacking he would receive from Sakura netizens when he went back to Sakura country. He didn't dare to face it, much less want to. So what do you want? What can you do? Nishikawa gripped Kitajima's shoulders, not daring to relax at all. He didn't dare to gamble that Kitajima would do something stupid after he let go. The Sakura country, had suffered enough indignities today. He can't go on with more wrongs and wrongs. There must be something wrong with his racket. There must be something wrong with it. Kitajima shouted. Ever since that racket appeared, Wang Xiaoming was like a different person. That racket, he assured himself, was definitely problematic. If there's a problem, you go talk to the referee. What's the point of you going to Wang Xiaoming? Shichuan advised. The referee doesn't believe it at all. Kitajima was getting a little desperate, and that's when Nishikawa was giving him a tip. Are you sure there's something wrong with that racket? There definitely is. If he thought there was something wrong with it, then there must be something wrong with it. And Nishikawa said seriously. So, are you willing to bet your whole life as a table tennis player? I do, Kitajima said with conviction. At the moment, Kitajima was already somewhat possessed, and Nishikawa finally said his method. Then, you'll show the whole globe the shamelessness of these Chinese people in front of the cameras of all the countries. Bet your whole life's honor on it. Kitajima froze, but the next second was a heavy nod. Chapter 93, I plugged my whole life. Wahoo racket definitely cheated. Before Nishikawa could set up his speech, Kitajima was already rushing out impatiently. I protest. I protest. There's definitely something wrong with the racket of Huaxia King Xiaoming. There's definitely something wrong. It's just a shame that it was said without any of the media even bothering to pay him the slightest bit of attention. After all, he'd been a bit of a hysterical loser during the game, and now that he'd lost, it wasn't surprising that he'd become this way. And up. Even if the simpleton keeps screwing up, it's pretty much the same topic every time. No heat flow at all. This resulted in no one wanting to pay attention to him at all. After all, at this moment, what topic can be more powerful than Wang Xiaoming Jedi flip to the blood boiling? It's just that all the reporters didn't realize that this time the North Island came with a broken heart, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. Kitajima, who was still a bit hesitant inside, shouted out in the next second. I demand arbitration. I swear on my career as Ida Kitajima that there is definitely something wrong with Wang Xiaoming's racket. He is cheating. When these words came out, in an instant, the center of gravity of all the media all shifted to Bei Dao's body. In fact, table tennis matches do involve the use of cheating paddles. In order to increase the elasticity or spinning ability of their rackets, some players make illegal modifications to their rackets. For example, they may sand the rubber covering of the racket to increase the sponge thickness, or use nail polish or other means to change the starting point of the measurement so that the sponge thickness overrun is not easily detected. In addition, the rubbers of table tennis bats must comply with the certification standards of the International Table Tennis Federation, IBTF, and must not be privately coated with impermissible coatings or use unapproved materials, which will affect the effectiveness of batting and jeopardize the fairness of the game. These are all situations that have come up, but few and far between, and it's not the first time today that Little Day is questioning the Wahoo racket for cheating. Back in the small days it was to limit Chinese table tennis specifically to make new rules for table tennis paddle boosters. Table tennis bat boosters, also known as table tennis bat stimulants, are actually water-soluble glues. After applying a water-soluble glue to the rubber of a table tennis bat, it causes the thickness of the rubber to expand, increasing the elasticity of the bat, which in turn increases the speed and spin of the table tennis ball. Many of the top table tennis players are currently using water-soluble glues. After the World Championships, Hideko publicly proposed that racket boosters should not be used, and in the 2012 Langdon Olympics, some Sakura players protested against the use of racket boosters by Chinese players as well. Their reasoning is, if racket boosters are allowed, there will be more and more racket cheating tactics, and there will be no fairness in matches between top players. And the hilarious thing about the bias is that now the IPC is also following Japan's advice. The FIBT has started an experimental study at an institute in Germany using a very precise setup to detect rackets by gas chromatography. And the second step is the pilot. Starting with the Croatian Open, a new method of testing rubber thickness was tested. This is because water-soluble glue thickens the rubber of table tennis bats. For example, whether a professional player uses 4.0 mm or 4.20 mm rubber will make a big difference in the results. But previous methods of testing rubber thickness left players with the option of cheating. And the new pilot is requiring all table tennis players to follow a rubber thickness of no more than 4.0 mm. One item, one incident, not really for anything else. It's all about limiting the Chinese players. Simply because the Chinese players are too strong, cannot be beaten, then we can only start from other aspects. After all, that's the usual way it was in the small days in the sticks. Of course, it's not just the small countries of the past, but also the legendary European table tennis player, Boll, who made an amazing statement. Have the players tear the rubbers off their rackets for inspection a few minutes before the start of the match. Perhaps, in their opinion, the Wahoos would be better off playing them with a pan. That's what's really fair. Unbeknownst to the public, in the ancient times, Chinese players even used shoe rackets to cut down a bunch of foreign players with ease. I won't say who it is. It's a legend. And on this day, the little day is once again up to its old tricks. It is not just the same old tricks. It is the same old poisonous schemes. Originally, the referee didn't want to pay attention to Kitajima's words. After all, Wang Xiaoming's rackets had all been checked before, and there would still be someone who would specifically come to check each player's racket after the match later. But with North Island making such a fuss, and even more so in front of all the country's media, they had to take it seriously. The media, on the other hand, were watching the fun, and one by one, they began to drum up storm clouds. Hello, Mr. Kitajima. May I ask if you have a basis for that statement? Kitajima said with conviction. Based on? May I ask Wang Xiaoming, who was pressed by me in the beginning, has been like a different person since he got the racket that he falsely claimed to have repaired. Isn't there something fishy here? The reporter continued. So Mr. Kitajima, when you say you're going to press on with your career, does that mean you're going to quit table tennis if there's nothing wrong with Wang Xiaoming's paddle? The question instantly stumped Kitajima. To be honest, he's still young. There's plenty of time down the road to fight and work for the gold. But if the words were to die today, would he not be? Before he could think about it, a reporter's question set his insides on fire straight away. Hello Mr. Kitajima, can your behavior like this today be construed as you can't afford to lose and that's why you're doing this? Hearing this, Kitajima, who was still a bit hesitant, was instantly lit with that fuse inside. Bull *********. I can't afford to lose. It's Wang Xiaoming who can't afford to lose. How dare he cheat on the racket? Since you all have said that, then I, Ida Kitajima, will press on with my career. And if there's no problem with Wang Xiaoming's racket, then I'll retire from the game and never play table tennis again. No one in the media present expected Kitajima to be really so determined. At this time, Wang Xiaoming also came over. He was very puzzled as to what kind of things were going through his head in these little days. Day after day, they make things happen. And day after day, they get punched in the face, and still end up like moths to a flame. Seeing Wang Xiaoming arrive, Bei Dao was instantly energized. Wang Xiaoming, do you dare to guarantee that there is no problem with your racket? Hearing this question, Wang Xiaoming really didn't know what to say. It has been shown that people are sometimes speechless to a point where they do laugh. I only saw Wang Xiaoming laughing and saying, I say you, what kind of stubborn words are you being generous with? And at that moment the referee came over and said coldly to Kitajima, all players' rackets are taken for testing after the match. So, you don't have to swear so heavily. For a moment, Kitajima was confused. Chapter 94 Passive Skill, Beginner Magician. Wang Xiaoming only stayed at his sister's place for a while before leaving. This was because the rewarding beep from the system reminded him of his main task at this point. Congratulations on having completed Series Quest 1, Wang Xiaoming's Broken Racket. Since Wang Xiaoming won the gold medal in the men's singles, an additional award is being given. Congratulations on receiving the extra bonus passive skill, Junior Magician. What are you doing, Jisun? When Wang Xiaoming heard this beep, a whole person was frozen. What kind of skill is this? It's the first time I've heard of it, but it's a good thing the system still has skill descriptions. Beginner Majisen, you have an innate familiarity with table tennis and have blended the skills of Ma Ridge, Zhang Jike and Su Xin into a single skill. You have now mastered all the beginner table tennis skills of all three. Wang Xiaoming was instantly stunned when he saw this. This kind of skill is simply divine, combining the skills of Ma Ridge, Zhang Jike and Su Xin into his own. Although it is only a trio of beginner table tennis skills, like Ma Ridge's backhand side slice, Zhang Jike's bully screw, and Su Xian's explosive pick are definitely not in the mix. But the trio's beginner skills alone are enough to put an average person in the ranks of professional athletes. It was just that Wang Xiaoming didn't understand what he wanted this skill for. Do we still have to compete in ping-pong tournaments on our own? However, as far as Wang Xiaoming knew, the men's and women's mixed doubles Chinese team had already won the gold medal, and the men's singles Chinese team had also won the gold medal. As for the men's mixed doubles, the Chinese team has a dragon team is not yet on. There is also a Fan Jindong. The 3 strength is also obvious to all, and does not need him Wang Xiaoming on the field. The gold medal is basically in the bag for the Chinese team as well. What's still controversial today is the women's singles, and the women's mixed, but, to a large extent, the Wahini are still very much in a position to win. The rising star Sun Yingxia is strong and Chen Meng is even more experienced and calm. So, it seems that the table tennis of this session has been ranked all set. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. It seems that his skill is about to be useless. Not wanting to think about that much, it's better to rush back to the romantic country nowadays. Wang Xiaoming had a hunch that the system's quest rewards would definitely be able to draw something useful for his sister's illness. After all, thinking that something like pain immunity agent could be rewarded. Wang Xiaoming didn't believe that there could be nothing inside those potion systems that could cure incurable diseases. And then, as he continued to look at the hot news, a hot search directly spewed out his laughter. Moving a stone to hit his own foot, Shiraki, who is suspected to be Sakura's player Kitajima's loser, has voluntarily asked to never touch ping-pong again in his life. Wang Xiaoming came to be interested and directly clicked in. It was then that he realized that so much had happened in the time he had been away. The North Island player from the country of small days is clearly losing broken defense. He even called out in front of all the media that Wang Chuchen's paddle was faulty, and he even pressed on for the rest of his table tennis career to ask the organizing committee to thoroughly investigate Wang Chuchen's paddle. But here's where the laughs come in, and that's why it's said that Kitajima is the losing Shiraishi. After any match in table tennis itself, all players are required to have their bats tested, but that's precisely what North Island forgot. Forget that even, and call it out in front of a lot of media. This made it so that it didn't even have a chance to retract what he had said, as a wave of clamor led to a global audience of netizens, all of whom were witnessing this moment for Kitajima. Everyone is remembering the oath that North Island said, especially the Chinese viewers. Everyone even came under North Island's international account and frantically swiped the screen. That's going to take a bit of writing out of Kitajima for now. Here comes the most relieving thing about the ping-pong paddles. The test is soon to come down. The things that Bei Dao expected did not come as expected, but instead waited until Wang Chuqin racket did not have the slightest problem. Not only that, but the organizing committee has launched a trigger notice against it, because Wang Chuqin insulted the Chinese players in front of the media, and his remarks were suspected of insulting the referee. Therefore, a fine of 100,000 Swiss francs and a 3-match ban is hereby imposed on Sakura Nation's player, Kitajima Inoue. This is not a light penalty, converted into RMB to be almost 800,000 yuan. Of course, the reason the punishment is so heavy is because the impact of North Island this time is just too great. How could the organizing committee not punish him severely for speaking out in front of all the national media, which was so damaging to the face of the games? Coupled with that previous accident, the Chinese organizing committee sold Sakura Nation a face. This time the Chinese organizing committee exerted further pressure, and there was nothing left to say on the side of the Sakura country. To be honest, it's really this Kitajima's bad luck too. It just so happens to be running into the muzzle of a gun. In that case, I'm afraid that if he didn't press on with his own career, there wouldn't be a place for him in this Sakura Nation ping-pong world anymore. And it wasn't just the Olympic Organizing Committee's penalties that destroyed North Island. Even more so the billions of Chinese netizens who flocked under their international accounts. Sows wailing in the middle of the night, the cries of the widowed elderly. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? Welcome to this program, the degenerate Kitajima-kun. Looking at Kitajima's record, there's something strange about it. Has he never finished bottom 8 in all his tournaments? Ha 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 ha, I get it. No wonder Kitajima's roster record looks so good. So it's because Kitajima didn't remember the 8. What? Kitajima Inoue, the table tennis player of Sakura Nation, didn't memorize the 8? Laughing my ass off. This Kitajima, stealing a chicken and losing it. After all that, isn't anyone shocked at how Big Head's racket was actually fixed? I remember. It seems to be the racket that my brother Ming sent over at the critical time. I Lua saw just it is not really my brother Ming fixed the racket? How the hell did brother Ming do that? It's hard to believe that my brother Ming is really a god? No dude. This is the comments section of North Island's account. Did the brothers forget to go home? In contrast to the heat of Wang Chuqing's championship win this time, it was quickly topped by the heat of Wang Xiaoming's racket repair. The thing that everyone was discussing was how exactly Wang Xiaoming managed to mend Big Head's racket. But at the moment, no one can check. After all, after delivering the racket, Wang Xiaoming's entire person disappeared. Everyone was thinking that Wang Xiaoming's move was not being greedy. Soon, it was pressing a title of being indifferent to fame and fortune on Wang Xiaoming's head. On the other hand, the North Island side of the equation is in deep. Chapter 95. The heartfelt thanks of the ping pong team. Ever since the organizing committee's decision came down, Kitajima's entire body felt like it had lost its mind. Originally a bright future, he felt as if the bright lights in front of him had all gone out. Not to mention the fact that Big Head even held a press conference after the test results came out and issued a sharply worded indictment against him. My racket. After it was inadvertently stepped on and broken by their Sakura reporter, the player Wang Xiaoming found every way possible to mend it for me. But then, the Sakura Nation, still refused to let me go, questioning the normality of my racket, questioning my Ming's hard work. This is so chilling and outrageous. I just hope that the organizing committee will not condone such behavior. In addition, I sincerely want to warn the Sakura Nation's tournament friends, in the competition field, please speak with the results of the game. Do not always focus on that a little bit of 3 melon and 2 jujubes. After all, there are still noses ahead of you in this sort of thing. What these journalists said at the press conference instantly caused an uproar. What Big Head said was not a bold statement. Not only did they outright despise the Sakura Nation's approach, but they were also dissatisfied with their inadvertent penalty. It's more of a yin and yang wave of some snooty country. As for who this originator is, Chinese netizens naturally guessed it at the first opportunity. That must be some cornucopia of favorite ad hoc rule changes. It's not just the internet that's shocked. Huaxia Ping Pong with the team's coach Delu. Captain Ma Ridge is also very puzzled. Big Head's racket they all tried afterward. The feel of it. It's literally no different than it was in the beginning. And even more so, this Wang Xiaoming, how on earth did he do it? Soon time was coming to the next day. Wang Xiaoming also took 11's private jet back to the romantic country. After all, he'll need to compete in more tournaments and take home more gold medals after this. Go ahead and open up more system rewards yet. It had just come into view and it was already the afternoon of the second day. The morning's women's singles has concluded with an internal WAC showdown. Sun Yingxia took the silver medal against Chen Meng. Chen Meng in the final of the women's singles 4-2 reversed Sun Yingxia won the championship. Become after Deng Yaping, Zhang Yi screwing the third person in the world of ping pong successfully defending the Olympic women's singles title, to help the Chinese table tennis team to complete the Olympic women's singles program in the 10th consecutive title. These caused no small amount of heat, but it was just a burst that passed quickly. The focus of the crowd's discussion continued to be Wang Xiaoming, and when the crowd discovered Wang Xiaoming, in an instant, all of them were agitated. Holy Ming! Big Head even jumped onto Wang Xiaoming's body as soon as he could, as if he was a wombat. Coach Delu, Captain Ma Ridge also came to Wang Xiaoming's side and gave him a hard hug. Thank you, Wang Xiaoming, you've kind of saved our national team this time. This time the thanks from Da Lu came from the heart, and this thank you from Da Lu could scare a few ping pong players around him. I'll go. Coach, this is the first time I've heard you say thank you. Sun Yingxia couldn't believe her ears. Although Coach Da Lu was not the type of coach who was extremely serious, but as an old-time legend, his self-esteem is very high. So far, she had never heard Da Lu say the word thank you. Not to mention I've never seen Coach Big Lu treat someone with such respect before. Get to the side. With a wave of his hand, Da Lu directly straddled Sun Yingxia to the side. After saying that, he was pulling Wang Xiaoming towards their players' rest area. Come on, let's have some fun over there. Wang Xiaoming froze. Honestly, he wanted to come back for a good wave of rest. Who would have thought that this group of table tennis players would be so enthusiastic? He had no choice but to half-ass it, and was flanked towards the ping-pong tournament. It was only halfway through the journey that the change came, only to see a group of men and women suddenly appeared. One of the women pointed at Wang Xiaoming, and immediately after that, the leading man was leading a group of people towards Wang Xiaoming. It was only when they got closer that Big Head and the others realized that it was actually the track and field team of Wu Yani Xia Xining and the others. Leading the way was none other than their head coach, Zhou Hong. Old Zhou, what's up? Why are you free to find me today? Da Lu smiled and greeted Zhou Hong. Only Coach Zhou Hong didn't even look at Da Lu. He said to Wang Xiaoming, Ming, why don't you report to our track team when you're back? What? Da Lu was directly confused. Not only Big Lu, Big Head Horse Ridge and the others were all looking at Wang Xiaoming incredulously. As far as they knew, Wang Xiaoming should have been the one who had already taken the almost shooting Grand Slam, and the almost swimming Grand Slam. How come the track team is inviting him over now? Wang Xiaoming first froze, then reacted and asked, I say Coach Zhou, how do you know I was going to go to your track and field? Zhou Hong smiled, I saw you on the competition list, and since you swim I've been concerned about you. You this physical strength explosive power, really do not come to track and field on the yield and, Zhou Hong looked at Wu Yani Xia Xining on the side and added, I heard them say that you went to that romantic country's Natasha for a night just to ask for advice on some skill matters in athletics. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Lu Big Head and the others on the side all froze. Big Head gave Wang Xiaoming an even more unbelievable look. Then came the question that was going to get you beat up. I mean, brother, did you really go to Natasha all night just to ask for track and field advice? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but give him a blank look. What else? Why else would I go? Not that it's not impossible. Big Head nodded to himself, then suddenly responded. Oh, no, I mean, At this time, Wu Yani spoke up for Wang Xiaoming. I can prove that it was Natasha who told us, and Natasha even said that you're not understanding, Brother Ming. Saying that, he also glanced at Wang Xiaoming with a blush. It was just that at this moment, Wang Xiaoming had already agreed to Coach Lu's invitation, and it was not easy to refuse. Can only be, and Zhou Hong said. This way, we first go to the ping pong net. Look, Big Lu coach sincerely invited me to have fun. I'm not good at letting him off the hook. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Zhou Hong nodded. Yes, then let's go together. Just to play ping pong and relax. Screw you, playing ping pong is for you to relax? We have the men's team competition later. Lu laughed and scolded from the side. The crowd was just snickering as they headed towards the lounge area. However, just as Lu and the others had arrived at the players' rest area, they saw an unexpected guest inside. Hey, Kitajima, what are you doing? Chapter 96-8 Extremes Avalanche. A handful of avalanche for a small day? After being penalized by the organizing committee, Kitajima's whole body just wilted, and I don't know what he was thinking or what he wanted to do. The games don't go to the games and the team practices have no interest in going back. All he could think about now was the big head racket. He just couldn't figure out how the racket could be okay. If there was no problem, then how could Wang Chuqin win against himself? Obviously, you've already won, right? Seeing Kitajima's appearance, Coach Nishikawa was also very distressed. He knew that a large part of the blame for North Island being the way it was lay with him, but what can be done? The matter was already settled, and no matter what, it was not going to help. Kitajima, come on, I know you're in a bad mood, don't be like that, you've got a long way to go in the future. A long way? Hearing those words, in an instant Kitajima's face just changed. Do I have a way to go? When he thought of the remarks he had madly clamored for in front of the media, Kitajima felt that his life was over. Nishikawa continued to comfort up Kitajima. It's okay, you just need to hide for a while. When this storm passes, no one will remember this, and you can still continue to play then. Play ball? I'll play watermelon ball. After saying that, Kitajima just got up and walked out of the Sakura Player Training Center. Kitajima, where are you going? None of your business. Looking at the departing Kitajima, Nishikawa shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Only, after 10 minutes or so, Nishikawa suddenly felt something was wrong. This Kitajima won't be able to think straight. When this thought came together, Coach Nishikawa's entire body was bad. Quick, everyone stop training and go out and find Nishikawa for me. When these words came out, in an instant, all of the players in the entire Sakura Training Center were out in force. After a while, it was someone who called Nishikawa. Coach, I saw Kitajima go into the Wahoo practice gym. Hearing this, Nishikawa froze. This Kitajima, he's not going to screw up again. At that moment, he was informing everyone and walked towards the Huaxia Training Center in a great hurry. You can't let the North Island screw up, but you can't let the North Island suffer either. As for Kitajima's side, he was puzzled as to how on earth Big Head had beaten him. Unable to come up with an answer after 1,000 thoughts, he decided to find one. Taking advantage of the fact that it was now time for the Huaxia team to eat, he sneaked into the Huaxia player training arena. Utilizing his thin body, he squeezed hard through the small crack the window had opened. He wanted to see if Wang Chuqin's racket was really okay or not. After searching for half a day, he was also finally able to find Wang Chuqin's name. After searching carefully for a moment, Wang Chuqin's racket appeared in front of him. Kitajima was a bit hesitant, but in the end, he picked it up and then looked at it carefully. Really no problem? How can it be? The disbelieving Kitajima even tried a few shots with the Big Head's racket. In the end, he also came to the conclusion that Big Head's racket was really normal. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Kitajima covered his head, completely unable to believe such a fact. And right at this moment, It so happened that Wang Xiaoming and the others were also back in the training hall. What are you doing? Put it down. The first thing Big Head did was to discover the presence of North Island. With that, he rushed towards Kitajima. Big Head swore that the speed at which he ran this time could be said to be the fastest he had ever run in his life. After all, the racket he had lost and found was now in the hands of that North Island. One can't risk losing the racket again. At the same time, the people who were traveling with them rushed towards the North Island. Among them, it was of course Xia Shining and Wu Yani who ran the fastest, even faster than Big Head, who had used up his greatest strength in his life. After all, they are professional track and field athletes. The pair of slender thighs, with a few steps, quickly approached Kitajima, who had not yet made any reaction. Only, what the crowd did not expect was that a bald man suddenly jumped out from the crowd. Oh, a Wang Xiaoming. Wu Xia and the two of them only felt as if a gust of wind had blown by their side, and the next thing they knew, they realized that Wang Xiaoming had already arrived in front of Bei Dao. Then, right in front of everyone's eyes, he stepped out with his right foot and stomped on the ground with his left, generating power in the heel, traveling to the waist, and through the tips of the fingers. The explosive power of a shot of 8 extreme avalanche directly shook Kitajima out of the air. Luckily, the back was a foam board used for training enclosures, and Kitajima fell on it and wasn't hurt too badly, just coughing a lot, and after Kitajima's entire body flew out, the fallen ping-pong paddle happened to fall into Wang Xiaoming's hands. This scene all fell into the eyes of Zhou Hong, the track and field coach at the back, and in an instant, Zhou Hong's eyes were covered with little stars. The Wang Xiaoming in front of him seemed to have a circle of light that attracted him, the speed that was just there, the explosiveness that was just there. This is just not cannibalistic. Xiaoming. Zhou Hong was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Delu, who was at the side. Ming, are you okay? Wang Xiaoming took Big Head's racket and placed it in his hand, saying easily, it's fine, go and see if there's any gas left in this little life. Hearing this, Big Head trotted over and kicked Kitajima, who had fallen to the ground. Hey, dead or not? Only to see the North Island on the ground struggling for a few moments, and then wanted to get up. The Big Head who saw this scene was instantly infuriated. Yo-ho, the brat unexpectedly did not die. Immediately, Big Head was raising his foot and greeting North Island. Seeing this situation, Delu quickly instructed a few people on the side of the ridge of the horse, a few of you, hurry to block the camera. In the midst of a loud wail, Big Head's kneel could be considered as an unimpeded venting of his anger. Looking at Big Head's increasingly heavy hand, Wang Xiaoming shook his head and came behind Big Head. Alright, stop fighting. What's wrong, Ming? I know what I'm doing. However, Wang Xiaoming was exerting force on his hand and pulled back Big Head. I mean, stop fighting. It's my turn. Just as Kitajima was being beaten up, a group of team members brought by Nishikawa finally arrived late. Stop it. You guys stop fighting. Stop it. Several people from Nishikawa hurriedly pulled Big Head and Wang Xiaoming and a few other players from Team Wasia away. You guys, what are you doing? We must report this to the organizing committee. The rather uninterested Big Head and the others instantly just laughed, followed by nudging towards a few cameras. Seeing Big Head, Nishikawa looked towards the camera. That's when he realized that all the cameras were all blocked. You Chinese, are just too treacherous. Treacherous? Big Head laughed. You want to ask your good teammate what he's trying to do to my racket? Nishikawa sniffed and looked over at Kitajima. It's just that at the moment, Kitajima has absolutely no desire to care about Nishikawa. He only remembered that just now, Wang Xiaoming had beaten him the most. In shame and grief, he pointed a hand at Wang Xiaoming. Ming Jun, I want to challenge you. Let's have a real man-to-man duel with ping-pong balls. I must pay you back for all the humiliation I've suffered. Chapter 97. I have never seen such a brazen person. Ming Jun, I want to challenge you. When these words came out, the entire room instantly fell silent. In the next second, Big Head and the others were directly bursting out in laughter. You heck really have your you a professional athlete to challenge me? I Ming, this is not a professional. You this cheek, can be really thick. I've never seen such a brazen man. Not only the athletes on the Huaxia side, but even the athletes on the Little Day side had their faces burned. Everyone was regretting coming out to find this Kitajima. Coach Nishikawa's old face was even more red. He now hated to directly punch this Kitajima in front of him to death. It had already made their Sakura Nation table tennis team lose so much face before, and now, it's even coming in front of the Chinese team and sticking their faces out for others to beat them. As for what Kitajima had come over here for, Nishikawa could figure it out with his ass. Nothing more than the racket bit. What an asshole. Baka. Slap. The slap. Nishikawa was directly sobered up by Kitajima. At that moment, Kitajima also realized how ridiculous what he had just said really was. After calming down, he was beginning to regret it. That, just now I said. Bei Dao, who had just wanted to retract what he had just said, was directly interrupted by Wang Xiaoming. "It's okay, play a handful." When these words came out, the whole room was instantly in an uproar. Kitajima went from the awkward look he had just worn to a chipper one. "Nah, you guys saw it, he was the one who wanted to fight. I was just kidding." Despite what he said, he had already come to his teammates and asked them to borrow a racket. Nishikawa also pretended to be hesitant. "You're not a professional athlete. It's just too much of a stretch if you fight Kitajima." Just like Kitajima, with his mouth, the cell phone in his hand was already turned on the camera. Watching the movements of these two people, Big Head and the others were speechless throughout. Good guy. The saying that people have no shame are invincible is embodied in the two of them, and it's easy to think with your toes as to why they did it. Nowadays, Wang Xiaoming is simply an undefeated myth in the Olympic Games, and for the 10,000 points of face they lost in the Sakura Kingdom, all they had to do today was win against Wang Xiaoming. They can get it all back. Whatever program won Wang Xiaoming, a win is a win. Isn't this the Chinese saying, "Don't make excuses if you're not as good as the others"? Originally, I thought that Wang Xiaoming would directly reject it without thinking, but who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would agree to it without any knowledge of death? Should I say that this Chinese kid is arrogant? Or arrogant? Or arrogant? For a moment, Nishikawa even laughed out loud. As for Team Huaxia's side, several people from Big Head had been persuading Wang Xiaoming. "Brother Ming, that Kitajima isn't the strongest player in their little day, but he's still a top 5 ranked expert. Wouldn't you be?" The words were not full, but the meaning was clear. "Ming, you're asking for." However, Wang Xiaoming just smiled in the face of these persuasions. Of course, if it were the beginning, he certainly wouldn't have accepted Kitajima's challenge as if he were a retard. He only accepted it because he triggered the system quest as well. Series of missions 2, defeat Kitajima. Quest reward passive skill, beginner magician upgrade *1. Regardless of whether or not the skill is useful, there's no harm in taking it anyway. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill. "Don't worry," Wang Xiaoming patted Big Head's shoulder. "I'll lightly abuse him. Ming, you're..." Alas, 1,000 words only turned into a sigh. "Then you take my racket." Big Head handed over his main racket, the one that Wang Xiaoming had signed. Who knew that Wang Xiaoming was waving his hand slightly? "No, your main camera. You can just use it yourself. Just lend me your secondary camera." Looking at Wang Xiaoming's determined appearance, Big Head and the others knew that they could not be persuaded. It's said that good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. Coach De Lu shook his head. Although Wang Xiaoming had a good impression with him, he was a young man after all. To be slightly provoked is to be hooked. But that's fine. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoming has not failed once in this Olympics until now. Such a flat career can be detrimental to its physical and mental health. In this way, it was also considered to exercise a wave of Wang Xiaoming's heart, so that it would be good for his future growth path. No loss. Besides, it was still ping pong he hadn't tried. If you lose, you lose. So what? It's not a loss to lose. Winning blood money. How can you see how it's an advantage for their Huaxia team? And when Bei Dao saw that Wang Xiaoming casually took a Big Head sub beat and came to compete with himself, he became even more confident inside. "I think I've been practicing ping pong for more than 10 years. And Wang Xiaoming? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, "How long has Akira been playing ping pong?" Wang Xiaoming froze and counted on his fingers. Today is the first time." For the first time, Kitajima's heart was simply bursting with joy. So much so, TSK, that I'm a little embarrassed to have one myself. "Tell you what then, I'll let you tee off on all the balls." Kitajima got the better of it. However, Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. Today, he would like to try out how strong this junior magician really was. As the game started, as soon as Wang Xiaoming got the ball, a sense of familiarity was born, despite the fact that he had never even touched a ping pong ball much before. At the moment he did, Wang Xiaoming just felt as if the ball had grown on his racket. Fight yourself wherever you want. Is this what passive skills are all about? It's kind of fun. Game on. With the whistle of De Lu on the side, the match was also officially started. For the first ball, Wang tested the waters with a shifting spin ball. A sudden change in ball speed in a regular serve, combined with a slight spin, effectively misleads the opponent and causes him or her to make a reception error. It's just that North Island really isn't bragging about blowing it out of the water. As a top 5 power presence in the small day country today, a simple serve like Wang Xiaoming's couldn't do anything to him at all. Slap. A square cut. Before Wang Xiaoming could react, he saw the ping pong ball pass through his ear. 1-0. Inoue North Island leads. In the first ball, Wang Xiaoming lost completely. This made all the teammates around them look anxious, and the contestants on the small day side couldn't contain their excitement. Even though they knew that Wang Xiaoming was an amateur, they were still excited to see him lose. And Wang Xiaoming looked at the ping-pong ball that fell behind in a daze, and then he was nodding his head and muttering. So the timing of the catch was at that point. Akane, what are you talking about? Oh, it's nothing. I mean you use your strength. Haven't you eaten? Chapter 98, The Lion Wrestles the Rabbit with All Its Power. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, in an instant, Bei Dao just laughed. The various psychological discomforts brought about by Wang Chuqin's racket actually dissipated at the moment. He had never expected that Wang Xiaoming would turn out to be a Letso man. Since Ming Jun has said so, then I'm flattered. In his impression, Wang Xiaoming was nothing more than an amateur, so he didn't want to drum up those skills of his. Against such laymen, a single force is enough to break it. As long as he casually brought some powerful spins in the ball, Wang Xiaoming definitely could not cope with it already. I'm afraid that with the strength in his hands, he can't even hit the ball back, right? Thinking like this, Kitajima already had a plan in mind. In fact, he knew from the beginning that Wang Xiaoming was an amateur, and if he, a professional, said that he wanted to compete with him, he would definitely lose face to his grandmother's house. Even if he won Wang Xiaoming, it would not be honorable, and if he lost, of course he never thought he would lose. However, his aim was never to win against Wang Xiaoming. It's easy for a pro to win against an amateur. What he really wanted to do was to make Wang Xiaoming lose face completely and utterly today. Not just to win, but to tease Wang Xiaoming like crazy. Is Kitajima stupid? He's not stupid at all. This kind of losing 1,000 to himself and hurting 800 to the enemy seemed very profitable to him. As long as he could humiliate Wang Xiaoming, that would be enough. But what he didn't know was that after Wang Xiaoming obtained the passive skill, this simple ball isn't even a threat anymore. Just now that ball Wang Xiaoming did not catch, but also just want to get used to the feeling. It was Kitajima's turn to serve, and holding the ping-pong ball, Kitajima didn't think much about it. Kitajima was seen standing on the edge of the dugout, crouching slightly, the elbow slowly lifted and the left hand threw the ball into the air. The ball will soon be descending until it touches the tee. Kitajima's arm suddenly assumed a pendulum shape, and his right small arm instantly fired, with full friction between the racket and the ball. In an instant, the ping-pong ball was shot towards the small triangle of Wang Xiaoming's forehand. Seeing this scene, the group of Chinese players on the side all couldn't help but spit. ***************************************************** To use a serve like that when you know Ming is an amateur. I declare that Little Day has surpassed the stick country as the world's #1 shameless country. The voices of the few people who spoke were not concealed, and all of them fell into the ears of the small-time players on the opposite side of the room. There were many people who could understand Chinese, and in this instant they were agitated. The anger in their eyes seemed as if they were about to jump out, only they didn't have any reason to have an attack. Coach Zhou Hong, who was on the sidelines, didn't know that much about ping-pong, so he asked De Lu, who was on the sidelines, "What is the meaning of this? Is this Little Day serving shameless?" De Lu smiled. "Don't listen to them, it's just a very normal pendulum reverse spin serve." Then why did they say he was shameless? Zhou Hong wondered. De Lu carefully explained, because this kind of ball, if the opponent is one of those more amateurish ones, he will easily be teased by his counterspin, and will not only lose points, but also lose face. Hearing De Lu's explanation, Zhou Hong was also filled with spit. This little life is truly shameless to the core. I'm afraid, in the beginning he planned it that way. And how would your ping-pong team normally react to this kind of ball? Zhou Hong asked for advice. De Lu cupped his chin and said slowly, "Generally speaking, we will swing short against North Island. Of course, when our side swings short, the other side will surely rub back long. Moreover, Kitajima should rub to our forehand position, forcing us to pull against him in the forehand position. In which case, if he has superior arm strength, he can easily utilize his power advantage to slowly break us down. But Xiaoming is an amateur, so I guess the first blow will cause his body weight to be unsteady in order to catch the spinning ball, and he will end up stumbling." Although Zhou Hong couldn't quite understand so many specialized terms, but he heard a word. "I see, you mean this Kitajima is a CS, right?" De Lu froze, then laughed. "This reading comprehension of yours, it's really good, although the surface is breezy, but in his heart, De Lu has long taken 10,000 family photos for North Island, the kind where it's just Kitajima. Of course, at the same time, he was helpless with Wang Xiaoming's stubbornness. Why do you have to compete with him? It doesn't make sense." It didn't mean anything to De Lu and the others, but it meant a lot to Wang Xiaoming. Looking at the ping-pong balls shooting from the opposite side, Wang Xiaoming could see the spin in them. If it had been his old self, he wouldn't have known how to deal with it, even though he could see it. After all, one has never been exposed to table tennis. However, with the passive skill enhancement, with a slight movement in his mind, it was as if he knew in advance where the ball would land. He was seen jumping directly to his forehand position with a body as light as a swallow. This is followed by the customary backhand twist and pull. the right wrist is fully bent inward to store power, and after finding the right moment, the whole body power goes from the legs to the waist, then to the arm, then to the wrist, and finally combining the power of the fingers in a violent swing. The ping-pong ball slammed at Kitajima's forehand in a wide-angle position. Bang! With a crisp sound of touching the racket, a perfect backhand burst twisting forehand with a big angle was completed. For a split second, Kitajima didn't react at all, and still immersed in his own fantasy, he was directly brushed by the ball against his hair in front of his forehead, and then just watched the ping-pong ball fly straight past. Nani? Asterisk 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 asterisk. In an instant, the most representative shocked voices of the two parties appeared on the field. What's this you? Oh my god. Ming, you're ing pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Is it hard to be lucky? Holy, Ming, are you really a genius? The players on the Chinese side were all shocked. Many people were wondering if the ball was too lucky for Wang Xiaoming. A blind cat meets a dead rat and just hits back? However, De Lu was looking at the real thing. Both Wang Xiaoming's strength and speed were extremely explosive. Moreover, from his perspective, Wang Xiaoming moved just as the ball crossed the net. In that case, wouldn't it be that this ball was simply in Wang Xiaoming's prediction? Thinking of this, De Lu directly froze. It couldn't be that. As these players said, Wang Xiaoming was really a ping-pong genius? And the Little Day players across the street were all shocked and their mouths couldn't close. However, in their opinion, this was Wang Xiaoming's good luck. And since Coach Nishikawa was in a slightly distant position opposite Wang Xiaoming, he didn't see the ball Wang Xiaoming's anticipation. In his opinion, this should just be Wang Xiaoming's good luck. Don't be ashamed, Kitajima, Nishikawa roared. Kitajima also snapped out of his shock for a moment, and then was on guard. There's an old Chinese saying that a lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Ming Jun, I'm going to get serious. Chapter 99, Little Day's Taoist heart collapses. Crazy? Wang scored the first point easily, and Fatty off the field couldn't help but applaud. He had just seen Ming's shot. It was his favorite move to use, and Big Head also saw the shadow of Fatty from this backhand explosive twist. The deciding game in the last all-conference team tournament. Fatty and the Dragons battled to a 2-2 tie, and the Dragons even had 4 match points in hand, leading 10-6. However, Fatty was the one who hardened his superb backhand skills and pulled back 5 points at the hands of the Dragons. The final margin was a slim 13-11, winning the team title for Guangdong after 24 years, and it was the decisive final shot that stole the Dragons' forehand with a wide-angle backhand blast twist, the same as a board over. But in terms of power or speed, Fatty thinks that the ball is not as good as Wang Xiaoming's ball. It's too much of a stretch to call it luck. Even if I deliberately tried to use this move, I wouldn't necessarily be able to hit it like this. Fatty savored the ball he had just made. Kitajima, on the other hand, calmed down and admonished himself. Luck, this must be luck. Ming Jun, I won't hold back my hand next. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Hearing Kitajima's words, all the people on the Chinese side were amused. This Kitajima, he really has taken shamelessness to the extreme. Surprisingly, he compared himself to a lion and Wang Xiaoming to a rabbit. Kitajima, it was just a lucky shot. Don't be intimidated. A player on the Kodomo side was encouraging Kitajima from the back. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully, but Big Head and the others behind him were unconvinced. One by one, they began to line up against the Little Day. What's your ing dog's name? Alright, let's continue the match. De Lu stopped the scolding fight at the right time, because he couldn't wait to see whether Wang Xiaoming was really lucky or strong, and Kitajima was slowing down at this point, letting out a long breath and really getting into the match. Still the same position, still the same starting position. That's right, Kitajima didn't believe in evil. He didn't believe that Wang Xiaoming could still return the kind of super explosive twisting ball that he had just hit. So this time, even the drop was similar to the last ball. This instantly made Wang Xiaoming whole. Why does this person seem to be a bit of a deadbeat? Imo, a real cutie. An easy step to the forehand position, followed by a return that seemed like a replica of the previous hand. Another superb backhand blast twisting big angles perfectly on the table. This time, Kitajima was clearly in form and also defended himself against a big forehand wide open. So the first time he pounced, and the racket managed to capture Wang Xiaoming's return strike. It was just a pity that Kitajima's racket only touched the edge due to the speed and power of the ball combined with the spin. Again, it grazed his hair and flew past. Wang Xiaoming scored another point. If the first point was attributed to luck, then this ball was the one that made everyone present truly feel Wang Xiaoming's strength. Big Head, Little Fatty, the Dragon team and so on were all as if petrified, frozen in place. They couldn't believe that this was a ball hit by someone who said he had never touched a ping-pong ball. Even Coach Zhou Hong, a layman who doesn't understand, is standing a little closer to the dugout. Although he can't read it, he can feel the handsomeness of that ball just now. Xiaoming, didn't you say you don't know how to play ping pong? Zhou Hong asked. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, shrugged. I don't know what happened, but when I touched the racket, it felt like I was born to do it. Bay slot. Do not 6. Before Wang Xiaoming could finish, Bei Dao on the opposite side of the room had already roared in a hurry. Continue. At this time, Bei Dao's entire aura had been completely compared to Wang Xiaoming's, and no longer had the confidence of certain victory before the match. It was Wang Xiaoming's turn to serve, and Wang Xiaoming just plainly hit a forehand long ball. Bei Dao did pull back this time, but Wang Xiaoming was waiting for him. After only 2 rounds of sparring, it also ended with Wang Xiaoming's victory. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's Bei Dao's turn to serve. He can't win with his forehand, and he can't pull Wang Xiaoming with his backhand. At this moment, his confidence had collapsed. The confidence in his eyes was swept away and replaced by trepidation, fear, panic, and regret. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoming was as teasing as ever. It's as if this ball is a game of ease and relaxation, and the game was played from 1-0 to 1-1, to 1-2, 1-3, 1-4. By the time the score came to 1-5, Kitajima's entire body seemed to be wasted. The hand that serves the ball starts to shake even more. He had been completely scared by Wang Xiaoming. He doesn't understand. Obviously. You said you couldn't play, and what happened? And you beat me like a grandson? You're cheating. You're absolutely cheating. You must be the hidden kill move of Team Huaxia. You must be. Kitajima went a little crazy. Alright, go rest for a while. Looking at Bei Dao's wimpy face, Wang Xiaoming shook his head. It's really not to be looked down upon, so he offered to give it a break to rest and adjust. This move put Big Head and the others in a position where they couldn't see it. Brother Ming, you should ride the wave of victory now and just finish him off. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. Alas, forget it, quite a poor man. Look at him. His hands are shaking. Originally, it was fine if Wang Xiaoming did not speak, but once these words came out, in an instant, it was as if Bei Dao was in an ice hole of 20 degrees below zero. Maybe originally he could have held out for a bit to calm down, but at the moment, he only felt as if he were a clown. The Wang Xiaoming in front of him, given to the backhand position, would be screwed to death by one shot. Given to the forehand position, could barely pull it 2 rounds, but it's quickly defeated. Even if it's given to the center bit, in North Island's perspective, Wang Xiaoming was as if he had installed an all-round camera, quickly adjusting his position to find the right moment to attack. Impossible. I don't believe it. Only Kitajima mumbled something, and suddenly, as if he was possessed, he directly threw away the ping-pong paddle with one hand. Shouting was running towards the door. This scene directly stunned everyone at the scene. It was a long time before Big Head leisurely ventured out. Cow. Awesome. Ming gave a straight-up crazy fight? Kitajima asked himself that he had no shame in staying in the stadium, and that if he fought any longer, the rest of his career would literally be dead in the water. And just as Kitajima ran out of the arena like crazy, the system's voice came as promised. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating Sakura Nation's table tennis player, Inoita Kitajima. Passive skill, Junior Magician is now upgraded to Senior Magician. Senior Magician, table tennis is like a part of your body. You are not only the skills of Ma-Ridge, Zhang Jike and Su Xie fused into one skill. You've learned all the skills of the 3 of them. Chapter 100 Athletic Ping Pong Grab. It feels good. Early slightly experienced the upgraded passive skill. I haven't practiced, but I can't fault the feeling that the racket is more comfortable in my hands. If Bei Dao learned that because of his challenge, Wang Xiaoming had become stronger. He's probably not only mad, he's spitting blood right now, right? Okay, what are you looking at? Does anyone else want to get on? Don't waste my Ming's time. Suddenly, Big Head's voice roared all the people here who were in shock into sobriety. A group of small-time players who had been arrogant and ready to watch the joke all stammered and couldn't speak. Joke, Kitajima is a bit of a brainiac, but his strength is well documented on the Sakura team. The crowd dared to say that there were no more than 5 people on the Sakura team who could beat Kitajima. Although, all 5 were present today, but no one dares to go on it. Just now how Wang Xiaoming beat up Bei Dao they could all have watched without a single drop in their eyes. If it's a tough win for Wang over Kitajima, then they might actually be able to get on another person for the sake of Sakura's 2 faces. As long as Wang Xiaoming was thwarted, face was nothing. But what about today? They all watched the match just now. Wang Xiaoming's win over North Island was too easy. That's not even enough to use swimmingly. It's a breeze. In that case, it seems that this Wang Xiaoming simply didn't use his full strength. In that case, who dares to go on? After all, no one is naturally used to being humiliated and abused. Just what they didn't know was that Wang Xiaoming was actually very focused and used his full strength in that game just now. Other people seem to have won so easily. I'm afraid it also has something to do with the fact that no matter what he encounters, he doesn't panic. Only now, if he did. After upgrading his passive skills, Wang Xiaoming thought that he shouldn't be able to lose to anyone. Even if the rightful owner of this passive skill of his came, he would not lose. You know, it's a fusion of three people's specialty skills. Little day coach Nishikawa's face was blue. How could he not expect such a result? Even the cell phone that was recording in his hand silently deleted the video he had just made. This Wang Xiaoming is really too treacherous. At this moment, Coach Nishikawa had only one thought in his mind. Luckily there was no Wang Xiaoming on the field for the men's team competition later. And he really couldn't figure it out. This Wang Xiaoming, shooting strong, swimming is even almost took the Grand Slam. Now you're telling me that you directly and easily abused Kitajima, who was in their top 5 in terms of strength, to the point where he almost went insane? It is important to realize that Kitajima started learning table tennis at the young age of 6 and has been playing for more than a decade now. You, Wang Xiaoming, are now 20 years old. What makes you tick? Why? Coach Nishikawa was puzzled in his mind, and likewise Delu on the Chinese side was also very puzzled. However, even though there were many doubts in his heart, it did not prevent him from appreciating Wang Xiaoming very much, only to see him come to Wang Xiaoming's side with a smile on his face, patting Wang Xiaoming's shoulder and saying, "Little Ming, why don't you go in this team competition this afternoon?" The crowd, which was already shocked enough, was even more shocked at this point, and Coach Nishikawa, who was just about to flee in disgrace with a group of players, all of a sudden just turned around with wide eyes. What did you say? He just heard something. Waiting for the team competition in the afternoon. Wang Xiaoming is actually going to play? It's true that what you fear comes to you. Just now, they were still glad that it was fortunate that Wang Xiaoming was not participating in the team competition, and they still had a slight chance. But now, is it going to wipe out the slightest ray of hope that you have? No, no! Nishikawa roared and ran. What the hell is wrong with you? It's none of your business who we hurt in our match. Big Head stepped forward and was ready to go up with a kick, but was stopped by Delu. In itself has an old grudge against Xiaoyi, coupled with a new grudge. The Big Head is actually a push away from the arm of Delu. Is too hard to go forward. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoming's words at the critical moment pulled him back in time. The camera is not blocked. Come back first. Hearing this, Big Head woke up like a dream. You guys, what are you doing? Sichuan then hurriedly said. You guys, there is no Wang Xiaoming's name on the list. How can you just change the name of the afternoon entry list? This is a violation of the rules. I'll go back to the organizing committee and sue you. Delu instantly just laughed. Sue us? Big Lu was then seen taking out his cell phone and flipping a list of entries out of it. Nishikawa fixed his eyes and was instantly just confused, only to see that above the list of Chinese ping pong players, Wang Xiaoming's name was clearly among them. How is this possible? While it is true that the people who participate in the tournament can be replaced, they can only be replaced from the list of names that were reported at the beginning of the tournament. It doesn't matter if you're a full team member, or an alternate. It has to be reported to the organizing committee at the beginning. And now looking at it this way, doesn't it mean that during the preparation stage of the Olympics, the Chinese team had intended to let Wang participate in the ping pong tournament? Surely, Nishikawa said to himself. I say, you old man, what are you muttering about? Big Head wondered. And at that moment, Nishikawa slowly raised his head, his face full of indignation. I told you Chinese were treacherous beyond measure, and it's true what Kitajima said. Wang Xiaoming is your ace assassin, isn't he? To even claim to us that he's never played ping pong before? You guys, you're just so duplicitous. Nishikawa shook his fist and turned his head away. I'm ashamed to be with you guys. For the afternoon match, you guys can have this gold medal. After saying that, he took a group of team members and pulled his legs out. This put the Chinese side of the players all look will not. Thought the small days of ping pong team in a North Island is already enough to be against the heavens. As it turned out, I didn't expect that there would be experts. What does he mean? Big Head asked, scratching his big head in confusion. Delu laughed, and then he explained to him, he's just giving himself an excuse, talking as if he doesn't care if he wins or loses in the afternoon match. Shaking his head, Delu was no longer concerned about this person Sichuan. It's really hard to make it big. A coach like that brings out a team that is not to be feared. The main task nowadays was to convince Wang Xiaoming to participate in the afternoon's match, in which case their Chinese gold medal would definitely be a nail in the coffin. Yet just when he thought it was foolproof, he didn't expect the ending to end in external trouble. The internal change came yet again out of the blue. How about it, Ming? Why don't you join us in the afternoon's match, so we'll be foolproof? Just as Wang Xiaoming was thinking, Coach Zhou Hong on the side was the one who came over to grab someone. I say Delu, Xiaoming has promised us that he will report to our track team later. What's going on with you now? Robbing someone in front of me? Chapter 101, the final part of the series of quests. shattering Sakura's confidence. Big Lu is how also did not expect this was going to be a thing, but even halfway out of a Chengdian out. I say Zhou Hong, what do you want to do? This was followed by a look at Wang Xiaoming. Oh Ming, what kind of shooting and swimming are you going to do with such strong ping-pong prowess? In fact, do Lu know Wang Xiaoming to now? Always but 2 days of time. At the moment is doubly affectionate. Come to our ping-pong team. I'll make you captain of this one. Ridge of horses. Wang Xiaoming. He looked at the expressionless, but obviously blinked Big Lu's dragon team. Thank you Coach Lu for raising your love. It's just that my interest in this ping-pong is really not very big. This, not very big? You're not very big and you're that strong? Explosive screw counterattack practiced so well? De Lu obviously did not believe Wang Xiaoming's words. I don't care. You have to play in the afternoon game. Looking at the usually serious and unusual Coach De Lu now this look of playing rogue. The surrounding players were all stunned in their impression. When had they ever seen Coach De Lu look like this? And just as Wang Xiaoming was silent, Zhou Hong on the side could not sit still. Shame on you. Old thing. Who are you calling an old thing? I'll call you an old thing. You old thing. I don't know how. Zhou Hong De Lu and the two of them just suddenly quarreled. The crowd had no idea what the two were arguing about. Team Dragon. Did Coach De Lu and Coach Zhou have some sort of beef in the past? Big Head asked Ma Ridge on the side. On the other hand, Ma Ridge stroked his chin. Then mused. I heard that both of them once liked the same girl. The crowd was shocked. Just that. With the eyes of De Lu and Zhou Hong that emanated a murderous aura shooting over, the dragon team hastily waved their hands and apologized. Kidding. The crowd was even more shocked at this point. Since when do the dragons joke around? They only felt that Wang Xiaoming's appearance seemed to have changed quite a few things off. I don't care. Ming has to be in our team competition this afternoon. I don't care either. I want Ming to go over and test his speed this afternoon. Zhou Hong, are you lifting a finger with me? De Lu, you're being unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? Kodomine is not a product of you personally. Then he's not yours either. As the two of them argued, they suddenly realized a problem. Wang Xiaoming, just how many programs do you have on file? Counting the previous shooting, swimming, and ping-pong at this point. There was also Zhou Hong who was so insistent. So surely there was Wang Xiaoming's name on the athletics side as well. Wang Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders. Exactly how many projects have their own names? He does not know. It seems that every program has? Seeing this, De Lu said again. This Wang Luan is just too much of a no-gooder? He must have gotten some news in advance and snatched Xiaoming first. Really? What kind of laborious swimming are you going to do with this strength? Table tennis is our national sport. Zhou Hong also added. That's right. Hammer swimming? Athletics is the most important event in the Olympics. After saying that, the two suddenly locked eyes again. Ping-pong is the national sport, don't you know? Track and field is the biggest event in the Olympics, don't you know? Damn this dog Ren. Grr, this dead Wang Run. And Coach Wang Luan, who was watching a slew of gold medals in the swimming section, suddenly sneezed 8 times in a row. Holy, who's thinking about me here? Looking at the increasingly tense atmosphere between the two, Wang Xiaoming felt that he should come forward and say something. Otherwise, the two seemed to be about to fight. Ahem, Xiaoming, tell me, what are you doing this afternoon? The two asked in unison, really startling Wang Xiaoming. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xiaoming still decided to participate in the ping-pong match in the afternoon. For one thing, he hadn't completed that series of quests yet, and for another, he wanted to see if he could upgrade this passive skill to ultimate. Although this skill is not much use to myself usually, but at least it gives me to the usual to the park to chat with those retired old men capital. I think I'll participate in the ping-pong match in the afternoon first. Wang Xiaoming finished and went on to explain. As for track and field, I'll be there as well. Don't worry Coach Zhou Hong, I already had the idea of participating in track and field, so I won't stand you up. Track and field. Wang Xiaoming is definitely going to participate. As one of the biggest offshoots of the Olympics, the chances of triggering a system mission would certainly be quite high. After completing it, the chances of getting a reward that will help your sister are even greater. Hearing Wang Xiaoming say that, Zhou Hong could only humph, and then solemnly instructed to Wang Xiaoming, then you must come and find us at the end of the match. After saying that, he took the two of them, Wu Yani, and left. As he left, he muttered under his breath, I don't know what's so great about participating in ping-pong, but the gold medals are all ours anyway, aren't they? In his opinion, the track and field program he leads, China has not produced any results for many years. A few years ago there was a flyer, Lu Xiang, and then there was Su Shen. It's just that, compared to the flyers, Suisham is still a bit off. In Asia, he may have topped the charts, but with those talented little hacks, he's still got some gaps. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but miss the takeoff man Lu Xiang. In those years, Lu Xiang was a force to be reckoned with. And in the 110 hurdles program, it was simply a state of one man on top. It's just a shame. It's a shame. Taking one last look at Wang Xiaoming, Zhou Hong gave him a wink and then left, just silently praying for Wang Xiaoming in my heart, hoping that this young man will not suffer from the ones on the internet anymore. After Zhou Hong left, Big Head and the others immediately surrounded him. Ming, do you really want to participate in the team competition later? In his opinion, being able to compete with his idol was more surprising than any gift. Wang Xiaoming nodded, and just then, the expected system voice came again. The final part of the series of missions is open, men's team race to the top. Please mercilessly crush the confidence of the Sakura Nation ping pong team. Rewards depend on the score of the match. The bigger the score difference, the better the reward. Guaranteed reward. Passive skill, Majisan upgraded to ultimate. Hearing this news, Wang Xiaoming smiled. At long last, the last mission of the series is finally here. Rewards depending on match scores? Wang Xiaoming pondered in his mind. So, isn't it maximizing the reward for all three of you to beat the opposite side 11-0? As he was thinking about it, suddenly his cell phone was ringing again. Wang Xiaoming fixed his eyes on the familiar number. Shan Shaw? Why is he calling at this hour? Chapter 102, 3 situations to which humans cannot react. Let's withdraw first and get ready for the afternoon match. Big Lou waved his hand, and the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. At this time, Sun Yingsha, who had walked to the very back, was tinkering with her cell phone, not knowing what she was tinkering with. Sa, what's going on? Wang Xiaoming walked beside her and asked. Sun Yingsha, on the other hand, put her cell phone in front of Wang Xiaoming. Brother Ming, I've recorded all your matches just now, and I'll put them online for you at that time, so I guarantee that you'll be able to gain a large wave of fans again. After saying that, Sun Yingsha seemed to realize that something was wrong and asked again. Ming, will it bother you if I post the video online? Wang Xiaoming first glanced at the video taken by Sun Yingsha. The whole time he just recorded himself on the back. He shook his head helplessly. Sha, this photography skill of yours, how about it? Didn't it take a handsome picture of you? Sun Yingsha admired Wang Xiaoming's poised back, and stars could not help but flash in her eyes. Yes. In the face of Sun Yingsha's invitation, Wang Xiaoming could only nod. But the technology still needs to be improved. Wait for the day I introduce one of my brothers to you to know. His photography skills are so good, people call him contemporary Mr. Chun. Really? Ming? Aha, so you're okay with me posting it online? No problem. Not to mention the fact that Sun Yingsha photographed herself all in the back, and Wang Xiaoming was never afraid of appearing in the netizens' field of vision. To talk about all the cyber violence, the little black man taunts. Honestly, it was as if it was an ant scratching an itch for him. Then I'll send it online. Sun Yingsha smiled, and was logging into her account, sending this video up, and with the caption, today's blast hammering Sakura players, the heroes of Xia. On Wang Xiaoming's side, he left alone and came to the corner to call Chen Zhao's phone back. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoming asked, and Chen Zhao over there stammered a bit. According to our sources, there was a person, yesterday, who entered the country illegally, seemingly targeting your sister. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming laughed in his heart, then pretended to be shocked. What? Chen Zhao, you promised me that you would protect my sister. Chen Zhao on the opposite side was obviously a bit disbelieving. You really don't know about this? Of course I don't know. Why should I know? Wang Xiaoming replied as if he was playing dumb. Alright then, your sister is fine. I'm mainly just talking to you. After this person entered the realm, he inexplicably disappeared. I thought you did it. Hearing Chen Zhao's words, Wang Xiaoming sneered, coming to set himself up. What? Do you suspect that I ran back to China that night and then ran back to the Romantic Kingdom that night? Do you want me to take a picture with the ping pong team now and show it to you? Oh, that's not necessary. I believe you're a good citizen who abides by the law. Chen Zhao's tone was obviously a bit flirtatious, and Wang Xiaoming didn't care. He just said coldly, my sister, you guys have to protect her well. Don't let me hear any more people getting close to him again. The threat in his words was obvious, and Chen Zhao on the opposite side was not amused. Don't worry, there are probably more cameras near the hospital than an entire county in some small counties. Chen Zhao paused and then added, as long as we are willing, everything is under our control. But how do you think it was so coincidental that a few cameras happened to go on strike that day? Then you guys need to overhaul it more often. A masterful move, a deadly move. The words of the two men were filled with temptation and disdain. In fact, Wang Xiaoming knew that as long as Chen Zhao wanted to find out, how could he not find out about himself? But he wasn't afraid. He had too much experience with this kind of thing. Although they could find out about themselves, they would never let any evidence appear in the world. And Chen Zhao likewise knew that as long as Wang Xiaoming wanted to, they definitely couldn't get hold of Wang Xiaoming. Not only that, but the incident itself was his fault. It was a real dereliction of duty to let such a dangerous character near that hospital. Today, it doesn't matter who did it or didn't do it. None of it matters. Protecting that hospital in the back is what's important. You know, that hospital not only has Wang Xiaoming's sister, there are also various relatives of the leaders. Alright, in that case, I'll hang up. By the way, there's one more thing. I heard from the hospital side that your sister is quite strong. With your style. Chen Zhao's words were full of admiration. This sentence was confusing for Wang Xiaoming. Other words he instantly is to hear the meaning inside. And this sentence, Wang Xiaoming pondered for half a day. Also as not feel out Chen Zhao in the end what internal meaning. He simply didn't want to. That's for sure. I won't nag you anymore. I have a match this afternoon. Hang up. A contest? What are you entering? Hello? Looking at the phone in his hand that had already hung up, Chen Zhao couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This Wang Xiaoming, his character is really maverick, only to be followed by a sigh. He felt a little sorry for Wang Xiaoming. After hearing the hospital over there talk about his sister being such a strong character, he was more than happy to be there. Alas, what a fine young man, what a strong girl doll. And on this side of the hospital, Wang Xiaoya had no idea how many people were talking about herself. At the moment she was affectionately feeding a baby hamster. It was specially bought for her at the hospital this morning, just to bring a little life to this ward. Originally, the hospital's purpose was just to show Wang Xiaoya how vital life can be, but no one expected that at the first sight of the little hamster, Wang Xiaoya just completely fell in love with this little guy. Feed, water, change wood shavings, clean hamster cage. It was a lot of fun doing it all morning. It's not at all like the look of a sick person whose disease is ready to take her at any moment. And this is a situation that scares all the doctors at the same time that they are shocked by it. Is this little girl really not afraid of pain? But didn't you pass out from the pain before? They can't dare to think beyond getting better. On the contrary, the nurse sister in charge of taking care of Wang Xiaoya was like seeing hope, constantly chatting with Wang Xiaoya, as if this was how he was able to divert Wang Xiaoya's sickness. Sister, do you know what the 3 situations are that humans can't react to? What is it? Wang Xiaoya asked with a crooked head. Lua laughed and raised her finger. 1. The forward swing is too long. Yeah. 2. 0 frame start. Wang Xiaoya came interested. What about 3? Sister. At this moment, Luya with a bad smile suddenly sang. 3 per idle smile are not as sweet as yours. The sunshine of August noon are not as dazzling as you. Love 105 degrees Celsius of you. Drops of pure distilled water. But Wang Xiaoya was directly amused by Luya. Sister, look how beautiful you look when you smile. Everything will be fine. Aha! Chapter 103, Counterfactual Fairy Crisis. Sister, look at this video as the person in it isn't Wang Xiaoming. Luya suddenly pointed to an Olympic video in her cell phone and said to Wang Xiaoya. Hearing her brother's name, Wang Xiaoya hurriedly came to Luya's side. Well, it's him. Oh, you're so sure that it's just a back. Ha! Luya looked left and right, and although she felt familiar, she wasn't quite sure. And Wang Xiaoya explained, of course, I adore him. Receiving the cell phone in Luya's hand, Wang Xiaoya admired her brother's dashing stance on the ping-pong table in detail, and what was playing in the cell phone was the video of Wang Xiaoming tyrannizing Bei Dao. You say, what else does this Wang Xiaoming not know? That he even knows how to play ping-pong. Luya was obviously surprised at Wang Xiaoming's strength. Keep in mind that she's seen Kitajima play, and it's a very strong little day. Almost won the match with Big Head at one point. Luckily, it ended up being. Thinking of this, Luya suddenly was realizing something. As I recall, Big Head beat this North Island's tournament racket, which was also fixed by Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoya nodded her head as she heard this, the pride in her eyes overflowing. What a cow! Indeed, Wang Xiaoya agreed as she watched the match video. But watching, she just realized something was wrong. The pop-ups that kept popping up in the video were surprisingly all attacking Wang Xiaoming. One of the ones with the most likes directly infuriated Wang Xiaoya to the point of stomachache. It's disgusting. I clicked in because it's Ying Bao. But who is this guy? He's covered in sweat stains. So dirty. This comment directly gave Wang Xiaoya small brain stem atrophy, though she knew that there was a large part of this society in China now, with the slogans of equality, safety, and rights. Actually, they're not defending their group's rights at all. They're just themselves who care. All their talk is just an excuse for their own greed. Laziness. No matter what it is, there's just an antagonist in there. She'll be sure to pull out the opposing words. Wang Xiaoya really didn't understand how these people had lived to be so old. Most of the people underneath this comment are just watching. No one is taking it too seriously. However, there are still many people who are surprisingly supportive of her. That's right, it's disgusting. I'm here to support Ying Bao. How come there's a guy in the video? How come table tennis can't be played without a man? Didn't Ding Bao still win the championship? You have to be a hero to be a hero? Can't you be a heroine? It's disgusting. Wang Xiaoming, who was furious, directly went down to the field and started to line up with these little fairies. On Wang Xiaoming's side, it was already time for the match. Just as the crowd was preparing to take a break before the match, Sun Yingsha was full of apologies at this time and came to Wang Xiaoming's side. Looking at Sun Yingsha, who suddenly apologized to himself, Wang Xiaoming directly froze. What's wrong, Sandy? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? He simply didn't understand that Sun Yingsha had done anything to wrong herself. At the same time, Big Head and the others came over, and a few of them asked Sun Yingsha in disbelief what exactly had happened, only to see Sun Yingsha handing over a cell phone video with a face full of bitterness. The video is the very same video of Wang Xiaoming in Beidao sparring. In the video, Wang Xiaoming's explosive ringing counterattack of a few balls, watching the Big Head and other people is a series of shouts of praise. Good for you, Sha, taking a video without first showing us first, Big Head said sourly. However, at this time, Sun Yingsha was not interested in joking with him. She reached for her phone, opened the pop-up, pointed and said, "No, I'm showing you this. Watch this?" Watch which one? Big Head was still a bit confused. However, when he saw one of the pop-ups floating by, in an instant, the fire just rubbed off. I'm super. These people are ing sick. This guy stinks. All he does is play tough off the field. Unlike our Ring Bao, who's won a gold medal. He's so good. Why don't we see him on the field? Big Head clicked on the homepage of this ID named No Cilantro. Finding out all her historical comments is extremely counterintuitive. For example, when a spectator on the sidelines of an Olympic shoot inadvertently filmed some female spectator taking her top right off in her excitement. No Cilantro is a direct attack on the photographer. It's disgusting to see that this is downward-facing photography that specializes in capturing these sensitive parts of the body. I don't want to watch this Olympics. It's an insult. Another example is speaking against the grain at the bottom of a swimming video. Pan Jim Lejang, Jim Suk and others competing. Wow, Pam and Chang are so good together. I'm so high. Another example is commenting under a short video of the Sandy Olympics made by some blogger. Not a short video of the big female lead in the Olympics? How to change to downhead. Really disgusting. This is discrimination. You know? Big Head flipped through the comments one by one. He just found them pointless. Inside of every review are words written as if they are fair and safe. He couldn't get himself to calm down across the room. It took half a day of careful reading to make out the rest of the words between the lines. The comments all over the place say punch. Crazy, crazy, crazy. These little fairies are really crazy. Not only Big Head, even Sun Yingsha was speechless. Them people usually get high on me and Chen Meng and the others, those CPs. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. I literally threw up when I saw these comments today. Sun Yingsha was actually a straight girl, and beforehand, she had seen the many nights these little fairy bars were wildly high on those CPs of her and Chen Meng and others. In fact, they were all downright unpleasant remarks for her. And those rice circle fans. Sun Yingsha didn't understand why this kind of wind, which was prevalent in the entertainment industry, could blow above the Olympics. She vaguely remembered that when she lost to Chen Meng, there was actually a little fairy who listed Chen Meng's 10 sins. 1 crime. Where were you, Chen Meng, when Sun Yingsha was doing her best in the triathlon? Where is benevolence and righteousness? The 2nd crime. The whole country fans are looking forward to Sun Yingsha's gold medal. You so shattered her dream. What is the intention? 3 sins. As Sun Yingsha's predecessor, where is the shame in taking benefits for your own selfish desires like this? 4 sins. Where's the loyalty when the national coach set you up with a gold medal 4 years ago and now won't return it? 5 sins. And Wang Xiaoming was shocked to the core. This kind of counterintuitive speech was also very admirable to him, only that he didn't expect a similar kind of speech. Surprisingly, there were a lot of likes and replies in agreement. The rules are unknown, the racket is untouched, but the wind is bound to follow. Chapter 104, Taking the Initiative to Play the Lead. One counterintuitive remark after another tugged at the heartstrings of Big Head and the others. They just felt a whole breathlessness coming out of their chests. Grass. This group of CS really isn't a thing. Fatty suddenly called out from the back. What again? Big Head asked, only to see Fatty come over with his cell phone. I just made a speech for justice, and I can't believe I got banned. The crowd fixed their eyes on the comment posted by Fatty. Can't you read a bit? Fairies, heroes refer to people who have the ability to be brave, have heroic qualities or fight for the interests of the people bravely. Admirable people. Women and men can be called heroes, just like their fathers. Do you understand, you fighters? There is not an ounce of inappropriateness or astringency in the entire discourse. Totally a reasonable person with a calm heart. Not even a dirty word. But this is the system deleted comments. The account is also blocked for 3 days to prohibit speech. Convinced. Big Head also had white eyes. It can't be. This audit is also a small fairy, right? Team Dragon hit the nail on the head. directly pointing out the crux of the problem. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, these words were what ignited the laughter of everyone present. But soon, the crowd adjusted their mood. Sun Yingxia is also deleting and pulling the plug on various fairies' anticlimactic comments underneath the video she posted. Because the game is about to start. The men's team competition went into the finals with the same small day teams and the Wahini. There was still a bit of suspense in what could have been a game. It's just that now, the winners and losers seem as if they can already be seen. For the video posted by Sun Yingxia, in addition to these anticlimactic remarks, most of it is still pretty normal. Many people also recognize the back figure inside as Wang Xiaoming. In addition to being shocked that Wang Xiaoming was able to defeat the long-established North Island from the opposite side of the small day, what's more shocking is that in this case, it seems like Wang Xiaoming might be participating in the men's team competition in the afternoon. Once this news was released, it instantly buried all of the little fairies' comments. No one wants to bother with them, and no one has time to bother with them. Everyone's focus at the moment was on the afternoon match, whether Wang Xiaoming was going to participate or not. Wang Xiaoming, who was in the preparation stage at the moment, was thinking about how exactly he could beat the little day team's confidence out of them. And, what about getting your side ahead by more points? Thinking about it, he couldn't think of a better way. He can beat the opposite side 11-0, but the dragons and Big Head can't control themselves. In the end, Wang Xiaoming finally did decide on something. He only saw him come to Coach Delu and said sincerely to him, "Coach, I want to play." Ha, Delu was a bit puzzled. "You'll be on later. The grand finale." Wang Xiaoming shook his head. "No, I'm going to be the first to go." "The first?" Delu wondered. Generally speaking, the first person up in a team race is under the most pressure. Not only do you need to be under pressure to get the team off to a good start, but you don't have much warm-up time. That's why it's usually the case that the first person to take the field in a team game is basically the most experienced person on the team, the captain. And Delu had originally decided to have the dragons go first, Fatty second, and Wang Xiaoming third for the finale. It's just as well to familiarize yourself with the rules of the game while you have a bit of time. After all, this was Wang Xiaoming's first time participating in a ping-pong tournament. Originally, Delu wanted Big Head to participate in the competition, but given that Fatty is a little more experienced and a little calmer in the face of whatever situation he's in, compared to that, it's still a little more secure for Fatty. For this, Big Head was angry for a long time. Now, Wang Xiaoming is the one who volunteered to be the first to participate in the competition. It's not that Delu doesn't believe in Wang Xiaoming's strength, it's just that he's afraid of this kind of competition scene. Wang Xiaoming's mental quality is not passable. Only, just thinking about this, all of a sudden Delu just laughed to himself. Wang Xiaoming had more experience participating in the competition this term than any of them, right? Can you really? Delu asked anyway. Wang Xiaoming patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, shave their heads." That's right, this was the only way Wang Xiaoming could think of to completely thwart the confidence of Little Day. In the beginning, it's all about breaking them right down. In this way, the mentality of their players in the back went out the window, and definitely Ma Ridge and Fatty could have more chances to win more points. Thinking slightly, Delu nodded his head. He had no doubt about Wang Xiaoming's strength. Since Wang Xiaoming was so confident, he also believed in him. He then approached Ridge of the Horse and decided to tell him about it first. And after hearing what their own coach had said about this matter, the entire Dragons team was filled with shock. "I say Xiaoming, this playing the lead isn't that easy." As the captain, Ma Ridge was still very much in charge. You have to realize that the first match across the street, it should be their captain on the field as well. Their captain's strength is not comparable to Kitajima's. You're not going to win that easily. For the captain of the small days, Yuki Tokugawa, Ridge of the Horse is the most vocal. In the past few years, I don't know how many times Ma Ridge has fought with it. Therefore, in terms of familiarity, no one in the Chinese team could be more familiar with Tokugawa Yuki's set maneuvers than him. However, looking at Wang Xiaoming's look of conviction, Ma Ridge decided that it would be better to let Wang Xiaoming on. After all, during today's match, a group of small day players were all scared out of their wits by Wang Xiaoming. Now, Wang Xiaoming was the first to go on, saying that it might not necessarily still work wonders. "Alright then, Ming, you're first up. I'll do the finale." Soon after the decision was made, it was time for the game to begin. The crowd in attendance was already in full swing as the competitors from both countries involved in the tournament entered the arena. Holy, it's really Ming. Oh my god, is Ming really going to be in the competition? No way. What else wouldn't Ming do here? But can Ming-on really be stable? I haven't seen him play ping-pong before. Didn't you guys watch that video today? Didn't he easily beat up Kitajima? Then Kitajima is a Kumba, beaten like a son by Big Head. At this point, Kitajima, who has been banned and confined to his dormitory. How could you not know that you are a top 5 player in table tennis strength in your own little day country? It has become a kumbaya in the mouths of Chinese viewers, and when they saw that Wang Xiaoming was about to be the first to appear, in an instant, everyone was even more boisterous. Not only that, but you should know that the first game on the Kodomo side was their captain, Yuki Tokugawa. That was a small time recognized as the strongest player of the last decade. A lot of people have even compared him to the Dragons, even though he's lost more than he's won with them. But at least, it's a win, isn't it? Well, it seems like everything is still up in the air for tonight's game. Chapter 105, Teasing Captain Sakura. Easily taken. I don't know if Xiaoming has any problems or not. Looking at Wang Xiaoming, who was already on the field, Team Dragon said with some worry. Big head, on the other hand, is as supportive of his own Ming as ever. So did most of the team, though there were still those who expressed a different opinion. I think it's a bit difficult. I guess, Yuki Tokugawa is arguably the most solid of the Sakura players in terms of fundamentals. He's always been solid since he's been playing the game, and with his serves, he varies his styles extremely much. It's a bit difficult for Wang Xiaoming to defeat him. Then, in full view of the crowd, the first men's team match began. Seeing Wang Xiaoming standing across from him, Tokugawa Yuki was surprised for a moment. In going in search of Kitajima, he didn't actually participate. Therefore, he had not felt live what Wang Xiaoming's strength was really like. He was just making a rough guess based on the video. Strong. It's strong, but not invincible. For one thing, Kitajima's mind was already affected when he played against it. Of course, this influence is what Wang Xiaoming, this person, deliberately messed up, lying about not having played ping pong, but being so strong once you're on the court. A direct hit of poor information. Secondly, Kitajima is a man who is already young and inexperienced. The slightest provocation, the whole thing will not calm down. This situation is the most error-prone. But what about yourself? Yuki Tokugawa, who has been playing ping pong since he was 6 years old, is now 26 years old. The whole thing has been 20 years in the making. One's mind never changes because of external influences. It could be said that he himself was the player with the most stable mindset in Sakura Nation. Those little tricks of Wang Xiaoming's are useless to himself. Therefore, he wouldn't put any harsh words to Wang Xiaoming before the match, which was inconsistent with his status. Not only that, but he got the first serve himself. As his most trademarked power tool, Yuki Tokugawa has always been able to use his serve to catch his opponents off guard. He himself even has a trick up his sleeve. The match begins. Just as Yuki Tokugawa was still thinking, the whistle for the match sounded, meaning the final men's ping pong match between Washa and Junior Day is completely underway. In a crucial game, the start is very important, and Yuki Tokugawa got that key point. Yuki Tokugawa was seen quickly tossing the ball into the air, followed by his famous maneuver. While covering the ping pong ball, his arm hooked up slightly, his wrist resembling a hook mold. Just as the ball is about to touch the table, the racket instantly makes contact with the bottom of the ball, and his body remained in the way of the ping pong ball, only for a split second before the ball flew out so that the trajectory of the ball could be seen. Faced with the flying ping pong ball, Wang Xiaoming instantly judged the landing point of the ball. The landing point was exactly the small triangle position of Wang Xiaoming's forehand, an extremely tricky angle, extremely stealthy, mask only the process of leading the shot and reveal the moment of striking the shot. He used the rules wisely and no one could even find anything wrong with him. That's the experience of the older players. If a young athlete were to do it, it might not be a tight enough serve and the hit would be covered instantly. Then when this looks like this, it's easy for the umpire to call a cover-up and serve for a straight-up loss of points. So the key to this serve lies in the moment of hitting the ball. Seeing this ball, Ma Ridge and others were instantly nervous. Haven't seen him for a long time. This kid's serve has gotten even trickier. Ma Ridge had once suffered a loss on this tactic, so he knew it best. So how will Wang respond? All the people present were all looking forward to it. Just see Wang Xiaoming put the racket slightly flat, gripped it slightly hard, and then his wrist drove the racket to contact the ball with the borrowed force towards the top. The ball easily got back to Yuki Tokugawa's backhand. Somewhat surprised, Tokugawa Yuki didn't freeze like Kitajima, and then it was a backhanded jump of his body, followed by a beautiful pull shot that went straight back. Only, this was obviously a trap for Wang Xiaoming, only to see Wang Xiaoming directly pick the ball with a long pick. The scene was unsettling to the many people at the scene. Obviously the best way to handle this is to violently pump back, but Wang did choose to put the ball high. This, isn't Brother Ming giving the opposite side a chance? Sun Angsha said anxiously from the side. Team Dragon also nodded. With his understanding of Wang Xiaoming's strength, the ball could be completely violently pumped back over. It might just catch the opposite side off guard and score. However, this hand operation was something that he didn't understand either, and they weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Tokugawa Yuki was equally puzzled. But that doesn't mean he'll be merciful. Since you're picking high balls, don't blame me for being rude. in its opinion. With this ball, Wang Xiaoming was absolutely finished. I saw Tokugawa Yuki's legs tense up and he jumped as if he had exerted all his strength. Violent boards. Bang! A foul ball back to kill the ball. At this time, Wang Xiaoming's side can't draw back, but can only continue to release high balls. Yuki Tokugawa is up to his old tricks, still violently snapping, and so it went back and forth between the two sides. By definition, it's generally very bad for the picking side in situations like this. One slip up and you lose points. After all, how can a pick have a better grasp of the landing spot than a snap? Somewhat interesting, Ma-Ridge instantly saw the shadow of his late friend in Wang Xiaoming, and then he was looking at Su Xian behind him with very unhappy eyes. And behind him, Su Xian simply didn't know why the dragon team was looking at him like this. With a confused look. What's wrong? Asterisk. Off. The dragons cursed and continued to watch the game. Of course, picks versus pull fouls, and to say that picks are detrimental, that's relative. With good attention to detail on the side of the pick, it's easy to wear out the side of the foul line right out of stamina. And this, too, was Wang Xiaoming's ploy. He, today, had to shave his opponent's head, and just fighting hard certainly wouldn't do it. The truth, too, was as he thought. After the other Tokugawa Yuki buckled down for a dozen rounds, he finally did realize something was wrong. Wang Xiaoming, who was on the opposite side, seemed to be intent on making his own foul shots. Only, after he realized it, it was already too late. Facing another ball picked at him, Tokugawa Yuki tried to make a push, only to have an empty heart but no power. You can only watch as the ping-pong ball lands behind you and slowly bounces back. At this point, Tokugawa Yuki couldn't help but sigh. If only he were a few years younger. However, it was also the fact that he had gotten on top of the situation and had fallen into the other side's trap. At this moment, Tokugawa Yuki couldn't help but give Wang Xiaoming a high look. This kind of mentality was not at all like the mentality that a 20-year-old young man would have. Only, he believed that it was only this ball, and behind it, he would definitely not be led by Wang Xiaoming anymore. 1-0, Wang Xiaoming leads. Chapter 106, Don't be ashamed to put a high ball in the air? It's called strength. Looking at the panting Tokugawa, Wang Xiaoming knew deep down that the other party had fallen into his scheme. Even if the next ball is seen through, it doesn't help, because, himself, he had already used up most of his strength, and for the next 10 goals, Tokugawa will score none. But it has to be said that this Tokugawa just happened to run into a gun himself. Although it was said that the dragons had some difficulty in beating him, but if they ran into Su Xian, then they really just ran into the existence that most restrained him. When it comes to the skill of releasing a high ball, no one can claim that Su Xian is the second best, and this goods, but also especially like to put high balls to tease the opposite side, exhaust the opposite side of the strength of their own natural to catch one of the opportunities. Su Xian once used this move to beat the violent dunking of Fatty to the point where his racket came off, and he even used this move to tease the all-time leader of table tennis, Ma-Ridge. I think the dragons were that pissed off back in the day. I thought I had it in the bag, but I was careless and was pulled back by Su Xian in a straight line. It was given back in an extremely weird arc. Wang had remembered that shot was listed as one of the world's top 10 by the IPC. Su Xian's flirtatious nature and ball movement on the field has often topped the international table tennis top 10 list. It couldn't be helped. This Su Xian person was just lovable and hateable. Even a normally unsmiling and extremely serious man like Team Dragon would ruthlessly show off a wave in front of Su Xian after successfully countering his wave. This shows how angry Su Xian is usually. No matter who the opponent is, there is only one feeling after playing a match against Su Xian. You can't look at it, but you can't it up. Nowadays, Wang Xiaoming naturally utilizes Su Xian's ball grid a little more in his play. This made many of the players present feel a sense of déjà vu. Su Xian, did you know Xiaoming before? Team Dragon asked as they glared at Su Xian behind them. As for Su Xian at the moment, he was looking at the game on the field with excitement on his face, and didn't hear what the dragons were saying at all. Su Xian, Ma-Ridge is talking to you. Da Lu, who was on the side, shook his head and reminded loudly. Ha? What? Only then did Su Xian react, only to still look at Ma-Ridge with a face full of confusion. Looking at Su Xian's appearance, Ma-Ridge also shook his head. Forget it, this goods himself really do not want to talk to him. And on the opposite side of the field of small-time day players, the crowd also began to spew condemnation. Baka, this Wang Xiaoming, why is he so shameless? In the previous match with Kitajima, I saw that he was still a bright and honorable person. How did he become like this now? That's disgusting. I might as well forfeit if I run into him. I can't let him insult me like that either. Despicable, shameless, villainous behavior. It wasn't just these small-time day players, but there were surprisingly some people in the audience who fought for Tokugawa as well. Of course, Immediately it was causing the Chinese audience to mob. Putting the ball high is shameless? Putting the ball high is villainous behavior? If you can't beat the lung fog thing, don't scream. It's just a little too easy to win this game by putting high balls in the air. To you little day country people, what can I say? Facing the greetings from the Chinese side of the audience with 18 generations of relatives, the audience of the country of the small days had no confrontation to speak of at all. Besides, they would have been out of their depth. With this kind of high ball placement behavior, you can only say that the person is taking advantage of the situation. But isn't that what makes the game so much fun? While Tokugawa is a completely different mentality from these people, he does not feel that Wang Xiaoming's shameless villain behavior. On the contrary, he felt that Wang Xiaoming's strength was indeed strong. And, at a glance, the key to the game. That's right, the key to this fight is the physical difference between himself and him. He, Tokugawa, has always been known as a solid ball player. He does not have Su Xian's style of flirting and waving, nor does he have Zhang Jike's desire to attack like a lion and tiger, nor does he have Ma Ridge's skill that is all natural. What he's done over the years is to keep hammering away at his fundamental skills, his ball control, his stroke, his serve. Make sure that every shot is the perfect shot that you have in mind, commonly known as super steady style players. But it was such unpretentious skills that made him captain of the small-time national table tennis team. This shows how solid and scary his fundamentals really are. And his mindset, no arrogance, no sighing, may be one of the reasons he made it to captain of the small-time ping pong. Soon after, the referee's whistle for play on sounded. The two Wang Xiaoming Tokugawa once again walked onto the stage. With mental preparation and defense, Tokugawa would definitely not be led by the nose by Wang Xiaoming this time. However, although this move is very useful, Kotomine can't use it all the time. The opposite side of the Tokugawa is not a fool. Once he has a defense, he definitely won't be able to pull against you, Ma Ridge said at this time. After finishing, he was looking at Su Xian again. If you, what would you do? Ha? What how? Looking at Su Xian, who was grinning with 2 rows of big teeth, Ma Ridge couldn't wait to slap himself. What the hell do you think of yourself? They say you're better when you eat a note, but what about yourself? Instead, he couldn't control his mouth to ask this brat Su Xian. Shaking his head helplessly, Ma Ridge continued to keep his eyes on the playing field. In Ma Ridge's opinion at first, Wang Xiaoming actually had a chance to win. However, even if we could win, it would definitely be a hard-fought win with a close score. Only when he saw that Wang Xiaoming's first ball was to play a careful game, constantly releasing high balls, and draining a large portion of the opposite side of Tokugawa's stamina, he was also a bit dumbfounded. On one side, he was surprised at this clear mind of Wang Xiaoming, and on the other side, he was surprised that this Tokugawa had really entered Wang Xiaoming's trap. But after a little thought, he just figured out why. To them, the top athletes, putting the ball high is generally speaking a no-brainer. It was something that had to be put in place in order to find a counterattack. Subjective. He's passive. Only, no one could have expected that this move was completed by Wang Xiaoming's initiative. Intentionally placing a high ball is something that no one, no matter who they are, would ever intentionally think about, except, of course, for this asshole behind himself. At this moment, Ma Ridge could only say that Wang Xiaoming's skill was high and he was bold. Da Lu, on the other hand, was struck by the fact that putting the ball high actually has a natural backhand advantage for athletes who prefer to utilize a straight board. As for those fairies who were putting all sorts of foul-smelling harsh words at Wang Xiaoming in the comments section before the match, at this point the heart had long been filled with hatred. Doesn't the stronger Wang Xiaoming is, mean the more he slaps them in the face? So, they, the fairies, actually made a move that was unexpected to everyone, and it's been supported by countless other fairies. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. It was an instant wave on the internet. Go Tokugawa. Finish off Wang Xiaoming. Chapter 107, Victory and defeat have been won and lost, and it's all completely under control. These anticlimactic statements instantly spread across the internet. Only, since people were now highly focused on Wang Xiaoming's match, not many people noticed these little fairies who had nothing to do. And the game continues on this side. I have to say, Tokugawa still has some words and actions to match. As the captain of the small day, he had surprisingly the highest quality of culmination, only to see him stand back up on the dugout, and then said to Wang Xiaoming in a deep voice, Ming Jun, I was the one who was gullible before. From now on, I will treat you as a real opponent. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming smiled. Think of yourself as a real opponent? You mean to say that you didn't even put me in your eyes before? Wang Xiaoming laughed disdainfully. Then he shook his head again and said, Not bad, not bad. I'm optimistic about you. Go for it. Tokugawa froze and said nothing more as the second scramble began. This time it was still Tokugawa serving. Only Tokugawa was seen bobbing the ball while thinking of a countermeasure. Then, just as countless people were watching, the ball was sent out. This shot, fast and furious, was completely different from the one before. With a fierce sound, the ball was like a bullet flying towards the bottom of Wang Xiaoming's backhand, stealing the long ball. The main fight is a surprise. Just trying to steal a chicken in front of Wang Xiaoming? It's not possible. It was as if there was a positioning radar installed on his body. Before the ball could fly to Wang Xiaoming's side, Wang Xiaoming moved, and in the next second, he appeared where the ball landed. Of course Wang Xiaoming can't use his forehand to force a backdraw on this shot. In that case, Tokugawa's rush ball was so fast that the ball might fly away before he could hit it. On this shot, it was impossible to place a high ball. It's clear that with the new round, Tokugawa is starting to defend against Wang's high balls. People were all looking forward to the way Wang Xiaoming would hit the ball back. Just as the crowd exclaimed that the ball was about to be lost, Wang Xiaoming pressed his weight downward. The entire upper half of his body unexpectedly fell backwards in an extremely special and exaggerated way, becoming almost parallel to the table, then pulled the ball back hard and caught Tokugawa off guard straight away. The Iron Bridge. Play a ping pong ball. Why are you practicing martial arts? What a waste. This scene instantly was shocking the crowd present once again. Everyone was amazed at Wang Xiaoming's talent, and the flexibility of his body. This kind of physical fitness and subconscious reaction could only be found on Skyfall Z Weixing, right? Could it be that their Chinese ping pong world was once again seeing the appearance of a Skyfall Z Weixing? Team Dragon, can you do this level? Big Head asked. The dragons, on the other hand, shook their heads. I guess the Coco line. My back won't allow me to splurge like that. That's right. At this time, Wang Xiaoming then switched his style of play to Zhang Jike style. Violence, wide open, waist and ball in one. Tokugawa was very approving, his eyes full of envy. He's no slouch, though, tuning right to press left and returning the ball with one hand. It directly cracked this ball from Wang Xiaoming and knocked it back, and seeing such a return, Wang Xiaoming couldn't be happier. Tokugawa, Tokugawa, you're going to lose again. Only Wang Xiaoming gripped the racket tightly and picked the ball high up towards the mid-air. Put the ball high. There it is again. Fark. Tokugawa on the opposite side of the room burst out in a rare foul-mouthed manner. He really didn't expect that this guy, Wang Xiaoming, would be able to do the same trick again. Obviously one has been so defensive, but it still found a chance to pick a high ball. Bastard. At this moment, Tokugawa was finally realizing that this bastard, Wang Xiaoming, was not speaking of martial virtues at all. Only, having suffered the loss of the previous ball, how could Tokugawa let Wang Xiaoming get his way so well? It's such a waste of physical energy to snap every ball. If he was like this again, he could probably admit defeat after this shot. It's just that, against such a broken pick and roll, it doesn't snap. Are you still a human being? Tokugawa chose to take another gamble. Snap, power snap. Wang Xiaoming looked at the ball flying over with a smile on his face and easily picked the ball back again. That's when Tokugawa found out. It doesn't seem to be going for the snap on its own. It was balls like Wang Xiaoming's that forced himself to just snap, and if he didn't use his full strength, he was sure to be scored by Wang Xiaoming, who easily found an angle to complete the score. In an instant, Tokugawa seemed to feel the terror of Wang Xiaoming. There's even spin added to the middle of this pick. Make your own snaps and multiply the pressure on your wrists. However, one can only choose this path. No, I can't just be led around by the nose. After a few rounds of sparring, Tokugawa felt he couldn't go on like this. This is chronic death, so he chose to throw in the towel, while snapping, a risky choice of small angle position on Wang's backhand. He didn't believe that in this way, Wang Xiaoming could still continue to pick high balls. Only, the hope was good. The result was despair. An equilibrium had already been created, and Tokugawa had brought himself directly to his death with this risky behavior. Desperate to score, he brought about a turnover as a direct result of physical exertion. Out of bounds, as Wang Xiaoming's body moved to the side with ease, another share was credited. Wang leads 2-0. Winning, again. Ha ha ha, Ming is so handsome. He's practically walking his dog. Holy, totally played. Awesome. That's just a disparity of strength. This Tokugawa. I'm afraid he's going to be pissed off. He lost his last goal on this, and he's going to lose this one on this. It's more than that. Look at that Tokugawa and then look at Ming. In front of the pervasive cameras, it was obvious to all to see the contrast in status between the two. One was walking idly while the other was panting. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat on his face were vaguely visible. Far away in China, in a certain small neighborhood, Zhang Jike was watching the match with a group of people. His eyes filled with admiration for Wang Xiaoming. It was just that he was a bit puzzled that he didn't know why he saw so many familiar shadows from Wang Xiaoming. Even your own shadow can be seen. However, when he saw that the game was already 2-0, he got up and left. Coco, why are you leaving? The game isn't over yet. Zhang Jike, on the other hand, didn't look back. No need to look. The winner is already decided. Ha, it's only 2-0. It's a split? Zhang Jike smiled. This Tokugawa's heart is already starting to be broken. And also, he's already 26 years old. 26 years old? Several friends were puzzled as to what Zhang Jike meant by this statement. But soon, they just understood why Zhang Jike had to say such a thing through the live broadcast of the match. Chapter 108, Gold Medal? No, that's shaved. One ball drained a small portion of his stamina. And then another small portion of his stamina. When the referee yells again for the game to continue, Tokugawa, who had always been unperturbed, suddenly felt a wave of panic in his heart. Not understanding why, he suddenly realized that this match seemed to be drifting away from him. Of course, he was indeed right in this thought. For next, he would see the hell of the ping-pong world. And with Wang's 2 points firmly in hand, the commentators on the scene were also excited. Wang Xiaoming is already 2 points ahead of the Sakura Nation player. Can he keep it up? Can he keep it up? If he could maintain this kind of advantage, then this game was already a nail-biter for Wang Xiaoming's victory. 9 balls left until the end of the match. Just 9 balls left. I don't know how, but it was clear that it was only Wang Xiaoming's first time participating in a ping-pong tournament. Yet it has instantly amassed countless fans. Even the on-site commentator, who usually reviews without bias, was unabashedly on Wang Xiaoming's side today. The 2-0 on the big screen was extremely conspicuous. And looking at such a score, Tokugawa's heart was in turmoil for the first time. Followed by one more point. Wang Xiaoming got another point. 3-0. The score had come to 3-0 at this point. It's unbelievable. Before this, I've never heard of Wang Xiaoming at all in the ping-pong world. But today he is the one who took 3 points in a row on the head of the opposite side of the Sakura captain. Can he perform another miracle? Wang Xiaoming seemed to be getting shorter and shorter from victory at this point. And feeling the overwhelming momentum from Wang Xiaoming from the opposite side, Tokugawa knew that he couldn't wait any longer. This next point, he had to get it. Only, will the situation on the ground be what he wants it to be? Burst twist back, draw, forehand back draw. Oh my god, this game, it's just too much. The Tokugawa player is obviously less powerful, and we can see that the balance of victory is falling in the direction of the Wang Xiaoming player. The sound of the CCTV commentary grew louder. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming's strength would be so strong? The live event was basically one-sided. He is, it seems, truly on the verge of creating a legend. Awesome. Ming. Kill. Ming. It's just a few points away. Punch punch punch. Gold medal. Get the gold medal. Everyone, staring at every shot on the screen. Though the speed of each ball pulled back against the pump dazzled them, but that doesn't take away from everyone's passion. Only the last 8 points remain. Everyone is holding their breath in their hearts. Can you do it? Without waiting for the crowd's nervous breath to pass, Wang Xiaoming scored another point. The score is 4-0. The game continues. Tokugawa had only one feeling at this point. It was inexplicably oppressive. It made him all feel a deep sense of suffocation. He swore he'd never been so choked up playing ping-pong. Even when facing Ma Ridge, he had the power to fight back. But today, what the hell is going on? In just 2 seconds, he conceded another goal. How can it be so fast? Looking at the ping-pong ball behind him, Tokugawa looked at Wang Xiaoming incredulously. Don't you always put the ball high? What's with the sudden snap? And the power and angle of the snap? Juggling. Wang Xiaoming has scored 5 points so far from the first ball. But what about the time? It's only been 5 minutes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tokugawa couldn't believe it. He felt that Wang Xiaoming was like the devil. Forehand burst arc circle. Backhand twisting pull. Skateboard push blocking. In-air picking. A superb skill was used idly by Wang Xiaoming. In everyone's eyes, Wang Xiaoming was so relaxed and cozy. On the contrary, Tokugawa was sweating profusely at this point, and even his hand holding the racket was trembling slightly. At this point, Wang Xiaoming could be said to have already laid claim to victory. It was up to this person, Tokugawa, to see if he could get a point on Wang Xiaoming or not. It's just that it's so hard to talk about just that one point. Sorry about this bald head. I have to shave it. Wang Xiaoming grinned his big teeth at Tokugawa. This was followed by a high serve. Feel the power of the skill within you. The friction between the racket and the ball seems to make one feel the sparks. Jumping legs created an airtight wall of defense on the field. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's state came to its peak. 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, 9-0, 10-0. Oh my god. Wang Xiaoming actually pushed the match straight to match point in one go. The live commentator went crazy. Unheard of. Simply unbelievable. What does he want? What does he want? Hardly. Watching this last shot, everyone on the scene was clenching their fists and holding their breath. Here comes the most crucial shot, and the live audience realized the most horrifying thing of all. Ming, he's not going to shaved Tokugawa's head. I'm super. Die young. Ming is going to kill someone. With the subsequent ball, Tokugawa didn't even have the strength to run to the table and lift his feet. Sweat dripped from his forehead like soybeans, and he wondered if it mixed with the single teardrop in the corner of his eye. Win. Win. Really win. Wang Xiaoming won the first game, and even shaved a bald head on the opposite side. The CCTV commentary roared. It's crazy. It's crazy. Wang Xiaoming has created a miracle. He finished the most legendary race ever. Pop. Almost instantly the match ended. Tokugawa was the one whose entire body was spread out, directly kneeling on the ground, and the racket in his hand slipped off in the process. The CCTV commentator finished yelling in one breath, followed by sitting on his butt on a stool, panting heavily. Let's congratulate Wang Xiaoming, an incomparably gold medal. Just after that, the commentator seemed to realize that something was wrong. Sorry, I slipped up. This is the men's team competition, and there's also the Dragons and Little Fatties match. The Dragon team's little fat big head and the others also laughed and stood up to applaud wildly. The entire competition site, the moment the final results appeared, also instantly exploded, winning and off to a great start. Looks like we're going to be a lot less stressed later. Team Dragon and Fatty looked at each other. The original pressure in the heart is steeply reduced. At this time the only one who should have pressure is the opposite small day player. It's so exciting, so hot. What a miracle. What do you mean show the world? Bald, cry, cry. Finally see a shaved head again. Hooray! Wang Xiaoming, God, really God, what do you mean? It's awesome. Chapter 109, Mission accomplished. Rewards issued. All the Chinese viewers, many years in the future, may forget today's gold medal, but the baldness of the day is certainly something they can remember. And Tokugawa, the game just ended. The jingle about Tokugawa just appeared. No one remembers the dick of the match, unless you're Tokugawa Yuki with a shaved head, because it was the most memorable experience of their lives. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, put down his racket with ease. A fist was shaken towards all of them. In this match, he kind of understood the terror of his passive skill. It's almost like a habit mirrored in your own mind. The players from other countries, on the other hand, were sitting on the viewing platform with celebratory faces. Luckily, he was eliminated beforehand. Otherwise, this time, it's you who will be humiliated on the field. The likes of myself, despite losing early, at least got points in the Olympics, didn't I? And that Tokugawa claimed to be Sakura's #1 player. But what happened? Got his head shaved. It's too bad. Is this Wang Xiaoming's true strength? It's horrible. In the beginning, they had always thought that Ma Ridge was the strongest player in China. But what about now? They found out. It turned out that Wang Xiaoming was the hidden trump card of Huaxia. At this moment, they were also surprised at the sophistication of the Huaxia team's coach. This kind of trump card, but only now released, worthy of the big Lu coach. Most unexpected. The Tokugawa player from Kodomo country was also slowly walking towards Wang Xiaoming at this time. This was followed by bending his most precious waist towards Wang Xiaoming. Ming Jun, you are indeed very strong. I admire you. Wang Xiaoming was so tough that he directly convinced the ping-pong captain of the country of small days. This scene was even more shocking when it fell in the eyes of the Chinese audience. On the other hand, the small-time contestant was filled with resignation and horror. The captains of their own families were all treating Wang Xiaoming in such a manner. What about the next race for yourself and others? Fittingly, the next two matches between Dragon and Fatty. It can be a bloodless, straightforward and easy takedown. It didn't shave the opposite side, but it was a big lead. One is 11-3 and the other is 11-4. Team Huaxia once again took home a gold medal in table tennis, and the Chinese team is just one final women's team event away from taking the ping-pong Grand Slam milestone. As for the women's team competition, there is even less to worry about. Everyone can say with a loud voice that none of the female players from the rest of the countries can fight. As the ping-pong tournament comes to an end, the online fairy talk is starting to come into the public eye, and Sun Yingsha, who has always been caught up in the ravages of the rice culture, has spoken out. It is even more directly posted online. Go all out and fight for the country is my honorable mission. Thank you for the support and understanding of the fans and friends all along. Please focus more on the field. Pay attention to our performance on the field. And we together refuse to deviate from the essence of sports fanaticism, away from the rice circle infestation, and jointly guard the purity and beauty of sports. That's a good way of saying, meaning, rice culture, don't come and get involved. In response to the problem of the erosion and influence of the rice circle disorder on the table tennis program, the Huaxia Table Tennis Association and the Huaxia Table Tennis Team have always firmly resisted it with a clear attitude, and have included the rectification of the rice circle disorder into the scope of the ideological work of the sports system, and promoted the governance work through multiple measures, and have achieved certain effect has been achieved. The reason the Ping Pong Association will do it so quickly this time is that these fairies are so contrary to what they say online. Above the righteousness of the nation, they put their personal feelings above it. This is absolutely not allowed. Not to mention a hero like Wang Xiaoming who fought for his country. Heroes are not allowed to be insulted. Big Head and the others were naturally happy about this outcome. However, in reality, Wang Xiaoming did not feel anything. This kind of attack fell on him. It was just like scratching an itch. Ask yourself, would you, a grown man, try to compete with a baby? Although Wang Xiaoming led the Huaxia team to the championship, he disappeared into the ping pong area after receiving the medal, because he remembered that he still had to report to the track team. In addition, one's own system rewards came as promised. Congratulations on completing the mission. Guaranteed reward has been issued. Advanced passive skill, Magician has been successfully upgraded to ultimate skill. The final score of this series of missions is 33-7, and rewards are being handed out. Congratulations on receiving the bonus skill, Eject Start *1. Swelling and Pain Relief Cream *1. Ejector Start, your first step is like a spring loaded, and anyone will be left behind in an instant. Anti-Swelling and Pain Relief Cream, a bottle of miraculous ointment with instant healing function for bruises and injuries. An upgrade to a passive skill, a new skill, plus a bottle of Swelling and Pain Relief Cream. I can only say it's nice, not luxurious. Only, Wang Xiaoming fell into deep thought as he looked at these skills. It's not like he's going to play basketball. What's the point of giving these skill items? The first step to instant activation, plus a miracle cure for bruises. Isn't that something basketball players dream about? In that case, wouldn't he or she be immortal Matty? Without thinking so much about going over to the track team again, Wang Xiaoming decided that he needed to catch up on his sleep first. After all, after coming back from China, he hadn't slept properly once. You've only killed people yourself. You're not Superman. When he finished sleeping and went out to report over to the track team, Wang Xiaoming knew deep down that he still had an important thing to do. That is to find the employer behind the assassin who traveled to China. This kind of person cannot be allowed to remain in the world by himself, or this is an invisible danger. After sleeping until dusk, the sleepy Wang Xiaoming heard a knock on the door. Without thinking, he appeared behind the door the next second, only to hear a scream just as he opened it. Ah, why aren't you wearing pants? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming calmly glanced towards his lower body, followed by a blank look at the person at the door. Isn't this a pair of big pants? The person who came was none other than Xia Shining, only to see her face reddened as she turned her head to Wang Xiaoming and said, Brother Ming, the coach said that you're done with the competition and shouted for you to go to the track team to measure your speed. Hearing Xia Shining's words, Wang Xiaoming nodded. Wait, I'll get dressed and go right away. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the dormitory, and then he directly took off his big pants in front of Xia Shining. Ah, Brother Ming, you rascal, Xia Shining shouted as he covered his eyes with his hands. Only the next moment it was an open finger and a slightly reddened face peeking up. Okay, stop peeking, let's go. Chapter 110, Has Chinese Athletics Fallen Out of Favor? Who can save it? I disagree. Strongly disagree. In the dormitory area of the Chinese track and field athletes, head track and field coach Zhou Hong was discussing something heatedly with his vice coach Wen Qiwen. And Wen Qiwen's attitude, very resolute, seems how it does not make sense in general. As for head coach Zhou Hong, he was equally as silky. I say old one, don't be unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? Looking at Wen Qiwen, whose eyes were wide open, Zhou Hong was very helpless and shook his head. Zhou Hong, don't shake your head with me here. I won't agree even if you shake your head off. Winnie, you have to realize how many years it's been since we've had a track and field meet. So how long do you want to wait until we don't break the mold this time? Breaking the cauldron? Wen Qiwen directly laughed. Breaking the cauldron didn't let you directly lift the boat. You say you're a layman. You have to top off one of our entry spots in the end. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Hong was also angry. Old one, don't give your face away. Wang Xiaoming, is he a layman? You haven't seen his swimming competitions? It turned out that the content of the two men's quarrel at this time was precisely about the matter of whether Wang Xiaoming would come to participate in the track and field competition or not. Zhou Hong said, Wang Xiaoming is his own thousands of invitations to 100 banquets to come over, and he swims when the physical strength, explosive power, they are all in the eyes, not to mention that he or she even witnessed its running speed. He thought that Wang Xiaoming would definitely get good results if he came to the track and field competition. However, after he had spoken to Wen Qiwen about his idea, he was met with a strong rejection when he had expected to receive great support. In Wen Qiwen's opinion, Wang Xiaoming's physical quality was indeed very good. He's watched all of his swimming matches himself, the shooting matches, and the ping pong matches in the afternoon. Explosiveness, stamina, speed, none of it questionable. It's even fair to say that every item taken out is very top-notch. But does the top work? It's track and field. one of the largest categories of competition in the Olympics, is different from all the races. This is not a program where you can get grades on talent. You need more than 1,000 hammers and countless hours of training to get on the field. Not to mention that talent-wise, yellow people really just can't compete with black people. Because of this, over the decades, track and field program Huaxia until now has also produced a flyer Lu Xiang, this familiar name. In Wen Qiwen's opinion, even Su God Su Bingtian, who is lovingly called by netizens, is a notch behind. It's nowhere near that world-class, top-of-the-line class. However, that was already the peak moment of Huaxia. As for now, thinking about the current state of the Chinese track and field program at this time, Wen Qiwen also shook his head helplessly. I can't say it's green. I can't say it's unforgiving. As for what Zhou Hong had said, trying to get Wang Xiaoming to come over and change things, why would he not want to do that? He also wants to change the status quo of track and field in the country. Knowing that track and field is the biggest program, who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves on this? As for that shooting, swimming, or even ping pong, in Wen Qiwen's opinion, they are all small events, far from being comparable to track and field. Because of this, he was more cautious. No credit, but not too much. It doesn't matter if you don't place. After all, it's been so many years, but you can't be ashamed of yourself. What if you, Wang Xiaoming, a layman, disgraced Huaxia in athletics? I won't say anything else. You take a swimmer, get him to run track, and in the end he doesn't make the grade. Who do you think is going to lose this face? You or me? Wen Qiwen glared at Zhou Hong and growled. Zhou Hong, however, said firmly, if he comes, we'll definitely get a ranking. A ranking? Take it with what? Wen Qiwen laughed. Let's not talk about how well he can actually run. Do you know who is participating today? Wen Qiwen said angrily, and then one by one, he began to count them down. Forget the openers in Jamaica. Bolt, Blake, Powell, those are a big tree in front of us. Can we easily beat just the pretty country ones? Guy, Coleman and those? If the biggest event in the Olympics is track and field, then the biggest and most anticipated event in track and field is the 100m. Almost all global track and field uses the 100m as a benchmark. And when 100m is mentioned, all Chinese people will think of Su Shen. After all, Su Shen is the fastest runner in our country today. Except that the best 100m time for him, who has already reached the top in our country, is only 9 hours 83 minutes. Couldn't even make the top 10 in the world. Of course, that's not to say that Su was not strong, only that the human limitations are really unfair. Like the god at the front of the 100-meter race, Bolt, moreover, ran a time of 9:58, which, until now, was all anyone could hope for. The current top 10 in the world track and field 100-meter race is an Asian no one. 1. Usain Bolt, 9 seconds 58. 2. John Blake, Tyson, both scores are 9 seconds 69. Blake ran this score in the Diamond League Brussels on August 24, 2012, ran a personal best of 9 seconds 69 in the Shanghai Golden Grand Prix on September 20, 2009, but the wind speed at the time of the race was plus 2.0 meters per second, which was more than the legal wind speed stipulated by the IAAF, downwind not more than 2 meters per second, so it was not recognized as a world record, /s, so it is not recognized as a world record. 3. Asafa Powell, 9 seconds 72. On September 2, 2008, at the Grand Prix of Athletics in Lausanne, Switzerland, Powell broke his own original world record of 9 seconds 74 with a time of 9 seconds 72. 4. Justin Gatlin, 9 seconds 74. 5. Christian Coleman, 9 seconds 76. 6. Fred Colley, Trayvon Bromell, both clocked 9 hours 77 minutes. 7. Ferdinando Manhara, 9 seconds 77. 8. Nesta Cartel, 9 seconds 78. 9. Morris Green, 9 seconds 79. 10. Steve Mullins, 9 seconds 80. That roster hasn't moved in years. This shows how horrible blacks really are at dominating this program. Seeing that old one didn't give in at all, Zhou Hong had no choice. After all, the head coach's associate coaches sign off on such substitutions. Seeing this, he could only say to Zhou Hong, it's useless for us to talk so much here. Why don't you and I go and see his tryout results? Hearing this, Wen Qiwen froze. You even called him over for a tryout? Lao Zhou, Lao Zhou, you're really convincing me. Although there are a multitude of displeasure in his heart, Zhou Hong is after all the head coach, and this face still has to be given. After hesitating for a while, Wen Qiwen also finally nodded in agreement. First things first, I'm just going to check it out. Don't expect me to let up. Don't worry. After saying that, the two of them were walking towards the Huaxia Athletics preparation area. It was only when the two had just arrived at the venue that they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 111, letting you participate in the Olympics. You're here to participate in the Olympics, aren't you? Wang Xiaoming, after receiving Xia Shining's invitation, followed him all the way to the Huaxia Athletics Training Center. It was time for a break, so the entire arena was empty except for the two Xia Shining Wu Yani. Originally, these two were also going to rest at this time. It was due to the fact that the two were more familiar with Wang Xiaoming that they were assigned to come over and complete this arduous human task. Along the way, Xia Shining's red cheeks never faded. The moment she remembered Wang Xiaoming's toned pecs just now, and the manly masculine scent that came to her face, Xia Shining just felt hot all over. How can this man in front of me be so attractive? Thinking of this, Xia Shining couldn't help but look forward to Wang Xiaoming's tryout later. Ming, brother Ming. Xia Shining spoke shyly. Wang Xiaoming turned around and wondered, what's wrong? Have you trained to run before? Actually, Xia Shining was still worried about Wang Xiaoming's trial. After all, there are still a lot of tricks for track and field. For example, the starting position, the body should be stable at the start, with the center of gravity forward, the knees forward, and the soles of the feet close to the ground. Bend your arms to 90 degrees and clamp your elbows to your body. Acceleration, accelerate as soon as possible after the start and gradually increase the speed, but be careful not to go all out at the beginning. When accelerating, maintain your body posture, especially your back and leg movements, and don't lift your knees or lean your upper body forward too much too soon. Keep the rhythm, adjust your breathing, arm swing, etc. This is all something that the athletes, need to be very aware of in their regular training. Otherwise, is it really true, as those on the internet who only play keyboards say, that track and field training is all about running and running like a fly on the wall every day? If you're just someone with great talent, but no training, at best you'll get to a World Series level, but you'll probably get to the first tier of the world with training. So, as far as track and field skills are concerned, they are still especially important in running. Hearing what Xia Shining said, Wang Xiaoming shook his head. That's not true. Where in his previous career, there were so many tips to keep in mind. There was only one thing he needed to watch out for, concealment. Xia Shining couldn't help but worry. Yes, that's right. Wang Xiaoming is indeed gifted. For his explosive power, physical strength, Xia Shining was indeed impressed. However, if they are not trained, then it is still a toss-up whether they can actually play or not. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the entrance of the training center. Just as he reached the door, he heard someone shout from inside, "Yay, Ming, you're finally here." Before Wang Xiaoming had time to reply, he smelled a fragrant wind, and then he felt a hot body instantly pounced on his body. Not only that, but the girl in front of me was wearing extremely close-fitting clothes due to her exercise. The two clusters that were close to his body were even more squeezed and deformed. "Yani Wu, you're here too?" The girl in front of her was naturally Wu Yani, with Xia Shining's character obviously different. Wu Yani's whole person is just a lot more outgoing and generous. Seeing Wang Xiaoming was even more fiery and exciting. Okay, you come down first." That said, this Wu Yani's character really has some feeling of the European and American side, and watching Wu Yani's movements, Xia Shining's entire body could be said to be jealous and bad. If she had known, when she had just gone to find Ming, she would have just jumped on him as well. At that time, Wang Xiaoming was still naked. It was just that Xia Shining's character would not have allowed her to do so. Wang Xiaoming also did not expect that this girl would directly just jump onto his body. No avoidance of suspicion at all. What Wang Xiaoming didn't know was that the two had already had a good feeling about it. After the two of them learned that Wang Xiaoming went to Natasha's dormitory at night and did nothing, they were even more inwardly worshipful of him for a few more points. Handsome, well-built, and still so decent. Most importantly, the explosiveness and stamina are top-notch. It's hard not to love Ming like this. "Ming, the coach has something to go. He'll be here in a while. Let's test the 100 meters for you first." Although Zhou Hong was not there, the two Wu Yani Xia Shining had been athletes for many years. For basic tests, the two are naturally handy. "Okay," Wang Xiaoming nodded. Yani Wu was again saying, "After the 100m measurement, we'll look at the 200m, then the 110 hurdles, then the 800m, and then we'll look at the..." Stop. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly waved his hand. "You're trying to make me die of exhaustion here." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Wu Yani spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Of course she could not let Wang Xiaoming test so much at once. She actually only wanted Wang Xiaoming to stay here for a little longer. "Let's go then, Ming." Yani Wu led the way to the training ground. There were still some hurdles scattered on the field, and Wang wondered, do we have any hurdlers competing this year? If China's 100 meters is now green and yellow, then China's 100-meter hurdles today is simply half dead. In the 100-meter race, at least Huaxia still often produces one or two runners who can show up at the international level. But what about the 110-meter hurdles? Ever since flyer Lu Xiang retired, there hasn't been a single person from China who has managed to make it into the global spotlight again. Because of this, in the following years, China did not even send anyone to the 100-meter hurdles competition at all. It's a prelim elimination up there anyway, to make up the numbers. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming was surprised when he saw that there were still hurdles on the field. There's no way around it. The 110 hurdles are just too hot these days. He had no idea who was in the race. When Yanni Wu heard that, she smiled and said, "No, it's Su Zhuoyi." No one was supposed to participate in the 110 hurdles this session, but the coach still wanted him to try. Co Chuk Yi? Wang Xiaoming thought back carefully, and suddenly an image was surfacing. A tall, thin man with glasses and flowing hair that makes you think you're here for the Olympics. But it turns out you're here for the Olympics? The man he knew. Sven was hard to associate his image with an Olympic athlete. If you don't know, you'd think he's here for the Olympiad. But speaking of which, it seems that this svelte Su Zhuoyi is still first in his group in the preliminaries, right? How's his training going? Wang Xiaoming asked. Wu Yanni, however, shook her head. Not really. He seems to have been dissatisfied with his training results and just went back to rest. The coaches are telling him not to stress so much, but he's still putting in so much extra practice that I'm worried about his knee. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Indeed, the knees of hurdlers were very prone to injury. Shaking his head and shaking these thoughts out of his head, Wang Xiaoming said, "Let's begin. Hurdling is not your own sport and you can't afford to pay too much attention to it." Yanni Wu started to get ready. Chapter 112, a Svenly little scholar as my chaperone? Just as Wang Xiaoming came to the track and prepared to start, a figure suddenly stood at the doorway at an unknown time. Old Sui, why are you here again? Didn't you go back to bed? Wu Yanni stepped forward and greeted him, and when Wang Xiaoming took a closer look at this moment, he realized that the person at the doorway was none other than Su Zhuoyi, whom he had seen several times online. With a pair of svelte glasses, his hair was half long, and his whole figure was trim and stocky. It had to be said that at the first sight of Su Zhuoyi, Wang Xiaoming really felt as if he had come to participate in the Olympiad. This temperament, you say it's a North University student he believes but then, he's even here for the Olympic hurdles? It's really a case of people not being able to look at each other. Su Zhuoyi looked at the field and then at Wang Xiaoming. Couldn't sleep. Came to see. That's not. Yeah, it's Wang Xiaoming. Didn't expect it. Wu Yanni patted Su Zhuoyi's shoulder as if he was a buddy and laughed loudly. Su Zhuoyi also smiled in a bookish manner, and then he walked towards Wang Xiaoming. Hello Wang, I've seen your previous matches. They were awesome. This sentence came out. Wang Xiaoming's kind of bookish feeling towards it was even more well-mannered and unassuming. Not at all the brashness of other athletes who have participated in the Olympics at such a young age. When others were polite to themselves, Wang Xiaoming naturally wouldn't be stingy with his politeness. Hello, I've seen you compete too. You are now the leading hurdler in our country. Su Zhuoyi smiled and didn't admit it, which is not true. It's all just the netizens lifting up their love. There are too many who are better than me. I have to say that Su Zhuoyi, this person, gives people a feeling of being more comfortable. And because of this, soon, Wang Xiaoming and it's just chatting. As they chatted, Wu Yanni, who was on the sidelines, suddenly came up with, why don't you compare yourself with brother Ming? Old Su. Oh, you're coming to the track and field sprints too, Ming? Su Zhuoyi revealed a rather surprised expression for the first time when he heard this news. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Well, Coach Zhou Hong shouted for me to come, and I just happened to come over to train this time. Oh, Su Zhuoyi nodded his head, then guffawed and refused. I won't run with brother Ming. I've seen brother Ming's matches. Explosive strength and stamina are too much better than mine. I won't be too ugly. Su Zhuoyi's modesty makes it hard to imagine him as a young man in his 20s competing in the Olympics. Not a bit of hubris was seen in it. And Wu Yanni see their own opinion is not adopted is to continue to persuade. Old Su, you together? Ming brother, he tried to train the side of the best person to run together. That can better play strength. When Wu Yanni said this, not only Su Zhuoyi but even Wang Xiaoming's face changed. Isn't this making Su Zhuoyi his chaperone? He is a serious hurdler. Su Zhuoyi, even though the Chinese hurdles are in decline, you can't make people settle for less, can you? What I didn't expect was that in the face of such a rude request, Su Zhuoyi even hesitated for a moment and agreed. Alright, I'm also honored to be brother Ming's chaperone. After saying that, Su Zhuoyi was taking off his clothes, revealing the training clothes inside. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly waved his hand. No, Wu Yanni was joking. I'll be fine alone. However, Su Zhuoyi insisted. It's okay, let me do more. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming could only readily agree. Su Zhuoyi helped to set up the speed measuring machine at the finish line, and then he and Wang Xiaoming came to the starting point to wait. The two stretched their entire bodies in their own respective tracks. Tomorrow's 100 meters is just a preliminaries, but with the people who have come to compete in this Olympics, if you don't go all out in the preliminaries, then maybe you won't even make it to the finals. And in recent years, in fact, China's 100-meter sprint program has been a long time. No one has results. Even if you don't get a medal, even if you make it to the finals, it's a major breakthrough. So, this is why Su Zhuyi agreed to be Wang Xiaoming's chaperone. After all, who wouldn't want to see their country strong? In the entire athletic field, only Su Zhuyi, Wang Xiaoming, Wu Yani, and Xia Shining were inside today. Su Zhuyi and Wang Xiaoming were standing by on the track, while the two of them, Wu Yani Xia Shining, were fueling up on the sidelines. The two are basically known as the WAC women's sprint competitors, though the two actually came just to show their faces and experience the Olympic circuit. This is because the two are really not as strong as the sprinters around the globe. Maybe the two are top-notch domestically, but when you take it to the international scene, it's a bit underwhelming. So the two are also very much in the eye of the beholder. Ready? Xia Shining shouted from the sidelines, flag in hand. Wang Xiaoming and Su Zhuyi had also set up their starting positions, just waiting for a whistle. The two men kept the same movement and stared ahead, when suddenly beep, a sharp whistle broke the silence of the moment. Without any hesitation, in a blink of an eye, Su Zhuyi moved. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoming's explosive power and physical strength was very strong, but in terms of starting out, you can't be better than yourself, can you? After all, he or she is a hurdler and is most concerned with rhythm. However, just as this thought had risen in his mind, his afterimage swept to the side where Wang Xiaoming's entire body was like a jet rocket, steeply rushed out, and he's just about ready to take the first step at this moment. Asterisk. Hell no. Scholarly as Su Zhuyi, it was also the first time he burst out foul language. Not only Su Zhuyi, the two on the side, Wu Yani, Xia Shining, were also dancing with excitement. In their vision, Wang Xiaoming started a whole body length faster than Su Zhuyi. Not bad for their favorite Mingo. Only the two shouted in unison, "Go Ming!" After shouting, the two again suddenly looked at each other, followed by a cold snort, and turned away from each other. And Wang Xiaoming was not expecting that this ejection start skill was so good. The first step set off as if a spring had been placed in his own body. Just a slight force of the legs. The whole person is like a feather. Whoosh sound is rushed out. Don't underestimate the distance of this starting step. Sometimes in the Olympics, just that one step can be the difference between several places. Not to mention the amount of work it takes for those top athletes to improve such a step in distance. And after the starting stage, the two of them, Su Zhuyi and Wang Xiaoming, rushed out like arrows off the string. The real race is just beginning now. Chapter 113, Explosive Start. And this is the result? Although Su Zhuyi was usually gentle, but once he ran, he was extremely crazy. And, even though he's a hurdler, he's no slouch for the sprints. For Wang Xiaoming's speed he knew. Explosive power, physical strength. It's just that it's swimming, which is a completely different sport than running. But now look at it this way. Wang Xiaoming, are you still a human being? Granted, 100 meters is short, and 10 seconds is as long as it takes to get to the head. However, Wang Xiaoming had already scared people with a single start, and when he waited for these first 50 meters, he even directly shook off Su Zhuyi by several lengths. In this way, it seems that if Wang Xiaoming's speed does not decrease, if he finishes 100 meters, he will be a whole second faster than Su Zhuyi. No, it can't be. The two of them, Wu Yani, who were watching the match from the side, were even too shocked to close their mouths. In their initial thoughts, Wang Xiaoming should be a more talented one. After all, they hadn't been professionally trained, and they still didn't expect much. However, what the two did not expect was that a tryout just at the beginning was such a big surprise for the two. Su Zhuyi and the girls were certainly familiar with it. Although he is a hurdler, if he really runs the 100 meters, the speed is not to be underestimated. After all, if you don't have the strength, how can you have the chance to be able to represent the Chinese team in the hurdles competition? Yani, has Su Zhuyi ever run 100 meters before? What's the score? Xia Shining asked from the side with his mouth open. As for Yani Wu, she recalled, and then she said slowly, I remember it should be about 10 seconds, right? Normal performance in the 100-meter run varies widely depending on the population. For the average adult, a hard run is typically between 13 and 17 seconds, and a 15 to 16 second time should be at the level of most people. Anything slower than 17 seconds is basically ungainly or physically uncoordinated, about the same as not being able to outrun a well-built middle school girl, and the ones who made it to 13 seconds were basically the best of the young and middle-aged properly. For sports students, the requirements are even higher. The standard 100-meter dash time for national-level athletes is 10.93 seconds for men at the Division 1 level, 11.74 seconds at the Division 2 level, and 12.64 seconds at the Division 3 level. Women's Division 1 is 11.80 seconds, Division 2 is 13.4 seconds and Division 3 is 14.4 seconds. Most high school athletes are usually stopped at 13 seconds. In the physical examination program of the college entrance examination for physical education students, the physical fitness program is full of 150 points, and the 100-meter run accounts for 90 points, which shows its importance. The standards for sports specialists also vary by gender and age. For example, the standards for different age groups in male elementary school range from about 29.0 seconds to about 18.0 seconds, while secondary school boys categorized as 13 to 14 years old are required to run times in the range of 20.0 seconds, and 17 to 18 years old in the range of 18.0 seconds. That's why anyone who can run for about 10 seconds is already among the elite of the country. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was obviously much faster than Su Zhuoyi, at least to the naked eye. Awesome, Ming, Yanni Wu added loudly. And Su Zhuoyi was also riveted to chase Wang Xiaoming in front. Just wish dashed, thought he was riveted, but found that the distance from Wang Xiaoming's surprisingly farther and farther. At this time, Wang Xiaoming, too, did not use any skills at all, merely relying on his explosive speed to sprint towards the front. This gap that was visible to the naked eye made Su Zhuoyi's entire being bad. He knew that he really wasn't very good, but it was all so much worse than a first-timer. Is one really that much of a lung fog? As soon as this thought came out, the breath in Su Zhuoyi's heart was immediately dispersed. Less than 20 meters away from the finish line, the gap was widened in an instant. Su Zhuoyi, give it up. This caused the two of them, Wu Yanni, to look on in awe as well. In their perceptions, Su Zhuoyi belonged to the kind of people who were usually gentle and bookish, but the unconquerable heart inside is no worse than anyone else's. It's also why he's been putting in so much extra work on the practice field even when others are resting, despite his knee injury. Only today, he was giving up so easily. Old Su, he, seems a bit off, Wu Yanni said to Xia Shining, and Xia Shining nodded her head, and then she was happily saying back to Wu Yanni, let's go see what Ming's grades are. Originally, Wu Yanni was still a bit worried about Su Zhuoyi, but when she heard this, she was also all smiles. Go go go. Wang Xiaoming, who had finished the match, walked back slowly and was slightly surprised to see Su Zhuoyi, who had a lifeless expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Doesn't look like you're looking very well? Su Zhuoyi waved his hand. It's fine. His knees are a bit uncomfortable. I guess there's no warm-up problem. Oh, Wang Xiaoming nodded. Speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't warmed up either. Looking at Su Zhuoyi's not-so-comfortable appearance, he secretly decided that he must warm up properly in the future. The two men walked back and soon they were coming up to the two men who were checking the speedometer. Only, Wang Xiaoming noticed that the two did not look very good. The joy that had been on his face was swept away and replaced by a look of dissatisfaction. What? The grades don't work? Wang Xiaoming asked. Su Zhuoyi also came over and became concerned. Since he didn't finish at the end of the run, there was no count on the final time. Only Wu Yanni picked up the speedometer and waved it in front of the two men's eyes. 100 meters, 10 seconds and 53 seconds. It was obvious that Wu Yanni was not satisfied with this performance, but Wang Xiaoming nodded his head after hearing this. It's not bad. In his opinion, it was already elite to run around 10 seconds. After all, it's not like you're a professional. Not only was Wu Yanni dissatisfied, but Su Zhuoyi on the side was also very puzzled. According to Wang Xiaoming's start at the beginning, plus those first 50 meters had already overtaken him by a lot. The final time, it shouldn't have been just over 10 seconds. At the very least, he thought, he was running under 10 seconds. In that case, could it be that it really is too much lung fog for you? In an instant, Su Zhuoyi's entire air pressure was once again lowered by 1 point. Why are you all looking like this? You guys don't think I can surpass Bolt in my first running training, right? Wang Xiaoming joked, and then he put on his own clothes. Where are you going, Ming? Yanni Wu asked as she looked on. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Retreat. I'll just get a rough idea. I'll cheer for tomorrow's match. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's departing back, Wu Yanni sighed helplessly. Such an achievement is nothing short of astonishing for a beginner, but it's pretty average for someone like Wang Xiaoming who's expecting to pull a full house. What to do? Shining, Ming is gone. Wu Yanni was a bit younger, still sometimes consulted Xia Shining. Xia Shining couldn't do anything about it. What to do? Wait for the coach to come back. Chapter 114, repeatedly sent. Can't be corrected after time limit. Just as Wang Xiaoming came to the track and prepared to start, a figure suddenly stood at the doorway at an unknown time. Old Sui, why are you here again? Didn't you go back to bed? Wu Yanni stepped forward and greeted him, and when Wang Xiaoming took a closer look at this moment, he realized that the person at the doorway was none other than Su Zhuoyi, whom he had seen several times online. With a pair of svelte glasses, his hair was half long, and his whole figure was trim and stocky. It had to be said that at the first sight of Su Zhuoyi, Wang Xiaoming really felt as if he had come to participate in the Olympiad. This temperament, you say it's a North University student he believes but then, He's even here for the Olympic hurdles? It's really a case of people not being able to look at each other. Su Zhuyi looked at the field and then at Wang Xiaoming. Couldn't sleep. Came to see. That's not. Yeah, it's Wang Xiaoming. Didn't expect it. Wu Yanni patted Su Zhuyi's shoulder as if he was a buddy and laughed loudly. Su Zhuyi also smiled in a bookish manner. And then he walked towards Wang Xiaoming. Hello Wang, I've seen your previous matches. They were awesome. This sentence came out. Wang Xiaoming's kind of bookish feeling towards it was even more well-mannered and unassuming. Not at all the brashness of other athletes who have participated in the Olympics at such a young age. When others were polite to themselves, Wang Xiaoming naturally wouldn't be stingy with his politeness. Hello, I've seen you compete too. You are now the leading hurdler in our country. Su Zhuyi smiled and didn't admit it, which is not true. It's all just the netizens lifting up their love. There are too many who are better than me. I have to say that Su Zhuyi, this person, gives people a feeling of being more comfortable. And because of this, soon, Wang Xiaoming and it's just chatting. As they chatted, Wu Yanni, who was on the sidelines, suddenly came up with, why don't you compare yourself with brother Ming? Old Su. Oh, you're coming to the track and field sprints too, Ming? Su Zhuyi revealed a rather surprised expression for the first time when he heard this news. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Well, Coach Zhou Hong shouted for me to come, and I just happened to come over to train this time. Oh, Su Zhuyi nodded his head, then guffawed and refused. I won't run with brother Ming. I've seen brother Ming's matches. Explosive strength and stamina are too much better than mine. I won't be too ugly. Su Zhuyi's modesty makes it hard to imagine him as a young man in his 20s competing in the Olympics. Not a bit of hubris was seen in it. And Wu Yanni see their own opinion is not adopted is to continue to persuade. Old Su, you together? Ming brother, he tried to train the side of the best person to run together. That can better play strength. When Wu Yanni said this, not only Su Zhuyi but even Wang Xiaoming's face changed. Isn't this making Su Zhuyi his chaperone? He is a serious hurdler. Su Zhuyi, even though the Chinese hurdles are in decline, you can't make people settle for less, can you? What I didn't expect was that in the face of such a rude request, Su Zhuyi even hesitated for a moment and agreed. Alright, I'm also honored to be brother Ming's chaperone. After saying that, Su Zhuyi was taking off his clothes, revealing the training clothes inside. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly waved his hand. No, Wu Yanni was joking. I'll be fine alone. However, Su Zhuyi insisted. It's okay, let me do more. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming could only readily agree. Su Zhuyi helped to set up the speed measuring machine at the finish line, and then he and Wang Xiaoming came to the starting point to wait. The two stretched their entire bodies in their own respective tracks. Tomorrow's 100 meters is just a preliminaries, but with the people who have come to compete in this Olympics, if you don't go all out in the preliminaries, then maybe you won't even make it to the finals. And in recent years, in fact, China's 100-meter sprint program has been a long time no one has results. Even if you don't get a medal, even if you make it to the finals, it's a major breakthrough. So, this is why Su Zhuyi agreed to be Wang Xiaoming's chaperone. After all, who wouldn't want to see their country strong? In the entire athletic field, only Su Zhuyi, Wang Xiaoming, Wu Yanni, and Xia Shining were inside today. Su Zhuyi and Wang Xiaoming were standing by on the track, while the two of them, Wu Yanni, Xia Shining, were fueling up on the sidelines. The two are basically known as the WAC women's sprint competitors, though the two actually came just to show their faces and experience the Olympic circuit. This is because the two are really not as strong as the sprinters around the globe. Maybe the two are top-notch domestically, but when you take it to the international scene, it's a bit underwhelming. So the two are also very much in the eye of the beholder. Ready? Xia Shining shouted from the sidelines, flag in hand. Wang Xiaoming and Su Zhuyi had also set up their starting positions, just waiting for a whistle. The two men kept the same movement and stared ahead, when suddenly beep, a sharp whistle broke the silence of the moment. Without any hesitation, in a blink of an eye, Su Zhuyi moved. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoming's explosive power and physical strength was very strong, but in terms of starting out, you can't be better than yourself, can you? After all, he or she is a hurdler and is most concerned with rhythm. However, just as this thought had risen in his mind, his afterimage swept to the side where Wang Xiaoming's entire body was like a jet rocket, steeply rushed out, and he's just about ready to take the first step at this moment. Asterisk. Hell no, Sven as Su Zhuyi, also for the first time burst out foul language. Not only Su Zhuyi, the two on the side, Wu Yanni, Xia Shining, were also dancing with excitement. In their vision, Wang Xiaoming started a whole body length faster than Su Zhuyi. Not bad for their favorite Mingo. Only the two shouted in unison, "Go Ming!" After shouting, the two again suddenly looked at each other, followed by a cold snort, and turned away from each other. And Wang Xiaoming was not expecting that this ejection start skill was so good. The first step set off as if a spring had been placed in his own body. just a slight force of the legs. The whole person is like a feather. Whoosh sound is rushed out. Don't underestimate the distance of this starting step. Sometimes in the Olympics, just that one step can be the difference between several places, not to mention the amount of work it takes for those top athletes to improve such a step in distance. And after the starting stage, the two of them, Su Zhuyi and Wang Xiaoming, rushed out like arrows off the string. The real race is just beginning now. Although Su Zhuyi was usually gentle, but once he ran, he was extremely crazy. And, even though he's a hurdler, he's no slouch for the sprints. For Wang Xiaoming's speed he knew, explosive power, physical strength. It's just that it's swimming, which is a completely different sport than running. But now look at it this way, Wang Xiaoming, are you still a human being? Granted, 100 meters is short, and 10 seconds is as long as it takes to get to the head. However, Wang Xiaoming had already scared people with a single start, and when he waited for these first 50 meters, he even directly shook off Su Zhuyi by several lengths. In this way, it seems that if Wang Xiaoming's speed does not decrease, if he finishes 100 meters, he will be a whole second faster than Su Zhuyi. No, it can't be. The two of them, Wu Yani, who were watching the match from the side, were even too shocked to close their mouths. In their initial thoughts, Wang Xiaoming should be a more talented one. After all, they hadn't been professionally trained, and they still didn't expect much. However, what the two did not expect was that a tryout just at the beginning was such a big surprise for the two. Su Zhuyi and the girls were certainly familiar with it. Although he is a hurdler, if he really runs the 100 meters, the speed is not to be underestimated. After all, if you don't have the strength, how can you have the chance to be able to represent the Chinese team in the hurdles competition? Yani, has Su Zhuyi ever run 100 meters before? What's the score? Xia Shining asked from the side with his mouth open. As for Yani Wu, she recalled, and then she said slowly, I remember it should be about 10 seconds, right? Normal performance in the 100-meter run varies widely depending on the population. For the average adult, a hard run is typically between 13 and 17 seconds, and a 15 to 16 second time should be at the level of most people. Anything slower than 17 seconds is basically ungainly or physically uncoordinated, about the same as not being able to outrun a well-built middle school girl, and the ones who made it to 13 seconds were basically the best of the young and middle-aged properly. For sports students, the requirements are even higher. The standard 100-meter dash time for national-level athletes is 10.93 seconds for men at the Division 1 level, 11.74 seconds at the Division 2 level, and 12.64 seconds at the Division 3 level. Women's Division 1 is 11.80 seconds, Division 2 is 13.4 seconds and Division 3 is 14.4 seconds. Most high school athletes are usually stopped at 13 seconds. In the physical examination program of the college entrance examination for physical education students, the physical fitness program is full of 150 points, and the 100-meter run accounts for 90 points, which shows its importance. The standards for sports specialists also vary by gender and age. For example, the standards for different age groups in male elementary school range from about 29.0 seconds to about 18.0 seconds, while secondary school boys categorized as 13 to 14 years old are required to run times in the range of 20.0 seconds, and 17 to 18 years old in the range of 18.0 seconds. That's why anyone who can run for about 10 seconds is already among the elite of the country. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoming was obviously much faster than Su Zhuyi, at least to the naked eye. Awesome, Ming, Yani Wu added loudly, and Su Zhuyi was also riveted to chase after Wang Xiaoming in front of him. Just thought he was riveted, but found that the distance from Wang Xiaoming's surprisingly farther and farther. At this time, Wang Xiaoming, too, did not use any skills at all, merely relying on his explosive speed to sprint towards the front. This gap that was visible to the naked eye made Su Zhuyi's entire being bad. He knew that he really wasn't very good, but it was all so much worse than a first-timer. Is one really that much of a lung fog? As soon as this thought came out, the breath in Su Zhuyi's heart was immediately dispersed. Less than 20 meters away from the finish line, the gap was widened in an instant. Su Zhuyi, give it up. This caused the two of them, Wu Yani, to look on in awe as well. In their perceptions, Su Zhuyi belonged to the kind of people who were usually gentle and bookish, but the unconquerable heart inside is no worse than anyone else's. It's also why he's been putting in so much extra work on the practice field even when others are resting. Despite his knee injury, only today, he was giving up so easily. Old Su, he, seems a bit off, Wu Yani said to Xia Shining, and Xia Shining nodded her head, and then she was happily saying back to Wu Yani, let's go see what Ming's grades are. Originally, Wu Yani was still a bit worried about Su Zhuyi, but when she heard this, she was also all smiles. Go go go. Wang Xiaoming, who had finished the match, walked back slowly and was slightly surprised to see Su Zhuyi, who had a lifeless expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Doesn't look like you're looking very well? Su Zhuoyi waved his hand. It's fine. His knees are a bit uncomfortable. I guess there's no warm-up problem. Oh, Wang Xiaoming nodded. Speaking of which, it seemed like he hadn't warmed up either. Looking at Su Zhuoyi's not-so-comfortable appearance, he secretly decided that he must warm up properly in the future. The two men walked back and soon they were coming up to the two men who were checking the speedometer. Only, Wang Xiaoming noticed that the two did not look very good. The joy that had been on his face was swept away and replaced by a look of dissatisfaction. What? The grades don't work? Wang Xiaoming asked. Su Zhuoyi also came over and became concerned. Since he didn't finish at the end of the run, there was no count on the final time. Only Wu Yanni picked up the speedometer and waved it in front of the two men's eyes. 100 meters, 10 seconds and 53 seconds. It was obvious that Wu Yanni was not satisfied with this performance, but Wang Xiaoming nodded his head after hearing this. It's not bad. In his opinion, it was already elite to run around 10 seconds. After all, it's not like you're a professional. Not only was Wu Yanni dissatisfied, but Su Zhuoyi on the side was also very puzzled. According to Wang Xiaoming's start at the beginning, plus those first 50 meters had already overtaken him by a lot. The final time, it shouldn't have been just over 10 seconds. At the very least, he thought, he was running under 10 seconds. In that case, could it be that it really is too much lung fog for you? In an instant, Su Zhuoyi's entire air pressure was once again lowered by 1 point. Why are you all looking like this? You guys don't think I can surpass Bolt in my first running training, right? Wang Xiaoming joked, and then he put on his own clothes. Where are you going, Ming? Yanni Wu asked as she looked on. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Retreat. I'll just get a rough idea. I'll cheer for tomorrow's match. Looking at Wang Xiaoming's departing back, Wu Yanni sighed helplessly. Such an achievement is nothing short of astonishing for a beginner, but it's pretty average for someone like Wang Xiaoming who's expecting to pull a full house. What to do? Shining, Ming is gone. Wu Yanni was a bit younger, still sometimes consulted Xia Shining. Xia Shining couldn't do anything about it. What to do? Wait for the coach to come back. Chapter 115, the previous chapter was posted by mistake. Replacement has been under review. The review is presumed to be closed for the new year. Chapter 115 of I'm a part-time summer assassin and you're making me participate in the Olympics. Previous chapter wrongly posted. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. I summer part-time killer. You let me participate in the Olympic Games. Tang 3 Chinese net full text update. Keep in mind the URL, Stangsenshu. Chapter 116, playing it off. Wang Xiaoming just can't do it. Zhou Hong, over here, had a hard time convincing his assistant coach to come over and take a look at Wang Xiaoming's tryout first before deciding. However, when he brought it to the trial venue, he found that there were only 3 people in the venue. Wu Yanni, Xia Shining and Su Zhuoyi, who were constantly fiddling with a speedometer. Xia, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to go and invite Wang Xiaoming over? Although Zhou Hong was good-tempered, but seeing that the things he had explained had not been accomplished until now, his heart was also a little angry. Not to mention something so important. Something that concerns the future of Olympic athletics in China. Seeing the arrival of his own coach, Xia Shining hurriedly explained, Coach Zhou, Ming, he's already gone. Gone? Didn't I tell you to call him for a tryout? It's already been tried, Xia Shining said, pointing to the speedometer not far away. Tried it? What are the grades? Zhou Hong had some small excitement and anticipation in his heart. Wang Xiaoming, his swimming competition he has seen. That explosive speed, he can be too greedy. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong just cursed Wang Luan in his heart. Inappropriate son. Such a good seed. To swim in the hammer? What's the point of swimming? Can you save the Wachovia Olympics? Only track and field. Only track and field can save the Chinese Olympics. That's right. In Zhou Hong's mind, the hope of the rise of China's Olympic Games are on top of his track and field. But unfortunately, until now, it has been up only a few times, and is once again lying down. Now that he saw the hope of an imminent rise, how could he not be excited and expectant? So after learning that Wang Xiaoming had already participated in the trial and the results were all out, he couldn't care less about old Wen beside him and hurriedly ran towards the speedometer at the end not far away. Quickly, let me see what Wang Xiaoming's score is for this 100 meters, Zhou Hong said excitedly. However, Coach Wen, who was on the side, was unhurried and even a bit impatient. In his opinion, this Wang Xiaoming's grades would definitely not be too good. If such a beginner in track and field can achieve that explosive result, then all his years of coaching experience are a joke? I say, old Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? I just don't believe he can do any good. Coach Wen slowly walked towards Zhou Hong, but when he was halfway there, he saw Zhou Hong's face full of joy swept away all of a sudden. In just an instant, that joy was transferred to Coach Wen's face. Zhou Hong had this look on his face, and Wen Qi Wen naturally knew why. I'm sure it's not a good grade. Otherwise, I am afraid that the old Zhou in his own perception would have shouted with joy. Xiao Wu, tell me quietly, what was that kid's tryout score? When Shiwen asked quietly to Wu Yanni who was at the side. He was going to taunt Zhou Hong later. Put him off those unrealistic ideas of finding a one-step athlete day in and day out. Is that possible? Originally, the coaching philosophy between Zhou Hong and Wen Shiwen was different. The two would often argue over coaching differences, but Zhou Hong was the head coach after all, so most of the cases ended with old Wen backing down. But this time, Wen Shiwen had found an opportunity to properly disparage Zhou Hong, and naturally, Wu Yanni was not in a position to say anything. After all, both of them were their own coaches. In the face of Coach Wen's inquiry, Wu Yanni could only say vaguely, "Coach, you'll know if you go and take a look." Wu Yanni was naturally aware of Coach Zhou Hong's expectations of Wang Xiaoming. He was expecting Wang Xiaoming to come over and save a wave of Chinese athletics, but if he saw Wang Xiaoming's results, ugh. Thinking of this, Wu Yanni couldn't help but sigh. When Shiwen, who noticed the details of Wu Yanni's heart, became even happier. Looking at the little girl's appearance, he knew that the results would definitely not be too good. As expected, when he came to Zhou Hong's side, the first thing he saw was the score on the speedometer. 10 seconds 53. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Wen Shiwen unexpectedly burst out laughing directly. 10 plus seconds isn't that bad, to be honest. Even posing as an average athlete would be considered elite. But today was different. And in the case of this young man that Zhou Hong had highly recommended over, it was just not qualified. I thought how powerful it was, but it turned out to be just mediocre. Wen Shiwen said with a smile hooked at the corner of his mouth, somewhat disdainfully. At first, when he saw Zhou Hong recommending this young man so much, he thought that the worst he could do would be to run within 10 seconds. If that was the case, he would have apologized to Zhou Hong at the first opportunity and sincerely invited this Wang Xiaoming to the track and field team with him. Originally, he had it all figured out. Compared to the future of Chinese track and field, what was his own face worth? Just what he didn't expect was to be pulled over by Zhou Hong in a hurry and end up showing himself this? 10 seconds and 53? That's a score that could run the table on the current WAC team. If that's all it was, why wouldn't one use those students one coaches instead of you? A stranger? What everyone can figure out. You can't. Old Chow. Looking at Lao Zhou's puzzled appearance, Wen Shiwen also sighed helplessly. Alas, Lao Zhou, forget it. I know how you feel right now, but who is not like you who hopes that our track and field team is getting better and better? But how many geniuses like Bolt can there be in the world? And that's a racial disparity we'll just have to recognize. Nevertheless, after hearing Wen Shiwen's comforting words, Zhou Hong didn't thank him, but instead pushed him away with one hand. Go aside. Don't pickpocket me. Hey, you old boy, you still don't die, do you? Looking at Zhou Hong, who had been fiddling with the speedometer, Wen Shiwen also came to fire. What's the point of fiddling all the time? The facts are right there. Is it possible that the speedometer is broken? Little Wu Ah, did you guys measure accurately at that time? Wen Shiwen looked to the side at Wu Yanni and asked this question for Zhou Hong. Yanni Wu nodded. Coach, it's not the first time we've done this. The error is definitely no more than 0.1. Wen Shiwen looked at Zhou Hong again at this time. Did you hear that? You wouldn't not believe your own student, right? Or do you think the speedometer is broken? After saying that, Wen Shiwen was just about to get his hands on it and check the speedometer. He wants Zhou Hong to die, which knows that Zhou Hong is simply ignore him. Holding the speedometer and asked to Wu Yanni too, this is how the following there is a more than 12 seconds of results. He also ran? At this time, Su Zhui hurriedly stood up. Coach, it's me. I'm running as a companion for Wang Xiaoming. Being a runner? How did you only run for more than 12 seconds? Zhou Hong was a bit puzzled. He was also aware of Su Zhui's strength. How is it possible to run over 12 seconds for 100 meters? That's just not the level an athlete should be at. Is it possible that there's something really wrong with the speedometer? Chapter 117. It's not 100 meters. It's 110 m. Come on, Lao Zhou. Maybe Xiaosu is just playing around. Can you still take this seriously? Although Wen Shiwen was also puzzled by the fact that Su Zhui only ran more than 12 seconds for 100 meters. But a moment's thought is all it takes. It must be that Su Zhui didn't take it seriously and was just playing around. Either that, or the speedometer is broken. However, if the speedometer is broken, Xiao Wu and Xiao will inform the two of them when they see themselves coming. It's not like the two don't know how to use a speedometer. Well, there's only one explanation for that. Wang Xiaoming, it just doesn't work, which knows that Zhou Hong still does not comply, which can really get Coach Wen on fire. Well, old Zhou, I'm not here to play house with you. Even if you and I have different coaching philosophies, you can't be so reckless. If you casually find someone who can create a miracle for Chinese track and field, then all my years of coaching have gone to the dogs. As soon as these words came out, in an instant, Su Zhui was staring at Coach Wen with his eyes wide open in disbelief. That, Coach, I am the one you taught. Su Jui said weakly. You've taught them all to dogs? Doesn't that make me a dog? When Qiwen was not in the mood to joke at this time, and after casually glaring at Su Jui, he was ready to leave with a fling of his arm. Wait, coach! At the critical moment, Su Jui called out to Wen Qiwen. What's the matter again? I don't have time to joke with you here. Wen Qiwen glared angrily at Su Jui, making the latter's heart grow fuzzy. However, after relaxing a bit, Su Jui still said, that coach won. I'm not running with you for fun this time. Not playing around? What do you mean? That is. Su Jui touched his head in some embarrassment. That I was riveted from the start. But the start was just thrown off by that Wang Xiaoming by a length. He started, you didn't see it. Really fast. When Qiwen snorted disdainfully, what's the use of starting fast? Accelerating fast is really fast. When Qiwen, who still wanted to say something, was interrupted by Zhou Hong. Xiaosu, what else? You continue to say. Seeing this, Su Jui explained everything about the match just now. You mean, you gave it your all for the first 50 meters, and still he slowly pulled away from you. So it caused your confidence to crumble and you just gave up? When Qiwen was very unconvinced by Su Jui's words. What kind of character does Su Jui have that he doesn't know? It's arguably better than anyone else on the team who wants a roster spot. Usually even a small training session is run as if it were an Olympic final. Even if all the other players in the team gave up, he didn't believe that Su Jui would give up. But now you, Su Jui, are telling me that your confidence collapsed after being run down by Wang Xiaoming? Just a 10:53 that crumbled your confidence in running? What the hell? When Qiwen said very nonchalantly. In his opinion, this was not Su Jui's true strength at all. Are you having knee problems again? After a little thought, when Qiwen thought of the key to the problem. Su Jui is good at everything, but he's just too stubborn. He had told him countless times himself that training should be balanced with rest, but he just didn't believe it. Nowadays, something is definitely wrong with the knee. Only, Su Jui was shaking his head. No, I've been nursing quite well in the last few days, without any discomfort. No discomfort? At this moment, when Qiwen was even more puzzled. So what's wrong with you? Hearing Coach Wen's question, Su Jui is also puzzled. I don't know. I feel that he is running quite fast. Can't it be true that I am getting more and more lung fog? Don't ing blind BB. When Qiwen was a violent temper, and at that time was a foul mouth. If you can't do it, we won't let you participate in the 110 hurdles. If even Su Jui says he can't, doesn't that mean that they, the coaches, can't see eye to eye? When Qiwen still want to say what? Suddenly the side of the Zhou Hong is shouted, you say you run 110-meter hurdles? Old Chow, what the are you doing startling me all of a sudden? Zhou Hong ignored him and just stared at Su Jui to see. Yeah coach, I run the 110 hurdles, didn't you sign me up for that? Zhou Hong, however, shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. Then he was looking at where the speedometer was placed, and then at the starting speedometer, and slightly eyeballed the comparison. In an instant, there was a plan in his mind. Where did you start running? Show me, Zhou Hong asked. Wu Yanni came up with a hop and a skip and led a few people to the starting position of Wang Xiaoming and Su Jui's race. When he came to the starting point, everything was clear in Zhou Hong's mind. He only saw him breathe a sigh of relief freely, then said to Su Jui, Xiao Su, don't be presumptuous, you're not a slow runner. What do you mean coach? Su Jui hadn't realized the crux of the matter at this point. A few others were also in the clouds. Zhou Hong said slowly, it's not that you're running slow, it's Wang Xiaoming who's running too fast. When these words came out, Wen Qiwen instantly just wanted to laugh. However, before he could have an attack, he was interrupted by Zhou Hong. Lao Wen, don't laugh first. Let me ask you Xiao Su, who set up the speedometer at the end of this? When these words came out, in an instant, it was as if a bolt from the blue crossed Su Jui's mind. After that he was looking at Zhou Hong incredulously. I set it up. Coach, can't it be that you are trying to say? Su Jui suddenly looked towards the finish line, and then he started to gesture with his hands. What kind of riddle are you guys playing? When Qiwen had no idea what the two were talking about. However, Zhou Hong smiled mysteriously. Xiao Wu, go get the tape measure. Ha, oh, seeing Wu Yanni's back as she walked away, when Qiwen also realized something. Old Zhou, you don't mean to say, you don't want to joke about it. Zhou Hong smiled without saying anything, and when Wu Yanni came over with a tape measure, he was fixing the tape measure at the starting point first. It then pulled all the way towards the finish line. At this time, not only Wen Qiwen, even Wu Yanni saw shining and the two of them knew what was going on, only to see the two men glance at each other, all seeing unbelief in each other's eyes. They then looked at Su Jui together. I say, Boss Su, it can't be? Su Jui nodded with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, it might really be my problem. Holy, Su Jui, look what you've done. Something like setting up a speedometer can go wrong. Su Jui was full of shame. Used to it, really used to it. I didn't think of it either. You see, or just now Coach Joe said so before I thought of it. Before a few people could finish, they heard a voice coming from Joe Hong at the end of the line. Alright, you guys come and take a look. And when the several people all came to the finish line, the scene in front of them directly stunned all of their jaws. It can't be. Su Zhui, it's all your fault. Surprisingly, 110M, Chapter 118, Shock. Achievement confirmed, really ran as 110? At this moment, when looking at the number of meters marked on the tape measure in Coach Joe Hong's hand, several people were all wide-eyed. It was as if they simply didn't believe what they were seeing. There's no way around it. It's just appalling. At the beginning, the crowd thought that Wang Xiaoming ran 10:53 for 100 meters. It was already a great achievement, but after all, the expectations of a few people before were just too high, so it won't be much of a surprise to see this score. But it's different now. It's not 10:53 for 100 meters. It's 110 meters. What kind of concept is that? Suffice it to say, if you translate it up to the 100 meters, wouldn't you run right into the tens? That's not just an okay score anymore. That's straight up in the top 10 in the world. You're not kidding. Show. Originally a face of disdain also want to hit the face of Joe Hong coach Wen Qiwen. At this time it is more directly sees the tape measure in the hands of Joe Hong. Flipping left. Flipping right. Don't flip it over. It's the most common tape measure we have. It's hard for me to find one with a different scale specifically to swindle you. Seeing Wen Qiwen's reaction, Joe Hong was also in tears. How much does this old man not trust himself? Even if he wanted to promote Wang Xiaoming, he wouldn't joke about the Olympics. Then he thought about this old thing's previous face of wanting to see his own joke, and then looked at this old thing's shocked face now. Joe Hong couldn't be happier in his heart. It was just that in front of so many people, he thought it would be better to be more composed. Leave some face for Wen Qiwen. Or what if this old boy fainted from anger? Thinking of this, Joe Hong did not know how, but suddenly could not help but let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Wen Qiwen checked the tape measure for half a day and didn't find any problems. At this time, he also saw Joe Hong on the side like he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was full of redness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wen Qiwen still refused to believe in this matter. If it runs into 110M, then doesn't it mean that this kid's 100 meters are going to be compared to Bolt? According to Wen Qiwen's calculation, 110M 10 seconds and 5.3, then converted to 100 meters. Wouldn't that be only about 9 feet 6 inches? That's a score. Not to mention top 10 in the world. It's all ready to arm wrestle with the world's number one. Bolt. Looking at Wen Qiwen's still unbelieving appearance, Joe Hong then smiled without saying anything. No, I want to remeasure it. After all, Wen Qiwen still didn't trust Joe Hong and decided to measure it himself to see what the exact meter count was, only to see Wen Qiwen, the whole person in a hurry to take the tape measure, quickly ran to the starting point, and then began in a round of measurements. Looking at the back of Wen Qiwen running fast, Joe Hong laughed and said to a few students beside him, "The speed of this coach one of yours now. I'm afraid he can even participate in the Olympics." In fact, although Wen Qiwen didn't believe it inwardly, he was still somewhat looking forward to it. He was both afraid that there was a real problem with the meters he had measured and that there was no problem. Either way, he was in for a long tussle today. As Coach Wen came to the finish line again, Joe Hong, who had already sat down and waited for Wen Qiwen, looked at Wen Qiwen with an old-fashioned look on his face. "How about it, old Wen? Did I lie to you?" At this moment, Wen Qiwen, his face green for a while, red for a while, and a little excited, and a little embarrassed, said, "No, not even a little error. Ha ha ha, old one, I told you, this Wang Xiaoming, born to be a track and field material. You didn't believe it at the beginning. How about now, being hit in the face by me, right?" At this time, Joe Hong could not mention how happy he was in his heart, and at this time, Wen Qiwen was simply too ashamed to speak. At this moment, unable to lash out at Joe Hong, he could only direct his anger at Su Zhui at the side. "You say you, Xiao Su a bookish, do something how so unreliable let you set 100M speedometer, you set to 110M. Su Zhui, on the other hand, rubbed his head awkwardly. Honestly, it was really just a matter of habit on his part, and he hadn't thought about it at all. After all, he was running the 110-meter hurdles, and was subconsciously swinging the speedometer in a direct and habitual manner. Totally surprised that I swung to 110M. Now that he thought about it, Su Zhui was also in a better mood. On the one hand, Chinese track and field was saved, and he was very pleased as a member of track and field. On the other hand, he was relieved that he hadn't turned out to be so lung foggy. Fortunately, Su Zhui breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was looking ferociously at the two of them. "Wu Yani Xia Shining, you two little ninnies, you didn't even realize this problem. It's a shame that you guys are still running the 100 meters. I'm a hurdler. You guys don't even pay attention to this kind of details." The two sisters who were still eating melons on the side, instantly just froze. How could they not expect to eat melons and eat on themselves? Wait, Wu Yani suddenly reacted. I run hurdles too. Of course I trust you. Who knew you couldn't even set a speedometer right? Su Jui, who originally wanted to bring the trouble to the east, obviously did not expect Xiao Wu to react so quickly, and could only look around awkwardly. Oh, right, Su Jui said and suddenly turned toward the gate. I suddenly remembered that I still have sleep yet. I'll go back to sleep first. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Only Wu Yani Xia Shining was left looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Well, old one, why are we still talking about this now? The most important thing now is to see what Wang Xiaoming's 100-meter score actually is, Zhou Hong said. And at this time, when Shiwan also realized what things are most important at this time, and quickly was to Wu Yani said, you quickly go and then that Wang Xiaoming please come over, and then test a wave to see in the end of the 100 meters what results. He had gotten a little impatient. With the future of Chinese track and field right in front of him, it was impossible for him not to be anxious. Originally also received a scolding of Wu Yani suddenly was again on fire to order up things, and quickly as to throw down personal emotions, toward the door to go. As he walked, he also gave Xia Shining, who was on the side, a smug look. Originally, the last time the coach called out Xia Shining to Wang Xiaoming, he was just a little jealous. This time, it was finally her turn. Not long after, Wu Yani's figure disappeared inside the arena. The two coaches, Zhou Hong and Xia Shining, were learning about the details of the match. Are you saying that Wang Xiaoming's start was so fast that he directly shook off Su Jui by 2 lengths? Zhou Hong also understands about Su Jui's start. Originally, he only craved for Wang Xiaoming's speedy explosive power, but at this moment, it seems that Wang Xiaoming still has some unknown skills. Just when the three of them were chatting happily, outside the door suddenly Wu Yani pushed the door in once again. Xiao Wu, you found Xiaoming so quickly? Zhou Hong was puzzled. Only Wu Yani was shaking her head. Not the coach. That, you quickly go and take a look. Something's happened. Chapter 119, Sudden Change, Knee Injury. After Su Jui quietly slipped away, he was walking towards the dormitory alone. Along the way, he felt the sensation in his knees as he reflected on the game he had just played. Strange, why does something always feel wrong? Ever since the run, Su Jui just didn't feel like his knees were serving him right. There was always a wet feeling, as if the inside of my knees were drenched in water. Of course, he knew he had a problem with his knee in the first place, but after recuperating and recovering from it, there shouldn't be any problem, right? But at this moment, Su Jui was directly sitting down, gently stretching his right leg. At the same time, his mind was in a great panic, but he was about to participate in the hurdles semi-finals. Once successful in advancing, he will be able to stand on top of the World Olympic 110-meter hurdles final with his idol. The flying man Lu Xiang became the 110-meter hurdles, one of the 8 fastest men in the world. But today, an abnormality in the knee made it very alarming. But don't go wrong, don't ever. Su Jui comforted himself while stretching his knees. After about a couple dozen seconds, the discomfort seemed to ease away. For a moment the apprehension in Su Jui's heart was swept away. Nothing seems to be wrong. Stretching his legs again and feeling that there was no more problem, Su Jui propped up the ground with his right hand and prepared to slowly get up. That's the quality of a track and field athlete, never just using their legs where they can use their hands to assist. It is precisely this caution that has saved Su Jui's life in this instance. Only his right leg was slightly bent as he was about to stand up. For a moment, it was as if a thunderbolt from the heavens had struck above the knee, and a feeling of pain so intense that it tore at his heart surged through his mind. At this moment, there was only one thought in Su Jui's mind. That's done. Don't ever. Su Jui cried out inwardly, over and over again, as if that would stop the pain in his knee from spreading. It's just a shame that it's just fantasy. After only a moment of standing up, Su Jui once again collapsed, and this time it's not so easy to get up when you're down. Only Su Jui was seen covering his knee in pain, beads of sweat falling like soybeans all over his face. I don't know if there were some tears mixed in there or not. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground? Just then, Wu Yani, who happened to come out to look for Wang Xiaoming, passed by. A glance was all it took to see Su Jui, who had collapsed on the ground covering his knees in pain. Sensing that the big thing is not good, Wu Yani hurriedly went up to try to help Su Jui up, but just touched Su Jui was stopped. No, don't move, I can't stand up. Hearing this, Yani Wu was horrified. For a track and field athlete, the words can't stand up are a lifelong nightmare. No one would want to hear those 4 words, because, once you hear those 4 words, then your life is over. Especially for those athletes who haven't achieved anything yet. The country won't support you for the rest of your life. So for some retired athletes, the rest of their lives are miserable. There is no source of income and his health is still poor. Thinking of this, Wu Yani immediately just strengthened her confidence to become a netizen. Don't worry Lao Su. I'll go call the coaches to come over. Wu Yani finished her sentence and hurried back. This is not a small matter. If Su Zhuyi really scrapped his entire career because of this time, that is what no one wants to see. Back in the arena, Wu Yani is the first time to tell the matter to Zhou Hong when she won 2 coaches. As coaches, naturally both have a little more insight and experience. Hearing what Yani Wu said, the two instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Hasn't little Su had no knee problems for quite a while? The two of them were also aware that Su Zhuyi had problems with his knees, but that was all old. Nearly this year, with maintenance fixes, he hasn't had a problem with his knee in a long time. Why this time? I don't know. I was just about to go find Brother Ming, then halfway there I saw old Su lying on the ground. Without thinking much about it, Zhou Hong and the others quickly set off, following Wu Yani to the place where Su Zhuyi was injured. Xiao Su. Zhou Hong saw Su Zhuyi on the ground, and immediately came to his side to inquire about the situation. How do you feel? Su Zhuyi shook his head painfully. Not so good. I feel like I can't get up or use my strength. As soon as Zhou Hong heard this, he frowned and felt that something was not good. Can't be a torn meniscus. Oh, old when you take a look. Only, Zhou Hong Wen Shiwen and the two of them couldn't see anything at this time. After all, they're not nurse practitioners. They're just people who can do the usual post-game care for the players. Now looking at Su Zhui's painful appearance, the two of them did not dare to move him easily. Still standing, Zhou Hong looked at the two nymphets on the side who didn't move at all, and was instantly enraged. Still not quick to go find someone, the two little girls were just easily flustered, and looking at Su Zhui's appearance, the two almost couldn't even walk down the road. It was a direct face-to-face collision. What's the panic? Can you stabilize the point? Looking at the two men's appearance, Zhou Hong really hated it. Hearing Zhou Hong's reprimand, Wu Yani and the two of them also stabilized their minds, and then they spread their legs and ran. Needless to say, the two men lived up to their track and field training. The long legs madly stride up, 2 or 3 blinks of an eye is disappeared. Seeing the two of them, Wu Yani, leave. Zhou Hong was also relieved. Xiao Su, don't panic, it'll be fine when the physician comes over. Zhou Hong was still comforting Su Zhuyi, telling him not to panic. Su Zhuyi sniffed and nodded. It was just a slow and long-gone look in his eyes. Looking at Su Zhui's appearance, Zhou Hong was a heartache. Just before it was his turn to be distressed, Wu Yani and Xia Shining reappeared in the field of vision. The man that the two then led to the door made Zhou Hong's mind go speechless. I say you too. Really? Zhou Hong pointed at Wu Yani Xia Shining, and then pointed at the people behind the two. I told you to find the physician. Why did you bring Ming here? Why did you bring Ming here? Zhou Hong was really pissed off. What's wrong with these two little ninnies? What's wrong with this brain? Not waiting for Zhou Hong to continue to criticize, Wu Yani is flattening her small mouth. The two of us ran for half a day. Can't remember which dormitory the team physician is in. We can only go to bring Ming to find him. You guys are really. Zhou Hong was helpless for a while, so he could only get up and prepare to get the team physician here himself. But just at this time, Wang Xiaoming came up to Zhou Hong and said, Coach Zhou, let me take a look at Su Zhui's leg first. Zhou Hong did not take Wang Xiaoming's words to heart, and only nodded, followed by a quick departure. Chapter 120, How come you've become a charlatan again, Ming? Ever since getting the magical ointment rewarded by the system, Wang Xiaoming was just suffering from the lack of a place to use it. He sometimes wondered why he hadn't given himself a cure for what ailed his sister. But on the bright side, at least there's still a chance for my sister's condition. Maybe someday the system just rewards the de-sickness medicine, and one can just retire from the Olympics. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming again looked at the ointment in his hand. It's something that you wouldn't be able to use yourself anyway. After all, one's own physique, with the system's increase, would rarely suffer from bruises and other injuries anymore. It'll just have to be cheap. Wang Xiaoming thought about the track and field that he was going to participate in next. Anyway, when the time comes, whoever looks good, just give him a use. By the way, after all, this track and field runner should have a lot of injuries on his legs and feet. Wang Xiaoming was not at all skeptical about the effects of the ointment. The system produces a good product. Think of the effect of the painless pills you gave your sister before that. Just at this time when Wang Xiaoming was sighing, a few anxious voices suddenly came from outside. Shining, what should I do? I forgot how the road goes. Me too. Geez, how come this brain doesn't work when it matters? Yani Wu and Xia Shining, the two little ninnies? Wang Xiaoming opened the dormitory door and looked at the two people who were scurrying around in front of his door like headless flies. Couldn't help but laugh. What are you two looking for? Then he was remembering his poultice, and then he was beckoning to the two of them. Sure, Ning, Yan and I, do you have any injuries on your legs? I'll give you a massage. This sentence was said in an extremely ambiguous manner, but hearing Wu Yani Xia Shining's two ears was like a life-saving straw. Brother Ming. Wu Yani ran to Wang Xiaoming in surprise. Can you cure leg pain too? Wang Xiaoming shook the poultice in his hand. Ancestral poultice at home. Specializing in treating bruises. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Xia Shining instantly felt like she had a backbone, and immediately pulled Wang Xiaoming's hand to go outside. What's wrong? Looking at the two men's anxious appearance, Wang Xiaoming did not resist and also ran after them. Only on the way, he was also told the whole story. Wasn't Su Zhui fine when he and I were running? I don't know, but he already had an old injury. Wu Yanni explained. Soon, several people came to the place where Su Zhui was injured. Just after arriving here, Wang Xiaoming saw Su Zhui who was lying motionless on the ground. It looked serious. As for Zhou Hong, he also gave a wave of instructions to Wang Xiaoming, and then he got up and went to look for the team physician. As soon as Zhou Hong left, Wang Xiaoming came to the side of Su Zhui and began to check himself. For a long time on the outside to do the task. For such a bruise Wang Xiaoming is still very experienced. You, what are you doing? Looking at the sudden appearance of a youngster getting his hands on him, Wen Shiwen was instantly in a hurry. This stuff is no joke. One slip-up could lead to the scrapping of Su Zhui's lifelong career. Coach 1. He is Wang Xiaoming. Wu Yanni Xia Shining and the two of them explained. Wen Shiwen, on the other hand, has not yet reacted. Wang Xiaoming? I don't care if he is Wang Deming or Wang Xiaoming. You are not a doctor. How do you? Halfway through the sentence, suddenly felt how this name is so familiar, followed by a reaction. Immediately stood up and pulled Wang Xiaoming's hand. You're Wang Xiaoming. Well, it's true that heroes come out of youths. Do you have time to test the 100 meters again later? Looking at Wen Shiwen's sudden change in attitude, not only the two Wu Yanni, but Su Zhui, who was lying on the ground, also stared wide-eyed. That coach, I'm still lying on the ground unable to move. Sorry, got too excited for a moment, Wen Shiwen said in embarrassment, but his hands were not letting go of Wang Xiaoming at all. It made Wang Xiaoming embarrassed. Coach 1, why don't you let go of me first and I'll take a look at Su Zhui's injury. Originally very excited, Wen Shiwen was hesitant again for a while when he heard this. You also know medical knowledge? Wang Xiaoming shook his head. I don't know, but I'm an ancestor specializing in treating bruises, and I have a set of massage techniques that are awesome. When lying Wang Xiaoming was not red in the face, while listening to Wen Shiwen was frowning. Ancestral specialties for bruises? Why does this sound so much like the old jungle doctor? Even Wang Xiaoming took out his own ointment. Look coach, I also brought my family's ancestral ointment. Once you use it, you can see the effect. I thought that taking out the anointing could increase the credibility of Wang Xiaoming, but I did not expect coach 1 to be more disbelieving. When this anointing comes out, it's more like the kind of scamming that used to be done. However, the person in front of him was Wang Xiaoming. It was the hope for the rise of Chinese athletics, which in turn made him believe this. When Shiwen hesitated a little, while on the side, Yanni Wu spoke up. Coach 1, just let him try. Ming is so good, he must have a hand. Okay. Su Zhui, who was lying on the ground, then watched as Wang Xiaoming walked towards him with a bottle of black ointment. Wait, brother Wang, I remember you once fixed Wang Chuqin's stomped racket is very powerful, but I haven't heard that you still have this ancestral means. In fact, Su Zhui was still a little worried inside. After all, it's your own leg. Wang Xiaoming may be very good at track and field, but there are specialties. You said that your ancestry specializes in bruises. Why is he so unbelieving? Looking at Su Zhui's disbelieving eyes, Wang Xiaoming smiled. Let me tell you, not only do I specialize in treating bruises, I can also make you stand up immediately. Su Zhui's eyes widened as his inner distrust grew worse. Even if you say you know a little bit of medicine, you claim to be able to get yourself on your feet right away. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Brother Ming, why don't you just forget it? Forget about it? Wang Xiaoming inwardly laughed coldly. It was so hard for him to find someone who could try this anointing of the system. You're telling me to forget it? What about playing? Cut the crap and lie down. After saying that, Wang Xiaoming was pushing Su Zhui into Coach Wen's arms. This was followed by a direct inspection. This bone of yours, there seems to be something wrong with it. Wang Xiaoming examined it carefully, and then he was stretching his brows. This one should only be a minor strain, not too serious, but you should have old injuries to your bones. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Su Zhui's eyes widened. No way. This Ming in front of us, he really has some skills? Not waiting for recognition, Wang Xiaoming is to open the lid of the ointment. Not waiting for Su Zhui to react as a spoon scooped up and covered his knee. Brother Ming, don't you? Su Zhui just wanted to stop, but suddenly found a coolness in his knees. It's Chapter 121. Shocked. Wang Xiaoming ruined someone's career? Originally, when he saw that Wang Xiaoming was going after his own students without their consent, Wen Shiwen was still a bit angry. Even if you're a track and field prodigy and gifted, so what? As strong as you are, you're not a physician. Now the doctor hasn't come and you're doing it on your own. Who'll be responsible if you make a mess? And Su Zhuoyi was also of the same thought. Although Wang Xiaoming could check out the problem of his knee, but checking out and healing are still two different things. Yes, I admit that you, Wang Xiaoming, have 2 brushes, but you are only 2 brushes at best. You can't really. Just as when Shiwen wanted to speak out to reprimand Wang Xiaoming, Su Zhuoyi wanted to stop him from doing it. Suddenly, Su Zhuoyi felt a refreshing coolness on his legs, and a feeling of coolness from the inside out directly broke through the sky. Wait. All at once, Su Zhuoyi raised his hand to block Wen Shiwen, who wanted to start spraying. Coach, wait. Wen Shiwen, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks, was startled. The 2 Wuyani Xia shining on the side had an expression as if it was supposed to be like this, just staring at the side with big eyes watching Wang Xiaoming performing there. He only saw Wang Xiaoming cover the plaster on Su Zhuoyi's knee, and then he was massaging it in a fake manner. Of course, the massage step can actually be skipped altogether. Simply place the poultice on the injured area and it will start working automatically. The reason why Wang Xiaoming was there with a fake massage was just to make the practice seem a little more reasonable. Otherwise, it would have been appalling if the cream alone had taken effect. As time progressed, incredulity was written all over Su Zhuoyi's wide eyes. No, it can't be. This is too unbelievable. Looking at Su Zhuoyi's expression, when Shiwen was anxious at the side, Xiao Su, what exactly did you feel? Tell me. And Yani Wu and Xia Shining were also eager. Su Zhuoyi, on the other hand, was full of enjoyment as he felt that the pain in his knee was actually really slowly disappearing. No, it doesn't hurt. In an instant everyone was shocked. Not only that, after a period of massage, Su Zhuoyi even tried to stand up. This moment scared Wen Shiwen. Xiao Su, don't, even if it's a bit effective. You have to wait until the physician comes over. In response, Wang Xiaoming was waving his hand carelessly. Don't worry, your knee is definitely fine. Not only is it fine, but all your old wounds have healed, and from now on you'll have a knee that's as good as brand new. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Wen Shiwen was instantly shocked. Xiaoming, you can't be kidding. To say that you massage a little effect, Wen Shiwen believe. After all, some charlatans do have a knack for strange maneuvers. But Wen Shiwen knew that this was at best treating the symptoms but not the root cause. It might be more comfortable at the time, but you'll be in more pain afterward. But coach, I really feel like nothing's wrong. It wasn't Su Zhuoyi's illusion. He really felt as if his knee was fine, just as he resolutely wanted to stand up and give it a try. Suddenly an angry shout came from not far away. Don't move! Zhou Hong, on this side, quickly found the accompanying physician who was examining Zhang Yongqiang in the athletic infirmary. Dr. Tian, Xiao Su, he has a little problem. Come and take a look. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, the accompanying physician Tian Yun also hurriedly grabbed his own medical kit, then said to Zhang Yongqiang, who was lying on the bed, Little Zhang, I've already checked your ankle. There's no major problem. You can go now. Zhang Yongqiang is the other competitor, along with Su Zhuoyi, in the Chinese 110-meter hurdles. He is also a good friend of Su Zhuoyi. And, like Su Zhuoyi, he is also in the semifinals of the hurdles as well. Only Su Zhuoyi got in with the first place in his group, while he got in with the second place in his group. Not only that, like Su Zhuoyi, Zhang Yongqiang wild legs have injuries. Pretty much the same situation makes the 2 men as close as brothers. Now that he heard that Su Zhuoyi was injured, how could Zhang Yongqiang go back alone? Dr. Tian, I'm going to check it out too. That's how the 3 of them set off. On the way, Tian Yun was the one who understood all the circumstances with Zhou Hong beforehand. And after hearing that Zhou Hong had found a gifted young man for the Huaxia track and field team, Tian Yun didn't think much of it. He didn't feel that this young man Zhou Hong had found could bring hope to Huaxia. After all, with too much hope comes great disappointment. The 3 of them ran furiously all the way, and soon they were at the place where Su Zhuoyi was injured. However, just after arriving here, he saw Su Zhuoyi actually trying to stand up. This one directly gave Tian Yun a fright. As a physician, he was naturally aware of the after effects of not properly recuperating from a knee injury. But this Su Zhuoyi even stood up on his own. What does he want? Don't want your own knees? Seeing this, Tian Yun immediately was shouting out, don't move! Then he quickly stepped in front of Su Zhuoyi. What do you want? Do you want the rest of your life to be ruined? When he saw Dr. Tian's arrival, Su Zhuoyi was full of excitement. Dr. Tian, my knee feels much better. I can even stand up. Can you stand up? Weren't you in so much pain that you couldn't even move? Tian Yun was puzzled. On the other hand, Wen Shiwen, who was on the side, told what had just happened one by one. Unsurprisingly, after hearing this, Tian Yun was instantly enraged. Child's play. It's really child's play. He's really pissed off. Even if the others don't know. But can you? Su Jui, not know the condition of your body yourself? Just a cream in some unknown bottle and a couple of random massages, and you think your knees are better? You think this is a game? Not only Tian Yun, even Zhang Yongxian ran over with a tone of hatred. Old Su, what are you doing? You're not usually like this. Why are you so reckless today? Zhang Yongxian was truly concerned about Su Jui. He also did not expect that the usually cautious Su Jui. Why would he be so childish today? How can you believe what people say about a poultice that will make you feel better? He then looked at Wang Xiaoming on the side with dissatisfaction. To be honest, originally, he actually heard the name Wang Xiaoming with great respect. But today, without respect, there is only anger. My friend, maybe you think you're so gifted that you're killing it in the Olympics. But have you ever thought that your behavior like this might just ruin the rest of old Su's life? His career might just be straight up ruined because of ignorant behavior like yours. You know? Chapter 122, What Tuo Reincarnated? Magpie Reborn? Somewhat interesting. Although Wang Xiaoming was good-tempered, it did not mean that he could tolerate others pointing at his nose, not to mention a stranger. At that moment, he was coldly looking towards Zhang Yongxian. Zhang Yongxian, who was righteously criticizing Wang Xiaoming, suddenly felt a chill. Immediately after, he was met with Wang Xiaoming's gaze that seemed to be murderous. In an instant, the words that had just reached his mouth stopped. You, this, that. Zhang Yongxian was momentarily speechless, forgetting what he wanted to say. It was also at this moment that Su Jui came forward in time to solve the problem. Old Zhang, I forbid you to state your brother in such a way. I really feel like that poultice of Ming's is quite useful. I can even stand up now. Fart. This time, Zhang Yongxian didn't make a sound, but it was the doctor on the side, Tian Yun, who spoke up and reprimanded Su Jui. Do you know how serious the problem of a knee injury is? Tian Yun said and then looked at Wang Xiaoming. Just now your coach told me that you can't even stand up because of the pain. Now you say you. Before the words were finished, Su Jui, who was on the side, unexpectedly stood up directly on his own, not giving a few people a chance to continue to criticize there. You, why are you standing up? Do you really want to ruin your career? Tian Yun said as he stared incredulously at Su Jui's leg. However, Su Jui waved his hand in a carefree manner. If anything, there was some hesitation and trepidation within him just before he stood up, but when he really stood up at this moment, he realized that his worries were all unnecessary. Because it's not just the coolness you feel at your knees that makes you feel better. Even now, after standing up, the discomfort caused by those old injuries that had once been in his knees was gone, without a trace. This feeling, Su Jui couldn't care less about explaining anything to Tian Yun, Zhang Yongxian and the others, bouncing there on his own. It's like taking vortex. You can't stop. At this time, Su Jui could not mention how excited he was inside. He's actually been pretty laid back since his knee injury a couple years ago. As soon as it was time to exert himself, he tried to restrain himself from exerting himself at the knees. The purpose is to protect the knees. This has led to his track and field results being up and down and never breaking through. But today was different, and the moment he stood up, he even had the feeling that the leg wasn't his own. There was no discomfort, no pain, and seeing Su Jui's appearance, Tian Yun, who was about to say something, froze all of a sudden. You really don't want to die. Do you realize that you're going to die? Only, the more Tian Yun looked at it, the more wrong it was. This Su Jui's appearance, it seemed like he wasn't pretending. Is it hard to believe that your knee really doesn't hurt anymore? It wasn't that Tian Yun didn't believe it. It was really that this matter was too appalling. Su Jui's knee. Every year in fact, he overhand check. The conclusion reached at the time was that no new injuries could be added, or else old injuries plus new ones would absolutely ruin the rest of Su Jui's career. Therefore, upon hearing that Su Jui was once again injured again, at that time, Tian Yun's heart thumped. Secretly, he screamed that it was over, and in seeing that Su Jui even did not think about the second half of his career at all, he stood in the physician's point of view and was also very angry. But at this moment, Su Jui's lively appearance didn't seem to be a performance. After all, the body was his own, and he couldn't, and didn't have to, make fun of his body for someone he didn't know very well. The same idea as Tian Yun is also Zhang Yongxian. As Su Jui's good friend, he was naturally genuinely concerned about Su Jui's health. After all, the two of them are the only ones who can top the Chinese track and field hurdles program today. If Su Jui really ruined his knee because of this, resulting in a ruined career, then he would be too lonely. Old Su, don't joke. You really don't have any bad feelings? Zhang Yongxiang asked cautiously. Su Jui, on the other hand, was full of excitement. What am I lying to you for? He was seen chopping his legs hard a few times, and then he was jogging in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. This, not only Tian Yun who had just arrived, even Wen Shiwen who had watched the whole healing process of Wang Xiaoming at the beginning was wide-eyed at this moment, as if he couldn't believe the scene he was seeing. Just put some ointment on it and massage it casually twice, and it'll be okay? Can it be that this Wang Xiaoming is still some kind of holy hand in the country? Without waiting for a few people to say anything, Tian Yun, who was a physician, once again stopped Su Jui's movements. It's possible that this chap's massage technique did work a bit. Then again, it's possible that you didn't have any serious injuries this time. Just a small sprain. But you still need to take care of your old injuries. Tian Yun admitted at this point that perhaps Wang Xiaoming really did have some sort of maneuver. Still, he didn't believe it, relying solely on a bottle of ointment that wasn't even labeled, plus a massage that he never believed in Western medicine. It can heal old wounds. In his opinion, the reason why Su Jui was alive and well today was simply because he wasn't injured very badly this time. Maybe it's just a small twist, or maybe it's just a brief cramp. So effective massage techniques stimulate the acupuncture meridians to some extent. Making Su Jui's pain disappear at this time was not something that was hard to understand. Only, the two little girls, Wu Yani, who were on the side, couldn't stand to watch. Although Tian Yun, Zhang Yongxiang and the two of them are old acquaintances. But as soon as he came over, he belittled his own Ming, and kept warning Ming and reprimanding him there. Not to mention Wang Xiaoming, even the two of them could no longer watch. Dr. Tian, don't underestimate Brother Ming. Brother Ming didn't just heal old Su's current new injuries. Old Su's old injuries from before were healed as well. When these words came out, instantly Tian Yun just laughed. I say Xiao Wua. Yes, I admit that this comrade Wang Xiaoming is indeed a bit of something. But if you want to exaggerate in this way, is it not also necessary to ask me whether I agree or not? In his opinion, such behavior of Yani Wu was nothing more than the result of a young woman's thoughts of spring. However, this Wang Xiaoming in front of him still looked relatively decent and mature, so he shouldn't be so much as to be mesmerized by a couple of compliments, right? Only, what Tian Yun did not expect was that Wang Xiaoming was nodding. Well, she's right, Su Jui's old injury should be fine. Ignoring Tian Yun's shock, Wang Xiaoming was also feeling tired. He yawned a little, and then he turned around and was ready to leave. By the way, if you guys are still unsure, take him for a CT or something to see if there's still something going on there in the knee. Chapter 123, Face Punch. I'm going to kneel and beg Wang Xiaoming to come back? You're just going to leave? Zhang Yongxiang took out his last ounce of courage and asked this question. Only, Wang Xiaoming, who left ahead, did not look back. Looking at Wang Xiaoming who looked like this, Zhang Yongxiang was a bit embarrassed. On the contrary, Zhou Hong, who hadn't said much, was a bit annoyed at this time. I say you guys, can't you speak a little more politely? What if Xiaoming gets pissed off and doesn't come back? Until this point, Zhang Yongxiang's few people did not know about Wang Xiaoming and Su Jui's match. Therefore, by the time Zhou Hong had explained, both of them revealed shocked looks. Alas, even if he's a genius comparable to Bolt, then you can't joke about someone else's career. Zhang Yongxiang was still talking tough, but over there Su Jui, who had adapted to his knee, had already walked over and said to the crowd in a very serious manner, I really feel that Brother Ming has cured my knee. I'm not kidding. After saying that and then continuing once again solemnly, once again, I can't possibly be fooling around with my whole life. I really do feel better about my knee. Looking at Su Jui who didn't look like he was joking, Tian Yun still proposed to go back to the medical room to examine the knee carefully before making a final decision. Zhang Yongxiang on the side also helped. That's right, old Su, go check first. If that Wang Xiaoming is really that capable, I'll beg him on my knees to come back. Looking at the unbelieving Zhang Yongxiang, Su Jui also shook his head helplessly. After saying that, several people walked towards the medical room. Along the way, Tian Yun was constantly learning from Su Jui about how exactly Wang Xiaoming had treated him just now. After hearing that it was really just a layer of ointment and a few subsequent massages, I stopped asking questions. Originally, he thought that Wang Xiaoming had used some silver needle to stab the acupuncture points of some brilliant Chinese medicine means. And that's it? How could this make him believe that Wang Xiaoming really had this ability? It's important to realize that Su Jui's knee is several years old, and this injury is all about wear and tear piled on top of each other over time. Even Western doctors, who are at the forefront of medical treatment in the world, have no cure at all. It can only be described as relief, protection, and prevention of more serious injuries from occurring. Now you, Wang Xiaoming, say that you have directly rooted it out. Not to mention him, you wouldn't believe a random person, would you? It's probably just these two silly girls on the side who will believe it. Tianyin glanced at the side of the Wu Yani and Xia Shining who were happily discussing whether or not to go find Wang Xiaoming to give them a massage as well later on, just shook his head helplessly. How can you be such a big girl and still act like a little kid? Easy to be fooled by men at first sight. Mere. As for Su Jui himself, he was really feeling better about his knees no matter what. Because it's a feeling that no one else can experience. Only the person himself can feel it. It felt like a dry tree springing to life and water coming out of a dry well. There's a different flavor to it. Only, these people don't believe it. If at first Su Zhuoyi was still skeptical, but as they made their way to the medical room this far, Su Zhuoyi strengthened his inner thoughts, because after such a long time, the previous discomfort in his legs had not appeared at all. This Wang Xiaoming, what kind of person is he? In Su Zhuoyi's mind, the image of Wang Xiaoming at this moment became more and more mysterious. As for the two Wu Yani Xia Shining, they believed in Wang Xiaoming from start to finish. In their hearts, they were afraid to say that Wang Xiaoming was a Superman, and they would believe it. Nowadays, they are even discussing when to go to Wang Xiaoming and massage their somewhat problematic legs as well. After all, in their line of work in track and field, they all have a little something wrong with their legs at one time or another. It's either a knee or an ankle. To say that after running track for a few years, your legs are the least of your problems can only mean one thing. You don't even want to go to the Olympics. Soon, several people were walking all the way to the medical room. In the medical room at this time, there were several other athletes from other track and field programs who were being examined. Without exception, those who come to the medical room for examination naturally have a bit of a problem. Wrists, arms, thighs, knees, ankles. Anyway, when you play track and field, you can say that there are all sorts of things that can go wrong on your body. When this group of people saw Su Zhuoyi's several people enter the medical room, they all opened their mouths to greet them. After all, they all belong to the track team, and they look up and down every day. Even if they're not in the same program, they're all more familiar with each other. What's wrong with old Su? I just saw Coach Joe come over to Dr. Tian in a hurry. You have knee problems again? Everyone knows about the problem with Su Zhuoyi's knee, so when Tian Yun was shouted away, they also worried a little inside about Su Zhuoyi's knees. Just at this time, when I saw Su Zhuoyi walking back intact, it seemed that there was no problem. Su Zhuoyi smiled, and then he greeted everyone one by one. Dr. Tian brought me back for a closer inspection. Nothing serious, brothers, don't worry. Hearing Su Zhuoyi say that, the crowd also got busy with their own things. Afterward, Su Zhuoyi was guided by Tian Yun to do one examination after another. Soon, all the tests were done. The inspection report will take a little time to come out. Su Zhuoyi is sitting down and chatting with the people, talking from east to west. He even told everyone about all the things that Wang Xiaoming had done to heal his knee today. This was a good laugh for the crowd checking out the medical room. I say, old Su, you mustn't be suffering from hypochondria, right? Obviously, none of them believed it. In response, Su Zhuoyi also just helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, immediately the results of the examination will come down. How it really is, we'll find out soon enough. Just as the group of people were chatting furiously, Tian Yun slowly walked out from the CT room. In his hand was a pile of reports while shock and disbelief were written all over his face. Seeing Tian Yun come out, Su Zhuoyi's group of people hurriedly surrounded him. Dr. Tn, how's it going? How's my knee? Only Tian Yun incredulously held the report and said, impossible, this is unbelievable. Not only has the fluid in your knee decreased, but even the bone and joint spurs that have grown out of wear and tear over the years have surprisingly decreased. This, Tian Yun simply couldn't believe his eyes. But the report in his hand, the images of the CT exam did all tell one thing. There's really nothing much wrong with Su Zhuoyi's knee. How is this possible? Wang Xiaoming, how the hell did he do that? The group of players who had taken it as a joke were filled with shock. How could they not know about Su Zhuoyi's old knee problem? Nowadays, you tell them that it's surprising that you've been cured. Who believes this? Who dares to believe this? Zhang Yongqiang, on the other hand, had a constipated look on his face. Did he really have to go on his knees and beg Wang Xiaoming to come back? Chapter 124, Envy of All. Su Zhuoyi's confidence. Seriously, when the people present heard that Su Zhuoyi's knee had actually recovered from the old injury, everyone was showing a shocked expression. After all, Su Zhuoyi, what injury they all know. Now that they had actually recovered, everyone was looking at Tian Yun. Dr. Tian, do you have any more exclusive techniques that you haven't revealed? That's not good. We're your patients too. In response, Tian Yun just shook his head with a bitter smile. What does this have to do with me? It was that Wang Xiaoming who did it. Wang Xiaoming? Everyone froze when the name came out. Who doesn't know this name in the Olympics today? But in their perception, wasn't Wang Xiaoming engaged in swimming and shooting? What's with the track and field connection? In response, Su Zhuoyi and the others didn't explain much, but only said that Wang Xiaoming would be coming over to participate in their track and field competition. Just suddenly, Zhou Hong was yelling, "It's bad. What's wrong, coach?" Being in the joy of his own knee's recovery, Su Zhuoyi didn't realize what had gone wrong. Zhou Hong, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Tian Yun and the others. "It's all your fault. Look what time it is. The tryouts aren't even done on Ming's side yet." When he heard Zhou Hong say that, Su Zhuoyi also screamed in the dark. Although Wang Xiaoming had raced with himself, he had run 110m due to his own mistake in getting the distance of the speedometer wrong. So what exactly Wang Xiaoming's 100m was? They couldn't know precisely. Just know that it must have gone into 10 seconds. Coach, it's alright. Anyway, Ming's score is within 10 seconds, so tomorrow's preliminaries won't be a breeze? Wu Yanni said with extreme pride and ease. The scene wouldn't have been too chaotic had that not come out. But once Wu Yanni's words were uttered, the shock that was brought to the crowd in an instant was even greater than the fact that Su Zhui's knee had just been cured. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what did you say? Little Nini? 100 meters in 10 seconds. You're not kidding, are you? How can that be? Doesn't he swim and shoot? Come on, an amateur can run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. So what have I been training for all my life? No way. I don't believe it. Absolutely not. In the face of these players' skepticism, Coach Zhou Hong didn't do much explaining. He was now just preoccupied with what Wang Xiaoming's 100-meter time actually was. But looking at this time are already dark, take out the cell phone to see, are already almost 8 o'clock. At this point, it's impossible to call Wang Xiaoming over for another round of tryouts. After all, it was so late that he was too embarrassed to shout, and even if Wang Xiaoming agreed to come over, Zhou Hong wouldn't agree to that either. This is because it is generally best not to do intense training at night. This is extremely bad for the athlete's body. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong shook his head helplessly. All things considered, it would be better to wait until the official start of the competition tomorrow. Alright, go back. Zhou Hong waved his hand and was the first to leave. CO, the first game tomorrow is your semi-final. Confident, right? Regardless of whether Su Zhui's knee is healed or not. At least the kid seems to be in good shape now. Zhou Hong is also expecting up the results of the Huaxia team's hurdles competition. After all, before the Chinese team hurdles this project, in the flyer Lu Xiang retired after his has not been any good results out. But now, Su Zhui was giving him hope. Hearing the coach's question, Su Zhui's eyes were like flames coming out in an instant. Don't worry, coach. I'll definitely advance to tomorrow's semi-finals. These words caused another outcry at the scene. If we're talking about Xiao Chuki's accomplishments when it comes to the previous time, him making it to the semi-finals should be the best thing that could have happened to him. Whether or not you make it to the finals is left to fate or to the play of the other players. And it was only if the other players played a little worse that Su Zhui could make it to the finals. But what about today? Su Zhui surprisingly assured his coach so confidently that he could definitely make it to the finals. Isn't that a little overconfident? Old Su, are you so confident today? That's not like your usual character. That's right, Old Su, you should normally be the most cautious. Why are your words so full today? Old Su, if you say so, I'll be waiting for your match tomorrow. I say, Old Su, don't push yourself too hard. Do you really think your knees are fine at all? Listening to the concerns, questions, worries, and expectations of one and all. For his part, Su Zhui smiled unconcernedly and raised his glasses. Looking away into the darkness of the night, it was as if there was a light in his eyes. If once upon a time he could not see the hope of the future, today he can clearly feel his future is bright all the way. Don't worry, brothers, all that matters is to wait until tomorrow to watch me perform properly. He's confident in his knees. He was confident in Wang Xiaoming. Even without the current test results showing that his knee did heal, he was also convinced of Wang Xiaoming, because you are the only one who knows your own body. The first of tomorrow's races starts with his own 11-meter hurdles semifinal. It was followed by Wang Xiaoming's 100m preliminaries. Su Zhui knew very well in his heart that he couldn't lose face, not just to Huaxia, even more so, he couldn't disgrace Wang Xiaoming. If Wang Xiaoming had even cured his knee, and as a result, he hadn't run out of anything, then isn't he slapping Wang Xiaoming's face? Both for the sake of Huaxia and for Wang Xiaoming. It's got to be a win tomorrow. After Zhou Hong and the others were all gone, Zhang Yongxiang had something else on his mind. Unlike Su Zhui, he was actually a little bit worse than Su Zhui, plus he has an injury on his ankle as well. So one basically has no hope of advancing to the semi-finals tomorrow. But if one's ankle injury can, as he thought about it, he couldn't help but remember what he had said today. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yongxiang still made up his mind and walked in the direction of Wang Xiaoming's dormitory. After today's series of events, the crowd was going back to wash and rest, and Wang Xiaoming was no exception. Even though his physical strength was beyond normal, it was limited. So when he went back to his dormitory, he also had an early dinner and got ready for bed. However, before he could undress and get into bed, he heard another knock on the door. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Xiaoming saw two familiar faces. You too. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Brother Ming, we also have injuries on our thighs, so will you just massage them for us? It turned out that the two were none other than Yanni Wu and Xia Shining. Looking at the two, Wang Xiaoming also shook his head helplessly. Come in, Just a short distance away in the darkness of the night, Zhang Yongxian was watching this scene. Regret then clenched his fists. Bad. Let them get the jump on us. Chapter 125, Dipping into the Gold Medal? Su Zhuoyi has drifted? Early the next morning, the pretty country track and field athletes race. There were several youths talking and laughing. They are all the best in this track meet. Whether it's the 110-meter hurdles or the 100-meter sprint, they are all there. Among them, Arnold and Oliver are the strongest. On the occasion that Lu Xiang set the world record, Arnold also ran a superb time of 12 feet 90 inches, making it the fastest 110m runner-up time ever, although he didn't achieve two dazzling results on the world stage. While Oliver is the third athlete ever to run 12 hours 90 minutes, Oliver is more unfortunate not to have broken a world record or won an Olympic title. The best individual competition record was winning the 2013 World Championships in Moscow, and the 2010 season was the peak of his athletic career. Ran back-to-back times of 12 hours 89 minutes and 12 hours 90 minutes, ran in the 13s 5 times and won all 19 races on the season. It can be said that these two are the top powerhouses in this Olympics. It's one of those surefire finals, where it's also a matter of which of the two is stronger or weaker. Oliver, the winner of this Olympics may be coming between you and me. Arnold smiled easily. In his opinion, in this Olympics, only this Oliver in front of him could be his opponent, and like Arnold, Oliver was of the same mind. Humph. Oliver shook his head. Apart from our pretty country players, there are only a couple of Jamaican players who are worth noting. The others are not worth mentioning. Oh, Arnold smiled and said, what about the Chinese player? Aren't you afraid of another flying man Lu Xiang coming out? Upon hearing the name of flying man Lu Xiang, Oliver, on the other hand, had a look of respect in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Xiang is very strong. If the Chinese team can still produce a player like this, then the difficulty of us winning the championship will go up more than one notch. Saying that, Oliver's words changed, but that was in the past. The current Chinese team, not to mention the 110-meter hurdles, all track and field competitors, with all due respect, are garbage. Yes, in his mind, the Huaxia team is all trash except Lu Xiang. Ha ha ha, indeed. What Su Zhuoyi, Zhang Yongxian, is nothing but heavy participation. Arnold nodded heavily, agreeing with Oliver's statement. It's no wonder the two are so cocky. Indeed, in track and field, the Wahoos are really far from the bottom of the barrel. It could be said that pretty country didn't even have the Huaxia team in their sights. Not only that, but since this edition of the tournament, several of the Jamaican players who participated were not legendary names. Therefore, they can be said to be fearless, and they are even more certain about the gold medal. It's almost time for the game. Get ready. After saying that, the two of them stood up, their inner pride causing them to walk with their heads held high and their chests held out. With the start of the preparation time for the first 110-meter hurdles semifinal of the day, players from all countries are starting to enter the arena one after another. On the side of Team Huaxia, with the entrance of several people, the sharp-eyed spectators were the first to spot Wang Xiaoming in the team. Immediately, it was an audience member who screamed out in surprise, "Holy, it's Ming again! Our China is stable this time in the 110-meter hurdles. Ha ha ha, that's right, now that I see Wang Xiaoming, I feel like this wave is stable." The two upstairs, this time it's the hurling semifinals. The places are all set, and you're still there Mingo. That's right, do you really take Wang Xiaoming as a god? Think you can win any match with him in it? A couple of very bad comments appeared, and all of a sudden it was a wake-up call. It was then that the crowd remembered that this was the semifinals. Wang Xiaoming is not on the field. All of a sudden, the crowd's excitement was all sapped. Since Wang Xiaoming can't play, what's there to see here? There's definitely no hope for the Wachovia team. For Su Zhuoyi's match, the crowd had seen it before, so his strength was clear to the crowd. It's a big feat to get this far into the semifinals, so no one expected better from him. On Su Zhuoyi's side, when he saw Wang Xiaoming come to the team, he went over early and took a bite of Brother Ming. Not only Su Zhuoyi, even Zhang Yongxian and the others were serving Ming with a mouthful of Ming. This made Wang Xiaoming somewhat flattered, and that's when the pre-game interviews ensued. This time the main interview subject is Su Zhuoyi, because this time Su Zhuoyi is the player who was given the highest expectations. Though, giving the best hope is just enough to make it to the semi-finals, but the media still has to give it enough heat exposure. Hello Su Zhuoyi, this time it looks like you're in good shape. Are you confident you can advance to the finals? Originally, such questions would not have been asked by the national media after the strength of the players had been established. After all, this is all official media, and officials naturally don't want to be brought up to any kind of rhythm. And this time the reporter will ask this kind of question, but also made up his mind that Su Zhuoyi will say something like I try my best. That's a more generalized answer to the conversation. Only, to everyone's surprise, Su Zhuoyi went against the norm and pushed his reflective glasses. This was followed by a confident statement to the camera. I'm confident. Ha! The reporter froze for a moment, and then was rounding on Su Zhui's words to himself. You're saying that you're in good shape for this competition, and have the confidence to break through your previous results, right? The Chinese reporter was trying hard to round up Su Zhui's words so that he wouldn't get carried away with his words. Instead, Su Zhui returned condescendingly, no, what I mean is that I will definitely make it to the finals. In an instant, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast all exploded. How could they not expect that the bookish Su Zhui, who had been teased by them that he had come to participate in the Olympics not to participate in the Olympics? It's amazing how arrogant things are said today. Must be in the final? How dare you say something so full of? He is not experiencing the blackness of the internet, is he? This Su Zhui is a bit crazy. How dare he? As much as I would like my country to make a mark, this does seem a little too overrated. Alas, if only Flying Man Lu Xiang were still around. Laugh your asses off. You're the ones who cursed away the Flyers in the first place, and you're the ones who miss him now. Heaven and earth can tell. I never scolded Lu Xiang in the first place. Don't take all the pots on me. The netizens were passionately discussing, but they didn't realize that the next words of Su Zhui shocked them even more. Only Su Zhui said to the camera, I don't just want to make it to the finals, but I want to hit the gold medal. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the hearts of every viewer and netizen. Gone with the wind. Has this guy Su Zhui really drifted? Chapter 126. Everyone cares if you win, but does anyone care if you hurt? For a while, the internet was abuzz with hot debates about Su Zhui. The crowd was aware of Su Zhui's body before the fight. So, even with all the pre-game media bragging, the netizens were able to keep their sanity, know how to calmly refuel. But now Su Zhui's remarks made everyone laugh at him. This vision of him is just too much of a stretch, isn't it? Not only do they want to get to the finals, they want to get their hands on the gold medal. How dare you, Su Zhui? The reporter at the scene is also a moment speechless. Do not know how to go to help Su Zhui round such a sentence. After thinking about it for half a day can only go along with Su Zhui's words to continue. So, can player Su Zhui tell us what gave you so much confidence? In the original expectation of the Xia reporter, Su Zhui would have said that it was the coach who gave him confidence, and it was the country that gave him confidence, because having the country behind him gives him the courage to go forward. This kind of words, but also to say the past, both rounded their own words just now, but also in one aspect emphasized the strength of the country nowadays. Let them these athletes feel very safe. Why not have the best of both worlds? Only, the Chinese reporter never expected that he had still miscalculated. There were obviously 10,000 better ways to say it, but Su Zhui said the most controversial one of them. Only Su Zhui solemnly said to the camera, it's Wang Xiaoming, Brother Ming, who gave me such confidence. If it wasn't for Brother Ming, there might not have been a chance for me, Su Zhui, to win the championship today, and it's even more unlikely that I would have made it to the finals. Upon hearing this, the entire internet was abuzz in an instant. Many netizens are starting to scold Su Zhui for rubbing Wang Xiaoming the wrong way. Apart from these who are scolding Su Zhui for rubbing it in, they are scolding him for forgetting his roots. The country has nurtured him for so many years, and you're saying in front of such a crucial shot that without Wang Xiaoming you Su Zhui wouldn't be here today? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoming, he's your father? It's disgusting. Rubbing off on our brother Ming. Shameless. I'm laughing. You're just like Yanni Wu, right? But you have her face, right? I'm really convinced. What's wrong with these athletes now? Every single one of them doesn't think about competing properly. They just think about rubbing it in. Black and red? Ugh. It's actually justifiable. If they don't get a result in the Olympics, they're a goner after they retire. So what? The country trained them for so many years, and now they turn their backs on them? This kind of athlete is indeed a disgrace to China. It simply, really stinks. I flipped the gender of a couple comments upstairs and guess what? Haha, ahaha, stop it. I know all about it. It must be the little fairy. Right, the stench is really bad. Catching people and spraying them, is it? Similarly, not only Chinese journalists, but also journalists from various countries on the side. The remarks about Su Zhui naturally spread to all countries. At this time, not only the Chinese audience, but even the audiences of other countries were launching a self-proclaimed righteous denunciation of Su Zhui. Ridiculous. Just like him, he still wants to get his hands on the title. Does he think he's Lu Xiang? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Even our national bull doesn't dare to make such a big statement. And him? How dare he say he wants to win the championship? I don't think he'll even make it to the finals. Will he? What a laugh. Are the Chinese always so arrogant? It's not like them. Don't they believe in the middle way? Su Zhui, these remarks, naturally, are all spread to the ears of the athletes of various countries who are about to compete on a field. In basic agreement with the online comments, they all scoffed at Su Zhui's remarks. In the Chinese team, the only one they recognize is the former flyer Lu Xiang. And you, Su Zhui, what are you? Still want to win the championship? This is not taking Oliver Arnold of our pretty country seriously. Oliver, you're on the same competition team as this kid, so you'll have to take good care of him when the time comes, Arnold said to Oliver with a smirk. Oliver, on the other hand, looked at Su Zhuoyi coldly, and then he was calling for a fellow junior player who was competing with him. After whispering a few words in his ear, he was then allowed to leave. And looking into Su Zhuoyi's eyes, there were already a few dead people. Meanwhile, in a children's arena in the country of China, Lu Xiang is playing a game with many children, which is a variety show he is participating in. Only, at the same time as taking the little ones, Lu Xiang is also paying attention to the ongoing Olympic Games. After all, today was the semi-final of the event he was once most proud of, the 110-meter hurdles, and the sight of the spirited, yet youthful Su Zhuoyi. While looking at the clear tirade on the internet, Lu Xiang also looked at his injured left leg. Just then, a child who often hears about his parents hearing Lu Xiang at home recognized Lu Xiang. At that moment, he ran over to Lu Xiang and asked, "Are you still the world champion now?" Hearing this, Lu Xiang froze for a moment, only to see him say with a bitter smile, "No more, I've retired." Ha, the kid wasn't expecting it either. "I thought you hadn't retired, or else you would have gotten our country another gold medal," Lu Xiang said bitterly. "I'm injured, I can't run away." "Ha, where's it hurt?" Lu Xiang pointed to his Achilles tendon. "Here, where are the injuries? Is it an internal injury?" Children's words are always so childish. Lu Xiang also explained. "Yes, the one that broke and then picked him up again." At this time, several children's faces instantly showed a sympathetic and grave look, and they all began to ask Lu Xiang, "Did you shed a little bit of tears?" "No, then you're a manly man, uncle." "Yes, but, you must be in pain too, right?" The child gently rubbed Lu Xiang's Achilles tendon with extremely gentle movements. In an instant, this action touched Lu Xiang's heart. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Yeah, at the time of his own injury, he was not the same as Su Zhuoyi was subjected to countless netizens of non-consensual abuse. But is this the result you want? Could it be that one doesn't want to fight for that gold medal? Just like the current Su Zhuoyi, everyone was only seeing his arrogance when he said this. But has anyone ever wondered how much pressure he was under inside when he said that? Fighting for your country. Alone. How lonely and helpless he should be at this point. Thinking of this, Lu Xiang immediately picked up his cell phone and launched his first pop-up under that live broadcast. "Everyone is so concerned about you winning. I just want to ask, you must be in a lot of pain, right?" Chapter 127, I've been in the rain, so I want to hold an umbrella for others too. Lu Xiang, the natural track and field wizard, just like a bright meteor breaking through the night sky, blossomed the most dazzling light in the 110-meter hurdles. His emergence broke the long-standing dominance of black athletes in the sport and allowed the yellow race to shine on the world track and field stage. It was the 2004 Olympic Games in Athens, and the eyes of the world were on the 110-meter hurdles. Lu Xiang stood in front of the starting line, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. The starting gun went off, and he rushed out like an arrow out of a string, his footsteps light and strong, and every time he crossed the hurdles, it was like he was writing history. The crowd's chants and cheers were intertwined, cheering him on. In the end, Lu Xiang crossed the finish line with the amazing result of 12 seconds 91 and won the gold medal. At that moment, the whole world was boiled with excitement and he became the pride of China and even Asia. Since then, Lu Xiang's name has been closely associated with the 110-meter hurdles, and in 2006, he shocked the world by breaking the 13-year-old world record with a time of 12 hours 88 minutes at the Lausanne Super Grand Prix. The shining moments and exciting matches in his athletic career have become classics in sports history. Every time he ran, every time he crossed, it was as if he was declaring to the world, Chinese people, in the track and field can also create miracles. On the training ground, Lu Xiang has even put in unimaginable efforts. His coach Sun Haiping once said with emotion, he is training with his life. In order to improve his performance, he has to train intensely every day. From the starting position to the hurdling technique to the sprinting speed, he polished every detail over and over again. However, the road of life is not always smooth. Lu Xiang also suffered a major setback in his career. In the 2008 Beijing Olympics, as a local combatant, he carried the expectations of the whole country. On the field, the audience waited with anticipation for him to create miracles again. However, fate played a cruel joke at this point. Lu Xiang felt the pain in his Achilles tendon when he was warming up before the fight, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted. As he stood at the starting line, ready to take on the challenge, pain prevented him from playing properly. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw. At that moment, the entire arena was plunged into silence, followed by a flood of questions and abuse. The once universal idol had instantly become a target. Lu Xiang silently endured all this, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. He knew that he had failed everyone, but he knew better that he had done his best. In the following days, Lu Xiang fell into the trough of his life. He not only had to bear the physical injuries, but also to face the enormous pressure from the outside world. Despite suffering such a heavy blow, Lu Xiang did not give up. He is actively cooperating with his treatment and working hard to regain his physical condition, hoping to get back on the field and prove himself. However, fate once again showed its cruelty to him in the 2012 London Olympics. During the competition, he was injured again and eventually collapsed on the field. This time, he said goodbye to his beloved field for good and chose to retire. Thinking back to the honor and journey of his life, Lu Xiang was also in deep helplessness, because he had gotten wet himself. Lu Xiang also wanted to hold an umbrella for others. In the online Lu Xiang this sentence out. A moment online is like clear screen general. Those abusive words all disappeared. It seemed that they also felt embarrassed, and there was no longer a single person there to accuse Su Zhui, until one popped up. Why don't you say anything? Do you have no face to BB? Then I can say when I did not scold Lu Xiang. So, Su Zhui go. In an instant, the word cheering filled the entire public screen above. Su Zhui, who is still in the middle of preparations, simply does not know that these things are happening, or his own coach took the cell phone over, to which said Lu Xiang sent his condolences to him. And when Su Zhui saw the sentence Lu Xiang had said, his nose was also sore. All of a sudden, an even greater battle intent erupted within him. As the race preparation whistle blew, all national runners were on their runner's track. Of the 8, there are players from all countries, while the pretty country has 2. One is Oliver, who is a very good hope to win this Olympics, and the other is Ellis, a lesser-known player in the pretty country. The match is ready to begin. Please prepare your players. With the sound of preparation, everyone was ready for the start. Only just then the unexpected happened. Before the whistle blew, the beautiful runner Ellis, who was on the track next to Su Zhui, suddenly got up and ran. The referee's recall whistle then sounded. The man actually grabbed and ran. Not only grabbed a run, but also drove Su Zhui beside him to almost run as well. Keep in mind that in a mentally intense game like this, any little twist or turn is a turning point in the game. By doing so, the pretty country player has undoubtedly disrupted Su Zhui's overall rhythm. However, things like jumping the gun happen in every race, so no one can accuse him of anything. However, Su Zhui clearly saw that when Ellis came back and re-stood at the starting line, he was smiling disdainfully at himself. It made his heart stutter. The way it looks, it doesn't look like this person is unintentionally jumping the gun, but more like he's doing it on purpose. Su Zhui was a bit puzzled, and then he was seeing the two of them, Ellis and Oliver, exchanging glances. At that moment, Su Zhui understood everything. Feelings are really targeting themselves. After all, this man was one track away from himself, or track 8. There's no one around him but himself. It's not personal, so what's it still for? With the rules limiting the first snatch to just a warning treatment, Ellis was still on the starting line ready for the start of the race. Only, while waiting, Su Zhui unexpectedly heard this person whispering to himself. Hey, little yellow monkey, four-eyed boy, with you, do you want to enter the finals? Don't dream of it. Hearing this, Su Zhui gave him a cold look, the white light reflected in his lenses obscuring his eyes. If someone could see Su Zhui's eyes at this moment, they would definitely be startled, because it was a breakneck atmosphere. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, in a flash all 8 athletes rushed out at the first opportunity. Su Zhui and Ellis beside him reacted to rushing out almost at the same time. But soon, Su Zhui was directly 2 lengths ahead of Ellis. This shocked Ellis straight away. What's going on? How did this yellow-skinned kid get off to such a fast start? Chapter 128, The Road to the Rise of Chinese Athletics, begins. Ellis couldn't help but think back to the words Su Zhui had spoken before the match, then associating it with Su Zhui catching his eyes in a svelte manner. It was hard to believe that this yellow-skinned kid was really pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Hide your strength? Ellis asked himself that he was no match for Bolt, or for the likes of Oliver Arnold in their country. But then again, one is a black man. There is just supposed to be a natural advantage in track and field against the yellows, like this time in the 110-meter hurdles. Let's not say fighting with Oliver for the first place in the semi-finals, but at least a second for himself. After all, this edition of the tournament shafts, in addition to a few players from several pretty countries on several sides, and a handful of players from Jamaica, there would be no one in his sights. Even more coincidentally, there were still very few Jamaican players in this edition, and they were not yet competing in their own group. That would make Ellis even more worry-free. But halfway through the race, an unexpected guest, Su Zhui, jumped out and made a big statement before the race. Then how could he himself make it easy for him? Get a rush on him first and disrupt his rhythm. I'll see how you still run. However, when he saw that Su Zhui was so much faster than himself at a start, Ellis panicked. This kid, I think it's just a fast start. I'll make him eat my tail gas in the next hurdle. Yes, at this point Ellis is still confident. In his opinion, starting fast is not fast, only accelerating fast is really fast. He didn't believe that with his Negro physique, he would not accelerate as fast as a yellow man. Old Su's getting off to a fast start. Looks like his knee has really recovered. A few runners on the side of the Chinese track and field team were whispering. This really gives Old Su hope of winning the championship, but don't milk it well. A few pretty countries are strong. Yes, Arnold, Oliver, and even Lao Su had two pretty country runners in their group, and got their minds messed up by that Ellis stealing the run at first. I feel like that son of a is doing it on purpose. He's the 8th lane. There's no one on the side. He's just coming for Old Su. So what? Do you still have proof? These ninjas, they are really more shameless than one another. The crowd's discussion was heard by Wang Xiaoming. He didn't know much about any of the track and field competitors. Maybe when Lu Xiang was around a few years ago, he would have looked at the Olympics. But after Lu Xiang retired, he didn't pay much attention. Is this Oliver Strong? Wang Xiaoming asked, before Wu Yanixia shining and the two of them could say anything. Zhang Yongqiang grabbed the opportunity to reply. Brother Ming, this Oliver is a world top 8 player. It's possible that he's a top 4 in the world. In this set of matches, I guess it's him who comes first. Wang Xiaoming nodded. The top 4 players in the world. That's a scary name indeed. So Su Zhuoyi, can he beat him? It seems like you only need the top 2 in the semi-finals to make it to the finals, right? Wang Xiaoming asked again. Zhang Yongqiang nodded. Well, in addition to the top 2 in each group, the 2 with the best scores will also be taken from the remaining players, for a total of 8 to enter the finals. Then Old Su should have no problem taking the top 2 in this group, right? It's hard to say. Zhang Yongqiang was a bit hesitant. If Old Su's knee wasn't healed before, he would have been a top 6 ranking, but now if his knee is healed, it's a different story. There's also another pretty country player in this group, Ellis, who is actually very strong. Wang Xiaoming frowned. If Su Zhuoyi didn't make it to the finals, then it would be a bit difficult, because after he just woke up today, the system was the one that released the quest, the rise of Chinese athletics. The system will issue rewards based on the rankings achieved by the Huaxia athletics team, and the host can choose to receive them directly or accumulate them until the next time after each game. The final prize will be tailored to the host's own situation. This task could be deeply fascinating to Wang Xiaoming. Not only do the rewards accumulate until the next time you collect them, but they are tailored to your situation. If you say that, you might be able to get the miracle cure for Yaya, but if Xiao Chuqi loses this one match, then it's going to be tough later on. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming just hammered his fist fiercely. What's wrong, Brother Ming? Zhang Yongqiang asked from the side. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, said with great pity, if only I had been allowed to play this game, I would have definitely taken it. Listening to Wang Xiaoming's words that were so pretentious, Zhang Yongqiang felt very convinced. He couldn't help but sneakily ask, Ming, just how much can you run in 100 meters? Wang Xiaoming gave him a surprised look. Isn't it 10 seconds 53? Didn't I measure it yesterday? Aha. Sensed that Ming doesn't realize that he's actually running 110m until now. So where the hell did he get his confidence from? Zhang Yongqiang was a bit puzzled, and the game on the field continues. Su Zhuoyi, who everyone looked bad about before the race, is surprisingly in 3rd place at this point, and he is still closing in on 2nd place. The 1st place winner at this point was naturally Oliver, while the 2nd place winner was the Romantic Nation contestant, and before that Ellis who went out of his way to grab a run in order to slow down Su Zhuoyi. At this moment, he had long been viciously left behind by Su Zhuoyi. At this moment, he had completely given up, and could only stare daggers at Su Zhuoyi's back in the last 30 meters. Why? He simply couldn't understand why the yellow-skinned kid who hadn't been on their radar before the game. I can't believe he has such strength. Didn't he say he had a knee injury? And, by running like he did he really just not want his knees? Just for an Olympic gold medal? For the so-called national honor? Without any consideration for your physical condition? It's something he can't relate to at all. It's not like you guys are baseball players who need to be exempted from joining the military with a gold medal. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand these Chinese players. I thought Su Zhuoyi had a knee injury and was going to stop at the semi-finals this time. But at this point we realize that there really are people who don't care about their bodies at all. Well, as we can see, player Su Zhuoyi has completely overtaken the 2nd place. Gosh, at this point the 1st and 2nd place Su Zhuoyi duo are leading off a cliff. As far as I know, Oliver's runners are the favorites to win the 110-meter hurdles this time. Su Zhuoyi, can you create a miracle or not? Can you create a legend? He's less than 2 lengths away from 1st place at the moment. 110 hurdles, last 2 hurdles left. Su Zhuoyi, charge. The live commentator was already excited and oblivious at this point, and the audience was on their feet holding their breath. After 8 years, could it be that they will finally be able to see the Chinese hurdles in the final again? Chapter 129, Su Zhuoyi defeated. Second. At this point, the distance to the final finish line was less than the last 10 meters. Oliver's strength as the strongest of the two players goes without saying. From the very beginning of the start, all the way through, it was in the lead the whole way. And before that, the one who instigated Ellis to interfere with Su Zhuoyi was also him. He just didn't expect that the kid would be completely undisturbed. After pulling away one by one and feeling the disappearance of the runners from both sides, he felt that he was bound to be first in the group this time. Last column, over. The final moment of the sprint is upon us. However, an afterglow, he caught a glimpse of a figure, a moment that will overtake him. This time around, with the exception of one Arnold, Oliver didn't give a damn about anyone in the field. Co Chuk Yi? Sorry, just a nerd in his eyes. After all, who participates in the Olympic track and field will wear these glasses? It is really laughing off people's teeth. A nerd with delusions of grandeur about making it to the finals and a gold medal. Do you have our pretty country in your sights? You think you're Wang Xiaoming? That was a good laugh for him at the time. It's okay for Chinese players to mess around, but is your Chinese coaching staff and organizing committee also so messed up? Sure enough, Oliver despises Asians from the bottom of his heart. The spirit of continuing to defy the odds day in and day out when you clearly have no physical advantage is really off-putting, and the results of this match should be coming out. From start to finish, one has not had a single opponent, turning a deaf ear to the outside world and going into total race focus. That's how he approaches the game. Of course, while never putting the other runners in their place. Every time they hurdle, he'd look over his shoulder. Of course, it's just a matter of habit, and there's simply no one to compare yourself to. Even Ellis, the pretty country player with himself, was just his little brother. Humph. Sure enough, the gold medal is my bag. When you get yourself a gold medal in the hurdles, get yourself a gold medal in the 100 meters. Himself is the bolt of the pretty country. By then, money, women, luxury cars, villas, everything. After the last hurdle, the race seemed to be a foregone conclusion. By this time he had all the time in the world to start thinking about what would happen after he took the gold medal. However, the idea is very beautiful and the reality is very cruel. Just after the last hurdle, the last 10-meter sprint, instead, he noticed what seemed to be a reflective light shining in the eyes. Aha! Someone's catching up? This can't be right? How could anyone catch up with themselves? As he kept his mind on the two runners on his side of the track. So, didn't even notice the rest of the track. But even if you notice it, it's useless. After all, this is a hurdle race. The mind is all on the hurdles. Who would pay special attention to the other track runners? Only now, the runners from his own two tracks were long gone. This instantly caused Oliver to notice Su Zhuoyi on the 7th track. Is that Xia player King Su Zhuoyi? In an instant, his heart was filled with horror. This can't be right. Su Zhuoyi's strength, it's not like he hasn't seen his matches before. At best it's 6 or 7, popping a cold 5th place. But now, he had even caught up with himself. And, what shocked Oliver the most was that the man was even accelerating. With just one lapse of concentration, Su Zhuoyi had already surpassed him. No way. No how. Oliver, who didn't believe in facts, also exploded into speed once more. This group first place, he must get it back. The situation on the field was changing, and the pretty country players once again stepped up their game and frantically fought with Su Zhuoyi for the first place. And at this time, the enthusiasm of the audience on the scene had long been completely ignited by these two. The battle for the first and second place, at this moment, has officially begun. Over. Su Zhuoyi is really first in the group. Now for number 1. Unbelievable. So unbelievable. In just a blink of an eye, player Su Zhuoyi is already sprinting towards first place in the gold group. Can Su Zhuoyi keep this lead? Everyone was excited at the moment, no matter if they were the ones who cheered for Su Zhuoyi before, or the ones who cursed him. At the moment, they were all united in their front, cheering for Su Zhuoyi together. It's cool. It's just so cool. And the last few meters of the live semifinal, even if it wasn't the final, the atmosphere was no worse than during the final. At this point, it's all about willpower at the end of the day. Whoever takes these last few meters is the biggest winner of this race. The crowd in the pretty country, too, was going crazy cheering on their players. They didn't believe that, in the final sprint, the runners from Huaxia could accelerate faster than the runners from their beautiful country. After all, there's no denying that Asians are inherently less explosive than blacks. But, having come to the last critical moment, is it true that the yellow man can't work miracles? The answer, of course, is yes. In the view of the live audience, the two were almost parallel at this point. Last 5m, 4m, 3m, 2m, it's the last meter. Oh my god, the line is crossed. The line is crossed. Together at the line? Unbelievable. I couldn't believe what my eyes were actually seeing. I can't wait to see who actually comes first in the group. Merely in the blink of my eye. When did Su Zhuoyi surpass up? Hurry up and watch the replay. I want to see the replay. It's a win. It's a win. We must have crossed the line first. It must have been us. The CCTV commentators have been too exuberant for their own good. The moment he watched that Su Zhuoyi's finger touched the finish line, his entire body jumped. But the referee on the scene seemed to be saying something, and it looked like the final result of this match was in dispute. As the referees started the replay, a spotlight image of the final moments of the two men's sprint to the line was played up. According to the lifting of the two bodies, they seemed to be so unmatched that it was impossible to tell. However, to everyone's surprise, the referee still ruled in favor of Oliver from the pretty country. The reason is that his tongue touches the line first. That's when people saw the enlarged picture of Oliver sticking his tongue out without a care for his face. And it was that 1 or 2 centimeters that made the difference, making it to the top of the group. It's really a bit regrettable. Just a little bit closer. Player Su Zhuoyi is the one who can get the first place in the group. Then we can only congratulate the beautiful country's Oliver for finishing first in the first group of the semifinals. Wait. Suddenly the CCTV commentator seemed to have realized something. Why is Oliver on the ground covering his feet? Did something happen to him? Chapter 130, Evil people have their own heavenly reward. Semifinals of the 11-meter hurdles competition. Officially over. Su Zhuoyi excitedly waved his fists, although it was not even close to the first place. But such an achievement was already very good. Who doesn't realize that they were originally only 5th or 6th in power? Now taking second outright is a lot for the final. How is this not exciting? Su Zhuoyi couldn't help but fall into reminiscence as he looked at his knee that didn't have any problems appearing at all. I think about how I used to be scared every time I finished a race, afraid that my knees would be out of whack again. But nowadays, yet there is nothing to fear at all. In second place, naturally, was Oliver, the pretty country's player who fought with Su Zhuoyi at the last minute. The remaining runners are crossing the line one after another. Each of them looked incredulously at Su Zhuoyi's back in front of them after crossing the line. In their original imagination, this yellow-skinned kid was not even on their radar. But today, surprisingly, they easily left them behind, and even came close to taking first place in the group. How the hell did he do that? The Chinese viewers in front of the screen were even waving their fists in excitement. Although they could not make it to the live Olympics, they were still thrilled and shed tears of happiness. You know, it's been how many years since anyone from China has made it to the finals of a hurdling competition? Since Liu Xiang's retirement, hurdles competitions have been virtually unknown to our country, as if they had disappeared into obscurity. But now, they are seeing hope again, seeing the hope for the rise of Chinese track and field. Not only that, they were in awe of Su Zhuoyi. They were pretty much aware of Su Zhuoyi's physical condition from previous matches. For track and field athletes, knee problems, no matter how small, can become big problems in the end. However, Su Zhuoyi was so desperate, which made the group of people who had angrily sprayed him with big words before feel guilty. Let's hope nothing goes wrong with Su Zhuoyi. Too hard, too hard. He reminds me of Ming, when Ming swam so hard. Is this the legacy? I don't know if Liu Xiang is watching the game. I really hope he can see the day when China's hurdles rise again. Not only the audience in front of the screen, but the live audience also created a wave of people, constantly flying that red flag in the arena. For everyone, today is simply a milestone for Chinese athletics in general. All that's left to do is watch the final tomorrow. And in addition to the spectators on the scene, even Coach Zhou Hong on the sidelines, and the remaining Chinese track and field athletes, all of them were silently crying out at this point. It was a day they had waited too long for. Not to mention the gold medal. Just this one entry into the finals is something that hasn't happened in China for many years. And today, finally, it was giving them hope again. Coach Zhou Hong for a moment as if he was raising his eyebrows, unaware of how much criticism he has suffered over the years as the head coach of Chinese athletics because of his lack of results. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong looked at Wang Xiaoming who was breezing by the side. Unlike those of them, Wang Xiaoming was calm as if he had already known that this was how the match would turn out. This made Zhou Hong couldn't help but blush in his old face. And even Wang Xiaoming, who had only known him for less than a few days, had confidence in Su Zhuoyi. And what about a couple of them, especially themselves as coaches? Before the match, there were even questions and concerns about Xiao Chuqi as well. I'm really not doing a good job as a coach myself. With this in mind, Zhou Hong came to Wang Xiaoming's body, and then he directly bowed to Wang Xiaoming in full view of everyone. Xiaoming, on behalf of Huaxia Athletics, I thank you, really thank you. Seeing this situation, Wang Xiaoming hurriedly stood up and directly helped Zhou Hong up. Honestly, one can't afford such a big gift. However, what was not expected was that not only Zhou Hong, but even all the player coaches on the side, all of them came in front of Wang Xiaoming and bowed deeply to him. This scene was all captured by all the cameras. Soon, this photo was the one that went viral. However, no one can guess what the inner reason is, and at this time in Kyoto, China, Lu Xiang, who was watching the game, couldn't help but smile. The smile was easy and cozy. It made all the kids on his side of the room laugh together as well. "What are you guys laughing at?" Lu Xiang suddenly asked the group of kids. One of the little chubby guys said with a smile, "Uncle, look how happy you are smiling. We are happy too." "Right, uncle." Another little girl child took over. "Smile more and it won't hurt. Be strong." Hearing these words, Lu Xiang was all of a sudden tears in his eyes. He didn't know how he should express his heart now. All he knew was that all those aggravations within himself for so many years were now dissipating with the smiles of these little children. And at this point, Ellis, who had just reached the finish line, looking at Su Zhuoyi on the other hand, he fell into a deep self-blame. One's own previous behavior was so disgraceful. Not only that, but he felt his cheeks redden with embarrassment. Thought a little pre-match action on his part would disrupt the mindset of Seo Chuki. "I don't know, but people don't give a damn about themselves. And what about them? That's the gap." Except, just as Ellis wanted to turn back to Oliver to congratulate him on his group's first place finish, instead, he was shocked to find Oliver half kneeling on the ground at that moment, sweating. Obviously, he was in a lot of pain at this point. "Oliver, what's wrong with you?" Ellis rushed up to check on him, only to just get to Oliver's side only to see that Oliver's entire ankle was swollen. What's going on, Oliver?" Ellis's shouting startled a number of runners who had just finished. Su Zhuoyi also held his eyes and hurriedly came to Oliver's side. Fixing his eyes, Su Zhuoyi is a clear understanding. As someone who has been injured a lot, Oliver's injuries are more than clear to him. A cartilage contusion in the ankle is not too big or too small. Anyway, looking at the way things are going, I don't think I'll be able to make it to the finals. But how did this Oliver get so injured after the game? Su Zhuoyi was a bit puzzled. Obviously a whole game. Oliver was far ahead. You've ended up winning the group, and then you get a foot injury? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? However, Su Zhuoyi wouldn't take pity on him. From the start of the race that other pretty country's runner grabbed a run, it was obvious that the two were colluding. To this, Su Zhuoyi could only say, deserved it. While in the corner where no one noticed, Wang Xiaoming quietly put his hand back behind his back. The next race, the 100-meter preliminaries. Wang Xiaoming, coming up. Chapter 131, the start of the 100-meter preliminaries. When the match ended, Su Zhuoyi was the one who came to Wang Xiaoming. "Brother Ming, by now." His eyes were a little red and swollen. There was a time when making the hurdles final was such a far-fetched dream. But today, Wang Xiaoming patted him on the shoulder, and everything didn't need to be said. Everything was within Wang Xiaoming's grasp. "Come on, the gold medal is close at hand," Wang Xiaoming said meaningfully, and Su Zhuoyi nodded his head heavily. "Don't worry, Brother Ming, I'll definitely go all out in the next finals." What Wang Xiaoming wants is this sentence. Every gold medal is not only important to China, is also important to him. The next couple of hurdle semifinals also featured someone from the Wahini team. But sadly, none of the race results were quite as good as they could have been. And, due to an injury to player Oliver, there was no final. In spite of this, the players from the Chinese team were not able to make it to the finals. In this way, only Su Zhuoyi will be the only one to fight for his country in tomorrow's 110-meter hurdles final. The 110-meter hurdles race was over, and soon it was the turn of the 100-meter dash preliminaries. More people are paying attention to this 100-meter sprint race than the 110-meter hurdles race, because the 100-meter dash may, indeed, be a sport that tests the limits of humanity on Earth. Each year, people improve and surpass themselves. Strong as Bolt, every year he runs faster than his previous year's self. This year, on the other hand, is the most promising year for all countries, because Bolt wasn't in the race. It certainly gives hope that players from all countries will be able to compete for the gold medal. Since he knew that Wang Xiaoming had successfully joined the track and field team about to compete, the swim team's teammates, too, had grown to admire Wang Xiaoming even more. Even though Wang Xiaoming had never mentioned his talent above athletics to them, swimming and athletics still had a lot in common. The competition is all about explosiveness, physical strength. Not only the swimming team's crowd, even the ping pong crowd, and the shooting team's crowd, all came to cheer for Wang Xiaoming. Several people discussed the situation and entered the swimming competition arena. Since the preparation phase is still pending, none of the competitors from the various countries have entered the arena yet, and the media in the arena are human beings who are good at observing and spotting. The first thing that was spotted was a bunch of members of the swim team, ping pong team, and shooting team. It's been 2 days, but the heat of ping pong swimming in China hasn't abated at all. Just after the players sat down, there were many national reporters coming to interview them. "Hello, are you guys here to cheer on the HWA track team?" Wang Chuqin is frozen. This reporter asked the question that people ask, he and the others are not here to cheer for the Wasia athletic team. Are they here to cheer for you? Only Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, yeah, after all, Ming almost won the swimming Grand Slam and came to our ping pong to easily win several gold medals. So let's see what's the difference between athletics gold medals and ours today. Although the superficial kung fu had to be done, Wang Xiaoming's kung fu was still quite powerful. We in Huaxia have almost won all the gold medals in several other sports, and it's only natural that we come to cheer for the track and field team to win gold medals. So go for it, you guys, too. The Chinese viewers watching the game in front of the screen were all overjoyed, but they were actually a little worried. After all, Chinese track and field is not the same as ping pong. One is our national sport. The strength has always been the world's first. And on the other hand, with track and field, it takes years for our country to produce someone who makes a name for themselves in the Olympics. So, Wang Xiaoming, can he really do it in track and field too? Only, Wang Xiaoming's remarks obviously provoked the ire of foreign friends. The pop-ups from foreign viewers filled the entire live broadcast room in an instant. Asterisk. Fu bris. Chinese people also want to get their hands on track and field. Dream on. That's right. Do you guys still think that your track team can still produce someone like Wang Xiaoming? So what if it's Wang Xiaoming? You really think you're a savior? That's right. I'll put my words right here. If Wang Xiaoming can pass the preliminaries, I'll eat live. I'm, like, eating your live. The foreign media naturally heard the meaning of the words, and for a while their faces were a bit ugly. However, these can be personalities, and some pitfalls are problematic. Oh, then may I ask player Wang Xiaoming, do you mean that you just want to come and watch Wang Xiaoming compete because you don't have any expectations for the other Chinese players? The implication is simple. You only mentioned Wang Xiaoming. Is it that in your eyes? Other than Wang Xiaoming, all other Chinese track and field athletes are trash? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming smiled. Right off the bat he knew that this reporter had come with a purpose. Sure enough, all of a sudden you're just showing your chicken feet. Wang Xiaoming smiled, and then he was directly saying, of course, I only need to cheer for Ming, because our coach said that only Ming alone is enough to take all the gold medals in track and field. And this way, everyone else can take a break. So what's not to like? In an instant, all the foreign journalists froze. Madness. It's not even if people are crazy about Wang Xiaoming. Why are you crazier than Wang Xiaoming? And one man can win all the gold medals. You think you're Bolt? Even Bolt is nothing more than amazing above the sprints. But track and field is a myriad of sub-events. The other countries' audiences were shocked and mocked wildly at the same time. Pretend to pretend. Chinese people really like to pretend. Does he think it's still their ping pong ball? It's track and field. The number one sport in the world. Don't get cocky. Even Bolt back in the day wouldn't dare to be so wild. Would he? The foreign reporter froze for a moment, is smiling and looking at Wang Xiaoming. In front of so many media, as a reporter he is naturally not good seizure. One could only try to maintain a smiling face and said, then it seems that the players of the other programs of Huaxi are very confident in Wang Xiaoming. Ah, then we'll wait and see for the 100-meter preliminaries for runner Wang Xiaoming. Soon, with the referee's ready whistle, all the athletes from the first set of preliminaries all stood on the playing field. For the first preliminaries, Wang Xiaoming was not prepared to bring out his full strength, so he thought it would be good to just run with it. And, at the beginning of the match, he also observed the members of this group of matches, but it was found that there was not a single strong player, the only Jamaican runner, and that's just to hear that the best time run was 10:33. In this way, there would be no suspense for Wang Xiaoming in this group of preliminaries. Beep, as the whistle blew, the game began. Chapter 132, 10 seconds in just the preliminaries? Wang Xiaoming stood on the starting line, his whole body half crouching as he waited for the whistle to sound. With the ejection start skill in hand, as long as Wang Xiaoming didn't start swinging, then it was impossible for anyone to surpass him at the start. The preliminaries were just that. Wang Xiaoming didn't take it seriously at all. The rankings that the system counts are also only relevant to the final. So just run with it. Records are broken slowly, leaving a little something to look forward to. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered the former Olympic champion who broke the BP with 3 shots and eventually won the Olympic championship. As the whistle blew, the contest was on the line. Wang Xiaoming gazed a little ahead, then bang like a tiger rushed out. Taking the first step, Wang Xiaoming could feel that this shot, counting his reaction time, should be around 0.15 at most. In other words, at the first moment, he was in the lead of the team. Even with second place, it was half a length away. Seeing this scene, the many spectators were all stunned. That's a hell of a start alone. Ming's really got something, and the live commentator pressed on with his excitement. As long as runner Wang Xiaoming can run a time of around 10:1, then basically he will definitely advance in the group stage. Since it was a group stage after all, most people still wouldn't come out with their true strengths. As the distance increased, half of the distance was soon finished, and the last 50 meters remained. Wang Xiaoming's afterglow glanced slightly to his left and right, but was shocked to find that there was no one. Good lord, I knew this group was weak, but I didn't think it would be this weak. And so, right under the gaze of the global audience, Wang Xiaoming just nakedly slowed down, but even then, the others were not able to catch up with his strength, and were still some distance away from themselves. Wang Xiaoming shook his head slightly, rather looking a bit bored, and when he was almost at the end, he actually did a look back at the moon. As it turned out, it was only then that it was determined that the closest second-place finisher was nearly 5 lengths behind him. That's going to be almost a second off, and it was only after he crossed the line that the runners behind this started to cross the line one after another. The commentator looked at Wang Xiaoming's amazing performance and all of a sudden just jumped up. The entire group was extremely excited. My god, Wang Xiaoming, what has he done? He is so far ahead of the other runners. Unsurprisingly, with this shot, he already has. Let's congratulate player Wang Xiaoming for advancing to the semifinals with an absolute advantage in the first group. Let's see the final score. As the voice of the commentator ended, the audience at the scene all joined Wang Xiaoming and raised their heads to look at the results of this group on the screen. Soon, the screen was displaying the numbers of everyone's scores, with the PB, best score, on the side, 9/98. In an instant, the scene was directly all abuzz, running into 10 seconds. This is not surprising if it's a black person. However, the shock was that the man was a yellow man, and even more so, a Chinese. You know, even Su Bingtian, who was previously known as Su Shun, had his best results. However, Wang Xiaoming, this is only a preliminaries, is breaking 10 seconds, came to 9/98. The scene was filled with wave after wave of screams, and the commentators were excited as they watched the numbers on the screen. 9/98. Oh my god, what the hell am I seeing? After many years, our country finally has a runner once again, breaking the 10-second mark in the Olympic track and field 100 meters. Let's congratulate Wang Xiaoming for his success in becoming the third place of China's 100-meter flyer, only behind Su Xin and Xia Zhenya. Let us rejoice in it. This is still just a preliminaries. We can't even imagine what kind of strength player Wang Xiaoming will explode if it's the finals. After seeing the results, Wang Xiaoming nodded casually. Luckily, not too hard. Otherwise, wouldn't they have to break the world record in the preliminaries all at once? Wouldn't that be too disrespectful? As for the final, Wang Xiaoming never worried. The 8 places in the final were taken up early on their own. You guys, you'll just have to fight for the other 7 spots. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were futile. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but be sneering as he looked at the pretty country player on the side. I wonder what other tricks you guys have up your sleeve this time. To be honest, since the beginning of the Olympic Games until now, he or she has kind of appreciated the various tactics of the pretty country. What a way to get a reporter to come over and sue you for your mentality and set off an online discourse to bring up the tempo. These are just the simplest of behaviors. What is even more abhorrent and unexpected is that these people have the audacity to pull a stunt in full view of the Olympics. This is something that one does not expect. You really think no one can see in the dark, don't you? Yes, the main reason why Oliver is not in the 110-meter hurdles final is because of him. Since you can use petty tactics on us, it's not too much of a stretch for me to slip my hand and flick a rock, is it? And the viewers in the rest of the countries on the internet have long been staring with their eyes and mouths wide open. Couldn't believe what I was seeing at all. Walt Hare, what's wrong with the Wahine team this year? How did they produce another one so talented in track and field? Having a Su Zhuoyi is even better. After all, this person has been a track and field competitor before. Where the hell did this Wang Xiaoming come from? My goodness. Have you guys noticed that all the items in which the Huaxia team had results today had Wang Xiaoming in them? Too terrifying. What is the origin of this Wang Xiaoming? Is it possible that he is the reincarnation of the true martial emperor as they say in Chinese? No way. In that case, won't our country have to run with the others in this Olympics? Don't worry, it's just the preliminaries, going into the semi-finals. I can't believe he still has that kind of performance. Seeing Wang Xiaoming run 9/98, everyone was filled with shock. After all, getting under 10 seconds has only produced 2 in as many years. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would be able to shine in the preliminaries, which made everyone have to look forward to Wang Xiaoming's results in the semifinals and even the finals later on. Maybe, when the time comes to make a dash, Wang Xiaoming will be able to directly enter the world's top 8 QA. The yellow man, once again, proved himself at the Olympics, as was once the case with Su Xin, a yellow fight 7 blacks. Only the difference was that at that time, all that was left at the end of Su Xin was despair, because it's so much worse. But today was different. Seeing Wang Xiaoming, everyone was seeing hope. I hope that Wang Xiaoming will make miracles again in the later semifinals, and even the final. And, of course, there's Su Zhuoyi, 2 of the rising stars of today's Chinese track and field team. Chapter 133, Strong Strength and Still So Humble. Is it a human being? Inside the rest area of the HWA track and field athletes, Wu Yani Xiaoshining and the others didn't seem to be nervous, but at all times were looking at Wang Xiaoming's figure, never leaving their sight. As soon as he saw the results of Wang Xiaoming's group come out, he immediately looked at the top of the screen. Subsequently, when they saw that horrible 998 score, the two people instantly just felt a wave of weakness in their bodies. Ming is just too good. It wasn't just the two of them, Wu Yani and Xiaoshining. Before the match started, Zhou Hong and the others had actually been on tenterhooks. After all, what Wang Xiaoming scored at 100 meters was, they didn't know in the end. But at least it was certain that Wang Xiaoming would have absolutely no problem passing the preliminaries. Alas, brother Ming is still powerful. I feel like he didn't even put out his full strength. Su Zhui, who had finished the match on the side, said slowly. The two of them, Wu Yani Xiaoshining, nodded their heads vigorously, their entire being in a state of excitement. That's right. You guys didn't see that Ming even looked back at the moon at the end. That move was simply awesome. Looking at the shy and adoring look of the two Wu Yani Xiaoshining, Su Zhui on the other hand couldn't help but laugh. Old Su, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you too, craving other people's bodies. You, babbling about something. We, how are we craving someone's body? You guys dare to say that you don't have any interest in Ming? This, Wu Yani Xiaoshining, both of them looked at each other, both of them could see the shyness in each other's eyes. Don't talk nonsense, how are we worthy of Ming? Su Zhui, on the other hand, consoled. Don't be presumptuous, you're both the two strongest female track and field athletes in China. Wu Yani shook her head. We're just competing domestically, but Ming is arm wrestling with international players. Look at him in this preliminaries. He ran 998, and look at the way he's swimming in the race. He must not be giving it his all. When it comes to the final, maybe 9-8, or even 9-7 won't be a problem. And this Olympics, it's very likely that he'll be able to take the first gold medal in the 100 meters for our country. Hearing this, Zhang Yongxiang on the side couldn't help but shake his head. This made the two Wu Yani look very dissatisfied. Zhang Yongxiang, what do you mean by shaking your head? Do you think Ming can't get the gold medal? Zhang Yongxiang sniffed and waved his hand. Of course not. I just lamented how this Chinese athletics became rolled up all of a sudden. It's a gold medal to move. To think that back in my day, I was proud to be in the semi-finals. Hearing Zhang Yongxiang's sour words, everyone burst out laughing. Seeing this, Zhou Hong also joined in. It shouldn't be too difficult for Xiaoming to enter the finals, but to say that he will take the gold medal, he still has to cross quite a few obstacles. Although that Oliver is injured and can't participate in the game, there's still an Arnold, and he's not to be underestimated. If Wang Xiaoming can win against him, then there will basically be no more problems in this edition of the track and field competition. However, Zhou Hong's words turned. No matter what, Wang Xiaoming is the one we have to learn from. Then there was a whole lot of talk about how you guys have to work hard and how the boss won't be sad in vain and all that. This puts a group of young people's ears in a cocoon. And right at this moment, Wang Xiaoming also finally returned to the rest area. Looking at the group of people chattering, he couldn't help but laugh. What are you guys laughing at? So happy? Of course, Wang Xiaoming can all guess what the crowd is saying. Nothing more than some what is awesome type of words. One has heard enough of this kind of talk for a long time. Unbeknownst to him, seeing Wang Xiaoming come back, Zhou Hong education topic target unexpectedly changed. Directly attacked Wang Xiaoming. Xiaoming, entering the semi-finals is something to celebrate, but you can't take it lightly, and you can't be too complacent, not realizing that many people in history, blah blah blah, Zhou Hong said a lot. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's frozen appearance, the crowd once again spewed out in laughter. Who knows? After just a moment of freezing, Wang Xiaoming nodded his head, not impatient at all. Don't worry coach, I will. This sentence, not only all the players will not be able to hold, but also the Zhou Hong coach will not be able to hold. Since he habitually taught his group of students, it was just natural for him to educate himself when he saw Wang Xiaoming coming over. By the time he came back to himself, he had long since said a whole bunch of things that made no sense. The key is what? The key is that Wang Xiaoming has not actually been taught on his own hands for a few days at all, and he is not technically considered his coach at all. Wang Xiaoming can be said to have got where he is today all on his own. Then, what qualifications does one have to educate Wang Xiaoming? By the time one realizes this, one can't take it back. I was expecting to receive a blank stare from Wang Xiaoming, plus a sentence about being annoyed. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would be so humble? In an instant, in everyone's heart, Wang Xiaoming's image was once again much taller. Xiaoming, Zhou Hong solemnly patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder, as if there were 10,000 words that he couldn't say inside. And, the other players, too, were convinced by such a character of Wang Xiaoming. I have to say, It's great to have achieved such an accomplishment and still maintain such a humble attitude. If any of them had come over, they would not have been able to do such a thing, but Wang Xiaoming just did it. So that's why he's successful? Everyone began to reflect inwardly on the fact that they were nothing more than some of the players who had barely made it to the Olympics. Call them strong or not, but a big part of it is luck. Even so, they ask themselves, can they do what Wang Xiaoming did? Thinking of this, Wu Yanni couldn't help but stand in awe. Brother Ming. Ha! Wang Xiaoming froze, only to see Wu Yanni suddenly salute towards Wang Xiaoming. Brother Ming, I will definitely learn from you in the future. Aha! Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Learning from himself? Learn what? Learn how to bury a man? It's better to forget it then. Fine. Then you do your best. I believe that you will be able to win a gold medal in the near future. Wang Xiaoming nodded perfunctorily. He then changed the subject. Brother Xie, you'll be on next. Are you confident? Huaxia Team Track and Field 100 meters. In addition to Wang Xiaoming, there is also a Xie Zhenya. Compared to Wang Xiaoming, Xie Zhenya could be a veteran player. Only, his is indeed past his best playing age, though in his youngest days, he was also the reigning track and field figure of the Chinese team. But now older, it must be a bit overwhelming. And yet Wang Xiaoming continued to treat himself with such politeness and respect. Xie Zheng couldn't help but feel proud inside. Xiaoming, don't worry, I definitely can't compare to you, but getting into a semi-final should still be possible. Only, making it to the semi-finals is as far as I can go right now, and after that it's up to you to win gold for your country. Don't worry, Brother Xie, Wang Xiaoming said solemnly. Chapter 134, Veterans Fall, Legends Undefeated. After Wang Xiaoming's match, it was the turn of the veteran Xie Zhenya. For him, this match was already a family affair, and he was also very calm inside as he watched the scene of 10,000 people cheering. It's best if the preliminaries make it to the semi-finals, and it doesn't matter if they don't. After all, in the beginning, he was here to experience a wave. He was seen slowly coming out from the passageway, and as soon as he came out, the scene was very excited. Everyone was treating him with exceptional respect. After all, he was once the face of the Chinese track and field team. Wang Xiaoming has exploded straight into the semi-finals this time, and old Xie, a veteran of his game, shouldn't have any problems either. Go Lao Xie, make it to the finals with Wang Xiaoming. Forget it, old Xie is so old. The semi-finals, it's just a bit suspenseful. Yeah, what kind of person is Wang Xiaoming? That's a god. Ha ha ha, alas, if only there were a few more people like Wang Xiaoming, how wonderful it would be. Amidst the cheers of all the spectators, Xie Zhang also stood on top of the track as well. The whole person was like a cheetah waiting to be released, and despite his age, he still had a sheer attitude at this time. Soon all the spectators around them were holding their breath, waiting for the starting gun to go off as if they were going to race. With the sound of bang, all the runners of the track sprinted out with a swish as the starting gun was fired. At this time, the commentator also shouted, "The race has begun." Our former legend, Xie Zhang, is also in the third runway. We see that at the beginning of his form is very good. Oh gosh, it's getting past quickly, but Xie Zhenya, he's still accelerating. Accelerate. He's in fourth place now. Can't he pass one more? Come on old Xie, you're going to be an ageless legend. Wang Xiaoming entered 10 seconds in the preliminaries. Lao Xie has a chance to enter the semi-finals if he can enter around 10:1. So let's wait and see if he can enter or not. Xie Zhenya's gaze, dead set on the player in front of him. Third place. One has a good chance of making the semi-finals with a third place finish. Only halfway through the run, it was realized that one by one, they surpassed these damn legs. Get a grip. I'm an old man. I can't disgrace the Chinese track and field team. Although he knew that at this point in time, Chinese athletics was already a young man's world, he didn't want to admit that he was an old man who had been eliminated. It just ended up being very unsatisfactory. Despite Lao Xie's efforts, the final result was still not very good. His heart just died when the group finished fifth. With a 10:23, it's basically impossible to make it to the semi-finals. Let me take a look at the final results. It's a pity that in the end, our Xie Zhenya player still didn't make it to the semi-finals, but his fighting spirit is worth learning from all of us. As the commentator's voice dropped, the results of the match were finalized. Looking at the results of the match on the screen, old Xie's face clearly carried a look of defiance. But then, he shook his head. Sometimes he had to serve his old age. Now is the world of young people. He did not have the opportunity to enter the semi-finals this time. Then I guess there is no chance in the future. There is basically nothing in the next generation of juniors that can pick up the slack. To talk about Wang Xiaoming, to be honest, Lao Xie felt that this person was too godly. He only felt that this Huaxia track and field team pool of theirs was too small, and in the end, they would definitely not be able to glorify this big Buddha, Wang Xiaoming. As for the other youngsters, like Su Zhuoyi or whatever just blew a gasket today, it's an open question whether you'll break through or not in the end. These two may now be the last cards on the table for WAC track and field. Thinking of this, old Xia couldn't help but sigh helplessly. If there is no Wang Xiaoming this year, then what the hell are they going to do with Chinese athletics? He walked out of the arena forlornly, and sat alone and lonely within the corner of the resting tournament area. Alas, old Xia is also just a little bit close. If he could be a little bit faster, he might have a chance, isn't that right? It's just that if you make it to the semi-finals, you're not going to make it to the finals. That's true, but making it to the semi-finals at least saves him a little face. That's right, after all, it's also a former legend, and now it didn't even advance to the group stage. It's hard to see. Listening to the discussion of these players, Wang Xiaoming soon walked up to a few people. Coldly, he looked at the crowd. I say, as a junior, isn't it inappropriate to discuss a senior behind his back like this? Seeing that it was Wang Xiaoming who spoke, a few people instantly stood up. Sorry, brother Ming. For Wang Xiaoming at this time, the crowd was still very respectful. Not to mention his position at this time, the crowd could not match Wang Xiaoming's strength right now. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming was like the backbone of the team in stealth, and no one was unconvinced by him. And Xia Zhengyi, who was not far away, also saw what Wang Xiaoming did over here. In an instant, a million emotions surged within him. Meanwhile, the internet was flying with information about today's game. The fact that one person from Huaxia had made it to the semifinals in the 100 meters turned this into the #1 hot topic in an instant. After all, it's been how many years since anyone has made a mark in the 100 meters in track and field? Only to see that on the hot search, Wang Xiaoming's name was clearly just greatly ranked at the top. First in the group. Go to 10 seconds. These are the words that hit everyone hard in the heart. Moreover, this hot search was still appearing one by one, and soon even the top 10 of the charts were all Wang Xiaoming's name. Nowadays, several veterans of the Chinese track and field team are basically at the point of retirement, and their strength is declining. Even the quota for the 100-meter race was only one for Xia Zhenya, not to mention those who didn't even qualify. That's why such a Wang Xiaoming who gives everyone hope has appeared today. Everyone's hearts were agitated. After all, the 100 meters has always been represented as the ultimate human sport. Only the 100-meter race can truly show how far the human body has progressed over the decades. It just always seemed like the blacks were going to advance faster than the yellows. This makes the many netizens in Huaxia very unconvincing. On the basis of what? Instead, today's Wang Xiaoming is the one who gives them hope of defeating the blacks. It's just a shame that Xia Zhenya didn't make it to the semi-finals. It would have been perfect if he had scored as well. After all, these veterans, too, had once spilled blood and sweat for China. But regardless of that, it's tomorrow's semi-finals that more people are starting to book up for the tournament. Chapter 135, Pre-Match Bravado. The gold medal will be won. Although this time the results of the Chinese track and field is very good, but also become countless Chinese people over the years the most hopeful one. But there are still people who have misgivings and question this. Why on earth can Wang Xiaoming think so fiercely? So good at shooting, so good at swimming, so good at running. He's not high on drugs, is he? Are you still a Chinese? How come you're the same as the pretty countryman? Upstairs, why can't you talk about it? Sports have no borders, so do you want to talk about why Wang Xiaoming is so fierce? That's just it. It's not even human. These comments are like a passing cloud. After so much, it's hard enough for anyone to get carried away by these deliberately black comments. But the state still stepped in. These individuals were banned from their accounts in less than 2 minutes, and their accounts were also banned. In the Huaxia athletics team, it was the break time, and Lao Xia was sitting beside Wang Xiaoming. Xiaoming, these remarks you don't care. I was sprayed quite a lot in my previous session. Xia Zhang also comforted Wang Xiaoming and said. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, responded with a disdainful expression. I say brother Xie, just this matter. You're so worried about me? I'm not that glassy-eyed. Xia Zhang also smiled at this time. He was also very impressed with Wang Xiaoming's mentality. Just remember, it's really not that I'm talking too much. You're the only one left in the 100 meters in China. I'm afraid you've been knocked out by these black people. Listening to Lao Xia's words, Wang Xiaoming also knew that it was for his own good. He patted Lao Xia's shoulder and said confidently, Don't worry, Lao Xia, all of this is nothing to me. I'll let those who question it know what the real China Red is. Laughing, ever since I started swimming competitively myself, it's just had a whole bunch of little black guys. But for yourself, these are just sprinkles. It doesn't work at all. And, what final? He or she is going to get the gold medal. It's not possible. It's absolutely necessary to get the gold medal. However, he didn't say these words to everyone. After all, Who can be sure from the beginning that he will get the gold medal? A lot of people just can't believe that anyone can break Bolt's record now. After all, the best a 100-meter athlete can do right now is 9.7 something. Not to mention the world record of 9.58, which is just not something that can be done. However, Wang Xiaoming was confident that he could definitely break this record. Xia Zhang also looked at Wang Xiaoming as if he had seen himself once. He was so spirited and young himself, breaking 12 seconds for 100 meters and 20 seconds for 200 meters in quick succession. It's more of a 200-meter Asian record holder, 19.88. But fortunately, he did not suffer as much criticism from Lu Xiang at the time, so he was not forced into retirement so early. So, too, has been able to fight on the field until now. I just didn't realize that I would be old and useless so soon. At this point, the goal is just to make it to the semifinals just fine, and even the finals are just a luxury. But fortunately, now the Chinese track and field also has a top pillar. To put it mildly, it is now possible to retire yourself. Come on Xiaoming, play your best. I'm sure you'll be able to show the world our true Chinese strength. Wang Xiaoming nodded. He knew that the best comfort for Xia Zhangye at this time was to tell him that he would definitely be able to achieve the championship. After all, that was his idea in the first place. The gold medal, that's a must-get. At this moment, what Wang Xiaoming thought of was not the way he looked when he got the gold medal. Rather, it was the way he was when he got the divine medicine that would cure his sister. My sister's smiling face, the sun, the breeze, the willow tree. Once these images formed in his mind, they just couldn't be erased. When he came back to his senses, he opened his cell phone and checked up on the black remarks of these netizens. Just scratch a short video and it's a video about yourself. Of course, there are quite a few black comments of their own in there. Except for how hard these people are trying to be black at this point. How serious it would be to be slapped in the face by Wang Xiaoming at that time. It's just that it's not in your style to keep not replying. Moreover, these people who supported him, he couldn't chill these people's hearts. People are so supportive of themselves, they can't be a shrinking violet. Thinking this way, Wang Xiaoming also boarded his account and sent a short video. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Xiaoming. I'm very grateful for everyone's support. Please don't worry. I won't return to Huaxia until I win a gold medal in this competition. I didn't realize that this video, in an instant, was permeating the entire internet. Everyone was frantically retweeting Wang Xiaoming's video. Of course there is no shortage of skepticism. I say Wang Xiaoming, don't be too cocky, right? I count you as a king in swimming, but this is track and field. That's right, don't be overly ambitious. It's good enough to be in the finals. Ha ha ha, we as a nation should be humble and not rely on our lips for everything. Take the results and don't get smug just after reaching one semifinal. Mouth the first gold medal and don't fall too hard as a result. Of course, there are still a lot of people in the comment section who are in favor of Wang Xiaoming. Seeing these words, Wang Xiaoming's heart was also warmed. Not to mention all these online comments, at least among the Chinese track and field athletes. They are all very optimistic about Wang Xiaoming. In their opinion, Wang Xiaoming taking the gold medal was a breeze as if it was a bag of tricks. The day's games were all over very quickly. In the evening, the team even held a gala. Only, since there was a game the next day, no one was drinking at this gala. Only, the men had a competition. The women didn't. So Wu Yani Xia Shining two people drink beer, and that is not at all ambiguous. Well, women are not inferior to men. And Xia, the two of you are really not inferior to these old men in terms of alcohol consumption. Zhou Hong, as the coach, still needs to control the scene. Even though everyone was having a good time, he didn't want the two girls to drink too much. After all, it's the Olympic Village and anything can happen at night. Listening to Zhou Hong's words, Wu Yani Xia Shining, who by now was already blushing slightly, said to Zhou Hong with a smile, I say coach, what are you worrying about? Is it hard to worry about us getting drunk at night and going and putting Mingo to sleep? Yani Wu has a big personality and speaks in no uncertain terms. All of a sudden it just made the whole room laugh. Zhou Hong also shook his head helplessly. This child really hasn't changed at all. Just who did not expect is that at night when Wang Xiaoming was just about to rest, the knocking sound of two girls came from outside the door. Chapter 136, the semifinals begin, and Su Shen speaks. The next day, everyone was geared up and ready to go. With regards to Wang Xiaoming's strength, many of the players from Team Huaxia were very confident. Only the players who made it to the semifinals were also very strong veteran players. The crowd was also uncertain about the final situation of the game. After all, there's the World Championship Triple Crown winner Lyles, the out-of-this-world Thompson, the consistent Severivier, and one of the strongest Arnolds in the game. Luckily, Oliver, who is in the top tier of strength, won't be able to continue for the rest of the tournament due to injury. Don't worry, Brother Ming will definitely get the gold medal. Wu Yani Xia Shining and the two of them did always have confidence in Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming looked at the two of them. Well, seeing as you two have been supporting me so consistently, I'll give you two the gold medal when I get it. To be honest, the gold medal thing was not important to Wang Xiaoming. The only thing he looked at was the rankings, and as long as the rankings were there, so were the system rewards. A gold medal or not, to him it was just an iron medal with a bit of gold in it. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, all of a sudden, Wu Yanixia two eyes looked like they had stars in them. Not only many of his teammates, but online even a former legend, Suzuki, is posting cheering videos for track and field. Of course, he paid close attention, and naturally, he was pleasantly surprised to see Wang Xiaoming, who came out of nowhere, like Bolt back in the day. He only ran just over 10 seconds the first time around. But what about Wang Xiaoming? To run under 10 seconds in just your first race is unbelievable. With a little more rigorous training and a little more explosiveness, wouldn't he be able to break Bolt's world record today? At that point, Sushin simply couldn't dare to imagine. A world record in track and field is surprisingly held by a Chinese. And, to his relief, he had thought that after he and Xie Zhang also retired, there wouldn't be anyone in Huaxia at the top. But now it seems that there is no break in WAC track and field. The rivers and mountains are full of talented people. This is one of the most heated lines in the video posted by Su, and it didn't take long for the comments below to explode. Sushin, have you seen the semi-final groupings? Wang Xiaoming, do you think you have a chance of making it to the finals? Alas, the second group is still too strong. Arnold, Terborg and all these people are in this group. It's called the Death Group. Su God. Wang Xiaoming is not dangerous, and his group are not simple. Strive to be able to small Q to advance it. Big Q is estimated to be in danger. Oh. Ha. Right away, is Wang Xiaoming going to change his mind about a change in plans to try to make it to the finals? Go. Sajin, will you still participate in the competition? Looking at the countless comments, Sushin just drew a few and replied, but without exception, it all means the same thing. I'm sure Wang Xiaoming will win the championship. The race is soon to begin. All the players were all in the arena as expected, and as soon as Wang Xiaoming entered the runway, he felt a passion that he had not felt before. It was something he had never felt before in swimming. In design, he could not help but sigh up. This track and field is worthy of being the #1 Olympic sport. Even table tennis is not comparable to The field in front of us was basically flooded with a red color. The commentator also shouted loudly, "Let's come to the stage of the 100 meters semifinal." This set of group races, it can be said that the strongest of the strong. Of course, the second group is the strongest of the several groups in comparison. Former Olympic champion, May 4th youth, young junior, and even more so, Hijab brother, the legend of our country's crossover. I just want to say that this set of matches, that's a lot of 8 immortals. Let's stay tuned for the start of the competition and who will actually qualify to advance to the finals. The live broadcast room was soon swept up with pop-ups. This group is so difficult. I'm scared. Will Ming have a chance to make it to the finals or not? The future of China. But it is indeed too difficult for Wang Xiaoming to advance. This group is really a death group. Is the organizing committee targeting Wang Xiaoming? Why are all the strongest ones in this group? That's it. That's disgusting. As the format for the semifinals was to take 2 from each group to the final, and then take the 2 best performers from the rest. So when all the strong ones are all in a group, it's just a little less safe. By this time, all the runners were at the start of the race. Wang Xiaoming adjusted his body so that his was in the best condition. Soon, the cheering of the 100-meter race were quieted down and became silent. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath and his entire body became relaxed. It was as if the whole world had nothing to do with him, and there was only one voice in his ears. Bang! As the starting gun sounded, Wang Xiaoming's skill, eject start, was launched. Compared to professional athletes, what Wang Xiaoming lacked the most was actually some tips. Just for example, it's tips on starting out, tips on breathing on a run, but all the other techniques, Wang Xiaoming was able to make up for it all by relying on his instincts as a killer. But starting this trick, not so much. It's safe to say that a starting technique can improve your grades quite a bit. Several other runners also ran neatly from the starting line. Just what they didn't expect was that with just a glance of their eyes forward, they spotted the figure of Wang Xiaoming in front of them. He started out in first place. Gosh, the race started and our youngster, Wang Xiaoming, took the lead and went straight in first place. Look at Arnold, who was following closely behind, literally not giving an inch. Can Wang maintain his advantage? Come on Wang Xiaoming, speed up. Relying on a strong catapult start, Wang relied firmly on strong bubbles and quickly grabbed the #1 spot. With his muscle memory, Wang Xiaoming constantly adjusted his movements, striving to save the most effort. The sound of stepping came from behind him, and he continued to accelerate. Looking around, he realized that there was no one on either side of him, so it looked like he was still maintaining his position in first place. Charge! Halfway through the race, There's still the last 40 meters or so left. Can Wang Xiaoming keep the lead? It must be possible. It must be possible. Right. 20 meters left. Arnold has almost passed Wang Xiaoming. Gosh, this group is really too strong. Every one of them is chasing after each other. If they are not divided into the same group, does everyone have a chance to enter the final? The last 10 meters, it's going to be decided. It's coming out. It's coming out. The rankings are coming out. Chapter 137 Semifinals First. God's miracle descends. As the finish line crosses, the final places are settled. Wang Xiaoming, over the line, first. Oh my god, we finally have a person from China in the 100-meter final again. Not only that, Wang Xiaoming even won the first place in the group with a first place finish. If we look at the results this time around, even if we make it to the finals, there's a good chance we'll win the championship. Let's see what the final score is and if we can break Su Shen's Asian record. As the dust settled on Wang Xiaoming's results, everyone was waiting for the results to come out on the screen. Inside the live broadcast, all parts of the Chinese scene were in shock. They saw something, a yellow man, or a Chinese man, in the semi-finals, not yet in the group stage, crossed the line in first place. Throughout the world, it is estimated that the only person who can win over so many people in the semi-finals is that man, Bolt. Soon the live broadcast was filled with pop-ups. Wang Xiaoming is awesome. I can't wait to find out what his final score actually is. Gosh, I think it's going to break Bolt's record outright. Ha ha ha, no matter what, we ended up in the finals anyway. Even if we didn't break the record, we still have a chance. It's too heavenly. Wang Xiaoming's running together is so terrifying. It feels like a rocket. We, Huaxia, have our own 100-meter crew this year. And soon enough, the results were finally revealed on the screen. Wang Xiaoming, first place, grade 9.78, breaking the Asian record, became the new Asian record holder. Wang Xiaoming smiled faintly. He was not surprised by such a result. It would be a problem if he did not break the record. And the commentator pumped his fist. That's awesome. A new Asian record has emerged. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. Right now, right here in this stadium, a new 100 meters record in Asia. Born in our China. 9.79s. The commentary was very excited and vocal. As if it was live he was running. Let's remember this moment. Remember this time. Even though our track and field legends are all aging one by one, we still have our Wang Xiaoming, who broke the Asian 100 meters record today. So tomorrow, will he break the world 100 meters record? And let's also congratulate him in the final. And as always, he will be able to achieve a good result and get a gold medal for our country in the 100 meters. Let's wait and see. The viewers in the live broadcast room all turned red with excitement. Ha 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 ha, cool. Who says yellow people can't do track and field? Look. There used to be a flyer and now there's a Wang Xiaoming. Where are those hacks from before? Look. You losers, all you can do is blindly BB on the internet. I just have one word to express my feelings. Awesome. Upstairs at. That's 3 words. Where's 1.979s? I'll see who questions that. Crazy year. This year Wang Xiaoming simply walked in like a god. Moreover, there were originally quite a few questioning, black voices at the bottom of Wang Xiaoming's video, but at the moment, in an instant, it is the billions of sons and daughters of China directly scolded even dare not log in the account. And, even if they dared to comment, they wouldn't dare say anything more. After all, before this they did not believe that Wang Xiaoming had this strength, but at this moment Wang Xiaoming directly broke the Asian record. Who dares to BB more? This Olympics, although Bolt, once the best at 100 meters, is not competing. However, there are still several top 8 players in the world. Just in such a masterful situation, how difficult it was for Wang to break the Asian record. And that's just the semi-finals. There's still a final to go. At this point, the gold medal that all people once dared not hope for the most is now something they dare to think about. A gold medal, no longer a distant goal, is an ever-expanding ambition. In addition to the gold medal, it even tried to pull Bolt, a former god, off his pedestal. You know, the gold content of this 100-meter dash is unmatched by any race. So, although Wang could run this time in the semi-finals, he might not be able to run this time in the finals because of the pressure. The 100 meters has been called the jewel in the Olympic poem. Just because the house lights went out when the 100-meter final was being conducted, only the 100-meter race was able to go ahead, and all other events were suspended. It is this status that explains why the 100-meter race is the ultimate human sport, loved by countless people. The light show before the start of the 100 meters will be a moment that countless people will remember. Wang, on the other hand, is not only young, but is on this Olympic field for the first time. It can be said that at this time, Wang Xiaoming, in the historical position of the 100-meter race, early is more than the once Su Shen. It's just that, despite all this, there are still some ungrateful people on the internet with mouths to feed. Humph. I recently got the gossip that Wang Xiaoming can be so fierce. That's totally because he ate some kind of banned substance. Otherwise, look at it. On what grounds? None of the Chinese have been able to come out of the Olympics with this performance in so many years? Do you guys really think he's Bolt? Breaking world records at the drop of a hat? Wake up all of you. If you are not as skilled as others, you have to admit that we Chinese are just not as good as others in this sport. So, with so much evidence pointing to it, you guys still can't tell? Wang Xiaoming is definitely high on drugs. It's really a shame for us to have this kind of person on the Chinese team. The words came out instantly as on the internet together with the uproar. Everyone was muttering about this matter in their hearts, but soon it was someone who started to stand up for Wang Xiaoming. Directly below, the man was cursed out. To go to war for your country and be slandered like this is disgusting to the core. Your mom's a bye. Really open your mouth. Are you the only one in your family's family portrait? Why didn't your old man shoot you in the tur in the first place and let you come out so mouthy and smelly? Brother, are you unaware of Wang Xiaoming's swimming? He was the first to stand up to boycott prohibited drugs. Ha ha ha, prohibited drugs. I'm sorry, so many years since the Olympics. I only mentioned that I've heard of other countries often eat prohibited drugs. China? I can really count them on my fingers. Strangely enough, although this person said with conviction, but soon as on the internet disappeared. Just so sprayed Wang Xiaoming's sentence, and then is disappeared. It's very disconcerting. Although these statements were quickly refuted, they still planted a seed of doubt in people's minds. Chapter 138, The Hero's Back. That's the back of winning the championship. There is no way that the natural state will let these counterintuitive statements on the internet go unchecked, and released Wang Xiaoming taking banned drugs. This person, called Ding Kai, at this time is staying in their own rental house while watching the balance information continue to enter the money, while changing the account to continue to publish the same remarks. Ha ha ha, too good, too good. Posting $110,000. Just one more comment is $1. In just a few minutes I've made what I couldn't make in the past half a year. With that, he again used his bloated, fat, greasy hand to take a chicken leg from within the fried chicken bucket on the side and gnawed on it fiercely. In just 30 seconds, a chicken leg was gnawed to the point where no meat was left. Then he took out a bottle of Coke and finished it in a few gulps. After finishing the drink there was another big burp. Burp. Cool. Keep earning. Just when it just wanted to change its account again. Posting these remarks slandering Wang Xiaoming, suddenly the door of his house was suddenly knocked. Is Din Kai home, please? On the 100-meter track, behind the finish line, Wang Xiaoming's sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto the track. His arms were raised high, his fists clenched tightly, and his face glowed with blazing victory. Just a short distance away, a figure half squatted on the ground, his eyes quietly falling on Wang Xiaoming through the gap in his knees. The man was none other than Tuberg, giving a highly provocative gunpoint gesture to the Jamaican runner, and it was a high point for him. But now, the Wang Xiaoming in front of him, who was even younger than himself, was like an unstoppable gust of wind, leaving him far behind with a despairing gap and easily taking the first place in the group. Tuberger's brow knitted into a chuan, his eyes full of doubt and curiosity. In this highly competitive track and field circle, he thought that he had heard of all the newcomers with potential, but the name Wang Xiaoming was like a meteor that appeared out of nowhere, with no trace in his perception. His mind couldn't help but recall the legendary figure Bolt, who also came out of nowhere that year and rewrote the 100-meter world record with a devastating momentum. Wang Xiaoming, is he also going to replicate such a legend? Terborg quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the crazy thought. As a top professional athlete, he knew too well the weight of the world record, which was the pinnacle that countless sprinters dreamed of but could hardly reach, and how easy it was to break it. At the moment, his eyes were intertwined with complex emotions, as if he was re-experiencing the state of mind of the Jamaican players he had once gunned down, and a sense of powerlessness and confusion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Thinking back to the last World Championships, he was still standing on the podium of the runner-up. But even the group cannot enter the top two, and even have to hope for a small Q quota, in order to get a chance to advance. Perhaps, he really is a once-in-a-century genius, Tuberg murmured in a low voice, shaking his head again as if to shake all these worries out of his mind. Not far away, Simbini, Jacobs, and Turban Brother had shock written all over their faces, their eyes glaring round as they scrutinized Wang Xiaoming up and down like they were sizing up an alien creature, trying to find out the secret of their success from him. This isn't right, Simbini couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The Wang Xiaoming in front of him had a fair skin color that was almost cold white, very different from those athletes who trained under the sun all year round and had healthy bronze skin, and it didn't look like he worked out regularly in any way. He was 188 tall, his legs were straight and long, perfectly proportioned, and his eyes sparkled with confidence behind his black-rimmed glasses. How on earth does such a seemingly well-mannered body harbor such amazing explosive power? The turbaned brother sighed helplessly. He had already played his normal level and ran a time of 9:93 seconds, a time that was definitely not bad in any race, but in this group of masterful competition, he could only be ranked in the 5th place. There are only 2 small queue places, and he is destined to miss the final. At this time, Jacobs walked forward quickly and took the initiative to extend his hand to Wang Xiaoming with a warm smile on his face. Looking at Wang Xiaoming, Jacobs always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He himself had broken his personal best 3 times in the 100-meter race at the Olympics and eventually won the gold medal, becoming a legend in the track and field world. Could it be that the young man in front of him also harbors the same dream, wanting to follow his example and break his PB 3 times at the Olympics to win the gold medal? However, Jacobs didn't realize that Wang's ambition was much more than that. Wang Xiaoming's goal is to break the PB 3 times in the Olympic Games, not only to secure the gold medal in the bag, but also to break the world record held by Bolt, creating his own era. In the face of Jacobs' chit-chat, the corner of Wang Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly and he smiled politely, but in his heart, he thought, I'm just a passerby in this game, there's no need to waste time on these courtesies. So, he pretended not to understand and just hugged the athletes around him one by one before turning around to leave. Tomorrow is the final. The gold medal is already a sure thing. On Su Zhui's side, I hope everything goes well, Wang Xiaoming thought while walking steadily on the track. As he walked into the passageway and prepared to go back to the restroom, a group of reporters had already been waiting and surrounded him. Wang Xiaoming stopped helplessly, knowing that if he didn't answer a question today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave. Hello, Wang Xiaoming, I would like to ask, is 9:79 seconds your real strength? What kind of performance will you have in the final? A foreign reporter asked in not-so-fluent Chinese, his eyes full of anticipation. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xiaoming looked firmly straight at the camera and said loudly, 9:79 seconds is by no means my limit, and I have the confidence to break the world record. In the final, my goal is not just a gold medal, but a world record. After saying that, he turned around and left in large strides without the slightest bit of procrastination. Those who understood Chinese instantly boiled over, screaming and cheering, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Those around them who did not understand Chinese looked puzzled and asked the bystanders about it. When they learned that Wang Xiaoming's goal was to break the world record, everyone was shocked and stared as if they had heard a mirage. A world record? Is he serious? A yellow man is going to break the world record in the Olympic 100-meter final? That's crazy. Several foreign spectators covered their heads in disbelief, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. For years, only a handful of yellow men have made it to the Olympic 100-meter final, and now someone is threatening to break the world record, which sounds unbelievable. However, looking at Wang Xiaoming's amazing achievement in the semifinals, the crowd, although full of doubts, did not dare to question it rashly. After all, no one can guarantee that this legendary young man will actually make history. The media frantically pressed their shutters and flashes lit up the aisles. Wang Xiaoming's figure faded away, but the bold words he left behind were like a heavy bomb that echoed in the crowd for a long time. An invisible aura, like a raging wave, emanated from him, the championship-winning aura of sheer power, making it impossible to ignore. Chapter 139, Drug Testing? Sorry, that was left over from my play. Wang Xiaoming walked into the lounge with a steady pace, and before he could catch his breath, a large group of staff followed him in like a shadow. He was acutely aware of the movement behind him and subconsciously looked back. Hello, we're here to give you a drug test. The staff member in the lead looked calm, but his tone carried an undeniable professionalism. They were seen pushing carts filled with doping detection equipment, quickly standing around Wang Xiaoming, ready to start working. Wang Xiaoming's heart was clear. The Olympic Games organizing committee must have received a lot of questioning letters. After all, he was so amazing in the competition, breaking his personal best, PB, in both shots. How could one not be skeptical? Everyone is speculating that with the third shot of the final, will he really break through again? Or even break the world record? In fact, Wang Xiaoming knew in his heart that he had never taken doping, but he also understands that the purpose of this drug test may not really be to find any banned substances. With just over an hour between the semifinals and the finals, it was difficult for the athletes to rest and regain their strength, let alone deal with the tedious process of interviews and drug tests. Regardless of the results of the drug test, as long as the test is conducted, it will inevitably affect his status. And that, perhaps, is what some people are trying to achieve, and whether or not they want to plant a positive test result on him is less important. Gossip is often a difficult hurdle for a young athlete to cross, and in the event of a false media report about a drug test, it could very well ruin his career. However, Wang Xiaoming did not have the slightest intention to resist, much less refuse a drug test. He firmly believes that facts speak louder than words. Those who try to interfere with his play by drug testing are doomed to disappointment. This gold medal, he is bound to win. This world record, he is also bound to break. No one can stop. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath, with a frank smile on his face, and took the initiative to cooperate with the staff to conduct various tests. He knew that the results of the drug test wouldn't come out right away, but he wasn't worried in the least because he had a clear conscience. Meanwhile, somewhere in the corner of the Olympic Stadium, an internet celebrity named No Cilantro is wandering around like a fly on the wall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw the scene of Wang Xiaoming being brought to the drug test by the staff. His eyes instantly glazed over, and surprise was written all over his face, as if he had discovered a new continent. This is a heavenly opportunity. He secretly rejoiced in his heart and hurriedly took out the miniature video camera he was carrying, aimed it at Wang Xiaoming, and began to secretly film. Wang Xiaoming, you're too cocky. Now you've got retribution. You've been inspected by the Olympic Organizing Committee. Let's see how you can still talk tough. Admit earlier if you used illegal drugs, causing me to be scolded by netizens for so long. He muttered in a low voice as he kept adjusting the shooting angle, afraid of missing any detail. After filming, he couldn't wait to post the video online, tapping his fingers rapidly on the screen and writing a highly inflammatory headline. Shocking. Our player Wang Xiaoming entered the final even by doping? Looking at the headline, he smiled triumphantly, as if he had already seen his bright future of being an overnight success and making a lot of money. This is an exclusive video. Now I'm going to be completely on fire. When it catches fire, I'll be able to make a huge amount of money by casually bringing in goods. It's exciting to think about it. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly, feeling that Wang Xiaoming was simply his lucky star, but did not expect. Waiting for him is not the freedom of wealth, but the cold handcuffs and legal sanctions. He didn't even think about the serious consequences he would face if this was just a normal routine drug test and he published such false information. Perhaps, he was really so overwhelmed by benefits that he had lost even the most basic sense of reasoning. His hands were busy with excitement and he quickly messaged his assistant. Ding Kai, hurry up, the scoop is here. Hurry up and send the video out so more people can see it. When this video was released, it was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Perhaps the title is too powerful. Instantly attracted the attention of countless netizens. We have left messages in the comments section to discuss. No way. Did Wang Xiaoming really take the medicine? This is too unbelievable. I think it's a bit reasonable. How can a person suddenly rise without warning? Bolt practiced the 400 meters before and had a certain foundation before he achieved good results in the 100-meter event. Thompson also ran 9.85 seconds in the Diamond League. Any genius does not appear without a reason. I believe in Wang Xiaoming. He must have run on his true strength. Everyone should have confidence in their own country's athletes. Looking at the increasing number of supportive voices in the comments section, the blogger of not eating cilantro had a smug smile on his face, thinking to himself, still want to fight with me? I can make you lose your reputation and fall into a place of no return with just one short video. It didn't take long for the video to surpass 1 million likes and climbing. He looked at the dawdling number of views and was flushed with excitement, as if he had seen untold riches and fame beckoning to him. Unbeknownst to him, the more widely he spreads false information, the more severe the legal penalties awaiting him. The pair of silver bracelets have been waiting for him not far away. His beautiful dream completely shattered. On the other side, Su Zhuyi and Xia Zhenya were sitting in the rest area, relaxing and chatting while thinking of the great moment when the Chinese would break the world record, with anticipation and pride on their faces. Just then, the Minister of Propaganda hurried over, looking slightly grave. You guys take a look, this latest news that topped the hot search. Wang Xiaoming suffered a drug test? The propaganda minister said, handing his cell phone to the two. Xia Zhenya took the cell phone, casually scanned it, and said nonchalantly, what's wrong with drug testing? Doesn't every athlete have to go through a drug test before competing? It's normal for Wang Xiaoming to have a drug test. After all, his competition this time was so controversial. However, I feel that the timing they chose wasn't quite right, and with the video being blown out, the people arranged by the organizing committee were too careless. Su Zhuyi frowned, patted Xia Zhenya's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, You are still too naive. Their main purpose is not to test whether Wang Xiaoming has taken the medication or not at all, but to deliberately delay his rest time, so that he doesn't have the means to get enough rest and adjustments. Coupled with the influence of all the gossip on the internet, if Wang Xiaoming's psychological quality wasn't strong enough, he would probably fall into their trap. Otherwise, why did they pick this juncture when the semifinals had just ended and the finals were about to begin to conduct a drug test? But the two of them, Wu Yani and Xia Shining, laughed out loud. I say you guys, haven't you forgotten that something like a drug test is just a sprinkle to Brother Ming? Just think what he's done before on the swim team. In an instant, several people reacted. Yeah, Dealing with drug tests. That's what Wang Xiaoming has left to play with. And soon enough, the results were in. Chapter 140, Pre-game Preparation. Favorites to win the championship. Wang Xiaoming was quietly lying on the massage bed in the lounge. The light softly sprinkled on his face. Beside him, the professional staff is skillfully performing muscle massage for him. Each press falls precisely on the tense muscles, trying to make those muscles exhausted in the high-intensity training and competition completely relax. The remaining recovery time was running out, and every second was precious. Wang Xiaoming closed his eyes tightly and immersed himself in this short time of relaxation, enjoying the peaceful preparations before the 100-meter final. Despite the time constraints, with his strong recovery ability, it didn't take long for him to feel full of power again, as if he had come back to life with full blood. He slowly opened his eyes and waved his clenched fists, feeling the power surging within him, his eyes revealing determination and anticipation as he quietly waited for the match to begin. Breaking the world record depends on the next final. He secretly cheered himself up in his heart. Soon the appointed time arrived. Wang takes a steadying pace as he heads to the competition area to warm up. He jogged a few laps, moving all the joints in his body, followed by a series of dynamic stretches such as high leg lifts and back kicks. Every movement was done to a very high standard, and a full warm-up gradually brought his body into an optimal state of vigor. After warming up, he stood near the starting line, his eyes scanning the various famous generals beside him, saying that he hadn't actually taken this match to heart, but having actually stood here, it was true that there were inevitably some ripples inside. Now, he or she has become a member of this top-class tournament. Good morning, everyone. The commentator's passionate voice traveled through the airwaves in all directions. Let's look forward to our youngster Wang Xiaoming. How well can he play in this 100 meters final? Who will be the final champion? Everyone please look forward to the final in a few minutes. Even though it was the wee hours of the morning, the number of people in the live stream was climbing. The spectators were in great anticipation to witness the wonderful performance of our youngster Wang Xiaoming in the 100 meters final. The live broadcast room instantly boiled up, and everyone left messages in the pop-up screen to discuss. For them, the other competitions may be able to not watch, but the 100-meter final is absolutely not to be missed. How can you not expect to see the world's 8 fastest men battle it out in just 10 seconds? And how can it not make one's blood boil? They all waited anxiously for the start of the 100-meter final, with constant speculation in their minds as to who would be the final winner. Is it the cross-country Thompson? In the Diamond League, he ran as if he were an instant on the edge of the track and clocked an astonishing time of 9:85 seconds, and at that moment, the whole world knew his name. He also went through a rigorous drug test the night before in an important domestic match in Jamaica and barely got enough sleep. He even announced before the race that he was going to water down the final. But even so, he still won the final against the famous Severe, and his so-called watering down time turned out to be 9:77 seconds. This achievement completely shattered the rumors from the sidelines that he was not suited to the multi-shot system and withered at the first shot. Many questioned his inexperience, believing that he would not be able to beat Lyles for the title, and even speculated that he might play poorly and not even win a medal. However, in the Olympic semi-finals, he was even stronger in the final with a time of 9:80 seconds. At this moment, everyone is looking forward to whether he can explode again in the finals to silence the skeptics, win the championship, ascend to the supreme throne, and break all the doubts. What is inexperience in the face of absolute strength? Or is it Arnold, the triple gold medalist of the World Championships? In the last Olympics, he had threatened to win 3 gold medals with great bravado, but in the end, he was only able to collect a bronze medal and was ridiculed by countless people. But he was not defeated by these setbacks, and at the World Championships, he proved himself with his strength, getting 3 gold medals in one go, accomplishing his goal and bursting into tears with excitement. At this Olympics, he was only second in the preliminaries and was looked down upon by many as not being able to make it. But in the semi-finals, he once again beat the crowd with his power, advancing with a time of 9:83 seconds, which was enough to show that he was just letting off steam in the preliminaries. At the moment, he still has what it takes to compete for the Olympic 100-meter title. Will he be able to fulfill his manifesto and prove himself to the world again by winning 3 golds at the Paris Olympics? Or maybe Seville from Jamaica? He has won over many with his solid strength and is one of the favorites to win the title, no less than Thompson and Lyles. He had proved his prowess before when he was on the same stage as Lyles by finishing in first place and overpowering Lyles. In the World Championships, however, he met with regret. He had the same time as the second and third place finishers, but lost out on the medals due to a narrow margin of thousandths of a second. This time, he made a comeback. He finished first in the preliminaries and semifinals of the Olympic 100 meters, and in the semifinals he once again pipped Lyles to the post with a time of 9:81 seconds, leaving Lyles to settle for second place. In this 100-meter final, Can he prove that he is not soft in big finals and succeed in winning a gold medal to prove his strength to the world again? Or maybe it's Jacobs, the previous Olympic champion? Will he be able to return to his former glory and once again win the title over everyone else? At the Tokyo Olympics, he hit the ground running and won the title. But after the Olympic year, it was as if he had lost all his strength. His results fell off, and he was even suspected of doping at the Olympics to run the way he did. He ran 9.80 seconds in near zero wind, making him the hardest champion outside of the Bolt era. But even so, he was heckled by the crowd. At the World Championships, he, like Kali, didn't even make the final, crashing out in the semi-finals. And this time, he managed to advance to the final by virtue of his junior Q with a time of 9.92 seconds in the semi-finals. Can he prove himself in the final or not? Is it only every big game year that his strength is fully energized and bursts out at an amazing rate? Everything is unknown. But today all these unknowns are going to be finalized. Because with all the runners standing at the starting line of the race, the most dramatic event of this Olympics is about to begin. Chapter 141, 100-meter final. Start. The men's 100-meter event is arguably the most deserved representative of men's track and field. In every Olympic event, the 100-meter final is also always a classic spectacle. Next, let's watch the light show before the start of the 100-meter final. The only event left on the field is the 100-meter final, and the lights are turned off. On the night of the 100-meter final at the Paris Olympics, the entire Stade de France seemed to be lit up by magic, becoming a fantastic stage of light and shadow. In the sky, bright fireworks like meteors cut through the night sky, blooming with colorful light, echoing the lights on the ground. It enveloped the entire arena in a fantastic light. On both sides of the runway, tens of thousands of LED light strips suddenly light up. They change colors and patterns at a very fast speed, sometimes as brilliant as a rainbow, sometimes as the Milky Way pouring down, paving a sparkling road to glory for the athletes. The only display of sound and light in the house was given to the men's 100 meters, and not even the women got that. Wang Xiaoming couldn't wait any longer and took the lead, made it to the finals with first place in the preliminaries and first place in the semifinals. Wang Xiaoming. Exciting cheers came from the stadium as Wang Xiaoming stepped out from inside the passageway. Wang Xiaoming glanced over and saw a dense crowd. There was also a bright splash of Chinese red, and he could clearly see the excitement and thrill on everyone's face. Seeing the many compatriots present, he felt even more energized. There was an indescribable force that screamed and cheered, and Wang Xiaoming wanted to vent but couldn't. Wang Xiaoming roared angrily, allowing his attention to become focused and concentrated. You've waited so long for this moment, haven't you? There wasn't a muscle in his entire body that wasn't quivering, as if they too couldn't wait for release. After a while, all 8 had made it to the 100-meter track. At this moment, the commentator also roared loudly at this moment. All those standing here, the world's best athletes, now condensed aura, in the air, stirring in the Stade de France. Who will dominate the next 100 meters final? Who will dominate the next 10-second long stretch of frozen time? With everything pressed into those next 10 seconds, including fame and contracts, who can be the first to touch the finish line within sight? 8 trajectories later, waiting to be energized. I'd say the 100 meters pales in comparison without Bolt. The first is 9.80s at best, and Lyles has trouble breaking 9.90s. Where did you put Wang Xiaoming? He let go of 9.79s in the semifinals, and didn't he easily score 9.80s in the finals? First of all, he had over an hour's rest and a drug test, and secondly, it's an Olympic 100-meter final, and he has no experience competing, so he's definitely under a lot of pressure and not always at his best. A little bit of truth but not much. I still believe Wang Xiaoming can win the 100 meters gold medal. It's just a drug pot. Even if he wins the gold medal, sooner or later he'll give it back because of the drug test results. If you ask me, he should just be banned from the finals. Sour dog aside, did they give you a bone to eat? So barking? The top 3 definitely have Thompson and Kali. Kali breaks world record get Bolt on his feet. The average intensity even exceeds that of the London Olympics. That's right, I'm still the Olympic champion this year, Jacobs. Don't worry, the winds of Tokyo won't blow in Paris. Witness the enthronement of the new king at once. Teberg of Botswana? The loss of his family has caused an inevitable dip in his form, but he also has a sense of pride and belief in his own strength. The young man who once pointed his finger at his opponents and bobbed his head from side to side at the World Youth Championships paid homage to Bolt by winning the World Youth Championships gold medal with a time of 9.91s, considered by many to be disrespectful and seen as having strength alone but no morals. His best 100m time was 9.88s, and he set a new 200m time of 19.50s in the Diamond League, and a world best in the 300m. As the only hope for the small nation of Botswana, with the death of a loved one and the skepticism of the onlookers, will he be able to break through those skepticisms and prove himself? Or is it Cinco de Mayo young Simbini? a veteran in his 30s. All those years of competing in the Olympics and only finishing 4th or 5th, not winning a single medal. This time, his 100m best time was refreshed, and he seemed to realize that it is not possible to rely on simmering away others. Only by passing his own hard power can he get a valuable medal and stand on the awarding seat. After 11 years, he just wants a medal from the World Championships. Can it be his wish or not? He's not a May 4th youth. He's a South African hero, the face of South Africa's 100-meter platoon, South Africa's national record holder, and South Africa's outgoing flag bearer for the opening ceremony. Will he be able to break the South African national record, break his PB and push his limits in the final? What kind of result will be worthy of the upsets along the way? Or was it Kali, the world champion at 100 meters? Originally as a 400-meter athlete, but never able to achieve a satisfactory accomplishment, transitioned to the 100 meters and finished second in the 100 meters at the Tokyo Olympics behind Jacobs. In the World Championships, he won the men's 100 meters, running 9.79s in the preliminaries, making the crowd think he could open up 9.70s XS and enter the realm of the 5 tigers of the 100 meters. However, in the last World Championships, he returned home with Jacobs on a double. He was also teased by many netizens for switching his feet for the start of the preliminaries and semi-finals, which prevented him from advancing to the finals. He has been making statements on the internet about his ability to break world records. However, during a race, starting with both feet at the same time and doing a push-up became the subject of internet poking fun. Known as the most abstract athlete in the active 100 meters, can he break the record? Can he break the world record whether he starts with his left foot or his right? Or maybe it was the youngster Wang Xiaoming who came out for the finale? Came out of nowhere at the Olympics and shook the world to its core. The prelims broke PB and managed to make it to the semifinals by breaking 10 and topping the group. Everyone didn't think much of him and thought he was here for the Olympiad wearing glasses, but rose to the challenge and pushed his limits. In the semifinals, he was assigned to the death group, in which the 2 small Q quotas for the semifinals were all in this group, and everyone thought that Wang Xiaoming was going to stop in the semifinals. However, things didn't work out that way. He started the race with a strong start, pulling away from all the competitors, and ran 9.79s with water to break the PB and the Asian record. In between the semifinals and finals, he was subjected to a drug test. It definitely affected his play and his strength. Will he show his strength in the final as well, and finish this 100-meter final, as he said, with a world record-breaking time that will be noticed and admired by all? At this very moment, the 100-meter final begins. Chapter 142, the 500-meter Tigers came to the live broadcast in person. At this time, the president's office of the university where Wang Xiaoming was originally from, the principal of the school along with a few of the instructors were also staring intently at the large screen in the room. Everyone was not daring to make a strong breath for fear of disturbing Wang Xiaoming, who was far away from the competition in the romantic country in general. The 100 meters medal is something that our country has never won before, let alone the 100 meters gold medal. But I hope this kid goes as well as he wants, and our school will be able to get the glory when the time comes. No, I guess all of our city can get the glory, although it is the middle of the night, but they have no idea of rest at the moment, but instead the spirit of 100 times. When the Olympic Games competition is over, our school will have 2 Olympic champions. I do not know how many reporters will come to take pictures when they both come to school to share their success. At the same time, countless people in the country opened their live broadcasts, ready to witness this unprecedented and wonderful scene. Sushin also came to the game at this time. Xia Zhenye and Sushin sat together in the seating area at the side of the track to watch the 100-meter final. Xia Zhenye cannot help but feel, Wang Xiaoming can be really remarkable. Just saw him when I was never thought he could enter the final, and there is a possibility of winning the gold medal. The odds are not small. I remember when we just met, he said he wanted to hit the face of the netizens. Do not look forward to his entry into the final. I was not thought of it at that time. I could not imagine that he could enter the semi-finals. And now, Sushin is also a sigh of relief. Yes, we are all old now. The future still depends on the young people. The 100 meters young generation continues to emerge. In addition to Wang Xiaoming, there is also a PB 10.06 youngster. So I'm relieved. He's already strong if he made it to the final. Thinking of this, Sushin seemed to recall his own glorious history. At the last Olympics, he also broke the Asian record in the semifinals, topping his group with a time of 9.83s, and in the finals stood in lane 6 of the track, a yellow against 7 blacks. The amazing results of the semifinals have been played over and over again by countless people in the country, crowding the hot search list. This is an honor that can be earned by making it to the finals. Not to mention, what if Wang Xiaoming really wins the gold medal? Then I am afraid that I will be held up to the sky. I am afraid that Wang Xiaoming's heart is not strong enough. If Wang Xiaoming can stabilize his performance, I am afraid that at the age of 20, he will be able to dominate the 100-meter dash for more than 10 years, just like Bolt did in the past. As long as Bolt is out there, all the spectators won't question who the winner is, and even the competitors have no idea about the gold medal. As he grabbed a run, the other athletes' eyes glazed over and they were nonplussed by the gold medal. Mind you, if Bolt was still on the track, they couldn't even think about it. Sushin is trying to train Wang Xiaoming to be the leader of the new generation of 100 meters, hoping that he won't be overwhelmed by the honor at this time. Immediately afterward, Sushin's face seemed a bit complicated as he spoke slowly. I hope Wang Xiaoming he won't repeat my mistake. Even though he ran an amazing performance in the semi-finals, his stamina couldn't recover in the finals, and in the end, he could only run in the last place. Xia Zhengye consoled him. You're not the bottom of the list, but the 6th in the world, and I'm sure Wang Xiaoming will also show his strength and not let himself, or the whole country, down. When Sushin heard this, she regained her spirit and said with a smile, it's not easy to have a great day. Let's not discuss this. I believe that Wang Xiaoming will be able to overcome all the difficulties and win the gold medal. Xia Zhengye and Sushin looked at each other and smiled, full of anticipation for Wang Xiaoming on the field to create a miracle. Instead, a few very famous people were welcomed into the international tournament broadcast room. Today, we have invited the 5 tigers of 100 meters to the scene. They will be together with the audience to witness this historic moment. Whether they can break the world record or not, can Wang Xiaoming actually make Bolt stand up and become the new 100-meter world record holder? Stay tuned. With that said, the camera shifted to the 100-meter 5 tigers on the sidelines. They're standing around, doing their classic entrance moves. Bolt came up to the camera and made a weird gesture, followed by a scowl. Bolt lightning wings, Blake beast roar, hands pointing to the sky, Gatlin hand tier air, Powell. Of course other classic entrance move, the pre-game hang up, didn't have a good impact and wasn't shown in front of the booth. Next, the 5 tigers of the 100 meters will accompany us to witness the next 10 seconds. What exactly will be the final score? With the claimed strongest edition of the London Olympics, 9/80s without a medal, can it be stronger than ever and become the strongest Olympics in history? The camera panned to the 100-meter final track at this point, only to see that all the athletes had adjusted their starters. Lane 2, Jacobs. Lane 3, Arnold. Lane 4, Thompson. Lane 5, Simbini. 6th course, Simon Wong. 7th course, Seville. On the other hand, Not Eating Cilantro also came to the scene, but she didn't come to congratulate her. Instead, she wanted to find out the traces of Wang Xiaoming's doping by watching the match. There's always a loophole in everything, and I don't believe that he doesn't have any. She sneered and seemed to be very displeased with Wang Xiaoming entering the finals by taking medication. So what if he took drugs to enter the finals? Even if he ends up winning the gold medal in the final match, I'm sure the final drug test results will bring it back. We, the yellow race, are inherently less physically gifted than the blacks, so how can he possibly reverse this disparity and make it to the finals? And he wants to win the gold medal by himself? Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? If we can win the gold medal, then this is the best proof that there is no way a yellow man can win the championship over a black man. She looked sarcastic, unable to look at Wang Xiaoming's demeanor. Besides, we Chinese speak of humility and respect for our seniors, but he even said he wanted to win the gold medal before the race? And to break the world record? That's one of the reasons to get slammed by others. We must be humble, and even if we want to break a record, we must consult the world record holder first. If he doesn't agree, then surely it would be a shameless act to break the record privately, not to mention making a big deal out of it on social media. I'll post this stuff online and to the Olympic Organizing Committee after the 100-meter final, so he can eat his own words, and not only take back his gold medal, but he'll be disgraced. With this in mind, No Cilantro was again thinking about the things that her black boyfriend, who she had just made within the school, had accused to her yesterday, saying something about their country being degraded by Wang Xiaoming and having no face at all. Any more of this and he's not even going to study in the country. He's going back home. How does that work? He is the most capable boyfriend he has ever had, and how dignified he is to take out. With a foreign boyfriend by his side, the eyes of the people he meets are all envious and jealous. Chapter 143, the race begins. Wang Xiaoming steals the race? Inside the romantic country stadium, the atmosphere was as warm as a burning flame, and everyone was eagerly awaiting a summit clash, the 100-meter final. The previous light show seemed like a grand prelude to the 8 beasts that were about to emerge from their cages. Set. The athletes in the whole field quickly got ready for the action. 8 figures were like cheetahs ready to go, and the big battle was about to start. Pang! A gunshot rang out, extraordinarily clear in the originally quiet stadium, followed by deafening cheers and screams that instantly erupted, drowning out the entire stadium. The commentator's voice trembled a little with excitement as he roared. The 100-meter final begins. Let's see who has the fastest start. Oh, Wang Xiaoming had the fastest starting phase, leading the other 7 runners at the start. Coley and Jacobs glanced to the side with their afterimages and were both momentarily stunned. They were muttering in their hearts. They had already pressed the gun to start the race. According to experience, the reaction time should be around 0.11s, but this yellow man in front of them was still ahead of them? Is it a snatch and run? However, there was no sound of a recall, which means he didn't snatch a run. Wouldn't his reaction time be in the tens of seconds? You should know that a reaction time of 0.1 second or less will be penalized as a runaway. Under the zero steal rule, how dare Wang Xiaoming press the gun so boldly in the final? The two of them took this risky move because it was almost impossible for them to win a medal if they didn't press the gun. But Wang Xiaoming is clearly one of the favorites to win the championship and is not too old. So is it necessary to take such a risk? It's not a joke. And if you miss, you're going to be penalized. Strong as Bolt, cannot go against the rules. Grab a run will have to be penalized themselves. Wang Xiaoming, this move is too puzzling. But what they didn't know was that Wang Xiaoming's shot was not a pressurized shot, but by virtue of his true reaction. In that marvelous state where the passage of time seemed to have slowed down several times, he had almost reached the limit of his reaction, and with a nearly perfect reaction time, he had laid a solid foundation for the rest of the match. A hint of surprise appeared on Wang Xiaoming's face as he lowered his head and accelerated with all his might. For the first 10 meters, he felt as if he had only used 1/70 SAXS and managed to enter the 1/80s mark. What kind of concept is this? Even Bolt at his peak would have struggled to take advantage in the first 10 meters, and would even have been pulled away. The rest of the 100m finalists are nowhere near the 1/80s mark at the moment. Even Coley and Jacobs, who pressed the gun to start the race, only achieved 1/87s in the first 10 meters, which meant that Wang was able to pull away from them by 0.1s in the first 10 meters, which was quite a shocking difference. As for Thompson and Lyles, their reactions were as slow as a grandmother's walk compared to Wang Xiaoming's. The first 10 meters were only 1/9s, and Wang Xiaoming had already gained the upper hand in the starting phase. The contestants at the back, even just taking a few steps, saw a bright red figure speeding past them like lightning. Their eyes all flashed with a hint of shock, and in their hearts they thought, how can this still be a competition? However, after all, they are all famous track and field athletes, so naturally they will not give up on themselves just because they are behind in their prospects. They firmly believed that Wang Xiaoming was bound to consume a lot of stamina by running so fast in the front end, and would likely collapse quickly in the back end, and then they would have a chance to achieve a counterattack, like Coleman at the All-America tryouts. What about the fact that he ran up front and took a huge lead? Though, what's the harm in giving him a 60-meter lead? If he's too fast on the front end, he's bound to suffer on the back end. Coleman was unable to maintain his speed on the backstretch of the trials and was passed from behind by one runner after another, failing to even hold on to a top 3 finish and losing his spot in the Olympic 100 meters. So, instead of rushing, these runners kept their heads down and continued to accelerate, quietly waiting for a chance to overtake. Bolt, who was watching the race from a side seat, had a flash of shock in his eyes and thought to himself, running so fast in the first 10 meters? He is not afraid that he cannot maintain the speed of the latter part of the race? If Wang Xiaoming could really maintain this speed steadily, there was a real possibility that he could break the world record he maintained. To be honest, deep down he didn't want anyone to break the world record while he was alive. But if someone did do it, he would heartily wish for it. His pattern wasn't that small. Xia Zhengye and Su Shun were also paying attention to the match, and as soon as the match started, Xia Zhengye's mouth opened wide in surprise, saying, "You weren't this fast in the first 10 meters at the Olympic semifinals back in the day, were you? To think that you could pull away so much distance in just 10 meters? Su Shun recalled his performance at that time and hesitantly replied, "No. What's more, I'm afraid Wang Xiaoming even suppressed this shot, or else he couldn't have pulled off such a large distance with pure running time. Luckily it worked. Otherwise our player would have been penalized after he managed to score a goal. This kid is so bold. He deserves a big heart." Xia Zhengye exclaimed with a face full of shock. Isn't there a possibility that this is his true reaction time? Isn't there such a thing as a possibility? Su Shun slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that this reaction time is up to 0.10 or so. By virtue of normal human reaction time, it's almost rarely possible. Moreover, you see that Coley and Jacobs also have an advantage in terms of reaction, and are likely to have suppressed the gun together as well, and they've put up a fight for the medal." Finished, Su Shun emotionally shook his head, thinking that the cruelty of this 100 meters final is far beyond imagination. May really break the London Olympic Games 980 cannot get a medal record, and there is the possibility of creating a new record. This game is destined to be countless people as another miracle in the history of track and field. The story goes back to the beginning. Wang Xiaoming was half squatting on the starter as the 100-meter final was about to start. He was on top of the track, and the warmth of the scene kept him extra focused. He closed his eyes and gathered his breath, the cells in his body trembling, as if there was a roaring fire inside him, desperate to be released. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoming's eyes snapped open, and his gaze shone with a brilliant light. There is no doubt that he is standing on the stage of this 100-meter final with the goal of breaking Bolt's world record, letting the world know that yellow people can also win 100-meter gold medals and break 100-meter records, instead of being looked down upon and thought of as inherently physically less talented. Today, he's trying to break that skepticism. Today, it's to show you guys just how unbelievable and buggy your own catapult start skills really are. And the result was perfect. This one skill almost brought Wang Xiaoming's starting reaction time to the human limit. Because of this, under the hundreds of sophisticated instruments on the scene, no irregularities were found in Wang Xiaoming's behavior, because he didn't break any rules at all. Chapter 144, the lead widens and the mistake comes. Wang Xiaoming was unaware of the thoughts of the others at this time. His body gradually lifted up, his stride gradually accelerated, and his back leg stomped sufficiently strong to propel his body forward. The front leg is lifted aggressively high and lowered quickly, landing on the ball of the foot close to the projection point of the body's center of gravity to minimize the loss of horizontal velocity. At the same time, both arms are swung quickly and powerfully in conjunction with the leg movements to increase the power of the forward thrust. With the addition of the ejection start skill, he subconsciously ran in the most perfect, personalized running position, and even at 188, his stride frequency was not slow in comparison, and his stride length was increasing within the adaptive range, as he was continuing to accelerate into the accelerated running phase. 10m, 20m, 50m, the distance is constantly increasing. As the distance continued to grow, a flash of anxiety flashed in the eyes of Thompson and Lyles, Arnold and the others. What's going on? Why is it getting bigger? He ran so fast in the front range, but his movements were not much deformed, still beautiful and moving, like the best posture that perfectly suited him personally. Lyles put out the rhetoric of winning 3 golds before the race, and 3 golds certainly won't be accomplished if he fails in the first 100 meters. He still wants to prove himself, 3 golds and a bronze in the last Olympics. This time, he must win the 100 meters. He believed that his excellent back-end ability would be able to surpass Wang Xiaoming. Just have to keep closing the gap for now, or there's no hope at all. Thompson looked at Wang Xiaoming in front of him with his afterimage, equally unwilling. Others said he lacked experience and couldn't outrun Lyles to win the title. And Wang Xiaoming, isn't he also inexperienced? But Wang Xiaoming, with his absolute strength, pulled away such a big distance just in the acceleration running stage. He also had to prove himself to others, and letting go of the water to run 9.77s was no mean feat. He puts on a mask of pain and tries desperately with all his might to win a gold medal. He flew down the track, stomping to propel his body ever forward. Right at this moment, Wang Xiaoming's movement was a sudden stumble, and his movements were suddenly distorted. Bolt unconsciously stood up when he saw that Wang Xiaoming was at the top of the list. Suddenly, he pointed at Wang Xiaoming and said, "Look, Wang Xiaoming's body seems to not be able to withstand such a fast mileage. His entire movement is about to start distorting, and now you can see a little bit of foreshadowing from his running posture. It's impressive to be able to run this fast in the front range. It's estimated that he has already broken the sectional record for the first 60 meters, and it's going to be a bit difficult to maintain this speed in the back." After saying that, he gently shook his head and seemed to be a bit emotional. He only saw his own record not long ago had a tendency to be broken, but at this time, he saw that Wang Xiaoming's movement was about to stiffen, and in his heart, he was a bit wanting Wang Xiaoming to break the record, and thinking that he could not break it. Xia Zhanye and Su Shen looked at each other with grave expressions. Wang Xiaoming must be steady. If he can't be steady and his movements are distorted, his backstroke will completely collapse. The other few players are not weak in their backstroke. If it really goes on like this, there's no guarantee that they might actually be overtaken. Su Shen looked at the image in front of him, and it seemed a little hard to keep looking straight. The scene in front of him was a bit similar to the scene in his Olympic semifinal, both leading a big advantage in the front end. But when it came to the back end, the stamina was not enough. The running movement was stiff, and he could only rely on his instincts to keep going. Luckily, he was top of his group in that semifinal and was not overtaken by success. However, at that time, several people suddenly rushed out beside himself, and he was about to overtake himself, so he was also shocked out of a cold sweat. The result of that competition was so difficult to tell with the naked eye who was actually in first place, and it was only through the use of instruments that we were able to discern the difference. Su Shen gently shook his head, making it a little difficult for him to accept. Could it be that after China had managed to make it to the finals again with great difficulty, the heavens were going to target them like this? Xia Zhanye looked at Wang Xiaoming. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Trust Wang Xiaoming, in case he can still put up a big show for us? Before, the crowd didn't believe that he was sprinting material with his glasses on, but he ended up breaking the crowd's skepticism, entering the semifinals at the top of his group with a broken 10. He became the third man in our country in the 100 meters, and next entered the finals with an Asian record-breaking time. What can we not believe in him? He has always preferred to speak with his strength, and seldom strikes a mouthful that can't be done, and what he has said will definitely be realized. So, we might as well have more confidence in this kid, just in case, he'll be able to adjust his running position, maintain his current speed, and use his strong will to break through the restraints and kill his way out? Su Shen looked at Xie Zhenye, smiled and said, in that case, it seems that I'm still more familiar with Wang Xiaoming than you are. It's not easy to come up with a genius. No matter what, I'll finish the match. By the time he reached the mid-run stage, Wang Xiaoming felt that the stumble just now still had a big impact on him. After all, one is not a professional athlete, and quite a few details are unnoticeable. And then he thought about how he had once chased and dodged his way through the rainforest, where he would swing his hands so widely as he did now. There was also the old days of allocating one's physical explosiveness in the most reasonable manner each time. After all, one never knew what dangers might appear behind them. But today was different. Starting off with a straight burst of his own, if I had known, I would have gone for a few more runs to get used to it. The lead provided by the ejection start just doesn't seem like enough. Even with the ejector start skills, this is after all an international event for the top group of humans. A slight slip of the tongue, a mere 0.01s error, can translate into a loss of a normal game. The extreme speed of his front range had caused him to push a little too hard for a moment, leaving him without enough energy to continue to maintain that speed any longer. And it looked as if his movements were about to begin to distort and crumble in his back range. Just then, he suddenly thought of his sister, who was expecting him to break the record and become the first person from our country to win an Olympic gold medal in the 100 meters. Himself, and how could she let her down? He's a man with hang-ups, so how can he just choose to give up because his personal fitness isn't strong enough? His white face became determined, more than a little spellbound. Backstroke determines the final race medals. If he couldn't even win the Olympic 100-meter title after taking such a big lead up front, he himself would probably hate himself for not continuing to make another push at the time. Instead, he chose to stop halfway, and Wang Xiaoming didn't want to regret it. When the body can't carry the load, the will kill it for you. It was at this point that his will not to lose and not to be defeated allowed him to make a second push to maintain his body from deforming and to maintain his current speed. Chapter 145, The New King is Crowned. Looking back at the moon, the starting gun sounded, 8 athletes like an arrow off the string, speeding on the 100-meter runway, which belongs to the glory of the 100-meter moment. The commentator's voice was excited and nervous. Wang Xiaoming's reaction was good. Kali and Jacob's reaction was not slow either. They both grabbed the front of the race and took a certain advantage. Wang Xiaoming is too fast for this front, pulling far away from the other athletes. Let's see if he can keep it to the finish line. Lyles and Thompson, who were at the back, chased after him with all their might while secretly observing Wang Xiaoming. Based on their experience, they probably predicted that Wang should have broken 6:30s for the first 60 meters of this shot. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's action, the two men's eyes lit up. Thompson thought to himself, what did I say? How come the movements stayed the same? Mileage runs so fast. How can a normal person stand it? It turns out that it's not deformed, but that the time has not yet come. Over the years, only the alien Bolt has managed to be the fastest in both the front and back ranges. Even after Susan ran an amazing 6:29s, the backstretch were all completely stiff and couldn't maintain speed. The two men quickened their pace, wanting to take the opportunity to catch up. Wang Xiaoming's movements really became stiff, and the commentator couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Agoo, it looks like it's bad. Wang Xiaoming's posture has become a bit stiff and is about to be deformed. It's hard to tell the result if it goes on like this. Otherwise the championship is bound to be his. Let's see if he can adjust. Lyles and Thompson are chasing after him. Can he catch up? Listening to the sound of nailed shoes that kept pressing behind him, Wang Xiaoming clenched his teeth and his veins bulged out, turning from a gentle teenager to a scowling face. Hold on. Must hold on. At the critical moment, he stimulated his potential and accelerated twice, adjusting his original soon-to-be stiff posture to become perfectly ergonomic again. Not only did he not completely collapse in the backstretch as his opponent thought, but he was still accelerating continuously. The wind kept blowing past his ears, and he became faster and faster with the wind's boost. His legs even ran out of stumps, and it was impossible to tell just how fast he was. This was the power of relaxed running. His whole body, except his head, became relaxed, and the strength required was becoming less, and he felt himself becoming lighter on his feet, while his speed was increasing. The commentator once again shouted in excitement. What's going on? Wang Xiaoming even adjusted his posture? Surprisingly, he even performed the second acceleration? Let's see if it can be maintained in the end. Bolt, sitting in the viewing gallery, stood up again in shock. Wang Xiaoming can still accelerate twice? It's not scientific common sense. It's obvious that his movements have become rigid, and this is still allowing him to save his life? It was unbelievable. In the eastern country, it was amazing that such a genius could still appear. Seeing Wang Xiaoming pulling away such a big distance while the people behind him were never able to get close, Bolt could almost come down with a conclusion. After all, both Lyles and Thompson were not weak. According to his guess, they could both have at least around 980s, plus Wang Xiaoming's inspiring effect on both of them. Then it was possible that both of them could have reached the 9.7 something level. It was not difficult to estimate it based on the distance. This time, Wang Xiaoming could really break the 100-meter record. Previously, he had taken this as a joke, not taking it seriously, and now, Wang Xiaoming he was about to surprise himself? At the same time, Xia Zhenya slammed Sushin's shoulder and said excitedly, I wasn't wrong, was I? I believe that this kid Wang Xiaoming definitely won't let us down. Moreover, he's not a person who likes to talk big, and he'll definitely do what he says. You don't think highly of him, but he has always wanted to slap the faces of those who don't think highly of him. Sushin didn't even turn his head back, staring tightly at the runway. When did I say Wang Xiaoming can't do it? However, I do really want Wang Xiaoming to be able to punch me in the face. A 100-meter gold medal. Even if it means punching me in the face 10 times, I'm willing to do it. I've been running for so many years, but I've never been able to win a medal at the World Championships. With such an outstanding young generation, I'll be relieved to retire. The runners located behind Wang Xiaoming, who originally saw Wang Xiaoming's body running stiff, were all happy, which undoubtedly gave them one more place to fight for a medal. However, they soon saw that Wang Xiaoming was able to adjust his already stiff running stance on his own, which made them wonder if they were mistaken. Thompson and Lyles both looked puzzled and sped up to get there. They understand in their hearts. Now think of what is useless. Failure, maybe God does not favor them. Now, the gold medal is not even a little hope of competition. The only thing that can fight for, there is only one silver medal left. This silver medal cannot be surrendered. The two of them glanced at each other with their after glances, and both saw the burning battle intent in their eyes. Wang Xiaoming's stride frequency and stride length reached a relatively stable state. His body posture remained stable. His leg movements continued to maintain the rhythm of high lifting, fast pedaling and rapid downward pressure, and the swing of both arms increased in order to maintain the body's balance and forward momentum. Soon, it was almost near the end. However, Wang Xiaoming surprisingly did not press the line. He was confident in his performance with this shot. Records are meant to be left to be broken. He, in turn, is trying to emulate Bolt by breaking the world record held by Bolt in the Stade de France in a water release position. As in the case of Bolt back then, once he was born, he was able to break the record under the circumstances of looking back at the moon and beating his chest, and was regarded by countless people as a classic in the history of track and field. Only Wang Xiaoming looked back at the moon and pointed his right hand towards the sky, comparing it to a 1 sign, representing the first in the world. The spectators on the sidelines let out a shouting cheer when they saw how intense the match was, and the entire stadium became lively, all waiting for the eventual crowning of the new king. The commentator's voice is full of shock at the moment, almost breaking the sound. Wang Xiaoming presses the line. Wait, he didn't even press the line? He's literally replicating Bolt with that pose. Crossing the finish line in the classic look back at the moon pose is unbelievable. Everyone is eagerly waiting to see what the final score will be. Once upon a time, Bolt broke the world record with this pose, and now the same gesture is repeated at this very moment, like a reincarnation of destiny and a tribute across time and space. How can this not make your blood boil? Realize that the legendary Bolt is on the scene at this very moment. Let's all hold our breath and see if this final score can make even Bolt stand up completely and applaud this rising star. Wang Xiaoming, with a light pace, slowly crossed the finish line and stood there with an upright posture, looking up at the results display. Behind him, 7 other top 100-meter athletes from all over the world had complex looks on their faces, with shock, resignation and admiration intertwined in their eyes. How could they not expect? In front of the yellow man, actually far away from them, with an almost water-relaxed posture, far ahead of the finish line. In an instant, the screen lit up with the results, and the scene was instantly lit up, with the audience in high spirits, embracing each other, cheering and celebrating with waves of sound. Chapter 146. You don't know it's wrong. You're just scared. The sunlight flooded the stadium and the tension on the track was so intense that it seemed to ignite the air. Everyone's eyes were glued to the finish line, and at the top of the screen, the number was like a bolt of lightning that instantly illuminated the entire field. 9:52. Wang Xiaoming's eyes reddened with excitement as he raised his arms high in the air and began to run wildly around the stadium, each step stepping on the heartbeats of the spectators. Behind them, Lyles and Thompson looked at his back, their faces filled with mixed emotions. In this game, they tried their best. The soreness of their muscles, the shortness of breath, Every minute and every second they challenged their limits, but even so, Wang Xiaoming's figure was still like an unattainable star, unable to catch up at all. 9.76. This is the result of Lyles and Thompson, which in the past was enough to make them proud of the race, but today, it is just out of reach. Based on the 1000th percentile, Lyles narrowly edged out Thompson for second place by 0.005 of a point. Who would have guessed that in the post-Bolt era, running 9.76 seconds would only result in third place? Once, a breakthrough of 9.76 seconds can be ranked among the 5 tigers of 100 meters. But today, a race, a new world record, 2.9.76 seconds of amazing results, completely overturned everyone's perception. Coley started with full pressure at the moment of the gunshot. His reaction time was as fast as it could be. His legs alternated as fast as if they were fitted with springs. But even so, the time of 9.79 seconds caused him to miss out on the medals. What a shocking thing to do. And Severe, even though he was the slowest in this race, ran 9.89 seconds. And the whole team ran 9.90 seconds. The level of 100 meters in this Olympics, compared to the London Olympics, is even higher, and it's all because of Wang Xiaoming. He was like a beacon of light, leading the crowd to keep sprinting forward. Although this motivation, perhaps, was not wanted by some, who were more eager for the glittering medal. Countless reporters came like a tidal wave. Long guns and short cannons surrounded Wang Xiaoming, and the magnesium lights flashed non-stop. The audience in the stadium, at the moment they saw the WR logo on the screen, first froze, the whole stadium as if time stood still, and then they broke out in deafening cheers. The sound was like surging waves, wave after wave, seemingly to break through the sky. Bolt, who had been sitting quietly in his seat, slowly stood up even now. He still remembered the image of Wang Xiaoming crossing the finish line without pressing the line. At that time, he still secretly felt that Wang Xiaoming was too arrogant, and his own world record, would it be so easy to be broken? Only he himself knows very well that when he was on the track that year, even with a little bit of water, his real level was very close to 9.58 seconds. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, even attempted to follow his gesture of releasing water and looking back at the moon back then to break the world record. And his first reaction was that it was ridiculous and absolutely impossible. But the truth is in front of us. Wang Xiaoming really did it, just as he boasted before the finals, winning the 100 meters gold medal and breaking the world record in the process. How many people scoffed at him before the game? Before the start of the 100-meter preliminaries, some people looked at his fair skin and black-rimmed glasses and mocked. This looks like untrained. How do you look like you're here to participate in the Olympics? Why did you come to the Olympics? There was even malicious speculation that he had signed up for the wrong program, confusing the Olympic competition with the Olympics. In the face of these bantering words, Wang Xiaoming did not argue, just silently bare, as a deeply buried diamond, waiting for the moment of blooming light. What's more, some people even questioned him about doping and demanded a strict investigation. This is nonsense. Doping an ordinary person with no strength, even if he eats until he dies, he can't possibly stand on the highest stage of 100 meters, let alone break the world record. Wang Xiaoming used his own strength to fiercely hit back all the doubts. 9.52 seconds. This number is his most powerful proof. He's only 20 years old, and his era of domination has just begun. Xia Zhengye and Su Xin face to face, eyes full of ecstasy, and then broke out a burst of unrestrained laughter. That laughter, like years ago, Zhou's laugh, shattered the air of the stadium. Is the Lion of the East woke up roar? At this moment, their minds were filled with nothing but the image of Wang Xiaoming breaking the world record, filled with pride and honor. In this symbol of the human body limit of the 100 meters stage, China, finally can straighten the spine, loudly proclaimed, "We are not weaker than man." The yellow race also has unparalleled physical quality, can also shine on the field, or even stronger, more adapted to a variety of sports. However, in the corner of the internet, a blogger named No Cilantro couldn't sit still. He watched the video of Wang Xiaoming winning the championship and his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. He couldn't believe that a yellow man could do what even a black man could hardly achieve. And he decided that Wang Xiaoming was doping. So he quickly posted the video on a short video platform with a highly inflammatory caption. World records and gold medals obtained by doping. We don't need it in Huaxia. I strongly condemn this behavior. After releasing the video, he smiled triumphantly, thinking that the amount of airplay would definitely be less, and that as long as he made the right bet, a large amount of money would be in his hands. Even if the bet was wrong, once the video was deleted, there would be no loss. The netizens would soon forget about it, and he might even be able to get an overseas commission. He felt that he was just too smart, but he didn't realize that most of the netizens were sensible, and after seeing this video, they went down to play against him. At home, the state has long since locked down his IP address, and countless police officers are standing by at airports. Slander for the country's athletes. This behavior cannot be tolerated, and so he returned to the country. Waiting for him will be the severe punishment of the law, the silver bracelet to wear. Peddling a sewing machine in prison and getting a good makeover might teach him what the bottom line is. It's just that at the moment, she naturally doesn't think she's in the wrong. However, just as she was happily strolling through the Olympic audience, a voice suddenly came from behind her. That guy, it looks like that internet celebrity doesn't eat cilantro. When these words came out, instantly the surrounding crowd all stared over. What's happening on the internet? These viewers are always on the lookout for live as well. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's scrappy figure, but being so rumored, they had long since been unable to hold back the flood of power in their bodies. When they heard the name of not eating cilantro, they were instantly enraged. Seeing the crowd of people coming towards him angrily, not eating cilantro panicked for a split second. What are you guys doing? Don't you like rumor mongering? Wang Xiaoming has fought so hard for his country. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you make rumors like this? Nanaho doesn't eat cilantro and still talks tough. What? Facts aside, even if he didn't break the rules, does that make him right? For a moment, people were confused. What kind of speech is this? One of the audience members was so enraged that he directly went up and slapped no cilantro in the face, and the others gathered around in a furious manner. That's when not eating cilantro finally got scary. You, what are you doing? Don't hit me. I was wrong. People were laughing at this point. You don't know you're wrong. You know you're scared. Chapter 147. Let this wind blow all over the world. The commentator stood on the commentary box, leaning forward, his hands gripping the railing in front of him, his face reddened, his eyes glaring like bronze bells, and with all his strength, he roared out, "Broken! Broken! The world record is broken!" That voice, through the airwaves, instantly traveled to every corner of the world. And it's still Wang Xiaoming. Look at his relaxed demeanor. This is unbelievable. Hats off to Bolt. I'm afraid Wang Xiaoming's hard power is much more than 9:52 seconds. He will most likely open the 9:50 seconds mark, and is even expected to become the first athlete in history to run in 9:4 seconds. The commentator's voice trembled with excitement, and he kept waving the microphone in his hand as if he wanted to convey this excitement to every listener. There is no doubt that this is the post-Bolt era. No, even in Bolt's glorious era, I'm afraid that Bolt will be difficult to steadily win over Wang Xiaoming. With this shot, Wang Xiaoming has completely utilized his extreme strength. As he spoke, he quickly flipped through the datasheet in his hand. 104 seconds of reaction time, which also leaves us with a lot of conjectures. Could it be that Wang Xiaoming really intends to press the gun to start the race? It can be said that even if the gun was not pressed, with Wang Xiaoming's strength, the gold medal would have been in the bag for a long time. But his goal was incredibly clear from the start, and that was a world record, not just a gold medal. The commentator paused and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself a little. We still can't know exactly whether he ran out of the shot with his gun pressure skills or with his superb personal reflexes, and I'm afraid we can only wait until we interview him after the match to find out. But no matter what, the record has been broken, and this is the most worthwhile thing for us to cheer about. As soon as the commentator's words fell, the camera turned, only to see the reporters on the scene like a tidal wave, surrounding Wang Xiaoming. Microphones, recording devices, and cameras were raised high in their hands, all wanting to be the first to interview the history-making hero. At the same time, the official broadcast room was completely abuzz. Although it was already early in the morning and many netizens were still sleepy, the moment Wang Xiaoming broke the world record, they were instantly awake as if they were hit by an electric current. Their fingers rapped rapidly on the keyboard, and a pop-up screen fired out like a rocket, as if this was the only way to express the shock and disbelief in their hearts. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Wang Xiaoming actually broke the world record with this seemingly watered-down stance, so how terrifying his real strength must be. It's unimaginable. The human limit was once thought to be 9:52 seconds, but Wang's limit is clearly much more than that, so I'm really looking forward to his next race. Wang Xiaoming's achievement is not just his effort alone, but behind him are the blessings and support of his parents, classmates and countless others, which gives him such a strong motivation. This is great. There was always bragging about how they couldn't get a medal in the previous Olympics in 9:80 seconds, and look at this, Kohli can't even get a medal in 9:79 seconds. So true. I'm so sick of people who blow off the Bolt era all day long, and now this Olympics, totally hanging on to what came before. Who would have dared to think that the winning time of 9:52 seconds for 100 meters before the race? I guess not many people dare to say it. If you put Bolt's 9:58 seconds into these Olympics, you'd only get second place. So wouldn't that be the strongest runner-up? Yes, originally we all thought that a championship time of 9:76 seconds would be very good. After all, The wind speed is only 1 meter per second. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would be crazy enough to set a new record? And not just a little bit. Kali was right in his prediction. The world record was indeed broken. Only it wasn't him who broke it. Koli, now I'll never just hack you again. It's really too bad for the 5'4" youth, who has been longing for a medal for so many years but has never been able to get it. This time he broke through his personal best but met one of the strongest Olympics ever. Am I the only one who follows Pigeon? He's really making an impact in every Olympic year. He came out of nowhere to take the title in the last Olympics, and this time he also ran 9.8 something, which is already pretty good. It's just a pity that he met a bunch of super strong rivals. It's too bad for Severe, running so fast in the semi-finals. Obviously the favorite to win the championship, but I didn't expect to be last in the final. The last place finisher in the final ran in 9.90 seconds. Who would have thought that? Tuberg is still affected by the loss of his family. Otherwise he would never have been this good. And maybe he could have sniped Lyles in the 200 meters. Thompson was really born at the wrong time. As soon as he made his debut, he met the great Demon King, Wang Xiaoming. Otherwise, with his strength, he could really win the championship. You have learned to walk. Congratulations on your first challenge. A 100-meter race against world champion Wang Xiaoming. The netizens in the livestream were never able to calm down. Before that, they were always disliked with the results of the past 12 Olympic Games, and those people always said that if the 5 tigers of the 100 meters were in this era, they could easily win the championship and there was no need to compete at all. But now, look at these Olympics. Put Bolt's best in and he can only get a silver medal. Who else can brag about it? There is no doubt that this 100-meter final is one of the most interesting races ever and will be remembered forever in the annals of track and field as another classic spectacle. The moment Wang looked back at the moon and broke the world record, just as Bolt did back then, made the world remember him. Bolt let the world know the country of Jamaica, while Wang Xiaoming let the world reacquaint themselves with Huaxia. China, as the world's largest developing country, is already known to the world. But Wang's race made the world realize more deeply that China is by no means a weak country in athletics. He used his strength to prove that the yellow race is equally capable of winning gold medals and breaking world records in sprinting, an event that represents the limits of humanity. Athletics is known as the mother of all sports, and the 100-meter race is the brightest pearl among them. Wang Xiaoming's success in plucking this pearl is a strong proof that there is no such thing as the so-called theory of race, and that the yellow people are physically stronger instead. In a school in China, Wang Xiaoming's principal mentor as well as the teachers of all subjects were in the large conference room staring at the TV screen with unblinking eyes. The moment they saw Wang Xiaoming cross the finish line and break the world record, their eyes instantly moistened. Did it? Wang Xiaoming did it. The principal murmured softly, his voice filled with pride and relief. Despite the fact that so many people were not optimistic about Wang breaking the world record, they always had unwavering faith in their student, in his strength, and in the fact that he never spoke empty words. Wang Xiaoming's mentor laughed silently. This was his own student, even though it had nothing to do with him, but at least his name would be piggybacked on it. That would be a great honor. At the same time, Wang Xiaoming's class group exploded. The students were all excited, their fingers sliding fast on their cell phone screens and sending messages. Did you guys see the final result? Wang Xiaoming broke the world record. This is a world record. It's been held for more than 10 years, and was considered by many media to be impossible to break in this century, but it was just broken by our classmate. Yes, Wang Xiaoming is also too good, even if he is good at Olympics. I didn't expect that he is also so good at the Olympics. Hey, you guys, I've studied Olympiad with Wang Xiaoming. Do I have the talent to go to the Olympics in the future as well? You have a Jill. Another student spat unmercifully. The classmates flirted while fantasizing about going out and bragging to others later. You know what? There's an Olympic champion in our class who has won I don't know how many gold medals. One of them is also the 100-meter Olympic champion. At that time, it would definitely be able to stun others off their jaws. And maybe someone would even beg to get Wang Xiaoming's autograph for them. The class group giggled at the thought. Chapter 148 Giving up rewards and continuing to accumulate. Olympic Games site. The crowd. The audience's cheers. The sound of discussion intertwined into a lively and extraordinary scene. Everyone was still immersed in that exciting 100-meter final just now, except for Zhang Wei who was stagnant, his eyes full of disbelief, his mouth slightly open as if he was a frozen statue. How on earth did Brother Ming manage to be so awesome? Zhang Wei muttered, his voice thick with shock and admiration. He subconsciously turned his head to look at his beautiful girlfriend by his side. Originally thought that he was the favorite of fate, came to watch the Olympic Games, but unexpectedly gained such a beautiful person. But now compared with Wang Xiaoming, instantly felt that his little bit of luck is not worth mentioning. It can't be that Ming got the system just like in there. This absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head and put it behind him. After all, He was a staunch materialist and had always scoffed at such supernatural things. His eyes suddenly lit up as his gaze fell on his backpack, as if he had seen a treasure. This bunch of signatures of mine. I can't just give them away. They're worth boss money. Thinking of the pile of signed photos in his bag that Wang Xiaoming had signed before, Zhang Wei immediately felt as if he had $100 million. His heartbeat unconsciously sped up by a few points, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a trace of a snickering smile. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming on the runway was being surrounded by the crowd. He stood in the center of the runway. His posture was upright, and he exuded a kind of dazzling light. A tidal wave of guns was trained on him, and journalists were eager to capture every moment of the world record-breaking Olympic champion. Next to him, Thompson, Sevier and Tuberg looked at him, their eyes full of resignation, the clenched fists and slightly trembling bodies, all silently telling of their inner loss and struggle. Coach, I don't want to lose again. They were probably all secretly shouting in their hearts. Wang Xiaoming was being interviewed by the media at the moment, and the scene was bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the coldness on the other athlete's side. This is the goal of breaking a world record, and the world, for the moment, is focused on him alone. Right at this moment, an icy voice rang in Wang Xiaoming's mind. Congratulations to the host for winning the 100-meter Olympic gold medal and receiving the reward Flying Man running shoes. This reward can continue to be accumulated. Please confirm whether the host will receive it or not. Hearing this voice, Wang Xiaoming's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Before, he had been worried that the system directly claimed the reward. That kind of nervousness still made his heart palpitate. Even in the fateful 100 meters final not long ago, he had not been this nervous. Flying Man running shoes? Wang Xiaoming secretly thought. Listening to the name, it should be just an equipment. It shouldn't be of much use to himself. After a moment's thought, he decisively decided to accumulate the rewards. After all, his goal was never these ordinary rewards, but rather betting on that one nebulous chance, because among the rewards introduced by the system earlier, there was a magical medicine that could cure his sister, and that was what he had his heart set on. I just don't know how long it takes to accumulate to get it. Despite all the thoughts in his heart, Wang Xiaoming always kept a gentle smile, not at all as domineering as he was when he let out his boast of breaking the world record before the final. In his mind, breaking the world record was a matter of course. After all, he was the one who had integrated the system. Bolt, as strong as you are, can you match my persistence and hard work? He thought silently in his heart, a hint of confidence and pride flashing in his eyes. This unique aura of his made the reporters around him couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously with a gentle smile on his face, he made people feel that there was an unspeakably powerful aura. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoming's eyes lit up as if he had found some treasure in the crowd. He saw that Wang Bing was standing at the edge of the interviewing crowd, trying hard to stand on tiptoe to capture the interview. Wang Bing was known for her sweet looks, and although her figure was not tall, her lovely appearance, especially the baby fat on her face, made people feel good when they looked at her. Since we're looking for a reporter to interview, we might as well find one from our country, Wang Xiaoming thought, then waved his hand to signal Wang Bing to come over. Soon, the Chinese reporter Wang Bing came over with a face full of surprise. She was slightly gasping for air, and there was still a trace of nervousness and excitement on her face. She passed the microphone to Wang Xiaoming and tried to keep her voice as smooth as possible. Hello, Wang Xiaoming. I would like to ask if you yourself had expected something before you ran such a good one this time? After all, you said you wanted to break the world record before the start of the final. Also, the reaction time was only 0.105. Was it a pressurized gun? Or did you actually hear the gunshot yourself before starting? This is also a point that many viewers are wondering about. Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment, quickly organizing his language in his mind, then slightly leaned down and brought his mouth to the microphone. Let me answer the first question first. Obviously, I felt in extraordinarily good shape before the race, and I have plenty of confidence that I can break the world record. Obviously, it turned out to be just like I said before the race and managed to break the world record. A lot of people say I like to brag, but as you can see when you read what I say, I never say anything I'm not sure of, and when I say something I'm sure to do it, whether it's a gold medal or a record. As for the reaction time of only 0.105, I was also a bit surprised that I felt extra focused when I was listening to the gun and even the flow of time slowed down as a result. Maybe that's why I was able to lead the first place with such a fast reaction time. As soon as Wang Xiaoming's words fell, many more reporters came like a tidal wave and surrounded him heavily, throwing out one question after another impatiently. At this time, a foreign reporter crowded to the front and asked in slightly rusty Chinese, "May I ask what other plans you intend to make behind you after participating in the 100 meters? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xiaoming replied confidently, "My next intention is to participate in the Olympic Games in the 200 meters and the 4x100 meters, and I will set a small goal first, to win the gold medal." The props had worked, so naturally he didn't need to hide them. It was all an item within his plan. The foreign reporter was shocked. His eyes were wide open. His face was filled with doubt and surprise. You also have to participate in the 200 meters and 4 by 100 meters. You should know that but these two items are barely practiced. Is it not a little difficult to get the gold medal? Although his words were euphemistic, it was obvious that he did not believe Wang Xiaoming had the strength. After all, 200 meters is very different from 100 meters. Not only do you have to handle the corners well, but you need great speed endurance. The imminent deformation of Wang Xiaoming's movements when he ran 100 meters was seen by many people, and everyone felt that his physical strength was obviously not enough to support him to finish 200 meters, and that he would definitely fall off the speed seriously in the latter part of the race. And Lyles was the absolute ruler of the 200 meters in the eyes of the crowd, recognized as the front man of the 200 after he ran a 19:31. In addition to him, there's Botswana's Tuberg, the nation's strongest high school student, Milk Shield, Turbaned Kenny, and a host of other strong competitors that shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, the 4 by 100 meters is not an event that can be won by individual strength alone. It is more crucial to rely on the tacit cooperation with teammates as well as the precise technique of handing over the baton. I'm afraid Wang Xiaoming hasn't even trained with his national teammates for a few days. Will he be able to gel with his teammates? Chapter 149, A Chivalrous Man, for the country and the people. In the bustling scene of the Olympic Games, in the face of the reporter's questioning words, Wang Xiaoming faced calm and firm response. I never fight unprepared. I said it is the champion. The final result will be the champion. You can wait and see. His voice wasn't high, but it carried clearly all around. Each word was like a tranquilizer, making those around him couldn't help but feel shocked by his confidence and certainty. Wang Xiaoming was not a person who was impulsive and easy to anger, and the experience of being a human being in 2 lifetimes had made his heart far beyond normal. The skepticism of the onlookers was no more than a breeze in his ears and could not make any waves. Winning the 2 gold medals was indeed just a small milestone for him. His eyes had long been looking further afield, and he was determined to participate in more programs. The only way he could have a better chance. Soon came the exciting awards session. Wang Xiaoming stood proudly as the champion, radiating confidence and pride. Lyle stood on his left side. Thompson was located on his right side, and there was a group of athletes under the field such as Coley. Their eyes were full of envy and unwillingness, their gazes fixed on the gold medal that was about to be hung on Wang Xiaoming's neck. Wang Xiaoming noticed Kali's gaze and secretly flirted in his mind. Sorry, the world record has been broken by me. Kali, you probably have no possibility to break the world record. Coley and Jacobs could not have imagined that they had obviously pressed the gun to start the race and play to their great potential, but they still could not even stand on the awards seat, and could only watch Wang Xiaoming enjoying this supreme honor under the stage. The organizing committee stepped forward solemnly, the gold medals in their hands glittering charmingly in the sunlight. When the gold medal was slowly put on Wang Xiaoming's neck, he clearly felt the complicated gazes of Lyles and Thompson falling on him. It was a gaze that reminded him of the Tokyo Olympics back in the day, when Lyles looked at Blade from the 3rd place position. Since then, Lyles has been on fire, winning gold medals in the 100 meter, 200 meter, and 100 meter relays at the World Championships. This time, though, Lyles was good for a change and finished 2nd, a slight improvement from the last Olympics. Only, his pre-game boast of winning 3 golds was destined to be dashed by the appearance of Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming has long made up his mind to participate in the 200 meters and 100 meters relay. He has full confidence in his heart, and will never let the gold medal fall by the wayside. For the 200 meters project, after all, 200 meters and 100 meters there are obvious differences. 200 meters of reaction time is relatively not so important, generally run through half to 20 seconds or so. The normal reaction speed of ordinary athletes can basically meet. Take Blake, who is a top-notch pure runner, but has a reaction time of 0.26 seconds, and even then he still runs an impressive 19.26 seconds, while Lyle's best 200 meter time so far is just 19.31 seconds. In Wang Xiaoming's opinion, it is not very difficult to break the record in 200 meters, although 19 seconds may not be Bolt's real limit. Now that Bolt has retired, it is unlikely that he will come back to recapture the record if he breaks it himself. However, the 100 meter relay was a bit of a concern for Wang, as mentioned by the previous reporter, usually have not been honed, temporary on the field. Even if the individual strength is strong, the final results are difficult to guarantee. Relay races not only depend on the understanding between you and your teammates at the early start, but once you are out of the relay zone, the results are null and void, so cooperation is crucial. The skill of baton handover largely determines the winner of the game, and the island nation is not to be underestimated for its excellent baton handover, which has led to Asian records and even medals at the World Championships. But their baton handing technique also has the obvious flaw of being prone to dropping the baton, which can have its pros and cons. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming intends to take the 200 meters after the gold medal. Hurry to find a tacit understanding with teammates. Props cannot be staged in the Olympic Games like the U.S. team as embarrassing back of the hand. Otherwise it will be sprayed by the online attack of the sky. Then look at Thompson, who ran an outstanding 9.77 seconds this year and was considered a favorite to win the race upon his debut, even more so than Lyles. However, at this moment, he could only stand on the position of the third runner-up and look at Wang Xiaoming. The eyes were full of unwillingness and loss, like the eyes of Bolt when he looked at Guy. His heart may also be screaming, "Coach, I don't want to lose again." Meanwhile, the viewers in the country's live streams were talking, "OMG, my god, this must be Chinese Kung Fu. Look at this amazing feat, this athlete from the East, taking the gold medal in 100 meters. A foreign spectator shouted excitedly, "Oh my, this is an incredible feast." Another audience member couldn't help but marvel. "I feel like I'm just now waking up from a dream, seeing the awarding of the gold medal before I come back to my senses. We, China, have captured the brightest jewel of the 100 meters. The domestic audience was full of pride and excitement. "It's unbelievable. He broke the world record with his absolute strength." While China only had 2 participants but won the 100 meters gold medal, the lighthouse country should learn from them. Some spectators compared Huaxia with other countries, and their words were full of praise for Huaxia. At the moment, Lighthouse Nation and Jamaica are located on both sides of Huaxia. As strong as these 2 countries, which have ruled the 100-meter sprint for many years, have to submit to the Eastern Dragon. Everyone was proud of the rise of Huaxia in the 100-meter race. Wang Xiaoming, go for it. Win gold medals in both the 200 meters and the relay as well. I believe in you. The spectators cheered for Wang Xiaoming and were looking forward to his next race. The flag was then slowly raised to the sound of the stirring national anthem. The 5-star flag of China flew high at the top, suppressing the flags of Lighthouse and Jamaica on both sides, as if proclaiming that China was the strongest king in the 100-meter race at the moment. The Chinese people next to them, both the athletes and the spectators, all sang the national anthem as loudly as Wang Xiaoming, and the songs converged together and resounded throughout the stadium, expressing their deep love and respect for their motherland. Xia Zhenya looked at Su Shun, bursting into tears, and said excitedly, "He did it, becoming the first person in the history of the 100 meters, and I still can't help it when I see the national flag appearing in the 100-meter event." Su Shun's face was complicated with emotion. "Yes, this is something that we have not been able to do for many generations, and now, let Wang Xiaoming fulfill this mission. We, Huaxia, can finally proudly say that we are not a weak country in athletics, and we are also able to stand on the award seat and enjoy this glorious moment." Xia Zhenya held back the excitement in his heart and choked up as he continued. "Originally, I was going to give up the main attack of the 200 meters, wanting to stabilize the 100-meter relay. Otherwise I really can't rest assured that there is only a group of young juniors left besides us. 200 meters is after all the vision for so many years. I give up 200 meters. I can have Wang Xiaoming on top. I'm already very satisfied. I hope that he also continue to work hard in 200 meters." Wang Xiaoming looked at the fluttering flag and his thoughts surged like a tidal wave. Thinking back to the beginning, he participated in the competition only to obtain the system's rewards, with a very utilitarian purpose. And now, looking around at his compatriots cheering for themselves and for China, and looking at veterans such as Xie Zhenye and Su Shen, who were so excited that they were in tears beside the awards table, his heart was deeply touched. His thoughts are no longer limited to just utilitarianism, but more so, he wants to win more gold medals for his country, so that China can really stand up in the field of track and field. It was as if a shackle had been completely broken in his heart and he had become incredibly permeable. He finally realized that a person's life cannot be limited to personal gains and losses, but should have a more ambitious ambitions and pursuits, as the so-called chivalry, for the country and for the people. Chapter 150, The Jade-Faced Scholar vs. the Black Vajra. Early in the morning on Chinese time, the first ray of sunlight gently sprinkled the earth through the light clouds, waking up countless people who were still sleeping. The moment everyone picked up their cell phones and unlocked their screens as usual, social media and short video platforms were swept with a flurry of news about Wang Xiaoming. The topic: Wang Xiaoming won the 100 meters gold medal. Breaking the world record hangs high on the top of the hot search list, eye-catching and dazzling. Even though the world-renowned 100-meter final was broadcast in the early morning hours in China, and many people were not able to watch the live broadcast due to work or rest reasons, it did not affect the news of Wang Xiaoming's record-breaking win like a prairie fire, which quickly spread on the internet. Casually click on a short video. The screen is full of netizens' enthusiastic discussion, although the words are simple, but full of uncontrollable excitement and pride, summed up in that very strong sense of power of the two words, newbie. Even if many people don't have an in-depth knowledge of track and field events, it doesn't stop them from participating in this national carnival in any way. The comments were full of fun and banter, and there was a joyful atmosphere between the lines. This is simply the Jade Scholar versus the Black Diamond. Wang Xiaoming not only won the championship but also broke the world record in such a competitive situation. This kid is so invincible, with his skinny little body and glasses. At first glance it really makes you gullible. Who would have thought that his explosive power is so amazing? Wang Xiaoming, 18 years old, 188 centimeters tall. From Jiangdong province, he's the pride of our Jiangdong province. He's not just the pride of a province, he's the pride of all of China. Why do you guys think his glasses don't fall off when he runs? It's a track meet he's participating in. It's amazing. Coach, a speed race. Wang, coach, what kind of accent are you speaking in? Wang Xiaoming, I didn't even know about it. I came here when I heard I could get credits for attending. The comments section was a hoot as the heat continued to climb. As the first domestic 100-meter gold medalist, who also broke the world record, Wang Xiaoming instantly became the idol of the whole nation, and the state also actively promoted the publicity of him. And for a while, his name and deeds were known to no one in the motherland in the north and south of the country. Wang Xiaoming, at this time, was still in his room in a foreign country, oblivious to the fiery scene at home. The camera pans to the place where the race was held. After a thrilling 100-meter battle, Wang took a short break and was led by the staff to the next trip, the interview site. Along the way, his pace was steady, with just a few moments of post-race exhaustion and excitement lingering in his eyes. Once stepped into the interview site, click, 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 click. The shutter sound is as dense as the rain. Countless camera lenses aimed at the hero who just created history. Wang Xiaoming walked calmly to the C-seat in the center of the venue under the watchful eyes of the crowd and settled down steadily. Beside him, the first and second runners-up were seated in turn, and together the three were the center of attention in this interview. The first to ask a question was a senior reporter, with a smile on his face and a tone full of curiosity and respect. Wang Xiaoming, when you crossed the finish line and looked up to see the final score, how did you feel in your heart? Wang Xiaoming slightly tilted his head. His thoughts immediately drifted back to that exciting moment. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, and he slowly spoke. That feeling is really marvelous. In fact, before the start, I had a strong premonition in my heart that I would be able to break the world record. But when the result is really in front of the eyes, the surprise is still as expected. After all, Bolt's record has always been my goal to chase, accompanied me through countless days of hard training. Speaking of which, a light shone in his eyes and a gentle smile appeared on his face, the relief and pride that comes with a dream come true. However, the scene was not always this harmonious. Suddenly, a reporter stood up, his tone sharp with obvious skepticism. Wang Xiaoming, can you explain why you have risen to prominence? Many famous generals have signs to follow before they succeed, but in you, it seems that you can't find any signs that foretell success. Some people on the internet even questioned that you broke the world record by taking doping, and once there was no doping effect, you would return to your original level. How do you respond to these claims? Hearing these words full of malice, Wang Xiaoming's eyes instantly turned cold as he subconsciously looked at the media logo on the chest of the questioning reporter to confirm the country he belonged to. As expected, it was just as he had guessed in his mind. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath and tried to suppress his inner anger. His face was calm, but his tone was as icy as the cold winter wind. If you are coming to the interview with such an unfriendly attitude, then I don't welcome you. I don't want to explain more about these baseless queries. I can clearly tell you that I definitely did not take any doping. He paused slightly. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Perhaps I've disappointed you all. You're always keen to promote the theory of ethnicity, and now that the yellow race has broken the world record, you can't accept it? But it doesn't matter. The results of the drug test will come out soon. The facts speak louder than words, and no amount of slander can change the truth. After ending the unpleasant exchange, Wang Xiaoming patiently answered a few more questions from the friendly reporter, and then got up to leave the interview site and return to his room. As soon as he entered the room, he went straight to the bed and lay down wearily, his face slightly dull and his eyes revealing a deep weariness. 2 high-intensity matches in a row, coupled with the tit-for-tat interview he just had, left him feeling drained. He decided to take a hot bath to relax his tense nerves. After all, he had an important interaction with the 100-meter 5 Tigers tomorrow and he needed to get his strength up. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the internet world, a blogger with the screen name No Cilantro is posting carefully edited videos with evil intentions, trying to discredit Wang Xiaoming through malicious editing and distortion of facts. She sat in the dimly lit room with a smug sneer on her face, thinking she was about to succeed in her plot. Just then, suddenly, bang, a loud noise, the door was kicked open. The blogger trembled with fear, and the cell phone in her hand almost slipped. She looked at the door in horror and asked in a trembling voice, "What is going on?" She who had done all the bad things in her daily life, was now filled with fear that her evil deeds had finally been retributed. After slowing down, she realized that she was in a foreign country, so she boldly shouted, "What are you doing? Where do you get the authority to arrest people in a foreign country? I strongly condemn this behavior of yours." Seeing that the people in front of her seemed to be hesitant, the blogger became more and more complacent, straightened her back, and continued to shout, "When I go back to my country, I will definitely condemn you. And we Chinese must be low-key and humble in foreign countries." The several arresting officers glanced at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, as if confirming that the babbling man in front of them was the one they were trying to arrest, and was not quite in his right mind. Just like the rumors, without further hesitation, they stride forward and quickly pin her to the ground. One of the arresting officers looked at her empty hands and teased, "Hands are empty, arrange some decoration for her." With that, he put a pair of shiny silver bracelets on her. Chapter 151 Preparing for 200M. In a dimly lit room abroad, the atmosphere is tense and suffocating. No Cilantro looked panicked, his eyes full of fear and remorse. How could she not have imagined that what she had done would trigger such serious consequences? Even in a foreign country, denigration and slander of national athletes is still illegal. She thought she could escape the law. But now, cold handcuffs are about to handcuff her hands. What's worse, according to the investigation, she is also suspected to have made some kind of ulterior deal with offshore elements. She is responsible for promoting ethnocentrism in the country and attempting to convince the people of the country that the yellow race is inferior to other races, an act which is nothing short of an aggravating circumstance. The video of her denigrating the national bodybuilder has been widely distributed on the internet, with a staggering number of views, and has had an extremely bad impact. The arresting officer had a serious expression on his face and did not give her any chance to beg for mercy as he escorted her out of the room, carefully collecting every piece of incriminating evidence. She was then put on a bus and closely escorted all the way to her home country, where she was about to be transferred to face justice. It is only a matter of time before such people with ulterior motives are severely punished. Olympic glory and new goals. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured through the window and sprinkled on Wang Xiaoming's bed. He slowly woke up from his sleep and stretched hard, his body filled with strength. The effect of the physical strength-enhancing liquid was remarkable, making him feel comfortable like never before. He picked up his cell phone and wanted to look at the recent Olympic news, but he didn't expect that when he opened it, the hot news from all the major software came in like a tidal wave. The top of the hot search list on Shake, Scarf, and a certain hand is invariably the news that he won the gold medal in the 100 meters and broke the world record. Wang Xiaoming looked at these messages and gently shook his head, a light smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. He knows that the 100-meter event has a huge impact as the most golden event in track and field. Like Bolt, who was instantly known around the world after winning 3 Olympic golds in the capital, making Jamaica a country more widely known. Before Bolt came out of nowhere, many people had never even heard of the country. Even with Powell's presence, he couldn't win a medal at the Worlds. And for those who don't know anything about track and field, at best, they'll just focus on the Olympics, and things like the World Championships and the Diamond League. Only true track and field enthusiasts will be dedicated to it. Wang Xiaoming clicked on a hot search and watched it with interest, and spit a few words from time to time. Our youngster, Wang Xiaoming, managed to win the 100-meter gold medal, breaking the world record. When the flag was raised at the 100-meter program, Su Xin and Xia Zhenya burst into tears. "I said I'd enroll in the Olympics. Why are you doing the Olympics for me?" With glasses on, he can easily break the world record. Wang Xiaoming looks back at the moon in tribute to Bolt. "You went and got a gold medal in the 100 meters over the summer?" He looked at the headlines and thought to himself, well, there's nothing wrong with the first one. Just change the word small. The rest of the wording is fine. After watching for a while, Wang Xiaoming but suddenly felt tasteless. Perhaps his threshold had gotten higher after hearing too many compliments from others. If he were in the past, he would have been so excited. But now, he realized that he couldn't just stand still and lie on his laurels just because of this 100-meter gold medal. His next goal is clear, a gold medal in the 200 meters, toward a new journey. At this moment, the 5 tigers of 100 meters were gathered in a conference room. As soon as Wang Xiaoming walked into the conference room, the crowd greeted him warmly. Bolt took the lead and strutted over, laughing and pounding Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. In the past, everyone knew that Wang Xiaoming could not speak English, so there was an interpreter standing next to him. But who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming has now transformed, and the moment he opened his mouth, he spoke fluent English and communicated freely with Bolt. After exchanging a few moments, Wang Xiaoming didn't continue to gossip on this topic, but eagerly inquired about the 200-meter project. "Brother Xie, I'm going to participate in the 200-meter event. When it's time to train, you have to call me to go to the training gym. I want to test how good I am at 200 meters. When Xia Zhengye heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly said, "Choose a day, let's go over there now. It just so happens that both General Manager Su and I have the time to take a look for you together." After saying that, he pulled Wang Xiaoming and walked towards the training hall, not forgetting to call the 200-meter sprint coach. Inside the training hall, a standard running track came into view, a place dedicated to the training of Chinese athletes. Wang Xiaoming fixed his eyes on a few athletes who were practicing relay seriously. Learning that Wang Xiaoming was coming to test the 200 meters, the crowd gathered around, all of them full of anticipation, wanting to see what level this player, who had just won the gold medal in the 100 meters and broken the world record, could perform in the 200-meter event. According to common sense, the world record holder in 100 meters should not be bad in 200 meters, and it should not be a problem for him to run into 20 seconds. But it's never easy to win a gold medal at the Olympics. Lyles, Kenny the cashier, Toberg of Botswana, and Milk Shield, the strongest high school student in the nation, are undoubtedly Wang's biggest rivals for the title in the 200-meter event, and they are too strong to be underestimated. The crowd gathered around and whispered, afraid of affecting Wang Xiaoming's state. "What do you guys think? How much can Wang Xiaoming run in 200 meters? He should be able to make it to 20 seconds. He broke the world record in 100 meters, so he feels that 200 meters won't be too bad. I think it's no problem to break the Asian record in the 200 meters. The point is that even if you break the record in the final, you won't necessarily get a medal. Those opponents are too tough." "Yes, I heard that Lyles is going to break the 200 meters world record." Wang Xiaoming only broke the 100-meter world record. If Lyles breaks the 200-meter one again, I guess Bolt's face will be black. Someone immediately countered, "The 200-meter world record is not so good to break, and Bolt is 9 shots against the wind to run out of the results. This is far from his limit. So according to you, Wang Xiaoming can break 20 seconds. I would like to see him run within 19.5 seconds. 19.50 seconds, that's not something you can normally achieve. That's top 10 all time. I don't think it's likely. He's got to at least acclimatize first." Wu Yanixia Shining and the two of them stood quietly around the runway, not participating in the crowd's discussion, but just looking intently at Wang Xiaoming, their eyes full of anticipation and encouragement as they silently cheered for him in their hearts. With a smile on his face, the sprint coach walked over to Wang Xiaoming and said, "Do you want to add some pressure on you? It's not good to judge your strength without a decent opponent for 200 meters." Wang Xiaoming nodded, looked at Xie Zhenye beside him, and replied, "Yes, then it's brother Xie. It just so happens that he's the strongest in the 200 meters here." He chose Xie Zhenye because others on the field might not be able to put enough pressure on him to serve as a test of strength. Although Xie Zhenye's strength has slipped, even so, his time should be around 21 seconds, which Wang feels is still acceptable as his opponent. Hearing this, Xie Zhenye smiled and joked, "You kid, this is to take me on." However, he didn't reject it, and he was also eager to learn about Wang Xiaoming's strength in the 200-meter event. He thought that he did not have much hope of entering the finals and getting a medal, so he simply did not participate in this competition, and now he could spar with Wang Xiaoming. Chapter 152, Top 5 in History Before You've Used Your Full Strength? Wang Xiaoming stood on the track and field, looking at the professional starter and advanced electronic timing equipment in front of him. These equipments, even for daily training, show the extreme of professionalism. For professional athletes who pursue every minute and second, the only way to accurately capture the subtle changes of every training session is to have a precise point mark of milliseconds. If he had used a handwritten note, he would have been worried that if he had broken the 200-meter world record right off the bat, others would have questioned the coach's faulty pinching of the watch. "Ready?" The voice of the commander was extraordinarily clear in the silent arena. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath and stomped steadily on the starter. His legs were like taut springs, and his whole body's muscles were in the state of being ready to go. His gaze was fixed on the runway in front of him, his eyes revealing determination and concentration. His ears perked up, not letting go of any omen of the starting gun going off. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath and waited for the gunshot that pierced the silence. Pang! The starting gun rang out, and Wang Xiaoming instantly catapulted out from the starter like a black lightning bolt. His reaction time at the start is extremely short, and his powerful explosiveness gives him an advantage in the instant he starts. In just the first 100 meters, he quickly pulled away from Xie Zhenye like a whirlwind. His steps were light and powerful, each step solid and precise, his arms swinging powerfully, driving his entire body ever forward. Moreover, he continued to accelerate, and that ever-increasing speed was astonishing. Xie Zhenye looked at Wang Xiaoming's back that rushed out like an arrow off the string, and secretly shook his head in his heart, sighing that this young man was still too young to know the skill of running 200 meters. 200 meters is very different from 100 meters. It is very demanding on speed endurance. Need to allocate physical strength reasonably. Control the back end as far as possible not to drop speed. Wang Xiaoming, on the other hand, sprinted with all his might at the beginning. His speed was increased to the maximum, and his body had already begun to become stiff at 100 meters. With such a run, how could the backstretch not fall apart? Moreover, the first 100 meters had curves, and too much speed at the curves was very dangerous, requiring extremely exquisite bending skills to pass safely. The sprint coach also shook his head gently from the sidelines, disappointment in his eyes. It seems that Wang Xiaoming is really clueless about the 200-meter technique, charging hard at the beginning, not thinking about the later part of the race at all. However, Wang Xiaoming had his own plans. He was the one who possessed skills in physical strength, so how could he not even be aware of the skills of running 200 meters? He used the very Jamaican style of running with which Bolt broke the 200-meter world record. This kind of running method has a fatal disadvantage though. The physical quality is not good, people simply cannot manage. Otherwise the whole 200 meters will run collapse. And also need to be extremely excellent bending technology, because it is difficult to control the angle of the cut corner when the speed is too fast. But the advantage of this running method is also very obvious. The front end of the fierce rush, as fast as you can rush, and the back end of the process is to rely on the strong physical quality of the hard top. Once the top can run amazing results, and seeing other players flying close can cause tremendous psychological pressure on opponents and disrupt their rhythm. Under the effect of the body-enhancing liquid, Wang Xiaoming felt extraordinarily easy to run, and his movements were smooth and natural without the slightest deformation. His breathing was smooth and rhythmic, each breath providing his body with ample oxygen. The frequency of his steps grew faster and his stride increased, as if he were one with the track as he sped toward the finish line. When it came to the sprint stage, Wang Xiaoming looked back at the panting Xia Zhengye behind him, slowed down slightly, and released the water to cross the finish line. Xia Zhengye followed closely behind, crossing the finish line just after Wang Xiaoming had crossed the line. Wang Xiaoming looked at Xia Zhengye's hands propped up on his knees, panting heavily, walked up, propped up his shoulders, smiled and flirted. Brother Xia, this is false? How come you can't even come up for air after running for so long? Who are you talking about? How can a man say he's weak? It's you, kid, who's too perverted. Running so fast makes it impossible for me not to chase. Xia Zhengye gasped for breath and said, your running method is too fast in front of you. Within a few moments, the number of front stretches to catch up. I was a little excited for a moment. I can't practice for so long and still be thrown off by you by so much. In front of so many people. This is not to lose my face. Wang Xiaoming smiled gently. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he said confidently, I'm a 100-meter world record holder. Isn't it normal that you can't catch up? If it's so easy to catch up, then there's no need for me to compete in the 200-meter race. The Lighthouse Kingdom is a 200-meter triple insurance. I'm just tough enough to break out from among them and get the gold medal. Xia Zhengye gently patted his shoulder and said approvingly, not bad. I haven't misjudged you. You have the ambition. We just have to dare to show our swords and have the spirit of showing our swords. Let's go and look at the results. You've done a good job in running this time. The coach on the side looked at the results shown on the electronic display screen, and his entire body froze, shock written all over his face. Xia Zhengye took a look at the coach's expression. His heart tightened and he anxiously went over. How much in the end, but quickly say is this so surprising? The moment he saw the results with his own eyes, he also instantly froze. His mouth opened wide, unable to say a word. Wang Xiaoming was puzzled. He just casually ran at 200 meters to test the water. How come the people around him were shocked like this? Curious, he patted over, intending to see the final score. He had plenty of confidence in his own strength. After all, only he himself knew his true level. At this time, the coach saw Wang Xiaoming approaching, only to return to his senses, excitedly holding his arm tightly. Due to too much nervousness, speech or a little stuttering. 19 seconds. Sushin snapped back to his senses, his eyes flashing with excitement, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. 47 seconds. Wang Xiaoming, you ran in 47 seconds this time, and that's even if you watered it down. On the all-time list of 200 meters, you are now firmly in 5th place. He spoke extremely fast, as if he was afraid of missing every second of expressing his excitement. You know, this is only the first training session, and the fact that you've reached this height with a casual run is so incredible that it's completely unbelievable. Sushin's words poured out like a series of cannons, and as Wang Xiaoming listened, his head was a bit confused. The one time that mattered most, though, he heard extraordinarily well. 47 seconds. The number surprised him as well. He really hadn't put his best foot forward. So how did he instantly end up among the top 5 in history? But Wang Xiaoming understands in his heart, the results of the training is even more dazzling. It is only a stage result. in the actual race to run out of the results to really count, in order to be recognized by the public. But even so, this 200-meter training performance gave everyone hope that he was strong enough to compete with the powerful Lighthouse country runners for the gold medal, or even make a run at the world record. Chapter 153, Who Will Die in 200 m. After Wang Xiaoming crossed the finish line on the runway, the athletes and staff who were originally waiting around, as if attracted by an invisible force, instantly gathered around. At this moment, Sushin was so excited that his face turned red, and his voice was high-pitched as he announced, 1947s. He ran 1947s, and it was still a watered-down run. According to the historical ranking of 200 meters, he is now the 5th person in the history of 200 meters. The moment these words came out, the entire training ground was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was petrified and frozen in place. As professional track and field athletes, they know better than anyone the weight behind this achievement. 1947s, which not only far exceeded the Asian record of 1988s, but was run under water release. It should be noted that only Xie Zhenye had previously run into the 20s in Asia, running 1988s, but that was only a flash in the pan, and since then his results have all been outside the 20s. And Wang Xiaoming, the first test of 200 meters strength, was directly among the top 5 in history, which was incredible. What's more, at this start, Wan's reaction time was in the normal range like the top athletes, unlike the 100-meter final where he came out on top with his amazing reaction time. Such a situation can still run such a performance. Once the strongest high school students in the United States, cashier Black Panther, regarded as a formidable enemy, at this moment in the hearts of the crowd seemed to become worthless. After a brief moment of silence, the training ground was instantly drowned out by boisterous chatter. I'm going to go. It's so awesome. I originally thought that he would be great if he could enter the 20s, and at most he would break an Asian record, but I didn't expect that he would directly become the 5th person in history. A young athlete's face was full of amazement, and his voice was slightly trembling from excitement. I told you, don't underestimate the 100-meter world record holder. These two events definitely have similarities, and it's definitely quick to adapt. A senior coach-like person nodded his head with approval in his eyes. Wang Xiaoming is only 18 years old. He can run this kind of performance. I'm afraid that he will rule all the world championships in the future. Someone couldn't help but lament. No wonder the media said he is the bearer of the new era of track and field. To break Bolt's 100 meters and 200 meters records one after another, that scene just can't be imagined. That must be better than nothing. Su Shin, Xie Zhenye and the sprint coach all stared straight at Wang Xiaoming, their eyes full of marvel and appreciation, as if what stood in front of them was not a person, but a legend who was about to rewrite the history of track and field. Wang Xiaoming quickly calmed down, and although he was also pleasantly surprised by this achievement, he quickly composed himself and began to analyze it. The physical improvements have made his speed endurance stronger and he can maintain a steady pace on the back end. He knew that if he was still in the same physical condition as in the 100-meter final, he would be bound to fall off badly in the latter part of the race if he adopted this running style. Xie Zhenye was the first to break the silence. With a hint of undisguised excitement in his voice, Wang Xiaoming, it's not that I intentionally didn't say anything before. You don't know how shocked I was when I saw this achievement. A lot of people said that yellow people can't enter the 20s. I tried my best to get in once, but that was also the only time that it became an Asian record. Asian athletes in the 200 meters. Even the threshold of 20 seconds is difficult to meet, let alone break through. I had thought that you were great at 100 meters, and 200 meters is certainly not bad, but at most it is similar to my record. Who would have thought that you directly into the 1950s? With that, he trembled his hands and gently patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. With you in the 200 meters, I'm relieved to prepare for the relay. Wang Xiaoming smiled somewhat helplessly and comforted. Don't worry, brother Xie, you're not old yet. I believe you can still fight for a few more years and create another glory like brother Su. I'm content with your words, but I know my own situation well. I'm afraid I won't be able to run for much longer. In the future it's up to you youngsters. After Xie Zhenye finished speaking, a trace of despondency flashed in his gaze, but it was quickly replaced by anticipation. After the test, Wang Xiaoming had a rare period of ample time to enjoy a brief moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, the cyber world was in shock because of Wang Xiaoming. Many netizens were surprised to find that Wang Xiaoming not only participated in the 100-meter event, but also appeared on the big list of 200 meters. Earlier, people were still feeling lost over Wang not participating in other track and field events. After all, Asian record holder Xie Zhenye strategically gave up the 200 meters for the national relay, and there seemed to be little hope of winning any other events. Just when everyone thought there was nothing to see in the 200-meter race, Wang Xiaoming's name appeared on the list, instantly igniting the passion and shock of the netizens. Wang Xiaoming? I can't believe he's also participating in the 200 meters. Then this is something to see. I wonder if he can outrun Lyles. Netizens left messages in the comments section to discuss. Even though he won the gold medal for 100 meters, there is no guarantee that he will win a medal for 200 meters. I think it's no problem to get into the final, but it will be difficult to win a medal. Someone rationally analyzed. After all, the difference between 200 meters and 100 meters is not small. Some people just don't adapt. Their physical strength can't keep up. Just like Su Shen, mainly running 100 meters and relay. Wang Xiaoming and Su Shen's situation is similar. Into the 20 seconds is okay. Take the gold medal is too difficult. Lyles is that strong. And Kenny, Tuberg, and Milkshield are all tough players to deal with as well. Don't worry about that. For us viewers, having Wang Xiaoming around makes it more interesting. And getting a medal is a victory. Most people believe that even if Wang Xiaoming is the 100-meter record holder, he may face a challenge in the 200-meter event, which is, after all, far more competitive than one might think. Overseas, netizens have also been asking Lyles about his thoughts on Wang's participation in the 200-meter race. After all, Lyles just lost to Wang in the 100-meter final, and everyone is curious as to whether or not he'll make the same mistake in the 200-meter race. And Wang had previously let it slip that he wanted to win the gold medal in the 200 meters, which was certainly a challenge to Lyles. Previously, Wang Xiaoming said that he would break the 100-meter world record, and he really did it. So will the prediction about 200 meters come true again this time? Everyone is eager to know Lyles' response. After pondering for a moment, Lyles posted on a social media platform. Recently, a lot of people have asked me what I think about Wang Xiaoming's participation in the 200-meter race, and I have to say that it's really something to look forward to. He said he wants to win a gold medal? Then take your time to think about it. If he wants to challenge me, he has to at least make it to the finals before he is qualified to challenge me. There's a gap between 200 meters and 100 meters. It's not that if you have a good result in 100 meters, you'll definitely have a good result in 200 meters. I'll wait for him in the final. These words, once released, instantly caused an uproar on the internet, with everyone speculating about who would be the winner of this 200-meter duel. Chapter 154, the preliminaries begin. Second, it's just a water release. It's time to start the preliminaries. Although for him, going up for a run and letting off all the way through the corners into the straights would have given him first place in the group. He understood the necessity of a good and adequate warm-up after all. No one wants to get injured by not warming up. He was placed in the first group with Van Niekerk and Farnborough. Van Niekerk was the record holder in the 400 meters, but ruined his athletic career by running off to play rugby in his prime. Wang Xiaoming was really hard to understand this choice of his. Otherwise mankind might really be able to push the 400-meter time to the 42-second mark. Van Niekerk was taken to the hospital on a stretcher directly after running a world record 43.3 seconds, an unbelievable time. Since Van Niekerk had lost the ability to hit better results, Wang was determined to accomplish this goal himself. At the same time, the official live broadcast room was flooded with many viewers, none of whom were rushing to Wang Xiaoming, all of whom wanted to see how the 100-meter world record holder would perform in the 200-meter race. After all, Wang Xiaoming had never run 200 meters before, and whether he could adapt to this pace was a question everyone was very curious about. You don't have to put in much effort in the preliminaries. Run about 20 seconds and you should easily advance. Yeah, there aren't any particularly strong players in the first group. It's a piece of cake for Wang Xiaoming, but don't crow about it. What if it does turn over? But you know it's impossible if you use your head. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Wang Xiaoming stood up to the starter. He shifted his center of gravity forward. His hands steadily supported the ground, his feet stepped on the front and rear runners, and he waited for the starting gun to sound with full concentration. The commentator focused the camera on Wang Xiaoming and said excitedly, Wang Xiaoming, the famous general of this group, broke the world record in 100 meters. Can he achieve excellent results in 200 meters as well? Let's wait and see. The race will start right away. Pang! The starting gun sounded, and Wang Xiaoming quickly stomped out of the starter like an arrow off the string and charged out with all his might, quickly catching up with the number of front reaches of the other lanes. Other runners are running hard, suddenly found a figure in the inner road like lightning quickly chased. The number of fronts stretch all beyond. Their faces have revealed horror. No way, preliminaries on the run so fast? The commentator was also surprised to see Wang Xiaoming's amazing speed in his forward journey. It seems that Wang Xiaoming is not going to let go of the water. He used his full strength in his forward journey, and surprisingly caught up with some of the outer Dao players so quickly. The first place in this group seems to be Wang Xiaoming's. No other player can pose a threat. Entering the curve, Wang Xiaoming skillfully adjusted his body posture, gradually tilted his body inward, and accelerated his speed continuously. Entering the straightaway, He glanced behind him a few times and, realizing that no one next to him was catching up, eased the release of water to cross the finish line. After all, it was just a preliminaries, there was no need to put in all the effort. However, even after putting in so much water, Wang Xiaoming's strength in this shot was still amazing, leaving the other athletes far behind. After entering the straight, Wang glanced to the side a few times to make sure there was no threat, and instead of going all out, he chose to let the water out, which was a very smart move. The preliminaries are focused on securing a place in the semifinals, and there's no need to use too much force if you can advance, and Wang is obviously well aware of that. Punchline. Let's see what the final score is. With so much water released, the score shouldn't be too stunning. Wang Xiaoming slowly stopped. He didn't even sweat a drop in this preliminaries. The pressure of competition is too low, and he craves strong opponents, because only a strong matchup can inspire the strongest and produce better results. Like Bolt, it is precisely because he is so invincible that no opponent can threaten him that he slacks off. Otherwise the world record would surely continue to improve. Of course, Wang Xiaoming still focused on playing it safe. He wasn't someone who liked to flaunt. There was no need to give it his all in the preliminaries. Ensuring advancement was the key. Thinking about it, he looked at the final time, 19:95s. Luckily, a big water release can run this time. For many years in Asia, only Xie Zhengye has run 19:88s, which is the only time in Asia that he has run within 20 seconds. Wang Xiaoming's shot has ranked second in Asia. He knew in his heart that as long as he wanted to, it would be easy to break these records. The commentator announced excitedly, 19:95s, not bad. The preliminaries opened 20 seconds. It seems that Wang Xiaoming's condition is excellent. Just one shot to run the second best time in Asia. According to this state, Wang Xiaoming will have no problem breaking the Asian record. But if he wants to compete for the gold medal, he may need to run within 19:50 seconds. I don't know what kind of performance Wang Xiaoming will bring to us later. Let's look forward to the semifinal. At the same time, there was a tidal wave of pop-ups in the major live streams. 20 seconds open in the preliminaries alone. A performance that carries a lot of gold. Over the years, only Xie Zhengye has had this kind of performance in China, and he has not been able to run at this level consistently. And the fact that Wang Xiaoming was able to run this time even with a big water release shows that he also has a stable hard power in the 200-meter event. Maybe it's true what he said, that he was able to take the gold medal in the 200 meters without any problems. If he wins another gold medal in the 200 meters and the relay, won't he be the Olympic triple gold king? The last time there was an Olympic triple gold medalist, it was Bolt. The very thought of it made the audience's blood boil. Wang Xiaoming is still very strong in the 200 meters. The medal should not be a big problem. Look at the way he is releasing water, almost as soon as he enters the straightaway. After all, he's the 100-meter record holder. How can you say that 200 meters can't be that bad? He's got a horrible front end, and he's catching up so much right in front of him. Who said he can't? Stand up for me now. Getting into the finals is a breeze, and I see the record will be broken by Wang Xiaoming altogether. And even before the match started, there was already a heated discussion about Wang Xiaoming and the other contestants. Some think Lyles is correct in that a good 100-meter time doesn't necessarily mean a good 200-meter time. Others felt that Lyles was too arrogant. A 100-meter record holder can't make the finals? That's ridiculous. I have nothing to say. Isn't it easy for Wang Xiaoming to enter the finals? What's there to question? Wasn't Bolt the 100-meter world record holder before? He's also the record holder in 200 meters. What else do you guys have to say? I'm sure Wang Xiaoming can break the world record in 200 meters too. You don't look good when you're awkwardly hacking like that. Everyone is Bolt? Even Wang Xiaoming? He wouldn't necessarily be able to outrun Lyles in 200 meters. Lyles has run 19:31s, and the third all-time is no joke. So I think the odds are definitely in Lyles' favor. Am I the only one who is bullish on Tuberg? Tuberg is the world's best at 300 meters and might just soar at the Olympic 200 meters? It's better to watch Tuberg than to watch Wang Xiaoming break the world record, which is impossible anyway. Wang Xiaoming wears a glasses. At a glance, he is not a person who can run. In case his glasses fall off while running, it will definitely affect his performance. Lyles doesn't wear glasses. From this point of view, it's still Lyles who is more stable. Chapter 155, The Grind of Relay for Life. It's not looking good. As soon as Wang Xiaoming walked into the training hall, he saw the national relay team members training. At this moment, Chen Jiabing, Yan Haibin and Deng Zhixian were gathering together to discuss. Chen Jiabing was curious and took the lead. You guys said there's a 100-meter world record holder, so isn't our relay going straight up a notch? Yan Haibin responded. Before, when Sushin was there, the whole team was the strongest in terms of hard power, and also set a national record. Deng Zhixian took over the conversation. Not necessarily. Sushin has been training and grinding in the relay team. Although Wang Xiaoming is stronger, It is undeniable that his joining will improve the relay performance, but the premise is that the relay does not miss. That's right, if we don't work well together, dropping the baton is possible. The key is still to look at the degree of cooperation. Let's see how far we can grind. The three of them spoke to each other, full of anticipation for Wang Xiaoming's joining, with a little bit of worry. At this time, Xia Zhengye saw Wang Xiaoming come in and hurriedly greeted him. Wang Xiaoming, you finally came. If you don't come, I don't know if the Huaxia relay team can enter the finals. I don't have any idea in my heart. He then introduced Wang Xiaoming to the other three youngsters on the relay team, Deng Zhizhan, Yan Haiban and Chen Jiaping. Nowadays, the country is vigorously cultivating a new generation of relay players so that the team can still have a fighting chance on the field after Xia Zhengye and Su Shen retire. Several people looked at Wang Xiaoming with eyes full of admiration and curiosity. After all, Wang Xiaoming is a 100 meters gold medalist, world record holder, for the country to win the supreme honor. While they have not yet achieved bright results in the world competition, and even the Olympic standard results have not yet reached. In contrast, the youth younger than themselves is full of admiration. The relay team has been looking forward to Wang's arrival and expects him to make a magical difference to the team. Wang Xiaoming walked up and asked, how are we going to arrange the training? What do we do first? When the relay team coach heard this, he hurriedly came over to answer, let's start from cultivating the tacit understanding. If there is no tacit understanding, the baton handover will be a big problem. We are not like the lighthouse team. They are strong. Even if the baton handover technique is poor, they can still put the baton into their hands. Luckily, with you joining us now, we can still compete with the team with improved hard power. Your 100-meter strength is the strongest, arranged in the last stick, responsible for sprinting. Behind can also catch up with personal strength. The third baton arrangement Yan Haiban, you two first practice handing over the baton. Wang Xiaoming gently nodded his head and opened the relay team's training. Time flew by, but Wang Xiaoming was never able to grind into place with Yan Haiban. Normally, it takes some time in advance to develop a tacit understanding, but now there are only a few days, and it's too late to get used to the rhythm. Baton drops are rare, but Wang Xiaoming is so fast that there are always minor problems when handing over the baton, such as handing over the back of the hand, or not getting to the hand as soon as the baton is handed over, and so on. However, with a smooth handover, the results can be improved dramatically, with a previous test breaking the national record. The main reason is that Wang Xiaoming is too strong, and as the last bat also omits the acceleration part, which is even more like a tiger. Wang Xiaoming frowned, full of helplessness. Although the current results were much faster than the previous team, there was still a gap from his expectations. After that, they changed a few people to grind it out, like with Xia Zhengye, the two of them chatting with each other, but their cooperation is a mess. No tacit understanding at all. It's a situation that is hard to avoid. A good run can break a national record. A bad run can be a mistake that affects the final score. The coach is also thinking over and over, weighing his response. Wang Xiaoming secretly pondered, still have to wait for the 200-meter race to get the gold medal. See if there is any props that can increase the tacit understanding with teammates. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing in case of dropping the baton when the relay finals go all out. At this moment, the coach spoke. Wang Xiaoming, your individual strength is beyond doubt, but the current grinding situation is not too good. However, I still decided to let you serve as the last baton. This risk is worth taking. Once the handover goes smoothly, we can break the national record and even hit the Asian record. The ceiling is very high, but to be on the safe side, let's put the previous team on first in the preliminaries to make sure we can advance, and then switch you on in the finals. Wang Xiaoming smiled and responded, don't worry, coach, I understand. Cooperation can't be practiced in a day or two. It mainly depends on the relay preliminaries. If the opponent isn't strong, just let the previous team on to ensure advancement. If the opponent is strong, send me on. The coach nodded, recognizing the offer. After the training, Wang Xiaoming walked towards the restroom, ready to rest and massage and relax his muscles. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to have a pretty good chat with Xia Zhengye, but the baton handover was so bad, but there is still a way. The relay preliminaries are after the 200-meter final. Just exchange a prop then. As long as I insist, the relay preliminaries are still very likely to let me play. After all, the previous results are not too safe, and it is likely that I won't be able to enter the final. There are only preliminaries and finals in relay competitions. There are no semifinals, and the preliminaries directly determine the advancement places, so you have to be very careful, and the slightest mistake may not be able to reach the final. After rational thinking, Wang Xiaoming agrees with the coach's point of view. After all, the current team is not well integrated. It is really difficult to grasp the key points, and with the relay coming just a day after the 200-meter final, Wang hadn't yet rubbed elbows with his national teammates. In relay races, tacit understanding and baton handing techniques are crucial, even more so than individual strength. One person is strong, but it is difficult to undo the defeat. A team of people are strong, but also to a certain extent to make up for the gap in the handover. Like the Lighthouse team, the individual strength of the team members are among the top in the world, but due to less cooperation and poor baton handover techniques, various situations often occur during the game, such as handover behind the hands, looking at people from the crotch, starting early and causing the previous person to be unable to catch up, and about to go out of the range of the relay area. But there is no way to only stop, not to mention all kinds of baton drop situations. If they don't drop the bats, it's possible to win the title on individual merit. Nowadays, Jamaica has slipped. If it were a Jamaican team in its heyday, the Lighthouse Nation would not have one with such poor handoff skills. At the moment, Juan's team is also facing teething problems. Their goal is to do well in the upcoming relay races, but there are still a lot of difficulties to overcome. Therefore, what kind of a result can be achieved in 4x100? Wang Xiaoming is still very worried about it. After all, this is a team project, not your own personal project. He's certainly very confident in himself. It's just that these juniors. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and shook these thoughts out of his head. Now he can only take one step at a time. However, he was confident that as long as he extended his advantage infinitely, then the Chinese team definitely had a chance to take the gold medal as well. Chapter 156 Skill, Heart to Heart. The night was like a huge black satin, gently but unreservedly covering the whole city. While the hustle and bustle of the city settles in the night, the track and field training grounds are still lit up like daylight. Wang Xiaoming stood alone on the runway, sweat sliding down his cheeks, glistening with crystal light under the light, outlining his resolute and focused silhouette. A few hours ago, Wang Xiaoming had just finished a day of intense training, and was thinking of browsing through recent sports information during the break to relax his taut nerves. He sat on a bench outside the training ground and pulled out his cell phone, sliding his finger across the screen to open the major social media platforms. In an instant, his eyes were riveted by a message. It was full of heated discussions about his easy 20-second run in the preliminaries. The netizens came in like a tidal wave, and everyone felt that he had high hopes of winning a medal in the final. But facing world record holder Lyles, many people still shook their heads, thinking that it seemed unrealistic to beat him. Wang Xiaoming frowned slightly and was about to continue scrolling down when a popular message made his eyes instantly sharpen. That was about him being rusty with several other relay teammates and making frequent relay errors during practice. His mind quickly drifted to the scene on the training ground, where members of their relay team were not the only ones, but there were also some athletes from other sports who were busy in their own ways. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself that it was likely that they had filmed the training video and subsequently uploaded it online. He has always been open-minded. Normal shooting of training videos he would not care. After all, training is supposed to have ups and downs, good and bad. When he clicked on this video circulating online, his face instantly became gloomy. It was clearly the product of malicious editing, and the screen was full of a collection of clips of his baton handoff mistakes, stabbing him in the eye like a sharp knife. The video also with the text that, although Wang Xiaoming is the 100 meters domestic record holder, but many times the handover of the baton error, no tacit understanding also came to seize the quota. Bullying. The words hit him like a heavy hammer, one at a time. The implication is that his addition to the team has caused the relay team's performance to drop rather than rise. The moments of smooth handoffs, promising to break national records and even Asian records, were deliberately hidden and delayed. Wang Xiaoming gripped his cell phone tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He knew in his heart that this was an intentional act by the blogger to mislead the uninformed public into believing that he was forcibly replacing the members of the team with substitutes by virtue of his own status, in an attempt to instigate the public to boycott and prevent him from entering the 4x100 meter relay team. He suppressed his inner anger and checked the blogger's past postings, which, as expected, were all vulgar operations that relied on denigrating athletes to gain eyeballs and earn traffic. Seeing this familiar routine, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but think of the bad behavior of certain forces abroad. A hint of caution flashed in his eyes, thinking that it was likely that they had sent someone to spy on them, wanting to spy on the strength of the Chinese relay team. If it had been around 39 seconds, they probably wouldn't have had to worry. But now the addition of their own 100-meter record holder has given the team a huge boost in hard power, most likely threatening their supremacy in the event. After all, they used to rely on individual super strength, with little to no handoff technique. Even a simple handoff can run well, but this is completely different from the Chinese relay team's focus on handoff technical coordination. Wang Xiaoming opened the comments section again, and the accusatory remarks that came his way made his heart sink. Wang Xiaoming is too much. How can he squeeze out others as substitutes based on his grades? You should have quit earlier if you can't hand off the baton yourself. Just watch this video. There are more mistakes than you can count. How can you get on the field like that? Originally the team was working well together and Wang Xiaoming had to intervene. Isn't this affecting the national relay team's performance? Even if they are more powerful, athletes with bad character are not welcome. Wang Xiaoming's eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Just when he was feeling a bit lost and helpless, some comments in his defense came to his eyes. You guys don't know Wang Xiaoming at all. He's not this kind of person. He even visited the injured Su Xin and Xie Zhenye before. The video was obviously maliciously edited. Can't so many people see that? Seeing this, a warm current surged in Wang Xiaoming's heart, and his originally gloomy mood gradually brightened up. He lamented that although there are a lot of spammers on the internet, there are also a lot of good and sensible people. It is because of their support that athletics continues to progress. He calmed down a bit and dialed the head of sports publicity, hoping to investigate just what the blogger who posted the video was up to. Many bloggers who malign national athletes are either receiving black money from forces outside the country or are greedy for traffic. In either case, they must be dealt with seriously. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly answered. Wang Xiaoming tried his best to keep his voice calm and said, Minister, I just saw some videos of our relay training on the internet, and I don't know how they got out. And they were maliciously edited. It only left the footage of the handover mishap, saying that I'm bullying others to seize the quota, and it's likely that it's a foreign force sent to discredit me. After checking it, the minister also found the problem and replied, I have noticed the situation. I will thoroughly investigate the purpose of his posting the video, and this kind of video should definitely stop spreading. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer on this matter. Then thank you so much, Minister, and please take the time to deal with my business. Wang Xiaoming responded with a smile, and after hanging up the phone, his fighting spirit was rekindled in his eyes. He began to think about his next training program. Tomorrow was the 100-meter semifinal, and he was going to focus on training for the 100 meters first. After that, it will take some time to sharpen the relay, but the result is not too good at the moment. Wang Xiaoming is thinking of waiting to see if there can be a breakthrough in relay training after he gets the gold medal in the 100 meters. After all, there was only a day or two left, and it would be hard to make a qualitative leap with any more training in a short period of time. Suddenly, he had a flash of light in his mind and remembered that he had a skill in his system called Heart to Heart. This skill could invisibly improve the tacit understanding with his teammates, and could also stabilize his teammates' status, reduce mistakes, and improve the stability of the game. When Wang Xiaoming moved his mind, the skill information appeared in front of his eyes. Heart to Heart, using the skill, the tacit understanding with teammates can be greatly enhanced. This was a skill that had been gained after completing a special mission earlier, and had been sitting idle and unused. After all, most of the previous tasks had been completed individually, rarely involving teamwork. I didn't expect it to come in handy this time. In that case, let's focus on 100-meter training first in case we lose the race. Wang Xiaoming had always acted cautiously and would always plan for the worst. Therefore, even with the skill enhancement, he didn't dare to take any of his opponents lightly. Just as he was immersed in thinking about the training program, Xie Zhenye walked into the training ground. Xie Zhenye was surprised to see Wang Xiaoming still training and said, Wang Xiaoming, it's so late, you're still practicing? Wang Xiaoming turned his head and revealed a confident smile. Well, practicing for a while longer. My heart is steady. Chapter 157, the 200m semifinals begin. He was just worried that Wang Xiaoming's mindset was fluctuating because of the problems with the relay, and tomorrow's 200-meter semifinal was a top priority. 200 meters of competitive difficulty and gold content is not the least bit low. Xie Zhenye himself is in the impact of 200 meters on the way to the final failed to return. He really do not want to see Wang Xiaoming because of this setback will be devastated. Wang Xiaoming turned around and said with a gentle and helpless look, it is in the 200 meters of special training. I know in my heart, will not be overtraining, has always been a combination of work and rest, which can exhaust their bodies. Seeing Xie Zheng's worried look, Wang Xiaoming instantly understood his thoughts and then said, don't worry, I'm not so affected by this matter of relay bonding, but the next relay training will have to wait for the end of the 200-meter final. Currently, the relay is in a state of abundance of grinding, and it is difficult to make a big breakthrough in the short term with any more practice. It would be better to wait for the gold medal in the 200 meters and exchange it for props to enhance tacit understanding, and by then tacit understanding would definitely be increased significantly. But these words Wang Xiaoming can only be buried deep in his heart. This is his biggest secret. In addition to himself, must not let anyone know. He secretly resolved to keep this secret. It was just that he was vaguely worried in his heart that the coach of the relay team would disagree with him suspending his relay training. With all the inconsistency in handing off the baton, the coaches must be worried about the impact on the game, just in case they become disgruntled. Xie Zhenye didn't have any objections after hearing this. After all, in his opinion, the 200-meter race was more crucial. according to his judgment. As long as Wang Xiaoming played normally in the 200-meter race, the gold medal was basically a sure thing. Wang could run around 20s during training, and even the world record holder, Van Niekerk, would not find it easy to run such a time in a race. A few other competitive athletes, their best times were no match for Wang's training, so it looks like the gold medal is in the bag. The relay, after all, is a 4-member team event that is all about cooperation, and relying on the strength of one person alone to improve is limited in terms of driving the overall performance. Wang had just joined the relay team, and his first task was to regroup with his teammates. Waiting for the 200-meter final to end before participating in relay training is definitely no problem. The gold medal can be won, of course, cannot miss. And now continue relay training may indeed affect the 200-meter race. I will explain the situation to the coach, but you must pay attention to the combination of labor and rest. The competition is coming soon, must not be injured. Xia Zhang also admonished in a serious tone. Wang Xiaoming noticed the genuine concern that flowed from Xia Zheng's eyes. His heart warmed up and said, I will pay attention. Now I will go back to rest and make sure that it won't affect the semifinals. After some conversation, Wang Xiaoming left the training ground. He also had to go for a routine drug test, which was something he had to face as the 200-meter domestic record holder. Just like Bolt back in the day, who was watched by countless people and drug tested every day, even multiple times a day. Being a top athlete, drug testing becomes a daily routine, and you have to be careful even about what you eat for fear that your food will contain banned ingredients, which can be a big problem if they are detected. The next day, the 200-meter semifinals were about to kick off. Wang Xiaoming is carefully warming up at the side of the field and will enter soon. At this moment, he is a little lonely in his heart. A large field. He does not even have a person who can communicate. The Chinese players only he broke into the semifinals. There was also a Xia Zhenya, who gave up competing in the 200 meters in order to focus on the relay race. Wang Xiaoming can't help but feel sorry for Johnson. The sudden death of his loved ones has hit Johnson too hard, directly leading to his athleticism being in tatters. Otherwise, with the world's best time he ran earlier in the year, breaking his predecessor's record, he is definitely a strong contender in the 200 meters. Unfortunately, now that he was unmotivated to train due to the change in his loved ones, his strength was greatly reduced. Wang Xiaoming really wanted to talk to Johnson. It was too bad that such a good talent was just wasted. It was a pity that Wang Xiaoming was assigned to the first group and was the first to appear, so he didn't have the chance to communicate with him at all. And he is in the same group with Carter and Lamont. Lamont in the Rio Olympics shine, ran a personal best, but this year's status of ups and downs, 100 meters did not even get into the final. 200 meters of hard power is also slightly insufficient. This semi-final cannot advance to the suspense. Lamont, who is about the same age as himself, is an all-around talent who has managed to do well in multiple events. Wang Xiaoming did his warm-up while thinking that it was still a bit boring. It would be nice if he could find someone to talk to. Meanwhile, the major live streaming platforms were flooded with viewers. With China's huge population and its own athletes making it to the semifinals, everyone was sure to want to see Wang Xiaoming's performance, not to mention the fact that he had made a promise to win 2 golds, 200 meters and relay, before the race. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if Wang Xiaoming could fulfill his promise. The semifinals are about to begin, and the first group, needless to say, feels that only Wang Xiaoming and Carter have the best hope of advancing to the finals. Don't underestimate me, Lamont. He might be able to pull off another miracle. A lot of people didn't think much of him before and he still managed to break out. Don't be ridiculous. As far as the competition goes, Van Niekerk, Wang, Carter, Johnson, Taylor, who can Lamont outrun? It's clear in the back of his mind that Lamont might not even make it to the finals of the 200 meters this time around. And instead of expecting him to get a time in the 200 meters, we should expect him to explode in the relays. Van Niekerk hasn't been in good shape lately. So looking at it, Wang Xiaoming could really take this gold medal. Van Niekerk is probably pressing his form, looking like an all-out sprint, but actually holding back his strength from the start. As soon as Wang Xiaoming stepped onto the runway, deafening cheers rang in his ears. He looked around and was pleasantly surprised to see many spectators in the crowd dressed in bright red, his Chinese compatriots. When they learned that Wang Xiaoming had broken into the semifinals of the 200 meters, they spontaneously came to watch and cheer for him. Of course, Wang Xiaoming's outstanding performance also won the recognition and respect of many foreign audiences, and he saw some of them cheering and shouting for him. In foreign countries, strength is the passport to earn respect, and as long as you have strength, you will be admired by everyone. Just then, Wang Xiaoming inadvertently swept his gaze as if he saw a familiar figure. He kind of couldn't believe his eyes. What was she doing here? Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be Zhang Wei, who was sitting in the audience and waving at him excitedly. Wang Xiaoming almost overlooked him when he looked around just now. Zhang Wei had said earlier that he wanted to give him a surprise, and he thought that he had prepared some special gift. but he didn't expect him to come directly to the competition site. When Wang Xiaoming saw her, he also smiled and waved in response. The game was about to start and he had to concentrate, but an idea was already in his mind. The commentators were enthusiastically introducing the athletes in the first group, and the most popular ones were Wang Xiaoming, Carter and Lamont. It was generally believed that the first two had the best chance of advancing to the finals, but it was also expected that Lamont could make a miracle once again and play at his best level. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath, his hands steadily propped up on the ground, his legs stomping powerfully on the starter, his eyes firmly gazing ahead, just waiting for that gunshot. Chapter 158, Finger to the Sky. Ping! A crisp and shocking sound of the starting gun rang out, as if a thunderbolt had broken through the tranquility of the field, instantly igniting everyone's passion. In an instant, all the athletes sped towards the finish line like arrows leaving the strings. Wang Xiaoming, the highly regarded rising star of track and field, showed unrivaled explosiveness from the moment he started. With the strength he has honed in the 100 meters, he struck like a cheetah and took a firm lead from the start. For those first short distances he was like a gust of wind, frantically chasing down the other runners at a blistering pace. Each of his steps was solid and strong, his arms swinging powerfully, bringing up the sound of whistling wind, as if announcing his dominance to the world. When the other athletes saw this, their hearts were filled with shock. It was important to know that Wang Xiaoming had not participated in many 200-meter races, and they still knew very little about his tactics and strength. In the previous 200-meter preliminaries, Wang Xiaoming almost started to let off steam when he entered the straightaway, running the entire course with ease, making it impossible for anyone to get a glimpse of his true strength. And at this moment, the match had only just begun a short while ago, and he was displaying such a powerful attack. How could this not make people feel fearful? But as top athletes who can stand on the Olympic field, they have a spirit of defiance in their bones and naturally will not give up easily. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming was chasing after them like a tiger, they had no choice but to clench their teeth and speed up their pace in an attempt to shorten the time they were overtaken by Wang Xiaoming. The starting position varies due to the different lanes. Those players who were in the outer path watched in horror as Wang Xiaoming was about to catch up with them. They wondered in their minds, if he was so fast at the front, didn't he think about the difficulty of the corners? The faster you go, the more difficult it is to control the angle of the corner and the difficulty increases geometrically. However, they did not realize that Wang Xiaoming's various sprinting skills had already reached a perfect state, and these difficulties were not worth mentioning in front of him. Wang subconsciously began to fine-tune his body as he approached the corner. His body gradually tilts inward, and the faster he goes, the greater the angle of tilt, as a way to subtly reduce the centrifugal force generated when cornering. His left foot swings forward with a slight inward direction, landing precisely on the inside of his forefoot, each movement smooth and natural, as if it had been carefully sculpted countless times. In his mind, the principles of these maneuvers kept surfacing, the individual techniques blended together, and everything seemed to work so well. In the process of cornering, the other competitors were already doing their best to maintain their original speed, but Wang Xiaoming was just like a hangman, and he was even accelerating twice. His figure drew a beautiful arc on the curve, like the brightest shooting star in the night sky, leaving the other runners far behind. At this moment, the commentator was staring at the screen of the 200-meter race with full concentration, and said excitedly, "Sure enough, Wang Xiaoming is still a bit faster. From the very beginning he has taken the lead. He is like an energetic catfish, fiercely stimulating the other runners to speed up." However, the players were stimulated, but in the end, the competition was still about hard power. If they don't have enough strength, no matter how hard they try to catch up, it won't help. It seems that the contestants who advanced in this group should be the same as what was predicted before the match. Wang Xiaoming and Kenny. At the same time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room kept rolling like a tidal wave. It's still Wang Xiaoming's cow, as our country's sole seedling in the 200-meter event. Even though big brother Xie Zhenya has withdrawn from the 200-meter race, he still managed to run such a stunning performance. That's not true. This group just doesn't have the kind of player with absolute dominance, and it's only when comparing the two that Wang Xiaoming's speed stands out. If he were to compete with Lyles, I guess Lyles could easily crush Wang Xiaoming and make him realize that the difference between the preliminaries and the finals is not just a half a star. Kenny doesn't have the strength? Don't underestimate him. He almost toppled Lyles before. The title of the strongest cashier is not for nothing. Many people assess the strength of the runners solely on the basis of their preliminaries results, but they didn't know that Wang Xiaoming was still able to run in 20 seconds despite the fact that he had significantly watered down in the preliminaries. For him, taking the gold medal was no mean feat, and his goal was far more ambitious than that. He was aiming for the 200-meter world record. In Wang Xiaoming's opinion, only with strong enough opponents can he stimulate his potential and force himself to break through the limits and go to the next level. So, to him, the stronger his opponent was, the more excited he was. With his superb cornering skills, Wang Xiaoming left his opponents far behind. Instead of slowing down when he entered the straightaway, he continued to accelerate as if his fighting spirit had been ignited. His eyes were firm and blazing as he stared ahead at the finish line as if it was a holy place in his heart. When the commentator saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Wang Xiaoming didn't slow down? Let's wait and see if he'll finally let up or if he'll cross the finish line at full speed." Everyone was surprised to see Wang Xiaoming's full-strength sprint. After all, in everyone's perception, the best form should be left on the big stage of the finals where all eyes are on the final, which is the center of attention. However, Wang Xiaoming's idea is different. He secretly thought in his mind, "From now on, I'm going to strike a hard blow to the confidence of these opponents." For the relay race, he decided to give his opponents a war on a psychological level. Just when everyone thought that Wang Xiaoming was planning to hit his best score and all eyes were focused on him, he made a move that was unexpected to everyone present. As he neared the finish line, he raised his arms high in the air, pointed his finger to the sky, and then sprinted across the finish line like a bolt of lightning. The commentator also completely couldn't hold back at this moment, shouting excitedly. Wang Xiaoming even made a gesture of pointing to the sky when he crossed the finish line. Too handsome, too crazy. Of course, looking at our country's players, the only one who can release water so dashingly in the top stage Olympics of 200 meters and show super strength at the critical moment is Wang Xiaoming. The commentator, as a professional with a more in-depth understanding of the athlete's strengths and characteristics, knew the confidence and strength behind Wang Xiaoming's series of moves. In his opinion, by the time the 200-meter final comes around, the gold medal will again be in the bag for China. Chapter 159 200m is superior to relay. The moment Wang Xiaoming crossed the finish line, the entire stadium was shaken by his performance. The cheers and applause of the spectators were intertwined, like surging waves, echoing in every corner of the stadium for a long time, as if they were telling the marvel and praise for this wonderful game. It didn't take long for the staff to guide Wang Xiaoming to the mixed interview area. Various journalists have been waiting here for a long time, with anticipation and curiosity in their eyes, and cameras and recording equipment in their hands ready to go. Flashing lights rose and fell, like twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating Wang Xiaoming's confident face. A foreign reporter wearing a duck-tongue cap with sharp eyes was the first to ask a question, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Mr. Wang Xiaoming, you are so high-profile in this game, and you even made a gesture of pointing to the sky before you crossed the line. Don't you think that this is a bit too ostentatious? In a big competition like the Olympics, isn't staying humble the attitude that athletes should have?" Wang Xiaoming froze slightly, and various thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. But he whirled around with a confident and polite smile on his face and said nonchalantly, "I think you may have misunderstood. For me, that gesture was not a show of bravado, but an acknowledgement of my years of hard work and a thank you to those who have supported me. Every athlete who stands on the Olympic field carries the desire to win, and I just expressed this excitement in my own way. Moreover, giving my best on the field and showing the best of myself is a sign of respect to my opponents, to the audience and to the Olympic spirit." Another tall Western reporter threw out a question right after. "You did play well in this semi-final, but some people questioned that you were brushing up your stats in the semi-final, and when it really comes to the final, can you still perform like that against a top player like Lyles? It won't be a flash in the pan, will it?" Wang Xiaoming looked firmly straight at the reporter, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination, and responded calmly and forcefully, "I have great respect for Lyles. He is a great athlete, and it is my honor to compete with him, but I came to the Olympics to challenge myself, to challenge my limits. And I will give my best in every race. Stats are only part of the game. What I value more is to keep breaking through on the field. As for the performance in the finals, I believe we will naturally see it when the time comes, and I will speak with my strength rather than talk about it here now." Toward the end of the interview, the foreign reporter who had asked the question at the beginning said relentlessly, "You said you wanted to win 3 golds in the Olympics, but now you have only won 1. So the pressure of the later competitions is not small, right? If you can't get it, don't you think your previous boasts will become a laughingstock?" Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath, his chest rose and fell slightly, and said decisively, "There is definitely pressure, but this is also my motivation to move forward. Since I have said that I want to win 3 golds, I will definitely go all out for it. I don't care about other people's doubts and ridicule. I just focus on my own race. Even if the final result is not satisfactory, I won't regret it because I have given my all in the process. Moreover, I believe that I am by no means the only one in the future of Chinese athletics. There will be more athletes who will shine on the world stage." After saying that, Wang Xiaoming nodded slightly to the reporters and left the interview area under the escort of the staff. His answer, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sparked a buzz among the group of journalists. Wang Xiaoming left the interview area with hurried steps and headed straight to the training ground. He knows that the challenge of the final is even tougher and that every second of training is crucial. At this time, the teammates on the training ground had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Wang Xiaoming walking, they gathered around, their eyes full of concern. Teammate Xiao Li, full of indignation, was the first to speak up, waving his hands in the air as if to drive away those things that upset him. Those reporters are too much. What kind of questions are they asking? It's as if they were expecting you to make a fool of yourself. Xiao Wang also chimed in, his brows furrowed, dissatisfaction written all over his face. That's right, especially the duck-tongued hat wearer. He keeps making things difficult for you. It's really irritating. Wang Xiaoming waved his hand with a smile and comforted in a relaxed tone. Don't take it to heart. Their questions and difficulties are nothing to me, but instead, they can make me more motivated to fight. Let's still put our minds on training. The final is the real battlefield. The coach came over and patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. Xiaoming, your performance today was great, and you responded appropriately to the reporter's questions. For the next training, let's continue to follow the plan and adjust your condition to the best. Afterwards, Wang Xiaoming quickly threw himself into intense training. On the practice field, the 4x100 meter relay team is training for the relay preliminaries, which are in 2 days. Deng Zhiship, a little helpless, slightly sighed, complained, even if it is 200 meters can get the gold medal, but at least the relay should be a little bit of training, otherwise the relay is not a big loss of face. When the time comes, we are all teammates, but we will not complain about him, but the netizens will not be merciful. Seeing that after so long the result of handing over the baton is a big problem, losing our face is a small matter. The face of the country cannot be lost. Upon hearing this, even though no specific name was given, they all knew who they were referring to. Xia Zhenya's face was straight, his expression was serious, and he said seriously, Wang Xiaoming, he has his own plans, not to mention that the gold medal for the 200 meters is a nail in the coffin. Lyles looks like he is in bad shape, and he surprisingly didn't run past Tuberg in the semifinals, and Wang Xiaoming can run 19:46 in the semifinals even if he's watered down, becoming a veritable fifth man in history, and surely capable of taking the 200-meter gold medal or even the world record. Even if we have to choose, the 200 meters are undoubtedly prioritized over the relay, and you guys shouldn't complain too much. This is really something Wang Xiaoming did a little bit wrong, but isn't there still a bit of time after the 200-meter final? You can continue training for a while, I believe he won't refuse. He also wants to fight for his country from the bottom of his heart. Don't complain to each other. Besides, getting into the finals in this state of ours is a problem. The teams from other countries are not to be messed with. Let's go into the finals first. Xia Zhengye sighed, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Indeed, the hard power was insufficient, and he could not be sure to securely enter the final. Although Wang Xiaoming doesn't participate in relay training, he's just stronger, and even if he just receives the baton and makes a small mistake, he can easily recover. Overall, anytime he's on the field and doesn't drop a bat, he's making the relay better. What reason is there to complain about that? The only thing to complain about is their individual strength not being up to par. A few of them didn't mean to look down on Wang Xiaoming, but they were indeed worried about the competition a few days later. It's all on the relay team and there's nothing that can't be told. After listening to Xia Jingye's words, the rest of them understood Wang Xiaoming's behavior. The 200 meters, for sure, take precedence over the relay. Chapter 160, a teenager with the same life as him. The next day, Wang went to the 200-meter check-in. Just as he arrived at the check-in, he saw Lyles wearing a mask, crouching alone in a corner. From the state of Lyles, it seemed that he had a cold, or perhaps it was something else. However, Wang Xiaoming didn't care too much. He knew in his heart that he had to go all out for this 200 meters final. Breaking Jamaica's relay records is out of the question, so aim to break Bolt's 100 and 200 meter records. While checking in, he chatted with Tuberg. Tuberg is also a youngster, from a small country in Africa. It's not easy to stand on a stage like the Olympics. He has had a rather sad life, with his father passing away when he was young, and his mother tragically passing away this year, leaving him now with his sister, which has had a huge impact on his state. Otherwise, with his talent, the ceiling would never be higher than that. Wang Xiaoming was very optimistic about him. After all, both of them were the only ones in their respective countries in the 200-meter event. After experiencing the former World Youth Championship, Wang Xiaoming has become a much more low-key person, and won't be like the old days when he would make wild statements before a match. Tuberg's character is quite similar to his. Both are composed people who are used to speaking with strength. Wang Xiaoming and several other 200-meter finalists walked out together to the starting point of the 200-meter race. At this moment, the commentator was introducing the 200 meters finalists to the audience, and the most dazzling among them was undoubtedly Wang Xiaoming, as the 100-meter world record holder. As soon as Wang Xiaoming entered the arena, a thunderous cheering sound instantly erupted around the auditorium, which seemed to overturn the entire arena. Lyles does look to be in poor shape, walking with a bit of a wobble in his step, but he comes out looking energized and bouncing around, seemingly trying to adjust his form. One of the more prominent players in this match was Kenny, known as Turban Man. Earlier in the event, Kenny had even held Lyles down before Lyles came on strong and was able to make a comeback on the backstretch. Kenny is well known in the track and field world as the strongest cashier, always winning silver medals at the World Championships. His strength is very stable compared to others, and he hardly ever makes mistakes. There is also the strongest high school student in the United States, Milk Shield. However, his current state is getting worse and worse, and even caught in the drug ban controversy, has long lost the strength of the 1949 seconds of that year. Back then, he was a hero. At the age of 18, he clocked an amazing time of 1949 seconds for the 200 meters, a time that would normally not be a problem for him to win a medal at the World Championships. Lyles, a triple gold medalist at the World Championships, has the strongest 200-meter time of 19:31 seconds, which is third all-time in 200-meter history, and a deep record. But he seemed to be in poor form in the 200 meters at this Olympics, narrowly missing out on silver in the 100 meters, matching Thompson's time. I wonder if he will be able to break the crowd and run his best in the 200-meter final. Originally, in everyone's eyes, there was almost no doubt that Lyles would win the 200 meters title. However, until Wang Xiaoming came out of nowhere, coupled with Lyles' continued decline in form, the title became unpredictable. Of course, in Wang's opinion, the most competitive of the many players is Tuberg. As a runner from such a small country as Botswana, Africa, it is important to know that most runners in Africa specialize in long-distance running, and it is rare to see a good runner in the sprinting field. Tuberg opened the year with a world best in the 300 meters, although he was unable to follow it up with another good run due to a variety of factors. But Wang Xiaoming think, as long as Tuberg can adjust the mentality, get the silver medal should not be a problem. The gold medal is naturally his own. Maybe Turban brother Kenny the cashier this time to get the bronze medal. On top of that, Su Xin and Xia Zhengye also came to the scene, full of anticipation and eager to witness the yellow man take the gold medal in the 200-meter race and even break the world record. Previously, Wang Xiaoming broke the 100-meter world record, which made them feel proud and raise their eyebrows. In China, some people have been promoting the so-called ethnic theory, claiming that the yellow race cannot outrun the black race, which, in their view, is simply ridiculous. Su Xin's 9:83 seconds and Xia Zhengye's 19:88 seconds are strong evidence that the yellow race is equally capable of excelling in the black-dominated sprint field. Now, Wang Xiaoming has even broken this ridiculous race theory and become the world record holder. Is this not enough to show that the physical fitness of the yellow race is not inferior to other races? If this could not change those people's opinions, then they really had nothing to say. With Wang Xiaoming, this catfish is expected to stimulate a new generation of domestic sprinters continue to emerge. The 100-meter event is fine. At least there are runners in China with personal best times, PB, of 10:06 seconds, and the strength is stable at 10:1 seconds, which is already considered a good achievement. If you work harder, you may be able to break the 10-second mark, but breaking 10 requires not only relentless effort, but also a great deal of talent. Throughout the country, over the years, only the duo of Su Xin and Xia Zhengye have had this kind of achievement. Even aside from the island, the number of broken 10 are far more than our country, but many of their achievements are run with the help of gusty winds. The actual hard power of some did not reach the standard of broken 10. However, as long as the results are achieved within legal wind speeds, they will be recognized. But when it comes to the 200-meter program, the gap between China and the world's top level is not 1.5 stars. The country ran into the 20-30 seconds within only Xia Zhengye one person. Everyone is looking forward to the emergence of Wang Xiaoming, which will incidentally promote the growth of 200 meters of domestic talent. After all, Wang has the strength to compete for the gold medal. Xia Zhengye in the 200 meters project, the strength of the decline is serious. He understood that the current state cannot enter the final. Think about it, simply directly withdraw from the race. We'll focus on the relay project. After some grumbling, a few people understood each other a bit more, and then they went back to their training. On the training ground, the sound of equipment collision, footsteps and gasps are intertwined, as if it is a symphony full of fighting spirit. Wang Xiaoming naturally understood that the members of the relay team might have grudges against him, but it was not the right time to solve the problem. The time had not yet come. He thought in his heart that he still had to secure the 200 meters gold medal first, and only then could he better cooperate with his teammates in the relay program. So he devoted himself to training for the 200 meters. With every start, he was fully focused, feeling every contact between his body and the track, trying to get his body used to that extreme rhythm. He knew that since he had previously made a vow to win the gold medal in the 200 meters and the gold medal in the relay, He could never go back on his word, and he would certainly not give up on the relay event. After all the results of the 200-meter semifinals were announced, the internet was instantly buzzing with many netizens discussing on various platforms who would actually win medals in the finals. Based on the semi-final results, Lyles actually outran Tuberg, a result that greatly surprised everyone. It was a shame that de Grasse did not make it to the final, where he was expected to steal a card. It must be said that the competition in the 200-meter event in this Olympics was exceptionally fierce. However, in the semi-finals, the competitors seemed to have reservations and did not show their real strength, still focusing on the steady progress. Wang Xiaoming semi-final. This kind of water can still run 19.46 seconds. It seems to be really as he said before the race. Take 200 meters gold medal is not a matter of course, a netizen commented in the forum. The difference between the other contestants' semi-final times and Wang Xiaoming's is too great. They are all close to 20 seconds. I really can't figure out how Wang Xiaoming could lose. Another netizen chimed in. This 200-meter race feels pointless. I really don't know how Wang Xiaoming is going to lose. Wang Xiaoming came to the starting line, squatted down, and meticulously adjusted the starter to ensure that every angle was accurate. Once the adjustment was complete, he slowly got up and took a deep breath in an effort to relax his body and mind. Granted, 200 meters was not as critical in terms of reaction time compared to 100 meters, but he thought that a little boost was a little boost. The only way to hear the gun better is to concentrate fully at the start. Chapter 161, Danger Danger. Gold medal danger. Around the field, cheers surged like a tidal wave from all directions, wave after wave, seemingly never-ending. Spectators were waving brightly colored flags or cheering sticks in their hands, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Obviously, they have been waiting impatiently for the curtain to go up on this much-anticipated 200-meter final. The commentator said passionately, the much-anticipated 200 meters final is about to start. Let's predict who will win the gold medal. Will Wang Xiaoming be able to win the gold medal in the 200 meters as he said before the race? Everyone stay put. The race will start soon. Although reaction time is slightly less important in the 200 meters compared to the 100 meters, even a small improvement could be the difference between victory and defeat for top athletes. At the start, the whole body and mind are highly focused to better capture that gunshot. Inside the official live broadcast room, a large number of viewers flooded in, enthusiastically discussing the results of the match. The 200-meter flying man battle has undoubtedly touched the hearts of countless people. The Lighthouse Kingdom's carefully set up triple insurance was probably about to be overturned by Wang Xiaoming in one fell swoop. Teachers at the school also turned on their live feeds early to be the first to get ready to watch their students' 200-meter finals. Wang Xiaoming had already won a gold medal before, which made them feel proud, and they couldn't imagine how happy they would be if their son could win this 200-meter gold medal again. At the same time, the class group also exploded. A group of people enthusiastically discussing whether Wang Xiaoming could win another gold medal. Inside the arena, everyone held their breath and there was silence as they waited for the starter to fire the gun. Pang! A crisp gunshot instantly broke the silence, and the entire stadium instantly boiled with cheers. Wang Xiaoming reacted quickly, and his high level of concentration allowed him to not lose any ground at all in the starting phase. In the front stage alone, he began to accelerate continuously, as if he was not at all worried about running out of stamina in the backstretch. In fact, his hard-trained and strengthened physical quality was enough to withstand such a test, and his speed endurance was far beyond normal. After all, one had gained the stamina skill before, plus the catapult start. At this time, he had just started out and was quite a bit ahead of the others. In this way, a huge advantage is directly established, which is undoubtedly a very exciting thing for everyone. It didn't take long for Wang Xiaoming to take the lead. Of course, because of the different starting positions in a 200-meter race, it's not as easy to tell who's in the lead as it is in a 100-meter. The athletes on the side couldn't help but feel amazed. They knew that Wang Xiaoming was strong and was likely to win the title eventually, but they didn't expect that he had already caught up so much in the front stage. It was amazing. They didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and they all accelerated their pace and went all out. If they let Wang Xiaoming get the gold medal again this time, it would be too much for their country's face. The commentator excitedly blurted out, the 200-meter final has officially begun. Wang Xiaoming's reflexes are quite good, and Tuberg is running surprisingly fast. Entering the curve, Wang Xiaoming quickly adjusted his cornering posture. To break the 200 meters world record, the bending technique was crucial. Everyone knows how to accelerate in a straight road, but only those who can maintain high speed in a curve are true experts. The true genius of the 200 meters must be skilled in bending skills. Like Bolt, it is by virtue of more than ordinary people's bending technology. In order to run in the first 100 meters in the 200 meters of the amazing achievement of breaking 10, leaving the curve, Wang and a bunch of other runners entered the straightaway. Wang Xiaoming's mind was not distracted, leaving all the opponents around him behind. At this moment, His only opponent was himself. He was fighting against his own limits. Xia Zhengye watched Wang Xiaoming gain a large advantage and said confidently, "It seems that Wang Xiaoming has secured this gold medal, and the next few people are far from him." Su Shen, however, did not let his guard down and calmly responded, "Many of them are back-end power runners, and with Wang Xiaoming's kind of front-end all-out sprinting and back-end hard-topping running style, the key is still to see if he can stabilize his rhythm in the back-end." Right at this moment, behind him, Tuberger suddenly exerted his strength, shaking off Kenny and Lyles like a stringed arrow, and launching a fierce attack towards Wang Xiaoming with great strides. Under his crazy acceleration, the distance between him and Wang Xiaoming gradually drew closer. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene and swiped up pop-ups. "I'm going to go. Tuberg's back-end explosiveness is too scary." He even shook off Lyles and Kenny. He shouldn't be surpassing Wang Xiaoming, right? At this rate, it's really possible, depending on whether Wang Xiaoming will be affected. Wang has always been mentally strong, and he can run 19:40 AXS even with his semi-final watering down. Tuberg can't run that fast anymore. It's not a sure thing. With such a strong opponent, Tuberg might actually set his best time in the 200 meters. And this time he's fighting with his parents' expectations. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Xiaoming clearly heard the sound of spiked shoes coming from behind. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to maintain his backward speed. His face changed slightly. He didn't expect that there were still people who could chase so tightly at this point. He could only use all his strength to harden himself to finish this last difficult distance. Lyles was wearing a mask before the fight and Wang thought to himself that it wasn't him. So the only one to catch up would be Tuberg? Time flew by in the tense atmosphere. There was no time left for Wang Xiaoming to observe the situation at the rear. He really didn't expect that there would be someone behind him when he was trying to hit the world record. If he hadn't come out of nowhere, I'm afraid the title would have gone to Tuberg. The commentator also shouted in excitement, "Tuberg, Tuberg, can he overtake Wang Xiaoming and succeed in winning a 200-meter gold medal for Botswana? Can Wang Xiaoming hold on to the advantage he gained on the previous leg and maintain his current speed, so that Tuberg's plan to overtake him will fall through?" Xia Zhengye gave Su Shen a helpless look, thinking in his heart that this was simply a crow's mouth. Just finished saying that the backstretch cannot be careless. Immediately from the second echelon killed at Tuberg, while Lyles and Kenny far behind, come raging. He looked at Wang Xiaoming with a worried face and said, "Wang Xiaoming must be steady. Don't lose the battle at the end. This Tuberg backstroke is charging too hard." Su Shen was similarly filled with worry as he said, "The most crucial thing is these last few steps, so be sure to hold on and don't run stiff, or else the latter part of the journey will be completely over." Chapter 162, Gold Medal for 200m. Wang Xiaoming sensed that someone was in hot pursuit behind him, and instead of a trace of nervousness in his heart, a strong sense of wariness surged up. In his opinion, the only way to inspire himself to run better is to have strong opponents. If he lacked a comparable opponent, he would instead have difficulty accurately controlling the speed of this shot, and might actually end up with a speed drop. After all, not all of us are like Powell. When no one is in front of us it's like an adrenaline shot. It's over. We're dead now. The crowd immediately spoke in a chorus of voices, and even Boss Chow began to panic. Cultivators do not borrow external power, but your cultivation is too weak at this time. I'm afraid that you can't make things happen. Although these things are not useful, you guys can just pick a few to go defend yourselves or not. Fairy Xian Bing gently waved. The pile of things on the ground suddenly divided neatly. If we don't let the true monarch's temple control the place, what about this natural disaster? What about the bandits, thieves, demons and monsters? When Yin Saiju heard this, he smiled triumphantly. To him, other people dying was nothing, and being able to help everyone himself was the best thing. The two of them returned to the post-house hall together. The master of the house had already prepared the meals. Gao Fei called all the people over, and after everyone had a simple meal together, they went back to rest. Lu Hui smiled helplessly before nodding his head. The situation in the second year of high school is even simpler. Brother Sha was sneak attacked by them and received a few knives, slight concussion and was hospitalized. Then Lu Hui looked up at Li Xiao. "That's it." Z laughed. "Keep drinking everyone. Keep going." Then Z reached over and picked up his glass for another drink. As Perota's words fell, a silhouette of a sanctuary seemed to appear in the air, with countless war angels vigilantly guarding the doorway, while a cool and ancient chanting sound full of majesty came out of the sanctuary and into Aya's ears. So the purpose of his visit today was to see the imperial tomb, and secondly, to move on with the topographical map he had in his hand. Just see this statue foot up to the zenith of the Hall of the Height. Looks like the carving is quite divine, but the only thing that makes the teenager is very puzzled is that this fire-crowned golden chicken's feather should be a golden so only right can be presented in his eyes, is a large part of the scarlet red. Wang Peng quietly sitting on the sofa waiting. Li Zai's phone talked for a long time. It sounds like it is again talking about money, which cannot help but let Wang Peng secretly bitter smile. where all in the development, but also where there is a lack of money. Song Gongming looked at Yin Junyang with a serious gaze. Although he didn't say anything, he had already issued an order. And when Zhao Yunan said and want to marry him consort, Zhao Xian in fact in the heart even words have reached the edge of the mouth. Want to answer Zhao Yun if he married consort to marry Zhou Huang as a non-words. In the thought of this period of time Sufu encounter as well as Zhou Huang to Zhao Yun disobedience, Zhao Xian will speak their own words to the mouth swallowed back in the mouth. Shui Yun, your words represent the opinions of the Kyoto crowd. He can now be considered the leader of the Kyoto crowd among them. Li Huihuang will not be stupid. Suddenly ran out to interrupt Shui Yun's words. Recall your original intention. He gradually closed his eyes. His pupils lax, but a strange voice came back to him. Recalling his beginnings? Recall everything about yourself. When Xiaoyu woke up again has been close to 5 o'clock. Feel the nature to nature even unknowingly fell asleep. Xiaoyu touch their black as ink like hair to laugh at themselves thought. He could only shrug helplessly, although he said that the school was still safe, but the actual situation was only known to him. If the school zombie king attacked the cafeteria in a big way, with a lowy level Wangshan was still far from being enough, but he didn't intend to say it. The way is different, but not with each other. If things were to happen again and start over, Zhou Huang believed that even if she knew that she would be punished for what she did, she would still choose to break into the barracks as she did in the beginning. Chapter 164, as long as he appears, it seems that the gold medal is not in doubt. In the 100-am race, the record of 9:58s was strongly rewritten, and Wang Xiaoming led the field with an amazing time of 9:52s. This result instantly made this Olympics the most competitive ever. All the runners seemed to be energized, and all of them broke the 9:90s mark, even the injured Severe, who ran under 9:90s with perseverance. If he hadn't been injured, the final flat. Sure enough, that main building of the Rice Embassy had been blown into ruins, but that Chinese man had also disappeared, and he didn't seem to be ready to greet Bai and his team when he left. Yadong was born to be a mediocre talent, and only after 6 or 7 years of hard training did he realize that he only knew a single low-level fire magic. With the World Magic Chef competition coming up, he would need a lot of money to buy many different kinds of magic scrolls, and even the World Magic Chef competition's registration fee would have to be 10,000 gold coins, which was not something he could afford to take out of his pocket. Yadong, you dare to ignore me. Next time I'll surely you. Xin Ting puffed up a mouthful of air and cursed loudly at the direction where Yadong had disappeared, and after cursing, she sat down on top of a stone slab with another mouthful of air. However, the pain on top of her buttocks made her let out another cry of pain. Who did the Snowy Sky Eagle King think he was? But with the strength of a 6th order great heavenly bound, he dared to run wild in front of him? It was true that his aura was unable to directly suppress the crowd of demon kings, but that was only because he was of the same 6th order. How could he suppress so many 6th order demon beasts as well as 5th order demon beasts? At this point the old man took a dozen thick $100 bills out of the envelope and looked at the sky with old tears in his eyes. Xiang Haf didn't seem to take Mushue's words to heart, and he didn't know just how much he had heard. He finally turned around and left with Chuan, but before he left, Xiang Haf suddenly turned around and revealed an evil smile. How dare you look down on me and be such an idiot? No wonder you are subjected to others and will never be able to turn around, Yi Bai said without any good humor. In the past few days, everyone has seen Wang Feng's state in their eyes, but for this kind of thing, no one can persuade. Even Li Chang, who is usually very close to Wang Feng, has nothing to say, because he doesn't understand love, and he has never met true love. Shui Jingjing didn't scream, nor did she turn back. What she had was just endless acacia tears dripping down like broken beads. Is that still okay? Kitaho Rika's face was red. It was such a strange feeling, never having posed like this in front of any man, that even she couldn't help but ramble on. Whenever this time came, Wang Yuan would always look at the fax machine with great anticipation, wanting to see what exactly the client needed to entrust, so that she could also show her presence. However, she was disappointed to find that the fax machine's bell had never rung, and it seemed that the clients had chosen to send emails for their commissions. Looking around, the city in the distance looked like an urban pictorial, with layers of trees separating them, adding many colors of life. Next to the manor relies on the end of the 3 peaks of the mountain, not far away from a river, fresh and elegant. Yufeng today did not have the high cold of the past days, but more humane, know how to integrate everyone's entertainment topics, and be able to laugh and joke without caring about the truth or falsehood of this statement. With a soft sigh, but the words were like a bomb that blew everyone away. Thanks for reminding Cao Xiao. However, this toxic topic is afraid to offend someone. Lu Feng smiled lightly. This smile threw some cunning. Must bellyache a turn of Chao Gu. Lin Kaijian was the one who walked at the front of the 4, and it was also Lu Donglai who realized it in time and drank the other in time. However, in the real sense, Yi Keqing's strength is indeed stronger than the other party, just because Yi Keqing does not have real battle experience, so in this aspect tends to be conservative. There is no way to utilize their own advantages. Will be the battle method to the best state. Shen Shengtian waved the torch, immediately knocked away dozens of young snakes. Sha Dutian was not willing to be defeated, and struck with force. Also dozens of young snakes flew out. Fortunately, the passageway of the cave is very wide. The young snakes that scurried up from the walls did not directly pounce on the crowd. The young snakes could only swim and slide over from the ground. Upon hearing Dimei's admiration, Xian said, "Although my place is beautiful, it's not as beautiful as the place I used to live. The place where I used to live was very close to the royal palace. Then something happened in Nurse Yuqing and I lived here." After Xian finished speaking, her eyes darkened. A bit sad, Lu Tsong knew that the critical moment had finally arrived. However, Song Air's body support until now is already the limit, right? It's not early. In another month, you won't even receive straw, Lu Tianhao said with certainty. As soon as these words came out, Gu Meiji cried louder. She didn't dare to get close to Ding Jinsheng, who had a cloudy face, and it wasn't good for her to sit on Wen Yongchang's side right away, so she could only rub her body little by little and try to get as far away as possible from Ding Jinsheng. Yin Xiao shook his head. He didn't know. If it wasn't for the foreign fire inside his body inexplicably and suddenly trembling, he wouldn't have discovered this vision. It is natural to need lectures and words of high moral character in learning. This truth is understood by many. This cycle repeats itself, and eventually the remaining 10 become the top 10 of this year's Demon Spirit election. After the top 10 are created, these 10 demon spirits will fight against each other one by one. The winner will be the first, the loser will be the second, and so on. Desperate, even with the strong support of the Whitebeard pirates, but the enemy side has a much larger battle force to add. The participation of the two headquarters generals, no matter how you think about it, their side has no chance of winning. All kinds of thoughts turn away from the central, know that at this moment they think more and more is not much use. Life and death is already not by himself. Only blame his own cultivation is not enough. Now can only wait for the time to see the remnants of the armor to control his body exactly what to do. Perhaps then take this opportunity to seize a chance to reclaim their own bodies. Zhao Wanbao sighed and said, "It's nothing, forget it, let's go back to the water character room. I hope Chen Bei will be alright." He looked at the courtyard as he walked, his brows furrowed in a ball. It was only at this time that he was able to clearly see the man's appearance. A little old, his hair was already gray, and he looked like he was probably in his 50s. If the company's business alone was like this, it would be fine. But Mr. Lu is even like this in his family. When he's not doing anything, he's meeting this friend to drink tea, that friend to see paintings, and he doesn't have a lot of time to stay at home. Chapter 163 The 4*100M relay begins. Soon the time was to come to the relay. Wang and the others stepped into the check-in room, and the relay final was on the line. As soon as they came in, the gazes of the island relay team stabbed over like needles, and while they were staring at Wang Xiaoming and the others, they exchanged words, and although the voice was small, it was permeated with an uncomfortable strength. Chen Xiaobong saw this, the anger in his heart miso rose up, his teeth clenched loudly, angrily muttered, Although the battle on the roof of the building just now was in everyone's mind, it was inevitable that they were still worried about the safety of the road team. She was about to make a couple of threats, but swallowed the second half of her ugly words when she thought that she'd have to have them sent to be rescued later. Bai Yuanjing had just changed out of his white coat and was about to go home at this time, but he didn't expect to bump into Shin Ziyawen at the hospital gate. Fu Jincheng stared at Shin Ziyawen, and the blood color in Shin Ziyawen's cheeks faded to nothing, not knowing how to answer. When he consoled the old man and went to get the communicator with trepidation, he found that it had hung up. There was no lack of fans instigated by Han Chao, as well as water armies hired by Yang Qing, all of whom came to smear and insult Lai Wu. 7 or 8 days, the Wei family rushed to reply to the letter. Naturally 10,000 willing. This marriage were to find the second door, only to see Lu Shen appear next to him, instantly crushing the hideous skeleton with a single punch, followed by a golden flame igniting in his palm and choking Dunwoody's neck. If that White Lotus army had really defeated the imperial troops, why would they need to use this method to trick the city gates open? Then do you know that Lian Weihai has rebelled? Yun Xinyu threw a stack of folders onto the ground. It was an expedited letter from the border. When Long Xinglin approached, the civet cat demonic beast suddenly bit the corner of Long Xinglin's coat and gently pulled. The paladins let out war cries and rushed into the vampire army with swords drawn, killing the enemy valiantly and without fear of death. The leader creature, a monster called Bei Karama, is extremely strong. However, great god Xue Feng, you don't have to worry, we can barely fight against it. The great god of the ghost race spoke. A few days later, Mr. Kong was planning to temporarily leave Karen's Chamber of Commerce base due to certain matters he had to take care of. Today, however, Wang Yan's palm was used on a person at the 7th level of body refining, and although he was perverted, if he was struck, he would definitely be no better off. How could it be? How could it be necessary to use the soul recovery pill? When Tang Xia heard this, he turned his head violently, his eyes filled with incredulity and horror. The tiger roared furiously once again, but this time Yi Xiao did not have the Haorong Qi to block it, and took it raw. However, Mulan had long since gotten used to Shi Shuiwei being like this and groomed Shi Shuiwei as usual. So cold. Tang Yu, who just wanted to go out to feed the horse, was blown by the cold wind, and that cold wind blew on his face like a knife cut, so that Tang Yu could not help but shrink his neck. Poof! The third trialist died. The other side was already in chaos. This batch of trialists were obviously much weaker. Coming over to block the Xian Yuan Divine Realms group of trialists was simply a joke. Spectre brought Fengqin, Zhao Yu, Demon Li, and the remaining 4 members of the Feng clan with him as they stepped onto the summit of the trial mountain. Over the years, the pirate groups that have been entrenched in the South China Sea can do more than just plunder, and they will kill people after plundering. Good day, Major. The generals entered the military tent and first performed a military salute with Xiaozhen. All of them were respectful, making Qin Bing feel that it was still really kind of cool to really be an official second generation. During these 2 days of waiting for Xin Ling to return, she was mostly nonchalant, as if it was the same as the previous days, not so much as to make people feel cold, but that shallow detachment was clearly present. And what Bahu was thinking was exactly what Yi Xintian was thinking, that the Spectre's greatness, what with the over-the-top challenges, was what his son, ISU, had said. Wang Kim, despite his warm welcome in Oshkosh, still has the same daily staple of slightly salted, freshly boiled chicken and a platter of so-called fruit salad. Chapter 165, Hope. Disappearing Wang Xiaoming. The commentator couldn't contain his excitement and shouted in a high-pitched voice. At this moment, Team Huaxia is in the lead and in the first position. The first and second runners have played perfectly, so let's focus on the handover between the second and third runners to see if they can continue this advantage. Yan Haiban, speed up. Yan Haiban sniffed, just like a rocket that had been ignited. He poured out his entire body and sprinted with all his strength, and in the midst of the wind, he passed the baton in his hands to the old Guwork. This site is in the Huilongwen side, not in the city, the daytime to be able to do. In fact, as long as it is not inside the 5 rings, site pulling slag or pulling soil are no problem. The next day, Temujin and Kore led the Mongolian Iron Horseman army to announce to the 3 worlds of heaven at the border of the North Club Island and the East Victory Divine State that the Mongolian Empire would start a war against the Great Song Dynasty. I don't know how long I slept, but Qin Shi Huang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone and hurriedly brought it over to connect. Among the seats of the disciples, however, there were several empty seats, including the backworld, Mei Yi, Han Fei in the front row, and the Rhesus Monkey King in the back row. Of course, there was also Zixiao beside Li Song. Under the gameplay of Hoedown, it is a test of card counting ability, estimating the remaining card possibilities and what others have in their hands based on the cards they have played. Unfortunately, Mr. Pei saying this didn't make Emperor Qin Shi Huang feel embarrassed, and it was also rewarded with a blank stare from Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the high altitude of the West Princess, so at the same time, grasped the red ball of light surrounding the body, accompanied by muttering incantations. The ball of light into beams of red light, bloomed and flew, landing on the lances held high by 1 dragon cavalry, more than 500 dragon cavalrymen, all of them burning with fire in Tang. He slept the sleep, all of a sudden, until after 10 o'clock in the morning, got up and cleaned up, went out to eat something, and only then slowly drove to the village of Tuijing. As soon as the family and friends gathered at the happy time, it is always inevitable that some people are concerned about the life events of the younger generation. Xia Yunfei to the new year, is already 21 years old, Su Qiuping also has 18. The marriage of the 2 of them is naturally everyone's greatest concern. The dinner party of monsters. This monster's dinner party does not have that much to say. At the same time Zhuang Wangu changed to dress, accompanied by, naturally, the red child and Qi Lingyun. Ao Qingqing is still completely into the work, simply cannot care about the other. Surprisingly, Prince Yan was actually there. Surprise flashed in Ji Jingxi's eyes, and when he glanced at his own father, the latter shook his head imperceptibly. Ji Jingxi's heart was even more puzzled, but he couldn't care less, and with the hem of his coat lifted, he was about to kneel down and salute. Zhou Zikai laughed, then suddenly sat down beside Huichen, holding a glass of wine and laughing lowly, and when he looked up the distance between him and Huichen was already only 5 or 6 centimeters. Trembling out these words, the receptionist has been stunned by these people who are known to be triads at a glance. She just doesn't know how the gentle general manager Zhou could have offended so many people, and only feels that her coming to work for this company is simply the most regrettable decision she has ever made. When Yang Oran came out of the court one day, routinely returning to the house with his father, he suddenly heard Yang Lin lamenting that he didn't know why Su Shanjiang hadn't been kind to him in recent days, and Ran suddenly realized that things were getting a little too big for his liking. The first time I heard of this, I was able to get the information from the government, and I was able to get the information from the government, and I was able to get the information from the government. Zhou Zikai hands a lot of money, but he does not believe in those so-called disaster relief groups and so on. So this time in the past, it is these people of the Red Sun Gang past, although it is only a few thousand people, the supplies are very in place. Fei Jinghua was a little angry, not just a little, so the movements of kissing Song Shengsheng became less gentle, even lightly biting the tip of Song Shengsheng's tongue. Chapter 166 Postscript. Conclusion. Years later in an early morning, the soft sunlight had just sprinkled the earth. Chen Xiao strolled alone in the park. At this time, he had retired from his once high position, and the years had left some marks on his face. Looking at the rising sun, his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the past, and the figure of that teenager appeared in his mind. It was thanks to that teenager that he was able to further his career as a leader. Chen Xiao murmured softly. When the time came, the honor guard sounded the gongs and drums, and the choir chanted the old hymns in unison as they slowly moved forward. The divine sword in the demon empress's hand took advantage of the moment when the power of the great Tao attacked the demon empress to break free and transformed into a stream of light that instantly rushed toward Han Feng. Even Han Feng himself couldn't say what his strongest explosive power could reach if he executed the heavenly flame battle body that incorporated the aurora pale amazing light, also executed the second level of the strongest mastery. The burning heavenly emperor finger infused it with the aurora pale amazing light. Many of the higher-ups at the head of the hall frowned slightly, thinking the Zhang maniac was lacking in heart and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to demand better conditions, which was a bit insatiable. Piggyback pondering. Eyes Dao Dao Mang flashed. Ignoring the Monkey King, Sha Seng's surprised gaze, steep one-handed pinch, cohesion of a jade talisman. Jade talisman flashing demonic light, instantly blasted through the void, disappeared without a trace. The nearby wind spiritual energy rioted, like a dragon scroll constantly injecting itself within the 100 feet of the palm. There were even fewer impurities than in a normal cultivator's body, and almost everyone knew that just a few months ago, Ming Feng had released a message to search for a divine doctor in the entire continent, wanting to help the Ming family get rid of their cultivation crisis. Shuiyu reappeared at the bottom of the sea covered in blood. His figure staggered, his torso cracked and no longer able to close, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile of victory. I waited until the sunset finally received a text message from Xia Yingying, let me go to the Bright Moon KTV below and so on. Said they will be there soon. Those remaining few people saw Du Fei arrived and knew that it was Yusuji Sakura's backup, so they had the mind to fight to the death, and came up and danced their swords to stab Yusuji Sakura's body in various places. Replacement of clothes Su Xingji, a sweep of the previous embarrassment and unpleasant, holding up a glass of wine with all the followers, to toast to all the cave masters. The speech has a degree of generosity of demeanor, laughing and joking between the cups of wine, a good look of a big son of the model. The whole Blue Wind group who does not know Ling no matter who he sees, are not smiling, cold face, of course, is the only way to suppress so a bunch of old foxes? When Shi Dongfu heard this example, although he was not convinced in his heart, he really did not find a stronger rebuttal. From the beginning of the martial state until now there has been no unified currency, and daily life is all about bartering. There are a lot of inconveniences in between, and it's very troublesome. Thinking of apologizing to Shang Wanjin, Qin Miao Miao didn't delay and immediately climbed up from the bed. Dai Xinhua entered the office. The mood is still in that uneasy. Even after the handover of work with Chen Yaodong, there was still nothing solid. The two had searched for as many famous doctors as they could find from Nanjing City to M. Now that they had managed to get a chance to be treated, their hard work hadn't been in vain after all. Gu Runin nodded, then turned to leave and went back to tell Bai Jimu Antili and the others about this matter. After the two ate, Yen Tongyan couldn't stop talking to Su Luoluo, and Su Luoluo just casually agreed. Her heart was always thinking about how to run away. The emperor in little by little carefully looked at the secret report submitted by the secret guards. Every word on it is so clear. Every word combined together is like a sharp knife, so that every sentence he reads, all feel the fire. Wait until the end of reading. The heart seems to have stopped beating. Leng Ningji lowered his head, hand gripping the dress. Come, he has long known who he will worship as a teacher. Nervous about what?